The man was an ordinary office worker. That night, he worked overtime until after 10 o'clock and dragged his tired body back to the rental house. Before going to bed, he saw a news report that a rare red moon will appear tonight. He turned over and didn't pay attention to it. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep soon after. When he opened his eyes again, he was already on the cold white tiles. And this was the hero of this story, Lin Yi. I climbed up from the cold white tiles, my head stabbing with pain, and rows of words flashed before my eyes. System loaded. Doomsday survival officially begins. Lin Yi sorted out his confused thoughts, accepted the fact that he had traveled through time, and opened the system interface connected to his consciousness. Personal information, shelter information, transactions, communications. There are only these 4 blocks in the system interface, and Lin Yi checked them one by one with his consciousness. Talent. D-Class Personnel Simulator. Can simulate a random D-Class personnel on a mission every day. Shelter information. Status. Absolutely safe, 7 days. Level. Primary. Note. Please upgrade your shelter level within 7 days. The trading area already has several pages of items for sale, and the busiest one is the communication section. It is divided into 3 sections: world, region, and friends. The world block cannot leave messages, and even though there are more than 10 billion people in it, it is very quiet. As more and more people woke up, there were more and more messages in the group chat. Lin Yi had to slow down the flow of information to be able to read the messages clearly. The entire region's 1 million people seemed to be assigned to one area, and the shelters were not far from each other. There were strange footsteps in the corridor, and a thick white fog was floating outside the window, with occasional huge shadows passing through the fog. The shelter is only about 30 square meters. The door is connected to the sink and stove. Opposite the sink is the toilet, which has a flush toilet and shower. The bedroom is separated from the pool by a sliding door. There is only a desk, a bed, and a window connecting to the outside world in the bedroom. This is all the shelter has. Lin Yi turned on the faucet, but there was nothing inside. There was naturally no water in the toilet either, as if the water had been out for a long time. More than 100 people died in the area 999845/100000 in less than 10 minutes. Even if there were supplies outside, Lin Yi was not going to take the risk of going out. Then we can only try our innate abilities. Lin Yi scratched his head. After reading the introduction, he felt that this was not a serious innate ability. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi woke up to the sound of the car driving steadily. At this time, he was wearing an orange prison uniform. There were 4 other prisoners in the prison van wearing the same uniform as him. 4 fully armed security guards were sitting in the front half of the prison van, with a safety net in the middle. I knew this would happen. Lin Yi complained silently in his heart. He had just been sitting on the bed in the shelter, and the moment he used his innate ability, he was here. The most terrifying thing is that the body he is using now is not his original body, but a strong white young man. D-Class Personnel Simulated. Kenneth. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Not long after, the prison van stopped outside a villa. Supervisors and D-Class personnel got out one after another. The supervisory captain was a tall black man. Number 1. A D-Class personnel stepped forward, and the supervisor put a communication helmet with monitoring on him and let him enter the villa alone. Several supervisors checked the surveillance footage on their laptops. 5 minutes later, the captain suddenly said, Number 2. A few minutes later, just as Lin Yi was daydreaming, his vision suddenly became blurred without any warning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a moving prison van, next to his older brother who had just entered the villa. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Lin Yi scratched his hair hard. He seemed to have died once just now, but he didn't notice any movement at all. It's troublesome. The 2 who went in before are probably dead, but it's not safe to wait outside. We can only go in and see what's going on. Just like the last simulation, Number 1 and Number 2 entered the villa one after another, but this time when the captain called Number 3, Lin Yi took a step forward. I can't stand it anymore. Can you let me go in first? The captain glanced at Lin Yi and didn't say much. He just signaled the team members to put a helmet on Lin Yi. The villa has 2 floors. There is a high dome hall at the entrance. On one side of the hall is a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. In addition, the hall is connected to several corridors leading to other rooms. Go to the 2nd corridor on the right, and don't go near the 1st corridor. The captain's voice sounded in the headset. Lin Yi did not disobey the order and continued to move along the wall. When passing the 1st corridor, Lin Yi subconsciously glanced inside. There was an orange object hanging at the end of the corridor. Lin Yi's pupils shrank slightly. For the first time in his life, he felt that having too good eyesight was not a good thing. There hung his fellow D-Class personnel, who had been cut apart, and put back together like a building block. Lin Yi was startled and took a step back unconsciously. There should have been an empty hall behind him, but Lin Yi's back bumped into something. Lin Yi jumped to the side as if he was scalded by boiling water, but his body did not do as he wished. At the last moment, he saw his body in pieces. Number of simulations remaining: 8. The sound of his violently beating heart was deafening. Even though he knew that the other party could not catch up, Lin Yi still could not calm down. The strong feeling of fear gripped Lin Yi's heart, making it impossible for him to sort out his messy thoughts. Lin Yi hit his head hard, forcing himself to calm down. The prison van quickly stopped in front of the villa. Lin Yi was fully prepared when he entered the villa for the third time. This time he was the third one to enter the villa. Just like last time, the captain asked him to go to the second corridor on the right to check the situation. This time, Lin Yi didn't follow orders, but quickly rushed to the stairs leading to the second floor. Just as he guessed, the decomposing thing was active on the first floor, and he was not harmed until it rushed to the second floor. The staircase led directly to the second floor living room. To one side of the living room was a row of large floor-to-ceiling windows, with other directions connecting to various rooms. On the coffee table in the center of the living room sat an unusually eye-catching black box. Lin Yi unconsciously walked to the side of the coffee table. The box was a cube about the length of an arm. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see what was inside. Open the box completely, and your mission will be completed. After that, you can get rid of your D-class personnel status and can freely choose to leave or join the organization. The captain's voice sounded in his ears. Lin Yi subconsciously raised his hand, but a sense of disharmony hindered his actions. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his right hand and turned his head slowly. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, 4 pairs of eyes were staring at him intently. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, turning to close the box. As he pushed the lid open, he felt the heat within him steadily dissipating. Before he had even pushed halfway, he was no longer aware of his body. A certain element in his body that he relied on for survival was completely consumed, and soon, Lin Yi completely lost consciousness. Lin Yi once again woke up from the nightmare. Number of simulations remaining: 7. Lin Yi sighed. He felt that if he closed the strange box, the simulation would be over, but he couldn't close the box. Soon, the prison van stopped in front of the villa again. Lin Yi didn't say anything more and took the initiative to step forward and let the team members put on his helmet. Putting on his helmet, Lin Yi quickly walked into the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw a figure hanging upside down in the middle of the hall. The figure opened his eyes, and his blood-red pupils glowed faintly in the darkness. The moment he saw the figure, Lin Yi's body began to decompose into small pieces. These small pieces began to twist and turn around the center and finally piece together into a brand new object. Number of simulations remaining: 6. Lin Yi stared blankly into space. He didn't actually feel any pain. I can't be the first one in, so I can only try to go in second. If the second one doesn't work either. The prison van stopped in front of the villa. This time, Lin Yi waited for number 1 to enter the villa before he walked forward and asked the second person to enter the villa. Still no one stopped him from entering the villa. Lin Yi put on his helmet skillfully and waited for the captain's order. A few minutes later, the captain ordered Lin Yi to enter the villa. Without hesitation, Lin Yi walked in quickly. He didn't look around and rushed straight to the stairs leading to the second floor. On the second floor, the black box was placed on the coffee table just like before, but the lid was only less than a quarter open. As expected, opening the box consumes life. Those ghosts must have escaped from the box. Lin Yi wasted no time and rushed to the coffee table to try to close the box. Wait, what are you doing? The captain's voice rang out through the headset. Lin Yi reluctantly pushed the lid of the box shut. The moment he closed it, all feeling vanished, and he fell to the ground, staring at the pitch-black ceiling, completely losing consciousness. Simulation ends. Number of simulations remaining: 6. Obtain 6 random items that appeared in this event. Obtain the right to use the Abyss Box 1. Obtain title: Savior. Lin Yi climbed up from the bed in the shelter. He didn't feel any discomfort, but when he saw the things in the room, he felt unwell. It was an upside-down orange reconstructed human specimen, hung on the wall like a mural, showing itself to Lin Yi without any concealment. Lin Yi was so frightened that cold sweats broke out on his back, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare and saw the nightmare monster in the real world. But Lin Yi soon realized that this should be a reward from the simulator. In addition to the mural, the other 5 items were placed on the floor, including a pistol filled with bullets, a simple food bag, a simple medical box, a full set of military combat uniforms, and a dagger. Lin Yi opened the system panel and found 2 prompts. One was the right to use the Abyss Box, and the other was the title he had just obtained. Savior, your actions saved an area, and your deeds have spread throughout the organization. Right to use the Abyss Box. You can open the Abyss Box once without consumption and obtain an item from it. Note: dangerous items, please do not open it at will. This won't give me a monster, right? Lin Yi thought about it and decided to use the Abyss Box. The system information indicated that the shelter was absolutely safe. His innate abilities came from the system, so the things that came out of this box should not be able to break the system rules. Lin Yi directly selected the Abyss Box in the system. A pitch-black box appeared in the center of the shelter, looking exactly like the one in the simulation. The Abyss Box opened automatically, and a large number of strange things poured out from it, filling the entire shelter. Danger information detected in the shelter, harmless treatment in progress. Processing completed, please make a choice as soon as possible. Lin Yi was shocked. The moment the Abyss Box opened, he felt like he had died countless times in various ways. All kinds of strange things filled the shelter. Fortunately, there was a system protection, otherwise he would have been finished by now. After the system's processing, Lin Yi's shelter now resembled a basement from a movie, filled with all sorts of bizarre and strange objects. There were shiny white bottles of unknown material, toy animals covered in unidentified fur, a penguin with a moving eye, and paintings whose contents were indistinguishable. For a moment, Lin Yi didn't know how to choose. Every item in the room was very unique. Not to mention him, even if a treasure appraiser came, he could only make a random guess. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. There was no point in being anxious. He couldn't understand anything here anyway, so he decided to choose something he liked. Finally, Lin Yi chose a deck of red cards. The material of the card box was unknown, and a light golden ring was painted on the dark red box surface. There are 100 cards of unknown material in the card box, but no matter how many cards are drawn, the cards inside will be automatically replenished and the drawn cards will automatically disappear. Are you sure? Confirmed. The strange objects in the room began to disappear, including the card box he was holding. Some items were obviously unwilling to leave the shelter, but they were forcibly taken back into the Abyss Box by the system. Finally, the Abyss Box slowly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Completely decontaminating. Processing completed, Abyssal Relic obtained. Card box. Please draw today's card. A card box appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Yi. He reached into it and said loudly, "My turn. Draw a card." The card's material is unknown, but it feels a bit like the skin of some creature. The back of the card is engraved with intricate patterns, while the front depicts a goose-like creature. The card dissipated, and a blood-red creature resembling a goose appeared in Lin Yi's shelter. Lin Yi. Goose, huh? Their eyes met, and Lin Yi stared at the goose for a long time, unable to figure out what it was for. As if sensing Lin Yi's confusion, the goose gracefully lifted its wings, pulled out a bowl of steaming goose leg rice from thin air, and pushed it towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi communicated with the goose for a long time and finally confirmed that the other party could only provide him with a goose leg rice and would not answer any questions not related to the goose leg rice. Is this what it means to be harmless? Isn't it too harmless? Lin Yi said silently as he took a photo of the goose leg rice and posted it to the group. He felt very uncomfortable right now, and he couldn't let him be the only one feeling uncomfortable. This was Lin Yi's first time speaking in the group chat. The group chat had become much quieter by then, with many people lurking, silently observing the messages in the group chat, considering what to do next. Some were chatting privately, as many things were not appropriate to discuss in the group chat. As a result, Lin Yi's photo blew up all the divers. Lin Yi, you must be envious. It's all thanks to your talent. Lin Yi was not lying. His talent gave him the Abyss Box, which opened into a card box, which drew out a goose, which then gave him a goose leg rice. After seeing Lin Yi's message, others were not so envious anymore. Instead, they felt a little sympathetic towards him. After all, it was too miserable that his talent was only to make goose leg rice. Lin Yi was browsing the group chat while eating goose leg rice. Many people wanted to add him as a friend, but he was too lazy to reply. The time consumed in the simulator seems to be synchronized with reality, but I don't know whether Lin Yi's real body stayed in the shelter during the simulation. Lin Yi finished his goose leg rice quickly. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. Just as Lin Yi lay down on the bed and prepared to take a nap, a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Nighttime activity begins. Tonight's activity, maze exploration, wanna join? 9:59. A 10-minute countdown appeared in front of Lin Yi, and he had to make a decision before the countdown ended. Looking at the group chat, Lin Yi was already packing his equipment. He was definitely going to participate in this nighttime event. First of all, he should be the best equipped among all the survivors. If he can't survive, Even taking into account their natural abilities, at least half of the people participating in night activities will die. Secondly, he has not found a way to upgrade the shelter, perhaps during the night activities. If he doesn't go this time, he may fall behind in upgrading the shelter. If he is slow, he will be slow at every step and eventually be eliminated by others. So Lin Yi wouldn't miss this opportunity. After putting on his gear, he sat on the edge of the bed, watching the countdown and the group chat while petting the goose. The goose rested quietly in Lin Yi's arms, occasionally preening its feathers with its beak. 0:01, midnight. Lin Yi rubbed his temples and climbed up from the dark red ground. He was standing in the middle of a corridor. Doors were irregularly arranged on both sides of the corridor. The ground and doors were dark red. The sharp headache gradually subsided, and Lin Yi pulled out the pistol from his waist. Big Goose was not brought here, but all the weapons and equipment were still there. 3 days before the nighttime event, the probability of treasure chests appearing will be increased, the probability of creatures appearing at different levels will be reduced, and the quality of treasure chest output will be improved. The first treasure chest opened by participants will definitely contain a blueprint for the sanctuary upgrade. A 2-hour countdown appeared at the bottom of the system panel. The system should teleport the participants back to the shelter in 2 hours. Lin Yi pointed his pistol at the nearest door and knocked gently. There was no movement from inside. He pushed the door open, revealing a completely enclosed room with no living creatures, no windows, and only garbage on the floor. Lin Yi walked quickly around a few corners and found that the corridors ahead were still of varying lengths and similarities. Some of the corridors ended in intersections, branching off in different directions. This was a maze with no end in sight. Half an hour later, Lin Yi explored 9 red rooms and only found a few red coins, a red key, and some usable miscellaneous items. He did not find the treasure chest mentioned in the system information at all. After exploring a few more rooms, Lin Yi suddenly found a locked room. He knocked on the door, but there was still no movement. This place was like a silent ruin, with no other sound except Lin Yi. After checking the keyhole, Lin Yi used the red key to open the door. The key disappeared after the door was opened. The room inside was the same size as the other rooms, but instead of garbage all over the floor, it was filled with shelves. This seemed to be a warehouse. Lin Yi entered the room and checked the shelves. Most of the shelves were empty, but he still found a few remaining items. 2 bottles of red liquid, a metal pendant, and 7 hard cards. The liquid is contained in a glass bottle with a sealed cap, holding approximately 400 milliliters. The pendant is a silver cross with the same length and width, and can be worn around the neck. One side of the hard card is dark red, and the other side has intricate patterns painted on it, similar to the patterns on red coins. There are 3 different patterns on the 7 cards. Lin Yi put these things into the backpack he had found in the garbage dump before. Although he didn't know what these things were used for, he decided to take them with him for now. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave with his backpack on, he suddenly heard footsteps. The footsteps came from the end of the corridor, not the direction he came from. Lin Yi gently closed the door, leaving only a gap through which he could observe the corridor outside. Soon, footsteps approached the room, and a figure passed by the door. It was a blood-red corpse. Half of its head had disappeared, and the remaining brain had dried up. It was hard to say what was supporting it to move. After the blood corpse passed the door, Lin Yi calculated the distance, opened the door, and fired a shot at the remaining half of the monster's head. The sound of gunfire echoed in the corridor, and the bullet accurately hit the bloody corpse's head. The impact knocked the bloody corpse to the ground. Lin Yi did not move forward, but stared cautiously at the corpse on the ground. Half of the other party's head was gone, and he was not sure whether the other half was the vital part. At first the body was unresponsive, but after 2 seconds it suddenly began to twitch violently, like a patient having an epileptic seizure. Lin Yi fired 3 shots at the corpse, the chest, the left lower abdomen, and the right lower abdomen, each shot hitting a different part. He didn't think this monster had no weaknesses, but he just hadn't found any yet. The monster bounced off the ground like a frog, and then bounced towards Lin Yi via the top of the corridor. It crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters with just 2 attempts. Lin Yi calmly took a long step back, then emptied his magazine at the monster that pounced on him. At this distance, what was needed wasn't accuracy, but firepower. After emptying the magazine, Lin Yi released the pistol, dodged the monster's second attack by turning sideways in anticipation, and pulled out the dagger from his waist. The monster did not stop in time after its second attack, but rolled and crawled to the end of the corridor. After struggling for a while, it became completely motionless. It seemed it wasn't immune to bullets either. Lin Yi stood calmly, preventing the monster from resurrecting. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't made any unnecessary movements, nor had he experienced any significant emotional fluctuations. After all, compared to the simulator mission, a jumping corpse is relatively easy to deal with. After a few minutes, Lin Yi approached the monster's corpse. On the monster, Lin Yi found a keychain with 5 identical red keys on it. These keys seemed to be just credentials for opening doors and had little to do with locks. After that, Lin Yi stopped opening rooms without locks. After all, most of them contained only garbage, and even if he got something out of them, it would only be 1 or 2 coins or a key. He needed to find a treasure chest as soon as possible to see the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. Lin Yi walked quickly through the corridors, turning the empty pistol in his hand. When he fired just now, he felt very familiar with the pistol, as if he had used it for more than 10 years. This was likely a simulation of Kenneth's residual experience. After all, Lin Yi had never touched a pistol before, so it was impossible for him to be so proficient with a gun. However, Kenneth, as a D-class personnel, was different. There must be a reason for him to be a D-class personnel. It would be unreasonable for him not to have some unique skills. Soon, Lin Yi found a locked red door. After knocking, there was no movement from inside. He used a key and entered the room. The interior structure of the room was the same as the other rooms, except that there was no garbage. There was a redwood box in the center of the room. The box was unlocked. Lin Yi cautiously pried open the lid with his dagger and quickly retreated. Contrary to his expectations, there were no dangerous items in the box, and no bloody corpse jumped out. 6. The mahogany treasure chest disappears after it is opened. There are 3 items inside: a shelter upgrade blueprint, a hard card, and a bottle of red liquid. Do you want to use the shelter upgrade blueprint? Lin Yi selected use. Then, the system prompted, please collect 10 alienated organs from non-ranked alienated creatures as materials for the shelter upgrade, 0/10. Lin Yi was a little confused, thinking to himself, no rank? Alienated creature? Alienated organ? He quickly left the room and returned to the place where he had dissected the blood corpse before. He quickly pulled out the dagger and cut off the most conspicuous part of the blood corpse. Submit the alienated organ. Yes. After submitting the alienated organ, the abnormal part disappeared, and the system displayed, shelter upgrade task, 1/10, completed. So I only need to kill 10 blood corpses to level up. Not bad. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. While the blood corpses were difficult to deal with, they were just mutants after all. He hadn't been familiar with them before and had wasted a lot of bullets, but he wouldn't make that mistake again next time. It is very risky to use a dagger against the blood corpse. Lin Yi decided to use his innate ability to make some bullets tomorrow and then go to trouble the blood corpse. After obtaining the alienated organ, Lin Yi continued searching for locked rooms. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally found the next locked room. He used the red key to open the door, revealing another mahogany treasure chest. Upon opening it, he found it was filled with bread and mineral water. These items were completely different from the previous treasure chests. It seemed like they were different types, and the contents were also different. Lin Yi put the food into backpack number 2. Although there was food in the shelter, the more the better. He continued walking for a while until he came to a different fork in the road. It was a straight corridor with no rooms, with no end in sight. The walls were still dark red, looking very depressing. Lin Yi carefully drew his dagger and began to walk along the corridor. After walking about 1,000 meters, he finally reached the end of the corridor, where there was a double door. Is there a boss behind this door? Lin Yi felt a little wary, but he still pushed the door open. Behind the door was a square hall. He stood at one side of the hall. On the opposite side was another red double door, with a wooden door and a metal door next to it. As he approached the wooden door, the system immediately prompted, do you want to leave the red maze in advance? No. Lin Yi did not rush to leave. He continued to explore. As he approached the metal door, the system prompted again. First time entering a special room, the door will automatically unlock. The lock disappeared, and the metal door slowly opened. Inside the door was an ordinary red room. Unlike the other rooms, there was a dark red table in the center of the room. On it sat a glass bottle with an eyeball soaked in it. Lin Yi carefully picked up the glass bottle and put it in his backpack. He checked the room carefully to make sure nothing was missing before leaving. He pushed open the double doors opposite, revealing a long corridor identical to the previous one. Lin Yi checked the time. 20 minutes remained until the end of his exploration. He had been conserving his energy to avoid monsters, and now he could finally speed up. Lin Yi quickened his pace, passing through corridors one after another. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, he found another locked room. After opening it, it was revealed to be a mahogany treasure chest. Inside the chest were several bottles of red liquid, several hard cards, and a red metal key. This key was clearly different from the previous red key and was likely used to open a special room. Lin Yi put these things into his backpack and continued to explore the surrounding rooms. Time was running out, and he couldn't find the next locked room. Before the countdown ended, Lin Yi found some red coins in a garbage dump. Footsteps were heard outside the door, but the countdown had already reached 0, so Lin Yi quickly returned to the shelter. During one exploration mission, the casualties reached over 2,000. After entering the red maze, the communication system failed, and upon completing the mission, the group chat was flooded with various messages. Finally back, I was trapped in a room by zombies for 2 hours. I almost couldn't make it back. Luckily, I ran fast. Did you find the treasure chest? I only found some red coins. I opened a chest and found 2 bottles of unknown liquid in addition to the shelter upgrade blueprint. How do I upgrade the blueprints? Can we share them? Upgrade blueprints are essential. Everyone needs one to upgrade the shelter. So many people died. It's a good thing I didn't go. You'll definitely get blueprints when you open chests in the first 3 days, but the chances of getting a chest decrease after that. Does anyone know where to get alienated organs? The discussion in the group gradually quieted down, and Lin Yi posted a picture. It was a picture he had taken with the system when he was cutting up the alienated organs. Brother Goose Legs? Why don't you post pictures of fresh meat anymore? Wait, isn't that a zombie? You killed a zombie. Awesome. I don't even dare to go out, and you, the boss, can already kill zombies. What's so difficult about beating zombies? Give me weapons, and I'll kill them by shooting them in the head. You don't know if you haven't been there. Zombies run faster than humans and are stronger. They won't die even if your head is smashed in. They can also transform. Thousands of people have died at the hands of zombies. I'm lucky and have strong talents and abilities, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come back. Lin Yi, wait a moment, I'll send you some relevant information. The chat group, with nearly 1 million people, gradually quieted down. Although Lin Yi didn't say much, this information was crucial to everyone's life and death, and no one dared to take it lightly. He then briefly shared his experience in the maze, ensuring everyone understood how to proceed with the next mission. Lin Yi, I believe the alienated organ is the vital point of the alienated creature. Although I killed the alienated creature and ultimately obtained the alienated organ, I fired 10 shots, so it's possible that I exhausted the monster to death. Therefore, I suggest everyone proceed with caution. Big brother, you're awesome. Thank you for sharing the information. I wish you a safe life. 10 blood corpses are too difficult. It feels like upgrading is out of reach. By the way, brother, where did you get the pistol? Lin Yi, I can exchange my talent for goose leg rice. Why can't I exchange my talent for a pistol? What kind of magical talent is this? I want a talent that can be exchanged for goose leg rice too. 7. Trading and Mutual Aid Association. Lin Yi, I also got some bread and mineral water. The quantity is limited. If you need it, you can chat privately and exchange it for maize products. The highest bidder wins. Shit, I'm starving. Boss already has some surplus to trade for. You have extra food? Why don't you share it with those in need? Those who can trade with you will definitely not starve. Seeing this message, Lin Yi immediately blocked the other party. After being blocked, neither party could see the other's messages and transactions, which was better for both of them. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time reading such unpleasant news, and the other party would no longer be jealous of him. Lin Yi wasn't posting this information to show off. He really wanted to point out a way out for those survivors in need, but he also had his own plans. Fame and wealth are always closely linked. Only with a high reputation would things become easier, and he could even gain more resources. Lin Yi didn't have to do anything. As long as he released accurate information in advance every time, others would naturally regard him as a trustworthy person and even call him Brother Goose Legs. He lay in bed, scrolling through his private messages, filtering out the irrelevant ones and searching for valuable deals. The goose lay beside Lin Yi, its head rubbing against his arm, its wings covering him like a blanket. After a short while, Lin Yi completed several transactions and decided to keep the cards and liquids in the treasure chests. They would surely be more valuable than bread in the future. He even speculated that these items would only drop if the treasure chests were upgraded. As for the bread and mineral water, they should be the standard items found in mahogany chests. Hub Blueprints, he suddenly noticed a private message from a survivor named Zhang Liang, titled, Blueprints for Making Non-Ranked Mutant Weapons. Use this blueprint to craft a rankless mutant weapon. Required materials, 1 to 5 mutant organs. Note, please pay attention to the material combination. The more materials you have, the stronger the weapon will be. No one in their right mind would trade weapon blueprints for a few pieces of bread. Lin Yi felt that the other party seemed to have other motives. Lin Yi, what for? Zhang Liang, boss, it's so hard to contact you. Lin Yi, I don't like wasting time. Zhang Liang, boss, we have established an organization called Mutual Aid Association, which is full of talented and capable masters. The president hopes you can join us. Lin Yi, I'll let it go. You guys keep going. Zhang Liang, Boss, don't worry. With your abilities, if you join the Mutual Aid Association, you can get at least one such blueprint every day. Lin Yi, what do I need to pay? Zhang Liang, it's nothing. You just need to provide information to the Mutual Aid Association like you did today. Unlike those ungrateful people, the Mutual Aid Association will definitely reward you. Lin Yi, you're using my intelligence to profit and then giving me a cut? Zhang Liang, you could say that. Lin Yi, have you ever considered that this could lead to many deaths at your hands? Zhang Liang, that's the normal give and take. Those who haven't given shouldn't have access to information. That's the normal state of affairs. Lin Yi, you're right. Zhang Liang, but you don't accept it? Lin Yi, you're right. Lin Yi closed the private chat with Zhang Liang and continued his business with the others. Lin Yi could do what Zhang Liang had said. He could also set up a similar organization, but he didn't need to. He knew the Mutual Aid Society had the resources, but its scope was too small. If it was called a Mutual Aid Society, it should aim to save all of humanity. That would be meaningful. The immediate gains and losses were unimportant to Lin Yi. The Mutual Aid Association couldn't provide what he truly needed. Zhang Liang, president, he refused. Wu Ming, what a shame. His talent should be some powerful early game talent. If he could join the Mutual Aid group, we could help more people. Zhang Liang, do you want me to find a few people to discredit him? Say the information he provides is unreliable. Many people haven't even been to the maze anyway. Wu Ming, no need. We still need him to provide information. Even though we'll earn less this way, it's still much more than those individual players. And there's no need to offend him right now. If anything goes wrong with the invitation we just sent, anyone would be able to guess it was us. Zhang Liang, you're right. Wu Ming, have those who went out to explore returned? Zhang Liang, most of those who went out died. The lucky ones survived for a few minutes. Should we continue to send people out to explore? Wu Ming, forget it. It seems that we can only go to the red maze to collect materials in the early stage. Zhang Liang, you are right. Please draw today's card. After a dreamless night, Lin Yi opened his eyes to see this prompt. My turn. Draw a card. Although he had just woken up, Lin Yi excitedly jumped out of bed and began his daily card draw. The card he drew this time bore a picture of a cat. The card dissipated, revealing a blood-red cat, gracefully appearing in the center of Lin Yi's sanctuary. The cat swiftly leaped onto the bed, resting its body on one side against Lin Yi's legs. Lin Yi stroked the cat's soft fur and suddenly felt that it would be nice to have a pet like this. He didn't need to worry about anything and could just pet it every day. Even better, he could change the cat's breed every day. What can you give me? Cat leg rice, right? I've never eaten cat meat. Meow. A system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Get card support. Draw an item before each action. This item can only be used during this action and disappears after the action is completed. Huh? Did you do this? Meow. But what is action? In response to Lin Yi's question, the cat only made a lazy purr and seemed to have no intention of explaining at all. Like the goose, the cat could only interact with Lin Yi briefly. Lin Yi didn't ask any more questions, but continued to pet the cat, eat a little, and then began to use his gifted ability for the day. Simulated D-class personnel, Larry, extracting items, obtained items, abyss egg, number of simulations remaining, 10. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Yi sat in the prison van, a look of helplessness on his face. Since arriving here, he had to ride in the prison van every day. On Blue Star, he rarely even went to the police station, and when he did, it was only to get his ID card. Larry was a bronze-skinned, 50-year-old hunk with sturdy muscles. Lin Yi felt that he could kill his skinny self with one punch. The abyss egg was placed by the system in Lin Yi's right trouser pocket. It was the size of a quail egg and felt like a hard-boiled egg. Lin Yi squeezed it and found it to be very resilient, even in his pocket. Items related to the abyss always give Lin Yi a bad feeling, and he doesn't know how to use this thing. This time, Lin Yi only had 2 teammates, but there were 4 supervisors. The other 2 D-class personnel also looked formidable, similar to Larry. Soon, the prison van stopped near a tunnel entrance. 8. Deadly tunnel. Lin Yi got out of the car. The prison van was still some distance away from the tunnel. The supervisors were clearly reluctant to approach it, as if they were afraid it would swallow them up. Number 1, you go in first. The captain this time was a white man with a blank expression on his face, looking unapproachable. The other 2 D-class personnel didn't move, and Lin Yi realized that he was number 1 this time, and he couldn't let others scout the way for him. Lin Yi stepped forward and asked the supervisor to put on his helmet. Can I have a weapon? He asked as usual. The supervisor glanced at the captain, and when he nodded, he pulled a dagger from his waist and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the dagger and walked towards the tunnel. The tunnel was about 20 meters wide and 10 meters high, in a semicircular shape. Two rows of yellow-white lights from the ceiling illuminated every corner of the tunnel. Lin Yi entered the tunnel from the right side. There was silence all around. There were no people and no vehicles. The corridor was long and his sight could not penetrate to the end, as if there was no end. After walking for half an hour, Lin Yi still hadn't encountered any monsters, and there was no sound in his headset. The tunnel occasionally had some bends, but there were no forks in the road. Lin Yi had no choice but to continue forward or turn back. The intensity is a bit low this time. I haven't encountered any monsters in half an hour. Last time, I died several times in half an hour. Lin Yi thought to himself. Suddenly, his vision went dark, as if all the lights went out in an instant. Lin Yi stood there, surrounded by pitch black, his own breathing and heartbeat becoming remarkably clear. He waited for a moment, then hesitated, deciding to take a step forward. This step was like flipping a switch, and the tunnel lights instantly came on. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, quickly adjusting to the sudden brightness. Just then, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow diagonally to the left. He squinted, straining to see more clearly, barely making out the shadow's vague outline. It was a tall monster, similar to a human, but its body was covered with wriggling strips of flesh. Its limbs were extremely long and narrow. Its waist and abdomen were covered with sharp bone spurs, and it had a blue-black tail on its back. Lin Yi didn't dare to delay and turned to run. With only a dagger, he couldn't possibly fight the monster. "Tunnel Master, please don't really give me a monster," he cried inwardly. The monster roared crazily and pounced on Lin Yi like a hungry wild dog. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with darkness. But the darkness only lasted for a moment, and the next moment, the ceiling light came on again. He turned around and saw that there was no monster behind him. The scene just now seemed like an illusion. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, wondering if he had seen it wrong. If he hadn't known that there was something wrong with this tunnel, he would have thought he was crazy. He hesitated for a moment, then turned back to where he had encountered the monster. The ceiling light was still on, and there was nothing there, not even a trace of the monster. Damn it, Lin Yi couldn't help but curse, his mood worsening. This mission was even more troublesome than he had imagined. He was completely unsure whether to keep going or turn back. Never mind. I can only take one path in this simulation. I'll just keep going and see what I encounter. I still have 10 chances anyway, he consoled himself. Lin Yi continued walking forward. The tunnel was completely silent, with only the echo of his own footsteps. "Give me a cup of milk tea." "No, give me a milk tea shop," he silently wished. "Let me encounter a few monsters, preferably those with quick brains." He continued to think. "Then let me return to Blue Star, and give me an extra 100 million. As Lin Yi thought this, the initial nervousness of wanting to find monsters gradually dissipated. However, reality did not go as he wished. The tunnel remained dead silent. After walking for dozens of minutes, the ceiling light went out again. This time, Lin Yi did not stop. He knew that this dark moment would pass, just like last time. He stared diagonally ahead, silently muttering in his heart. "The intensity is too low this time. I only encountered one monster after an hour of walking. Last time, I had to restart several times after half an hour." Sure enough, another figure appeared diagonally in front of the left side of the passage. This time, it was not a monster, but one of the D-class personnel riding with Lin Yi. "Why are you back? Is there something ahead?" Lin Yi asked in confusion. "How did you get ahead of me?" the other person asked almost at the same time as Lin Yi. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that the other party had mistakenly thought he had turned back. But in fact, Lin Yi had not turned back at all. There was no fork in the tunnel. Unless the other party came from the other end of the tunnel, they had to pass by Lin Yi. Will the supervisor take him to the other end of the tunnel? Is this some kind of experiment? Lin Yi kept speculating in his mind. Is he lying to me? Did he go over there when the lights went out? But what would be the point if he did? Is he really a D-class? Or is he some kind of mimic? A series of questions and uncertainties left Lin Yi feeling lost and confused, his mind in turmoil. Facing his fellow human being, he wasn't sure whether he should trust him. "What did you say? What do you mean by running in front? Are you dizzy?" The other party seemed a little alert and stretched his right hand to his waist. "Sorry, weren't the lights out earlier? I might have gone the wrong way," Lin Yi hastily explained, not wanting to clash with the other party. After all, he was strong, and the other party wasn't weak either. If he wasn't careful, he could waste a simulation opportunity. "Before? Wasn't it just now? You're so hard to understand, a foreigner." The other party frowned, seemingly not believing Lin Yi's explanation. Seeing Lin Yi's good attitude, the other party did not continue to draw his weapon, but simply did not approach him. "You've only experienced the lights going out once?" "I've experienced it once before," Lin Yi asked casually. The two of them kept a safe distance. "Oh, so that's how it is. Maybe it's because the road section is different. I just encountered a situation where the lights went out, and it was pitch black around me. I couldn't see anything. I waited for a while, and the lights came on again. The other party complained. Me too. Lin Yi rubbed his hair, feeling even more depressed. The task was more complicated than he had imagined. That's perfect. Since you're looking back, let's go back together. After all, we've been walking for so long, and we can't see the end, and there's no sound coming from the headset. I've wanted to go back for a long time, but I'm afraid I'll be killed by those bastards if I go back alone. The other party said softly. Okay, let's go back together. They probably won't kill us. At most, they'll let us go one more time, Lin Yi agreed. As he approached the other party, Lin Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. The other party was listless and looked even more exhausted than he was. Oh, I'm a little hungry after walking for so long. Luckily, I ate a little before coming here. The other party sighed. How long have you been here? Lin Yi asked, feeling a little uneasy. Huh? Almost 3 hours. I'm so tired, the other party replied. 9. Mobius Ring. Lin Yi hurriedly took a step back, but Jesse had disappeared, just like the monster, leaving no trace at all. MD. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath and turned around to go back. If the D-class personnel hadn't lied to him and wasn't mentally ill, then the anomaly in this tunnel was likely related to time. Lin Yi had never come across anything that could alter time, and just imagining it made him feel incredibly troubled. No, I can't jump to conclusions just yet. Maybe there's nothing wrong with time, but perhaps something else is going on, Lin Yi pondered. He walked back, his heart full of doubts. He didn't know how long he had walked, but it was definitely longer than the time he had gone deeper. Ahead was still a long passage, and the entrance was no longer visible. Oh, I'm done. I'm not going to be trapped here, am I? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. He cut off some pieces of clothing and threw them on the ground, then continued walking towards the original entrance. However, after walking for a while, his vision suddenly went black. Having experienced this twice, Lin Yi had some experience. Something must be passing by. He took a step forward, and the darkness disappeared. A figure appeared at the front of the passage. It was another D-class personnel, Reynolds. Why did you turn around? Reynolds looked at Lin Yi with confusion, clearly sensing that something was amiss with him. How many times have you been here? Reynolds asked nervously. Lin Yi didn't answer immediately, but asked his own question. How long have I been walking? You said you changed directions several times, so why can't you get out? I'm number 3. Of course I was the third one to come in. As for how long I was gone, probably a few hours. I didn't bring a watch, so I don't know how long it took. There was a hint of vigilance in Reynolds' tone. Lin Yi didn't say anything, just turned around and continued walking forward. But Reynolds stopped him. Wait, can't you get out either? I changed directions several times, but I always ended up back where I left off. All the traces I left behind are gone. Why did the lights go out just now? Do you know how to get out? Although he had no good feelings towards Lin Yi, this was the first person Reynolds had met in the tunnel, and he didn't want to be trapped here. Lin Yi ignored him and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and Reynolds disappeared. Haha, as expected. Lin Yi laughed and involuntarily sped up. Although he didn't know if it would be any use if he continued to move forward, he knew that he couldn't stop or wait for death. After walking for quite a while, Lin Yi discovered that he wasn't tired at all, nor did he feel hungry or thirsty. He even felt strangely happy. What's going on? Why do I feel a little better? Lin Yi muttered to himself as he walked, his pace getting faster and faster. He walked alone through the long tunnel, time seemingly unimportant. Finally, the tunnel darkened again. This time, Lin Yi didn't stop. The darkness flashed by, and he looked diagonally ahead, only to be stunned. He saw himself. Although he was wearing a helmet, Lin Yi was certain that the man before him was himself based on his body shape, skin color, and the familiar orange prison uniform. Lin Yi turned and ran, and Lin Yi hurriedly chased after him, shouting for him to stop. However, the scene before his eyes went dark again, and the man disappeared. Lin Yi froze in place, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu. He quickly lowered his head to look at his body. It was no longer human, but the form of a monster, a wriggling strip of flesh, long, narrow limbs, and a waist covered in bone spurs. Abyss egg. When was I affected? How come I didn't even notice? He suddenly understood. It's an abyss item, and carrying it will cause this. Lin Yi didn't panic about turning into a monster. After all, it was just a simulation. The most important thing now was to figure out how to escape this predicament. Nothing else mattered. Time loop? But how does it loop? Does it have to do with the direction? Does it have to do with the number of people? If I kill those 2 D-class personnel, will the tunnel collapse? Should I commit suicide and then report the situation here to the captain? As soon as these thoughts appeared, Lin Yi immediately rejected them. Unless the simulations were reset to 0, he would never risk reporting the situation directly to the captain. After all, his innate ability was a D-class personnel simulator, and if he didn't resolve the tunnel anomaly, he might not be able to return to reality. Furthermore, Lin Yu was wary of this organization. They were willing to sacrifice human lives to handle unusual incidents, and he couldn't imagine their methods. If he drew their attention, the consequences would be unpredictable. In the worst-case scenario, he might be trapped in this simulation forever, unable to return to the shelter. He had no idea of the state of his body. If he just lay in bed in the shelter, he would soon die from lack of water. So he had to rely on himself to solve this problem. Even as he pondered, Lin Yi continued to walk. After transforming into a monster, his physical fitness had improved dramatically, and he felt no fatigue at all. Before Lin Yi could figure out the principle of the cycle, the tunnel plunged into darkness once again. How could it be so fast? Lin Yi was a little surprised. He took a step forward, and the light illuminated the front again. A monster stood diagonally across the passage. This monster was even more massive than Lin Yi was now, its body covered in all sorts of twisted, alienated organs, making it look even scarier than he was. Lin Yi didn't run away, knowing full well that this monster was his next self in the next cycle. The two monsters stood facing each other in the middle of the passage. Lin Yi tried to greet them, but all he got was a strange roar. Lin Yi was prepared for the next cycle. He tore off a strip of meat, spilling dark red liquid onto the ground. Then, in the next cycle, Lin Yi began to write on the ground with a piece of meat dipped in blood. Due to the abnormal twisting of the monster's fingers, he could only barely write a few deformed words with the meat. Kill me now. This is my last chance. I can't hold on any longer. If I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to proceed to the next simulation. After writing these words, Lin Yi, in his next cycle, tore open his chest, exposing his internal organs. Without hesitation, he extended his forelimbs and completely mashed his vital organs. He believed in himself, and the other party had written down information about the simulation. Regardless, killing the other party would unlock the next simulation. After confirming that he had completely killed himself, Lin Yi let the body go. Just as Lin Yi was about to move on, he suddenly noticed some scars on the corpse. Perhaps due to the monster's strong recovery ability, the wounds had healed, but some marks remained. They were 3 mathematical symbols representing positive infinity, intertwined to form a strange pattern. Lin Yi didn't understand what he was trying to say. Was he saying this road would never end? Even if that were the case, 1 infinity symbol would have been enough. 3 seemed too hopeless. However, Lin Yi soon realized that this wasn't infinity, but 3 Mobius strips. 10. Alienation research. No one knows Lin Yi better than himself, and he quickly catches up with his own thoughts. The Mobius strip is an infinitely cyclic topological structure. Although Lin Yi did not have a deep understanding of this structure, he knew that he just felt that the current situation was like a manifestation of the Mobius strip. The 3 Mobius strips represented 3 D-class personnel. Could it be that we didn't enter the same tunnel? Instead, there's an intersection between these strips? Lin Yi thought of the previous lights-out phenomenon. Perhaps it was a peculiar phenomenon caused by the intersection of 2 Mobius strips. If you don't move forward, the light will remain off. If you take 1 step forward, the light will illuminate the tunnel, and the moment it illuminates, you will inevitably meet someone on the other ring. If you don't move forward, you will never meet. Lin Yi looked down at his feet. So, are we really walking in the ring of time? If I don't move, I'll stay at that point in time forever, and the lights will remain off. Once I move, I'll leave the intersection, and the distance between people will disappear. So the direction is actually unimportant. My only choices are to stay or to move forward. Not long after I entered, I encountered myself, who had transformed into a monster. The 3 rings intersect, each intersecting with the other 2. The 2 I met, number 2 and number 3, were not the ones who came later, but those who had circled back and had not yet met me. But why did the next I ask me to kill him? Why not repeat it a few more times? Shouldn't we try to break this cycle? Wouldn't going back just be a fresh start? Could it be that I has found a way to break it but hasn't told me? No, since it's so important, I couldn't possibly not mention it at all. I left you the Mobius strip as a hint, indicating that I haven't figured out how to crack it. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? This is my last chance. I can't hold on any longer. I can't simulate another one. Is there anything that can stop me from continuing? Why can't I even commit suicide? Abyss Egg. The Abyss Egg is causing my body to metamorphose. If this continues, I'll completely lose control and won't even be able to commit suicide. An out-of-control monster will cycle forever, and I'll be trapped here. But won't the monster kill me in the loop? No, with each loop, the monster gets stronger. Without my cooperation, I won't be able to kill my next loop. And I can't kill myself, because without me, I cease to exist. If I let myself kill myself, will that end this cycle? No, that's too risky. My understanding of time is not deep enough, and trying it casually may lead to greater risks. There are still certain patterns here. Once a time paradox is triggered, I may be lost in this time tunnel forever. Lin Yi walked relentlessly, his body's altered state affecting his mental state. Someone seemed to whisper in his ears, the voice indistinct yet incessant. Occasionally, a flash of light passed through his vision, but upon closer inspection, nothing could be discerned. If this continues, he'll soon become a true madman. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll leave the cycle to the next simulated self. From now on, I just have to move towards the predetermined ending. Lin Yi began to relax his body, checking his condition as he walked. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have fewer alienated organs than his next cycle self. Did these organs evolve later? But why are they growing on the surface of the body? No, the blood corpse's alienated organs are inside the body. Is it because of the special properties of the abyss egg? But what kind of creature would grow its vital organs on the surface of its body? They are not decorations. Did I induce labor myself? But why would I induce the growth of alien organs on my body? To commit suicide. By the way, the life force of the alienated creatures is extremely strong. If I don't think of a way, I may not be able to kill myself at all. So, I have to move the alienated organs that are about to grow to the surface of the body. Lin Yi began to study his body. As he delved deeper, he discovered that after becoming a monster, he seemed to have gained a perception ability that transcended his five senses. This ability was so powerful that he could perceive everything around him without using his eyes, and could even sense changes in his body. Relying on this perception, Lin Yi began to control his alienation process. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi once again encountered his previous self. On the way, he met number 2 and number 3 again. After seeing him, they turned around and ran away because Lin Yi looked too scary now. When he met himself, Lin Yi replayed the scene of their encounter according to the previous script, the alienated organs on the body, the traces of the Mobius strip, the bloody words, the ripped open chest. Everything went smoothly as before. After all, this was the destined ending. Lin Yi had already begun to lose control. The abyss egg had its own consciousness, and Lin Yi could not bypass it to commit suicide. Opening his chest was already his limit. On the way, he concentrated all his energy in his heart, giving birth to a deformed yet powerful alienated heart. There is no doubt that this heart is his fatal weakness. After this simulation, Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of alienated creatures and organs, and even began to consider whether to try alienating his original body. He didn't want to become a monster, but was attracted by the strength of the alienated creatures. The human body has its limits. No matter how much training and improvement is made, it can only approach that limit infinitely, and can never break through it. Alienation is the key to breaking through these limits. The word alienation isn't accurate. It's a form of evolution at the level of life itself, requiring precise control of dosage. Once the limit is exceeded, a monster will emerge. Transformation into a monster isn't just about physical deformation. It also profoundly impacts the mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a familiar prisoner van, facing D-Class personnel number 2. Number of simulations remaining, 9. There are still 9 simulations. If I wasn't worried about the main body being damaged due to the long time, I might simulate a few more times here to carefully study the alienation process. Lin Yi suddenly realized that his innate ability. 11. Abyssal consciousness. Lin Yi was once again the first to enter the tunnel. This time, unlike the previous simulation, the order of entry into the tunnels did not affect the outcome. Communicating with the captain and letting number 2 and number 3 enter first might actually lead to unexpected complications. He could try this, but it wasn't necessary. Lin Yi did not make any decision that might affect the future. This time he did not intend to drastically change the outcome of the simulation. He just wanted to be killed by himself peacefully, just like last time. Time loops are extremely dangerous. If you act recklessly based on the number of simulations, you might end up in a situation where you can't even commit suicide. He decided to use this simulation to think about how to safely end this time loop. Lin Yi did not throw away the abyss egg. This thing was very troublesome. Throwing it away might lead to unpredictable consequences, but if he carried it with him, he would face the risk of alienation. Without the abyss egg, he could communicate with his next self, giving him more time to think during each simulation. However, without the abyss egg, he couldn't gain a deeper understanding of the process of alienation. It was hard to say which was better. This time, Lin Yi kept a close eye on his body, wary of turning into a monster like last time without realizing it. Perhaps his perception had changed, as he clearly felt the abyss egg begin to affect him. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Yi's vision went dark. He took a step forward, and suddenly, he appeared across from him in a monster form. Lin Yi approached him, and just as he was about to ask, the monster Lin Yi spoke first. It doesn't matter. This time I controlled the alienation process and retained my language ability, but I may not be able to speak in the next cycle. His voice was hoarse and sounded a little out of tune, but it was better than communicating by writing in blood. Let's get to the point. We don't have much time. Have you found a way to end the cycle? This was the first time Lin Yi had a conversation with himself, and it felt really strange. Don't be anxious. We are standing at a certain time node. As long as we don't move forward, we have unlimited time. The monster Lin Yi's expression seemed unusually calm, as if everything was under control. Lin Yi felt something was wrong. What are you talking about? Our bodies are still in the shelter. Are you sure the time here is synchronized with the shelter? What if the simulated time is superimposed? I'm afraid I'll find myself starving to death when I go back. Lin Yi was a little confused. He shouldn't be able to think of such simple things. The monster Lin Yi's composure gradually disappeared, as if he had just realized the problem. I may not be able to help you. This simulation failed. Kill me. Lin Yi did not rush to act. He wanted to find out where the problem was. What's going on? The abyss is more terrifying than I thought. As my understanding of the abyss deepens, the influence of the abyss consciousness on me is also intensifying. I have fallen into it. You must kill me, and you cannot enter the next cycle. The monster Lin Yi tore open his body and handed the dagger at his waist to Lin Yi. Don't worry, we still have time. Just like you said, we are standing at the time node, and the influence of the abyss consciousness on you will not deepen. Lin Yi said in a calm tone. No, the abyss is far from that simple. Time and space cannot stop the influence of the abyss. The monster Lin Yi's smile became weird. He opened his arms, and his body fell to the ground behind him like a free fall. Blood gushed out of his chest and splashed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't dodge, but quickly stepped forward and stabbed him several times, completely killing him. At that moment, the monster Lin Yi seemed to be reminding him of something, but Lin Yi was completely unable to understand his intentions. He could only continue to move forward, continuing to sense the changes in his body. Under the influence of the abyss egg, the free energy in the air rapidly poured into Lin Yi's body. Under these circumstances, it was difficult for him to slow down the rate of alienation, and he could only affect the already alienated parts. His heart was the first to undergo alienation, gradually forming the first alienated organ. The moment the alienated heart took shape, Lin Yi sensed a vaster world. It was a bottomless, boundless abyss. It was emptiness, a world, everything. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the abyss, gazing into its depths, as if he saw countless things, yet also seemed to see nothing. What are you talking about? Our bodies are still in the shelter. Can you be sure that the time here is synchronized with the shelter? What if the simulation time is superimposed? I'm afraid that I'll find myself starving to death when I return. Lin Yi suddenly came to his senses and found himself in front of him again. I may not be able to help you. This simulation failed. Kill me. Lin Yi on the other side did not take action, but asked, what's going on? The abyss is more terrifying than I thought. As my understanding of the abyss deepens, the influence of the abyss consciousness becomes stronger and stronger. I have fallen into it. You must kill me, and you cannot enter the next cycle. The monster Lin Yi tore open his body, revealing his alienated heart, and handed the dagger at his waist to another self. Don't worry, we still have time. As you said, we are standing at a certain point in time, and the influence of the abyss consciousness will not deepen. Lin Yi said, his expression still calm. No, the abyss is far from that simple. Time and space cannot stop the influence of the abyss. The monster Lin Yi smiled strangely, finally understanding how to leave. He opened his arms and let his body fall to the ground. Blood gushed out and splashed on Lin Yi across from him. The body fell heavily to the ground, and Lin Yi fell into the abyss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and sat back in his familiar seat, next to D-Class Personnel Number 3. Number of simulations remaining, 8. The simulation isn't over yet. Do I have to leave the tunnel alive, or do I have to resolve the anomaly? Never mind, it's almost the same anyway. Lin Yi knew how he should deal with this tunnel. As long as he connected the abyss to the tunnel, the abyss would help him solve all problems. In fact, in the last simulation, Lin Yi had already solved the problem of the tunnel loop, but perhaps because he was already dead at that time, he had to start a new simulation. This time, as long as I can walk out of the tunnel alive, everything will be over. Yes, as long as I leave everything to the abyss, all problems will be solved. Lin Yi showed a strange smile. 12. Alienation cards. Lin Yi entered the tunnel again. This time he didn't need to walk too far and could arrive in half an hour. Lin Yi walked in the tunnel with a fanatical look on his face. This fanaticism spread throughout his body like a virus, causing his overall body temperature to rise by 2 degrees Celsius. The high fever ignited his sanity, burning away what little sanity remained. Crazy thoughts occupied his brain. If he hadn't completed the task, he would have wanted to cut off his head to see what it felt like. Finally, Lin Yi stepped into the darkness. This time he did not leave, but took out the abyss egg and held it above his head. At the same time, in the darkness on the other side, another Lin Yi also raised a broken abyss egg above his head. In the other 2 cycles, the incomplete abyss egg grew in the darkness and gradually took shape. The ceremony begins, the abyss connects to the tunnel, and the entire tunnel falls into the abyss. Lin Yi also wanted to fall into the void and fall endlessly, but the anomaly had disappeared, the mission had been completed, and some force forcibly pulled him back to the ground. Once you exit the tunnel, it's all over. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 8. 8 random items that appear in this event. Obtain time rule fragment 1. Achieve title, falling into the abyss. Abyssal remnants detected in the shelter, processing in progress. Processing completed, obtain the gate of the abyss. Lin Yi woke up from the bed. He was not fully awake yet. It was like he had just had a very long dream, and he could not tell where he was. The red cat jumped onto Lin Yi's lap and rubbed his belly with its head. I'm in the shelter. Mission completed. Another half a minute passed before Lin Yi figured out the situation. Recalling the memories from the simulation, he shuddered unconsciously. For him, the feeling of being completely out of control was extremely terrifying. If the shelter had not been absolutely safe, he would probably still be in that state. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Now that things have come to this, let's see what we can gain first. Lin Yi glanced at the other dark door that appeared on the wall of the room and pretended it didn't exist. I was lucky this time, and it was difficult to die in the tunnel. I had 8 simulations left and obtained a total of 8 items. 8 items were placed on the floor, including a pistol loaded with bullets, a simple diet pack, a simple medical kit for alienated organs that looked somewhat familiar, and a black egg the size of a quail egg. Lin Yi opened the system and submitted the 4 alienated organs he produced to the shelter upgrade task, and the task progress became May 10th. Lin Yi sorted the other items into different categories and placed them in the corner of the room, together with the items he had obtained before. He placed the abyss egg outside the sliding door. Although it was no longer dangerous, he still didn't want to be in the same room with it. There are 3 prompts on the system panel, namely time fragments, Gate of the Abyss, and the new title obtained by Lin Yi. Lin Yi checked them one by one. Time rule fragments can be integrated into talents to add new effects to talents. Note, this precious fragment has special functions and is very compatible with your innate abilities. Should I integrate the fragments of time rules into my innate abilities? Yes. Lin Yi checked his personal information again and found that his talents had changed. Personal information. Name, Lin Yi. Gender, male. Age, 24. Innate ability, D-Class Personnel Simulator. Note, Savior, the one who fell into the abyss. Class Personnel Simulator. 1 D-Class personnel on a mission can be randomly simulated every day. After death, go back in time and conduct a reality simulation 1/1. Note, why would anyone want to die? I shit. Lin Yi felt that happiness came too suddenly. The new effect added by the time rule fragments was stronger than the talent ability itself. Although it could only be used once, it was enough for him. This is an insurance policy. Even if he dies, as long as it is not a desperate situation where death is inevitable, Lin Yi can come back alive through simulation. And as long as we find new fragments of the time rules, we may be able to increase the number of times this ability can be used. Lin Yi clicked on a new title. Falling into the Abyss. You once fell into the abyss and escaped from it with the help of external forces. Note, you are receiving attention from certain beings in the abyss. Lin Yi. Gate of the Abyss. The passage connecting to the abyss opens the gate of the abyss and allows you to invite certain people from the abyss to visit your sanctuary. Note, if you can prepare something that they are interested in, they will give you a satisfactory reward. Lin Yi looked at the dark door and decided not to touch it for the time being. The shelter is indeed absolutely safe, but what if those so-called people of the abyss don't leave? You have to know that absolute safety only lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, it will be Lin Yi who will feel uncomfortable. Lin Yi glanced at the time. This simulation only took a few hours, and it was not yet noon. It was still foggy outside the window, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Occasionally there would be some movement outside the door, but I couldn't see anything through the peephole. Lin Yi took out an energy bar and a bottle of mineral water, opened the communication interface, and started eating lunch. As soon as he opened the communication interface, Lin Yi saw a lot of messages with pictures. At first he thought they were pornographic pictures, but when he looked closely he found that they were all pictures of body deformation. Look at my Chilean arm. I feel like I can blow up a blood corpse with one punch. Arm picture. King Kong's legs are still the strongest. He killed 2 zombies with one kick. Leg picture. Hey guys, do you have any extra alienation cards? I'll trade them for food. Ask for the arm card. Trade it for the leg card. Who has the red liquid? High price. Where's Goose Legs? Have you transformed? Do you have any transformation strategies? I've alienated my internal organs. What's the point? Picture of the abdomen. Damn, a rare card. I don't know what it's good for, though. You can cut it open and see. Hey everyone, I'm a student, and I'm looking for a mutation card, preferably one that allows mutation of all 4 limbs. Is the brain of the person upstairs alienated? Why isn't it dark yet? My diamond legs are already thirsty. The group was full of information about the alienated cards. Lin Yi scrolled through it and quickly found the reason. One survivor accidentally used the dark red card, which mutated his right arm. He was terrified and went to the group for help, but this instead triggered a wave of mutated cards. The use of alienation cards is very simple. Just stick the card on your skin. After a few minutes, the card will blend into your skin and alienation will occur automatically. Alienated cards have different patterns, and cards with different patterns have different alienated parts. Currently, the most popular ones are alienated cards with arms and legs, and this type of alienated card happens to be the most numerous. However, alienation requires a large amount of matter and energy. The survivor ate all the edible things in the shelter, but it was useless. Finally, he drank a bottle of red liquid to complete the alienation. 13. Second night exploration. Lin Yi looked at the chat group in bewilderment. These people were so bold that he didn't even dare to mutate his own body at will. Is this what ignorance is all about? Lin Yi did not send the dangers of alienation to the group, but only replied in the group. Lin Yi, I haven't been alienated, but it feels quite dangerous and a little scary. The reason why the dangers of alienation are not publicized is because Lin Yi only has a vague understanding of alienation. He will not say much about things that he does not understand deeply. Since the system allows them to obtain alienation cards, it means that using alienation cards is also a part of survival, which is not something Lin Yi can interfere with. After finishing half of a tasteless energy bar, Lin Yi opened the trading interface. He compared the patterns, kept one of each for himself, and hung up the remaining arm and leg mutation cards in exchange for cards of other parts of the body and other items. Not long after, Lin Yi received a private message from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, hello, Brother Lin. Lin Yi, what? Zhang Liang, Brother Lin, do you know anything about the alienation cards? Lin Yi, I have some understanding, but I don't know it deeply. I'm afraid of misleading others, so I didn't post it. Zhang Liang, can you tell me about it? Lin Yi, alienation is very dangerous. It's best to wait a little longer. Zhang Liang, that's all. Lin Yi, yes. Zhang Liang, do you see any of the alienation cards you need here? Zhang Liang posted several pictures of cards. Lin Yi, I don't have the 4th one yet. Zhang Liang immediately initiated a transaction and traded the card to Lin Yi. Zhang Liang, can you tell me more? Lin Yi, the principle of alienation is that the body absorbs energy to strengthen itself, and alienated organs are the phased results of strengthening. Alienation needs to be maintained within a certain limit, otherwise it will cause extremely serious effects on the body and mind. But this limit is difficult to maintain. It's okay in the shelter, but breathing and moving in the red maze will automatically absorb this energy to strengthen your body, so I don't recommend you use alienation cards. Zhang Liang, so even if we don't use the alienation cards, we can still alienate our bodies by moving around in the red maze? Lin Yi, no, the energy absorbed by breathing and movement affects the body very slowly. It is nothing compared to using the alienation card. What I mean is that if you use the card and then go to the red maze, there will be no effect for a short period of time, but if you keep doing it, you will be finished in no time. But since the system allows you to get the card, it means that there will be a way to solve this situation in the future, and you may die outside if you don't use it now, so I don't want to say more. It's up to you to consider whether to use it or not. Zhang Liang, I understand. Thank you for your explanation. Lin Yi, you're welcome, you paid for it. Zhang Liang, President, I have finished asking. He asked for card number 4. This is a screenshot. Wu Ming, thank you for your hard work. As expected, card number 4 is the rarest, and there are only 2 in the guild. Zhang Liang, should we tell these members about this information? Wu Ming, tell them in a graded manner, and only tell the core personnel about the red maze. Zhang Liang, got it. Wu Ming, Don't use the alienation card for now. It's too risky. Tell me if you need anything. Zhang Liang. Yes, thank you for your concern, President. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Lin Yi had just finished eating the remaining half of an energy bar when he received a system notification. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, explore the maze. Would you like to join? 09:59. Yes. It only took Lin Yi half a minute to put on his equipment. He had already packed everything he needed into his backpack and was ready to go at any time. 10 minutes passed quickly. Lin Yi put the cat down and watched the countdown reach 0. 00:00. Lin Yi rubbed his head and climbed up from the dark red ground. The corridors and rooms around him were still familiar, and his backpack and weapons were fine. 3 days before the nighttime event, the probability of treasure chests appearing will be increased, the probability of creatures appearing at different levels will be reduced, and the quality of treasure chest output will be improved. The first treasure chest opened by participants will definitely contain a shelter upgrade blueprint. Nighttime activities begin. 01:59:59. Obtained item, Lucky Cat Tail Amulet. Lucky Cat Tail Amulet. Improve the quality of items in the treasure chest. Note, it is said that cats have 9 lives, so they should also have 9 tails, right? The cat tail amulet is a cat tail necklace. Lin Yi put it on his neck and felt warm. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he had found a cross necklace before, but because there was no system prompt, he didn't know what the necklace was used for. The cross necklace was in the backpack, and not only that, but also the alienation cards, red liquid, food, and medicine. He brought everything he might need. Lin Yi tried to put the cross necklace around his neck. For a moment, he seemed to be back in the tunnel, and he experienced the extraordinary senses that only a monster possessed. Fuck! Lin Yi hurriedly took off the necklace. This thing was so effective that he was afraid of any side effects, so it would be better to go back to the shelter to study it further. After putting away the necklace, Lin Yi began to look for the locked red room in the blood corpse. He still needed 5 alienated organs to upgrade the shelter. Now that he has bullets, he is not afraid of encountering ordinary mutated creatures. If it is the blood corpse like before, he may not have to waste bullets at all. In the previous simulation, Lin Yi understood in detail how to kill alienated creatures from the perspective of alienated monsters. The alienated organs are the vital points of alienated creatures. As long as the alienated organs are destroyed, the problem can be easily solved. The alienated parts are generally more obvious and easy to find. It only took 5 minutes for Lin Yi to come across a locked red room. Including the red key obtained from the trade, Lin Yi now has 7 red keys and 1 metal red key for a special room, so he doesn't have to worry about running out for the time being. Before unlocking the door, Lin Yi knocked on the door as usual. Just when he thought that there was no movement in the room as before, he heard light footsteps from inside the room. An unexpected gain? Lin Yi knocked hard on the door again, and this time there was a clear roar and the sound of limbs hitting the door coming from the room. Sounds like it's a blood corpse. Should I use a pistol? It seems like a waste of bullets. Those D-class personnel who were still alive knew a few close combat techniques, and Lin Yi also learned a few after the simulation. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi inserted the pistol in an easily accessible place, pulled out the dagger with his right hand, opened the door with the key with his left hand, and stepped back at the same time. Boom. The bloody corpse broke open the door and pounced on Lin Yi like a madman. Lin Yi dodged the blood corpse's attack by moving sideways and stepped hard on the side of the blood corpse's left knee. Snap! The blood corpse's left knee was directly stepped on by Lin Yi and deformed. Before the blood corpse, which had lost its balance, could react, Lin Yi stabbed the dagger into the blood corpse's side. There was obviously something wrong with that place, and it was probably the alienated part of the blood corpse. Pulling out the dagger, Lin Yi turned around and ran. The blood corpse limped after him for a while, then fell to the ground and became completely motionless. 14. Open door. After handing over the blood corpse's alienated organs, Lin Yi returned to the door. The door had been pushed open by the blood corpse, and a mahogany box was placed in the open room. When the box was opened, a long blood-red straight knife was found inside. The blade was about 1 meter long. The blade was straight and had no edge. Although it was called a long knife, it looked more like a long sword with a single-edged blade. The handle is pure black and there is no scabbard. Wow, great. I just need a longer weapon. Lin Yi carefully grasped the handle of the knife and picked it up from the ground. The red knife was not heavy, but not light either, just right for use. There is only one item in the treasure chest, which may be the effect of the cat's tail amulet. Lin Yi tried the red knife on the blood corpse. The red knife easily cut through the flesh of the blood corpse with little resistance. After cutting the blood corpse into pieces, Lin Yi continued to explore the red maze. With this weapon, as long as he could find enough blood corpses, he was sure that he could upgrade the shelter today. Just as Lin Yi was happily exploring the maze, he came across a red room with an open door. He carefully leaned in and took a look. This glance made Lin Yi take a step back unconsciously. It is difficult to describe the situation in the room. If I had to describe it, I would use 2 words. Nest. Inside is a nest of flesh and blood. The ground, walls, ceiling, every part of the room was covered with wriggling flesh and blood. Various debris were stacked and stuck together to form some kind of new creature. The most conspicuous of these was a man who had been disassembled and scattered around the room, mixed with other objects. What the hell is this? Even Lin Yi, who had experienced many storms, was shocked by the scene in the room. It was abnormal and beyond common sense. Before Lin Yi could react further, the monster in the room had already noticed him and attacked first. The entire corridor began to shake, and piles of flesh and blood squeezed out of the room, roaring and rushing towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and ran. This monster was beyond his ability to deal with in every aspect. Don't run. Help. Have you eaten yet? Hello? Various sounds came from the flesh and blood. The loudest sound came from the man's head. Even though it was only connected to a few strips of flesh, it was still crying for help. Lin Yi couldn't save it, so he was the one who wanted to cry for help. The monster's speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Lin Yi could be faster than the monster at full speed, but he couldn't keep running at full speed. He could only hold on for a few minutes at most before he became exhausted. Once he is caught up by the monster behind him, it will be his turn to be torn into pieces. Lin Yi tried to distance himself from the monster, but even though it was half a corridor away and out of sight, the monster still showed no intention of stopping and kept chasing after him, as if it would not stop until he was dead. In fact, Lin Yi could find a room to hide in, but that would leave him with no way out, and he would be doomed if the monster blocked the door. So now he could only run forward and hope to find a passage to leave here. Half a minute later, Lin Yi began to slow down. He could actually still hold on, but after a while, he would no longer be able to resist. Lin Yi took out a cross necklace from his backpack and put it around his neck. He didn't know if this thing had any side effects, but he urgently needed his perception to figure out the alienated part of the monster. After putting on the necklace, Lin Yi was stunned. A large amount of messy information that he had never noticed before poured into his brain. At this moment, he seemed to have ascended to a higher dimension, as if he had entered a lower dimension. But this feeling only lasted for a short while, and soon Lin Yi returned to normal, as if the extraordinary senses just now were just an illusion. However, he still had a little feeling left, and combined with his previous simulation experience, he followed this feeling and regained a faint extraordinary sense. He could feel his body moving violently, his muscles tense, his heart racing, his brain sparking. His life was burning fiercely, but it was not as obvious compared to the monster chasing him. If Lin Yi is a burning torch, then the monster behind him is the flowing magma. There is an essential difference between them. Lin Yi slowed down his pace. He wanted to get closer to the monster so that he could sense it more clearly. Since he couldn't run away, he could only find a way to solve it. According to the information Lin Yi perceived, a reckless head-on confrontation would have absolutely no chance of winning. His chance of winning depends on those 10 bullets. Only if he can hit the monster's vital points with those 10 bullets can he have a chance of survival. Lin Yi pretended to be exhausted and let the monster behind him close the distance. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters. When the monster was 8 meters away from Lin Yi, it suddenly paused, and then several sounds of breaking through the air were heard from behind. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Yi realized something was wrong when the monster paused. Before the sound was heard, he suddenly fell to the ground and rolled and crawled past the corner at the end of the corridor by inertia. The flesh and blood like bullets hit the wall, leaving blood-red marks. If Lin Yi had reacted slower, if he hadn't had the ability to perceive, he would have been torn to pieces by those flesh and blood bullets. After turning the corner, Lin Yi climbed up. Instead of turning around and continuing to run away, he stuck to the inside of the corner, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and waited for the monster to approach. He was too close to the monster, and there was no safe distance between them. If he continued to escape, there were only 2 possibilities. Either he would be shot to death by the monster, or he would dodge the flesh and blood bullets and be caught up by the monster and cut into pieces. So this corner is his only chance to win. Lin Yi closed his eyes, his perception spreading outward like invisible tentacles, and time seemed infinitely stretched at this moment. For meters, Lin Yi raised his 2 guns, pointed the muzzles at the wall, and moved along the point where the energy in the monster's body was most intense. 3 meters. 2 main points and 4 secondary points. 2 meters. 10 bullets, 2 for each main point, 1 for each secondary point, and 2 bullets as spares. 1 meter. The muzzle needs to move twice and can be shaken by recoil. 0. Shot. The moment the monster crashed into the corner, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. His eyelids opened as wide as possible. His pupils shrank to a point. His fingers twitched, and the bullet pierced into the monster's body like a cone. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle of the gun was less than 20 centimeters away from the monster's body surface. At this distance, Lin Yi would definitely not make a mistake. Without watching the results of the battle, Lin Yi started to retreat while shooting and shot the monster twice more while retreating. Bang! These 2 shots were intended to destroy the monster's overall sense of balance. Lin Yi couldn't explain why he fired. He just suddenly felt that it would be better to fire 2 more shots. The effect of these 2 shots was better than Lin Yi expected. The monster was trying to struggle and attack him, but was knocked down by the last 2 shots. The monster collapsed on the ground and struggled for a long time before getting up again. Lin Yi watched the monster struggle from a distance until it completely stopped moving. He waited for another 10 minutes and only approached the monster's body when he sensed that the monster was indeed dead. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly went dark, his brain felt a sharp pain, his stomach was surging, and the almost digested food rushed into his mouth along with stomach acid. Ahem. Shit. Lin Yi lay on the ground and retched for a while, and only felt better after he vomited out everything in his stomach. But the darkness still remained in front of my eyes, and the stabbing pain in my brain became more and more intense. Lin Yi hurriedly took off the cross necklace, and the special senses faded, and the tingling in his brain gradually eased. 15. Storeroom. This necklace is too strong. Lin Yi collapsed powerlessly on the ground, looking at the dark red ceiling, with occasional snowflakes and golden stars flashing before his eyes. After lying there for more than 10 minutes, the after effects of the cross necklace completely subsided. Lin Yi got up from the ground, walked to the body, and began to deal with it. This monster is different from the previous blood corpse. The 2 are not at the same level of life at all, and their corpses are quite valuable. It took Lin Yi half an hour to completely dismantle the mass of flesh and blood, and found 6 alienated organs inside. After dissecting these alienated organs, it was found that the structures inside were complex and chaotic. The degree of alienation was extremely high, and the stability was extremely poor. That's why this monster is so messy. Lin Yi couldn't think of which word to use to describe this monster. Continuing the dissection, Lin Yi noted down the structures of these alienated organs, and finally found some irregular dark red crystals in 2 main organs. Stones? No, they should be energy crystals, otherwise it would be difficult for these organs to burst out such high energy during exercise. Lin Yi found a small bag to put the crystals away. He was very interested in this kind of crystals. I handed in 4 alienated organs to complete the mission, and collected the crystals and the remaining alienated organs. Lin Yi ate something and returned to the open room. He found an alienation card that he didn't have. He put the card away and continued exploring along the corridor. He is in very poor condition now and has run out of bullets. It will be very troublesome if he encounters monsters again. Fortunately, this place is big enough, with a lot of space and few people, so it takes a long time to walk before encountering a monster. With 15 minutes left in the countdown, Lin Yi came across another red corridor with no rooms. Lin Yi quickly ran to the end of the corridor and pushed open the red double doors. It was still the same hall, with red double doors opposite and a mahogany door on the left, but this time there was a light yellow locked room on the right. There are quite a lot of variations. Lin Yi knocked on the door and confirmed that there was no movement inside. He first tried with the red key. When that didn't work, he used the metal key for the special room to open the door. After opening the door, the metal key disappeared. Pushing open the door, there was a standard light yellow room inside. There were 2 machines in the room. Lin Yi understood their functions after just a glance. Because it's so obvious that whoever made these 2 machines probably wanted to make a machine that even an idiot could use. There is a vending machine on the left and an automatic cashier on the right. The currency is red coins, and the merchandise is displayed in glass cases. Although there was no introduction to the items, Lin Yi had seen some of the products inside. Red liquid, 1 red coin/bottle. Some kind of alienated card, 10 red coins per card. Some kind of alienated card, 5 red coins per card. Some kind of alienated card, 3 red coins per card. There were only 4 types of items in the machine that Lin Yi recognized. There were several alienated cards worth 3 red coins, 2 worth 5, and only 1 worth 10. In addition to these, there are more expensive and darker red liquids in the machine, as well as other products whose functions Lin Yi does not know. The most expensive one is a blood-red bone knife worth 100 red coins, and no one knows what effect it has. Lin Yi only had 47 red coins on him, most of which he had traded for. I'm so poor. I can't afford anything. Lin Yi wanted to buy a magical item like a cross necklace, rather than consumables like card nutrient solution. It's not that cards and nutrient solution are useless, but Lin Yi can't use these consumables at this stage, and they are not as simple and easy to use as items. But the cheapest item required 50 red coins, which he couldn't afford. After thinking about it, Lin Yi took out a small bag from his backpack, picked out the smallest crystal from it, and put it into the receiver beside him. Some coins fell out from the coin outlet on the left side of the machine. Lin Yi counted them and found that there were 10 red coins in total. He still had 5 crystals larger than this one. After thinking about it, Lin Yi sold another one and exchanged it for 15 red coins. He didn't plan to sell the rest. After all, he couldn't be sure of the value of these crystals, and selling them to the receiver might be a loss. Lin Yi spent 50 red coins to buy a ring-shaped ring, and used another 20 red coins to buy 3 of the most expensive alienation cards, and then left the pale yellow shop room. He did not try to destroy the vending machine. It was most likely a system device. Lin Yi would not be surprised even if the vending machine turned into a monster after being attacked. Maybe there are no protective measures at all, but people should maintain due respect for unknown things. Lin Yi didn't want to die in a place like this because of a failed attempt to rob a vending machine. The countdown ended and Lin Yi returned to the shelter. The shelter upgrade mission is completed. Do you want to upgrade the shelter's level? Yes. Lin Yi received this reminder as soon as he returned to the shelter. However, under his expectant gaze, there was no change in the shelter. Advanced completion. Lin Yi hurriedly checked the shelter information and found that the shelter information had changed. Shelter information. Level 1. New features. Infrastructure, basic information exploration. Status, absolutely safe, 14 days. Note, please upgrade your shelter level within 14 days. Lin Yi studied it for a while before he figured out the new functions of the shelter. First of all, there is infrastructure. The shelter has water, not just tap water, but also electricity and gas. However, Lin Yi does not have many equipment that can use electricity and gas for the time being. You can turn on the lights at night so that you can do other things at night besides watching the chat group and sleeping. Lin Yi happily took a shower and boiled a kettle of water. The shelter was absolutely safe, so he didn't think there would be any problems with the water. If the system wanted to kill him, there were other ways. It's a pity that the water in the shelter cannot be traded, otherwise Lin Yi would be able to sell a large amount of drinking water. Another basic information exploration function is exactly what Lin Yi needs to view item information. Now Lin Yi can view item information through the system. For example, the red liquid is nutrient solution. Nutrient solution. Edible, can supplement some special energy and nutrients. Note, please drink in moderation, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Alienation card number 2. When applied to the surface of a living organism, it can cause alienation of the organism. Note, there will be a special surprise if you collect cards 1 to 10. Alienation card number 4. When used on the surface of a living organism, it can cause biological alienation. Note, there will be a special surprise if you collect cards 1 to 10. In addition to number 1 and number 3, Lin Yi has collected the other 8 alienation cards. Number 2 was found in the monster room. Number 4 was given by Zhang Liang. Number 5 and number 6 were bought in the store with red coins, and he had the other models before. Among them, card number 10 mutates the arm, number 9 mutates the leg, and number 8 mutates a random organ in the abdomen. The other cards have not been used yet. 16. Radio. Cross necklace. Improve perception ability after wearing it. Note, long-term wearing will cause irreversible damage to the brain. Red coin. A transaction currency. Note, a common currency that can be used in many regions. Active eyeball of a first-level creature. A nice work, portable. Note, after transplantation, there is a certain probability that the original ability of the eyeball can be used. Splicing figure. A near-perfect work of art. Note, maybe you can learn the skills of cutting and splicing based on this. Abyss egg. The egg-like creatures produced in the abyss are now harmless and can be hatched. Note, I guess there's an abyss worm inside. What do you think? Red blade. First-level knife-type weapons produced by the red maze. Note, infused with psychic energy, it can easily cut through the flesh of first-level creatures. Complex energy crystals. Edible, can provide energy. Note, the taste is average. Psychic ring. Can quickly absorb spiritual energy in the environment to strengthen the wearer's body. Note, a good low-level item. Red key. Key to the red room. Note, only ordinary rooms can be opened. Damaged alien organs. Edible, can provide certain special substances. Note, shelter upgrade materials. K1 pistol. The organization mass-produced low-end gunpowder weapons, now only used by grassroots members. Note, the power and recoil are balanced, making it an excellent gunpowder weapon. Energy bar. High-calorie food produced in bulk. 1 bar can support the nutritional consumption of a normal adult male for a whole day. Note, ignoring the taste and texture, this is probably the efficiency. Lin Yi spent some time looking at all the items one by one and learned a lot of information that he didn't know before. 992643/1000000. Opening the chat group, there are definitely more people entering the red maze this time than last time, but only less than 2,000 people died, which is considered an improvement. If it weren't for the information and alienation cards provided by Lin Yi, many people would have died this time. The group is very lively. Everyone is showing off their gains and information on various item transactions. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but took pictures of the hot shower, the open faucet, and the boiling water and sent them to the group. Oh, what the hell? Brother Gooselegs has a new job. No, why is there no water in my faucet? Brother, give me some water. The child is dying of thirst. Is this the effect of the shelter upgrade? What? I just got an alien organ and nearly died in the maze. I haven't even opened the blueprint for upgrading the shelter yet. Lin Yi, the water source of the shelter cannot be traded through the system. Stop for a moment, I want to tell you some new information. Lin Yi sent information about common items and the new features of the upgraded shelter to the group. Only after Lin Yi finished speaking did the group start a new round of discussion. Purchase alienated organs. Get lost. We need 10 alienated organs to upgrade the shelter. If we can't upgrade the shelter within 7 days, who knows what will happen? What are you going to buy it with? Your life. Sell the alienated organs in exchange for 2 arm and 2 leg alienation cards. Are you crazy? How dare you ask for that? With so many alienation cards, can I use them to kill the blood corpses myself? I wandered around all night and only encountered 1 blood corpse. Where did Gooselegs get all those alien organs? Maybe it was exchanged for his innate ability. Gone. Are all your talents so cruel? It's hard to say. I feel like my innate abilities are pretty strong, but when I use them, they're just average. Waste. Lin Yi received many private messages with pictures, all from survivors who wanted to trade with him. After selecting a few suitable transactions and completing them, the survivors now don't have many good things in their hands, but they do have some. For example, some design drawings can only be produced once and you need to pay for the materials, but the resulting products are very good. First Order Psychic Crystal Maker Blueprint. Required materials. First Order Alien Organ, 0/10. Note, energy is the hard currency. Lin Yi used 2 number 10 cards, 1 number 9 card, and 3 bottles of nutrient solution to exchange for this blueprint. If it weren't for the fact that the materials required for this blueprint made him dizzy, the other party would never have given it to him for trading. According to the seller, he took this drawing from the belongings room. There are not many people who have the resources to exchange this temporarily unusable drawing, and Lin Yi is the most famous, so the seller found Lin Yi first. 10 first-level organs should be enough to upgrade the shelter to the next level. Lin Yi used the blueprint, and another blueprint task appeared on the system interface. After completing several transactions of exchanging cards for red coins, Lin Yi received a private message from Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, boss, are you there? Lin Yi, yes. Zhang Liang, do you have any extra alienated organs? Lin Yi, there are 2. Zhang Liang, look at this card. It should be the one you don't have. I don't know whether it is number 1 or 3. Zhang Liang directly traded the alienation card to Lin Yi and was no longer afraid of Lin Yi. After Lin Yi received the card, he scanned it with the system. Alienation card number 3. When applied to the surface of a living organism, it can cause alienation of the organism. Note, there will be a special surprise if you collect cards 1 to 10. Lin Yi sent the information and card back to Zhang Liang, but Zhang Liang did not accept it. Zhang Liang, boss, I want to use this card to exchange for alienated organs and add some other things. Lin Yi, I'll give you 1 card each of number 7, 8, 9, and 10. Zhang Liang, okay, boss, after you synthesize it, can you tell me what the synthesis is used for? Lin Yi, sure. If there are no problems I will tell you in the group, but I don't know when I can find card number 1. Zhang Liang, no rush, thank you. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi made several more transactions through private messages. He now has more than 20 people in his friend list, all of whom are survivors who are doing well in the area. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi poured some hot water on the abyss egg, then went to the human-shaped mural and began to study the cutting and splicing techniques mentioned in the notes. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. This time, the card drawn showed a radio. Lin Yi. An old-fashioned radio appeared in the center of the shelter. Radio. This is a card. Note. One of the cards in the Abyss Relic card box. Lin Yi picked up the radio and pressed the buttons on it casually, but the radio did not respond. After the research yielded no results, Lin Yi placed it next to his pillow, and the radio suddenly started playing melodious music. Welcome to City Voice Radio. I am everyone's favorite announcer, Mr. X. The city remains in turmoil. Alien creatures have occupied every corner of the city. The most powerful ones have divided the city, each occupying a piece of territory. They are just waiting for the initial stage to end so that they can feast on those delicious survivors. Mr. X's broadcast voice is clear, rhythmic, and pleasant, but it has an inhuman, mechanical feel, as if constantly reminding the audience that it is not human. 17. Underground Research Institute. The third floor of the Doomsday Apartments is a bloody place. It has bloodstains outside every shelter door, just waiting for those poor and ignorant survivors to walk out. Today's lucky viewer is Mr. Lin, who lives in room 304 of Doomsday Apartment. His lucky moment will begin at 9 hours 56 minutes and 41 seconds today. Perhaps he can do something by then. The Falarii in the sewers are already ravenous and thirsty. They're just waiting for the shelters to lose their absolute safety effect. Then they'll enter the shelters through every crack connecting to the sewers and devour the poor survivors inside. Today's City Voice broadcast ends here. Thank you for your company. Let us continue to share the little beautiful things in life in the next broadcast. The broadcast lasted only 10 minutes. Mr. X talked a lot about the city, and Lin Yi sent information that had nothing to do with him to the group. Lin Yi, this is the information I obtained through my innate ability. I am not sure about its accuracy. You can decide for yourself whether to refer to it or not. Fuck, the boss is using his powers so early? Awesome. We're still stuck in the house, and the big guys are already developing in the city. The urban legend of the boss's innate ability. Shit, that sounds scary. Are the monsters out there targeting us? If we don't upgrade the shelter in 7 days, won't we be dead? Give up your luck. If you don't want to die, just listen to the system's instructions. But I still haven't gotten the alienated organs. There are only 5 days left. If you don't go to the red maze, you're waiting to die? No one can help you except yourself. Lin Yi didn't say much. He hoped that more people could survive in this area, but there was not much he could do. He glanced at the system time and saw that there was still an hour until his lucky moment, so he decided to use his innate ability then. And now, he can study the mural for a while longer. D-Class Personnel Simulated, TRIS. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes in the familiar prison van. This time he simulated a white-skinned man around 30 years old, with a strong body and full of strength. In addition to the driver, there were his 3 D-Class teammates and 4 supervisors in the car. At this moment, the prison van was driving on a suburban road. There were no buildings or pedestrians around. 10 minutes later, the prison van stopped outside a factory. Several people got off one after another, and supervisors stood beside them with guns. The captain stood in front of them with a smile on his face and said, "Last night, the organization suddenly lost contact with a research institute in the suburbs. Now I need you to go in and investigate the situation. You are all elite D-Class personnel who have survived at least one mission. I believe you will not let me down. Of course, I'm not a devil. The organization will provide you with basic weapons support. I hope you can come back alive again. Do you have any questions?" Hans, the first D-Class personnel, asked the following question. "Can I ask what this institute is researching?" "Good question, alien." The captain replied with a smile. "What weapons can we bring in?" Seeing that the captain's expression did not change, D-Class personnel number 2 Neil also raised questions. A reasonable question, a pistol and plenty of ammunition. The captain gestured, and the supervisor next to him brought a weapons box filled with K1 pistols and magazines full of bullets. "Are you kidding me? Let's use pistols against alien monsters." D-Class personnel number 3 said angrily. Bang! Lin Yi blinked his eyes. The headless body of number 3 fell to the ground beside him. He didn't see how the captain pulled out the pistol. Like magic, a few frames of time seemed to be taken away. "Any more questions?" the captain asked with a smile. Lin Yi raised his hand. "Explain. Can you give me a cold weapon like a knife? Preferably of good quality." The captain looked at Lin Yi strangely, as if he didn't expect him to have such a request. "You want to engage in close combat with the mutants? Very good. The organization needs people like you. Give him the test piece and let him test out new weapons." "Thanks," Lin Yi said politely. The research institute is located underground in the factory, and one needs to take an elevator down to 50 meters underground. The 3 of them took their equipment and got on the elevator. Lin Yi brought 2 pistols and 10 spare magazines, as well as a test long knife. It's not that he didn't want to bring more magazines, but there were only 30 pistol magazines in the ammunition box. Fortunately, one of them died, otherwise he wouldn't even get 10 magazines. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the elevator door, but the problem was that the elevator was still going down. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, knocking sounds came not only from outside the door, but also from all angles of the elevator. What to do? Hans held the pistol nervously. The reason he was able to survive the previous abnormal incident was entirely because of good luck. Now, when he thought of the previous abnormal incident, he felt a little trembling. Well, I'm a brainiac, and I'm not usually in charge of the hands-on stuff. Nil didn't like using a pistol at all, although he was pretty good at it. Relax, they're just some mutants. Hit them where they look abnormal. That's their weak spot. Of course, some mutants have more than one abnormal part, so hitting them requires a little experience. Lin Yu was the most relaxed. He still had 10 simulations left, and he was facing familiar alien creatures. He also had 10 magazines in his hands. This was much simpler than the previous 2 simulations. It was indeed a lucky moment. He had never fought such a rich battle. Have you ever seen an alien creature? Neil asked curiously. That was all in the past. Lin Yu didn't know whether Triss had seen an alien creature, so he had to speak ambiguously. But he was not going to hide his knowledge of the alien creatures. After all, he would take action soon, and deliberately concealing it would only arouse suspicion. Lin Yu pulled out his experimental long sword and tested its weight. The appearance of this sword was somewhat similar to the red blade, but it was heavier than the red blade, and it would be easy to get tired if he chopped it with all his strength. The knocking sound didn't stop until the elevator stopped. The elevator door opened automatically, revealing a long and narrow metal corridor outside. There won't be any lasers shooting from this corridor, will there? Lin Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. The corridor was covered in blood, but there was no body left, not even a single limb or piece of flesh. Lin Yu was the first to walk out of the elevator. He took a look at the mezzanine between the elevator and the corridor, and there was nothing inside. The corridor was unusually quiet, with no movement except for the sound of footsteps. Lin Yu walked in front, and until the end of the corridor, no strange things came out. Use the highest authority door card given by the supervisor to open the door, and inside the door is the laboratory hall. 18. Lost contact underground. The structure of the Underground Research Institute is quite complicated. They have no map and can only rely on the guidance of the supervisors in the headset. First, go to the Institute's -7th floor experimental area to retrieve the research data. The elevator is unsafe. Use the emergency exit. Lin Yu and the other 2 followed the captain's instructions, walked around for a long time, and passed through several gates before they opened the door to the safety passage. Is this safe passage really necessary? Lin Yu didn't know much about the Research Institute, so he didn't know whether the security passages in other research institutes were the same. After entering the safety passage, the 3 of them walked down the stairs and soon arrived at the entrance to the 7th underground floor. After passing through several gates, he entered the 7th underground floor. The corridor branched out like tree branches, and various laboratories were lined up on both sides of the corridor. Lin Yu could see the interior of the laboratory through the glass windows. It was in a mess, as if it had been swept by a storm. The access control system was not disabled, and I don't know how this happened. Following the captain's instructions, the 3 of them came deep into the experimental area. After passing through a corridor with no laboratories and all access control, they finally arrived at the target laboratory. The laboratory is not big and there are no research equipment inside, only a few laptops and a cold storage for important specimens. The most important thing is that there is a female researcher in the laboratory. This was the first living person they met since entering here. Of course, it was also possible that he was not a living person. Lin Yu did not rush into the laboratory, but waited for the captain's instructions. The captain should know the other party's identity. Hey, Dr. Caroline is still alive. Number 1. Give the helmet to Dr. Caroline. Hans quickly took off his helmet, knocked on the glass door of the laboratory, and said loudly, Dr. Caroline, the captain asked me to give you the helmet. Caroline watched them cautiously, like a frightened squirrel. Chill. Keep your voice down. It will hear you. Dr. Caroline said nervously, hesitating for a moment before opening the glass door of the lab. After taking the helmet, Dr. Caroline hurriedly closed the glass door and quickly hid behind the desk. We're not going to take her out with us, are we? Trouble. Perhaps because he was not wearing a helmet, Hans spoke quite casually, but he probably didn't think that Lin Yu and Neil were still wearing helmets. After a while, Dr. Caroline started operating the computer and finally unplugged something similar to a USB flash drive from the computer and took out some specimens from the cold storage and put them into her backpack. Bring the doctor here. The captain issued new instructions, but the communication was intermittent and finally stopped completely. They lost contact with the ground, 100 meters deep in the ground. Bang! The lights went out and the entire institute fell into darkness, but soon the lights came on again, probably because the backup power supply took effect. There was a faint tremor in the distance, as if hundreds of people were running in the corridor. What's going on? Why are the lights out? What's that noise? What did the captain say? Hans probably guessed what happened, but he was unwilling to face the reality. Lin Yi took off his helmet and threw it on the ground, then quickly pushed the door open and rushed into the laboratory, pulling out the shivering Dr. Caroline from under the table. Doctor, a large group of alien creatures are on their way. We don't have a map of the institute, so we need you to lead us out. We will ensure your safety. Of course, you can also choose to go back under the table. Forget it. To save you from suffering later, I will help you end this. As he spoke, Lin Yi pulled out his gun and put it against the doctor's forehead, waiting for her to make a choice. To live in pain or to die happily, that is the question. Dr. Caroline grabbed Lin Yi's wrist tremblingly. She was scared to death, but she didn't want to die. She is only in her 20s and still has a lot to study and a lot to try. Lin Yi grabbed Caroline by the collar and lifted her up, looking into her eyes, and said, "Have you thought about it?" There were a lot of footsteps approaching, and the nearest alien creature was only a few corridors away from the laboratory. Follow me. Let's get out of here through the ventilation system. Dr. Caroline also figured it out and decided that it would be better to fight to the death than to wait for death. Under the command of Dr. Caroline, Lin Yi quickly opened the ventilation ducts of the laboratory. The four of them entered the ventilation duct one after another. Lin Yi was the first, Dr. Caroline was the second, Hans was the third, and Neil was the last. When Neil climbed into the ventilation duct, a large number of mutated corpses were about to rush into the laboratory. The power outage seemed to have destroyed the Institute's access control system, and the glass door was unable to withstand the violent power of the alienated creatures. The laboratory's ventilation system is segmented. We can't leave directly through the ventilation system, but we can go to other laboratories. Dr. Caroline was quite familiar with the structure of the Institute and quickly pointed the way for Lin Yi. Hurry! There's movement behind us. They're climbing up. Neil shouted urgently. Lin Yi climbed very quickly. Under the command of Dr. Caroline, he turned several corners and soon arrived at another laboratory. As soon as Neil jumped out of the vent, a bloody corpse fell out of the vent right after him. Lin Yi stabbed the blood corpse's alienated organs with a knife, but more blood corpses fell out of the vent like dumplings. Let's go. You lead the way, I'll handle the rest. Lin Yi put away his long knife, pulled out 2 pistols, and fired as he retreated, aiming each bullet at the blood corpse's mutated organs. Bang 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 bang. As the notes on the K1 pistol say, it is a gunpowder weapon of excellent quality. It is very powerful. As long as it hits the alienated organs, it can kill a blood corpse with one shot. The recoil is within the range that Lin Yi can bear, and changing bullets is simple and convenient. If they only had 30 magazines in total, Lin Yi felt that he could kill all the blood zombies in the research institute. Killing and retreating at the same time, Lin Yi quickly killed all the blood corpses running out of the ventilation duct. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, gunshots were heard in front of the team again, and the 3 people in front retreated again. Bang 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 bang. Damn, there are too many monsters. There are monsters everywhere. There's no way we can get out. Hans shouted as he fired. Then let's not charge. Let's find a place to kill all these monsters. I'll kill the monsters, and you guys help me change the bullets. Lin Yi pressed down Hans' right hand that was pulling the trigger. This idiot didn't aim at the blood corpse's vital points at all. He was simply wasting bullets. I know a great place. Dr. Caroline took them to a laboratory with its own cells. They rushed into the cells, locked the doors, and began to deal with the monsters that followed them. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Lin Yi could kill a blood corpse with almost every shot. For some reason, the blood corpses here were not very strong, as if they had been screened. 19. It's coming. Hans and Neil did not shoot, but helped Lin Yi change the magazine. Lin Yi only needed to take the pistol and shoot. A large number of blood corpses crashed into the cell fence. The pistol has a limited firing rate, and Lin Yi needed time to aim, so the cell fence was quickly deformed. Fortunately, the organization is reliable and the quality of the fence is quite good, so the alienated creatures cannot break in for a while. Although there was no danger for the time being, Lin Yi became more and more uneasy as he killed more people. From the moment he entered the research institute, he felt that something was wrong with this place. The first floor was covered in blood, but not a single body was found. The access control was intact, but the laboratory was a mess. Only Dr. Caroline survived, and she didn't look like someone who could survive the chaos. The doctor had just finished communicating with the captain when the communication was cut off. A large number of screened alien creatures that came out from nowhere are attacking them. There are problems everywhere, but there are too many loopholes to serve as traps. It's like someone wants to achieve something, but his brain isn't right. Boss, the magazine is almost out, Hans exclaimed. Lin Yi suddenly stopped shooting. He put the pistol back into his waist, pulled out a long knife, and stabbed to death the bloody corpses that crashed into the cell one by one. You're too slow. If the cell can't hold on any longer, we'll be dead. Neil didn't understand why Lin Yi wanted to stop. Although there were not many magazines outside, according to his calculations, Lin Yi still had at least 6 magazines on him. If he held on for a while longer, it would be entirely possible to kill all the alienated creatures. It doesn't matter. The cell won't be destroyed, but the mutant creatures will be gone. I'll save some bullets. They should be useful later. Lin Yi calmly killed the blood corpse through the fence. While cutting the blood corpse, he also practiced his knife skills and cutting techniques. Before coming here, Lin Yi used a kitchen knife the most, but cutting inanimate objects and cutting moving objects give people completely different feelings. Fortunately, a D-level personnel he simulated knew a little about cold weapons, so he was not completely new to it. But compared to a pistol, the proficiency with a knife is still too low. Moreover, chopping someone with a knife is a very physically demanding task, especially when hitting the bone. The reaction force will be placed on the tiger's mouth, causing half of the palm to become numb. After chopping off a dozen more blood corpses, the blood corpses rushing out from outside gradually became fewer and fewer. Just as Lin Yi thought, once they stopped shooting, the tide of blood corpses would soon stop. I'll leave the remaining few to you. I'll take a break. Throwing the long knife to Neil, Lin Yi replaced the magazines for the 2 pistols with new ones and carried the remaining magazines with him. After doing all this, Lin Yi found a corner to sit down and rest. If his guess was correct, something would come to find them soon. Shouldn't we go out now? Dr. Caroline was just a researcher after all. Although she felt that what happened before was a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. Now she was only thinking about how to leave here. Hans and Neil were different. They were both survivors of unusual events, so Lin Yi had some associations without him saying much. It can't get out, Dr. Caroline. I remember you said before that it can hear. What does it mean? Lin Yi didn't think they could take Caroline away from here. Apart from anything else, the 50-meter deep elevator was a big problem. The elevator was not destroyed not because the other party could not destroy the elevator, but because the other party needed them to get down safely and leave a retreat. The Underground Research Institute fell. As the only channel connecting to the ground, how could it not be under the control of the other party? The knocking sound before was the most obvious clue. It should be some kind of warning the captain not to come down. The captain should be very strong, but no matter how strong he is, if the elevator is destroyed, he will be buried in a tomb 50 meters underground. The other party did not kill Dr. Caroline before they arrived, was unwilling to destroy the elevator, and did not want the captain to come down. At the same time, they did not kill them, but just kept consuming their bullets. Lin Yi could guess what the other party was going to do just by thinking. It's the core secret of this institute and an important project of the organization. Are you sure you want to know? Caroline is not stupid. On the contrary, the fact that she can become a researcher for an important project in her 20s shows that she is very talented. So after Lin Yi's reminder, she had her own guesses. Sure, this is related to whether we can leave here alive. I'm already a D class, how bad can I get? I can't become the only E class in the organization, right? The Institute primarily studies biological alienation. This is the Institute's main research achievement, the individual with the highest fitness on the human evolutionary map. It's also the only one that hasn't lost control. Of course, judging by the results, it should have lost control long ago. Caroline felt a little disappointed. If the experiment had been successful, perhaps humans would have had the power to fight against this empty, unknown, and crazy world. Unfortunately, the experiment failed. Alienation is ultimately uncontrollable. How can we deal with it? Lin Yi didn't care about the experimental results. He just wanted to know how to complete the mission alive. Although it's still very weak now, that's only relative. It's devoured every living thing in the Institute and has already completed its initial transformation. Not only us, but even the captain of the special team outside might not be its match. You'd better run. Its target is probably me. Although this D-class personnel was unusually reliable, Caroline still didn't think they had any means to fight it. Leaving you would be courting death. It hasn't attacked you yet, so we're still alive. We know so much, you don't think it will let us get out alive, do you? Not to mention getting out alive. If they left Caroline, Lin Yi felt that they would not survive for more than 5 minutes before being overwhelmed by the alien creatures. Boom. Suddenly, there was a strong vibration under my feet, as if there was an earthquake. Lin Yi stood up suddenly, took the long knife, carried Caroline on his back, and ran out. He has been waiting for this opportunity. The captain should be fighting with the ghosts below. Although I don't know how long the captain can hold on, this is their only chance to escape from here. As a result, Lin Yi stopped after taking just 2 steps because a red-haired Caroline was staring at them outside the laboratory. To be precise, he was staring at Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and pulled out his pistol and fired 3 shots at the laboratory window. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet was fixed in midair by an invisible force, stopping between Lin Yi and red-haired Caroline. Lin Yi didn't know what to do for a moment. Caroline was right. The power that could stop bullets in the air was not something they could resist. At least it was not something his half-baked swordsmanship could handle. Should we restart? But this thing is so strong. Even if we restart, we can't handle it. 20. Human Evolution Map. Lin Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. How could he give up so easily? Is it too much simulation? I thought I could do it again this time. But what about next time? And the time after that? What about after 10 times? What should we do? The bullets can be stopped. We have no chance of defeating them. We should just surrender. Hans at the side suddenly said in a low voice. Lin Yi suddenly woke up. He looked at the red-haired Caroline, and she seemed to be closer. So that's how it is. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi smiled. He was not afraid of the opponent using dirty tricks, but he was afraid that the opponent had numerical monsters, which he really could not beat. What did you say? Red-haired Caroline spoke for the first time, her voice having a strange muddy quality. I said, you should just do it. If it attacked directly, Lin Yi might not be able to respond correctly. It was probably used to using language and abilities to induce others, but it forgot its most direct, quickest, most primitive, and most useful method, violence. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi pulled out his 2 guns and pointed them at Dr. Caroline with an expressionless face. It wasn't until Lin Yi turned the gun around that its expression changed for the first time. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi emptied the magazine without leaving any room for maneuver. All the bullets were blocked in front of Dr. Caroline. The shells fell to the ground with a clink. From a distance, it was obvious that it was struggling. Lin Yi quickly changed the magazine and fired both pistols, one at red-haired Caroline and the other at Dr. Caroline at the same time. The bullets no longer stopped in the air, but were deflected at a certain angle and passed by their sides. Lin Yi emptied all the magazines on his body as quickly as possible, and then without any pause, he drew out his long knife and rushed towards the red-haired Caroline. There was no testing, no communication, no hesitation. Only a desperate fight. Either you die or I die. Red-haired Caroline began to retreat. The main body it had abandoned was almost destroyed by the captain. It didn't have much time, but it didn't have the courage to fight Lin Yi. From the moment it was born, it had been in control of the situation and had never been forced to engage in head-on combat with these lower creatures. It had consumed a lot of spiritual energy and mental strength just now to block the bullets. Although it still had the strength to fight, it was no longer sure of winning. But if you give it a little time, it can crush these annoying lower creatures like crushing insects. Lin Yi chased the short figure in front of him and chopped wildly like a madman. Although every blow was bounced off by an invisible force, he not only did not stop, but chopped faster and faster. After chopping with all his strength for more than a dozen times, Lin Yi was almost exhausted. Now he was relying entirely on his willpower and the resilience of his life to hold on, but he could not hold on for more than a few seconds. After all, Lin Yi is just an ordinary human being, and he is no match for the monster no matter how much he consumes. Red-haired Caroline seemed to see that Lin Yi was at the end of his strength and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and Hans and Neil appeared on both sides of Lin Yi. They didn't have the courage to fight the monster head-on, but they would not give up the chance to survive. Their magazines were used up, but there were still bullets in their guns. While red-haired Caroline was blocking the bullet, Lin Yi put away his knife and stood still. He took a deep breath, then used all his strength to chop out the last blow. Go to hell. The blade was slowed down by invisible energy, but as if it heard Lin Yi's roar, a burst of hot energy burst out from the handle and spurted out from the blade, directly offsetting the energy barrier in front of red-haired Caroline. Lin Yi chopped off the red-haired Caroline's head with a clean and neat knife. It's actually voice-controlled. Why the FCK just say something to me? This was the first time Lin Yi got angry in the simulation. He really wanted to kill the mentally ill captain, but unfortunately, he couldn't beat him. How could you let people test experimental weapons without telling them how to use them? Lin Yi threw the long knife and nailed it into the red-haired Caroline's heart. then quickly pulled out his two guns and completely smashed its head. Bang 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 bang. He had simply used up the magazine and still had a few rounds left in the pistol as a backup. After doing all this, Lin Yi stepped forward again, drew out his long sword, and completely chopped the red-haired Caroline's body into pieces. He had finally won the fight, and he didn't want to die without a finishing blow. How is it? Is it dead? After finishing off the attack, Lin Yi returned to Dr. Caroline and asked, I'm not sure. If its main body was destroyed by the captain and no other individuals were separated, it should be dead. Although she could understand Lin Yi's strategy, Dr. Caroline still felt a little afraid of the man who shot her without hesitation. That means he's not dead. Lin Yi didn't think the other party had no backup plan at all, but as long as it didn't come out and affect his mission, he wouldn't wipe it out completely. That was the organization's job. Moreover, with such a large research institute, he couldn't completely eradicate it. Not long after, the captain found them with several supervisors. The captain carefully looked at the body that was chopped into pieces by Lin Yi. When he couldn't see anything, he asked the supervisors to collect the body. You did a great job, better than I expected. You are truly elite D-class personnel. Now you can go back and look forward to your next mission. The captain looked at Lin Yi happily again. How's the experimental weapon? Is it useful? You should have told me it was voice-controlled. I rarely talk when I'm killing people. If it weren't for good luck, we would all have died here this time. Lin Yi was still angry, otherwise he wouldn't have said these things. Voice control? What are you talking about? Are experimental weapons voice-controlled? The captain looked at the supervisor beside him. Well, we were just trying to figure out how to activate this weapon's power. Turns out it's voice-activated. The supervisor took out a small handheld computer, recorded the new information, and said to Lin Yi, Thank you for your contribution to the organization. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have said it. Lin Yi walked in front with an expressionless face. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 10. The simulation times have not been consumed. Do you want to obtain the core items? Get it. Obtain core item Human Evolution Atlas 1. Received a thank you gift from Dr. Caroline 1. Achieved title, All or Nothing. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the information on the laptop with a confused look on his face. This was the first time he completed a simulation without consuming simulation times. He didn't expect that he could obtain the core item by consuming 10 simulation times. Human Evolution Atlas. The organization's latest research results aim to control biological evolution, but it seems to be incomplete. Note, can be exchanged for number 0 alienation card. The Human Evolution Atlas was a laptop computer filled with information. Lin Yi opened the computer and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't understand what was written inside. It was full of various terms and symbols that he couldn't understand and had no annotations. 21. Site Mission. Number 0 mutation card? What's that? Shouldn't we collect numbers 1 to 10? Lin Yi did not rush to exchange it. He looked at the computer for another hour. After making sure that he really couldn't understand it, he chose to exchange for the number 0 alienation card. Alienation card number 0. This is a special alienation card. Note, there will be a special surprise if you collect cards 1 to 10. I thought there would be some hints in the system introduction. I wouldn't have rushed to redeem it earlier. Lin Yi kind of missed the puzzle games that came with his laptop. He played for more than 50 minutes just now. It was quite interesting. Lin Yi looked at the system. He still had 2 prompts to read. Dr. Caroline's thank you gift. This is Dr. Caroline's heartfelt thanks to her lifesaver. Please use it properly. Note, as a young woman, she struggled for a long time before choosing this thank you gift. Dr. Caroline's thank you gift was a long gift box the size of a shoebox, which was now placed in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi unzipped the intricate pink ribbon and opened the lid of the box. Inside was a very fine silver pistol. It is called a pistol because it only has one grip, but as a pistol, its barrel is really long, almost close to a shorter submachine gun. CL0 Psychic Pistol. This is a new type of energy weapon co-created by Dr. Caroline. After being filled with flesh and blood, the pistol will automatically absorb the psychic energy transformed bullets in the surrounding environment. Note, Mom no longer needs to worry about me running out of bullets. Lin Yi was very satisfied with this gift. The CL0's magazine is a flesh and blood extractor. When placed on a corpse, it can automatically extract the essence of the corpse's flesh and blood. In addition, Lin Yi also found a detachable structure on the butt of the gun, which contained a translucent crystal. First-level psychic crystal. Can provide spiritual energy for equipment. Note, energy is the real hard currency. Damn, it doesn't require bullets, but it does require psychic crystals. Why does it feel more expensive? Fortunately, I have the blueprints for manufacturing a first-level psychic crystal. After playing with the pistol for a while, Lin Yi looked at the last system prompt. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Stud poker is an art form. Even the most enthusiastic gamblers will be amazed at your recklessness and courage. Struggle as hard as you can before despair sets in. Note, do you think I'm kidding you? Would I have really shot Caroline if it hadn't been a simulation? Looking at this title, Lin Yi couldn't help but think. After eating half an energy bar and pouring some hot water on the abyss egg, Lin Yi continued to study the splicing of the human-shaped mural, but this time he would wear the cross necklace intermittently. This would both sharpen his perception and allow him to get used to the extrasensory effects of wearing the cross necklace. He had also tried to wear the psychic ring, but there was no so-called psychic energy in the shelter. This might be related to the absolute safety attribute of the shelter. Psychic energy can cause biological alienation, and being in a psychic environment for a long time may not be a good thing. When you concentrate on doing one thing, time flies by quickly, and in the blink of an eye it's time for nighttime activities again. A large number of newcomers in the group decided to participate in tonight's night event. After all, only by opening the box in the first 3 days can you get the blueprint for upgrading the shelter. No one knows the probability of getting the blueprint in the treasure chest after 3 days. As long as you are still a normal person and don't want to die, you will not miss this opportunity. At this moment, the radio on the bedside suddenly played light music. Welcome to City Voice Radio. Now let's have a quiz with prizes. I'm everyone's favorite announcer, Ms. Y. Mr. Lin from room 304 of Doomsday Apartment. Guess what the night activity will be tonight? A. Labyrinth Exploration. B. Carnival Feast. C. Warfront. D. Site Mission. No way. Lin Yi felt a deep malice. He didn't expect the system to change the task on the third day. This is actually a topic of choice. Those who choose to participate in the mission on the first day are the brave. The brave take risks, stay ahead of the progress, and get the deserved rewards. Those who choose to participate in the mission on the second day are wise men, who will have safe and stable exploration opportunities. Those who choose to participate in the mission on the third day are the weak, and the weak can only fight one last time. If you still don't participate on the third day, you are likely to be dead. No one deserves a fourth chance. Lin Yi suddenly had a strong premonition that the shelter upgrade blueprints would be extremely difficult to obtain in 3 days, and this night activity would be the last chance. I choose D. Lin Yi likes number 4, for is his lucky number. The answer is correct. The prize has been sent. Please check it. Lin Yi opened the communication interface and sent a message on it. Lin Yi, I just got the news that tonight's night activities will become site missions. After today, it will be extremely difficult to obtain the shelter upgrade blueprints. Don't ask me what the site mission is, I don't know either. In fact, Lin Yi didn't know whether his guess was right or not, but he decided to risk his reputation and send this message. In fact, he could have said it wasn't so certain, but he didn't like compromise. All or nothing. There was no third option. Boss, this is not a joke. Really? I've been preparing for 2 days to explore the maze, and even got a red key. You'll know in a moment if it's a joke or not. The boss has never reported false information. Isn't that the end? I haven't even killed a chicken yet. I'm just waiting to find a locked room to secretly open the box. It's really exciting. I've been finding maze exploration boring for a long time. Needing nutrient solution and a mutation card. Price is negotiable. The system prompt hasn't come out yet. Aren't you afraid of being cheated? Big boss, do you have time to lie to me? It will be too late when the system prompts you. The prize for the quiz is a key. Master key. After use, you can open certain doors, January 1st. Note, it is not so universal. Lin Yi's private messages were about to explode again. He found a few people he had good relationships with, replied to a few of them, and then started to pack up. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, site mission. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. Fuck, the boss is right. It's over. I'm dead. If you don't participate, you're doomed. Since it's like this, we might as well give it a try. Do you think the boss will make a mistake? Will tomorrow's maze exploration return? The probability of the shelter upgrade diagram appearing won't decrease much. What do you want to hear from me? I can tell you anything. I've already drawn up the blueprints. It hurts, old friend. Station mission. Are we going to the station to carry out the mission? It's hard to say. There are more than just stations. Boss? Brother Gooselegs? Can you analyze it for me? The boss said he doesn't know. Why are you asking? I'm so panicked. 001. 00:00. 22. Site selection. When he woke up, Lin Yi found himself sitting in the last row of a bus. There was nothing missing from the backpack and the equipment on my body. There were some passengers scattered around in the bus. Lin Yi took a quick look and saw that there were 12 people in total, not counting the driver. At this moment, the bus was driving on a road. and there was a dense forest outside the road. At this time, a new interface suddenly popped up on the system interface, and the content was a bit like the chat room of a certain chat software. There are 4 people in the chat room now. One of them sent a message. Li Ji, hello everyone. Do you know what the situation is now? Each speaker had a profile picture in front of his or her name, and Lin Yi quickly found a passenger in the car who looked similar to the profile picture. The other person was sitting right in front of Lin Yi. She was a slender young girl wearing a Chinese school uniform. She was not very old, with skin that was white and a little transparent, medium-length black hair, and a cute appearance. Although her face was tense, she gave people the feeling of a little animal. Zhao Yong, I came here after participating in a night activity, and you should have come here too. Zhao Yong is a strong old man who sits in the second row by the window on the left. He looks to be over 60 years old, but very energetic. If it weren't for the wrinkles on his face and gray hair, it would be hard to believe that he is an old man. Su Min, me too. Do you know anything about this event? Su Min is a middle-aged woman. Among the 4 people, she is the only one with obvious alienated features, and it seems that at least her limbs are alienated. Lin Yi, you don't know me, so we are probably not from the same region. Can you tell me about the situation in your region? Zhao Yong, huh? So your entire district knows you? Impossible. There are 1 million people in a district. Young man, do you understand what 1 million people means? Lin Yi, I have been sending strategy information to everyone since the first day. As long as you still check the chat group, you will have seen my name, so we must not be in the same area. When the night activity started, there were 992,341 people in our area. You don't have the same number, right? Zhao Yong, huh? Impossible. We've already lost over 100,000 people. How could you have only lost so few? Lin Yi, because of me. Zhao Yong. After a few people talked for a while, they found that they were indeed not in the same area. Each area started with 1 million people. It was very dangerous outside the shelter. The night missions of the first 2 days were maze explorations, and the missions on the 3rd day were changed to site missions. Su Min, I'm looking for my daughter. Have you seen a girl named Li Xiaolu? Lin Yi, no? Zhao Yong, I can't remember. Li Ji, there seems to be something similar, but I can't remember it clearly. There are too many people with the surname Li. Just as they were exchanging information, a system prompt suddenly popped up in the chat room. Please choose any stop to get off, survive at that stop until the bus arrives tomorrow, and then take the bus to leave the stop. Note, after 10 stops, the bus will enter the shallow sea area. Li Ji, is this the site mission? Zhao Yong. Well, it seems that the choice of site is very important. Su Min, the prompt doesn't seem to say that we must choose the same site. Li Ji, you don't want to take the risk alone, do you? The situation is unknown, so it's safer for us to go together. Su Min, no, I just suggested this option. Lin Yi, just pick one. I suggest you decide before the 9th station. Zhao Yong. Of course, since the system has made a note, it means that the shallow sea area is different from the previous site, so it is best not to get close to it. Soon the bus arrived at the first stop. It was a dark green swamp, full of various wetland plants, and thick dark green fog was floating in the depths of the swamp. Su Min, I don't recommend choosing this site. The swamp is too dangerous. Li Ji, I agree. Lin Yi, same as above. Zhao Yong. On the surface it seems okay, but if you all don't agree, let's move on to the next one. The bus will not go back, and they only have one chance to choose each stop, and once selected, it cannot be changed, so they must choose carefully. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the second stop, which was an unusually clean beach with fine white sand spread on the shore like snow. It looked hot and deserted. Li Ji, it takes 10 minutes from the swamp to the coast. There's something wrong with this road and the bus. Su Min, well, there is something wrong with this bus. Although the driver and other passengers look exactly like humans, they don't have any human aura at all. It's as if they are other things covered with human skin. Zhao Yong. So do we have to get off here? Lin Yi. No, I have never swam in the sea, and the sea is very dangerous. Su Min. There is absolutely no danger at all, which is not good. 10 minutes later, the third stop arrived. The third stop was the entrance to a sunny town. From the car, we could see the friendly, smiling townspeople. Zhao Yong. It seems like a good place, and any problems that arise are easy to solve. Li Ji. I don't have a good feeling here. Lin Yi. I don't like it here either. Su Min. These people's smiles are so fake, just like fake people. Zhao Yong. Okay. The fourth station was a void, with one side of the platform empty and nothing at all. Lin Yi. Next. Zhao Yong. I agree. Li Ji. I second the motion. Su Min. Same as above. The fifth station was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Lin Yi. Next. Zhao Yong. I agree. Su Min. I agree. Li Ji. I agree. The sixth station was a giant jungle. In the distance, there was a plant that reached the sky, and its top was completely invisible. Li Ji, it feels very dangerous. Lin Yi, I agree. Su Min, then the next one. Zhao Yong, there are only 4 sites left. Maybe we should choose one that is bad, but not that bad. Li Ji, then let's go to the next one. I have a feeling that the next stop won't be too bad. Lin Yi, sure. The 7th station was a ruin with a faint mist floating in the ruins. At the edge of the ruins, Lin Yi saw a familiar bloody corpse. But in the distance, in the center of the ruins, there was a huge shadow more than 10 stories high that was slowly wriggling, and the frequency of its wriggling was like a living creature breathing. Lin Yi, that's it. Actually, I'm quite confident about my understanding of blood corpses. Li Ji, I agree. Su Min, I agree. The ruins are great for hiding. Our goal is to survive until the bus arrives tomorrow. Zhao Yong, I agree. At least I know how to kill them. Lin Yi, then get off the car. The 4 people got off the car one after another. The driver and passengers in the car did not react at all. Just when Lin Yi thought that they were all NPCs, the passenger sitting closest to the door suddenly turned around and gave them a meaningful smile. Lin Yi just turned around and met his eyes. Goodbye, and have a nice trip. The passenger said, Goodbye, and have a pleasant journey. Lin Yi replied and left the site with the others. 23. Sheep-headed monster. Site selection completed, additional tasks obtained, optional. 1. Kill the alienated creatures and receive rewards based on the number and strength of the alienated creatures. 2. Explore the ruins and investigate why the city was abandoned. 3. Dealing with the giant alien creature in the center of the ruins. As soon as he got off the car, several new tasks popped up in the chat room. Lin Yi glanced at it and ignored the 3rd task. He didn't want to get close to that huge shadow at all. Should we go in? Or should we look somewhere else? Zhao Yong walked in front. His strong physique was like a wall, giving people a sense of security. It's best not to. This road is a 10-minute drive to other places. It's best not to wander around here before you thoroughly understand the area. Su Min kept a safe distance from the others and spoke cautiously. Indeed, if we follow the system's instructions, we can still take a bus back. If we just wander around randomly, we might never be able to go back. Lin Yi sensed his surroundings. He had put on a cross necklace and a psychic ring when he chose the site. After previous attempts, he found that as long as he didn't trigger the inspiration he had when killing monsters before, wearing the cross necklace for a long time would not have much impact. The effect of the psychic ring is very good. With the help of the cross necklace, Lin Yi can clearly feel the surrounding psychic energy constantly entering his body and strengthening his body. As soon as he entered the ruins, Lin Yi felt a sense of oppression, as if some force was pressing on him, making his steps heavier. What do we do now? Find somewhere on the outskirts to hide until morning? Zhao Yong picked up a steel bar connected to the concrete from the ground and asked. First, collect supplies and see if there are any usable weapons. The tip is to let us survive until tomorrow. Something might change here at night. Otherwise, it would be too easy. Su Min carefully observed the surrounding ruins, trying to find a relatively safe place to stay. I suggest we split up before sunset and explore the ruins as much as possible. We can contact each other through group chat if anything happens. This is our advantage. If it were a group of ordinary teammates, Lin Yi would not make such a suggestion, but these teammates seem quite reliable. Okay, I'll go that way. Li Ji pointed to the east side of the ruins and said, Then I'll go west. Su Min said bluntly that she didn't want to get close to the huge shadow in the center of the ruins. I'll go look in the middle. Uncle Zhao was quite overbearing and prepared to go directly to the center of the ruins to explore. Then I'll just wander around. You can come to me if you need anything. Lin Yi looked at the shadows and the mist in the distance and had a vague bad feeling. The ruins were full of mutated creatures. Relying on his perception, Lin Yi carefully bypassed the areas with stronger mutated creatures, carefully searching for useful supplies, and by the way, using the corpses of blood corpses to reload bullets into his pistol. According to the city layout, Lin Yi quickly found a commercial street. Although the commercial street had become a ruin at this time, he still found a gun store on the street. There are many bloody corpses wandering on the streets, mixed in with some alienated creatures that have developed alienated organs. In addition, there are only some abandoned vehicles on the street and no large shelters. Any noise will easily attract a large number of blood corpses, which cannot be dealt with one by one. Lin Yi now has no bullets on him, only a red blade and a CL0 pistol that is transforming flesh and blood. He is simply unable to deal with so many blood corpses. I had to take another route. If possible, Lin Yi didn't want to walk into those narrow paths. Not to mention that there might be alien creatures hiding in the corners. The unstable structures in the ruins alone were very deadly. Lin Yi had played a game before, in which the protagonist had a certain probability of dying suddenly whenever he used climbing skills. Fortunately, he doesn't have this fatal passive ability. Lin Yi chose a relatively wide path to enter the ruins, holding the red blade in his hand, and walked forward slowly. This place is obviously not in the same time zone as the shelter world. He can't see the sun and doesn't know how long it will take for dark, but he will try his best to go back before dark. There aren't many alienated creatures hiding in this path, and none of them are very strong. The strong ones may have run away to occupy the territory. Lin Yi easily dealt with the blood corpse he sensed with the red blade. After absorbing psychic energy through the psychic ring, his physical fitness improved significantly. As long as you stab the right place, ordinary blood corpses don't need a second stab. As he killed more and more blood corpses, he slowly figured out some techniques. After dealing with a mutated wild dog, Lin Yi finally entered the gun shop. The store was very quiet, the gun racks were empty, and the floor was covered with blood and bullet casings. Lin Yi quickly found the gun shop warehouse. The door of the warehouse was ajar, and behind the door there was a monster ready to attack. The monster and Lin Yi were only separated by a door, and the monster obviously knew Lin Yi's location and was ready to attack him. Lin Yi also sensed the monster. The monster had only one alienated organ, but this alienated organ was abnormally active. Its activity level is even higher than that of the previous monster with several alienated organs. Lin Yi pulled out the CL-0 pistol from his waist. The bullets had not yet been fully mutated, but they were already usable. Just as he was about to shoot the monster through the door, the monster suddenly moved. The moment of stillness and explosion was just a split second. The door was smashed into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, the monster appeared in front of Lin Yi. It has a sheep's head, a human body, animal limbs of varying lengths, and a long, thick tail. This is a monster made up of various biological parts. Lin Yi took a step to the left in time and escaped the fate of being smashed into pieces. Boom! The sheep-headed monster crashed into the wall, shaking the entire gun shop and leaving cracks on the wall. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi fired continuously at the back of the sheep-headed monster. Its alienated organs were in its chest cavity, so he could shoot at that position from behind. All 5 bullets hit the target, but the sheep-headed monster only suffered minor skin injuries. The bullets that had not completed the transformation were not strong enough. Under the influence of the spiritual energy in the sheep-headed monster's body, the bullets were all stuck in the muscles and could not penetrate deeper. Lin Yi quickly distanced himself from the enemy, but the gun shop was not big and the entrance was on the side of the sheep-headed monster, so he didn't have much space to move. The sheep-headed monster turned around. It was a little shorter than Lin Yi. Its body was covered with thick muscle fibers. Its body was full of energy, and its alienated organs were absorbing and releasing energy, ready to cooperate with its body to launch a fatal attack at any time. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi aimed at the sheep-headed monster's alienated organs and continued to shoot. It was not because he thought it would be useful, but because he had to suppress the monster in front of him, otherwise he might be killed instantly. The sheep-headed monster used its front legs to block the bullets. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. As long as he could break through the defense, there would be a chance. Bang! Lin Yi's wrist suddenly shook, and 2 bullets accurately blew up the sheep-headed monster's eyes. The sheep-headed monster let out a shrill scream, and with its front legs protecting its chest, it rushed towards Lin Yi madly. Even without eyes, it can sense Lin Yi's location, but its perception is far less clear than that of eyes, and it can only know Lin Yi's general location. 24. Before nightfall, Lin Yi sensed the subtle connection between the sheep-headed monster's mutated organs and limbs, and moved in advance to avoid the monster's impact. Seeing that the collision was useless, the sheep-headed monster continued to increase its collision speed and swung its forelimbs, trying to tear Lin Yi into pieces. Lin Yi's attention was completely focused on the sheep-headed monster. Although his physical fitness had improved to a certain extent, it was still no match for the monster that did not need to worry about the consequences. If he was careless, he would die here. He didn't want to waste his precious reality simulation times in such a place. Lin Yi was forced into a corner. The room was so small that he had no way to retreat. The goat-headed monster paused, grinned, and prepared for the final charge. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi fired 3 shots at the sheep-headed monster's head, and all 3 bullets hit the monster's eye sockets. But this did not make the sheep-headed monster pause at all, as if the sheep's head was just a pendant and it did not need the brain to think at all. Although he had considered this situation a long time ago, Lin Yi still felt a little uncomfortable. This unreasonable monster was very annoying. Now he could only fight hard, just like every simulation. There were still 3 bullets in the CL-0 pistol. Lin Yi held the gun in his left hand and drew out the red blade with his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit the elbows and left knee on both sides respectively. At this time, the sheep-headed monster had already crashed in front of Lin Yi. These 3 bullets did not cause much damage, but just destroyed the sheep-headed monster's momentum of charging. Even if it can move without a brain, it will fall down if its joints are hit. Maybe it will avoid falling in the future, but not this time. Lin Yi controlled the meager energy in his body and concentrated it into his right hand. He had been absorbing energy and sensing the sheep-headed monster for so long, so he also learned some simple energy manipulation. I'm not very proficient yet, but if I just focus. His right hand suddenly accelerated, and the red blade pierced into the sheep-headed monster's body through the gap between its forelimbs. The red blade passed through its chest along with its arm, and the alienated organ was held in Lin Yi's hand. The sheep-headed monster crashed into the wall on Lin Yi's right, leaving several cracks on the wall. Lin Yi pulled out his right hand, shook off the exhausted sheep-headed monster, and put the alienated organ into his backpack. Boom, boom, boom. There were chaotic footsteps nearby, and something banged against the door of the gun shop. The sheep-headed monster just made quite a commotion, and a large number of alienated creatures are gathering towards the gun shop. Lin Yi rushed into the warehouse in a hurry. As soon as he entered, he stopped his hurried steps and stood there and took a deep breath. Ah, the aroma of gunpowder. This is a warehouse full of guns. Pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles, all kinds of firearms are placed on the gun racks, and boxes of various types of bullets are piled in the corner of the warehouse. Lin Yi had to admit that he was a little excited now. Lin Yi began to load bullets into his weapon. He had long since had enough of having only 10 bullets. If possible, he wanted to take all these weapons back. As for the monsters outside, let them talk to the bullets. Lin Yi, I got a batch of arms, and will take them away by car later. Have you found a safe house? Lin Yi was sorting the guns in the warehouse. At this time, the gun shop was already filled with the corpses of alienated creatures, and the alienated organs were packed in a large woven bag. Lin Yi had taken out the crystal inside and put it in his backpack. In the process of dealing with the corpse, Lin Yi gradually developed a state of mind similar to killing fish in RT Mart. With the help of his perception, he could get the crystals inside with just a light poke of his dagger. Su Min, I found a relatively intact supermarket, which is located in a remote area and has some basic supplies. We can gather here. Li Ji, I got some special things, and we'll bring them back to you later. Zhao Yong, there are many alienated creatures in the center of the ruins, and I killed a few of them. Lin Yi found a flatbed truck, piled the spoils on it, and drove it to the supermarket that Su Min had found. The supermarket is in the northwest corner of the ruins, on the second floor, about 500 square meters. It is in a very remote location, and there are almost no bloody corpses nearby. Lin Yi was the last one to arrive, and he wasted some time looking for a flatbed truck. Great. I've been wanting to try a machine gun for a while now. Zhao Yong picked up a light machine gun and stroked its surface lovingly. I thought you would prefer cold weapons. Lin Yi looked at the old man's muscular body and couldn't help but say, when I was young, I really enjoyed wielding swords and guns, but no matter how much I practiced, it was never as good as a gun. As you young people would say, a gun is fast from 7 steps away, but it's both fast and accurate within 7 steps. Zhao Yong skillfully loaded the ammunition belt into the light machine gun, and then aimed at the bloody corpse in the distance. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The upper body of the blood corpse was swept away. This is the violence of guns, the crystallization of human technology. Regardless of whether it is moral or not, it has its own unique beauty. Su Min also picked up a few pistols and carried them with her. Although she had never used a gun, she could learn. As soon as Lin Yi entered the supermarket, he saw Li Ji squatting in the corner of the supermarket, staring at several blood-red ellipsoidal egg-shaped objects. That thing was only slightly shorter than the squatting Li Ji. Could this be? Is this it? Lin Yi took a step back unconsciously. He loved classic movies, especially classic horror movies. He could even recite lines from some of them. It's not an alien egg, although it does look very similar. I just cut one open and inside was the larva of some creature, but it wasn't a bug. It had both plant and animal characteristics. I don't know what it is. Su Min pointed to the desk next to him, on which lay a cut red egg, the internal physiological structure of which was abnormally disordered. If it were you, I'd just blow them all up and throw them away. Those who research these kinds of things in the movies never have a good ending. It just so happens that Brother Lin brought back a lot of weapons. We can use them as targets for shooting practice. Uncle Zhao fiddled with the machine gun and moved away from the corner of the room with a defensive look on his face. He didn't like those eggs and always felt that monsters would jump out of them. We have to figure out what we are going to face and know ourselves and our enemies. Lin Yi took a new red egg placed it on the freezer next to him, and began to dissect it. Just as Su Min said, the internal structure of the red egg is quite chaotic and complex, with some plant structures and animal organs mixed together, but they are combined quite well, just as they should be. Lin Yi compared the red eggs dissected by Su Min and found that the structures of the two red eggs were very different, like two different organisms. Shall we just wait here until tomorrow morning? Zhao Yong was fiddling with the machine gun out of boredom. At this time, the sky outside the window was getting darker and it was about to be night. I don't think we can stay here safely until tomorrow. Su Min sat by the window, observing the changes outside. I agree. Don't you think our team is too strong? You all have strong talents and abilities, right? Lin Yi was fully armed and placed a large number of weapons within easy reach. 25. One night in the supermarket. Indeed, I'm one of the better survivors out there. I know a bit about martial arts, and coupled with my natural abilities related to physical enhancement, my combat power should be considered pretty good among all the survivors. Zhao Yong did not hide his talents and abilities. There was nothing to hide anyway. My innate ability is related to alienation. If there is a combat power ranking, I should be relatively high in the entire region. Su Min said modestly. Well, compared to you, I'm not very good at fighting, and I can't use firearms. My natural ability is related to luck. I can see where it's safer. Li Ji actually doesn't like his natural abilities. She had never been very lucky before, and she worked very hard to achieve her goals, but got nothing. After obtaining this talent, everything is turned upside down. Just rely on luck and without taking any risks, you can get supplies that others can't get even if they try their best. This contrast made her feel confused and guilty. This talent was a bit ironic for her. Oh, where is safer now? Su Min is quite interested in this talent. If luck can be quantified, it would also be a science. Li Ji looked at Lin Yi a little embarrassedly and said, It will be safe next to Mr. Lin. As long as I leave this building, I will die here tonight. What Li Ji didn't say was that it was relatively safe to be with Zhao Yong, but it would be easy to die next to Su Min. You can call me Brother Lin. Everyone in the group calls me that. You have great talent, but don't rely too much on it. Safety is relative. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. For example, if I want to kill you now, you will die. Lin Yi liked this polite high school student. She reminded him of his younger self. After a few years in society, he felt as if he were in another world. I see. Thank you. Li Ji obediently picked up a pistol and began to study how to use it. My innate ability is a supplementary ability that can be exchanged for items and information. It's not very helpful in combat, but my combat power is still pretty good. Lin Yi also introduced his talents and abilities, but he didn't say much, as he believed others did the same. Then can you use your innate ability to get some information now? Su Min was also fiddling with the pistol. She learned quickly and was very accurate at close range. Unfortunately, I have already used my gifted ability this morning. My ability can only be used once a day. Even if he had never used it, Lin Yi would not dare to use his innate ability outside the shelter. So the teams are matched based on strength? Stronger teams will have harder missions. Zhao Yong was not afraid, but was eager to try. That's probably the case, and I think the harder the task, the greater the reward. Lin Yi said as he instructed Li Ji to shoot. Based on his understanding of the system, the possibility of this is over 90%. That's really, really great. Compared to Blue Star, Zhao Yong still prefers it here. At least he won't die in bed here. Just as a few people were chatting, it became completely dark. The supermarket was powered by a generator, and after turning on the lights, it was quite conspicuous in the dim ruins, but at this time the alien creatures nearby did not attack them. Because the giant shadow in the center of the ruins in the distance moved, the entire ruins shook. A large number of alien creatures of various shapes emerged from under the shadow. These alien creatures spread from the center of the ruins to the surrounding areas like a tide, spreading throughout the entire ruins. All creatures in the ruins will be attacked indiscriminately. The tide will wash away all creatures in the ruins and carry their corpses back to their nests. Lin Yi and Zhao Yong set up machine guns on the second floor and fired at the mutated creatures rushing towards the supermarket. Su Min and Li Ji fired more shots from the side, and a large number of mutated creatures fell in front of the supermarket. But these alienated creatures seemed endless, while their bullets were limited. If this attack continued for a while, they would have to fight close combat with a large number of alienated creatures. What should we do? We can't hold out much longer at this rate. Zhao Yong roared amid the sound of gunfire and the roar of monsters. Don't worry. There are many narrow areas in the supermarket. When the ammunition belts are used up, we can put them in and deal with them slowly. First, guard the stairs. If you can't hold it, it's up to you. Li Ji, if you can't handle it, find a place to hide. Lin Yi also shouted loudly. Got it, Don't worry about me, Li Ji said hurriedly. Soon the ammunition belts were used up, and several people pushed the remaining guns to the stairs to continue shooting the alien creatures. These alien creatures were like some kind of half-finished products, each with a strange shape. Lin Yi and Zhao Yong took turns shooting. Li Ji finished the shooting, and Su Min was responsible for dealing with the approaching monsters. The four of them cooperated well and persisted until they ran out of bullets, and the monsters didn't rush up the stairs. At this time, the first floor was already filled with monster corpses. Looking at the monsters still pouring into the supermarket, Lin Yi sighed and said, "It all depends on your ability. If I had known earlier, I would have found another gun store. I also wanted to bring back some bullets." Lin Yi didn't expect that so much ammunition would be used up. Although each one depends on their own ability, the three of them did not leave in a hurry, but still stood at the stairs, ready to guard for a while. Lin Yi drew out the red blade. Zhao Yong picked up the steel bar with concrete, and Su Min went barehanded. The three of them stood like a dam blocking the tide. Corpses soon filled the stairs, and the mutated monsters climbed over the layers of corpses to die in front of them. At the beginning, they were still at ease, and Zhao Yong had time to guide Lin Yi's knife movements. But people are not machines, and under the dual consumption of physical strength and energy, someone was soon injured. The first person to be injured was Su Min. Women's physical strength is not as good as men's, and she had no weapons, so she was the most vulnerable. Fortunately, her natural abilities are very strong. Injuries not only did not reduce her combat effectiveness, but made her even more courageous. Before, it took her 2 punches to kill an alienated creature, but now she can blow it up with just 1 punch. The second person injured was Zhao Yong. Although Uncle Zhao was experienced and brave, he was old after all, and his endurance was a little poor. After a long time, his movements could not keep up with his reactions. Lin Yi was in good condition. The psychic ring was working very well, and with the help of the cross necklace, he could control the psychic energy in his body to flow to every tired part of his body. So among the three, only Lin Yi was unharmed. Li Ji was not idle either. She was always helping out, and sometimes swapping positions with the injured person for a few minutes. She was obviously being modest when she said she was not good at fighting. As he became more proficient in controlling his spiritual energy, Lin Yi's chopping became more and more smooth. The spiritual energy flowed in his body, strengthening every point of force, and Lin Yi's movements became faster and faster. Just as he was chopping the monster to experience the cutting technique, a group of monsters that were obviously different from other monsters rushed into the supermarket. 26. First Order Alien Creatures. The degree of alienation of this group of monsters is similar to that of the sheep-headed monsters. They have their own unique appearances, but none of them are easy to deal with. If they were rushed to the second floor and got close to them, they would be dead without a doubt. If Lin Yi had just started his nighttime activities, he could only deal with 2 monsters at most, and no more. But he is no longer the Lin Yi of that time. After this period of practice, Lin Yi has a new understanding of psychic power and cutting skills. What should we do? Should we run away? Zhao Yong also noticed those mutated creatures. He still had a trump card, but there were too many mutated creatures. Even if he tried his best to deal with a few of them, he would eventually be overwhelmed by the remaining mutated creatures. We can't run away. We're not as fast as them. Besides, it's still dark and there are mutant monsters everywhere. Where can we run to? It all depends on our ability. Su Min was ready to fight to the death, but she hadn't used her innate abilities yet. Don't be impatient. Lin Yi squeezed out 2 words with difficulty. His left hand held the cross necklace, and his right hand tightly grasped the hilt of the red blade. The spiritual energy in his body poured into the blade, and the blade turned bright red, as if there was red light flowing on it. He used his perception to the extreme, and most of the supermarket was within his perception. Go die. Lin Yi swung the red blade with difficulty, but he was not cutting the monster in front of him, but something more essential. An invisible psychic blade gushed out from the red blade. Under the influence of the concept of cutting, it aroused the psychic energy of the entire supermarket and swept across the entire supermarket like a wave. Lin Yi only took the initiative, and his control over the psychic blade was only for a moment, and the rest was just going with the flow. But even if it was just a moment, this knife drained all of Lin Yi's spiritual energy and physical strength. Lin Yi barely managed to pull off the cross necklace, then fell backwards completely exhausted. Fortunately, Li Ji was standing behind them, and Lin Yi was caught in her arms as soon as he fell. In comparison, alienated creatures are not treated so well. Psionic energy is a power that can both enhance the body and completely destroy the body. The nature of psionic energy changes depending on how it is used. At first, the psychic blade only slashed through the bodies of the alien creatures, cutting them in half, But as more and more psychic energy was involved, the violent psychic energy swept through the entire supermarket like an avalanche, crushing all the alien creatures in the range into minced meat. Although not as professional as Pinduoduo, it is almost the same. Uncle Zhao looked at the devastating scene before him and couldn't help but take a deep breath and sighed. Fuck, this young man. Su Min was also shocked. She now completely believed Lin Ye's previous boast, and even felt that Lin Ye might be a little modest. Li Ji carried Lin Ye to a chair by the wall. It was her first time to be in such close contact with a man, but the situation was urgent and she couldn't care less. Are you okay? Is there anything we can do? Lin Ye did not answer. He was in a very bad condition. The knife had drained his physical strength and spiritual energy, and he could not recover in a short time. In addition, the excessive use of the cross necklace gave him a splitting headache, which made him unable to concentrate and his head dizzy. After a while, Lin Yi regained consciousness. Su Min and Zhao Yong were downstairs dealing with the alienated creatures that were not yet dead, while Li Ji was taking care of him. How's it going out there? Lin Yi took out nutrient solution from his backpack and drank 2 bottles before he felt better. Those alien creatures are the last batch. It's still daybreak, but no more monsters are coming here. Li Ji got a wet towel from somewhere and wiped Lin Ye's forehead. The cool feeling of the towel seemed to ease his headache a little. It's not over until the sun comes up. Lin Yi pressed his temples with one hand and pulled out the CL-0 pistol with the other. After dealing with the mutated creatures in the gun shop, he used the corpse of the sheep-headed monster to add bullets to the pistol, but until now, the mutated creatures have not ended. Although it can be used, its power is definitely not as strong as the end of alienation. Li Ji suddenly turned his head to look at the wall on one side, which was the direction of the center of the ruins. Something seems to be coming, something very scary. Li Ji said uncertainly. There seemed to be something wrong with her innate ability. As long as she stayed by Lin Ye's side, even in the situation just now, she didn't feel any danger. This had never happened before, which made her unable to be sure whether the information she obtained through her ability was correct or not. It should be close to, or even a first-level alien creature. Tell them to come up and take care of it, and we should be able to go back. Lin Yi leaned back dejectedly, putting all his body weight on the back of the chair. He was temporarily disabled, and the next battle could only be left to reliable teammates. My innate abilities are divided into active and passive. I haven't actively used them yet. If it's just an alien creature close to the first level, I should be able to deal with it. After listening to Lin Ye's analysis, Uncle Zhao patted his pectoral muscles very reliably. I haven't used my innate ability yet, so leave it to us from now on. Su Min looked at the dark ruins outside the window. After her body had undergone large-scale transformation, her senses were very sharp, so she was not as optimistic as Zhao Yong. Here I come. Li Ji suddenly pointed to a shadowy street corner outside the window and said. There stood a girl with black hair and red eyes, a young girl who looked nothing out of the ordinary. She tilted her head and looked at the window, watching them through the window from dozens of meters away. There was no movement of the eyeballs, no blinking. Lin Yi unconsciously tensed his body, but before he could react, the girl had disappeared from the spot. Snap! The sound of shattering glass rang in my ears, and the false sense of security brought by the distance suddenly disappeared. The girl had appeared on the second floor of the supermarket. Humans are creatures that rely on experience to survive, so they cannot deal with situations beyond their cognition. Lin Yi didn't understand first-order creatures, so he misjudged their strength and had the illusion that first-order creatures were just stronger alienated creatures. This almost became the cause of his death. The girl seemed to think that the biggest threat in the supermarket was the useless Lin Yi, so she made him the top priority target. If Zhao Yong had not used his skills and experience to force himself in front of Lin Yi would have been torn to pieces by the girl. But this was not free. Zhao Yong paid the price for Lin Yi. The girl inserted one hand into Zhao Yong's abdomen and pulled out Zhao Yong's intestines. Various liquids gushed out from the wound in the abdomen like a fountain. Zhao Yong fell to the ground, and Li Ji had no time to react. Su Min was already ready to run away. This time, there was no barrier between Lin Yi and the girl. Just as the girl was about to deal with Lin Yi, a hand as big as a palm fan grabbed the girl's right foot tightly. Zhao Yong got up from the ground, and his whole body swelled up several sizes like a balloon. 27. Supermarket Deathmatch. Zhao Yong wanted to pull the girl off the ground, but found that the girl's feet seemed to be grown on the ground, and he couldn't pull her at all. Seeing that Zhao Yong was fine, Su Min also activated his innate ability, and his whole body underwent transformation. If Zhao Yong died, even if she fought hard, only one more person would die. It would be better to run away when the monster was attracted by Lin Yi and Li Ji. But in this situation, running away may not necessarily help him escape. Since Zhao Yong is not dead, he has a better chance of survival by fighting hard. However, before she could rush forward, the situation changed again. The girl punched the inflated Zhao Yong and sent him flying. Fortunately, Zhao Yong blocked the attack this time and was not seriously injured. The girl turned back to look at Lin Yi stubbornly, but found that Li Ji had already run downstairs with Lin Yi in his arms. Lin Yi put on a cross necklace and stared at the girl intently, while using his perception to lock onto her position. In his hand, he held the mutated CL-0 pistol. There is only one bullet in the pistol now. It was not until just now that Lin Yi figured out the alienation mechanism of this pistol. The magazine can store a total of 20 alienated bullets. As the bullets are alienated, the number of bullets gradually decreases until only one bullet is left and the alienation ends. Lin Yi also didn't understand the principle of this gun, but that didn't affect his use of it. The girl had only one alienated part, right in the center of her body, but her movements were too fast, and Lin Yi needed an opportunity. The girl seemed to have noticed Lin Yi's gaze. This time she did not rush to move, but let Lin Yi keep his distance. This is a game. Lin Yi's perception range is limited, and the girl is waiting for Lin Yi to leave the perception range on his own. Lin Yi was waiting for her to catch up and reveal a flaw. As long as she was close enough, she couldn't avoid the bullet no matter how fast she ran. Li Ji stopped at Lin Yi's signal. Since the other party was not coming, he had to go there by himself. At this time, Zhao Yong and Su Min were on the second floor, and Lin Yi was on the first floor. The three of them surrounded the girl from three directions. The girl was standing at the stairs, looking down at Lin Yi. She turned her back to Zhao Yong and Su Min and completely ignored the other three people. As time passed, the situation became deadlocked. Zhao Yong and Su Min wanted to delay until dawn. The girl was not in a hurry at all. Li Ji still didn't understand why Lin Yi didn't run away. The only one who needed to be anxious was Lin Yi. He could no longer hold on. The side effects of the cross necklace became more and more serious, and he began to see double. But he just calmly gestured to Li Ji to find him a stool. Although it had no effect on his shooting, he didn't want to continue being carried like a princess to face the enemy. Sitting on the stool, Lin Yi pulled out a metal needle, inserted it into his neck, and injected all the liquid inside into his body. This was the life-saving needle in the medical kit. Life-saving needle. The life-saving injections produced in bulk have a last-minute effect. Note: please pay attention to the dosage, otherwise you will really have a last gasp. The effect of the life-saving injection was terrifyingly strong. It only took a few seconds to restore Lin Yi from a disabled person to normal state. But after a few seconds, Lin Yi felt something was wrong because the life-saving injection was still improving his condition. The flow of time began to slow down, and the empty syringe slipped from Lin Yi's hand and did not fall to the ground for a long time. Lin Yi's perception first spread out in all directions, then suddenly shrank, and it was no longer perception, but a more concentrated force. Get started. Lin Yi knew that he couldn't maintain his current state for long, so he drew out the red blade and strode towards the girl. Zhao Yong was the first to react when he heard Lin Yi's voice. He moved his feet slightly, instantly closing the distance between him and the girl, and then hit the girl's head with all his strength. Su Min's movements were no slower than Zhao Yong's, but she was aiming at the girl's back. With spiritual energy surging in her body, she wanted to pierce the girl's back directly. However, the girl remained motionless as if she had not noticed them. She just stared at Lin Yi, watching him approach step by step, allowing the attacks of the two men to hit her. Boom. Boom. The psychic shield 1 centimeter away from the girl. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward even 1 millimeter. Lin Yi looked at the layer of psychic protection. It was a full-body protection constructed by a layer of high-density psychic energy. However, the psychic protection was not only constructed by psychic energy, but also by a kind of power similar to condensed perception. At this time, Lin Yi had already climbed the stairs. The straight-line distance between them was less than 2 meters. Lin Yi could even see the coldness in the girl's dark red eyes. Even at this distance, the girl still had no intention of moving, because she had long sensed that Lin Yi had the power to threaten her. She could indeed kill Lin Yi easily, but as long as Lin Yi found an opportunity, he could seriously injure her. Lin Yi didn't do anything fancy, but simply used his concentrated perception to hit the girl's vitals. The girl could use this power to weave psychic protection, but he had no understanding of this power, so he didn't want to even think about competing in skills. The psychic protection collapsed instantly. Lin Yi's eyes went dark and his head felt dizzy, but now he didn't need his eyes or brain, he just needed to rush forward. The girl didn't seem to expect that Lin Yi could destroy her psychic protection, but she still blocked the red blade that Lin Yi had gathered all his psychic energy from. Boom. Close shooting. Lin Yi almost put the muzzle of the gun against the girl's alienated part and fired. The shot was extremely powerful and directly penetrated the girl's body. But at the last moment, the girl reacted and moved part of her vital parts away. Even so, the girl was seriously injured. She covered her wound and crawled back to the corner of the wall to prevent Lin Yi from chasing her. Lin Yi had no strength to chase after him. The effect of the life-saving injection wore off, and he became a useless person who couldn't get up without someone to hold him. However, he still lay on the ground with the gun pointed at the girl, as if ready to shoot at any time. Zhao Yong and Su Min naturally would not miss this opportunity. Although they were not in good shape, since it was time to fight hard, their shape was not so important. Fight to the death. This was a brutal fight to the death with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The ending is life and death, nothing more. When it was all over, no one was left standing. After a while, the first one to get up was of course Li Ji. She was lucky and naturally not easily injured. The second person to get up was Lin Yi. He stood by with a gun to intimidate others and did not participate in the final fight to the death. Of course, he could no longer get up by then. Lin Yi began to sort out the spoils. He could die, but he could not go back without any gain. By the time the bruised and battered Uncle Zhao and Su Min got up, Lin Yi had already processed all the alienated organs he could find and packed them into several large woven bags. Fortunately, this was a supermarket, so there was no need to worry about not having enough woven bags. When the four of them reunited on the second floor, the hazy morning sun also poured into the supermarket from the window. 28. Organize the harvest. Lin Yi pulled a cart of woven bags towards the entrance of the ruins, and the others also pulled the spoils they wanted to take back. Zhao Yong seemed to like guns very much, and he specially brought back a bunch of guns without bullets. Su Min and Li Ji returned with a large amount of food and sundries from the supermarket, which were very popular in their area. Several people walked through the ruins. There were no alien creatures around, nor any corpses. Will we ever meet again? Li Ji felt a little sad. Although they had only been together for a short time, she still liked these three teammates very much. If it weren't for them, she might not have survived this time. As long as we are alive, we will see each other again. Lin Yi looked at the ruins with a bit of regret. This mission was too difficult, so he was unable to complete the last two extra tasks. I hope so. Seeing Li Ji, who is the same age as her daughter, Su Min has more confidence in finding her child. Let's add each other as friends. Maybe we can keep in touch when we get back. Even if we can't communicate across regions for now, we should merge regions when there are fewer people around, right? Zhao Yong added 3 other friends in the chat room, and the other 3 also added each other as friends after agreeing. The 4 people successfully left the ruins and reached the platform on the other side through the road. There was a high wall behind the platform, and they could not see what was behind it. Although Lin Yi was somewhat curious, he had no desire to explore such a dangerous area. The huge shadow in the ruins in the distance suddenly began to tremble, the fog dissipated in the vibration, and a giant egg-shaped object more than 10 stories high appeared in their sight. The egg-shaped object bloomed like a flower, and a large amount of red flesh and blood was released into every corner of the ruins as it bloomed. These flesh and blood formed a large number of alienated creatures, and these alienated creatures started a new round of fighting. It's spectacular. It's beautiful. It's horrible. Fortunately, we ran fast. The bus is coming. Complete the site mission and receive a special metal treasure chest 1 based on the mission difficulty. Complete extra task 1 and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Please draw today's card. Lin Yi climbed out of bed. The flatbed cart was in the center of the shelter, and all the woven bags on it were intact. Next to it is a red metal box and a yellow box of unknown material. My turn. Draw a card. Although there were many things to deal with, Lin Yi decided to draw the daily card first. This time the card drawn was a duck. The card dissipated, and a blood-red duck appeared in the center of the shelter. Quack! The duck swayed over to Lin Yi, used its wings to pull out a bowl of steaming duck blood vermicelli from thin air, and pushed it to Lin Yi. This familiar scene left Lin Yi speechless, but he still asked, "Can you conjure anything else?" Duck, quack. Lin Yi, can you make a few more bowls? Duck, quack. Lin Yi, oh, you can still make 2 bowls. That's not bad, a little better than goose. Lin Yi picked up the duck blood vermicelli and started eating. He had to admit that this was a very delicious bowl of duck blood vermicelli. The soup tasted just right. The chili oil was fragrant and spicy. The bean curd was soft and absorbent. All kinds of duck products were complete. The duck products had no strange smell, and the vermicelli was cooked just right. The only regret is that you can't add noodles. Lin Yi finished the whole bowl in one breath, without any soup left. After eating the duck blood vermicelli, the side effects of the cross necklace completely disappeared. Lin Yi didn't know whether it was related to the duck blood vermicelli. Next came the joyful unboxing moment. Lin Yi first opened the red metal treasure chest obtained by completing the mission. There are a lot of things in it. First, there are 10 bottles of red nutrient solution and 5 bottles of aqua blue shiny liquid. Psychotropic potion. A potion that can replenish mental strength. Very precious. Note, liquefied spiritual power. So the power of concentrated perception is spiritual power? That makes sense. A bottle of colorful liquid that looks precious. Integrated potion. Advanced essential potion. Note, please use after all indicators meet the standards. What are the advanced indicators? A pure black card with intricate patterns engraved on it. Basic rune, alienation. Cards that can learn basic alienation runes. Note, use with caution if you lack mental strength. What are runes? After looking at the notes, Lin Yi did not use this card directly. After sorting the items and putting them away, Lin Yi opened the box he obtained by completing extra task 1. There was only one card inside. Alienation card number 1. When used on the surface of a living organism, it can cause biological alienation. Note, there will be a special surprise if you collect cards 1 to 10. I have collected all the alienation cards 1 to 10. Do you want to deduce your own unique evolution path? Derivation. Derivation completed. Detected that the survivor holds card 0. Should we integrate card 0 to derive a new evolutionary path? Yes. Derivation completed, evolutionary path being imported. Lin Yi stood there uncontrollably, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly flowed along an extremely complex route. This route seemed to be engraved deep in his DNA, and it could operate on its own without any control. After the circuit ran for a cycle, Lin Yi regained control of his body. Holy crap, that's awesome. The spiritual energy in Lin Yi's body was quickly exhausted, but as long as he absorbed the spiritual energy, he could strengthen his body according to the circuit. It's a shame there's no psychic energy in the shelter, but even if there was, you can't keep the circuits running all the time, or your body will become distorted. Lin Yi drew an extremely simple route map on paper according to his own route, which only passed through the main organs. He planned to send it to the group later. I opened the chat group and saw that it was quite lively as the night activity had just ended. 786-392/1000000. Thanks to Boss Lin Yi for giving me the courage to go out. Otherwise, I would have died in 7 days without being able to upgrade the shelter. Yes, as long as you participate in the site mission, you can get a treasure chest. Open the chest, and you will get the shelter upgrade blueprint. Luckily, I got out. The mission wasn't too difficult. Although the rewards were average, I did get back a box of canned braised pork. Haha, those who are alive are all grateful to the boss, and even the dead can't say anything. So awesome. The people above definitely didn't participate in the site mission, did they? The people in my team were envious. They didn't have anyone to share information with for free, and there were only 700,000 people left when the mission started. It's so sour. My team does the same. Thanks, big guy. Yeah, I shared the information the boss gave me with them, and they each gave me 5 red coins to express their gratitude. Don't worry about him. Those people must be afraid to leave the shelter. They will die in a few days. Why bother with them? Yeah, might as well talk about that batch of canned goods I got back. Yeah, we might as well talk about that box of instant noodles I brought back. Yeah, might as well talk about that bag of rice I got back. Fuck. Showing off as a group. Huh? Would I say I got a batch of pistols? Don't disrupt the formation upstairs. I haven't sent it yet. 29. Red maize. That's right. Everyone should share their harvest, and make those who didn't leave jealous. If you don't dare to fight, then just shut up and wait for death. No one has the responsibility to take care of you. Everyone, please share your gains so we can exchange them. Did anyone bring back any toilet paper? I brought some with me and wanted to exchange them for something to eat. Yeah, might as well talk about that rifle I got back. Yeah, let's talk about the munitions I got back. Lin Yi glanced at the private chat and found that he could not communicate with survivors in other areas. What a shame. Otherwise, I could have communicated with all humans through group chat. Lin Yi placed the 4 alien eggs next to the abyss egg and poured some boiling water on the abyss egg. Li Ji distributed these eggs to them and said that she felt they might be useful later. In addition to the suspicious alien eggs, Lin Yi also brought back 200 alien organs and some commonly used miscellaneous items. It's a pity that there is no smaller refrigerator in the supermarket, otherwise Lin Yi would definitely move one back. After sorting out the harvest, Lin Yi sent a picture of duck blood vermicelli to the group. The boss is here. Hello, sir. Wow, boss, you've had a good meal today. I really want to eat duck blood vermicelli. But now I am no longer the same person I was before, like a can of braised pork, food picture. Follow a picture of instant noodles, food picture. Follow a table of stir-fried dishes, food pictures. Fuck, has the boss upstairs already upgraded the shelter? I got promoted too. Was it difficult? +1. I'll stew some meat later. It's great to have gas. I'll take a hot shower first, and then talk to you guys. I'm so envious. I'm still 2 organs short of being able to transform. After this nighttime activity, many survivors collected 10 alienated organs and upgraded their shelters. So many chefs posted pictures of food in the group. Linyi, stop for a moment, I want to tell you something. After a while, the group gradually quieted down. Linyi, I have collected all the alienation cards number 1 to 10. After collecting them, the system will deduce a unique evolutionary route based on the survivor himself. We can absorb spiritual energy according to the route to strengthen our body. The route is very complicated. I drew a simplified version for your reference, route picture. Linyi, but it's not easy to guide spiritual energy to strengthen the body along the lines. I can't do anything about it. Linyi, I got a batch of alienated organs for this event, which I will put on the trading area later. Each one is priced at 10 red coins. The quantity is limited, and they will be sold out while stocks last. 10 red coins were not expensive, and one could get at least 20 red coins by searching in the red maze for 2 hours. In fact, Linyi could sell them at a high price, or even double the price, but there was no need. 2,000 red coins were enough for him to spend for the time being. Fuck, the alien organs in the trading area are already worth 20 red coins. The boss is really particular. That goes without saying. Without the boss, at least 200,000 more people would have died in our region. Huh? Collect all the alienation cards? I've only come across 7, 8, 9, and 10. Can you tell me how to get them all? Hey, I have numbers 5 to 10, and I only need numbers 1 to 4. Idiot, the smaller the number, the rarer it is. This route map is too abstract. You know, Mao? This is called art. Well, although I don't want to say anything bad about Brother Lin, it is indeed quite abstract. Then you can find an art student from the Academy of Fine Arts to share the evolutionary path with you. Stop posting. Go to the trading area and grab the mutant organs. There are so many people who need them now. I think you can make a few red coins by selling them. Come on, give the kid a chance. My shelter hasn't been upgraded yet. Linyi quickly put the 200 alienated organs on the trading area. With hundreds of thousands of people vying for them, the 200 alienated organs were sold out as soon as they were put on the market. With 2,000 more red coins in the room, Linyi no longer had to worry about running out of money when going to the store. If I have more than 1,000 red coins, will they be counted as system virtual currency? Counted in. The red coins disappeared, and Linyi could now trade the red coins through the system. After trading the alienated organs, Linyi began to check private chats. Many people wanted to trade with Linyi, but there was almost nothing among the survivors that Linyi was interested in. After all, he already had the red blade and the CL0 pistol, and he didn't even look at ordinary weapons. Zhang Liang, Brother Lin, is it convenient? Linyi, convenient. Zhang Liang, do you have any extra alienated organs? The Mutual Aid Society is willing to buy them for 15 red coins each, with no limit on the quantity. Linyi, that's all. Zhang Liang, okay, if you want to know what it costs to obtain each type of alienation card. Linyi, wait a moment. Zhang Liang, okay. Linyi, it has been sent to the group, you can go and check it out. Zhang Liang, thank you. Linyi, no need. Zhang Liang, do you have any extra cards with the first 4 numbers? Linyi, no. Zhang Liang, okay, I won't bother you anymore. Linyi closed the private chat, picked up Duck, laid down on the bed, and started the daily simulation. When he came to his senses, Linyi found himself standing in a dark red room, wearing a familiar prison uniform, with no one around him. Simulated D-class personnel, Jason. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Shit, why can't I even load this time? Where are my teammates? Where are the supervisors? Linyi looked at the familiar dark red room and had a bad feeling. Jason is a white man in his 30s with strong muscles and good physical fitness. Linyi familiarized himself with the room, then opened the door and saw the familiar corridor. OMG, why is there a red maze here? Damn, I don't even have a dagger. It's okay if I encounter a blood corpse, but if I encounter a first-level creature, I'm dead, right? Linyi explored several nearby rooms, but found only some garbage inside. He didn't find anything useful, nor any red coins or red keys. An hour later, Linyi looked at the corridor that seemed to have no end, feeling a little discouraged. He admitted that he had overthought it before, and there were no monsters here at all. There are no supplies either. There are no corridors without rooms and no doors to exit. There's nothing here. This place is like an abandoned game map, with only buggy and infinitely looping maze corridors. I won't die here, will I? Linyi was a little panicked. Not to mention that he only had 10 simulations. Even if he had 10,000 simulations, could he really get out of this maze? After all, each simulation starts from scratch, so no matter how far you have gone before, it is meaningless. Don't worry, I can get out of the time loop. There must be a way out here too. Lin Yi grabbed his hair tightly and recalled the route he had taken before in his mind. If he died on the road during this simulation, he had to at least make sure that he would not take the same route in the next simulation. Lin Yi began to conserve his energy. He could no longer think about his body in the shelter, but had to prioritize ensuring that the 10 simulations could leave here. 30. Consciousness. After walking for another hour, Lin Yi finally determined that it was very likely that he would not be able to get out if he continued walking this way. In just these 2 hours, he passed nearly 100 intersections, and he was always walking outward, without repeating the same route. It's just that big here. Lin Yi stopped. If you keep doing one thing but don't get any results, it means you may need to change the direction of your efforts. After Lin Yi condensed his mental power in the supermarket, he completely possessed the ability of mental power. Although it is not as strong as when he got the injection in the supermarket, the normal use of mental power will not have a negative impact on the body. The simulation cannot bring in items or use one's own body, but it does not seem to limit mental power. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the spot and began to absorb and guide the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen his body. He couldn't use Jason's body to run his own evolutionary route, so he had to use the basic route he summarized to strengthen his body. It only took Lin Yi more than 10 minutes to complete a basic cycle. After getting familiar with it, Lin Yi stood up and began to jog in the corridor, absorbing spiritual energy and circulating it as he ran. In this way, Lin Yi ran for another hour. Looks like I can't get out, and I can't run back in a few hours. Lin Yi began his final sprint. After exhausting his strength, he committed suicide. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Lin Yi opened his eyes in the initial room, but this time he did not leave in a hurry. During the previous boring exploration process, Lin Yi did not give up thinking. The system's description of his innate abilities is, a random D-class personnel on a mission was simulated. So I'm on a mission, and now I need to think about why the organization would throw a D-class personnel into a place like this? Even if it is a consumable item, it should be discarded after its value is exhausted, rather than being wasted. Even if I'm exploring, I should wear a helmet. Lin Yi checked his surroundings in the initial room, but found no surveillance equipment. Was it an accident? But can an accident be considered a mission? Cannot. So it wasn't an accident. This was a mission arranged by the organization. But what is my mission? Why can't I even import it? Lin Yi checked his body again, this time very carefully, and finally found a line of handwriting written in oil-based marker on the inside of his thigh. Consciousness experiment, combining reality and consciousness. From the handwriting, writing direction, and text type, it can be seen that this line of words was written by Lin Yi. But he had no memory of writing this line. The handwriting is illegible. I must have been in a hurry when I wrote it. Is this really a consciousness experiment? But when I woke up in the room, I saw a system prompt. If these words were really written by me, shouldn't I have received the system prompt at that time? And will suicide in the consciousness experiment also reduce the number of simulations? Lin Yi grabbed his hair and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could these system prompts be fabricated by my consciousness? If that's the case, when I have used up 10 simulations, will I be able to wake up? Suppressing this dangerous thought, Lin Yi closed his eyes and began to imagine that this was not the Red Room, but his own refuge. After a while, Lin Yi secretly opened one eye and found that he was still surrounded by the familiar Red Room. He tried several more times after that, but failed every time. People can't really deceive themselves, especially smart people like Lin Yi. Outside the door is the sea. No, I went out just now and I know there is a red corridor outside the door. The fusion of consciousness and reality. This means that this is not a purely conscious world. I can't change the fact that this is the red maze, but perhaps something else can reasonably appear here. Think about it. The red maze, the alienated creatures. Why is there nothing here? Oh, maybe the red maze is supposed to be like this. Without the influence of the system, alienated creatures can't survive here. But since I can get in, other alienated creatures should be able to come in too. This is the organization's mission, so something should happen. Let me think about it. There's a chance that a mutant creature, preferably one that's quite impressive, might appear here. There were footsteps in the corridor. A girl with black hair and red eyes pushed open the door and looked at Lin Yi with a smile in the corridor. Oh, that's it. Lin Yi gave an awkward yet polite smile. This was not a sight mission, and he had no weapons. He was already waiting to die. Perhaps using up all 10 simulations would not be unacceptable. Now Lin Yi has recognized the girl's presence. So even if the door is reopened, she will still push it open. Don't giggle. I'm smiling because I'm pretty. What are you laughing at? The girl's tone was rude, but the fact that she was willing to speak really made Lin Yi feel relieved. Who are you? Lin Yi was a little uncertain, as he felt the girl's way of speaking was very familiar. I am a mixture of your imagination and some reality, so I know some information that you don't know. The girl gave the answer very directly and straightforwardly, which was very similar to Lin Yi. Where is this place? Lin Yi went straight to the point. Have no idea. The girl was confident. How do I get out? Lin Yi continued to ask. I can get you out, but do you really want to go out? The girl replied meaningfully. What's the meaning? Lin Yi's heart sank when he thought of a possibility. You know what it means. Consciousness experiments are naturally used to study consciousness. The girl walked up to Lin Yi and rested her head on his chest. So this is directed at me? Lin Yi suddenly raised his head and looked around suspiciously. You're cautious, but you don't understand the D-class personnel serving as your carrier, so some of your actions are bound to differ from your original. It's okay once, but after 2 or 3 times, the organization will naturally notice the clues. Especially during the last mission, Dr. Caroline was still alive. A simple comparison would reveal the anomaly. The girl circled around Lin Yi, then looked up and made eye contact with him. From Lin Yi's perspective, he could see the deep coldness in the girl's eyes. She was smiling, but not laughing at all. What do I do? Lin Yi decided to listen to the girl's advice. Don't do anything. This is just a consciousness experiment after all. They can't lock you down. As long as you don't do anything, it will naturally end. The more you do, the more problems there will be. If I send you out directly, it will be the most troublesome. Your consciousness will be completely locked by the organization. Or, the girl sat down on the floor in the corner of the room and patted the seat next to her. Or what? Lin Yi sat next to her. Or make a big scene and let them know the price of messing with you. 31. Teacher Xiaoya. Are you kidding me? What will it cost you to mess with me? Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. You can deceive anyone, but you can't deceive yourself. I am you of a different gender. If you didn't have this thought, how could I have said it? The girl leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder, grabbed Lin Yi's hand, and said, You are not me, otherwise you wouldn't make such a stupid suggestion. I know very little about the organization. How could I possibly take the risk of going against it? Lin Yi pushed the girl away. He felt that this girl did have some similarities with him, but they were also somewhat different in essence. Don't you think this is exciting? And you underestimate us too much. It's unrealistic to fight against the entire organization, but if it's just a branch outside, it's easy to destroy it. The girl closed her eyes, took out a blood-red popsicle with 2 wooden sticks from somewhere, broke it in half, and handed it to Lin Yi. Can you get out? Lin Yi looked at the popsicle in his hand in confusion, then licked it. It was icy, sour, and sweet, very delicious. It depends on your choice. If you choose to muddle through, then I'm just a temporary sight, and this popsicle is already my limit. But if you're ready to teach them a lesson and tell them you're not to be trifled with, then I'll be the storm that sweeps the world. The girl sucked on the popsicle slowly, but the words she said were quite dangerous. Can't you choose for yourself? Lin Yi felt a little strange. He didn't think he could command the girl. Of course I can, but I am you. How could I hurt myself? Besides, I will disappear sooner or later, and you will be the one to bear the responsibility in the end. I am not that irresponsible. The girl said as a matter of course. Thank you very much. Lin Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. Fortunately, the girl was not like the clones in cheesy novels who always wanted to kill the original body, otherwise it would be troublesome. There's still some time, let me teach you something. The girl stretched out her hand, and the spiritual energy gathered in her hand, forming a thin layer of spiritual energy protection. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This was a move that could withstand the full-strength attack of Zhao Yong and Su Min. It looked very advanced. You also know this? To be precise, I'm the only one who knows this. The girl said with some pride. The first-level creatures in that station mission can only be used, but I, who possess amazing wisdom, can teach you how to use them. Chong, Teacher Lin, please teach me quickly. Lin Yi said shamelessly. Lin? Forget it, you're acting like I'm your daughter. Just call me Xiaoya. Okay, Miss Xiaoya. Student Lin, the so-called psychic protection is actually the external manifestation of the use of runes. Rune? Yes, runes are a bit like the legendary words. God said, let there be light, and there was light. But runes are not as easy to use as words. Runes are spiritual writings. Guided by the spirit and based on psychic energy, he possesses the ultimate skill in controlling everything in the world. The knife strike you made in the supermarket earlier was also an outward manifestation of using the rune cutting. That's right. That mural contains cutting and fusion runes, and the level is not low. Now I am going to teach you about the protection rune. Protection runes have a wide range of uses. Many psionic items and relics are engraved with protection runes, and they can be used for more than just shields. Xiaoya did not continue to explain, but pulled Lin Ye's collar, put his forehead against Lin Ye's forehead, and then closed his eyes. A large amount of complicated information crowded into Lin Ye's brain. If he didn't generate mental power, he would not be able to hold on for a moment. By consuming his mental energy, Lin Yi quickly received this information, but it was only temporary. It would take a long time to fully digest and even use it. We're almost the same person to do this. Don't do this with anyone else. Your head will explode. Spiritual contact is the most dangerous form of contact. If you want to learn runes, it's best to rely on the system's rune cards. Other methods are unreliable. Xiaoya reminded. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya. Lin Yi rubbed his head. This experience was pretty good, except that his head felt a little swollen. Ah, the time is almost up. It's time to say goodbye. Xiaoya looked through the roof and into the distance, very far away. What will happen to you after this? Although it was only a short time together, Lin Yi felt like he had met a good friend he had known for many years. He rarely had this feeling. I have no idea. The red maze was created by combining your consciousness with this place, and it should collapse after you leave. My birth was more complex, and I am a conscious individual, so I don't know what will happen to me in the future. Xiaoya seemed to have let it go and didn't care at all about what he would face next. I thought about it and decided to go out and teach them a lesson, so they know the consequences of provoking us. A crack appeared on the roof, and Lin Yi decided to give it a try. He didn't know if this would change anything, but doing it or not was itself a change and part of the result. Forget it. Although deep down I have a desire to destroy everything, I am still you at heart. So let's just say goodbye. Xiaoya smiled and rejected Lin Yi. Will we meet again? Lin Yi did not continue to extend the invitation, as they were essentially the same kind of people. As long as we're alive, we'll see each other again, right? 2. Both of them smiled with relief. The red maze began to collapse, and Lin Yi's consciousness gradually became blurred. Since I'm already starting to break down, I shouldn't be noticed if I do something out of the ordinary. Lin Yi disappeared, and Xiao Yi stood on the only remaining red floor in the void, muttering to himself. Lin Yi woke up from the hospital bed, wearing an exaggerated helmet on his head. Various instruments were placed beside the bed. Next to the instruments stood a man in a white coat, with a row of oil-based pins in the chest pocket of the man's white coat. Several heavily armed supervisors stood in the corner of the room. He's fine. Let's move on to the next one, the man said. Afterwards, Lin Yi was taken back to his own room, or rather, a single cell, by the supervisor. As soon as he entered the cell, Lin Yi lost consciousness. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 10. The simulation times have not been consumed. Do you want to obtain the core items? Get it. Obtain core item consciousness upload device 1. Get Xiaoya's gift box 1. Title obtained, Awakening of Consciousness. After getting up from the bed, Lin Yi glanced at the system time and found that less than 2 hours had passed and Yazi was still in bed. The speed of time in that consciousness world seems to be much faster than that in the sanctuary world. Of course, there are other possibilities, such as the instability of time in the consciousness world. Lin Yi didn't think much about it, nor did he care about the simulated harvest. He had just lost a friend and now just wanted to eat a bowl of duck blood vermicelli. 32. The third night exploration. After eating the delicious duck blood vermicelli, Lin Yi felt better and began to check the complex machine in the center of the room. Consciousness uploading device. The organization is developing a device that can upload consciousness to the spiritual world. However, due to the randomness of the upload, many D-class personnel died in the device's testing experiments. Note: can be exchanged for ferry tickets. The consciousness uploading device was the complex instrument that had been placed next to Lin Ye's bed. There were many buttons of unknown purpose on the instrument, and there was no instruction manual. Lin Yi studied it for a while and found that he couldn't even turn on the switch. This thing seemed to have some kind of security authentication technology, and certain conditions needed to be met when used. Exchange it for a boat ticket. Although I don't know what a boat ticket is, it is still more useful than a pile of scrap metal, and at least it doesn't take up space. The consciousness uploading device disappeared, and a white ticket of unknown material appeared in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi picked up the ticket and checked the system introduction. Ferry ticket. A certificate for entering the spiritual world with consciousness. After use, you will randomly enter a relatively stable spiritual world. Note: the ticket will change color after each use. White represents a shallow, safe area. Oh, the spirit world? It seems a bit dangerous. I'll keep it for later when I need it. After putting away the boat ticket, Lin Yi opened Xiaoya's gift box. There was only a black card with complicated patterns inside. Basic rune. Collapse. Cards that can learn the basic collapse rune. Note: those with insufficient mental strength should use with caution, except Lin Yi. As expected of teacher Xiaoya, Lin Yi did not use this card immediately. He had not yet digested the protective rune, so now was not a good time to learn new knowledge. Look at the last system prompt. Awakening of consciousness. You wake up from a dream, only to find yourself still in the dream. Note: in the spiritual world, consciousness is the root of everything. After checking the harvest, Lin Yi poured hot water on the abyss egg and alien egg, and then began to organize and learn the protective runes. He hoped to learn simple psychic protection techniques before the night activities arrived. After all, the 3-day novice period has passed. According to the system prompt, it is very likely that I will encounter a first-level psychic creature tonight. And I don't know what event will be tonight. The afternoon passed quickly, and the night activities were about to begin. Lin Yi packed up his equipment and finished his last bowl of duck blood vermicelli before the night activity began, and petted the duck for a while. After all, the night activities may end tomorrow. There was still some time, so Lin Yi opened the group chat. What's going on today? Is there any news, boss? Probably not. Boss, today's talent is replaced by duck blood fans. Damn it, I want to eat duck blood vermicelli too. Are you participating in tonight's night activities? According to the system prompt, you may encounter high-level creatures today. I'm horny and thirsty. I'm still one alienated organ away from upgrading my shelter. I don't even dare go near the bathroom right now. I really want to take a hot shower. I'll bring back a few more alienated organs to sell to my brothers. Shit, I'm still for short. I haven't even gotten the blueprints to upgrade the shelter yet, and all the alienated organs I've collected are going to go bad. Who told you not to participate in night activities? I have a natural ability that can make money, so why would I want to go out and take risks? I'm charging a high price for the blueprints to upgrade the shelter. Ciao, so you are a resource tycoon. I'm sorry, have any of you tried Brother Lin's martial arts secret book? Trial hair is so abstract, I can't understand it at all. Don't criticize me. The picture is indeed abstract, but the boss has marked the location of each organ. I have started to strengthen my body according to the route in the picture, and the effect is quite good. Huh? How did you channel psychic energy? Besides, there's no psychic energy in the shelter, right? Anyone who has used the alienation card can sense the flow of psychic energy. Boss, you probably haven't used the alienation card, so you don't know. As for psychic energy, don't we have nutrient solution? It contains psychic energy. At first, one bottle can last for half a cycle. Holy crap. So awesome. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm not the only one strengthening my body. Many people are making faster progress than me. The boss has already sent out the information. If you don't use your brain, who can you blame? Fuck, that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to try it now and try to strengthen my body before the event. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 09:59. Join in. Before the countdown ended, Lin Yi decided to hold the duck and rest for a while. 001. 00:00. The novice period ends. The probability of alienated creatures appearing is increased. The probability of treasure chests appearing is reduced. The quality of treasure chest output is reduced, and the activity period is extended. Nighttime activities begin. 3:59:59. Lin Yi climbed up from the dark red floor. At the end of the corridor, a bloody corpse just walked around the corner. That's a really fierce welcome. Lin Yi drew out the red blade. Even without the cross necklace, he could easily sense the alienated parts of the blood corpse. The knife flashed, and the upper body of the blood corpse was cut off by Lin Yi. The alienated organs in the abdominal cavity were pulled out by Lin Yi and thrown into the empty backpack. The red maze contained a very high amount of spiritual energy. Lin Yi randomly found a room and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and circulate it according to the evolutionary route. His evolutionary route was very complicated. Even if his body could function on its own, he still needed to focus his attention on the inside of his body. With the help of the psychic ring, it took Lin Yi half an hour to complete the first cycle. After just one cycle, he felt that his physical fitness was stronger than before. For the first time, 2 cycles a day is enough, and you can gradually increase the number of cycles later. Lin Yi stood up and stretched his body. He decided to explore the maze first, and then repeat it again when the activity was almost over. After leaving the room, Lin Yi began to jog in the corridor. He no longer cared about the 1 or 2 red coins in the ordinary rooms. Only the locked rooms were worth stopping for. Every time he ran through 1 or 2 corridors, Lin Yi would encounter an alien creature, including blood corpses and other alien animals. The system did increase the probability of alien creatures appearing. It didn't take Lin Yi much time to deal with these alien creatures. After running through 8 corridors, Lin Yi finally came across the first locked room. Use the red key to open the door, and there is only a mahogany treasure chest inside. When I opened the treasure chest, there was a tin jean bag of rice inside. It's okay, not too heavy. Lin Yi picked up the rice, left the room, and continued jogging in the corridor. After running through 6 corridors, Lin Yi found a locked room again. Use the red key to open the door, and there is a mahogany treasure chest inside. No way. Lin Yi had a bad feeling. When I opened the treasure chest, I saw boxed meat and vegetables, which weighed about 3 or 4 pounds in total. 33. Arrogant first-order creatures. After putting the meat and vegetables into his backpack, Lin Yi continued jogging in the corridor. To be honest, the treasure chest production was too abstract, and he was already considering whether to continue wasting keys. Not to mention anything else, if he continued driving like this, he was afraid that the backpack would not be enough. He couldn't finish all the food by himself. There was no refrigerator in the shelter, so fresh meat and vegetables could not be stored for a long time. As for selling it to other survivors, Lin Yi didn't think he was the only one who would sell food. Fortunately, Li Ji had loaded a lot of seasonings into his car before, otherwise Lin Yi would not know what to do with these ingredients. After running through 10 more corridors, Lin Yi encountered the third locked room. Open another one, or the food won't open it. Having made his decision, Lin Yi used the red key to open the door. This time there is no treasure chest in the room, but the long-lost shelves. This is a warehouse room. Lin Yi carefully searched every corner of the room and found 5 bottles of nutrient solution, 3 alienation cards, 1 metal key to open a special room, and a dagger on the shelf. The alienated cards are all cards with later numbers. The dagger blade is 7 centimeters long and has a wooden gray handle. It looks very sharp and should be a psychic item similar to a cross necklace. After putting these things into his backpack, Lin Yi continued to explore the maze. This time, after running for half an hour, Lin Yi didn't come across a locked room. Just when he was feeling strange, he came across a dark red corridor with no rooms. I see. But there aren't any monsters in the corridor, so the monsters aren't in the hall ahead, are they? Lin Yi came to the end of the corridor. After putting down the rice and the backpack of supplies, he pushed open the red double doors. Inside was still the familiar hall, but there was a figure standing in the middle of the hall. Hee. The figure was wearing a pitch-black robe and a hood on his head, and a creepy, dry laugh came from under the hood. Can you speak? It was the first time that Lin Yi encountered an alien creature that was willing to communicate. Thank you for opening the door. I thought this trip would be in vain. There was an inexplicable arrogance in the figure's words, just like a higher being facing a lower one. Are you a survivor too? The system wants you to guard the door here. Lin Yi didn't care about his tone, but he needed the figure to continue talking so that he could get more information, so he teased the other person a little. Survival? Guarding the door? Can you please stop comparing me to you guys? I'm not a poor wretch like you who was forced to come here to survive. I came here on my own initiative. The figure's tone was quite disdainful. But aren't you still guarding the system? What's the difference? At least I don't have to guard the door. Lin Yi also said in a disdainful tone. Oh, you bastard, you don't understand the power of the system at all. Countless planes, all races, except for some extremely dangerous planes, everything is under the management of the system. With your intelligence, you can't even imagine how the system exists. The figure was not in a hurry to kill Lin Yi. There was still time, and he wanted to deal with the spoils properly. But we're in the same position now, aren't we? Lin Yi didn't continue talking nonsense. He was not a talkative person. The other party was just a first-level tool. Even if he knew some information, it was not important. The two were not far apart. For Lin Yi now, it was only one step away. The moment the red blade was pulled out, the invisible psychic blade cut towards the figure's chest, where his only alienated organ was located. Court death. The figure pulled the black robe, and a psychic barrier appeared in front of him. At the same time, he pulled out a pistol and fired 2 shots at Lin Yi. As if afraid of wasting bullets, the figure did not continue shooting. In his opinion, Lin Yi could not dodge these 2 bullets. Lin Yi really couldn't dodge the bullets now, but he could block them. A thin layer of psychic protection easily blocked the 2 bullets containing psychic energy, which made the second layer of psychic protection he created useless, not to mention the third layer of psychic protection that was brewing. Unlike Lin Yi, the figure's black robe failed to block Lin Yi's psychic blade, which had some cutting properties, and a cut was made on the black robe and chest. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi thrust the red blade into the figure's chest amidst his screams, piercing his alienated organs. In his left hand, which had completed the transformation of bullets, was ready to fire. If the opponent had not performed so poorly, he would have already fired. This was a first-level psychic creature, and Lin Yi would not give him any chance. Just like Lin Yi said, they were in the same position and it was a life-and-death battle, but the other party didn't seem to understand. How is it possible? You're not even level 1. How can you destroy my equipment? How can you possibly withstand my attacks? The figure's desperate voice was intermittent, and until he died, he didn't understand what was happening. Although I don't know much about the system, and I don't know about the countless planes and all the races, I feel that the system maintains basic fairness. Since you are a first-level survivor, I can't be an ordinary survivor. But to be honest, you are so weak that I doubt whether the system really has this basic fairness. Lin Yi sighed. This was the first time he encountered such a weak, first-level creature. The figure just died like that, and his eyes were quite big. Lin Yi took off the figure's equipment and examined the figure's entire body. This was a creature similar to humans, but many parts of its body were different from those of humans on Blue Star. It should be some kind of humanoid race. There was a complex circular mark on the chest of the corpse, similar to a tattoo, and its meaning was unknown. After dissecting and processing the corpse, Lin Yi obtained a torn black robe, a pistol with only 8 bullets left, and a first-level alienated organ. The task of submitting the alienated organs to the blueprint of the first-level psychic crystal manufacturer has now reached the progress, February 10th. Lin Yi also obtained 1 first-level alienated organ in the previous site mission, and only 8 more are left to complete it. Lin Yi hopes to complete this task as soon as possible, so that he may be able to absorb spiritual energy in the shelter to strengthen his body. The spiritual energy content of the nutrient solution was too little, and with his current reserves, it was not enough for him to go through several cycles. And you can't drink the nutrient solution all the time. It's mainly used to supplement nutrition, and the notes also say you can't drink too much. After dealing with the stupid, mutant creature guarding the gate, Lin Yi began to check the doors in the hall. These doors were the same as before, with a red double door opposite, a mahogany door for leaving on the left, and a locked dark red metal door on the right. The item room? I just got a new metal key to a special room. Use the metal key to open the door. The room inside is still an ordinary room and a dark red table, but this time there is a manufacturing blueprint on the table. 34. Game room invitation. After Lin Yi put away the blueprint, he did not leave the room in a hurry. Instead, he closed the door and began to absorb spiritual energy to strengthen his physical fitness. In the middle of the cycle, Lin Yi suddenly felt an unusual hunger and only recovered after drinking several bottles of nutrient solution. This is probably the correct purpose of the nutrient solution, to replenish the body's material basis during strengthening, rather than to provide spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Lin Yi completed his second cycle of the day. There was still more than an hour left before the end of the event. Lin Yi picked up all the supplies and continued to explore the maze through the red double doors opposite. Afterwards, Lin Yi opened a few more locked rooms and found that they were all treasure chests filled with various foods. The countdown was about to end, and Lin Yi opened the last locked room, but unfortunately, there was still a mahogany treasure chest inside. I don't know what's in it this time. I don't want rice. 1 bag is enough for me to eat for a long time. I don't want fresh food either. Canned food is best. Junk food that can be stored for a long time is also good. Lin Yi opened the treasure chest with great anticipation, only to find a colorful piece of paper inside that looked rather unoriginal. That's fine, at least it doesn't take up space. After putting away the paper, the countdown ended and Lin Yi was teleported back to the shelter. When we returned to the shelter, the ducks were still there, but unfortunately there were no more duck blood vermicelli to eat. Lin Yi sorted and put away the various foods, and put the alienated organs on the shelves at a price of 10 red coins per piece before starting to check the harvest of the activity. First up are several psionic items of unknown function. Sacrificial dagger. Put the dagger in the heart and offer a sacrifice to the gods. Note, if you don't have a deep understanding of this type of ritual, please use it with caution. Lin Yi. What the hell? Are you stabbing someone else or yourself? Throwing the dagger into the corner to collect dust, Lin Yi continued to check the next item. Black robe. Entry-level psychic item mass-produced by the Ring Organization, capable of releasing simple psychic protection. Note, it is damaged and not worth repairing. Psychic pistol. Entry-level psychic item mass-produced by the Ring Organization, capable of activating bullets imbued with psychic energy. Note, bullets are more valuable than guns. What the hell is a Ring Organization? It feels so good. Lin Yi didn't know whether the other party was a member of the Ring Organization or had bought things from the Ring Organization. If it was the former, then the Ring Organization was probably not that good. Considering the circular mark on the corpse, Lin Yi felt that the former was more likely. The pistol was okay, as there were still 8 bullets in it, but the robe was useless, so Lin Yi threw it into the pile of miscellaneous items. Next is the biggest gain of this event, an unknown blueprint. Low-level concentrated nutrient solution extractor production drawings. Required materials. First order alienated organ, 0/10. Second order alienated organ, 0/10. Third order alienated organ, 0/10. Note: the concentrated essence is the essence, which is much more convenient than a juicer. Lin Yi used this blueprint with a puzzled look on his face. In such a short period of time, he couldn't even see a third-level alien creature, let alone gather all the materials. Finally, there is the colorful piece of paper. Game room invitation. Use the invitation letter in the shelter, and the survivor will be teleported to the game room. Note: the game room is a safe area. Please choose your favorite entertainment method. Game room. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to use the invitation letter. He planned to try it after the simulation was over tomorrow. If there was enough spiritual energy there, he would not have to absorb spiritual energy during night activities. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi made himself a sumptuous dinner and then opened the group chat to eat. 784264/10000000. Hey guys, does anyone have the blueprints for upgrading the shelter? I'll pay a high price. Is there no one who can draw up the blueprints? Open hair? It's all food. I opened 4 treasure chests today, and they were all food. Is anyone more miserable than me? Damn, could it be that what Boss Lin said was right? Then what are we going to do without the blueprints? Wait for death. I have one here, name your price. Great. I thought the shelter upgrade blueprints were out of print. Dude, you're so lucky to be able to get the blueprint. What the hell, the treasure chest is full of food. I killed a first-level mutant in the lobby, then used a special key to open the door and found it in the item room. I thought it was some awesome blueprint, but when I came back, I found out it was just this crappy thing. Name your price. I won't trade it for anything less than something good. Wow, I thought he was a European, but he turned out to be African. Are you sure you're African? There are still many people who don't have the blueprint. This blueprint could save their lives. What good things do you think those survivors who have been hiding in the shelter can get? This is a big guy who can beat a first-level creature. Show some respect. No, you should have already upgraded the shelter, right? Since these are extra blueprints, just sell them cheaply. They could save lives. Sorry, it's sold. No need to send me a private message. The buyer gave me an irresistible price. I'm very satisfied. It's sold already. It's that resource guy, right? He started collecting blueprints as soon as the event ended. Awesome. So what are we supposed to do if we don't have the blueprints? Just wait to die. What else can I do? Lin Yi, the system won't do anything extreme. I think there's a high probability that you'll get blueprints when you open the item room. You can also try opening a few treasure chests. A low probability doesn't mean there won't be any. Of course, this is just my guess. The boss is here. Brother Lin is right. Brother Lin, have you eaten dinner yet? Lin Yi. However, first-level mutant creatures are very powerful, so those without combat talent should not try. Food picture. Lin Yi. By the way, please collect the special room key. I can exchange it for alienation cards, nutrient solution, red keys, and other supplies. It's very rich, but the appearance is average. I think you made it yourself. Alas, the boss has fallen to the point of cooking for himself. I cook for myself too, and suddenly I feel that I am doing pretty well. But it looks quite appetizing. Boss, do you need a cook? It's free. The chef of the 5-star hotel is here. Please leave it to me. Lin Yi. No need, but do you know how to deal with fresh food? There's too much food to eat all at once. Make it into bacon and pickles. Will frying it make it last longer? I'm also worried about what to do. I'm selling dozens of kilograms of fresh meat. No, didn't you see the boss collecting the keys to the special rooms? I wouldn't dare go to the corridor even if I had the keys. After discussing the method of making bacon with group friends for a while and eating a meal for 40 minutes, Lin Yi exited the group chat and opened a private chat to start trading the special room key. 35. Crimson Sister. Not many people trade special room keys. After all, everyone knows that there are good things in special rooms. But with such a large population base, Lin Yi still managed to exchange some basic supplies for 5 keys. After all, not everyone has the courage to face first-level creatures. Instead of keeping them in your hands, it is better to exchange them for some urgently needed supplies. Zhang Liang. Brother Lin, are you there? Lin Yi. Yes, what's wrong? Zhang Liang. Do you have any extra psychic items? Lin Yi. Yes, there are, but not that many. Zhang Liang. I use a special key to exchange it. Lin Yi. I have already received 5, and I won't be able to use up all the extras in a short while. Zhang Liang, what do you need? Lin Yi. Do you have rune cards? Zhang Liang. There were originally 2, but now there is only 1 left. Lin Yi. Zhang Liang. A member with a psychic talent tried to use one, but after using it, his name went black. Lin Yi, can you die in a shelter? Isn't it absolutely safe? Zhang Liang, we analyzed that he might not be dead, but the system determined that he could not continue to survive, so his name was blacklisted. After all, rune cards are used on oneself, and they are changes to oneself, which may not be protected by the shelter. Lin Yi, what's the remaining one? Zhang Liang, basic rune speed. Lin Yi, I'll trade you my psychic pistol and psychic ring. There are still 8 bullets in the pistol. Zhang Liang, okay. The two completed the transaction quickly, and both parties were very satisfied with the deal. To Lin Yi, the psychic pistol is rubbish. The psychic ring is still useful, but it only makes a cycle go from 30 minutes to 40 minutes, which can be shortened after becoming proficient in the cycle. For the Mutual Aid Society, the psychic ring is simply a magical artifact. After all, they have no evolutionary path, and channeling psychic energy is far less easy than Lin Yi. Moreover, they dare not use rune cards at all now, and no one wants to die in the shelter. Basic rune, speed. Cards that can learn basic speed runes. Note, use with caution if you lack mental strength. Putting the card away, Lin Yi did not dare to use such a dangerous card casually. Moreover, he had not yet digested the protective rune. In addition, due to cutting, splicing, and collapse, he would not be able to use this card for a while. After simply processing the remaining fresh food and pouring some hot water on the abyss egg and the alien egg, Lin Yi lay down on the bed with the duck in his arms, closed his eyes, and continued to digest the protective rune until he fell asleep completely. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. This time the card showed a girl in a nun's uniform. Before Lin Yi could react, the card dissipated, and a girl with silver hair and wearing a blood-red nun's uniform appeared in the center of the shelter. Hello. Lin Yi was a little nervous. This was the first time a young woman entered his room. The girl's body was covered in a plain and heavy blood-red nun's uniform, with a pure red nun's hat on her head and her eyes covered with a red cloth. The nun's uniform was covered with distorted and chaotic symbols. These symbols are similar to runes, but Lin Yi can't understand them. Wearing this strange nun's uniform, the girl gave people a mixed feeling of holiness and weirdness. Despite this was the first time that Lin Yi understood what the so-called holiness felt like. The girl knelt in the middle of the shelter, not saying a word. Seeing that the girl didn't answer, Lin Yi didn't approach her. It's not because I'm afraid of any repercussions, but because it's the most basic respect for a lady. Lin Yi made 2 breakfasts with the reserved ingredients and placed one in front of the nun. If she didn't want to eat it, he could have it as dinner. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi lay down on the bed and started his daily simulation. Influenced by the Crimson Sister, religious anomalies have been selected as the simulation mission for this time. D-class personnel simulated. Isaac. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes to the familiar sound of traffic. Opposite him sat a white-haired old man, who was also wearing an orange uniform. Isaac was also an elderly man, and his body was as weak as a bedridden patient. It took Lin Yi a while to gradually accept this fragile body. This was the first time in his life that he felt so weak. What on earth did this old man do to deserve to be a D-class personnel? Religious anomalies. Well, at least I'm not completely clueless. What's wrong? Isaac, is your headache coming back? The inmate opposite suddenly spoke up. It was obvious that he knew Isaac. Never stopped. Lin Yi replied calmly. Do you know where they're sending us? Gregory looked at Lin Yi in surprise and asked. Where else could it be? Come to think of it, I haven't prayed in ages. Lin Yi remained calm. He had been good at acting since he was very young. Why? Don't you believe in God anymore? Gregory stared into Lin Yi's eyes, trying to see through him. No, my faith has never been stronger. Lin Yi smiled gently and looked at Gregory. Gregory looked away unnaturally and looked out the car window. The supervisor who had been listening to their conversation curled his lips and cursed inwardly. Damn charlatan. 5 minutes later, the prison van stopped outside a small white church with an eye-catching stained glass window on top. Go in. This time it is your turn to be the sacrifice. Remember to confess to your Lord afterwards. This time the captain obviously didn't like them and drove them into the church without even letting them wear helmets. Lin Yi did not resist and walked into the church very obediently. Of course, he could not resist given his physical condition. The interior of the church is very ordinary, with only a few rows of pews and a pulpit, nothing special. Lin Yi stood in the center of the church and didn't notice anything unusual. But Gregory, who came in with him, was obviously different. He seemed to be influenced by some unknown factors and walked up to the pulpit step by step. Lin Yi sat on the bench cooperatively, ready to listen to his cellmate's speech. As a result, as soon as Gregory stepped onto the pulpit, He began to tear his cheeks frantically like a madman, and his body began to twist and deform. After he completely tore off his facial skin, his entire body was compressed into a cube with a side length of about 30 centimeters, and the torn facial skin just fell on the cube. Nice show, isn't it? Since when? The church benches have been filled with humanoid creatures in various clothing. The person who was talking to Lin Yi was a gentleman in a gray suit whose face could not be seen clearly. He was sitting next to Lin Yi. Generally, he's just a fool who treats desire as faith. He doesn't even dare to face himself. Even if he turns into a box, the contents won't be any surprises. Lin Yi said casually. 36. The path of faith. You're right, but it's a pity that I can't sense your faith. Otherwise, I would definitely want to see what's in your box. The man in gray was very interested in Lin Yi, but he did not feel Lin Yi's faith, so he could not attack Lin Yi. Maybe it's not as fun as you think. Can I go now? Lin Yi didn't think it would be so easy to complete the simulation, but he had to try to leave here. Of course, take the box with you. It's my gift to you. But even if you leave this church, you won't be able to leave here alive unless you choose a god to believe in. The man in gray was very friendly to Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi did not believe in its god, so Lin Yi was a guest of the church, and had always treated guests like this. Thanks. Lin Yi didn't say much. He walked over, picked up the companion box, and left the church. The moment he picked up the box, a line of prompts flashed before Lin Yi's eyes. Get a gift, complete the simulation with the gift, and take the gift back to the shelter. As soon as he walked out of the church, Lin Yi stopped, because outside was not a prison van or supervisors, nor was it the suburbs before entering the church, but a wide white stone road with various church-like buildings lined up on both sides of the stone road. Oh, I knew I couldn't get out. Although Lin Yi had guessed it long ago, this situation still gave him a headache. That is, I must choose a god to believe in before I can leave. But as long as I have a god to believe in, I become a member of the church, and the things inside can attack me. Belief in gods is related to the spirit. Going to a shelter doesn't necessarily mean you can escape the so-called gods. That's not the biggest problem. Lin Yi grabbed his hair, looking distressed. He didn't feel he could believe in a god. It's not a question of whether you are willing or not, but a question of whether you can do it. Even if Lin Yi wanted to believe in a god, he didn't think he could do it. Faith is not something that can be expressed with words, but requires wholehearted commitment. If you try to appease the gods with a little faith, your end will definitely not be much better than that of your teammate box. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Yi walked along the cobblestone road towards the next church. The two churches were not far apart, only a few hundred meters, but for some reason, he could only see the whole picture of the church when he got close. The second church was a milky white dome church. A pale-faced priest wearing a black vestment stood outside the church door, a bit like a girl soliciting customers outside a barber shop. Hello, would you like to come in and take a look? The priest seemed unable to leave the church. He stretched out his hands exaggeratedly to grab Lin Yi. Just say it. I'm very busy. Lin Yi took a step back to prevent the priest from touching him. Okay, you probably don't have a god you believe in yet. Those without faith cannot leave here. If you believe in my Lord, not only will I send you away safely, but my Lord will also grant you supreme power. The priest had an exaggerated smile on his face and looked impatient. It doesn't look like they are recruiting people to join the club, but more like a starving person coming across a feast. Tell me about the specific benefits. Don't use those useless things. Don't treat me like a newbie. What rank is your god? Does it give out runes? Is there an evolution path? What rank can it support me to? Lin Yi was not polite at all. He was planning to try to join the church later, so he wanted to understand the market situation first. Huh? Are there different ranks of gods? Do you give gifts after joining the guild? Why don't I get any? The priest was obviously intimidated by Lin Yi's professional terms. For a moment, he even felt that he was the novice that Lin Yi was talking about. Hey, you're just a clueless noob. What a waste of time. Lin Yi walked around the priest and continued to walk towards the next church, leaving the priest outside the church lost in thought. The third church was built of piles of bones. Even from a distance, Lin Yi felt a strong sense of unease. So he didn't even get close and just walked around the church. The next few churches we passed looked extremely evil, as if it would be out of fashion not to hang a few corpses outside the churches. After walking for half an hour, Lin Yi finally came across a church that looked decent. This is a pure black spire church with a conservative architectural style, giving people a simple and clean aesthetic. This church gave Lin Yi a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. As soon as he entered the church and looked at the huge void in the center, Lin Yi instantly understood why he felt a sense of familiarity. This is a church related to the Abyss. Lin Yi wanted to turn around and leave, but found that the area behind him and nearby was filled with holes. There was no other place to stand in the church except at his feet. A nun fell headfirst in front of Lin Yi. She just stared at Lin Yi upside down without saying a word. Aren't you nuns talkative? Lin Yi now regrets it very much. After being selected by the system, he has not encountered any good things. The moment he felt familiar, he should have turned around and left. You are closely connected to the abyss and will fall into it sooner or later. Do you want to believe in our Lord and find a supporter in advance? The nun, like the man in gray, was very friendly. Not for now. Wait until I fall into the abyss. Lin Yi didn't dare to have anything to do with the abyss anymore. He wanted to find a less powerful god to hang his name on. What a shame. You can go now. Just jump and leave. The nun looked at Lin Yi, as if urging him to jump down quickly. Lin Yi looked at the dark void below. He neither jumped down nor answered. He just looked down and waited for time to pass. After 5 minutes, the nun finally couldn't bear it anymore. It seemed that maintaining this state was not without consumption. Then the ground recovered, and the church door appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi still didn't move. He couldn't be sure whether the ground would disappear again, or even whether what he saw was the ground. After all, Lin Yi had no idea how to leave here. Can I just open the door and leave? Or is jumping the door the correct way to leave? How do I jump? And even if I leave here and enter other churches, it will be difficult to end the simulation without believing in God. This seems to be an opportunity. So Lin Yi decided to take a risk. He looked the nun straight in the eyes, opened his arms, and fell into the abyss behind him, his feet upside down, just like the nun. Since you won't let me leave, I'll have to stay closer. The nun couldn't help but sigh at Lin Yi's courage and good luck. There was indeed an exit below, but he had to leave backwards. Many guests have visited this church, but only a few have dared to jump into the void, and even fewer have been able to leave backwards. You are indeed someone favored by the abyss. May we meet in the abyss soon. 37. Inherit the throne. The moment he fell into darkness, Lin Yi's feet touched the ground, the world turned upside down, and he stood on the white stone road again. I was thinking of giving it a try, but I didn't expect to get lucky. Lin Yi wasn't actually sure. There were 3 obvious ways to escape, and he simply chose the most likely one. If he chose the wrong one, he was ready to bear the consequences. Looking around, the Abyss Church had disappeared, and he was teleported to the outside of a dilapidated dark red church. Lin Yi carefully observed the patterns carved on the outer wall of the church and found that they were somewhat similar to the symbols on the crimson nun's uniform. If you have plans, can you get me here directly? Lin Yi couldn't help but complain. Of course, he didn't think that the Crimson Sister could influence the system to this extent, and he wasn't even sure whether this abandoned church was related to her. But Lin Yi still pushed open the door of the abandoned church. The interior of the church was not much better than the outside. One side of the wall had completely disappeared, and the remaining wall was covered with red and black plants. There was no wind here, but the plants trembled slightly, like insects connected head to tail and lying on the wall. Several broken benches were placed in the center of the church, and on the front bench sat a monster. It looked like a pile of flesh and blood lumps put together randomly, with flesh tentacles growing all over its body. Lin Yi approached the monster. He couldn't tell what level of alien creature this monster was. With his current physical condition, he couldn't defeat it at any level, so he was ready to start over. Hello. The monster was surprisingly polite, and its voice was very nice, that of a young woman. Hello. After passing the previous few churches, Lin Yi had a certain understanding of this place, so he was not in a hurry to speak. This is a church without God. I can't send you out. You can leave now. The monster said very directly. So what are you doing here? Lin Yi sat next to the monster. To him, this place was much safer than those churches with gods. You know what? The absence of a god means I'm not bound by anything, which means I can kill you at any time. The monster did not answer Lin Yi's question, nor did it attack Lin Yi. It just didn't want to be disturbed. It was Sister Crimson who brought me here. Do you know what she wants me to do? Lin Yi decided to be decisive, as he always does. Are you sure? The monster suddenly became serious, and its long and narrow tentacles surrounded Lin Yi. The plants on the wall slowly turned over and over again, like breathing and heartbeat, without stopping for a moment. I'm sure. Lin Yi is ready and can commit suicide at any time. Very good. You will inherit the throne and become the god of this church. The monsters are also very crisp. Are you kidding me? Lin Yi didn't know how to react for a moment. He really couldn't connect himself with the gods. Gods are beacons of the spiritual world. Our god was swallowed by the abyss, so we need a new god. In this way, the beacon will reappear, and perhaps our god can return from the abyss. I don't know why the nun chose you as the new god, but I respect the nun's choice. After all, She was once the person closest to the gods. The monsters didn't talk nonsense or offer any difficult theories, but explained their purpose in just a few sentences. What do I have to pay? And what can I get? As long as the price is right, Lin Yi doesn't mind getting a new job. You know about runes, right? If you inherit the throne, you'll be able to gain systematic rune knowledge, even knowledge beyond runes. As for the price, the throne is the price. You'll become a beacon, no longer able to believe in other gods. Furthermore, if the god is swallowed by the abyss, the throne will naturally be tainted as well. However, since you already have a connection to the abyss, this isn't that important. After the monster finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. How can it be unimportant that the throne of God is contaminated by the abyss? Lin Yi questioned. As long as one's exposure to the abyss exceeds a certain limit, only by becoming a god can one resist the abyss's erosion. This has nothing to do with time, distance, or dosage. It's only related to one's spiritual will. Of course, some powerful relics and certain beings can also block this erosion. The monster glanced at Lin Yi and continued meaningfully. You're lucky, but it won't last forever. I agree. Lin Yi also didn't think the system could protect him forever. The gate to the abyss was on the wall of the shelter. Sooner or later, he would have to control the gate himself. And from the description of the monster, it seems that God is a profession that comes with its own rune system, which is similar to changing jobs to become a god. Very good, deal done. The monster tore open its body, took out a shining particle of light from it, and placed it on Lin Yi's head. The light particles flowed into Lin Yi's body like liquid, but Lin Yi didn't feel anything, as if the light particles didn't exist. Is this the end? Lin Yi felt like he had been cheated. How could this god, which had neither a sense of ritual nor feeling, seem so much like a scam? You are too weak. You are not even qualified to connect to the divine throne. If you force the connection, your brain will explode. But don't worry, you are now the god of this church. As long as you walk out of the church, you can leave this place and return to your original world. The monster zipped up the flesh on its chest like a zipper, then pulled out a card from its pocket-like stomach at its side and handed it to Lin Yi. This is a gift, my god. I will always pray for you here. Get a gift, complete the simulation with the gift, and take the gift back to the shelter. Lin Yi took the card. He wanted to ask the monster some questions about advancement, but he felt uncomfortable. It's time for you to leave. Those who enter will attain godhood. The connection will be severed soon. If you don't leave now, you'll have to stay here forever. Goodbye. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the church door. Before pushing the door open, he turned around and said, My name is Lin Yi, and I don't know your name yet. You can call me Saint. As for my name, I have long forgotten it. When he walked out of the church, the prison van and the guards were still there. They obviously didn't expect Lin Yi to come out alive. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 10. The simulation times have not been consumed. Do you want to obtain the core items? Get it. Obtain a core item contaminated by the God 1. Get Mr. Gray's gift 1. Get the Saint's gift 1. Title obtained, God. Lin Yi woke up from the bed and saw Sister Crimson still kneeling there, with her posture and the breakfast beside her unchanged. 38. Carnival Feast. I looked at the time and it was not yet noon, so this simulation did not take much time. Lin Yi began to check the spoils. The deity did not appear in the center of the sanctuary, as if it had merged with him. Lin Yi picked up the box teammate that Mr. Gray gave to him. Gregory's Life. An excellent material that can be used to craft psionic items. Note, the expected ending. As expected of a D-class personnel, there is work to do. Lin Yi picked up the card given to him by the Saint. ID card, Saint. You can obtain Saint status in certain activities. Note, only available to survivor Lin Yi, not tradable. Lin Yi. What the hell? The card depicts a girl wearing an elaborate dress with a blurred face, looking noble and sacred. Lin Yi put the card away and looked at the last system prompt. He didn't think he would use this card. Gods. Sitting upright on the throne of God. All living beings understand his meaning. Note, such a weak god has never appeared before. How ignorant. Lin Yi muttered. After sorting out the harvest, Lin Yi took out the invitation to the game room. It was still some time before evening, so he planned to go see what the game room was all about. Although this is a safe area, you should still bring your gear to prevent any accidents. Lin Yi was fully armed and had his backpack on before he used the invitation letter. The invitation disappeared after being used, and so did the fully armed Lin Yi. The game room is not just one room, but a large game field composed of multiple game rooms. Each room contains a game, and participants need to pay a ticket to participate in each game. The ticket can be a red coin, a psychic item, or even the survivor himself. If you win the game, you can get the ticket back and get game rewards. Lin Yi is not the only survivor here. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of people in an area, so there will always be someone who gets an invitation. After observation, Lin Yi found that the survivors who came here have basically done business with him, and they are the ones who are doing the best in the group. There are many game rooms, but not many survivors get and use the invitation letters during this period. Lin Yi did not deliberately talk to others, so no one recognized him as Lin Yi. Survivors can leave the game room at any time, and there is no clear time limit for the game room, but if they do not participate in the game for a long time, they will be teleported back to the shelter. Lin Yi found a blackjack table and sat down. The ticket for the table was any number of red coins. If you won, you could get the same number of red coins as the ticket. 1 piece. Lin Yi took out his ticket and placed it on the card table. He didn't like gambling, and this kind of card game was very suitable for him. He could play for a whole day with 1 red coin. Of course, Lin Yi didn't plan to waste so much time here. After completing the 2 psychic cycles today, he would go back to the shelter to continue studying runes. The concentration of psychic energy in the game room was average, and it took Lin Yi nearly 2 hours to complete 2 cycles, but in the process, he won 54 red coins. Although he doesn't like gambling, Lin Yi is really good at playing cards. The owner of the room was a masked woman in revealing clothes. During the game, she kept urging Lin Yi to buy more tickets, but Lin Yi was concentrating on the cycle and ignored her. After that, her playing style became obviously more aggressive, but it had little impact on the outcome. As long as the ticket price was not raised, Lin Yi would have been invincible. It's a win-win situation, as you complete your daily cycle and earn some pocket money at the same time. Just as Lin Yi put away the ticket and was about to leave under the host's hateful gaze, a voice called him. "Sir, do you need a card to access the game room?" The person who spoke was a handsome young man wearing a waiter's uniform. "What's the difference between a door card and an invitation?" Lin Yi asked. The door card can be used multiple times, and some special games require the door card to participate. The man said with a smile. "How do I get a key card?" Lin Yi is not interested in special games, but he needs to come here every day to cycle his psychic energy. "This is the game room. Of course we play games here." The man's smile grew wider, and he seemed very satisfied with Lin Yi's answer. Lin Yi gave the man a similar smile, then left the game room without hesitation. He doesn't have to absorb psychic energy in the game room. When the potential cost far outweighs the gain, the deal cannot be made. So Lin Yi didn't waste any more time. Back at the sanctuary, the nun was still kneeling in the same spot, not saying a word. "Get the game room card given by the waiter." Hee. Lin Yi glanced at the system introduction of the room card. Game room card. Use the room card to enter the game room. Note: only VIPs in the game room can obtain room cards, which are a symbol of status. After putting away the room card, Lin Yi continued to study the protective runes, and took out the black robe from the pile of miscellaneous items and tried to carve protective runes on it. The black robe is a psychic material that can withstand runes. It was previously thrown into the junk pile as garbage by Lin Yi, but now it can be considered as a waste for recycling. There is no psychic power in the shelter, so Lin Yi can only use the psychic power in the crystal to outline the runes. Although the spiritual energy inside is complex and cannot be absorbed, it can be used to carve runes. The rune carving was not smooth at the beginning. Using runes and carving runes on objects are 2 completely different techniques. After failing many times in a row, Lin Yi successfully carved a protective rune on the black robe. Lin Yi tried it and found that as long as he injected spiritual energy into the rune, he could trigger the spiritual protection, but after activating it once, the rune dissipated. Lin Yi carved the rune again, and then used a dagger to cut off the cloth with the rune. Simple protective items. Use psychic energy to stimulate and generate psychic protection, which will become ineffective after 1 use. Remarks: you can add, must be correct information related to the item. Can I add notes? Lin Yi thought about it and added a note to it. Simple protective items. Use psychic energy to stimulate and generate psychic protection, which will become ineffective after 1 use. Note: produced by Lin Yi. Before the nighttime activities, Lin Yi was studying runes. The black robe had been torn into pieces by him. Although he failed many times in the process, he still made more than a dozen simple protective items. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, Carnival Feast. Would you like to join? 09:59. Oh. Although he had known that there were other nighttime activities, Lin Yi did not expect to encounter them so soon. There won't be 4 days left, 1 day for each activity, right? Lin Yi had a strong premonition that this possibility was very high. When I opened the group chat, it was already boiling with activity. A new activity again? Where's Boss Lin? Any news about this event? 39. Frenzy of dating. Lin Yi. I don't know what this activity is, but I know of 4 activities for now. Maze Exploration, Carnival Feast, Site Mission, and War Front. I guess there will be one for each of the last 4 days. Of course, this is just my guess. Doesn't that mean there's no more Maze Exploration? Warfront. It feels dangerous. Just don't go into danger. That's true. What should I do about this event? I haven't collected enough materials to upgrade the shelter yet. I'm just one short of that, so I can participate in the next station mission. I want to give it a try. Even if I can gather enough materials to upgrade the shelter now, what about in the future? If I don't participate in nighttime activities, I will be eliminated by the system sooner or later. That's right. I'll give it a try too. I'll let it go. I'll live one day at a time. Lin Yi, I have a batch of protective items. Since they are experimental products, they will be put up for free in the trading area. You can grab some and remember to tell me your experience after using them. Lin Yi, since this is a free experiment, we are not responsible for any problems. Please use it with caution. After saying that, Lin Yi hung more than a dozen simple protective items in the trading area. Boss, are you doing something new again? Damn, I didn't get it. Haha, I got one. That's how fast I can be single for 30 years. Damn, the network is stuck. Kamau, do you think this is the campus network? I've never seen the system lag. That's great. I just don't have any protective gear. Send out the system introduction. Simple protective items, click on them yourself. Holy crap, boss can already create psychic items. Big boss is awesome. Lin Yi, please help me try it out. If it works well, I'll get some materials and make more. Receive. I'm going to go fight a first-order alien creature now. Have you all grabbed them? Just leave them here. Lin Yi chose to join tonight's event, put on his equipment, and sat by the bed waiting for the countdown to end. It's a pity that there are no small animals to pet today. 001. 00:00. Carnival begins. Do whatever you want to do. There are no rules here tonight. The only thing that limits you is the principles in your heart. Embrace the world in flames and revelry, or destroy yourself. Lin Yi woke up on the circus stage. The stage and the auditorium were empty, and the glaring lights shone into the empty space. Walking out of the tent, there was an empty playground outside and tall buildings standing in the distance. This is a corner of a city. You're so lucky. I actually ran into a noob who hasn't even reached the first level. Are you a low-level creature chosen by the system, or are you an idiot who came here to try your luck? A humanoid creature with a bird's head walked into the playground, with a malicious smile on its face, and approached Lin Yi step by step. As the distance between them shortened, Lin Yi silently adjusted his breathing and prepared himself. The bird-headed man has 2 alienated organs, but the degree of alienation is average, not as good as the idiot in the robe last time. However, in order to prevent the other party from having hidden means such as runes, Lin Yi still used his mental power to sense its every move. The bird-headed man was not at all wary of Lin Yi and walked towards him with a swagger. You're too close. The invisible blade cuts through the psychic energy, and the visible blade cuts through the body. Before he could finish his words, the bird-headed man fell to the ground, and both of its alienated organs were chopped off. Kill the enemy, and all of their items will be put into the loot space. After the carnival feast is over, the loot will be sent to the shelter. Get Carnival Potion 1. The bird-headed man's body disappeared, leaving nothing behind. I see, it really is a feast. Lin Yi put the red blade back into his waist and picked up the potion bottle on the ground. This is a bottle of orange-red translucent potion, about 200 milliliters, and the potion in the bottle is shining with orange light. Item information can only be viewed in the shelter, so Lin Yi doesn't know the function of this bottle of potion. After putting away the potion, Lin Yi came to the bottom of the Ferris wheel. The top of the Ferris wheel was the highest point in the entire amusement park. After finding the control panel and pulling the switch, the nearly 200-meter-high steel wheel began to rotate slowly. Lin Yi boarded the Ferris wheel. Although Ferris wheels frequently appeared in various works, this was his first time riding this kind of facility. And he's alone. You can't do that. It's too miserable to ride the Ferris wheel by yourself. Xiaoya suddenly spoke. At some point, Xiaoya sat in the seat opposite Lin Yi. Why are you here? Is this the spirit world? Although he didn't show it, Lin Yi was still very happy to see his friends in such a place. Not yet. This is a carnival, so naturally anything is possible. Xiaoya sat obediently in her seat, watching the scenery slowly rising outside the window. So, I thought riding the Ferris wheel alone was a bit lonely, and you showed up? Lin Yi really felt a little miserable this time. He even imagined a female friend who looked like him riding the Ferris wheel with him. No, I wanted to come and keep you company. Xiaoya stood up and sat next to Lin Yi, resting her head on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi looked at the city outside the window, silently memorizing the city's terrain. The quiet atmosphere gave him a long-lost sense of peace. The college, the commercial street, the hospital, the underground sewer, the theater, the city center, the library. These places are very dangerous, but you must choose a place to occupy and hold on until dawn. Xiaoya closed her eyes and whispered softly in Lin Ye's ear. What do you recommend? Lin Ye prefers libraries and theaters and dislikes hospitals and sewers, but he is willing to accept his friend's suggestions. The library is nice, but the theater is a better match for this orgy. Xiaoya cares more about Lin Ye's feelings than any useful suggestions. She is not a good girl. Let's go to the theater, shall we? Now, or shall we wait till daybreak? Lin Ye hardly ever trusts others, but he is slightly partial to his other self. Go now. The venue will become your lair. The longer you occupy it, the higher your chances of winning. Xiaoya took out the carnival potion from Lin Ye and took a sip. Piss, it's so hard to drink. Sticking out her tongue, she fed the remaining potion to Lin Ye. Lin Ye did not refuse. Since the system gave him the potion, he had to choose whether to drink it or not. Now Xiaoya helped him make the choice. As the potion entered his mouth, before he could even taste it, an irresistible feeling of excitement spread throughout every cell in Lin Ye's body. Hee. Lin Ye laughed unconsciously. The fanatical feeling ignited his nerves and made him burn with energy. But the strange thing is that this fanaticism did not affect his thinking ability, but made him clearer. Goodbye then. Xiaoya stood up and said goodbye to Lin Ye. You won't go with me? Lin Ye also stood up and asked. It's not my turn yet. Ladies, you need to be prepared in advance. Don't worry, since we've started dating, I won't leave midway. After the Ferris wheel completed a circle, Lin Ye walked out of the cabin alone, ending his first ride experience. 40. Drama opening. Lin Ye was running in the deserted city. The theater was not far from the amusement park, which was one of the reasons why he preferred the theater. His body grew hotter and his mind became clearer. Lin Ye felt that he was so awake for the first time in his life. This made him start thinking about the protection and cutting runes. Some of the things he didn't understand before, he could now figure out quickly. Psychic energy gathered towards Lin Ye. The concentration of psychic energy in this city was extremely high, much higher than that in the Red Maze, and it was extremely easy to control. A first-level mutated creature similar to a spider rushed towards Lin Ye from the corner of the street. Lin Ye didn't even draw his knife. A psychic shield with psychic blades appeared out of thin air in front of him, and the spider monster directly crashed into the psychic shield and died. It seems to be a bit confused. Is it because it's an alien creature? Or is it? Without thinking too much, Lin Ye continued to think about the runes while rushing towards the theater. On the road, there were constantly unconscious creatures attacking Lin Ye, and in the end they were all killed by the psychic blades, no different from the spider monster. The loot storage is really convenient. I don't have to process the loot right away, and I don't have to worry about running out of space in my backpack. It's a shame I still have to process the loot back at the shelter. It would be great if I could do it with just one click. Lin Ye thought unsatisfiedly. We continued all the way to the theater. The city theater is a semicircular building full of artistic sense. Outside the theater, Lin Ye finally encountered an enemy whose perception wasn't that weak. The other party was a burly man wearing a black robe. Lin Ye had seen similar robes before. Neither of them spoke, and the fight had already begun when they met. The burly man rushed towards Lin Ye at an extremely fast speed. His weapon was a heavy sword. From 5 meters away, he swung the heavy sword and hit Lin Ye's head. Boom. The heavy sword filled with psychic energy hit the psychic protection. Lin Ye did not take it head-on, but tilted the psychic protection to block the heavy sword, causing it to hit his left side. At the same time, Lin Ye pulled out the red blade and slashed at the strong man's vitals. The strong man reacted quickly. At the moment when the psychic protection of the black robe was cut by the psychic blade, he turned sideways and tried to avoid Lin Ye's red blade. But Lin Ye had already predicted that he would dodge sideways, and since the heavy sword was hitting the left, the opponent would most likely dodge to the right, so the red blade hit the right side. The knife directly cut off the strong man's left hand that he used to block, and then cut open his abdomen. The violent spiritual energy crushed the alienated organs inside. The strong man's body disappeared, and Lin Ye put away his knife and walked into the theater. The theater has 2 levels of semi-surrounding auditoriums with a high ceiling, and the stage gleams under the overhead lights. Lin Ye walked onto the stage step by step. He stood in the center of the stage and continued to think about the protection and cutting runes. The effect of the carnival potion is abnormally good. Problems that usually take a long time to think about can now be figured out quickly. There is no need to organize the messy knowledge. They will naturally arrange themselves in the brain, as if they are also carnivaling. Taking out the basic rune, the collapse card, Lin Ye used the card directly, and a large amount of knowledge about collapse flooded into his brain. But this knowledge did not have a negative impact on him. Just like when he obtained the protective rune, someone took the burden for him. Lin Yi began to absorb this knowledge and learn and understand it bit by bit. He wanted to take this opportunity to digest the runes as quickly as possible. If he left here and continued to learn rune knowledge, he would have to spend twice as much time and effort. The theater was relatively peaceful. Occasionally, some confused first-level alien creatures would break into the theater, and in the end they would only leave bloodstains under the stage. After killing the first alien creature in the theater, Lin Yi felt that he had established some kind of connection with the theater under his feet. After that, every time he killed a creature in the theater, Lin Yi could feel the connection getting stronger. This was probably why Xiao Yi asked him to come over as soon as possible. With the strengthening of this connection, Lin Yi's spiritual perception range continued to expand and soon covered most of the theater. As long as he killed a few more alienated creatures, the entire theater would be under his control. Lin Yi continued to study rune knowledge. He was a little tempted to use the remaining 2 rune cards here, but when he thought of the unlucky guy in the Mutual Aid Association, he suppressed his adventurous spirit. Forget it, there's still a lot of rune knowledge I haven't absorbed yet. Once I've absorbed it all, I can study how to use the runes. There's no rush to use those 2 cards. Lin Yi continued to study the runes while killing the enemies that broke into the theater. As time passed, the enemies that broke into the theater seemed to become more and more crazy. This madness was not only reflected in the mental aspect, but also in the physical aspect. After killing an alien creature with its head split in 2, Lin Yi felt a little weak. It wasn't fatigue. His body and mind were both in an excited state, and he didn't feel a bit of fatigue, but he did feel a little weak after the carnival. This feeling is not uncomfortable, but rather comfortable. Nevertheless, this also shows that his body can no longer bear it. I can't go on like this. The lair. Maybe I can carve some runes in the theater. Lin Yi began to manipulate the spiritual power that had covered the entire theater to carve runes on the walls of the theater. At this time, the theater was no longer an ordinary theater. Its walls could fully carry runes and spiritual energy. Lin Yi had made psychic items before coming here, but after the rune research just now, his skills have undergone fundamental changes. The psychic items he made before now seemed like simple graffiti to him. Lin Yi studied the rune carving techniques while carving various runes all over the theater. This was a very precious experimental opportunity. After all, such high-quality psychic buildings were not common. Alien creatures kept breaking into the theater, but this time Lin Yi didn't need to take action. They were cut off by the invisible psychic blade, leaving only a bloodstain at the theater entrance. It's a pity that the bodies have all gone into the loot box, otherwise I could try to splice the runes. Lin Yi had been studying cutting runes before and only had a superficial understanding of splicing runes. If there were splicing objects, he could learn more about them. After a while, the alien creatures no longer entered the theater, and it seemed that all the alien creatures nearby had been killed. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the theater. Come in. Lin Yi will also give corresponding courtesy to polite people. A fully armed humanoid creature walked into the theater. It just took a look inside the theater, left a word, and turned to leave the theater. Sorry to bother you. Lin Yi did not pursue. He actually did not like killing people, but many times, only violence could solve the problem. Later, some rational creatures entered the theater, but after seeing the situation inside the theater, they did not take action, but chose to turn around and leave. 41. Guests at the banquet. Just when Lin Yi thought that tonight would continue like this until the end of the event, the door of the theater was knocked again, but this time the sound was a little strange, and the material of the tool knocking on the door was different. Come in. Lin Yi spoke. A huge, bloated, dark brown bug squeezed into the theater. If the theater entrance had not been wide enough, it would have almost been unable to squeeze in. Only the head of the giant insect squeezed into the theater, and the rest of its body was still outside the theater. Its body was covered with wounds that were about to heal, and it looked like it had just experienced a fierce battle. The giant insect looked around with satisfaction, and then said, "This place is nice. Go ahead, I'll give you a way out." Lin Yi looked at the giant insect curiously. He could clearly hear the strange sound made by the giant insect, but his brain could understand what it meant. The system's translation ability was quite outrageous. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to come here to die? Although he was being rude, Lin Yi had already focused his mind and was ready to attack with all his strength at any time. This giant insect was far stronger than him in both psychic power and physical strength. If it weren't for the bonus of the theater, Lin Yi would have run away long ago. Of course, he didn't believe that the other party would give him a way out. If he really walked out, he would probably be killed halfway by the impatient bug at the door. Weakling, I didn't kill you outright not because I couldn't, but because I didn't want to get hurt. I'll give you one last chance. Leave here. This is your only way to survive. The giant insect pressed forward, with more than a dozen pairs of bright yellow eyes on its head staring at Lin Yi, as if it was about to attack. I'm not killing you just because you haven't gone deep enough. Come in and die here. Lin Yi concentrated his mind to the extreme. He didn't think the giant insect would retreat, because if he only considered its own strength, Lin Yi might not even be able to withstand the opponent's normal attack. You piss me off. The giant insect suddenly rushed into the theater, knocking a large number of seats all over the theater. In just a few seconds, the giant insect rushed to the bottom of the stage. Boom. The giant insect crashed into the psychic shield composed of a large number of protective runes. A large number of psychic blades penetrated into the giant insect's head, and the violent psychic energy directly crushed the insect's brain. But this injury was not fatal to the giant insect, as its vital part was on its back abdomen, which was pressed under its body. Lin Yi pulled out the red blade and slashed at the place. Spiritual energy overflowed from the blade. The invisible spirit blade swept up the chaotic spirit energy around and slashed at the giant insect, cutting through the giant insect's spirit protection and body. Boom. A bullet went through the wound and penetrated the giant insect's vitals, completely destroying its alienated organs. Watching the giant insect's corpse disappear, Lin Yi put away his CL-0 pistol. All the corpses were teleported to the loot space, which prevented him from using the magazine to absorb the flesh and blood. We can only go back to the shelter. Before Lin Yi could catch his breath, a large number of alien creatures rushed into the theater. As if they had agreed beforehand, they rushed towards the stage together. Lin Yi looked at them expressionlessly. A large number of cutting runes were activated, and dozens of psychic blades swept towards the theater entrance. These psychic blades pose little threat to the giant insects, and can only serve to consume them, so Lin Yi did not activate them before. After all, each time a rune is activated, it takes some time before it can be activated again. These alienated creatures gathered nearby, because they thought Lin Yi was weak and were unwilling to leave. When they saw Lin Yi dealing with the giant insect in front of the stage, they thought Lin Yi was at the end of his strength, so they dared to rush in and fight him to the death. As long as they can deal with Lin Yi, all the gains Lin Yi had made before will belong to them. But unfortunately, they picked the wrong opponent. All the alienated creatures that rushed into the theater were chopped into pieces by invisible psychic blades. Their flesh and blood were transported to the trophy space, and the entrance was soaked with various liquids. Lin Yi felt a headache as he looked at the disappearing flesh and blood. He felt short of breath when he thought that the system might dump these corpses into his shelter like garbage. The system won't do something so horrible, right? After thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to give up thinking, focus on the present, and leave everything to his future self. You are quite strong. That's great. I am very satisfied. A voice sounded behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked behind him and found that a person suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Yi turned around and looked behind him, where stood a human in formal attire. About 20 years old, highly similar to humans on Blue Star, male, with orange hair and eyes, wearing bright orange formal wear. Who are you? Lin Yi retreated and jumped off the stage, controlling his psychic energy to protect his entire body. The opponent could run behind him silently and kill him before he could react. You don't know? I was wondering how such a delicious sacrifice could exist. I thought it was a believer who volunteered to offer himself, but I didn't expect it to be a lunatic who came to snatch the seat without knowing anything. It's amazing that you can still stay awake. The man said with a smile. He stood in the center of the stage with ease, as if he didn't notice Lin Yi's vigilance. A carnival feast? Lin Yi suddenly understood why it was a feast. I am the guest at the banquet, and you are the main course. The man smiled even more broadly and continued. I like to become like you. This way it will be more special when I eat you. Lin Yi stared at the man. Although he couldn't even sense the man's strength, he didn't give up struggling. Since it was a system activity, there must be a way to deal with the other party. Okay, enough talking. It's time for the carnival feast to begin. Before the man could finish his words, a snow-white arm passed through his chest, holding an orange-yellow crystal in its hand. How is that possible? What are you? The man shattered and disappeared like an illusion, leaving only Xiaoya holding the crystal. Beautiful, but if it were me, I would probably wait until he did. Lin Yi walked onto the stage and stopped his plan to use the theater to cause mutual destruction. Under normal circumstances, I would have waited a little longer, but not now. Every word he says challenges my patience. Xiaoya licked her lips and looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lin Yi felt that something was wrong with the other party. Nothing, just affected by the carnival atmosphere. Xiaoya's cheeks were slightly red, but her tone was quite calm. Is it the mental effects of the carnival potion? You took it from me. Lin Yi quickly guessed the correct answer. It's nothing to me. At most I'm a little emotional. Xiaoya crushed the crystal, and a huge spiritual power merged into the theater. Lin Yi's spiritual power expanded again, and some changes occurred in the theater. If the theater were a seat, they would now be sitting at the highest point in the city, much higher than the other seats. We have to do something on stage at the end of the party. Do you want to dance? Xiaoya suddenly said. I can't. Lin Yi said slightly embarrassedly. I don't know how to do it either, but it doesn't matter. Dance is made for a passionate spirit and a passionate body. Seo asserted. 42. Spiritual seed. This was Lin Yi's first time dancing. Just like Xiaoya said, in the carnival atmosphere, whether you can do it or not is not that important. The world gradually collapsed in the carnival. The surviving creatures left the city in the system transmission, and other seats also fell apart after their owners left. In the end, only one theater remained in the whole world. A large amount of free mental power was integrated into the theater, and Lin Yi could feel that his own mental power was constantly growing. So this is the spirit world? Lin Yi curiously sensed the changes around him and deepened his understanding of the collapse rune. This is the border between fantasy and reality. Of course, the distinction between the spiritual and the material is not that clear. Xiaoya pulled Lin Yi and spun around on the stage. The theater began to collapse, and finally only the lighted stage remained in the darkness. After the theater began to collapse, a large amount of mental power gathered on the stage, and finally formed a colorless and transparent crystal that fell into Xiaoya's hands. Xiaoya looked at Lin Yi carefully for a while, then broke off a small piece from the crystal and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi wanted to take the crystal, but the crystal melted in his hands. At the same time, a particle of light flashed in Lin Yi's mind, and his mental power merged into the light particle. Lin Yi felt that his mind was much clearer, and the use of his mental power became smoother. What's this? Lin Yi asked. The spirit seed is the foundation of an individual's spirit. It can grow on its own and increase your spiritual strength, as well as purify your spiritual power. You are too weak now, so you can only bear a small piece. This thing can be easily obtained through system activities. The thing we just robbed was quite terrifying. Be careful when you go to the spiritual world next time. Xiaoya said with a wicked smile. Will you show up when I go to the spirit world someday? Lin Yi didn't care much. The other party was going to eat him anyway, so he just took it. He couldn't just give up and wait to die. It's hard to say. This time, it's because of the special nature of the carnival. Anyone who meets the requirements can participate. You and I have some kind of spiritual connection, so I can enter here. Xiaoya put away the transparent crystal and said. The lights went out, and the stage began to collapse. Lin Yi took one last look at Xiao Yi and said, Goodbye then. Goodbye. Xiaoya waved goodbye. The carnival feast ends. The loot space will disappear after one day. Please clear out the items inside as soon as possible. Get Carnival Day Invitation 1. Please draw the daily card. Lin Yi climbed up from the bed in the shelter. Sister Crimson had already left the shelter. At this time, there was a door leading to the trophy space on the wall of the shelter. My turn. Draw a card. Without considering the corpses in the loot space for the time being, Lin Yi decided to do the daily card draw first. This time the card is a blood red owl. The card dissipated, and a blood red owl appeared in the center of the shelter. It turned its head, and its eyes with yellow outer circles and black inner circles looked straight at Lin Yi. Lin Yi could see himself in its eyes. This isn't something you'd eat. It's actually quite cute. Lin Yi tried to touch its head, but instead of resisting, it leaned its head towards him. Cool. Huh? You said you could help me deal with the spoils. Cool. That's great. The loot space is yours. Cool. Need my help? You can't handle something too heavy? Of course, I'll help. After communicating with the owl for a while, Lin Yi discovered that the other party seemed to be subject to some restrictions and could only communicate with him in certain aspects related to helping. The man and the cat began to deal with the spoils. Under the guidance of the owl, Lin Yi's shelter became much more tidy, and various items were placed in categories. Remove the alienated organs and the complex crystals inside the organs from the corpse. Lin Yi handed in the 2 blueprint tasks regarding the first-level alienated organs. One of the tasks for the blueprint of the first-level psychic crystal maker was completed directly. The first-level psychic crystal manufacturer is embedded in the wall of the shelter by the system. It is a square metal box. The manufacturer does not require raw materials and can automatically produce 2 first-level psychic crystals every day. In addition to the alienated organs, Lin Yi also obtained a large number of useless psychic items, such as black robes and psychic heavy swords. Psychic items of this quality cannot replace his current equipment and can only be used as materials. Under the command of Owl, Lin Yi also collected many parts of the corpse that could be used as materials. These materials could be used to make psychic items. The remaining corpses were not wasted. In addition to replenishing the ammunition for the CL-0 pistol, Lin Yi cut most of the corpses into pieces and put them on the trading area at a price of 10 red coins per piece. The corpse of a first-level alien creature contains rich nutrients and is edible. Note, it is best not to eat it raw. Lin Yi planned to use the remaining corpses to practice splicing runes. After processing the loot space, Lin Yi checked the system prompts. Carnival Day Invitation. You can participate in the next Carnival Day after use. Note, this will only be given to the survivor who survived the longest in the carnival feast. After putting away the invitation, Lin Yi had no plans to attend for the time being. Without Xiaoya, he might not be able to survive to the end. The carnival day would definitely be more dangerous, and he was not qualified to participate. Are you eating? Cool. Then forget it. Lin Yi began to prepare breakfast for himself and poured some hot water on the abyss egg and alien egg. Cool. Why water them? Water is the source of life. I want to try to hatch them. To simulate a warm environment, I use hot water. Can you hatch eggs? Cool. You said they need the flesh and blood of alien creatures? Okay, we got a lot this time anyway. Do we need to heat it up? Cool. Okay, I'll try. Lin Yi took out some flesh and blood from the trophy space and poured it on the abyss egg and the alien egg and poured some hot water on them. Is this okay? I hope something cute hatches out instead of just some alien. After making his own breakfast, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 708-775/10000000. It was horrible. So many people died. Fortunately, I didn't go. Actually, it would be fine if you didn't drink that carnival potion. As long as you hide in a secluded place, no one will go out of their way to look for you. Of course, he won't go looking for anyone if his mind is not normal. Didn't the system give a warning? Is there anyone who really dares to drink that stuff? You have a system prompt for the carnival potion? Why don't I have it? Boss upstairs, the appraisal is complete. Big Boss drank the potion and still survived? Amazing. Niu Mao, I didn't dare drink that potion whose name I only knew. 43, Cruz. Awesome, you're worthy of being a big boss. I wouldn't dare drink it either. Have you seen the trading area? Brother Lin has put a batch of first-level creature corpses there, and each piece only costs 10 red coins. It seems that the boss has made a lot of gains this time. Come to think of it, didn't the boss send a batch of psychic items a while ago? How effective were they? I can only describe this in 2 words. Awesome. If it weren't for the psychic item that the boss gave me, I wouldn't be able to come back this time. Tell me more about it. I was ambushed by a jerk, probably from Blue Star. He threw a grenade at my hiding place. I was startled and subconsciously used the big boss's protective equipment. As a result, I was completely unharmed. He thought I was dead and didn't come to check. After an extremely complicated game of chess, I finally killed him. It turned out to be Lao Lu. Holy crap, can it even block grenades? Brother, that's psychic protection. Ordinary gunpowder weapons can't penetrate it at all. The things you gave me are also high-end products. I didn't get any last time. Could you please send me another batch? Don't even mention giving it to me as a gift. I'd even buy it for you. Haha, I grabbed a first-level corpse. That thing is useless, right? It's not an alien organ, so you can't really eat it, right? It can be used as pet food and fertilizer. Some equipment also requires the alienated flesh and blood with sufficient spiritual energy. It's only 10 red coins. If you grab it, you'll make a profit. Huh? I thought it was useless. I didn't even grab it when I saw it. Idiot. How can you not grab what Boss Lin has created? You won't lose anything at all. I grabbed one, and 20 red coins came out. Damn, they've already been snatched away. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi handed the shelter to the owl and lay down on the bed to start his daily simulation. Simulated D-Class Personnel, Z. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Lin Yi woke up from the soft bed, with a black formal suit lying beside the bed. Oh, did my salary increase? Lin Yi thought of the first title he had won and thought optimistically. However, before he could be happy for too long, a fully armed supervisor pushed the door open and walked into the room without any courtesy, saying, "Get dressed, it's time to get going." Lin Yi did not resist. Although he could now deal with these ordinary supervisors, given that his mission was to resolve abnormal incidents, coupled with a powerful captain and an unknown organization, he could forgive the other party's rude behavior. After putting on his clothes, Lin Yi followed the supervisor downstairs. Zed was thin, but his strength was not weak at all. Although he could not compare with Lin Yi's current physical fitness, he was at least much stronger than the old guy last time. They gathered in the hotel lobby. It was the familiar 4-person supervisory team. The leader was an unkempt middle-aged man. There was also a woman and a child. Following the captain out of the hotel, Lin Yi discovered that the port was right outside the hotel. A giant cruise ship was approaching the port. The cruise ship was dozens of meters high. From the side, one could see densely packed windows on the hull. The cruise ship will leave the port in 1 hour. Before then, you must take a black suitcase from room 1904 on the ship and place another identical black suitcase there. Then disembark promptly. Of course, you can also choose to leave with the cruise ship. I look forward to you making that choice. The captain gave a malicious smile. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Why 3 people? Does the child have to go? Lin Yi asked directly. The captain glanced at Lin Yi and replied, you don't have tickets, so you can only disguise yourself as a family of 3 to get on board first and get off before the crew checks your tickets. That's why this idiot who looks like a child has to get on board. As for what you need to pay attention to, maybe you can tell me when you come back, provided you can come back alive. Although the captain this time doesn't like them very much, he will answer all questions related to the mission. Lin Yi took the black suitcase handed to him by the supervisor and walked towards the cruise ship with his 2 companions. The 2 companions had no intention of speaking, so Lin Yi naturally remained silent. This was probably how D-class personnel got along with each other. It was not until he saw the woman's trembling arms that Lin Yi realized that they were just too scared to speak. Lin Yi couldn't understand what was supporting them to keep moving forward. They boarded the ship through the corridor bridge. There was no security check and no staff. The 3 of them walked on the empty deck, and the entire cruise ship was dead silent. Lin Yi walked in front without saying a word. He deliberately lowered the sound of his footsteps to prevent any accidents caused by the noise. This simulation was not difficult for him. He just had to find room 1904, exchange the boxes, and bring the boxes back. Compared with previous simulation missions, at least this time there is a clear goal. The 3 of them entered the cabin. The corridor was narrow, the lights were dim and yellowish, and there were rooms neatly arranged on both sides of the corridor. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly turned his head, and the 2 people behind him had disappeared. That's it. Luckily, I have the suitcase. Lin Yi did not try to look for them, because in a sense, it was actually him who was missing. The room number of each room was engraved on the door. Lin Yi looked at each room one by one, but found that the rooms were not arranged in numerical order. 967, 1670, 876, 1453, 1964, 797, 470. That's a problem. I can't look at all the rooms. Lin Yi walked to the end of the corridor, but found that there was no passage to other areas, but room 1346. No way. Lin Yi turned and ran towards the entrance. The passage he came from had disappeared. There was also a room there, and the room number was 407. Is this some kind of puzzle game? Lin Yi recalled the room numbers he had encountered before and tried to find a pattern in them, but he soon gave up. Although he was good at math, it was only limited to the level of high school math, not to mention that these room numbers might not be related to math. I can only try to open the door. Even if I open the wrong door and encounter danger, I still have 10 more simulation opportunities. But what if I open the wrong door and die? 10 chances only mean I can open 10 doors. Can I really just try it? Maybe I should wait an hour and see if the cruise ship's movement changes. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi decided to open a door and try it first. If it was too dangerous, he would wait until the cruise ship left the port before taking any action. So which door should I choose? There are 32 doors in this corridor. Finally, Lin Yi chose room 1346 at the end of the corridor. 44. Collecting information. Knock knock. I knocked on the door, but there was no movement from inside. Lin Yi turned the door handle, but the door was not locked. When you push open the door, the interior of the room is a bit like an ordinary standard room in a hotel, except that the space is enclosed and there are no windows. Lin Yi checked the room and found only some miscellaneous items, nothing else. After exiting the room, the corridor remained unchanged, with both sides still blocked by rooms. Just as Lin Yi was about to open the other doors, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Trigger. Cool. Maybe you should try this in the room with the door closed. Oh. Lin Yi reopened the door of room 1346 and walked into the room. There was no change inside the room. This time, Lin Yi closed the door behind him. I don't feel anything. Lin Yi opened the door, only to find a blood-red corridor outside, and the lights had turned a glaring red. And now room 1346 is not at the end of the corridor, but a room in the middle of the corridor, opposite room 1179. Lin Yi closed the door directly, waited for a while, and opened the door again. Opposite him was still room 1179. His keen mental power gave him a sense of crisis, but he didn't know where the danger lay. Lin Yi entered the corridor, closed the door behind him, waited for a few seconds, entered room 1346 again, and closed the door. After opening the door, there was still a red corridor and room 1179 outside. After many attempts, Lin Yi gave up the plan of relying on room 1346 to leave this corridor and prepared to open the next room. After walking along the corridor, I found that this red corridor had the same layout as the previous corridor, with 32 rooms, one at each end of the corridor. Confirming that there was no room 1904, Lin Yi tried his best to remember the room numbers and finally chose to open room 966 at the end of the corridor. He couldn't determine the arrangement pattern of these rooms at the moment, but opening the rooms in the same location might provide some clues. Knock knock. I knocked on the door, but there was still no movement from inside. Lin Yi turned the key to open the door, but it was still unlocked. Swish. A red shadow flashed by, and Lin Yi subconsciously moved a step to the left based on his perception. But it was too late. Lin Yi's right shoulder and right hand disappeared, and a lot of blood splattered onto the wall. Swish. Before Lin Yi could steady himself, a red shadow flashed by, and his body was swept into the room. In the last moment before he lost consciousness, Lin Yi only saw the automatically closing door and the reddish-brown walls. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Lin Yi woke up from the bed and saw the familiar ceiling in front of him. The pain of being torn apart and the feeling of powerlessness at the thought of death still lingered in the consciousness and had not completely subsided. What the hell is that? Lin Yi put on his clothes and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for the supervisor to open the door. What should I do? If I can't find a pattern to the two doors, I'll die once. With this death rate, even if I run 1,000 simulations, I might not be able to find room 1904, let alone how I left with the suitcase. Can I just wait an hour and see what happens to the yacht? But the captain mentioned that there might be other dangers when the crew checks the tickets. The supervisor opened the door and found that Lin Yi was already dressed. Time to hit the road? Lin Yi took the initiative. Yes, please. Although he looked down on these D-class personnel, he subconsciously lowered his voice when facing a D-class personnel who was about to die. Lin Yi followed the supervisor downstairs, and the subsequent procedure was the same as last time, and they entered the yacht again. But this time before getting on the boat, Lin Yi held the child's right hand, saying that it would look more like a family. The other party did not refuse, and seeing this, the woman also took the child's left hand. The three of them approached the corridor they entered last time. This time, Lin Yi suggested going to other places first, and his two companions agreed. After walking around the deck, they found a total of 6 passages leading to the interior of the yacht, as well as some more dangerous roads that could lead to the balconies of certain rooms by jumping or climbing. However, these rooms are closed and the windows are not light transmitting, so it is impossible to observe the interior of the room through the windows. Lin Yi took the two back to the entrance they had entered last time. This time, he planned to test whether the changes in the room were random, and if so, what kind of randomness it was. He also planned to stay in the safe room for an hour to collect intelligence. Of course, if he could enter the same corridor with 2 companions this time, he might explore more rooms. After all, the best help in investigating clues is companions. However, the moment he walked into the corridor, Lin Yi's hands were empty, and the 2 people beside him disappeared out of thin air, as if they had never existed. Lin Yi had no idea how the 2 disappeared, nor did he see how the corridor behind him turned into the door of room 407. It seems we can only wait. The room numbers in the corridor remained unchanged, and Lin Yi opened room 1346 at the end again. After closing the door and opening the back door, there was a corridor flashing red light outside. The room numbers in the corridor have not changed, including room 966 at the end. This time, Lin Yi did not continue to explore other rooms, but returned to room 1346, ready to wait an hour to see if there were any changes. Lin Yi was not going to waste this hour. He planned to try to use Zed's body to practice using psychic protection. There is psychic energy in the air of the simulated world. The concentration of psychic energy varies in different areas, and the concentration on the yacht is very high. But just having psychic power and mental strength does not mean you can release psychic protection. Spirit, psionic energy, and physical body are inseparable for a psionic creature. The 3 need to cooperate to use runes smoothly. Zed is just an ordinary person, so Lin Yi can't use his body to use psychic protection, at least not at his current level. So Lin Yi decided to use this hour to absorb spiritual energy, strengthen Zed's body at all costs, and then try to obtain as much information as possible. An hour passed quickly, and Lin Yi completed 2 basic psychic energy cycles. Although his physical fitness improved only slightly, if he prepared in advance, he could barely use a weak layer of psychic energy protection. In the room, Lin Yi could not sense the movement of the cruise ship, nor the status of the corridor. There was no peephole on the door, So if he did not open the door, he would have no way to obtain information. Lin Yi did not hesitate too much. He first prepared psychic protection, and then carefully opened a crack in the door. A brown eye was pressed against the crack of the door, and Lin Yi's gaze met through the crack. A smiling waiter in work clothes was standing outside the door. "Hello, please show me your ticket." 45, Pure C. "Can I buy a replacement ticket? I have a ticket, but I didn't bring it with me." Lin Yi did have a boat ticket, but he was not sure whether the ticket was related to the cruise ship. The waiter put away his smile, but he did not make any other moves. He just stared at Lin Yi expressionlessly, as if he was assessing the situation. "You do have a ticket, but you didn't take it with you on board. This is rare, so I'm in a dilemma." The waiter just stood outside the door and did not break into the room, which gave Lin Yi a glimmer of hope. "Can you tell me about the cruise? I almost got lost when I got on board just now." Lin Yi asked tentatively. "If you had boarded with your ticket, someone would have greeted you. Fortunately, you didn't go into the deeper corridors, otherwise no one would have been able to rescue you." The waiter seemed to have received some news, and a creepy smile appeared on his face again. "I'm sorry, although we generally don't harm passengers on board, you don't have your ticket, so the captain hopes you can get off the ship as soon as possible. Will you take me back, or will I get off at the next stop?" Lin Yi asked without hope. "Sorry," the captain said, "as soon as possible." The waiter did not break into the room, but just made a gesture of invitation. Lin Yi walked out of the room by himself and walked out along the corridor. Lin Yi tried to resist, but found that he had completely lost control of his body and could only watch himself walk out. Although the corridor was still red at this time, the rooms at both ends had disappeared. Lin Yi observed the doors on both sides with his peripheral vision and found that the room numbers in this section of the corridor had not changed. After walking through a long red corridor and passing a cabin door, the corridor became an ordinary corridor like the one at the beginning, and the lights became dim and yellow. Lin Yi saw room 1904. It was just an ordinary room in an ordinary corridor, nothing special about it. Lin Yi wanted to do something, but he could do nothing except write down the room numbers around him. He could only step away from the target room and walk along the corridor to the deck. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, Lin Yi was attracted by the scene outside. At this time, the cruise ship was sailing on a pure white sea. The pure white sea water was like flat ground, without any ripples. Even a passing cruise ship could not create a ripple. In the distance, there are some pure white columnar buildings reaching into the sky. Even if you look up, you can't see where their tops lead to. Only then did Lin Yi realize that he was able to move. "It's time for you to get off the boat." The waiter stood aside and said respectfully. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the deck. He could just step over the railing and jump into the pure white sea. He wanted to resist, but found that compared to resisting, he would rather jump into the pure white sea. "It's so beautiful. Does it have a name?" Lin Yi asked in a daze. "Pure Sea." The waiter also looked at the sea with awe in his eyes. "Really? That's a nice name." Lin Yi leaned forward and fell into the sea without causing a ripple, blending into the pure sea like a part of the ocean. Number of simulations remaining, 8. Lin Yi woke up from the bed in a daze. He only remembered that he followed the waiter out of the cabin, but he could not remember what happened afterwards, as if that memory had been erased. What on earth happened? This feeling of not being able to remember anything is so painful. Lin Yi scratched his hair hard, thinking in distress. "Fortunately, my memory of what happened before leaving the cabin wasn't lost, so at least I got some clues. But is there really nothing missing?" Lin Yi began to recall the entire process of the last simulation over and over again, and stopped only after making sure that there were no abnormalities elsewhere. "It seems we can't wait until the ship sails to act, otherwise this memory loss might affect the entire simulation, and that waiter won't be able to solve it." Lin Yi put on his clothes and went downstairs with the supervisor. On the way, he kept thinking about how to act in this simulation. Soon, the three boarded the cruise ship again. This time Lin Yi chose a new entrance. Not much information was known about the previous corridor. We only knew that there was a room leading to the red corridor, which was equivalent to excluding one room out of the 32 rooms, so even if we changed the corridor, it would not have much impact. There are 6 entrances and 6 corridors. Lin Yi hasn't decided yet whether he should simulate every corridor or focus on one. Before entering the corridor, Lin Yi tied the clothes of the 3 people together. Although it seemed useless, it wouldn't waste much time to try it. Just like last time, Lin Yi once again entered a dimly lit and closed corridor alone. After walking around, there were still 32 rooms, and there was no room 1904. This time Lin Yi chose to open room 987 at the entrance. It was just an ordinary standard room. There was no danger and no strange things. After closing the door, there was no movement in the corridor. Lin Yi opened the door and found that it was still an ordinary corridor outside, but across from the room was room 1441. I walked around the corridor and found no room 1904, and apart from room 987, there were no other rooms I had seen before. Room 1603 towards the entrance again. It's an ordinary standard room, and there's no danger. After entering the room, Lin Yi closed the door and opened it half a second later. Outside was a red corridor flashing red light. Damn, is there no pattern at all? Or is there some hidden pattern I haven't discovered? Lin Yi pulled his hair and walked into the red corridor. After walking around, he still couldn't find the familiar room number. Can I only open the door randomly? Lin Yi has been trapped in this corridor. As long as he does not open the new door, he cannot leave this corridor. Moreover, he does not have much time. Once the cruise ship sets sail, the waiter will find him and take him to the deck to experience some kind of amnesia. What to do? No matter how hard he thought, Lin Yi couldn't find the pattern between the room numbers. He was not the mathematician in the movies who could do mental calculations, nor did he have numerical sensitivity. If his mental strength was not high enough, he wouldn't even be able to remember those numbers. Perhaps there's insufficient information, or perhaps there's no pattern at all, and the rooms are all random. Lin Yi simply gave up thinking, no longer considering the chaotic numbers in his mind, and casually pushed open the door in front of him. From the moment he got on board, Lin Yi began to absorb spiritual energy in a cycle. With the experience of the last simulation and his reckless absorption of spiritual energy, he quickly completed a cycle this time. But the psychic protection he prepared was useless, as there was an ordinary standard room behind the door. Phew, good luck. Lin Yi entered the room, closed the door, and then opened it, and the outside became an ordinary corridor. I walked quickly around the corridor, but still couldn't find a familiar room number. Lin Yi randomly chose a door again, entered the standard room, and closed and opened it again. Outside is a red corridor. 46, black corridor. You're kidding me, right? You're amazing. Lin Yi walked into the red corridor and began to check the room numbers. The red light shone on each door, as if reminding Lin Yi that every time he opened the door, he was gambling with his life. Fortunately, I have 10 lives. Even a cat with 9 lives cannot survive like me. After preparing his psychic protection, Lin Yi pushed open a door at random. This time, nothing attacked Lin Yi from behind the door, but the situation inside the room was quite bad. The dark red walls and floor were covered with red fuzz. In the center of the room stood a corpse covered with red fuzz. Go in, or open another door? Lin Yi thought about it, and quickly walked into the room. This room was not very aggressive, and he might not encounter any danger if he just went in and out. Just as Lin Yi thought, the fluff and corpses in the room did not attack him, but when he reopened the door, he failed to leave the room as quickly as planned. Because outside the door was a dark corridor. No, to be precise, it was pitch black outside the door, and he couldn't see anything. Not only vision, but even perception could not penetrate the darkness. Lin Yi could not even be sure whether there was a corridor inside. Lin Yi knew that he had to go into the darkness and open the door opposite where he couldn't even see the room number, but before the darkness, he felt a long-lost hesitation. Fear of the dark is human instinct. Only when the corpse behind him was close to his back did Lin Yi enter the darkness. He tried to open the door opposite, but touched nothing. If the corridors were of the same specifications, he would definitely be able to touch the door opposite with the distance he stepped. Lin Yi retreated hurriedly, but the room behind him had disappeared. Is this the deeper corridor the waiter was talking about? Lin Yi squatted in the darkness and groped his way forward. There was no special smell here, and no sound could be heard when he knocked on the ground. With his vision and perception failing, touch became almost his only connection with this world. Crawling on the hard ground for 5 minutes without touching anything, Lin Yi knew he couldn't continue like this. Actually, if the room behind you disappears, you should try a different approach. There are many forces that can cause this situation, but they are all related to space and spirit. If it is a spatial problem, I will find it difficult to solve it, but if it is a spiritual problem, Lin Yi began to concentrate, and a particle of light flashed in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. At this time, Lin Yi was squatting in a dark corridor. Behind him was a room with an open door and a corpse standing at the door. The door of room 99 before being swallowed by the darkness. Rushed into room 99, tumbling and crawling. He had no time to observe the room environment or turn around, so he closed the door with his back to it. Just as Lin Yi was about to open the door and leave the room, a large amount of thick red hair spurted out from his pores and was sucked into the air. When all the hair was removed, Lin Yi's body fell to the ground like a specimen with its contents sucked out. Only then did Lin Yi have time to observe the situation in the room. After all, there was no need for him to rush. Room 99 is a black cube space. A pitch-black sphere of unknown material is rotating in the center of the room. The red fluff is rotating around the sphere and constantly dissipating into the air. Lin Yi didn't know whether he should be thankful, because if he hadn't been parasitized by the fluff, he would be the one being absorbed now. Of course, apart from being able to survive a little longer, there was actually no difference. Waiting like this seems like a waste of time. Although Lin Yi's contents were drained, he did not die immediately, which was probably due to the red fluff. Lin Yi wanted to crawl out of the room, but he found that there was some kind of gravity inside the room. The gravity was not strong enough to prevent Lin Yi from crawling out. It would take some time for the sphere to absorb the fluff. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time, so he took the initiative to crawl towards the sphere. He had some unnecessary thoughts, but not many. After all, he was having trouble even raising his hands. If it weren't for the sphere's gravity, he wouldn't even be able to crawl. Lin Yi crawled to the bottom of the sphere, turned over, and looked at the sphere that was constantly rotating above, and began to carve the collapse rune. He wasn't sure if this would help, but it was better than waiting to die. And for a system that is constantly rotating, perhaps a little external force can cause it to collapse. This was the first time that Lin Yi used the collapse rune in actual combat. Zed's body was not very good at using it, but after the carnival feast, Lin Yi had a new understanding of the concept of collapse, so he was able to use it barely. Then Lin Yi's body collapsed. During the collapse, Lin Yi looked at the rotating sphere and comprehended some new knowledge. Number of simulations remaining, 7. Lin Yi got up from the bed and put on his clothes. This time, he was going to Corridor 3. There are still 7 simulations left, and there are 4 corridors left. He plans to go to each corridor once. If he still can't find the pattern, he may confront the organization and try to rely on the organization to pass the simulation. The pattern he can't find is not even a problem for the organization. But this is an extremely dangerous choice, because to the organization, he is an abnormal event that cannot be trusted. Compared with negotiation, control and elimination are the best solutions. Moreover, the premise of negotiation is equality. No one will negotiate with a weak person. To the organization, Lin Yi is a weak person. So Lin Yi felt that the outcome of this choice would not be very good. But he was at his wit's end. There were thousands of rooms, arranged in disorder, and he could die every time he opened a door. If he couldn't find a pattern, he would never be able to find room 1904, let alone leave the cruise ship within an hour. After getting ready, Lin Yi followed the supervisor downstairs. Just like before, Lin Yi and the other 2 boarded the cruise ship. Do you have any mathematicians? Or anyone suffering from a math-related illness? Although it didn't look like it, to be on the safe side, Lin Yi still asked before entering Corridor 3. I never went to school. The woman looked at Lin Yi strangely. This man had been a little strange since they got on the boat. I only graduated from elementary school, but I can do simple arithmetic. The little boy felt that Lin Yi knew some information, and in order not to be abandoned by Lin Yi, he hurriedly told him his advantages. Oh, that's really powerful. You guys follow closely. Wait, don't go in. I'm going in to change the boxes. You guys wait outside for me. Lin Yi said anxiously, grabbing his hair. It was not until now that he realized that the variables were not just the room numbers, nor just the order in which the rooms were opened. They were the biggest variables. If 3 people go in together, they will be assigned to different corridors. If each person is a variable, the arrangement of the rooms will become extremely chaotic, and even if he is good at math, he won't be able to figure it out. This is why he couldn't find the pattern of the room arrangement. 47. Just because it's open means it's open? Shit. How could I not have thought of such a simple thing before? Lin Yi wanted to slap himself, because he had died in vain so many times for such a simple reason. Is this what it means to be in a position of confusion? Lin Yi explained in detail the risks of entering the cabin to the 2 men, and after making sure that the 2 men would not come in to cause trouble, he entered Corridor 3 alone. As soon as he entered the corridor, before Lin Yi had finished looking at all the room numbers, he received a system prompt. Trigger inspiration. Gugu, this room feels good. Looking at the system prompts, Lin Yi didn't say anything, but he had 1,000 words to say in his heart. Damn, it turns out there are no 2 variables. I don't even need to know math or solve puzzles. I can just follow the system prompts and pass the level. So there were no hints before because all the rooms were dead ends? I was wondering why every time I opened the door it was either the red corridor or the black corridor. I was wondering why a cruise ship only allows families of 3 to board. It turns out it's to make things more difficult. It's so damn sinister. Lin Yi pushed open the door and saw a familiar standard room inside. Entering and exiting the room, there is still an ordinary corridor with dim lights outside. As soon as he walked out of the room, Lin Yi received another system prompt. Trigger inspiration. Gugu, this room feels good. Although I can calculate the pattern with my amazing wisdom, it is still more enjoyable to open it. A small opening does not count as an opening. Next, Lin Yi relied on the system prompts to continuously enter and exit the room. Although he encountered a red corridor, there was no danger in the opened rooms. Until Lin Yi opened the door and came across a water blue corridor. The corridor is very clean and tidy, without even a speck of dust. Trigger inspiration. Cuckoo, please be polite. The layout of the corridor was the same as other corridors, with 32 rooms. Lin Yi walked around the corridor and gently knocked on the door at the end of one side of the corridor. There was no response, so Lin Yi did not continue knocking on the door. Instead, he walked to the other side of the corridor and knocked on the door at the end. This time the door opened quickly, and the space inside the room was much larger than the previous standard room. It should be considered a luxurious room on the ship. The owner of the room is a humanoid creature with skin so white that it seems translucent. His overall appearance is similar to that of a human female, but he has a large number of aqua blue tentacles on his body, and his eyes and hair are also aqua blue. Hello, I'm a lost passenger. Can I borrow your door? Lin Yi was very polite. It had nothing to do with the system prompt. He was a polite and civilized person. Come in first. It's rare for us to meet here. We still have some time before we leave the ship. Sit down and have a cup of tea. The girl used her tentacles to pull open the seat opposite and motioned for Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi did not relax his vigilance, nor was he overly alert. He just sat down opposite the girl naturally. The girl poured a cup of aqua blue liquid for Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a sip. The tea tasted sweet, and the effect was quite good. After drinking it, he instantly felt refreshed. Is there anything I can do for you? Lin Yi spoke his mind. He didn't want to waste another simulation. Not now, but there should be in the future. Your mind and body are not in harmony, yet you can still control your body so smoothly. I can probably guess your origins. I am actually a person of interest. If you can survive, perhaps we will meet again in the future. The girl pulled off a tentacle from her body and handed it to Lin Yi. Take this, it's a gift. Lin Yi took the tentacle, which wrapped around his arm like a living thing and felt very soft. Thank you, goodbye. Lin Yi didn't say much and left the room with the tentacles. Outside was an ordinary corridor. Lin Yi continued to rely on prompts to enter and exit the room. Finally, before the time limit was about to end, Lin Yi found room 1904. It's not easy. Lin Yi pushed open the door and found it was just an ordinary standard room, but on the bed was a black suitcase. Finally completed the first step. Lin Yi exchanged the suitcases carefully. In the previous simulation, he had never opened the suitcase once. He didn't want to have excessive contact with anything related to the organization. Information exchange is a very dangerous thing. When certain information is learned, the information exchange begins, so the less contact, the safer it is. I opened the door with my suitcase, but outside was not another door, but a dim corridor leading to the deck. It turns out that room 1904 is the exit. Lin Yi walked out of the cabin carrying a suitcase and got off the boat with two surprised companions. The captain looked at Lin Yi in surprise and carefully took the suitcase. Every once in a while, the cruise ship would stop there. The organization had always wanted to retrieve the suitcase. Several captains had boarded the ship, but they were never able to disembark. After that, the organization only sent D-class personnel to try their luck. You can't be that scumbag. He only forces others to help him explore the way and doesn't have the courage to enter the cabin alone. So entering the cabin alone is the key. Lin Yi didn't answer, just nodded slightly. As a member of the organization, I shouldn't have any emotions towards anomalies like you, but I must say thank you for everything you do for humanity, even though you may not care about humans. The captain saluted Lin Yi, and Lin Yi also saluted in return. He is always polite. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 7. 7 random items that appear in this event. Getway buys gift 1. Achieved title, Purification. Lin Yi woke up from the bed and found the red owl sleeping next to him, sharing the same pillow with him. Not long after Lin Yi woke up, it woke up too. Thank you so much this time. Lin Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. Although he had incredible wisdom, without the system's prompts, he might not be able to find the right path before the number of simulations was exhausted. Cool. Al jumped off the bed and continued to help Lin Yi process the materials. Lin Yi began to examine the spoils placed in the center of the shelter. 5 of the items had been seen before, namely a pistol loaded with bullets, a simple food pack, a simple medical kit, a full set of combat uniforms, and a dagger. This is literally an organizational starter kit. The other 2 items are Pure Crystal. The pure crystals produced by the Pure Sea can be used to purify any substance. Note, this is a very precious and rare crystal. Please use it as soon as possible after opening. The pure crystals are sealed in a long black metal box the size of a pencil case, and the crystals inside cannot be seen until the box is opened. When have I ever come across this thing? It can't be. Lin Yi looked at the next item. Filarial parasite. Replenish blood and flesh, and collect fresh silkworms at any time. Note: if you do not want to be parasitized, please do not leave the shelter with untreated heartworms. 48. Selling psionic items. Looking at the piece of flesh covered with red hair and trembling constantly, Lin Yi felt unwell. Although the shelter was absolutely safe, Lin Yi felt physically uncomfortable when he thought about the previous simulation where his body was full of these hairy worms and most of his organs were eaten without him noticing. Collecting fresh silkworms. What use would I have for them? Gugu jumped to the piece of meat, picked up a silkworm with his beak, and swallowed it. You said this thing can be processed into high-quality psychic material, and it can also be used as a backup ingredient, and it's very delicious. Lin Yi didn't have any prejudice. There were many ingredients on Blue Star that looked disgusting but tasted good. How should I deal with this? It's troublesome, but I can try. After learning how to deal with filarial worms with Gugu, Lin Yi looked at the remaining system prompts. Unwhite's gift. After use, you can get the contact information. Note: this is a nutritious and delicious living tentacle. Perhaps you can eat it. Use. The tentacles disappeared, and Wei Bai's name appeared in Lin Yi's private chat, but like the survivors in other areas, he was unable to send messages. I don't know when we can communicate with other regions. Purification. Consciousness enters the pure sea, is purified, and then leaves the pure sea. Note: purity has been improved. So I was pushed into the pure sea during the time I lost my memory? Lin Yi thought carefully again, but still couldn't remember anything. After sorting out the harvest, Lin Yi glanced at the time. There was still some time before the night activity, so he decided to go to the game room to play cards for a while. Talent simulation, nighttime activities, psychic energy circulation, learning runes, making psychic items. There are so many things he needs to do every day, but strengthening physical fitness through psychic energy circulation is the foundation of everything, so it should naturally be completed first. I'm going to play cards. I'll leave the shelter to you. There were still few survivors in the game room, so Lin Yi found a card table and started today's psychic cycle. With his level, even if he was distracted by circulating his psychic energy, he could still earn some pocket money. Of course, even if he lost, it didn't matter. With a handful of red coins, he could lose all day. Wouldn't you like to play something special? Just when Lin Yi was having fun getting free spiritual energy, the waiter who gave him the room card last time stood behind him. You're too impatient. Last time you sent me the room card, and this time you came to me. Even a fool would know there's something wrong. Lin Yi threw out the royal bomb, and still had a 3 of spades left in his hand. It's always worth trying. Endless spiritual energy, items that enhance mental strength, rune atlases. As long as you participate in special games, you can easily get these things. The waiter was not angry and still had a charming smile on his face. No, I don't recommend you continue wasting your time on me. Billionaire survivor, you chose to sell it to someone who doesn't like gambling. Lin Yi didn't hate the waiter. After all, he had given him a room card, which allowed him to use his spiritual energy for free, so he didn't want to waste his time. You're too modest. I've met many people worth tens of billions, but few of them would receive a room card from me. If you need help someday, please consider the game room. The waiter did not continue to persuade Lin Yi, as he had already said everything he needed to say. Lin Yi understood what the waiter meant, but he would not participate in a gambling game set up by others unless it was necessary. An hour and a half later, Lin Yi completed 2 psychic energy cycles. As his mental strength improved and his familiarity with psychic energy cycles increased, the time for each psychic energy cycle was also shortened. Lin Yi tossed the red coins in his hand and returned to the shelter. This time, he earned another 64 red coins. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi began to study runes and tried to make new psychic items. Although the psychic items he made now were of little use to him, it was a very useful technology that would come in handy sooner or later. Under Gugu's guidance, Lin Yi learned some methods of processing psychic materials, which was very helpful in making psychic items. At least he didn't have to cut the cloak into small pieces bit by bit. It was evening soon, and Lin Yi prepared a sumptuous dinner and ate it with Gugu. There was still some time before the nighttime activities, so Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. According to the boss's speculation, tonight may be one of the 2 night activities, site missions, and war fronts. I think it should be the site mission, the finale of the remaining unseen activities. I think so. The site missions are okay. You can just hide and get a reward. If you meet a reliable teammate, you can even loot some stuff. Indeed, I got a blueprint for upgrading the shelter from a box I found last time. Me too. Ditto. Damn you guys. Haha, someone's defense has been breached. I won't say who it is. Lin Yi sent pictures of filarial parasites and an introduction to the system to the group. What the hell? What the hell? So disgusting. The boss is doing something new again. No, I'm eating. Filament worms? I think I've seen them before, but I can't remember where. The intelligence I gave you mentioned before, there are filarial worms in the sewers. If the absolute safety of the shelter fails, they will enter the shelter through the sewers and eat the survivors. Huh? So scary? Luckily, I've upgraded my shelter. Shit. I'm still a few alienated organs short. It's over. I still haven't gotten the blueprints for the shelter upgrade. Then wouldn't it be certain death for those who fail to upgrade their shelters in time? Isn't that too scary? Lin Yi, this is a new item I acquired. This filarial worm is quite terrifying, and I haven't found a way to deal with it yet, so you'd better complete the shelter mission as soon as possible. Also, if today's mission is a site mission, can you pass on the psychic energy circuit diagram? You can charge for it, but don't go too far. It's always good to avoid a few deaths. Receive. Okay. Big Brother is kind and righteous. That's what I thought. Boss, do you have any new products this time? I can pay for them. Lin Yi. Yes, it does exist, but this time it's not a test product, so the price is 10 red coins per item. Lin Yi sent the system introduction of the 2 newly made psychic items to the group. Simple protective items. Use psychic energy to stimulate and generate psychic protection, which will become ineffective after 3 uses. Note, produced by Lin Yi. Simple bone blade. Infuse psychic energy to activate a psychic blade with cutting properties. It will become ineffective after 3 uses. Note, produced by Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I made 10 of each of these 2 psychic items and will put them on the trading area later. Friends who have used them can tell me about the effects and also make some suggestions for improvement. 49 Misty Town. Okay, boss. Holy crap, such a powerful psychic item only costs 10 red coins. Let's go to the trading area and buy it now. No, leave one for me. I'm a student. It's useless even if you're a beast. Ah, I got it. I'm a beast. What a beast. He disappeared before I even saw him clearly. You guys deserve to die. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, site mission. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. I probably won't be back tonight. Lin Yi touched Gugu's feathers reluctantly. Compared with the previous card creatures, Gugu was simply a model worker. Cool. Okay, see you next time. 001. 00:00. When he woke up, Lin Yi found himself sitting in a private compartment of an old-fashioned train. He had only seen this kind of train with private compartments in movies. Through the car window, I could only see the closed tunnel and couldn't see what was outside. There were 4 people in the private room, and their avatars matched the ones in the chat room. The other 3 are Zhou Wan, a cute high school student, Su Changyan, a 40-year-old uncle with a stubble on his face, and Hu Tingting, a 30-year-old sister who is dressed revealingly. Lin Yi, Zhouwen, are you a man or a woman? Lin Yi frowned and stared at the high school student opposite him. In fact, he could use his mental power to sense the other person's gender, but that would be too rude. Zhouwen, do you like men or women? Lin Yi, if you ask about sexual orientation, then of course it's female. Zhouwen, oh, then I am a woman. Hu Tingting, he is a man, although he is indeed very cute. Zhouwen, how do you know? Hu Tingting, how many men do you think I have slept with? Zhouwen, sister, you are really experienced. Hu Tingting, haha, I don't have any experience in pretending to be a man to seduce women. Su Changyan, stop arguing. We are about to choose the site. I suggest we choose a team leader first. Zhouwen, I vote for Brother Lin. Lin Yi, do you know me? Zhouwen, I don't know him, but I have a keen sense. In fact, you can use your mental power to confirm my gender. I don't mind. Lin Yi, I mind. Lin Yi sent the psychic energy circulation diagram to the chat room. Su Changyan, is this the circuit diagram for absorbing spiritual energy? Lin Yi, I have collected all the alienation cards. This is a simplified version of the route map customized for me by the system. I have already posted it in our regional group. I hope you can help me post it in your regional group. Zhouwen, okay, Captain. Su Changyan, yes, as long as you don't give blind orders. I agree that you can be the captain. Hu Tingting, I agree too. Can I receive some coins before posting to the group? Lin Yi, it's up to you. Of course, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Hu Tingting, forget it then. Please choose a station to get off, survive at that station until the next train arrives, and then take the train to leave the station. Note, after 10 stops, the train will enter the shallow sea area. Lin Yi, okay, let's choose a site first, and then think about other things. Zhouwen, the captain is right. Hu Tingting, you will definitely make a lot of money in our line of work. Zhouwen, it can be seen that my sister is doing a really good job, but I am not so good at it. My family is strict and my academic performance is not bad, so I probably don't have the opportunity to get involved in that kind of industry. During the friendly exchange between the two, the train stopped at the first station. Unlike last time, this time they couldn't see what was happening outside. They could only see the site introduction on the wall inside the site, which looked like a movie poster. An exploration team enters the endless wasteland in search of lost relics. Can they walk out of the deadly wasteland full of alien creatures alive? Below the text was a picture of a black wasteland, with 4 abstract little men standing in the center of the picture, surrounded by monsters with bared fangs and claws. Linyi, let's take a look at the next one. Zhou, well, this one looks dangerous. The next one will definitely be easy. Hu Tingting, I don't want to go on an outdoor adventure either. Su Changyan, it's okay, you can take another look. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the second station. Site introduction. The deep-sea mine was attacked by sea monsters, and a team was trapped on the seabed. Can they return to the surface alive? Below the text is a picture of a mine in the deep sea. The mine has lost connection with the sea surface. For abstract little people are trapped inside, with faint shadows floating around them. Linyi, excluded. Zhou, I agree. Hu Tingting, I agree. Su Changyan, I agree. No one wants to venture into the deep sea. The train started and 10 minutes later, it stopped at the third station. Site introduction. An extremely dangerous, mysterious relic has fallen into Mingting City. As a team from Mingting City's law enforcement department, can they prevent the impending disaster in Mingting City? Below the text was a picture of a crowded city, with 4 obviously more abstract little figures squeezed in the crowd, drifting with the flow. Linyi, it's too complicated. I suggest excluding it. Zhou, I think so too. Hu Tingting, but our options are limited. Isn't it enough for this site to just find that mysterious relic? And since we're law enforcement officers, we should be able to get official help. Su Changyan, I also think this site is good. As long as we can find the relic in advance, this site should be very safe. Linyi, do you know what a relic is? A dangerous relic wouldn't just end up in Mingting City out of thin air. There must be some hidden cause and effect behind it. Mingting City is likely to be densely populated. This nighttime mission will last no more than 1 night. We must distinguish friend from foe in a complex environment and find that completely unknown and dangerous relic. I agree to get off at this stop, but are you prepared for a life or death struggle if we're unlucky? The entire city could become our enemy. Hu Tingting, well, I admit that I was careless before. Su Changyan, you are talking about the worst-case scenario, but it does make sense. The train started again and stopped at the 4th station 10 minutes later. Site introduction. A remote town is shrouded in a strange fog. A team is sent to the town to check the situation. Can they leave the town alive? Below the text is a picture of a small town shrouded in fog, with 4 abstract little people surrounded by the fog and lost in it. Linyi, let's go with this one. It's not an extreme environment like the deep sea, and there are no troublesome relics. Zhou and I both have good mental strength, so it's not easy for us to get lost in the fog. Zhou, I agree. Hu Tingting, if you are sure that you will not get lost in the fog, I agree. Su Changyan, I agree, but it's a pity that the harvest here may be less. Linyi, it's already great to be able to get out alive. The 4 people left the compartment. There were no other passengers in the corridor, so they might have been in the compartment. After getting off the train, the station has an entrance and an exit. There is nothing at the entrance, and the exit is a light green light door. The 4 of them entered the light gate one after another and arrived at the foggy town. 50. Strange alienated creatures. Site selection completed, additional tasks obtained, optional. 1. Kill the alienated creatures and receive rewards based on the number and strength of the alienated creatures. 2. Explore the foggy town and investigate the cause of the fog. 3. Solve unusual events in the foggy town. 3 additional tasks popped up in the chat room, but Linyi was more concerned about where his 3 teammates had gone. At this time, Linyi was teleported to a small supermarket. Outside the supermarket was a very thick white fog, and there was no one around. Zhou, I was in a room in a private house. Something seemed to be moving outside the door. I was afraid of alarming the things outside, so I didn't dare to use my mental power to sense it. Hu Tingting, I seem to be in a school cafeteria. Something is not right here. It seems like something is moving on the wall. Su Changyan, I was in the hospital ward, and there were strange noises in the corridor. Linyi, I'm in the supermarket. I'm going to clean it up. You guys can gather at my place. If you need help, you can send me a message. Zhou, got it. Hu Tingting, got it. Su Changyan, received. None of the 3 asked Linyi for help. The system assigned stations according to strength, and those who could be ranked together with Linyi were not weaklings. Linyi began to inspect the supermarket. It only had 1 floor, but it covered a large area with more than 10 large containers. In addition, there were some other areas, such as toilets, offices, warehouses, etc. While inspecting the container, Lin Yi discovered a small refrigerator that could be placed in the shelter. You can take it with you when you leave. The shelter has always needed a refrigerator to store alienated organs and body parts, but the shelter has limited space and cannot accommodate a refrigerator that is too large. After checking the gaps between the shelves, Lin Yi began to check other rooms. There were no problems with the warehouse, office, and other areas, and finally, only the bathroom was left. As soon as Lin Yi approached the bathroom, he sensed that there was something hiding inside. It was a mass of flesh and blood with a strange shape, and a large number of alienated organs were constantly performing their functions in the flesh and blood. Pulling out the red blade, Lin Yi took out a mirror and looked around the corner. Although his perception was very strong, humans were visual creatures after all, and it was easier to understand the situation with their eyes. The inside of the toilet was filled with flesh and blood, which had long since lost its biological form and turned into a bloated pile of flesh that took up space. Lin Yi put away the red blade. He did not sense any danger from this pile of meat. After all, this thing had lost most of its biological characteristics and had no offensive power at all. But how could it become so alienated? Lin Yi felt a little strange. Biological alienation is actually greatly influenced by the environment and individual will. It is difficult for him to imagine what kind of alienation process would lead to this state. Is this human intervention? But what's the purpose of this? Experimentation? Or mass production of alien organs? But there's no need to go to so much trouble just to transform an organ. Dealing with a transformed organism is much easier than influencing its direction. Lin Yi didn't think for too long. He cut open the alien flesh and took out the abnormally active alien organs inside. After cleaning up the restroom and making sure there were no other abnormalities in the supermarket, Lin Yi left the supermarket and went to look for other supplies nearby. He mainly wanted to find a gun shop to get a batch of firearms. Although ordinary firearms could not deal with those very powerful first-level alien creatures, they were more than enough to deal with some weak and idiotic ones. Not to mention those alienated creatures that haven't even reached the first level. There seemed to be no gun store in the town, but Lin Yi found a batch of police equipment in the nearby police station. Although the firepower and quantity were not as good as the last batch, they could still be used. When Lin Yi pushed the shopping cart back to the supermarket, 3 team members were already waiting there. Lin Yi, let's communicate important matters in the chat room. Something is wrong here. Those alienated creatures show signs of human intervention. I suspect someone is causing trouble in this town. I brought back a batch of guns. You can take whichever you want. I don't know what happened here. Everyone turned into that horrible state. Lin Yi pretended to be puzzled. Zhou, I also feel something is wrong. Although the monsters here look very scary, they are not very strong. It's a bit like performance art. Oh, I hope the investigation is finished quickly. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to get back and get married. Zhou sighed. Hu Tingting, everyone in the school has disappeared. I found some notes left by some students, which recorded some clues. Let me summarize. Before the fog shrouded the town, there was a strange disease circulating in the town. The initial symptoms of this strange disease were a bit like a cold, but much more serious than a cold. Some patients' body temperatures were as high as 43 degrees Celsius. But even with such a high body temperature, these patients did not die. Instead, they were able to work and live normally, and the hospital could not find the cause. This is all the useful information in the notes. Would you like me to introduce you to some boyfriends? I have many friends who like cute kids like you. Hu Tingting said with a smile. No, I don't want to get some strange disease. Zhou said meaningfully. Su Changyan, the hospital has detailed records and many specimens. I took some pictures. There are a lot of professional terms and data in them, which I don't quite understand. You can take a look. Su Changyan sent a dozen pictures into the chat room, then said with a cold face. Do you have any female friends? I haven't been in a relationship yet. His expression didn't sound like he was trying to make friends, but more like he was asking someone to pay back a loan shark. Well, my friend isn't dating, but I can help you solve your problem. If you need me, I can introduce you to a few more. Hu Tingting didn't look at those pictures. She entered society before graduating from elementary school. These pictures, which are tiring to read, should be left to high school students. Lin Yi and Zhou seemed to be chatting with each other, but in fact they were both secretly reading the information on the picture carefully. Su Changyan checked the equipment while chatting seriously with Hu Tingting. A few aren't enough. Can Sister Ting introduce a few more? Hu Tingting glanced at Su Changyan's lower body in surprise and said in astonishment. A few are not enough? My friends are all experienced masters. But it doesn't matter if it's not enough. I can't say if there are more. I can still call dozens of sisters. I guarantee you will be satisfied then. Su Changyan loaded the shotgun with bullets and said with satisfaction, "That's great. Last time I went to a matchmaking agency, the lady only introduced me to 3 people and then refused to do anything. She insisted on introducing me to her colleague. Her colleague was even worse than her. She only introduced me to 1 person and told me to go home and wait. She never contacted me again." Hu Tingting looked at Su Changyan speechlessly. She felt a little sympathetic towards those matchmaking agencies. "Lin Yi, I roughly understand what's going on." 51. Alienation Rune. Zhou, I still don't understand. Brother Lin, you are a college student, right? Lin Yi, no, I've graduated for a while now. I was quite happy going to college. That was probably the freest period of my life. Zhou, what a pity. I was about to take the college entrance examination, but this happened. Lin Yi, my condolences. Zhou, it's not to that extent. Hu Tingting, can you guys talk about business? Lin Yi, the townspeople here are not sick, but for some reason, they have experienced a rapid collective alienation. Su Changyan, is it because the concentration of spiritual energy in the town has increased? Lin Yi, this situation is indeed related to the concentration of psychic energy, but the concentration of psychic energy in the town is far from high enough to turn people into piles of meat. Zhou, that's because… Lin Yi, I think it has something to do with the alienation runes. Someone was carving alienation runes in the town. At the beginning, there were not many runes carved, which caused some people who came into close contact with the alienation runes to get sick. These are actually symptoms of rapid alienation in a short period of time. The test data are consistent with the symptoms of rapid alienation, and the deformed organs in the hospital are obvious evidence. Hu Tingting, so someone is conducting alienation experiments here? Lin Yi, I can't assert the other party's purpose, but this is indeed what happened here. Su Changyan, so what should we do? Should we hide in the supermarket for the night, or take the initiative and kill him? Lin Yi, of course we have to kill him. These remaining alienated creatures have experienced a severe alienation reaction before. We cannot withstand that level of alienation. The other party may be preparing to kill us at night. Hu Tingting, I also agree to kill him, because the current task is too simple. How could the system give us such a simple task? Staying in the supermarket is no different from waiting to die. Zhou, actually, there is another way. The other party attacks us with alienated runes. Then as long as we get rid of the alienated runes in the town, there will be no danger, right? Lin Yi, no. Although I don't know the principle, I think he relies on the alienation reaction caused by this fog. Because the fog alone covers the entire town, he can't possibly carve runes everywhere in the town, right? Carving runes is no simple task. Not to mention the amount of work. Just wandering around the town is suspicious. Su Changyan, so we have to kill him. Hu Tingting, and it has to be as soon as possible. Zhou, the system won't assign us an enemy we can't fight against. If the other party wants to control the fog of this range and trigger an alienation reaction, they will definitely need some auxiliary devices. The place where these auxiliary devices are placed will definitely cause abnormal conditions. If they get close, I should be able to sense it. Lin Yi, very good. You and Hu Tingting go around the town and find the opponent's location. Su Changyan stays next to me. I have an alien rune card, which is just right for me to understand the opponent's methods before the battle. Zhou, huh? Is it the rune card that can only kill people in the shelter? Hu Tingting, are you crazy? That's a rune card that can even counter the absolute safety of the shelter. Su Changyan, all the survivors on our side who used rune cards died. These survivors were the top ones, including survivors with psychic abilities. There was even a survivor with the ability to resurrect, but they all died. Lin Yi, let me try. Don't let the alienated creatures get close to me. Lin Yi knew he was taking a risk, but sooner or later he would have to try using rune cards, and this time he just happened to come across one. He has the spirit seed, and his mental strength is the strongest among all the survivors. Perhaps he can withstand the mental shock of using rune cards. Moreover, he has a real-life simulation opportunity. If he dies this time, the worst that can happen is that he won't have to use the rune card next time. This is why he dared to let Su Changyan guard him. The advantage that reality simulation brings to Lin Yi is that he has the opportunity to trial and error. If you dare not do anything, it means you have given up this advantage, which will slow down your strength improvement, and you may end up dying 10 times in a simulation. Lin Yi took out the basic rune, alienation, and used the rune card without hesitation. A large amount of knowledge related to alienation crowded into Lin Yi's brain, and Lin Yi instantly lost control of his body, but the seed of spirit shone in his consciousness, and he quickly regained control of his body. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yi saw Su Changyan retreating to the supermarket door and looking at him warily. Lin Yi, what's wrong? Lin Yi sorted out the confusing information in his mind and asked reluctantly while enduring the headache. Su Changyan, you just carved alienation runes around me, and it almost made me alienated. Lin Yi, so that's how it is. Now I know how those people died. Zhou, how did he die? Hu Tingting, just focus on finding the enemy's base. How did you die? Lin Yi, their brains were filled with rune knowledge, and they lost control of their bodies. Their brains were influenced by the knowledge and issued instructions to carve runes, but the shelter had no psychic power. Zhou, so they walked out of the shelter on their own. Hu Tingting, so the absolute safety of the shelter cannot save them because they are no longer in the shelter. Su Changyan, so that's how it is. Can we use rune cards here too? Lin Yi, it's hard to say. Without the protection of the shelter, you may not be able to withstand the rune knowledge and may become fools. Zhou, what about tying yourself up in the shelter? Lin Yi, can you guarantee that you can't break free? Hu Tingting, no, I didn't expect there would be such a trap. It's too dangerous. Su Changyan, the system has already reminded you. Those with insufficient mental strength should use it with caution. Zhou, behind every system note, there is a heartwarming reason. Hu Tingting, it really warms my heart. Zhou, I found it. It's the town's church, just to the north of the town. Lin Yi, very good. You guys come back first and give me half an hour to rest. Lin Yi took out a bottle of mental potion from his backpack and drank it all in one gulp. His mental power increased instantly, and before long it exceeded his maximum mental power. Lin Yi used his mental energy to quickly digest and organize the knowledge and skills in the rune cards. When the effect of the mental potion was exhausted, he had almost digested it. Lin Yi, are you guys ready? If you are, it's time to go say hello. Zhou, okay. Do you want to report your talents and abilities? Hu Tingting, my talents are related to combat. Su Changyan, me too. Zhou, my innate ability is spiritual and should be able to influence the other party's use of runes. Lin Yi, my natural ability is more auxiliary, but generally first-level alien creatures cannot withstand my attack. Zhou, wow. Lin Yi, if there is no problem, let's go. It's best to solve the problem before the other party reacts. 52. Father Redemption. The four people drove a car into the church. The car was a local brand that Hu Tingting picked up on the roadside, similar to an off-road vehicle. The driver was Su Changyan. With Zhou giving directions, Su Changyan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove at high speed in the fog. Hu Tingting, should we test it out first or just go straight for it? Lin Yi, try to rush forward tentatively. It would be best if we can eliminate the opponent in one wave. Lin Yi concentrated his mind, took out the CL0 pistol, closed his eyes, and put the gun close to his forehead. The internal structure of the CL0 pistol is complex, but Lin Yi still quickly found the flesh and blood bullet that had been completely mutated in the flesh and blood extractor. Lin Yi began to try to carve a temporary collapse rune on the bullet. There were other runes running inside the pistol, and it was his first time to carve a rune in such a complex environment. The runes must be engraved into the bullet without affecting the normal operation of other runes. This is why Lin Yi did not take out the bullet to engrave the runes. First, he had to make sure that the pistol could be used. Zhou, brother Lin, there's a complex layer of psychic protection outside the church. Lin Yi, crash into it. Crash into the church through the main entrance. Prepare to fight. Hu Tingting, ah? Su Changyan, got it. After carving the final stroke of the collapse rune and the mutated bullet was about to collapse, Lin Yi pulled the trigger towards the main entrance of the church. Boom. The mutated bullet hit an extremely strong layer of psychic protection, triggering the collapse rune, and the psychic protection began to collapse from the impact point to the surrounding areas. The off-road vehicle crashed into the church unhindered, and the flying building debris was crushed by an invisible force, with debris flying everywhere. The four of them quickly abandoned the car, and the off-road vehicle was also crushed by the force. In the center of the church stood a priest in black and white vestments. He simply crushed the SUV that hit him and did not move forward. Lin Yi did not continue to move, but just silently carved runes on the wall of the church. Although this church was not as good as the previous theater, it was also a good psychic material. What a pity. I wanted you to die painlessly tonight, but you still came. This is the tragedy of human beings, isn't it? The priest said with a sad face. Humans are not pathetic. What is pathetic are the fools with abnormal brains. While carving runes, Lin Yi sensed the surrounding environment and checked the opponent's arrangements. Is your pistol useless now? I was planning to block you outside the church until nightfall and then transform you into materials. The priest suddenly asked tentatively. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it will recharge automatically. Who knows? Lin Yi placed his hand on the hilt of the red blade, ready to strike at any moment. The fog poured into the church, and along with the fog came two alien monsters. This is my masterpiece, the essence of all life in this town. I'm waiting for them to come over. What are you waiting for? The priest commanded the monsters to attack Lin Yi and others, and began to carve alienation runes in the church. The church was the only safe place in the town. If Lin Yi and his 4 companions had not broken into the church, he could have easily killed them. Both monsters are made up of various highly alienated organs that have been spliced together and then alienated again. Traces of different humans can be seen on every part and every piece of their skin. Lin Yi, Zhou Wen stopped him from carving the runes. You guys deal with those 2 monsters, and I will take control of the situation. Zhou Wen got it. Hu Tingting, no problem. Su Changyan, received. Zhou Wen retreated behind Lin Yi and activated his innate ability. His innate ability can hinder others from using their mental power. Of course, the degree of hindrance is related to the target's mental power. The priest was interrupted by Zhou Wen just when he was halfway through carving the alienation rune. He looked towards Zhou Wen, but only saw Lin Yi ready to strike. The 2 mutated creatures were very powerful and difficult to kill, but they were just brainless creatures after all. With the support of Lin Yi's runes, Hu Tingting and Su Changyan easily blocked the 2 monsters. Seeing the resistance of the 2 mutated monsters, Lin Yi gave up his plan to kill the priest quickly, and instead prepared to carve runes all over the church and then were the priest out to death. I'm waiting for you to play your cards. If these are all you have, then I suggest you commit suicide. This way we can save some energy and you won't have to be tortured to death. Lin Yi said calmly. Although these 2 mutated monsters are tough to kill, they can only last for another 10 minutes at most. This is because most of Lin Yi's attention is on the priest. I never thought a few investigators who haven't even reached the 1st level would push me to this point. I admit that you are stronger now, but even so, I will save you. This is the reason for the existence of the Church of Redemption. The priest took off his cassock, and his originally well-proportioned figure began to mutate and deform, turning into a cylindrical mass of flesh and blood, 3 meters high and 1 meter in diameter, covered with slender tentacles. I'm sorry, I've never been good at fighting since I was a child, so I can only transform myself into this shape. You can attack now. Like I said, I'm not good at fighting. Lin Yi swung out a psychic blade, and when the blade cut into the priest's body, it was blocked by a layer of strange psychic protection, without even breaking the skin. At the same time, a large number of complex alienation runes appeared on the priest's body. Under the influence of the alienation runes, as long as he used spiritual power in the church, his body alienation would be accelerated. Zhou Wen, Brother Lin, I can't affect the runes engraved on his body. Hu Tingting, these 2 monsters have become alienated again. If this continues, we will be alienated into monsters before we can deal with them. Su Changyan, I can kill one, but after that I can't help. Lin Yi, no need for that. Get ready and come with me to deal with the priest. Lin Yi controlled his psychic protection to block the attacks of the 2 mutated monsters and quickly carved mutated runes on the walls of the church. The difference between alienation and evolution lies in the degree of stability. Alienated creatures themselves are in an unstable state. The priest's alienated monster is made up of various alienated parts. Among the alienated creatures, it is also an extremely unstable existence. However, this instability is under the control of the priest. He does not need these creatures to exist for a long time. On the contrary, he needs them to carry and burst out the power that the stable system cannot bear. The priest is an expert in alienation and can naturally control this power that may get out of control at any time. But what if Lin Yi also gets involved? Although Lin Yi is not an expert in alienation, he can also use alienation runes. As long as he keeps carving alienation runes in the church, the delicate balance will be broken. The 2 alienated creatures will completely burst out their last strength, and the priest will also reveal flaws due to imbalance. As an expert in alienation, the priest naturally noticed Lin Yi's little action. He hurriedly stopped activating the alienation runes on his body, but it was too late. 53. Ask the gods. Lin Yi and the priest looked at each other, and there was no fluctuation in their eyes, because both of them firmly believed that they were on the right side and that they would win in the end. Are you ready? Lin Yi asked the priest. Bring it on. The priest answered loudly. The 2 mutated monsters exploded with their final strength behind Lin Yi like a bomb. Lin Yi wanted to use psychic protection to resist, but at the moment when the psychic protection came into contact with the energy, the black sphere he saw in the dark corridor of the cruise ship suddenly flashed through his mind. At that time, it was just spinning normally, and it reversed Lin Yi's collapse rune to Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought about the dark sphere and subconsciously spun it to protect himself from the energy explosion. The energy explosion did not hit the psychic protection, but strangely bypassed Lin Yi and others, and hit the priest who was caught off guard. This is the due reward. Lin Yi and the other three launched their strongest attacks at the priest without any hesitation. The psychic blade, wrapped in violent psychic energy, cut through the priest's body, and the shotgun shells imbued with psychic energy smashed the priest's upper body. Zhou Wen continued to use his innate ability to influence the priest's mental power. Hu Tingting quickly moved to the priest's side and stuffed a psychic bomb into the priest's lower body. Boom. The priest exploded. Even so, the priest still did not die. A thin layer of psychic energy shield protected the remaining 1/4 of his upper body, and he relied on his tentacles to retreat to the altar of the church. This layer of psychic protection was extremely tough, and Lin Yi activated the cutting rune and chopped it several times, but failed to cut it. Give up. This is a protective rune that I've transformed many times. You're very strong, but you're still a little bit lacking in rune usage. Even in the face of death, the priest showed no fear. Instead, he began to teach Lin Yi how to use the runes. This psychic shield is indeed very strong, but you're almost unable to hold on, right? Without psychic support, even the strongest psychic shield is useless. Lin Yi did not stop attacking, and a rather ominous atmosphere emanated from the priest. You're right, but that's enough. Don't you want to see my cards? I'll show you now. The priest bowed his head and prayed, and an invisible force swept through the church, sweeping all the impurities in the church out of the church. Only the priest and Lin Yi were left in the entire church. Why weren't you expelled from the sanctuary? The priest looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Why didn't you use this trick to kick us out of the church before? Lin Yi also looked at the priest in surprise. He had just thought that the priest had deliberately kept him here. This isn't a ritual you can use casually. As a priest of the cult of redemption, I can only use it once in my lifetime, and it's irreversible once used. The priest no longer had the energy to think about why Lin Yi was not expelled from the sanctuary. He had more important things to do. So what is the effect of this ritual? You have to let me die knowingly, right? Things have developed to this point, and Lin Yi is not in a hurry anymore. The worst that can happen is to reopen. This is a ritual to communicate with the gods. I will borrow the power of the god closest to this place. The priest said solemnly. Why the most recent one? Aren't you from the Church of the Redeemer? Shouldn't you be borrowing power from the god of redemption? Lin Yi was a little confused. He was not sure whether he was also within the scope of this ritual. If the other party's ritual had strength requirements and could only borrow the power of a legitimate god, then he would be dead. This simple ritual can't designate a specific god, and a high-level ritual isn't something I can perform with my strength. The priest did not stop praying, but he did not ignore Lin Yi either. He was really scared of this evil ghost, and was afraid that Lin Yi would do something to interrupt the summoning ceremony. What if the other god is unwilling to lend you power? Lin Yi sat calmly opposite the priest, as if he had accepted his fate. The gods are not humans who act as they please. They are guides, beacons, and the only truth in this endlessly chaotic world. This ritual cannot reach the true gods at all. It merely borrows a ray of their afterglow from the distance of time and space. Seeing that the ceremony was about to be completed, the priest finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then do you want to meet the real god? Sensing the close spiritual connection, Lin Yi used blood to smooth his messy hair back, straightened his clothes, and then asked seriously. At this time, the connection was connected, and the priest stared blankly at Lin Yi who was sitting in front of him, speechless. After a long time, the priest asked with a bitter face. Humans can actually become gods. Who should I save, and who can save me? I don't know. I only know that I will send you to see your god, and maybe you can ask it. Lin Yi stood up and drew out the red blade. When the priest connected with Lin Yi, he was dead. My Lord God, please allow me to complete the ritual. Since I cannot redeem the world, let my soul pay the price. After the priest finished his final prayer, he disappeared in the mist, leaving behind only a translucent crystal. This crystal gave Lin Yi a feeling somewhat similar to that of the spirit seed. It should be some kind of spiritual product. After putting away the crystal and picking up the priest's vestments, and making sure that no other items were left behind in the church, Lin Yi walked out of the church. Brother Lin, you finally came out. We couldn't get in, and you didn't reply to the messages I sent in the chat room. I thought. Zhou Wen said excitedly. What about the priest? Is it resolved? Hu Tingting asked anxiously. It's been resolved. The town should be safe. Go collect the spoils and bring them back directly. If you have anything else, talk to us in the chat room. Lin Yi prepared to go back to the supermarket to take the refrigerator with him. That's great. I'm going to bring some more daily necessities back. It's so hard to be without shampoo. Hu Tingting happily took Su Changyin to go shopping at Zuriyuan's store. Zhou Wen also went to look for necessary supplies. and Lin Yi returned to the supermarket alone to find some useful supplies to put in the shopping cart. An hour later, the fog dissipated, and the four people each pulled their own supply carts to the deserted town entrance. A light green light gate suddenly appeared in front of them. The four of them entered the light gate one by one and returned to the train station. "Add me as a friend," Zhou Wen said as he looked at the train approaching from a distance. The four of them added each other as friends. "Lin Yi, see you next time." "Zhou Wen, see you next time." "Hu Tingting, see you next time." "Su Changyan, see you next time." The train arrived at the station, and the four people got on the train one after another. Complete the site mission and receive a special metal treasure chest 1 based on the mission difficulty. Complete extra task 1 and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Complete extra task 2 and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Complete extra mission 3 and receive 1 extra mission treasure box. Please draw today's card. 54. Clown Doll. My turn. Draw a card. Lin Yi climbed out of bed and drew cards mentally. This time the card was a puppet wearing a clown mask. The card dissipated, and a half-meter-tall clown puppet appeared in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi circled around the clown twice, but couldn't figure out what the use of this puppet was. "Hello." Like a real puppet, the Joker didn't reply. Lin Yi touched the clown doll, and it felt a bit like real skin. All right. Lin Yi gave up studying the clown doll and began to sort out the spoils. First, there are 2 items that originated from Fr. Spiritual crystal. A crystal formed by the combination of knowledge and spiritual power. After using it, you can obtain the knowledge sealed within. Note, this is a very pure spiritual crystal. It does not require purification and can be used directly. Black ceremonial dress. Clergymen's sacrificial robes. Wearing them increases the success rate of the ceremony. Note, it may also be a psychological effect. Putting the black sacrificial robe and the sacrificial dagger he had obtained earlier together, Lin Yi directly used the spiritual crystal. Since the system notes say it can be used directly, there is nothing to be afraid of. A large amount of messy knowledge poured into Lin Yi's brain, but unlike rune cards, as long as he consumed the mental power in the mental crystal, he could slow down the speed at which knowledge entered the brain, and he could also consume mental power to quickly sort out the messy information. It took an hour for Lin Yi to sort out the messy knowledge in his mind. Most of this knowledge is related to alienation and protective runes. There is also some ritual knowledge, and the rest is related to the Church of Redemption. The Church of Redemption is a large church spanning multiple dimensions, whose mission is to redeem all of humanity. The so-called salvation is similar to what the priest does in the small town, but the priest is obviously of average purity and can only be regarded as a peripheral member of the church. Why are there so many crazy people? Lin Yi rubbed his head. It would take him some time to organize and absorb this knowledge. Next came the sundries brought back from the town. The refrigerator was functioning normally. Lin Yi put all the alienated organs and body parts that needed to be frozen into the refrigerator and soon filled it up. After sorting and putting away the remaining miscellaneous items, Lin Yi began to check the 4 boxes given as part of the site mission. First up is the red special metal treasure chest. When he opened the treasure chest, he found a suit of formal black clothes with lots of bright red patterns on them. Night dress. Low-level psychic item. Provides a certain degree of protection against various attacks. After being damaged, it can absorb nearby materials to slowly repair itself. Note, it looks very impressive. Lin Yi changed into a night-colored dress. The dress fit him well and was comfortable to wear, but he didn't know what material it was made of. The style was a bit exaggerated and would easily attract attention. However, Lin Yi still used it to replace the organization's combat uniform. After all, it was a psychic item, and its merits outweighed its flaws. After that are 3 yellow mission chests. Lin Yi was about to open the treasure chest when he suddenly discovered that the clown doll in the center of the shelter was missing. He subconsciously turned around to look for it, but found the clown's face stuck to the back of his head. In order to get close to Lin Yi's head, it specially found some miscellaneous items to use as a foothold. Oh, hello. Lin Yi admitted that he was indeed frightened. This thing made no sound at all when it moved, and even the movement of miscellaneous items could not be sensed. What's your purpose? You can't just scare me, right? The clown didn't answer, but just looked at Lin Yi silently. Okay, as long as you're happy. Lin Yi continued to open the boxes, as if he had not drawn any cards today. Extra Mission 1 only contains 5 bottles of red liquid that is darker than the nutrient solution. Low-level nutrient solution. Edible, can supplement some special energy and nutrients. Note, no rank creatures are allowed to eat. We didn't kill many alien creatures this time, so we only have a few bottles of nutrient solution, which is acceptable. However, consumption is prohibited. Should we add some to the alien eggs to see the effect? Extra Mission 2. Psychic Workshop Blueprint. Required materials. Low-level Space Crystal, 0/5. Low-level Psychic Crystal, 0/5. Note: a level 1 shelter is required to use this blueprint. Great. I just need a room to make psychic items. I have psychic crystals, but I've never seen space crystals. I can ask in the group later. Using the blueprint, Lin Yi opened the treasure chest of Extra Task 3. There is a teddy bear stuffed animal inside. Lin Yi subconsciously turned his head and looked around before he found a clown doll hiding under the bed with only half of its head exposed. Puppet bear. Carry it with you. When you take fatal damage, the damage will be transferred to the teddy bear 1/1. Note: love from a doll. The teddy bear is only slightly bigger than the palm of your hand and can be easily put in your pocket. A good life-saving item. Putting away the teddy bear, Lin Yi began to prepare breakfast. When watering the alien eggs, Lin Yi discovered that there was a crack on several of the eggs, and tiny sprouts like plants grew inside. These young shoots are red and white, and feel somewhat similar to the skin of living things. If you look closely, you can find veins like blood vessels inside the shoots. Alienated flesh and blood plants. Special offspring intentionally created by a certain special creature can grow into a special alienated structure. Note: not edible. It finally sprouted. If it hadn't sprouted, I would have used you for experiments. Lin Yi cut some minced meat and poured it near the tender sprouts, and then poured some nutrient solution on them. After making breakfast, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 695649/100000. Collect a mutation card and prepare to fight tonight. Are you fighting now? Dude, if you've been hiding in the shelter these past few days, I suggest you just wait for death. That way, at least you don't have to risk your life. It's a good thing you're willing to give it a try. I'll give you one, but it'd be best if you get a bottle of nutrient solution to go with it. Fuck. Boss, give it to me. I want to give it a try too. When I can go out in the future, I can even warm your bed. This is also okay. Dear, the photos have been privately taken, absolutely real. Fuck, pornographic pictures, brother. Are you still posting those blinding pornographic pictures? The system is good in every way, except that it won't automatically harmonize pictures. Fuck, I was one of the victims too. I thought her legs looked good at the time, and even took off my pants, but then, I still haven't recovered from it. Let's not talk about him anymore. Does anyone have any information about his nighttime activities? Didn't the boss say it was a war front? I can only ask him for the specific information. Is Brother Lin here? I need a psychic item. The price is negotiable. Has anyone used it before? Are the psychic items the boss sells useful? It's not useful at all, don't buy it. I could hear the abacus sounds upstairs, even in the shelter. Lin Yi, it's really not very useful. After all, it's just a test product. Do you have any spatial crystals? I'd like a few for blueprint tasks. The price is negotiable. 55, base fall. Fuck, I'm so drunk. I was just joking. Lin Yi, it's okay. Boss, have you eaten today? Any news about tonight's activities? Lin Yi, food picture? No, but I suggest you prepare well. If you really can't do it, don't participate. Although I have never participated in a war, I know it must be very dangerous. I can't not participate. I haven't collected enough mutant organs yet. Huh? You haven't collected enough yet? What are you doing? If you can't get it yourself, why don't you use supplies to exchange? Alienated organs for sale. Listed in the trading area. Private chat is available. Lin Yi, by the way, don't use rune cards in the shelter. It will be very dangerous if you don't have enough mental strength. Lin Yi sent his speculation about the cause of death of the survivor using the rune card to the group. Damn, so that's how it is. I was wondering how even survivors with psychic abilities could die in the shelter. Turns out they escaped on their own. What are rune cards? It's none of your business. Kid, go to bed. Then if I tie myself up, won't that allow me to use the rune card without taking any damage? Then you have to make sure you can untie it. But if you really can untie it, what will you do after you use up the card? You can't keep it tied up forever, right? Can we create an artificial psychic environment in the shelter? That depends on how long it takes you to absorb the cards. What if it takes you several days? Use it? It's so dangerous. Why don't I just sell it to the boss? It can also increase my combat power. It's much better than holding on to the card and waiting to die. Haha, you talk as if you have rune cards. It hurts, buddy. Lin Yi, buy rune cards at a high price. How long does it take for the boss to wake up after using the rune card? Lin Yi, very quickly, but many first-order alienated creatures don't have as high mental power as me, so you'd better not refer to my data. Awesome, you're worthy of being a big boss. Boss, how do I awaken my spiritual power? Lin Yi, perception is related to spirit. I heard that after using the alienation card, you can sense the flow of psychic energy. This is the easiest way to start. You can also find some psychic items related to perception and spirit. You may get the feeling after using them many times. Thank you, sir. I'll use the alienation card right away. Purchase psionic items related to perception and spirit at high prices. Huh? I just sold one yesterday. What a loss. Lin Yi opened the trading area and private chat and began to purchase space crystals and rune cards. Space crystals seemed to be very rare, and there were only 3 survivors in the entire area who came to Lin Yi to trade. In the end, Lin Yi exchanged some psychic items he made and some basic supplies for these 3 space crystals. Another survivor came to Lin Yi to trade rune cards. The opponent hasn't upgraded the shelter yet, so getting this card depends entirely on luck. Lin Yi exchanged a full set of basic supplies and psychic items he made himself for this unknown card. Basic rune, strength. Cards that can learn basic power runes. Note, use with caution if you lack mental strength. Putting away the rune cards and space crystals, Lin Yi picked up the clown doll hiding under the table, laid down on the bed, and began his daily simulation. Simulated D-class personnel, Carl. Gain special skills, Deadly Joke. The Deadly Joke. You can randomly appear in a location that the target cannot notice, but you cannot attack until the target notices you. Note, don't leave it alone, otherwise it will appear in any unexpected place. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Lin Yi opened his eyes, and this time he was not in a prison van, but lying on the bed in a single cell. Carl was a young white man about 18 or 19 years old, and no one knew how he got in. Bang 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 bang. Ah, die. Monster. Help. Bang bang bang. Damn it. Close that damn door. Bang. Screams and gunshots were heard outside the cell, but soon there was no movement outside. Can this even be considered a mission? It's basically a riot. Lin Yi approached the door of the cell and listened to the noise outside. The living environment for Class D personnel is quite good. The cell is a bit like a single room in a small hotel. The door is a metal door with a peephole on it for observing the cell from the outside. Looks like I have to go out and take a look, but how do I get out? Cut or collapse? Only then did Lin Yi realize that there was no spiritual power in the cell at all. Not only his psychic power, but even his mental strength was suppressed. Now Lin Yi couldn't even sense the situation behind him. It's troublesome. I can only try to pick the lock. I hope the organization's door lock is simple. Lin Yi looked down at the door lock, but found that the door of the cell was not locked at all. Strange? Why is it open? Did someone deliberately open the cell door? Or is this some kind of anomalous effect? Lin Yi gently opened the door a crack and looked outside, but saw a gray forest full of humans. Those humans growing on the trees turned their heads and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi instantly felt a strong sense of crisis, but it was too late. His head exploded, blood, flesh and brain matter splattered all over the cell, and his headless body fell powerlessly to the ground. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Lin Yi grabbed his hair and climbed out of bed, sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at the door, lost in thought. Unlocked door, connection, abnormal. My mental strength has returned to normal after I opened the door just now, and the concentration of spiritual energy in that forest is extremely high. So the door is a passageway connecting to that area, but I could hear noises outside before, so the passageway is not always connected. Could it be that opening the door is the key to connecting to that area? So, does the area it connects to depend on the time the door is opened? To summarize, some kind of unusual event has occurred at the organization's base. Under the influence of this unusual event, opening the door could potentially connect to other areas, and even allow objects inside to escape. To simulate a random D-class personnel on a mission. This means that the organization has determined this incident to be an unusual incident mission, and I have become a member of the mission. Why didn't the organization send a team to solve the problem? Why was I teleported to his body by the system? Because I am inside this base, the organization is unable or unwilling to send outside personnel into the base to resolve the problem. Will opening the base gate cause this anomaly to spread to the outside world? This is still uncertain. Lin Yi stopped thinking. He had already roughly guessed what this simulation mission would be about. First, try to close the doors inside the base, and at the same time, find a way to deal with the things that caused the abnormal incident. After confirming the time, Lin Yi carefully pushed open the door of the cell. Outside was a bright corridor with a large number of prison cells on both sides. There were some bloodstains and bullet holes on the ground, and the body of a supervisor was lying not far away. 56. Battle Reflection. Lin Yi closed the door behind him and quickly approached the corpse, where he found a pistol, a dagger, and 2 magazines. There was a large hole in the left chest of the corpse, and the heart inside was missing. The corridor, like the prison cell, has no psychic energy and mental strength is also suppressed. Probably all places in the base without open doors are in this state. Although it wasn't long since he had acquired the spiritual power, Lin Yi still felt very uncomfortable, especially the fact that he couldn't sense the situation behind him. After replacing the pistol's magazine with a new one, Lin Yi moved cautiously in the corridor, closing the open door when he saw one. There was no one in those open cells. The only difference was whether there were dead bodies of D-class personnel. There are basically only 5 possible endings for these D-class personnel. If you open the door at the wrong time, you will be killed by the monster and leave your body behind. He opened the door at the wrong time and was killed by the monster without even a body left. Open the door at the right time and die somewhere else. He didn't open the door and hid in the cell honestly. He didn't open the door and hid in the cell honestly, and was later killed by a monster that broke into the cell. But perhaps because the base had no psychic power, those monsters with brains were unwilling to come over. After walking for 5 minutes, Lin Yi didn't encounter a single monster. On the way, Lin Yi collected some weapons and equipment. Now that he could not use psychic power and runes, gunpowder weapons regained the upper hand. This is not a bad thing. For him, having no psychic power is the norm. For those monsters, this is an abnormal world. Lin Yi suddenly stopped, because the place about 10 meters ahead, which should have been a corridor, turned into a red puddle that was slowly spreading outward. The puddle originated from the open cell door on the side. The door is opposite the puddle. If you want to close it, you have to approach the open unknown space and pass through the puddle of unknown depth. Lin Yi didn't want to get close to there at all. A simulated life is also a life. There is no need to seek death. Just as Lin Yi was about to go back to find another route, a humanoid creature with extremely long limbs and a mouth covering half of its head rushed towards Lin Yi, shaking its head. But the monster soon stopped in front of the puddle and looked at it warily. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he directly used his special skill Deadly Joke on the monster. There was no feeling when using it. Lin Yi had no idea what was happening and had already arrived behind the monster. Hello. While Lin Yi was reminding the monster, he kicked it into a puddle. The monster was unable to react and fell into the puddle, which was supposed to be the corridor. At first the monster tried to struggle, but soon it became motionless and its body completely sank into the puddle, as if it had been swallowed by the puddle. Lin Yi hurriedly closed the door. He didn't want to check what was inside at all. The door closed. The puddle stopped spreading but did not disappear, and what remained was beyond Lin Yi's ability to handle. Lin Yi continued walking along the corridor, and soon he encountered the second mouthful monster, which was gnawing on the body of a prisoner. Time seemed to have gone back to when Lin Yi first encountered the blood corpse in the red maze. At that time, he also needed to test the blood corpse's weaknesses. The chatterbox suddenly turned its head, and a long, thin tongue stretched out of its mouth, pointing in the direction of Lin Yi. Lin Yi pulled out his pistol and aimed at the chatterbox's head, but he didn't rush to shoot because the distance was too far and the other party might be able to dodge the trajectory. The chatterbox rushed towards Lin Yi without hesitation. It had already eaten several bipeds. In its eyes, these were delicacies that had no ability to resist. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets accurately hit the head, chest, and lower body of the chatterbox. The chatterbox let out a terrible roar, but it did not stop. Instead, it continued to rush towards Lin Yi despite the bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi emptied the magazine without hesitation, and each bullet hit the previous wound. When the monster rushed in front of him, Lin Yi used Deadly Joke to move to the blind spot of the monster's vision. The monster quickly discovered Lin Yi's position, but by the time it turned around, Lin Yi had already changed his bullets. Bang! Lin Yi knocked down the monster with 2 shots. He wanted to use Deadly Joke to move behind the monster again, but found that the skill could not be used. Is there a cooldown for this skill, or can it only be used once against the same monster? Lin Yi began to dissect the chatterbox with a dagger. Now this was the only way he could determine the location of the chatterbox's alienated organs. After the autopsy, Lin Yi discovered that the weakness of the chatterbox was the heart buried in the chest cavity. The heart was located towards the back, with layers of flesh and blood blocking the front. In addition, there was still residual psychic energy in the body of the chatterbox, so it was difficult for bullets to penetrate its body. Lin Yi took the energy crystal taken out from the heart of the chatterbox and thought about how to use it. The sound of creatures running could be heard in the distance, and the gunshots just now attracted more chatterboxes. Lin Yi held the crystal and looked at the 2 talkative monsters running towards him thoughtfully. He thought of how to use the crystal. Absorbing the spiritual energy of the crystal into his hand, Lin Yi used his skills to move behind the first chatterbox. When the chatterbox noticed him, his right hand also inserted into the chatterbox's body. The collision of psychic energy and psychic energy canceled each other out, and Lin Yi crushed the heart of the chatterbox with his right hand. The second chatterbox was approaching, and Lin Yi tried to use the skill again. This time the skill was used successfully without any obstacles. Each instance can only be used once, or is the skill cooldown calculated separately? It doesn't matter. With my physique, it's difficult for me to wait for the skill to cool down anyway. Lin Yi pulled out the crystal from the chatterbox's body from the slippery flesh. He had only been able to crush the heart of the previous one, but this one was much smoother. After digging out another crystal, Lin Yi continued to explore the base while closing the door. From time to time, chatty monsters would pop out from various places and then be pulled out of the crystal by him. The chatterbox is not weak. After all, it can withstand pistol bullets in an environment without psychic power. It's just that the deadly joke is too insidious, and most creatures can't react when they encounter it for the first time. Of course, Lin Yi's actions were not entirely risk-free. Compared to the psychic-strengthened body of the chatterbox, his physique was still too weak. Although he wouldn't die instantly from a single touch, he would at least be seriously injured if hit. There is no difference between serious injury and death, it is just a matter of time. Under the threat of death, Lin Yi's movements became smoother and smoother, and there was even a strange sense of rhythm between each movement. When he had the choice before, Lin Yi would fight desperately in close combat, but generally speaking, he preferred long-range attacks, especially after learning the knowledge of runes. He could choose a safer way to fight. But now Lin Yi suddenly realized that he seemed to have made the wrong choice. It's a question of intensity and finesse. As the distance increases, his control over and output strength of psychic energy will gradually weaken. However, if he is at close range, or even attaches the psychic energy to his body, his control over and output of the psychic energy will be greatly improved. 57. Deep in the dark. Long-range attacks are safer, but sooner or later Lin Yi will encounter an opponent that long-range attacks cannot defeat. He couldn't wait until then to think of a solution. Although close combat is dangerous, I have the advantage of simulation. I can practice close combat in simulated missions. And each of these D-class guys has two unique skills, so every simulation is a learning process. The body and mind influence each other. Every time Lin Yi simulates, he will return to his original body with something similar to muscle memory, so close combat is not a weakness for him. As for runes, perhaps I can create some melee moves that can be combined with them, such as this displacement method. Although I can achieve this level, it seems that it is not difficult to quickly move in front of the enemy. Lin Yi was thinking while killing the chatterboxes. It was a pity that there was no psychic power here, otherwise he could use these chatterboxes to try to create new skills. However, even without psychic powers, Lin Yi was trying to kill the chatterbox faster and more easily. Close combat often requires instinct rather than brains. As the exploration area increased, Lin Yi discovered that this base was a prison for D-class personnel. Most of the facilities were prepared for D-class personnel, and he didn't know how the abnormal incidents were triggered. The entire base is in the shape of a perfect circle and is divided into three areas: the detention area, the functional area, and the office area. The detention area occupies half of the entire circle, and the other two areas each occupy 1/4. Lin Yi is now between the prison area and the functional area, with a metal gate in front of him. Due to abnormal reasons, all access control systems are ineffective, so for Lin Yi, the biggest problem now is the timing of opening the door. No one knows what they'll face when they open the door. The previous section of the corridor only required closing the door, but this was the second door that Lin Yi needed to open in this simulation. I hope I don't run into any danger of instant death. At least give me some time to react. After glancing at the time, Lin Yi opened the door. Behind the door was a very familiar shelter. Lin Yi closed the door without thinking. What kind of jerk are you? You can't even copy the gate of the abyss, yet you still want to cheat people. Lin Yi opened the door again. Behind the door was a normal base corridor with many corpses in it. At the end of the corridor was a heavy machine gun. Don't move. If you move, I'll shoot. A supervisor pointed a gun at Lin Yi and said, "Don't shoot, we're on our own." Lin Yi raised his hands. Now they were on the same side. If they could get help from the supervisors, the next step would be much easier. You're a D-class? How did you get out? Jim looked at Lin Yi suspiciously, especially at Lin Yi's right hand which was soaked in blood. Of course I killed my way out. I killed those monsters. Listen, we are all in the same danger now. I don't want to die, so I can only come out to help. I will help you close those doors so that you can resolve the abnormal events here as soon as possible. Lin Yi stood to the right so that the other party could see the corpse of the talkative monster in the corridor. How can I be sure you're not one of those monsters? Jim was sweating profusely. He wanted to believe the other person, but the other person looked very strange. If I could kill you but didn't, would that prove? I have no hostility. Lin Yi said the second half of the sentence in Jim's ear. Oh. Jim was startled, but he didn't react violently. Okay, I'll trust you for now. What should I do now? Do you know what caused the unusual incident? Lin Yi asked. If the fundamental problem could be solved, there would be no need to keep the store closed. I don't know. I'm just a guard, but the captain took the others to close the door. We were ordered to close all the doors. Jim replied. Can you contact your captain then? Lin Yi continued to ask. No. 10 minutes ago, I was still receiving messages from the group, but in the past 10 minutes, no one has spoken in the group and no one has replied to my messages. Jim's tone was not very good, and it was obvious that he had made some bad inferences. That's why he cooperated with Lin Yi so decisively, because he didn't know what to do anymore. Let's go. Lin Yi glanced at the heavy machine gun and signaled Jim to push the machine gun and follow. Where are we going? Jim asked subconsciously. Of course, I'm going to solve unusual incidents. Don't worry, I'm a D-class personnel, and solving unusual incidents is what I'm best at. Lin Yi walked towards the functional area and let Jim follow behind him, pushing the heavy machine gun. All the doors in the functional area were closed, and the captain completed his task very carefully. All that remained at the back was the office area and the other side of the prison area. The two entered the office area very smoothly. Although they passed several gates on the way, all the gates on these passages were open, which was obviously a deliberate retreat route. After passing through, Lin Yi closed all the doors. The office area was connected to the passage leaving the base, so they no longer needed to come back here. When they entered the office area, they unexpectedly found that all the doors in the office area were closed, leaving only some doors in the passages, and finally, only the detention area was left. The door between the office area and the detention area was closed. Without even thinking, Lin Yi knew there was something wrong behind the door. But he still opened the door. The moment he opened the door, Lin Yi thought that he had opened a passage connecting to other areas, but he saw the familiar corpse of a talkative monster among the large number of corpses. Behind the door were piles of alien corpses of various shapes. The cells on both sides of the corridor had been leveled, and the ground was covered with dark green soil. There was a slight amount of spiritual energy in the air, which reduced the degree of suppression on mental power. Team leader. Jim picked up a half-body leaning against the door. Judging from the position, the captain must have closed the door before he died. Shadows floated deep in the corridor, and bright lights flickered slightly, the rhythm of which was like the breathing of some creature. Lin Yi quickly absorbed the spiritual energy in the environment. Although the captains of the organization also had different strengths, he did not think that he was much stronger than the captains now. He didn't want to die here, tragically like the captain. Jim nervously aimed his heavy machine gun at the depths of the corridor, his fingers tense on the trigger, ready to unleash fire on any monster that appeared. Lin Yi concentrated his mind and tried to carve runes into his body. This body was only slightly alienated, so he didn't know if he could succeed. Just when the two were on full alert, a black shadow flashed by. Lin Yi subconsciously took a step to the side, but the black shadow's target was not Lin Yi. Jim's headless body fell to the ground, and he was unable to pull the trigger until he died. There was no time to mourn for Jim. Lin Yi rushed behind the heavy machine gun and pulled the trigger all the way in the direction the shadow was retreating. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The bullets illuminated the depths of the corridor, and a large number of dark shadows flashed by, completely shredding the heavy machine gun and Lin Yi, who was hiding behind it. 58. Full mouth monster. Number of simulations remaining, 8. Lin Yi sat up from the bed, glanced at the time, and began to think about what to do next. The black shadow was so fast that it was completely torn to pieces before he felt any pain. Jim said that he could still receive messages from the group 10 minutes ago, which means that the captain had just encountered the shadow monster at that time. Should I wait until then to help, or should I go over and check the situation out right away? Lin Yi opened the door at the right time and walked out of the cell. No, the shadow monsters are too strong. Even with me, we might not be able to win. We still need to check the situation first. If we can close the door that the shadow monsters entered through beforehand, we can eliminate this problem. Lin Yi first went to the corpse to get the pistol and magazine. He had to kill the first monster with the pistol first, otherwise even if he appeared behind the monster, he would not be able to break the defense. After taking the pistol, Lin Yi rushed directly towards the shadow monster this time. On the way, Lin Yi killed all the chatterboxes he encountered and absorbed all the psychic crystals he collected. Using the complex spiritual energy within the crystal, Lin Yi carved a cutting rune on his right hand and a protective rune on his chest. It's a pity that the speed and strength rune cards haven't been used yet, otherwise I could try carving more runes on my body. In fact, Lin Yi also wanted to try to carve the alienation runes to accelerate the alienation of his body, but considering the lack of spiritual energy here, he gave up this idea. Knowledge is power, and the famous saying is true. The closer he got to the exit of the prison area, the more talkative monsters there were, and Lin Yi became more and more comfortable killing them. There were no obstacles on the road, and Lin Yi soon approached the exit of the prison area. A chatty monster with its entire head covered with mouth stood in the middle of the road. Behind it was an open door, and more chatty monsters kept coming out of the door. Lin Yi did not use the skill directly. If this full-mouthed monster was the monster that killed him before, it would not be possible to kill it instantly by using the skill directly. The timing of using the skill is very critical. The full-mouthed monster had already noticed Lin Yi, but compared to the food, it cared more about the door behind it. Bang bang bang. Lin Yi fired 3 shots at the heart of the all-mouthed monster. A black shadow flashed by, knocked away the bullet, and appeared in front of Lin Yi in just a moment. Lin Yi, who had seen this move before, was on guard. He was ready to dodge before firing, but he was still too slow, and his left shoulder was scratched by the black shadow. His fragile psychic protection was useless. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The black shadow was the tongue of the full-mouthed monster. Looking at the mouth that covered the entire head, Lin Yi shuddered. Lin Yi used Fatal Joke directly on the all-mouthed monster. The timing was wrong, but he had no choice. The deadly joke moved him to the bottom and back of the all-mouthed monster. As soon as he appeared, the all-mouthed monster discovered his position. Lin Yi directly stabbed the mouthful monster's heart with his right hand. His right hand was directly shattered. When the psychic energy collided with each other, the weaker one would be completely crushed by the violent psychic energy. The pain did not destroy Lin Yi's will, but made him particularly clear-headed. He knew that he could not kill this monster, but he had not failed yet. No one could stop him before he died. Lin Yi used Deadly Joke to move behind a talkative monster who had just walked out of the room. Regardless of the situation inside the door, Lin Yi swung his remaining right arm and forcibly closed the door. The all-mouthed monster let out a series of shrill screams, and a large number of black shadows rushed out of its mouth, piercing every space around it indiscriminately like a hedgehog. Lin Yi used Deadly Joke 4 times in a row before he barely avoided this move, and all the chatterboxes he chose as targets were pierced and torn to pieces. Ignoring the furious all-mouthed monster, Lin Yi continued to use Deadly Joke to quickly escape the scene. Now that the door was closed, the all-mouthed monster was far less powerful than last time. If the captain could deal with it, this simulation would be over. Lin Yi broke open the door to the office area. This time he was lucky and did not trigger any abnormal phenomena. Not long after, Lin Yi found the captain who was closing the door with the supervisors. He was a young man with a resolute face. "Stop," the captain said to Lin Yi seriously. "Okay, but I have some information to share with you." Lin Yi sat down weakly on the ground. The massive blood loss took away his strength. Even if the captain didn't let him stop, he could not hold on any longer. What intelligence! Seeing Lin Yi's miserable condition, the captain softened his tone. Lin Yi told the captain all the information about the all-mouthed monster. The captain did not give up his suspicion of Lin Yi, but still asked the supervisor to help Lin Yi treat his wounds. "Thank you very much." This was Lin Yi's heartfelt thanks. He didn't want to start the next simulation at this time. At least he had to confirm the captain's combat capability to plan how to act in the next simulation. Soon the captain led them into the prison area. At this time, the full-mouthed monster was constantly opening and closing the door outside the cell, trying to open the previous passage. Without any unnecessary commands or communication, all supervisors started shooting as soon as they saw the monster. The organization's grassroots members are still using gunpowder weapons, which cannot penetrate the skin of the full-mouthed monster, but will leave superficial wounds on the surface of the skin. Black shadows flashed by, and each one stabbed a supervisor to death. Screams came one after another, but no one retreated. The captain drew the long sword from his waist to resist the black shadow. He was the only one in the entire team who could barely keep up with the speed of the black shadow. But he is only a strong man without psychic powers. He can deal with ordinary multi-mouthed monsters, but he can't deal with all-mouthed monsters at all. Lin Yi had no choice. He didn't even have his hands to use, so he could only observe the situation from the side. Before long, all the supervisors were killed, leaving only the captain and the all-mouthed monster in close combat. The captain was obviously an expert in close combat, relying on his foresight to hold his own against the chatterbox. Although he was covered in wounds, he suffered no injuries to any vital parts. But as time passed, the all-mouthed monster gradually gained the upper hand, and it was obvious that the captain was about to die. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to go forward to help, the situation suddenly changed. The captain suddenly cut open the body of the full-mouthed monster using some unknown method. The full-mouthed monster used all-round thrusts again, and and a large number of tongues pierced into the captain's body. Lin Yi hurriedly used his skills to move behind the captain. The captain's body was torn apart by the all-mouthed monster, and the long sword fell off. Lin Yi passed through the captain's body, clamped the fallen long sword with his left elbow, twisted his body forcefully, and inserted the long sword into the heart of the full-mouthed monster. At this time, the all-mouthed monster was already at the end of its strength, and it still wanted to drag Lin Yi to die with it. But Lin Yi looked behind the all-mouthed monster and saw a multi-mouthed monster running over there. Lin Yi moved behind the chatterbox, then turned around and ran. He didn't have the ability to deal with the chatterbox now. As a result, Lin Yi stopped after running just 2 steps. Only now did he understand why the chatterbox was running. At this time, there was no corridor in front of Lin Yi, but a red puddle that continued to spread without a visible edge. 59. Backstab Master. Number of simulations remaining, 7. Lin Yi jumped into the puddle on his own initiative. He wanted to see if he could pass over the puddle. The result was not good. When he passed over the puddle, a large amount of red blood vessels entangled his body and pulled him into the puddle. The puddle was so deep that the bottom was completely invisible. Not long after sinking into the puddle, he completely lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely felt something wriggling inside his body. I have to go and close the door to the waterhole before I can come back and deal with the all-mouthed monster. But if you want to pass through the door, you have to rely on the chatterbox on the other side. But what if I come back? That means I have to lure a chatterbox here as a springboard. Lin Yi walked out of the cell at the right time. He kept recalling the time when each monster appeared and the various time nodes, and finally planned all the steps of this simulation. First, get the pistol. Then lead a disabled chatterbox to the vicinity of the puddle. This process must be fast enough so that it can collide with the chatterbox on the opposite side of the puddle. In addition, he must be careful enough when attracting the chatterbox so that the chatterbox cannot catch up with him and cannot kill the chatterbox. After thinking through every step, Lin Yi also encountered his first talkative monster. Come on, buddy, I need your help. Lin Yi shot and broke Brother's right leg directly. Then he successfully brought Brother to the puddle. This time he was a little later than the second simulation, but fortunately, the chatterbox was still at the edge of the puddle. At this moment, it was staring at the puddle in a daze. Lin Yi used his skills to move directly behind it. Hello. Just as Lin Yi tried to kick it into the puddle like last time, an accident happened, and he was unable to attack the chatterbox. At this time, Lin Yi had already closed the door. He gave up attacking the chatterbox and moved directly behind Brother. He emptied the magazine and killed Brother. Only then did he have time to observe the talkative monster on the other side of the puddle. Something was wrong with the other party's condition. Perhaps it was startled by Lin Yi, and a large amount of red blood vessels grew out of its body, wriggling around like a living creature. Lin Yi turned around and ran, deciding to leave this matter to the organization. After dealing with all the talkative monsters on the road, Lin Yi encountered the full-mouthed monster again. This time, Lin Yi did not try to deal with the other party, but moved directly to the side of a talkative monster who had just walked out of the room and closed the door. Then he quickly moved away under the angry piercing of the full-mouthed monster. Not long after, Lin Yi met the supervisory team who were closing the door of the office area. After explaining the situation to the captain agreed to go with Lin Yi to deal with the full-mouthed monster. Captain, I can sneak attack that monster. Do you have anything that can break through its defense? Lin Yi, who was leading the way in front, turned around and asked. Yes, but there is only one, and it must be used at close range. The captain stared into Lin Yi's eyes and said, Leave it to me, otherwise many people might die soon. Lin Yi stopped and looked at the captain calmly. Apart from making a sincere request, he had no other way to make the captain trust him. Okay, I'll attract its attention and you can deal with it. The captain took out a sphere from his arms and handed it to Lin Yi. But remember, I will always be watching you. If you make any small move, I will kill you with my own hands. The captain grabbed Lin Yi's right hand and said seriously, I remember that. Lin Yi answered solemnly. The sphere is a device that can eject high-energy blades. It can be used by simply aiming at the target and pressing a button. It is very simple and convenient. Lin Yi had seen the power of the sphere last time, so he was not worried about not being able to break the defense. Now what Lin Yi needs to consider is when to use the sphere. Should I use it directly, or wait until the captain and supervisor consume the monster's psychic energy before using it? The former can reduce the number of deaths, while the latter can increase the chances of killing monsters. Should you let others fight hard, or fight hard yourself? This question does not actually need to be considered. Just a D-class personnel's job. The moment the full-mouthed monster appeared in his sight, Lin Yi moved under the full-mouthed monster, aimed at the heart, and pressed the button. Thanks to the All-Mouth monster's reaction, he didn't need to be reminded. The high-energy blade easily penetrated the vital points of the All-Mouth monster. The effects of sneak attacks and frontal attacks were completely different. Lin Yi didn't even look at the results of the battle, and used displacement continuously to dodge the final attack of the full-mouthed monster. The black tongue pierced every corner around the full-mouthed monster. If the deadly joke had not been insidious enough, Lin Yi would definitely be pierced and torn to pieces. It seems I'm no longer needed. The captain came over and pulled Lin Yi up. He had already prepared himself to die here, but he didn't expect it to end like this. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The organization's props are really useful. Lin Yi suddenly discovered that the prop flow seemed not bad either. No, that thing can only be used in close combat. Using it in close combat is often no different from seeking death. The most important thing is that it may not be effective after using it. The captain looked at the sphere next to the corpse of the full-mouthed monster with disgust and said, "It's indeed a problem. Perhaps it would be more useful if it were made into a throwable object." Lin Yi picked up the sphere and examined its internal structure with great interest. "You are the anomaly that possessed the D-class personnel, right?" The captain suddenly said. "Am I already so famous in the organization?" Lin Yi asked with a frown. "The organization has distributed your file to all captains on missions and requires them to report any anomalies as soon as possible. You'd better be careful and don't get caught." The captain warned Lin Yi seriously. "Aren't you also the captain? Why are you reminding me?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "I don't think all anomalies need to be dealt with. You've been helping the organization deal with abnormal incidents, indirectly saving many lives. I won't take action against you until you become a threat," the captain said solemnly. "Thank you. If I am caught by the organization, what will they do to me?" Lin Yi continued to ask. "I don't know, but I guess the organization will extract your consciousness and make you into an anomalous object to deal with abnormal events." The captain did not hide the organization's attitude at all. This is how they have always treated abnormal events. If you can't control it, destroy it. If you can't destroy it, choose isolation or negotiation. How kind. It's time to deal with this unusual incident. Lin Yi didn't say much. This was something that was expected. He had never dreamed that he could get along well with the organization. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 7. 7 random items that appear in this event. Achieve title, Backstab Master. Lin Yi climbed out of bed, but the clown doll was no longer there. He had to admit that he had underestimated this card creature before. 60. Warfront. Finding the clown doll in the gap between the bed and the wall, Lin Yi held the clown doll and began to check the spoils. In addition to the familiar medical kit, K1 pistol loaded with bullets, and simple food pack for new items were released this time. K1 shotgun. The organization mass-produced low-end gunpowder weapons, now only used by grassroots members. Note: recoil is proportional to power. High-energy piercing blade. An experimental psychic weapon developed by the organization, scrapped after one use. Note: must be activated at close range. Any door access permission card. After use, the nearest door will randomly lead to an unknown space. The passage will last for up to 10 minutes. Closing the door can close the passage in advance January 1st. Note: no one knows what ghost things are behind the door. Alienated spirit tree species. A special seed that can only grow normally in areas rich in spiritual power. Note: not edible. The shotgun and pistol are of the same style, with 10 bullets in the magazine, but the bullets are obviously much larger. The high-energy piercing blade is the spherical weapon that the captain gave to Lin Yi at the end. It can be used by just pressing a button. The Any Door Access Permission card is a hard card with a door painted on the front and a pale yellow back. The material is unknown. The alienated spirit tree species is a gray spherical tree species, the size of a glass ball, and feels like a stone. Lin Yi sorted these items into categories. The one that interested him the most was the high-energy piercing blade sword. If he could understand the technology behind it, perhaps he could replicate similar items or even make better use props. Essentially, this is a method of utilizing psychic energy, and if his body can withstand it, he can even use his physical body to unleash high-energy piercing attacks. As for other items, the shotgun is a bit useless, and he won't use the portal card unless necessary. As for the spirit tree species, he will wait until he finds a place rich in spiritual power. Lin Yi took another look at the new title, Backstab Master. In one mission, you killed almost every enemy with a backstab. Note: don't turn your back on me. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi thought for a moment and went to the game room with the speed rune card. After drinking a bottle of mental potion, Lin Yi used the rune card. With the help of the spirit seed and spirit potion, this time he only lost consciousness for a few seconds before regaining control of his body. A large amount of knowledge related to the speed rune crowded into Lin Ye's brain, giving him a splitting headache, but with the help of mental potions, this feeling quickly disappeared. The messy information was arranged in order in his mind and no longer put a burden on Lin Ye's brain. The waiter watched in silence as Lin Ye found a seat and sat down, playing cards while organizing information and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen his body. After 80 minutes, Lin Ye completed 2 psychic cycles, but because he was distracted by organizing his knowledge, he only won 41 red coins this time. I'll be back. Lin Ye smiled, said hello to the waiter, and left the game room. After returning to the shelter, Lin Ye began to make psychic items. He was going to carve some runes on the night dress later, so he would practice first. After a busy afternoon, Lin Ye finally completed the preparations for the war. He didn't know what he would face tonight, but this was his first war and he had to be well prepared. There was still some time before the nighttime activity, so Lin Ye prepared a sumptuous dinner and pulled the clown doll out of the quilt to eat with him. Brother, I'm sorry to bother you tonight. I won't ask for too much. Just lend me that skill from this morning once more tonight. Lin Ye talked to the puppet in a friendly manner, but the puppet just looked at the empty space with an expressionless face and ignored Lin Ye completely. Then I'll take it as your consent. Okay. Lin Ye spoke in a low voice, gently pressing the clown doll's head. Great. I knew you would agree. Lin Ye happily opened the group chat and started eating. The clown stood behind Lin Ye, staring straight at his neck. 6956441000000. Are you guys participating in the night activities? No. I've already finished upgrading the shelter. The warfront sounds very dangerous, and I don't want to participate. You guys go ahead. I'll be waiting for you at the shelter. Food picture. Alas, I'm still short of a few alienated organs, and there are no other resources in the shelter. I can't trade, so I can only go out and fight for my life. Trading is ridiculous. The alien organs in the trading area are almost gone, and the prices of the remaining ones are ridiculous. Food pictures. Yeah, there's even one with 100 red coins. Only a fool would buy it. Food picture. Brother Lin is really particular, only selling for 10 red coins. Food photo. Why hasn't the boss come yet? I'm ready to go to the trading area to grab the props. Food picture. That's enough. I'm starving. Stop posting pictures. How could anyone starve to death? Don't you get everything after one station mission? You can just bring something back and trade it with others. Last time I brought back a bunch of canned food, enough to last me 6 months. Food picture. The guy above, stop showing off. Some people are afraid to go out. By the way, can I trade my self-heating rice for your canned beef? It looks pretty good in the pictures. Food pictures. Damn it. I didn't get a suitable site for both of my station missions. In the end, I chose to go to the wild, but each time I only got basic harvests. Now I have to trade resources with others for food. The friend upstairs is so unlucky. A moment of silence. Food picture. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, Warfront. 00:59:59. Why didn't you ask if I wanted to join? No way. Damn. Is the system trying to kill us? It doesn't matter. I was planning to participate anyway. It's over. I'm dead. I don't want to die. Fuck. I've never even left the shelter. It's okay upstairs. Send it directly to the battlefield. Oh, if I had known, I would have left earlier. Selling a set of alienation cards and nutrient solution in exchange for various blueprints and function cards. How dare you ask for it? I'd rather trade with the big boss than with you. I'm looking for a psychic item with defensive functions. The price is negotiable. Collect a ranged weapon. Who has a psychic protection item made by a big boss? I'll buy it for a high price. Lin Ye no longer had time to check the group chat. His private chat was flooded with messages. A large number of survivors were looking for him to trade psychic items. Many of them attached descriptions of the items, some of which even included rune cards. Most of these people want to exchange for some protective items for self-defense. Of course, some people also want to trade weapons and other props. Lin Ye accepted everyone who came to him, giving priority to valuable items. He stopped only after he had traded all the items he had made, feeling unsatisfied. 61. Abyssal Front. Lin Ye, you don't have to worry too much. This kind of activity that everyone must participate in will definitely not be too difficult, otherwise many people will die. Boss, you're finally here. I'm asking for psychic items. Shinjin, guess why the boss is here now? I traded for one item, so this event is a sure thing. Huh? You all want to trade with the big guy? Nonsense. At this time, are you still waiting for the big boss to list in the trading area? Of course, you should make an offer in private chat. That's right. You're almost going to the front line. Why don't you go buy a gun and wait for them to give it to you? It's so hot. I'm still waiting here to compete with my hand speed. I'm offering a psychic protection item made by Brother Lin. It's for a woman's personal use and is in perfect condition. Send me a price in a private message. The highest bidder wins. Me too. Me too. Fuck, you secondhand dealers are so shameless. I'm so envious. I changed into another one. No amount of resources is more important than saving your life. It's over. No one is selling anymore. I can't even spend the money I have. I still have a few alienation cards and nutrient solution. I'm selling them at a high price. After closing the group chat, Lin Yi put on his full set of gear and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for the countdown to end. The clown doll had disappeared again. 00:00:01. 00:00:00. Allocated to the corresponding battlefield, transferring. After killing 10 enemies, survivors can choose to return to the shelter at any time. The more enemies you kill, the richer the rewards you will receive after the event ends. Gain special skills, Ace. When the tide turns, you will be the trump card. Note, the world is at your feet, and the stars are destined to shine. What the hell is this skill? I don't understand. Where's my displacement skill? Lin Yi was ready to roam the battlefield like a dragon, but his most important movement skill was gone. I don't want the situation to be overturned. I just want to happily kill monsters on the battlefield. I just want to jump around and jump left and right on the battlefield. Lin Yi looked at the system prompt sadly. He wanted to try this skill, but the system prompted him that he did not meet the requirements. Before Lin Yi could come out of his sadness, the transmission had already begun. Spiritual energy surges, and the sky is low and the clouds are heavy. Lin Yi was teleported to a dark red wasteland. The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see, connecting with the sky in the distance, forming a gradient of black and white. The wasteland was littered with body fragments, some human, some alien, but the most numerous were the corpses of various insects. A disorganized army was strengthening the defense facilities, and Lin Yi was one of them. It's not just the clothing and equipment that's messy. Most members of this army are of different races. But there are also some humans of the same race wearing neat military uniforms and carrying standard equipment. Boy, don't be distracted. Come and help. A middle-aged soldier in military uniform yelled at Lin Yi. Really? I don't know what the higher-ups are doing sending these ragtag alien troops here. They might as well send some support personnel over to at least do some odd jobs. Another young man in military uniform said disdainfully. Of course they're used to fill the line. We need them here to hold off those low-level bugs. The middle-aged soldier answered as a matter of course. The battlefield was filled with spiritual energy. Lin Yi took a deep breath of spiritual energy and walked to the soldiers to help strengthen the defense facilities. I should have known not to cycle in the game room. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. The cycle should be very fast. Lin Yi silently listened to the conversations nearby, collecting information related to the war. It wasn't long before he had some understanding of the war. This is the Abyss front. The Abyss will occasionally attract planes to fall into it. Abyss invasion is the first step of this attraction. When a large number of Abyss creatures invade a plane, the plane will inevitably fall into the Abyss. Therefore, whether it is to resist the invasion of the Abyss or to delay time to find other planes to survive, the creatures of this plane must fight against the Abyss creatures at the junction of the Abyss and their own plane. This junction is the frontier of the Abyss. The unit Lin Yi belongs to is a joint force composed of a variety of troops from the Empire and other alien races. It is a ragtag group of rags among rags, and a small group among small fry. Of course, what they had to face were only the small cannon fodder among the Abyss creatures known as low-level Abyss Zerg, and they were only guarding the edge of the battle line. The orders given to them by their superiors were just to delay time, and no further expectations were given to them. Even if they were completely wiped out, it would not have much impact on the battle situation. Even if they defeated this wave of enemies, they would only be able to survive for a longer period of time. This is a battlefield that concerns the survival of races and planes, and they are just dispensable consumables. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lin Yi. He only needs to think about how to get more heads. Here I come. The middle-aged soldier suddenly shouted. Lin Yi looked into the distance and saw a black line like a tide rushing towards them from the intersection of black and white. Protective facilities set up a series of psychic barriers, and everyone drew their weapons and prepared to fight. Only when the tide approached did Lin Yi see the complete appearance of the Abyss Zerg. There are many types of Abyss Zerg, including the spiny shell bugs with shells and spikes, the acid bugs that fly in the air and spit acid, the abyss worms that hide underground with huge mouths, and the relatively rare brain worms with wings that are good at mental attacks, etc. The first batch of bugs were all cannon fodder that had not yet reached the first level. They were mowed into pieces by a large number of long-range attacks before they could even get close. Lin Yi looked enviously at his fellow aliens around him who were shooting at bugs with some kind of machine gun-like equipment. He had no means of long-range attack and could only watch from the side. But this situation did not last long. These insects seemed endless and soon stepped on the flesh of their own kind and approached the defense facilities. A large amount of acid mixed with psychic energy hit the psychic barrier, consuming the barrier's energy. Lin Yi swung out psychic blades through the gaps in the psychic barrier, and each psychic blade could cut 1 or 2 insects. The spiritual energy at the front line of the abyss is very abundant, and Lin Yi can hardly feel the consumption of spiritual energy. Swarms of spiny shell beetles crashed into the psychic barrier, brown-green fluid splashed, and the psychic barrier gradually became ineffective. Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the situation in every direction around him. Once the psychic barrier disappeared, they would have to engage in the most primitive and brutal close combat with these insects. In such a chaotic battlefield, if you are not careful, you may die from a long-range attack that comes from nowhere. Lin Yi breathed in spiritual energy, and while the spiritual energy barrier had not completely disappeared, he quickly killed various insects and memorized their weak points and attack methods. If he had time, he would have wanted to dissect a few insects to study their body structure. After Lin Yi slashed out with a psychic blade, the psychic barrier in front of him flickered and then disappeared completely. 62. The Tide. The moment the psychic barrier disappears, the real war officially begins. A large number of spiny shell beetles rushed into the defense line like a tide. Lin Yi dodged a forelimb covered with thorns and killed the spiny shell beetle that was close to him with the red blade, but the next spiny shell beetle rushed in front of him immediately. In the distance, a large number of acid bugs flying in the sky sprayed acid towards the front line, and they didn't care about their companions at all. The ground became loose, and a large number of abyss worms emerged from the ground with huge mouths several meters in diameter and covered with sharp teeth, devouring the people. Lin Yi activated the night dress, and a layer of alienated psychic protection wrapped around his body, blocking all attacks that he could not avoid. At first, Lin Yi used his mental power to focus on attacks from every direction and tried to dodge them, but he soon gave up this inefficient way of observation and instead sensed the energy intensity nearby. As long as the strength of his psychic power does not exceed a certain limit, he will ignore these attacks because such attacks will find it difficult to break through his alienated psychic power protection. Even if there is some low-level, high-intensity ghost attack, he has the teddy bear as a backup. In more extreme cases, he also has reality simulation and can return to the shelter at any time. So Lin Yi completely left the defense to the night suit and used the speed runes on his trouser legs to quickly move around the battlefield. As long as he moved fast enough, the attacks could not catch up with him. Lin Yi pushed the red blade to its limit. The red light on the blade flowed on the battlefield, constantly lengthening and shortening as Lin Yi moved. Wherever the red light went, insect corpses were everywhere. The friendly troops nearby were stunned. They had no idea when such a ruthless person appeared around them. Is this person really an alien? He doesn't seem to have reached the first level yet. There are also ruthless people in the alien race. He might be a common genius who was assigned here because he was not valued. What a shame. If such a genius could enter the Imperial Academy, the Empire would have another high-level expert. It's useless to say anything now. We've been ordered to hold on here and delay time. Disobeying military orders and fleeing to the rear will lead to our own death. You're right, but I still feel a little sorry. As the person involved, Lin Yi had no time to care about the thoughts of his allies. He was busy collecting heads. Because of his abundant spiritual energy, Lin Yi does not need to worry about the consumption of spiritual energy at all. As long as his physical and mental strength are not exhausted, he can continue to roam the battlefield like a dragon. Consuming spiritual energy can relieve physical fatigue. As for mental power, he still has 3 bottles of mental power potions. Now the only thing he needs to consider is that absorbing and using spiritual energy for a long time may cause physical alienation. But Lin Yi has his own evolutionary path, and usually only performs 2 psychic energy cycles a day, which is actually far below the limit he can bear. If he just absorbed psychic energy to fight without deliberately transforming his body, he could withstand fighting for a whole day. This is the advantage brought about by an evolutionary path that fits one's own. Long-term use of spiritual energy to reasonably strengthen every part of the body has greatly enhanced Lin Yi's alienated resilience. Just as Lin Yi was happily galloping on the battlefield, a fat brain with gray wings secretly hid behind a spiny shell beetle and approached Lin Yi. There were several other insects approaching it that were also very stealthy. Lin Yi is gradually adapting to the instantaneous acceleration generated by the speed rune. When he first started using the speed rune, he could only accelerate in a straight line, like a thrown stone, unable to change direction. Now he was gradually getting used to the feeling of acceleration, and with the help of his mental strength, his thinking speed was also accelerating. Lin Yi began to try to change direction during one acceleration, and even changed his trajectory multiple times during one acceleration. The bright red blade light kept folding and jumping on the battlefield, drawing a series of messy tracks. On both sides of the tracks, the insect corpses were torn into pieces by the violent spiritual energy, leaving a layer of scars of other colors outside the tracks. A first-level abyss worm suddenly emerged from the ground, opened its big mouth, and bit Lin Yi. Several first-level acid bugs spewed out large amounts of psychic acid, trying to block Lin Yi's retreat. A first-level brainworm waved its brain threads, influencing Lin Yi's mind from a distance. A large number of first-level spiny shell insects surrounded Lin Yi from a distance, ready to completely kill him. The brainworm's mental attack had no effect on Lin Yi. Facing the abyss worm that was so close, Lin Yi not only did not stop, but suddenly accelerated, dodging the dense fangs, and rushed into the abyss worm's body before it closed its mouth. A large amount of liquid that can melt soil and rocks fell on the alienated psychic energy protection, constantly consuming the protective psychic energy. Cut. Lin Yi activated the cutting rune and swung the red blade to chop at the tough and thick digestive cavity wall of the abyss worm. With the burst of spiritual energy, the red blade barely tore a hole in it. The digestive cavity is an alienated organ of the abyss worm. Generally, first-level creatures trapped inside find it difficult to escape and can only be slowly digested. Lin Yi rushed out of the abyss worm's body, and groups of first-level spiny shell insects swarmed up and surrounded Lin Yi. The friendly forces nearby have been scattered by the bugs, and now no one can come to support him. Although trapped in a tight siege, Lin Yi did not panic at all. He calmly pulled away the legs of the spiny insect that had stung him, took out a bottle of energy drink from his backpack, opened it, and took a sip. Compared with the tasteless energy bars, the energy drinks produced by the organization taste much better, sweet and sour, and have a cool taste. After dodging the acid sprayed by the first-level acid bugs, and sensing that enough bugs had entered a certain range, Lin Yi added the final touch of the cutting rune. Ever since that last slash in the supermarket, Lin Yi has been considering the possibility of a large-scale attack. At the beginning of the war, Lin Yi tried to use his psychic energy to attack the Zerg, but he failed. If the supermarket is compared to a calm puddle, then the battlefield is a turbulent sea. With his strength, he can only create a splash at most, but cannot cause any big waves. So he began carving large cutting runes across the battlefield. Every time he moves, he makes a mark, and the dead insects become psychic ink, providing him with sufficient psychic energy. Lin Yi spent a long time carving this rune. Now, he added the finishing touch and swung his knife to activate a large cutting rune. Using the psychic blade as a carrier, the cutting rune guides all nearby psychic energy into the psychic blade, performing the function of cutting. A large amount of psychic energy attached to the psychic blade, and gradually drew in more free psychic energy, forming a psychic wave with the concept of cutting, which completely swept across all the creatures in front of Lin Yi. If you look down from above, you can see that the insects that covered the wasteland were wiped out in large patches, and a red and green wave continued to spread into the distance until the wave stopped. Seeing this scene, the entire battlefield seemed to be quiet for a moment, and even those insects with little brains unconsciously moved away from the direction where Lin Yi was. 63. First-level psychic. What the hell is that? I don't know either. Do any of you know him? I don't know him. How could such a monster be assigned to this army? Maybe he offended some important person. Lin Yi swallowed the last sip of the mental potion. Activating the large cutting rune consumed more mental energy than he had imagined. The effect of the large cutting rune is quite good, but this trick can only be used to clear out miscellaneous soldiers. The spiritual energy is not concentrated enough, and it cannot kill stronger first-level creatures. Lin Yi retreated back to the defense line and was ready to withdraw. The previous raid showed that these bugs were not mindless beasts. Next, the other party would definitely want to kill him. He was not even at the first level now, so the other party had plenty of ways to kill him. The mission has been almost completed. There is no need to waste the teddy bear here. But he still has a special skill that he hasn't used yet. Lin Yi has mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, when playing games, he likes to clear the entire map before moving on to the next one. If this special skill were not used immediately and disappeared, Lin Yi would feel uncomfortable for the whole day and would be curious for a long time afterwards. Wait a little longer, and if that doesn't work, I'll just run away. After that, Lin Yi did not approach the front line again, but hid behind the front line and swung his psychic blade to kill people. His friendly forces thought he was hiding behind because he was exhausted. Given his previous battle record, no one thought there was anything wrong. But before long, Lin Yi could no longer hide. Because everyone in front was dead, he could hide further back and the soldiers wouldn't say anything. Even if these strangers said something, Lin Yi wouldn't care. But he didn't want to hide back any longer. It is not a pleasant experience to hide behind and watch the people in front of you die. Lin Yi returned to the front line and fought the first-level insects in close combat. But this time he did not rush into the pile of insects. Instead, he chopped the insects' vital points with his sword. A large number of first-level insects entered the battlefield. If you continued to charge like before, you would easily die in the swarm. The battle line kept moving back, and the bugs seemed endless, and no matter how hard we tried, we could never kill them all. Unlike what Lin Yi thought, the insects on the opposite side did not deliberately target him. Instead, they kept compressing their defense line and sent out swarms of insects to both sides, trying to surround them. After a while, Lin Yi realized the purpose of these insects. They seemed to want to consume his physical strength and then capture him alive. Although he didn't know what the purpose of these bugs catching him was, they were destined to fail in achieving this goal. There are fewer and fewer friendly troops around, and some second-level insects gradually appear on the battlefield, tearing holes in the battle line and devouring the friendly troops near the holes. However, these second-level insects did not attack Lin Yi. His previous guess was completely correct. They want to take you back to the shallows of the abyss and use your body to hatch high-level insect eggs. A shrill voice sounded behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and found nothing behind him. I will always be behind you, watching over you. Lin Yi reached behind him, but felt nothing. Be careful, you haven't used my abilities yet. Lin Yi dodged the acid sprayed by the first-level acid bug and retreated behind the front line. You're a woman? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have forced you to sleep. We have a custom of sleeping with a doll in our arms. I didn't mean it. My body is indeed mixed with female flesh and blood, but I am just a clown puppet. I have no gender. Then I take back my apology. Why can't you use this crappy skill? Do you have to wait until everyone is dead before you can use it? Lin Yi said angrily. My presence here means I can use my skills, but you must make a choice before using them. What choice? Become a puppet and let me control your body, or become the ace yourself. What's the difference? I'm very strong. Even if I can control a weak body like yours, I can still solve the problem here. Moreover, when I control your body, your consciousness will not disappear. This means that you can learn my abilities. If you are smart enough, you may be able to comprehend 1 or 2 lower-level skills. But if you choose to be the ace, I suggest you drink that bottle of integration potion first. That way, you'll look better when you escape. You might even become the first ace to escape in history. What do you mean? Isn't ace your skill? Alienation cards, door cards, boat tickets, room cards, card boxes. Cards are the system. What did you say? I can only tell you relevant information or some unimportant information, such as the fact that those bugs want to use you to hatch their eggs. Now, please make your choice. The clown puppet's voice suddenly became serious, as if reminding Lin Yi not to make the wrong choice. Lin Yi said nothing, just took out the integrated potion and drank it all in one gulp. How can the ace be someone else's puppet? A burning sensation invaded his entire body, and a large amount of spiritual energy poured into his body and began to circulate in his body again and again, strengthening his bones, nerves, flesh, and blood. This process was quite painful, and Lin Yi could only grit his teeth and endure it. But soon, Lin Yi could no longer feel the pain. Not only the pain, but everything around him was fading and darkening, and finally fell into darkness. Lin Yi walked in the darkness. It was like an endless deep ocean. There was no light, no signs, only nothingness. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. Lin Yi didn't know how long he had walked before he finally found a particle of light in the darkness. Under Lin Yi's gaze, light particles grew in all directions, illuminating the void, like stars twinkling in the sky. Lin Yi opened his eyes. The battlefield was still brutal, with corpses everywhere, but he had already completed his first advancement. The feeling of advancement was very good. Lin Yi even felt that he could kill those second-level bugs, but he did not act rashly, because he vaguely felt that there was something very dangerous staring at him in the distance. Lin Yi directly used his special skill, Ace. The clown disappeared, leaving him a message before leaving. What a shame. I wanted to do a dance with your body. It's okay. I'll dance with you until the end of the day when I get back. Swish. A half-human, half-insect monster covered with red markings suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. It stabbed Lin Yi's heart with its forelimbs, leaving an afterimage at such a speed. Lin Yi couldn't dodge this attack. The opponent's speed had exceeded his body's reaction speed, so this attack would definitely hit him. But a thin layer of alien protection appeared in front of Lin Yi, forcibly blocking the opponent's attack. Lin Yi didn't even look at the dangerous third-order abyss insect, but stared blankly into space, as if thinking about an incomprehensible problem. The insect monster looked at its broken forelimb and quickly retreated into the insect swarm. It looked at Lin Yi in surprise, not understanding why this weak human could hurt it. 64. Rune Combat Skills. Ace is an abnormal mental state. A mental state that allows for rapid thinking. It's not that he can understand everything, but that he has an abnormal level of control over himself. 3 layers of alienated psychic protection that combined cutting runes and rotation techniques. At the moment the third-level insect monster attacked, he didn't learn a single bit of knowledge that he didn't already know, yet he easily broke the limbs of a third-level creature. Lin Yi wanted to use this state to think about some problems that he didn't understand, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He can only use this mental state to find solutions to problems, but cannot actively think about problems. And this skill only lasts for 1 minute, and he now has 57 seconds left. A minute in a war is fleeting. But for Lin Yi now, it seemed to be extremely long. Lin Yi suddenly appeared beside a second-level spiny shell beetle and stabbed the beetle's alienated organ with a knife. This time, Lin Yi used a mixture of acceleration and cutting runes to move and attack, so the speed was extremely fast, and the second-level creatures could not react at all. Level 1, 2, and 3 creatures are all called low-level creatures. Essentially, apart from their physical strength and the number of alienated organs, there is not much difference between them. Lin Yi began to move quickly on the battlefield, killing a second-level bug every time he stopped. The insect monster soon couldn't bear to watch anymore. There were many insects of no rank in the swarm, and there were quite a few of level 1, but not many of level 2, and there was only one of level 3. The stronger abyss creatures all went to the front battlefield, and only creatures like it that were neither strong nor weak were sent to the edge of the battlefield. Before, it wanted to capture Lin Yi alive and take him back as active material, but now it just wants to get rid of Lin Yi as soon as possible. The insect monster rushed towards Lin Yi again. Lin Yi ignored the insect monster and used his alienated psychic energy to protect himself from the insect monster's attack, and used the force to kill the second-level insect. In this way, Lin Yi continued to kill the second-level creatures in the insect swarm. After killing all the second-level insects in his sight, the insect monster finally broke through Lin Yi's psychic protection. Lin Yi added a layer of psychic protection and pulled out CL0 and fired a shot into the sky. Boom. The bullet did not shoot into the sky, but instead turned in a slightly curved arc and began a long zigzag movement. During the movement, the bullet not only did not slow down, but instead accelerated every time it passed a bend. If you look closely, you will find that these bending points are where Lin Yi killed the second-level bugs. Finally, the bullet accelerated to a speed that the insect monster could not react to at all, and hit the insect monster. The insect monster's body was directly shattered, leaving only some debris. After getting rid of the third-level insect monsters, the Zerg was obviously in a state of confusion. Lin Yi continued to kill the first-level insects quickly. Those first-level insects began to retreat, and the other non-level insects also began to retreat. Lin Yi killed them off. The whole process took only 53 seconds. In the last 4 seconds, Lin Yi connected to his own divine position. He actually felt the connection with the divine position from the beginning, but he decided to finish his business first. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi fell into the darkness again. The light particles illuminated the darkness, but Lin Yi did not stay in the light. Instead, he followed the connection with the divine position and took the initiative to walk into the darkness. I don't know how long I walked, maybe after a second, maybe after millions of years, Lin Yi entered a blood-red world. A blood moon illuminated the darkness, and a dilapidated throne stood under the blood moon. "Big brother, who are you?" A childish voice sounded behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and saw a little girl with long pink hair looking at him with her head tilted. Lin Yi. Lin Yi could guess who this person was without even having to think about it. He admitted that he was a little panicked. Only those who are connected to the altar can stand before it without hindrance. "I'm here to inherit the throne, but what should I do if I run into the god himself? Waiting online, it's urgent. Can those 2 bastard nuns and saints be more reliable? Your gods are obviously fine, so why do you want me here? To chat with them? I'm only level 1. Even an ace can't handle this situation, right? Lin Yi, do you know who I am?" The little girl passed by Lin Yi, sat on the altar, leaned on the armrest of the altar, yawned, and asked sleepily with half-open eyes. "Of course you are the god here," Lin Yi said respectfully. "You are already sitting on the throne, and you ask me? What is a god?" The little girl asked confusedly. "The gods are the beacons of the spiritual world. Lin Yi looked into the little girl's blood-red eyes and answered like a clergyman. I don't understand. Lin Yi, do you want to sit next to me? The little girl closed her eyes and was about to fall into a deep sleep. If you don't mind. Lin Yi didn't know what the other person was thinking. He couldn't be thinking about what to eat in the evening like him, right? Of course you should sit here. I don't know why, but I think you should sit here. The little girl murmured before falling asleep. Lin Yi walked to the altar and turned to sit next to the little girl. The blood moon above suddenly shone brightly, illuminating all directions like a lighthouse in the darkness. At the same time, countless powerful individuals in countless dimensions were alarmed by the red light. Lin Yi opened his eyes. This time when he connected to the divine position, he did not obtain any new runes, but a new skill called Sacrifice. The conditions for using this skill are very harsh, but he has less than 4 seconds left before his ace status ends, which is just the right time to try this skill. Sacrifice. As Lin Yi said these 2 words, all the corpses within sight began to gather at Lin Ye's feet. Finally, a platform made of flesh and blood formed under Lin Ye's feet, lifting him up to the sky. A box made of flesh and blood appeared in front of Lin Yi. The box opened automatically, revealing a beating alien heart. Picking up the heart, Lin Yi chose to return to the shelter under the horrified gaze of his allies. The Warfront event ends, and you will receive a special war gift box 1 based on the number of enemies killed. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi did not rush to organize the spoils, but began to organize the rune skills developed in the ace state in his mind. Having lost his ace status, Lin Yi is now unable to use those complicated rune techniques, but he has used them after all. As long as he spends time studying, he will be able to use them again sooner or later. Cut, speed movement skill. Cut, speed attack skill. Alienation, rotation protection skill. Bullet node accelerates alienation and steering skills. Speed up, crash rune bullet. In just 1 minute, Ace Lin Yi created various skills to kill the bugs. Now Lin Yi regretted not using the strength card before, but he really didn't have time to use the new rune card. He had used too many rune cards before, and his brain couldn't bear it. 65. End of the first week of survival. After finishing his rune skills, Lin Yi cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles, found the clown doll from under the quilt, opened the group chat, and started eating. 5376841000000 1547654/1000000. 3 monsters per person, not bad. There are still people who haven't come out yet. They can come down later. It's really unbelievable. Thanks to Boss Lin Yi. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people left in our district, and there wouldn't be so many strong men to kill so few monsters in the monster pool. It's scary just thinking about it. During my last station mission, I met a very strong survivor. He said there were only 100,000 or so people left in their area. If I were assigned to that area, I'd be doomed. I just got out and haven't figured out the situation yet. What does the population bracket below mean? Don't you understand? 1 million people, 10 monsters each. We'll definitely have to deal with the remaining monsters later. Are we going to team up? I want to touch Brother Lin's thigh to get some luck. It's hard to say. Maybe it will be evenly distributed. Aren't you afraid of being easily beaten by the big boss? How dare you do it? I'm a woman. The boss shouldn't be so cruel, right? That should be fine. Lend me your hand after you're done. Dude, this is really perverted. What do you think? If there's only one person left in an area, wouldn't it be very frustrating when they finish their mission and come out to check the system interface? One person fighting 10 million monsters. I get a headache just thinking about it. Even a big boss would be beaten to death by monsters, right? It's hard to say. What if the big guy uses his innate ability to exchange for a few psychic nuclear bombs? What the hell is a psychic nuclear bomb? It sounds powerful. Who knows? Have you used the psychic items made by the boss? They are really useful. Luckily I snatched one before, otherwise I would have been dead this time. It's really useful. The resulting psychic protection is much stronger than before and can be used several times. It would be nice if I could use it all the time. You're dreaming. MD, I never got one. Hey guys, does anyone have the blueprints for upgrading the shelter? It's almost time, and I still haven't gotten them. You're actually still alive today. You're quite something. I thought those without blueprints were dead. Maybe he has stronger natural abilities. Were you hiding in a shelter before? The chances of a blueprint dropping are incredibly small, and the chances of a shelter upgrade blueprint dropping are even smaller. If they did drop, they would have already been sold. Why are you buying blueprints now? This is the first time I've left the shelter today. Before this, I relied on help from my friends in the group. Good fellow. Huh? You managed to survive this? You have quite a strong talent. Can you tell me more about it? It's a hidden talent. I hid until the war was over, but I secretly took some spoils, which I can use to trade for blueprints. You're amazing. With such a strong talent, why don't you leave the shelter? You can still do well by dodging monsters and exploring the Red Room. I don't dare. You can ask the monsters that broke into the shelter for a blueprint later. Maybe they have it. Don't tell me. If you go out and kill monsters now, there's a real chance you'll find blueprints. It's better to go out and give it a try than to wait for death. He dared to go out and wait until now. After finishing the instant noodles, Lin Yi began to sort out his spoils. The special war gift box is a long, pure black gift box. When you open the box, there is only a black and red card inside. Call for war. When you start a war, you can invite any friendly forces that want to participate in the war to your location, 1/1. Note, I am the army. This card is powerful, but I can't use it right now. Lin Yi put away the war summons and checked another piece of trophy. Level 3 Alienated Heart. A perfectly mutated heart, transplantable. Note, after transplantation, the heart will have the same capabilities as the one it was intended for. Sacrifice is the ability to create alienated organs, and using this skill requires extremely high mental strength. The more materials you use when using a skill, the better the final product will be, and the higher the mental strength required will also be. If Lin Yi had not been in ace form this time, he would not have been able to use this skill on a large scale. Lin Yi held the mutated heart in his hand, not knowing how to use it for a moment. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful heart, but Lin Yi does not want to alienate his body at all, not to mention that this is a third-level alienated heart. His current physical condition cannot withstand it at all, so he cannot use it even if he wants to. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi threw the mutated heart aside, grabbed the clown doll hiding behind him, and danced in the shelter. He always kept his word. As his body spun, Lin Yi put aside those unimportant trivial matters and began to enjoy his first weekend after arriving here. In fact, before coming here, he was not very positive about life. He was the kind of person who didn't want to die, but didn't like living that much either. On the contrary, after arriving here, he wanted to survive even more. Perhaps only by truly facing death can humans understand how terrible death is. All survivors in this area have completed the warfront activity. Additional activities have begun. Please clean up the remaining alienated creatures if you are still alive. 059. 058. Lin Yi looked at the countdown in front of him and did not stop. Instead, he closed his eyes and accelerated his rotation in the shelter. He still had a long time before the countdown ended. 001. 00:00. When the countdown ended, Lin Yi was teleported to a 30-square-meter white room, where a first-level alien creature stood in the center of the room. Lin Yi casually pulled out the alienated organ of the alienated creature, and even the red blade was useless. Soon, a second first-order alien creature appeared in the center of the room, repeating the fate of the first one. Lin Yi continued to kill the alien creatures. When he killed the fifth alien creature, he was teleported back to the shelter. The clown doll disappeared, and the first week of Doomsday Survival officially ended. Please draw today's card. My turn, draw a card. This time the card was a red chicken. The card dissipated, and a chicken covered in red feathers appeared in the center of the shelter. You should have come earlier. I've already finished my instant noodles. What can you give me? Chicken drumsticks, braised chicken, or boiled chicken? Lin Yi picked up Brother Ji and asked curiously. After the ducks and geese appeared, he knew this day would come sooner or later. Hee. What did you say? Can you help me hatch that abyss egg? Seriously? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Cluck. Brother Chicken puffed out his chest and patted Lin Yi's shoulder with his chicken wings. As expected of Brother Chicken, I'll leave it to you then. 66. Dark Mine. Of Doomsday Survival, 6:34 a.m. Lin Yi made a hearty breakfast and prepared the fresh and delicious silkworms that the chicken requested for the hatching eggs. Open the group chat and start eating. 535-799/1000000. You phone. Boss, save me. There's really no other way. Unless you go out and find a safe shelter, the survivors inside have to agree to let you in. You're really good at surviving. All the other survivors who didn't upgrade their shelters died. Not even one survived 10 minutes, and you managed to survive the entire night. Keep taking pictures. We're all going to die anyway, so we might as well leave some information for our brothers. Come on, one useful photo and one food reward. You don't want to starve to death, do you? Brother, you live in a residential area, and I live in an office building. Even if I let you into the shelter, you can't come. Lin Yi checked the previous information and found that this person was the survivor with the talent and stealth ability from last night. All the other survivors who had not upgraded their shelters died last night. He was the only one who was still alive and had posted some outside intelligence in the group. They had been in this city for a week, but knew almost nothing about what was outside the shelter. All the survivors who went out to explore died, without exception. This is definitely not an option. If 10 low-level alienated organs are required to upgrade the shelter at each stage, most survivors will be gradually eliminated and can only find ways to survive in this city without relying on the shelter. Many survivors have thought about this problem, so now many people are persuading Yufeng to go outside the shelter to explore the city, and some even offer him a good price. Yufeng, guys, I really don't dare to go out. As long as I stop using my innate ability, monsters will soon break in. There must be monsters everywhere outside. Also, there has been movement in the toilet, and I don't dare to get close to the sliding door. It's really dangerous. Didn't Brother Lin say there were filarial worms in the sewers? Ugh, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. So you can't even use water now? What's the point of hiding in the shelter then? Yufeng, there are still some supplies in the shelter, and the water in the kettle is enough for now. Is there any big shot in the building who would like to let me hide in the shelter? I'm not around. Me too. What are you thinking? A shelter is the basis of survival. Who would let a stranger into their shelter? If there really is such a person, then you'd better be careful. Indeed, I don't want to be killed in my sleep. Yufeng, I wouldn't do that. Who knows? Alas, it's so hard to talk about trust in a place like this. Lin Yi didn't say anything. He wouldn't ask the other party to go out and explore the city, nor would he help the other party for no reason. After finishing breakfast and stroking his chicken for a while, he lay down on the bed and started his daily simulation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Starting with the familiar prison van and prison uniforms, Lin Yi has already gotten used to the daily life of a D-class personnel. Simulated D-class personnel, Mason. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Mason is a yellow-skinned young man with a well-proportioned figure and good physical fitness. This time, there was only one D-class personnel, Lin Yi, in the prison van, and the supervisors were still the familiar 4-person team. The prison van was driving on a deserted road, and there was a wilderness outside the window. Why is there only one D-class personnel? Lin Yi found it a little strange. If the mission was to deal with unknown abnormal events, at least a few more D-level personnel would be needed to explore the way. The organization was never stingy in this regard. Does this mean that the organization is certain that only one D-class personnel will be needed for this abnormal event, or that only Mason meets certain conditions? This is not good news for Lin Yi, because it is very likely that even the organization cannot handle this anomaly. Of course, it is more likely that this anomaly is very troublesome to handle, and the organization would rather consume D-level personnel on a regular basis to get it done. The question is, how far do I need to go to complete the simulation? Do I just die as a consumable, or do I have to resolve anomalies? Before Lin Yi could think about it, the prison van stopped outside an abandoned mine. The supervisor took Lin Yi on a mine cart deep into the mine. The cart stopped in front of a dark mine pit leading underground. Without any protective or lighting equipment, Lin Yi, wearing only a prison uniform, was pushed into the dark mine by the supervisors. After falling for several minutes, Lin Yi thought he was dead. Even if there was an underground lake below, there was no way he could survive. However, there was solid ground below, and Lin Yi did not die after falling to the ground. One of his legs was broken, his internal organs were mixed up, one eye was blind, half of his brain was collapsed, and he had multiple comminuted fractures all over his body, but he didn't die. What the hell is this place? The severe pain all over his body made Lin Yi wish he would die immediately, but he didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves now, because if he failed to commit suicide and completely lost his ability to move, he would probably be trapped here forever. Lin Yi tried to move his body, but found that he couldn't even move a finger. Fortunately, there was weak spiritual energy in the mine. Relying on this spiritual energy, he could try to transform this broken body. At this time, a faint sound came from nearby. Lin Yi sensed his surroundings and found several piles of rotten meat similar to his. These people are not dead, and no one knows how long they have lived in pain in this darkness. Lin Yi didn't want to live forever here like these predecessors, so he sped up the carving of the alienated runes. The depth of the priest's research on basic alienation runes is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If Lin Yi had not absorbed the spiritual crystallization left by the priest, he would not have been able to carve alienation runes on this broken body. It only took 10 minutes for Lin Yi to complete the partial transformation of his body and successfully transform 2 limbs that could help his body move. Lin Yi tried to move his body, and the result was very successful. The priest's knowledge was the result of practice, and there was no problem in using it. However, Lin Yi did not start exploring the mine directly. He needed to mutate some more offensive organs. Although he would not die, he would be finished if all his body parts were stripped off by the enemy. Although I don't know if there are enemies here, it's better to be prepared. Lin Yi recalled the priest's knowledge of alienation and found that the spiritual crystal contained very little knowledge related to offensive alienated organs. The priest was not lying. He was indeed not good at fighting. There was no other way. Lin Yi could only transform 2 simple structured spiked tentacles to make up the number and carve some simple protective runes on his body. This is the limit of what he can do now. Without enough materials, even the master of alienation can't do anything. 67. First prayer. Lin Yi walked around the broken D-class personnel and dragged his painful body to crawl deeper into the mine. He would not treat these living fellows as materials. Alienation would not kill them, but would only make them more miserable. Woo. The piles of flesh made miserable sounds. There was no light in the mine. They could not see Lin Yi, but they could feel something passing by. They made sounds to this thing, as if asking the gods to forgive their sins and allow them to regain the right to die. Although Lin Yi can barely be considered half a god, his current condition is not much better than theirs, so there is no god here who can save them, only a human who wants to save himself. Amid screams, Lin Yi crawled while adapting to his new body structure. Not long after, he left the screams behind and entered the depths of the mine. There was no light in the mine, and Lin Yi could only rely on his mental power to sense the surrounding situation. Soon, Lin Yi encountered his first enemy, a rat as long as his forearm. Lin Yi was very glad that he had made preparations in advance, otherwise he might have been gnawed by the rats for a while. The mouse circled Lin Yi several times, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of flesh and blood and pounced on Lin Yi's broken body. Then it crashed into Lin Yi's thorny tentacles and died. After all, Lin Yi is a first-level psychic, so it is not difficult for him to predict the mouse's movements. Somehow, he was able to kill the rat, yet he didn't die despite being so badly injured. Lin Yi tried to attach the mouse's corpse to his body like a weapon plug-in. Not long after, he had a new spiked tentacle. The depths of the mine are like a chaotic maze, with many forks in the road that lead to unknown destinations. Lin Yi passed through one fork in the road after another. He didn't know what caused them not to die, nor did he know if he could find the reason in the mine, but he couldn't just stay there like the others and wait for the gods to forgive them. On the way, Lin Yi kept killing the mine rats he encountered, and by the way, transformed their corpses into part of his body. But there are not only mine rats in the mine, but also many long centipede-like worms. These long insects are of different thicknesses and lengths. He can deal with the smaller ones, but he can only avoid the big ones. In addition, there are some huge mine spiders here. These spiders weave webs at certain forks in the road, waiting for food to come to them. Lin Yi really wanted to get some spider legs for transportation, but with his current flexibility, getting close to those forks in the road was like delivering food to his door. Even express delivery is not done this way. I need an alien organ for offensive purposes, preferably long range. I should have studied the structure of that heart and that first-level eyeball earlier. I can't use the original body's power in simulation missions, but knowledge is power. If I could create some powerful alien structures from D-class personnel, wouldn't that quickly increase their combat effectiveness? Oh, I'm also a god. Can I pray to myself and ask myself to send the alienated heart to me? Speaking of which, it seems that there is such a ritual in the priest's spiritual crystallization. But this kind of ritual involving the gods is quite difficult, and my real body is sleeping in the bed in the shelter right now, so no one should be able to respond. Brother G, that's not going to work either. Will she respond? Judging from the skills she's acquired, she should be very skilled at transformation. Since we're all sitting on the same throne, we should be considered colleagues, right? Give it a try. You won't get angry, right? Lin Yi tore off his entire arm and half of his shoulder, and then tore off a few mouse tentacles and a few long worms as sacrifices, and began his first sacrificial ceremony. In fact, the so-called sacrificial ceremony is not complicated. It is somewhat similar to long-distance communication and mainly consists of 3 parts. The person who sends the message is also the sacrificer. The person who receives the information is the god. Of course, it can also be some other weird thing, as long as it is powerful enough and the sacrificer does not mind. The most important part is the third one, the communication channel. This is also the most dangerous part of the sacrificial ceremony. If it goes wrong, anything can happen. Lin Yi doesn't need to consider this part at all, because he is directly connected to the god's throne. As long as the other party agrees to help, the sacrificial ceremony will not fail. Through this connection, the other party should be able to project power. Lin Yi closed his eyes, connected to the divine position, and began to pray devoutly for the first time in his life. But at the very beginning, Lin Yi discovered a very fatal problem. He didn't know how to address the other party, nor did he know whether the other party could recognize him. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi began to pray softly. Great God, Lord Lin Yi, Please make this junk into a long-range weapon. I will prepare a sumptuous dinner for you tonight as a reward." After reciting it silently several times, Lin Yi opened his eyes and found that the pile of garbage was gone, replaced by a flesh and blood creature that looked like a gun barrel. "Thank you very much for your help," Lin Yi said solemnly. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi picked up the gun barrel and inserted it into his body. The gun barrel automatically connected to his body and began to grow into his body. Finally, it completely became a part of his body, more like the original than the original. If an uninformed person dissected Lin Yi now, they would definitely think that this gun barrel was Lin Yi's real body, and the others were just plugins installed later. Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the gun barrel, but even though it was inside his body, he couldn't understand the operating principle of the gun barrel. But without thinking, he naturally mastered how to use the gun barrel, just like using his arm. Lin Yi began to transform his flesh and blood into ammunition for the barrel. There was a spare bullet inside the barrel, but this bullet was definitely much stronger than the defective one he imitated, and it would be a waste to use it to shoot spiders. After preparing his bullets, Lin Yi began to look for a fork in the road with a spider web. Not long after, he found a cave spider. This spider is a first-level alien creature. Its body alone is 1 meter long, and its alien organs grow between its waist and abdomen. Puff! Lin Yi used his new right hand, which had been transformed into a gun barrel, to shoot the spider's alienated organ. The other party had obviously never seen this kind of weapon and was not at all prepared. After getting rid of the spider, Lin Yi began to deal with the spider's body. He needed to transform and connect the spider's 8 long legs to his own body so that he could walk normally. The priest's spiritual crystal just happened to contain the knowledge of connecting alien organs. Combined with the splicing runes that Lin Yi learned from splicing human figures, it was not difficult to splice a few spider legs on his body. It took Lin Yi 20 minutes to complete the splicing of several spider legs. Although he still limped, he was finally able to walk normally. 68. Colored minerals. After getting the spider legs ready, Lin Yi swayed left and right and used the 8 legs to move forward in a staggered manner. He was a little hesitant at first, but after a while, he gradually adapted to the feeling of walking on multiple legs and even began to jump around in the mine. Because he has 8 legs, he can exert force in a staggered manner and even move on the wall, which is quite convenient. Lin Yi began to clear out the alien creatures in the mine and spliced some of the alien creatures' bodies onto his own body and made the rest into bullets in his right hand. After Lin Yi cleared out a nest of large long worms, he found a piece of colorful strange ore in the worm nest. This ore did not look like a serious thing. It was colorful and looked like a small colored light. Lin Yi dug on the wall of the mine for a while and soon found a similar ore inside. The ore is probably related to the anomaly here. Perhaps I can find the source of the anomaly based on the ore density. Lin Yi tried to sense the ore inside the mine wall and kept moving towards the mine with more ore. After wandering around in the maze-like mine for an hour, he finally found the area with the richest ore. It was a large hollowed-out underground space, the size of a football field. The walls were covered with exposed minerals, the light of which illuminated the entire space. It seemed that someone had done something here before, but now only some residual traces could be seen. At the end of the space, there lay a swollen humanoid monster covered with minerals and pustules. If it weren't for some of its organs still retaining traces of humanity, Lin Yi would not have been able to tell that it was probably originally a human. Of course, Lin Yi's current situation is not much better than the one on the opposite side. There was a door made of or embedded in the wall behind the monster, and it was lying outside the door like a watchdog. Lin Yi did not try to communicate with the monster, but jumped to close the distance, and then greeted the other party with his right hand. Boom. The bullet shattered the alien organs in the monster's body, but the monster seemed to be completely uninjured and rushed towards Lin Yi with a roar. Lin Yi jumped back hurriedly, and then continued to attack various parts of the monster with his right hand, but no matter how he attacked, the monster would recover quickly. Even if the joints were broken, the broken ends would soon be deformed and connected together. However, the monster will not leave the space. As long as Lin Yi retreats back to the mine, it will stop chasing and go back to guard the gate. It's a bit troublesome, but I can try that bullet. Lin Yi entered and exited the mineral space several times. After confirming that he could not defeat the monster by consumption alone, he decided to try to use the bullet to severely damage the mineral monster. The question now is, after I use up that bullet, should I try to kill the monster or open that door? Destroying the monster is very risky. If that bullet fails to seriously injure the monster, I'll be the one killed. Even if I don't die, I'll still be trapped here. Opening the door also carries risks. It might not open, and you don't know what's behind it. After thinking about it, Lin Yi finally decided to go see what was behind the door. If he got blocked at the door, he could find a way to jump back, but if he got close to the monster, he might not be able to get back. After making the decision, Lin Yi replaced the bullet and jumped into the mineral space again. The Ur monster immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. Its brain was not very useful, but it was a qualified guard. Lin Yi also jumped towards the monster and fired a shot at its upper part less than a meter away from the Ur monster. Boom. The upper body of the Ur monster was directly knocked off, and the lower body fell to the ground weakly, but Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. He used all 8 legs and bounced a few times to reach the front of the Ur door. As soon as he pushed open the Ur door, Lin Yi sensed that half of the Ur monster behind him stood up again and rushed towards Lin Yi quickly. Lin Yi hurriedly entered the door and closed the Ur door. Boom. The Ur monster crashed into the wall next to the Ur door. It didn't even dare to touch the Ur door, let alone go in and cause trouble for Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked around. Inside the door was a room made entirely of colorful minerals. The room was only 50 square meters, but the ceiling was very high, more than 10 meters. In the center of the room stood a headless human statue with a colorful crystal embedded in its chest. The crystal was similar to those minerals, but looked purer. Lin Yi carefully scanned the entire room. He thought it would be very dangerous here, but after sensing for a while, he didn't find anything dangerous. Shouldn't it be? Is it this statue that's dangerous? Lin Yi stood in front of the statue. He did not sense any danger from the statue, so he tried to dig the colorful crystals out of the statue. The moment he got the crystal, Lin Yi fell to the ground, twitching, and died. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 10. The simulation times have not been consumed. Do you want to obtain the core items? Get it. Obtain the core item Redemption Stone 1. Title obtained, Outlier. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi realized that he had resolved the abnormal incident, and the state of immortality had disappeared. He was seriously injured at the time and his internal organs were gone, so he died as soon as the state was lifted. I thought there was something wrong with the crystal, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to solve. Lin Yi picked up the glowing crystal on the floor of the shelter and began to check the system introduction. Redemption Stone. The sacred object of the Redemption God cult possesses the power of salvation. Most people who come into contact with it become believers of the God of redemption. Note, death is the true salvation. So it's something from the redemption cult. No wonder it's so unorthodox. Entering that mine is prone to becoming a redemptionist, so the organization hasn't sent anyone in to deal with the anomaly? Then what's the point of throwing people in there? Is it some kind of ritual? I'm half god and can't believe in other gods, so it's okay? Lin Yi found a small box to put the redemption stone away. He didn't want the shelter to flash colorful lights at night. After dealing with the redemption stone, Lin Yi took a look at the new title. Outliers. You have alienated your body and are able to skillfully use the new organs after the alienation. Note, the beginning of the road to alienation. It's not my own body. Lin Yi couldn't help but complain. Those people in the mine should be dead now. I hope the organization will stop throwing more people in. Brother Chicken was still hatching eggs. After preparing some delicious silkworms for him and pouring some feed and hot water for the alienated flesh and blood plants, Lin Yi went to the game room to play cards and completed his daily psychic energy cycle. Under the waiter's reluctant gaze, Lin Yi returned to the shelter. There was still some time before the night activities, so he began to digest the runes and try to make new psychic items. 69. A pleasant dinner. Before the night activities began, Lin Yi specially prepared a very sumptuous dinner for himself. He always keeps his word. I don't like greens. The little girl naturally appeared across the table, picked up Lin Yi's bowl and chopsticks, and started eating. Lin Yi had no choice but to serve himself another bowl of rice and sit opposite the girl to eat together, but the usually delicious dinner suddenly didn't taste good. Why are you here? Lin Yi hesitated for a while, then asked. Didn't you invite me here, Lin Yi? She was obviously in much better condition than last time. At least she didn't fall asleep while talking. I invited Lin Yi. Lin Yi said. How do you know my name isn't Lin Yi? Names are sometimes important, but sometimes they're meaningless. You want someone to help you, and the ritual will naturally point to that person. Once the deal is done, I can naturally come to your shelter. This is what you agreed to. The girl looked at Lin Yi seriously and put the dish that Lin Yi wanted to take into her bowl. Even if the girl didn't take it so seriously, Lin Yi realized the seriousness of the problem. He had too little understanding of the power of rituals and lacked offer unknown powers. The current situation is the result of using unknown forces at will. What will be the price I will have to pay for this ritual? The price? Isn't this the price? The girl said as a matter of course. Is there no more serious price to pay? Lin Yi doesn't think so. It's nothing, actually. It's just that the person you're trading with isn't me. I'm just a transit point. He's not as easy to talk to as I am. The girl said maliciously. Are you two individuals? Lin Yi asked curiously. He is the evil god of the abyss, and I am just a remnant of the past. However, you can trade with him as much as you want, as long as he doesn't mind. The girl handed the bowl to Lin Yi and motioned him to get another one. How can it be okay? Lin Yi served the meal and handed it to the girl. In the final analysis, we are already connected by the Godhead. Either we are dragged into the abyss by him, or we pull him out of the abyss. There is no third possibility. I am just a transit station. I can't do anything else. I can only rely on you to cheer me up. The girl took the bowl and continued eating. What should I do? Lin Yi did not complain. This was his own choice, so he had to bear the consequences. Make sure the shelter is protected by the system. As long as you are within the system's protection range, the abyss will not be able to attack you. Improve your strength as quickly as possible, but don't rely on the strength of others. Learn the knowledge of alienation, but don't use his alienated organs on his body. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome in the future. The girl put down her bowl, and all the meat and vegetables on the table had been eaten. Okay, by the way, what should I call you? Lin Yi asked while eating the remaining vegetarian dishes. All my previous memories have been erased, so I don't have a name. Just call me Xiaohong. The girl touched her pink hair and replied. After saying that, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and disappeared. Lin Yi finished eating the leftovers and happened to see the system prompt. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 09:59. Join in. With a little time left, Lin Yi opened the group chat to check on the group members. 535799/1000000. Great. I can finally go to the red maze to pick up trash. Yeah, I still have a few red keys that I haven't used yet. It's boring. I guess the station mission is awesome. I was able to get some supplies back. No one died today. How could someone who has survived until now die so easily? But Yu Feng is still alive. Lao Feng, are you going this time? Yu Feng, of course I'll go. My shelter may not be as safe as the red maze, and I can't hold it in any longer. Haha, why don't you try going to the bathroom? What if those filarial worms can't find you? Yu Feng, you are telling me to die. Where's Boss Lin? Are there any cheap psychic items today? Lin Yi. Yes, they just hung up, and they have been snatched up. Fuck. You guys aren't even in the group chat, secretly going to the trading area to grab items. Hehe, I guess that the boss would put something up there at night, so I kept refreshing the system interface in the trading area. Unfortunately, I only managed to grab one. Hey, me too. Me too. You guys deserve to die. 001. 00:00. Nighttime activities begin. 3:59:59. Lin Yi woke up in the middle of the hall. He was lying on a red sliding door leading to the underground. Apart from the red sliding door, the rest of the hall was the same as before. Do you want to enter the deeper level of the maze? No. Lin Yi climbed up from the ground. The system teleported him here, obviously hoping that he would go deeper into the maze. In fact, even if the system did not teleport him here, he would also look for a way to the lower level, or simply return to the shelter. Because he no longer had much need for the first level of the red maze, it would be better to go back and study the runes instead of wasting time here. But before going downstairs, he had to open the room next door. Since he was already here, he couldn't let it go. The door was opened with a special key, and a pair of black leather gloves was placed on the table. Putting the gloves into his backpack, Lin Yi walked to the sliding door and chose to enter the deeper part of the maze. Lin Yi's eyes went dark, and when he regained consciousness, he was lying on the crimson floor. From the surface, the deeper levels of the maze seemed to be only slightly darker than the upper levels, with the same style of corridors and red doors. Lin Yi approached an unlocked red door and tried to use his mental power to sense the interior of the room, but found that the materials here blocked his mental power. I knocked on the door the old way, and soon there was a rustling sound from inside. Lin Yi prepared himself and opened the door, and a large number of blood-red tentacles shot out from inside the door. These tentacles are covered with red spikes and look very dangerous. Lin Yi immediately backed away from the door. The tentacles were of limited length, so they swayed in the corridor for a while before retreating back into the room. After quickly closing the door, Lin Yi began to look for the locked room. He could deal with the tentacles, but there was no need. There is only some garbage in the room, and there is no point in getting rid of it. I can't take the tentacles back and make them into grilled squid tentacles to sell to group members, right? After walking through only a few corridors, Lin Yi found a locked room. He knocked on the door and heard the sound of banging on the door from inside. Lin Yi prepared himself and used the red key to open the door. A majestic first-level beast-like creature rushed out of the room. Then he was hacked to death by Lin Yi. In this world, there are two types of alienated creatures, those with brains and those without brains. For an alien creature like this one that has no brain, obvious alienated organs, and limited recovery ability, Lin Yi doesn't need to make a second attack. 70.2 ND level shelter. Enter the red room, which contains only a red metal treasure chest. The treasure chest disappears after it is opened, and there are 2 items inside, a shelter upgrade blueprint and a low-level space crystal. Do you want to use the level 2 shelter upgrade blueprint? Use. Please collect 10 alienated organs from level 1 alienated creatures as materials for upgrading the shelter 0/10. It's out now? Are blueprints more likely to appear in deeper levels of the maze? Or is it related to time? Lin Yi was a little surprised. The delivery rate of blueprints in the system activities has always been low, but this time, a box was delivered. There are still organs in the refrigerator of the shelter. We can upgrade the shelter when we return. After putting away the space crystal, he continued to explore the maze. Just like on the first floor, Lin Yi quickly passed through the corridors, looking for locked rooms. He soon found the second locked room, but he didn't go near the door because most of the corridor was flooded with some kind of red liquid, and the locked door was in it. Never mind, let's take another route. Lin Yi gave up this room without much hesitation. His experience during this period told him that he should never touch unknown liquids. After changing a corridor, Lin Yi quickly found another locked room. He opened the door with the key, and a first-level mutated blood corpse rushed out from inside. After drawing his sword and killing the blood corpse, Lin Yi was about to enter the room when he suddenly heard a slight knocking sound coming from the end of the corridor. Ding 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 ding. A bloody corpse with 6 sharp legs passed the corner and entered Lin Yi's sight. This thing looks like a human transformed into a hairless spider. Its torso is still a human torso, but where the feet should be has melted into a dark red tail. This ghost thing once again reminded Lin Yi of the danger of alienation. If the degree of alienation is not controlled well, this will be the fate of all those who absorb psychic energy. The human spider rushed towards Lin Yi quickly, and its 6 legs kept knocking on the floor, making crisp sounds. Lin Yi used his mental power to sweep over the human spider. A second-level mutated creature with 3 mutated organs, namely the organs in the abdominal cavity that control psychic energy, the front limbs, and the tail. Without the speed rune, the human spider could move much faster than Lin Yi, so Lin Yi stood still and concentrated on sensing its every move. The human spider charged directly at Lin Yi, simultaneously stabbing Lin Yi's head and body with its 2 front limbs. Lin Yi activated the alienated psychic protection on his night dress to forcibly block the opponent's attack and stabbed the red blade into the spider's abdomen, directly crushing its organs. Boom. The human spider's tail hit the psychic protection, directly shattering it and knocking Lin Yi away for a short distance. Lin Yi quickly retreated. The opponent's internal organs had been crushed. Even an alien creature could not ignore this level of injury. It would be easier to deal with it if he delayed it for a while. The human spider continued to rush towards Lin Yi as if it was not injured, but Lin Yi could sense the unstable state inside the human spider's body, so he directly used the acceleration rune engraved on his pants to quickly retreat. Soon the human spider entered a weak state, and Lin Yi rushed towards the human spider, used the cutting rune, and cut off its forelimbs with one knife. The human spider swung its tail again and hit Lin Yi. Lin Yi had created a layer of psychic protection in advance, barely blocking the tail's attack, and then used the red blade to cut off its last alienated organ. After getting rid of the human spider, Lin Yi dealt with the spider's corpse while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. The red maze is not a battlefield, and the concentration of spiritual energy here cannot support Lin Yi's continuous carving of runes, so when using runes continuously, he must consume the spiritual energy in his body. In addition, each time a psionic item is used, it will take some time before it can be used again. On the human spider, Lin Yi found a red card he had never seen before. It was different in style from the alienated card, so he could only take it back to the shelter to check the system information. Lin Yi put the 3 second-level alienated organs into his backpack and collected some usable psychic materials before letting go of the broken body of the human spider. There is also a metal treasure chest in the red room that was opened before, which contains a large bundle of red cloth. Is this some kind of psychic material? Putting away the cloth, Lin Yi continued to explore the maze. During the exploration, Lin Yi encountered corridors soaked in red liquid several times. Out of caution, he did not approach this abnormal area. Because he had to take a detour, it took Lin Yi a long time to find the third locked room. When he opened the door, he saw a first-level blood corpse inside. This time, Lin Yi did not deal with it directly. Instead, he cut off its limbs and continued to cut off the newly mutated limbs until it was safe enough. Open the metal treasure chest in the room, and there is only a sealed metal injection inside. After putting away the injection, Lin Yi grabbed the blood corpse by the neck like a rabbit and brought it back to the corridor where he had encountered the red liquid before. Keeping a safe distance, Lin Yi threw the disabled blood corpse into the red liquid. After being touched by the red liquid, the blood corpse began to mutate rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, it transformed from a disabled blood corpse into a small human spider with limbs all over its body. It let out a shrill scream, and more than 10 of its legs shook rapidly as it rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and ran, not because he was afraid of the small human spider, but because he just didn't want to get touched by the red liquid. The degree of alienation was so horrible that if he was touched, his body would be partially alienated. He didn't want to wear some weird accessories on his body. After setting up the psychic protection and making sure that he would not be contaminated by liquid, Lin Yi stopped and stabbed the small human spider to death with a knife. Lin Yi did not dissect the corpse this time. He was not very interested in this liquid that could accelerate alienation, and he did not have the qualifications or conditions to study such a dangerous thing. There were many waterlogged areas deep in the maze, which seriously affected Lin Yi's exploration speed. Until the countdown ended, he had not found the special room deep inside. Back at the shelter, Brother Chicken was still hatching eggs. Lin Yi immediately submitted the 10 frozen alienated organs to the shelter upgrade task. The shelter upgrade mission is completed. Do you want to upgrade the shelter's level? Yes. Advanced completion. Lin Yi checked the new shelter information. Shelter information. Level 2. New function, basic loot space. Status, absolutely safe, 21 days, 13 days remaining. Note, please upgrade your shelter level within 21 days. The newly added function basic loot space is similar to the previous loot space, but the basic loot space is only 1 cubic meter, and the survivors need to actively put the items they want to store into it. This function can only be used in system activities and cannot be used in simulation tasks. After upgrading the shelter, Lin Yi began to check the information of the items he had harvested this time. 71. Mutated Abyss Worm. Black gloves. Injecting spiritual energy can activate a glove space. Note, maybe you can hide a dagger in it. Low-level space crystal. Crystal containing trace amounts of spatial power. Note, basic materials required for many drawings. Special room teleport card. Use in the depths of the red maze to randomly teleport to a special room. Note, it is best not to use this card to escape. Red material. Low-level psychic materials can be used to make psychic items. Note, high-quality material. Alienation injection. After injection, an alienated organ with special functions will be generated in the injected area. Note, please use with caution. After all, not everyone can accept 2 heads. Lin Yi put on black gloves and injected spiritual energy into them. Soon he sensed a small space where he could store and retrieve items. After practicing a few times, Lin Yi became familiar with the storage and retrieval process and could cut out items from the space in a very short time. This prop was quite practical, but the space was too small. Red materials are very good psychic materials and can be used to make psychic items. The low-level space crystals can be used to complete the task directly. Lin Yi only needs 1 space crystal to complete the blueprint task of the psychic workshop. Lin Yi plans to use the special room teleportation card the next time he goes to the red maze. But looking at the notes, it seems that there are also very dangerous rooms in the special room. As for the mutant injection, Lin Yi directly put it on the trading area. Lin Yi would definitely not use this thing himself. As soon as the thing was hung up, Lin Yi received a bunch of private messages. Although the notes seemed dangerous, many people were willing to take a chance for the alienated organs with special functions. In the end, Lin Yi used this injection to exchange for a low-level space crystal and a basic rune card. The other party seemed to need this injection very much and directly wrote most of his belongings in a private message. However, Lin Yi did not want those miscellaneous items and only took 2 things he needed. Basic rune, shaping. Cards that can learn basic shaping runes. Note, use with caution if you lack mental strength. This is a rune card that Lin Yi urgently needs, and it will be of great help to his manufacturing career. After handing over the low-level space crystal, a door leading to the psychic workshop appeared on the wall of the shelter, right next to the gate to the abyss. Lin Yi pushed open the door. The psychic workshop was a small room of 10 square meters. There was only a semi-enclosed transparent workbench in the room where one could reach into. The only psychic environment in the entire workshop is the inside of the workbench, and the psychic energy inside cannot be extracted for use outside. Lin Yi tried to use the workbench to make a psychic item. The process was quite smooth and much more convenient than using the psychic energy in the crystal. It seems that we have to go to the game room to cycle psychic energy. It's enough to make psychic items. Back in the bedroom, Lin Yi opened the group chat and sent information about the deeper levels of the maze and the level 2 shelter to the group. 535765/1000000. Holy crap. The bosses have all gone to the next floor. Holy crap. Did the boss upgrade the shelter again? The lower level feels a bit dangerous. You can easily encounter a level 2 mutant. Nonsense. If the system doesn't take you to the lower entrance, it means you're not qualified, understand? I'm still picking up trash, but the boss has already gone to the next floor to have fun. I really want the new features of the level 2 shelter. I can then install an oven. Even if you don't have loot space, you can still bring back an oven. 1 cubic meter isn't that big, so you can bring some items that are inconvenient to carry. It can be used as a weapons depot, and you can take bullets from it at any time. Genius. Collect the first level mutant organs. You phone, brothers, sisters, parents, grandmas, and grandpas. Has anyone got the blueprint for upgrading a first level shelter? You're not dead yet. It's useless even if I open it. Can this be opened again? It should be out of print, right? Indeed, the next blueprint should be a second level shelter upgrade blueprint. You phone, huh? Then I'm dead, right? That's why I let you go out and explore the city. Maybe there are other safe areas in the city. Yes, there will definitely be many survivors who won't have time to upgrade their shelters in the future. There must be other safe spots in the city. When Lin Yi was diving and peeping, Brother G suddenly jumped into Lin Yi's arms with a black insect in his mouth. Hungry? Where did you get the worms? I'll get you some more silkworms. Hee. What? This thing is what hatched from the abyss egg. Hee. Thanks a lot. Lin Yi grabbed the bug and checked the system information. Mutated abyss worm. A special abyss worm, omnivorous, suitable for free-range breeding. Note, the beginning of bankruptcy, if left alone, may bring you a surprise. Oh, the abyss worm opened its mouth and bit Lin Yi's index finger, putting it on the finger like a ring. Its dense teeth rubbed Lin Yi's finger, but did not bite through his skin. This is a bug with a black background and red patterns. For some reason, Lin Yi felt that the movements of this bug were a bit like a cat. As a cat owner who often raises cats online, Lin Yi is very sure that this abyss worm has some connection with the cat that gave him the abyss egg. Forget it. Let's just keep it for a few days. Lin Yi cut a piece of the alien organ that had not yet frozen and fed it to the abyss worm. The little thing swallowed the piece of meat in a few bites, making its stomach bulge. I'll just call you Xiaohei. I hope God doesn't mind. Lin Yi made a cat bed for Xiaohei and placed the remaining alienated organs next to it. He also got a batch of fresh and delicious silkworms for Brother G as a thank you. Brother G enjoyed the meal very much. After eating, he ran to the cat's bed and slept with Xiaohei. After Lin Yi sorted out all the items, he sorted out the knowledge in his mind in the dark for a while before slowly falling asleep. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. The next morning, Lin Yi stood up from the bed and drew cards with full concentration. This time the card was a red-haired rat. The card dissipated, and a red-haired rat appeared in the center of the shelter. This mouse is big and fat, about the same size as a chicken, with smooth fur and lively eyes. It looks quite good. What's your special skill? Lin Yi picked up the fat rat and stroked the red hair on its back. Squeak. You're welcome. I never know when I'll be finished, and you'll have to go back then. Squeak. As long as you are happy. Squeak. Oh, you said you would lend me your strongest ability? What ability? Squeak. Okay, I'll go in and take a look in a bit. Don't let me down. After taking care of Xiaohei and the alienated flesh and blood plants, Lin Yi lay down on the bed and began his daily simulation. 72. Mental hospital. Simulated D-class personnel, Kevin. Gain special skills, exchange. Exchange. You can swap the object in your hand with an object in your field of vision, 1/1. Note, this thing is good. I like it very much. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The familiar prison van started. Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked around. There were 2 D-class personnel, for supervisors, and a driver. Kevin is a white young man with a thin build and average physical fitness. The companion sitting opposite me was a young man in his 20s wearing glasses. He looked very nervous and his teeth were chattering. Don't be nervous. There's no point in being nervous anyway. Lin Yi smiled and passed on the senior's comfort to the newcomer in front of him. Hey, brother, what are we going to do? Miles asked nervously. Newcomer. Lin Yi asked back. Well, I just changed my clothes and they pushed me into the car. Miles glanced at the supervisor in front of him and spoke quickly. Why did you come in? It was the first time that Lin Yi chatted with his teammate. The other party did not look like a D-level personnel, but more like a student who had just graduated. Murder, but I didn't mean to. I don't know what happened. I was drunk at the time and wasn't quite sober. Miles said painfully, his voice getting smaller and smaller. Several. Lin Yi looked at the scenery outside the window and asked casually. Just one. Miles replied awkwardly. Can you get in by killing one person? Lin Yi felt a little strange. There seemed to be something wrong with the D-class personnel in front of him. And it's not just the other party who has problems. There's something wrong with him too. He shouldn't say so much. I don't know either. Maybe it's a serious situation? Miles said uncertainly. We're going to work in a mental hospital. It's a kind of public service. If you behave well during your work, your sentence will be reduced. Looking at the mental hospital in the suburbs in the distance, Lin Yi spoke nonsense. The supervisor in front turned his head and looked at Lin Yi through the rearview mirror. After meeting Lin Yi's eyes, he immediately turned his head and stopped looking at the rearview mirror. But everyone else said it was scary. I thought I was going to do some dangerous job. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Miles became noticeably more alert and spoke much faster. They're trying to scare you. It's a prison, so it's normal for the old guys to bully the new guys. Lin Yi continued to comfort Miles. He didn't know what was going on with him, but a mentally stable abnormality was definitely easier to deal with than one that was scared crazy. Thank you. You are such a nice person. Miles said earnestly. Of course, I'm always happy to help. The prison van stopped outside the gate of the mental hospital. This time, the supervisors did not require them to wear headsets, nor did they let them go in alone. The captain looked at Lin Yi, as if considering what to do next. Captain, leave it to me next. Lin Yi said with a smile. Can. The captain did not refuse. Lin Yi took Miles into the mental hospital. The security booth was empty and the courtyard was dilapidated. The two stopped outside the main building of the hospital. Is there really anyone else here? Miles looked at the main hospital building, which had been unmaintained for a long time and had green plants climbing on the walls, and said doubtfully. Of course, this is the best mental hospital around. Lin Yi glanced at Miles' neck, hoping that there really was something inside, otherwise he would have to try something less safe. Pushing open the main building door, a skinny, bald man in a hospital gown rushed towards the two of them. Bang! Lin Yi slapped the bald man to the ground, then stepped on his back to prevent him from getting up. This is? Miles asked in surprise. Welcome to the mental hospital. Lin Yi didn't explain. He just stepped on the bald man's back and moved forward as if he was stepping on a rag. If Miles hadn't been watching, he would have broken the bald man's neck. Of course, that may not be helpful. As the two walked into the hall, a female doctor wearing a hospital gown inside and a white coat outside came over. Dr. Amanda, is this your patient? After glancing at the name tag, Lin Yi asked before the other party spoke. Yes. Thank you for your help, you are? Dr. Amanda stepped on the bald man's back and took over Lin Yi. I'm Kevin, a new caregiver assigned by the organization, and this is my colleague. I'm Miles. Miles said hurriedly. Welcome. I did hear that some new people will be coming soon. However, before you start working, you must first go to the dean's office on the top floor. Only with the dean's consent can you stay. Dr. Amanda pointed to the stairs and signaled them to go up to find the dean themselves. Okay, let's go see the dean now. Lin Yi let go of the bald man and walked towards the stairs with Miles. Why is she wearing a hospital gown underneath? After going up the stairs to the second floor, Miles looked behind him to make sure that no one was around before asking any questions. It must be some kind of treatment. As long as we all wear hospital gowns, the patients will forget that they are patients. I guess that's it. Lin Yi continued to talk nonsense. But if everyone wears hospital gowns, how can we tell who is the patient? Miles said puzzledly. Good question, Miles. Lin Yi's words were meaningful. Only when Miles became nervous did Lin Yi continue. Of course it's because we have staff files. This is serious work. Can you please stop imagining things? Phew, you scared me a little. Miles finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi glanced at the light tube that had become brighter again and breathed a sigh of relief. The structure of the main building is very complicated. The spiral staircase in the lobby on the first floor only leads to the second floor. If you want to go to the third floor, you have to find the stairs leading to the third floor. The two walked through the maze-like corridor. Lin Yi wrote down every corridor they passed and constructed a three-dimensional structural diagram of the hospital's main building in his mind bit by bit. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a heavy, urgent banging sound came from the ward next door, which scared Miles and made him shiver. Lin Yi remained unmoved and continued walking forward, only casually explaining. Mania is a very common mental illness. Don't be so nervous. You can't do this job if you're too timid. Sorry, this is my first time in a mental hospital. The atmosphere here is a bit. Miles thought about it, but couldn't find the right words. Abnormal. Lin Yi finished for him. Yes, abnormal. I don't know why, but I just feel like something is wrong here. Miles said a little excitedly. This is normal. Mental patients are a different group from the general public. Coupled with this closed environment, a normal person would definitely feel uncomfortable here. It will get better after a while. Lin Yi smiled and closed the door, trapping a dozen bloodshot eyeballs stuck to the crack inside. 73. Dean's office. The two continued to move forward, with Lin Yi walking in front, ready to deal with any abnormal rooms at any time. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the mental hospital is very high, and Lin Yi absorbs some of it to prevent possible trouble. This place is so complicated, I can't even remember how I got here. Miles looked back at the empty corridor behind him. He always felt that someone was following them. Don't worry, I've worked here before. The stairs are right in front. I couldn't remember the way before, but I got familiar with it after walking a few times. Lin Yi turned a corner and found the stairs leading to the third floor in a reasonable location. The two went up the stairs. There were many medical facilities on the third floor, which were divided into various treatment areas, as well as some living facilities, such as a library and a cafeteria. Why is there no one here? Miles looked at the empty third floor, feeling a little strange. Because it's not time to open up yet, young man. An old man with silver hair, wearing a black vestment and a purple sash appeared beside them at some point. Who are you? Miles asked politely. I'm the priest here, Christine. Young man, I can see that you have many questions in your mind. The church is on the basement floor of the main building. You can come over anytime, and God will answer your questions. After the priest finished speaking, he bowed slightly to Lin Yi and went downstairs. He seems to respect you? Miles looked at Lin Yi curiously. Although Lin Yi was nice to him, he knew very well why Lin Yi was here. Maybe it's because he's a priest. The priests I met before also respected me. Lin Yi didn't say much. The stairs leading to the fourth floor were just in front of him, and the dean's office was on the fourth floor. He wanted to hear what the dean had to say before deciding on the next course of action. The two went up to the fourth floor, which was the office area. When passing the bathroom, Miles stopped. I needed to go to the bathroom. I drank a bottle of water before I came. Let's go together. Lin Yi couldn't think of how to reasonably refuse Miles for a moment, so he had to follow Miles and pray that there were no ghost things in the bathroom. Reality cruelly denied Lin Yi's naive idea. As soon as Miles walked into the bathroom, he froze in place. Lin Yi followed closely behind. The bathroom was filled with various blood-red tumors. A large number of deformed tumors were stacked together, squeezed deep into the bathroom like a mountain of flesh, and the ceiling and walls were covered with wriggling alien tentacles. If I say this is a special kind of mental patient, would you believe me? Lin Yi grabbed his hair hard and made a final effort. Miles didn't pay any attention to what Lin Yi said. He looked at the hellish scene in front of him. His legs became weak, and he fell to his knees on the ground. Lights flickered, walls cracked, and a deformed tumor monster slowly extended its tentacles, trying to drag Miles in. Lin Yi dragged Miles out of the bathroom. At this time, the situation outside had become even worse than in the toilet. A shrill noise continued to be heard. Dark green mold grew on the walls. Bloody handprints appeared out of thin air on the ground and gradually approached the two people, and heavy, urgent knocking sounds came from the stairs in the distance. Lin Yi dragged Miles towards the dean's office and set up a psychic shield behind him. The psychic shield only lasted for half a second before it completely broke. Then, Miles, who was a little behind, let out a scream. Ah! My legs! Lin Yi didn't look back, but he felt that Miles' leg was twisted off out of thin air. The broken leg and spurting blood floated in the air, twisted and deformed by an invisible force, and finally exploded into a pool of foam. Lin Yi dragged Miles to the door of the dean's office. At this time, the door of the dean's office was locked and the room was dead silent. The bloody handprint attacked again. Lin Yi did not knock on the door. The other party had already made his attitude clear. It would be too ugly to knock on the door again. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. After saying that, Lin Yi broke Miles' neck. The scream stopped abruptly and Miles' body fell to the ground. As if breaking free from some kind of restriction, the bloody handprint suddenly accelerated and instantly tore Lin Yi's body apart. The entire mental hospital seemed to come alive, grinning grimly at Lin Yi's corpse. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Lin Yi opened his eyes and saw his companion sitting opposite him with his teeth chattering. This is a really troublesome place. Can an anomaly of this magnitude really be handled? Lin Yi didn't show any abnormality. He repeated every action from last time without making any changes. Just like last time, Lin Yi took Miles into the mental hospital. Opening the door, Lin Yi skillfully slapped the bald man down and stepped on him to move. After talking with Dr. Amanda, Lin Yi did not take Miles upstairs directly this time. Instead, he asked Dr. Amanda, I want to go to the restroom. Which floor's restroom is cleaner? Amanda glanced at Lin Yi and pointed to the corner of the hall. We have a dedicated cleaning staff, and all the restrooms are very clean, but the first floor is less used. Thank you. I had a glass of water before coming here, and now I need to go to the bathroom. Lin Yi said the second half of the sentence to Miles, emphasizing the word water. Now that you mention it, I want to use the restroom too. Guided by Lin Yi, Miles naturally thought of the bottle of water he drank before coming here, and he felt the effect. The two went to the bathroom in the corner of the first floor. Just as Dr. Amanda said, there were indeed not many people there. There's dirt in there. Lin Yi closed the innermost compartment tightly and said, "It's a mental hospital after all, so it's understandable." Miles finished using the toilet and red liquid overflowed from the urinal. Lin Yi hugged Miles and walked out of the bathroom and helped him turn on the faucet in the sink. "Oh, thank you." Miles took a step back stiffly and only started washing his hands when he saw that Lin Yi didn't make any other moves. "You're welcome." After leaving the bathroom safely, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The second floor was the same as last time, and the two easily found the stairs leading to the third floor. They met the priest at the same location on the third floor, and after having the same conversation, they came to the fourth floor again. This time Miles didn't go to the bathroom, and the two of them arrived at the dean's office smoothly. This time the door to the dean's office was not locked. Knock, knock. Lin Yi knocked on the door gently, and a gentle voice came from inside. "Come in." Lin Yi opened the door. The director's office looked very ordinary, no different from the director's offices in other hospitals. An elderly man in a white coat sat behind the desk, smiling at the other man with a peaceful expression. At the dean's signal, Lin Yi sat down across from the desk and said, "Director, we are new caregivers. I heard that we can only stay with your consent." "I agree. You are exactly the talent our hospital urgently needs. However, before you start work, I need your help with something, Mr. Kevin," the dean said gently. "Ward 74.419. You say?" Lin Yi did not refuse. He currently had no clue how to solve this unusual incident, but perhaps he could get some inspiration from the dean's mission. "I need you to go to the special ward in the north building behind the main building. Some patients with particularly serious conditions are held there. The head nurse is in charge of that area. Go find the head nurse, and she will tell you what to do." The dean looked at Miles and continued, "As for Mr. Miles, could you please stay in the dean's office and wait for Mr. Kevin to return? There are many dangerous patients in the special ward, so it's better to leave them to the professionals." Miles looked at Lin Yi, asking for his opinion. "Okay, you stay here and don't run around. I'll go to the north building and be back." Lin Yi didn't want to take Miles to that special ward which sounded very dangerous. It would be too tiring. "Great, I'll leave it to you then, Mr. Kevin," the dean said happily. After leaving the director's office, Lin Yi hurried downstairs. Although he had temporarily gotten rid of Miles, the bomb that could explode at any time, Miles had the effect of stabilizing the mental hospital. Without him around, the surroundings would likely become less safe. So he had to complete the dean's task as quickly as possible and return to the dean's office before Miles felt uneasy. After successfully leaving the main building, Lin Yi followed the corridor between the main building and the north building into the north building. The north building has only 3 floors, but it occupies a larger area than the main building. The corridor is connected to the first floor hall, and the first floor hall is connected to several corridors leading to the interior of the first floor and stairs leading to the second floor. Lin Yi looked at the information desk in the middle of the hall. Although the hall was empty, he seemed to hear a noisy sound. "It's so noisy. He hates hospitals. Where's the noise?" A clear voice sounded behind Lin Yi. The voice was so close that Lin Yi could even feel the moisture in it. Turning around, a young woman in a nurse's uniform was standing behind Lin Yi, and the hospital gown underneath could be seen through her collar. "Ms. Mia, the director asked me to see the head nurse." Glancing at the badge, Lin Yi spoke calmly. "Dean? When did we have a dean here?" Mia asked with a confused look on her face. "It doesn't matter if the dean isn't here. Could you please take me to see the head nurse?" Lin Yi was unmoved. It didn't matter whether there was a dean or not. Any information was valuable. "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Come with me." Mia turned around and took Lin Yi to the stairs leading to the second floor. Lin Yi followed behind Mia, carefully sensing his surroundings. It was not until Mia spoke that he noticed there was someone behind him. It's worthy of being called a mental hospital. Lin Yi suddenly thought of Xiaoya. His use of mental power was still very rough, but if teacher Xiaoya was here, he should be able to handle the situation here easily. Mia took Lin Yi into the nurse's station on the third floor, but there was no one inside. "Would you like to cooperate with me?" Mia said abruptly as she locked the door behind her. How to cooperate? Lin Yi didn't say much, but just silently made desperate preparations. This is not cooperation, this is a threat. There is a certain gap in strength between the two sides, so Lin Yi must take action first. "Forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, go play with that old Dean. Mia suddenly changed her mind. She unlocked the door and signaled Lin Yi that he could leave. It seems this is her territory. Lin Yi left the nurse's station and the door behind him closed tightly, as if separating two spaces. A cold chill swept over him, and Lin Yi quickly rushed towards the stairs. As he separated from Mia, the entire third floor seemed to be filled with malice. Lin Yi ran up the stairs to the second floor, and then was about to rush up the stairs to the first floor, but he found that the place below the stairs was not the first floor hall, but it was a floor I had never seen before. Lin Yi turned around and ran back to the second floor, only to find that the second floor had become exactly the same as the first floor. The stairs are opposite the nurse's station, with circular corridors on both sides, and wards that look like prison cells are distributed in the corridors. Lin Yi went up and down a few more floors and found that no matter which way he went, the floor outside the stairs was the same. I can only go in and take a look. Lin Yi checked the nurse's station but didn't find any medical records for the patients on this floor. There were no computers or other machines here, so Lin Yi had to walk into the circular corridor to check the nearest ward 401. So this is the fourth floor? When I opened the door, there was no patient in the ward, only an empty bed. On the cabinet next to the bed was a transparent vase with a light blue flower in it. This is a very beautiful flower, and it is very fresh, almost like it is blooming. Lin Yi didn't know much about the types of flowers, and he didn't think there would be any flowers he recognized in this kind of place. He didn't want to touch anything here, especially a living thing. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave the ward, he suddenly felt something was wrong around him. The space was layered and there seemed to be faults in the middle, and he lost the ability to move. Lin Yi lowered his head and looked down, and only then did he realize that what was wrong was not his surroundings, but himself. His whole body was like that flower, blooming layer by layer. Skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, eyes, every part turned into a blooming flower of flesh and blood. As Lin Yi lowered his head, the petals completely dispersed. Number of simulations remaining, 8. Lin Yi returned to the prison van again. The death experience just now did not make him feel any pain, but the feeling of dislocation and loss of control made him very uncomfortable. Repeating the previous steps, Lin Yi successfully entered the north building again. This time Lin Yi did not stop, but quickly entered the first floor corridor. Mia's purpose was unclear and the upstairs was very dangerous, so he could only explore the first floor first. If there was a problem on the first floor as well, then he would have to talk to Miss Mia. However, at the nurse's station on the first floor, Lin Yi met the head nurse Isabella smoothly. "Hello, the dean asked me to come." Isabella is a gentle 30-year-old woman who looks nothing like a head nurse. "I know why you're here, Mr. Kevin, but for your own safety, you'd better leave here as soon as possible. Don't worry about Mr. Miles. The dean will take good care of him." Isabella's tone was gentle but firm. "Thank you for your concern, but this is my mission. I can't leave here until I complete it." Lin Yi replied calmly. As if seeing Lin Yi's determination, Isabella did not refuse this time. Instead, she took out a stack of old maps from the drawer and handed them to Lin Yi. "This is the map of the north building. Your location is on it. You need to follow the map to enter Ward 419 and talk to the patient inside. 75, signing a contract." "What are you talking about? I'm not a psychiatrist." Lin Yi didn't think he had any common topics with the patients here. "No expertise is needed. You are not a patient here. She just needs a normal person to talk to her." Isabella didn't explain much. "Can I just go there by myself?" After the last simulation, Lin Yi didn't want to get close to that floor at all. "I can't take you there, and I don't recommend you have too much contact with the patients here." Isabella said. "Okay, after we're done talking, what do you need to do?" Lin Yi unfolded the map, which showed an extremely complicated route. "No, you can go directly back to the dean's office afterward." "Then I'll go. I wish you a safe journey." "I hope so." As soon as he left the nurse's station, Lin Yi met Mia standing outside. "What's up, Miss Mia? I want to work with you." Seeing the map in Lin Yi's hand, Mia said simply, "I've already worked with the dean, and I don't like to be the first to break the contract." This time, Lin Yi did not delay, but responded directly. "You'll definitely regret cooperating with that old man later. Forget it, you want to go to Ward 419, right? I'll take you there." Mia turned and walked towards the hall. That was not the route on the map, but Lin Yi followed her anyway. The dean and the head nurse are in cahoots. The head nurse can't take him to Ward 419, but Mia can take him there. Lin Yi was ready to cooperate with the dean, but he would not use the map they gave him. He didn't know whether it made sense to do so, but it was a variable. Anyway, even if there is a problem, it will only mean one more death. Mia took Lin Yi directly to the fourth floor. It's still the circular corridor floor we encountered before. At the door of Ward 419 very smoothly. "I'll take you here." The capricious princess inside doesn't like to be disturbed by strangers. After saying that, Mia disappeared, as if she didn't exist at all and everything was just Lin Ye's illusion. Knock knock. Lin Ye gently knocked on the door of the ward. Enter. Lin Ye's familiar voice came from the ward. Lin Ye pushed the door open and walked in. The room was clean and tidy, with ample sunlight shining on the smooth floor. Outside the window was a lush and colorful garden. There were colorful flowers blooming in the garden, among which there was a light blue flower that impressed Lin Ye the most. Lying on the hospital bed was a beautiful girl with black hair, red eyes, and a charming smile. My name is Kevin. What's your name? Lin Ye scratched his hair in annoyance. He didn't like this situation very much. How do you know I'm not her? The girl asked curiously. I just know that you can read my memory? That's very rude. Lin Ye felt a hint of malice for the first time in a long time. Unlike murderous intent, malice was a rather complicated emotion. No, very few people can read an individual's memory without damaging their consciousness. I'm only letting you see the person you want to see. I don't know what I look like to you right now. A normal person might lose their mind if they saw my body. This is my last bit of reserve. A chair appeared next to the bed, and the girl motioned Lin Ye to sit down and talk. So the entire ward and the garden outside are fake? This is completely different from the ward I saw. Lin Ye sat on the chair and asked, if you mean the material world, it is fake, but you are sitting on a fake chair, smelling fake flowers, and seeing fake friends. Would you like something to eat? A very narrow table appeared between Lin Ye and the girl, and the table was filled with food that had been compressed into a flat shape. Lin Ye picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The sweet cream mixed with the warm and sweet cake base tasted no different from a real cake. How is this possible? How can I not do this? Lin Ye tried to use his mental power to create objects out of thin air, but he couldn't even produce a single hair. First, it requires a special environment, and second, it requires strong mental strength and long-term practice. The girl took out a piece of paper with some words written on it and placed it on the table. The food had disappeared. What's this? Lin Ye tried to read the words on the paper, and the system translated them for him as usual, but his brain could not understand the information. This is a contract. Just take it to the dean. The girl closed her eyes and the door opened automatically. Lin Ye picked up the contract and left Ward 419. Did you succeed in deceiving me? Mia suddenly appeared next to Lin Ye. She stared at the contract in Lin Ye's hand, eager to try. I don't understand why I have to get this contract. Lin Ye still doesn't understand what these mentally ill people are trying to do. Only you can get this contract. This place was on the verge of collapse, and the people outside sent Miles in, intending to destroy it and take care of Miles in the process. You stabilized his consciousness, which gave this mental hospital a chance to survive, and that's why this contract was established. Mia stared at the words on the contract and tried to change it with her mind, but she quickly gave up. As long as the mental hospital was not destroyed, the contract could not be changed. So, I've been trying to save this mental hospital? Lin Ye was a little overwhelmed. If he didn't care about anything after coming in, could he just go back directly? But thinking that the system did not count him as having completed the mission after Miles' death, Lin Ye felt relieved again. He couldn't even withstand the monsters, let alone destroy the mental hospital. Yes. Now are you willing to hand over this contract to me? Mia asked, rubbing her hands. After giving it to you, you can control the mental hospital? Lin Ye couldn't help but think about the conditions for completing this simulation mission. Could he complete the mission by maintaining abnormal stability? No, but as long as I can grab Miles, I can maintain the stability of the North Building. The rest will be fine, Mia said with a sneer. Forget it. Can you take me back, beautiful Miss Mia? Lin Ye didn't want to turn this place into a mess, as he would definitely not be able to complete the mission if he did that. Okay, but I can only take you downstairs. Although she was rejected by Lin Ye, Mia did not make things difficult for him. Lin Ye successfully returned to the dean's office with the contract. You're finally back. Miles stood up to greet Lin Ye. Very good. After signing the contract, you can stay here. The dean took the contract with a smile, took a look at it, and handed it to Miles. Miles took the pen and signed his name at the bottom of the contract. Then the dean also signed his name at the bottom of the contract. After signing, the dean handed the contract to Lin Ye. I want to sign too. Lin Ye frowned as he took the contract. He didn't like signing a contract whose contents he didn't know. 76. Simulated base. Lin Ye looked at the contract in his hand and suddenly felt the urge to sign it. He knew this was not normal, but he could no longer control himself. Damn it, this old man is really insidious. Don't panic, think carefully. My body is out of control, but I can still think. If I follow that map, I wouldn't be unable to even think right now, right? Lin Ye slowly picked up the pen and moved the tip of the pen to the bottom of the contract. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something strange. Why did he ask me to sign last? Normally, Miles and I should sign first. Then he will sign, right? The reverse is also true, but why does he have to get in the middle? Did he take the opportunity to modify the contract? That shouldn't be the case. If a contract could be easily modified, then there would be no need for it to exist. The head nurse asked me to talk to the patient in Ward 419. She didn't seem to mention the contract. Do they just want me in Ward 419? The contract is not important. So, Lin Yi concentrated his mind and activated the special skill exchange. The moment the skill was successfully activated, Lin Yi signed his name at the bottom of the contract without hesitation. Because he knew that he had to sign the contract before the dean reacted. This was his only chance. After signing the contract, this area will become a simulation base. You can repeatedly enter this area for daily simulations until the base is destroyed. After signing the contract, Lin Yi regained control of his body. Lin Yi smiled, let go of the pen, and looked at the dean. Even though the other party was stronger, he was still slightly better in the end. Just now, at the last moment of signing the contract, he used the exchange skill to exchange it with another contract. He didn't know where the contract was. Maybe it was in the desk, maybe in the dean's stomach, or maybe it was on the desk, but they couldn't see it. But there is no doubt that the contract is within his sights. After getting the real contract, he received a system prompt. But before receiving the system prompt, he had already put pen to paper. Here, he has no right to hesitate. The dean was not angry. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Almost no one knew that he also had a contract in his hand. He thought it was foolproof, but he did not expect that Lin Yi could force a turnaround under such circumstances. Excellent. From now on, you are our new employees. Congratulations. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 8. 8 random items that appear in this event. Title, Contracted Employee. Successfully establish a simulated base, obtain simulated base, mental hospital. Squeak. The red mouse squatted beside Lin Yi's pillow, looking at Lin Yi curiously with its 2 bright little eyes. Thank you very much this time. You are indeed very capable. Lin Yi picked up the fat rat and began to check the simulated harvest. The 8 items were 6 injections of 3 different colors, a pot of blue flowers, and a bloody tumor. First, there were 6 injections. Lin Yi had seen this kind of injections in the head nurse's left breast pocket. 3 blue injections. Strong sedative injection. After the injection, the patient will enter a sedated state and lose the ability to think for a period of time. Note, do whatever you want. 2 red injections. Therapeutic injection. Can quickly heal any physical damage and continue to heal the patient for a period of time. Note, don't worry, you will recover. 1 purple injection. Strong psychiatric injection. Increase the upper limit of mental power and continuously provide mental power for a period of time. Note, you don't want to know how it's produced. All 3 injections are very practical. Lin Yi put them away and checked the next item. Flower of the Spirit. In special environments, the spiritual flower cultivated by spiritual power, long-term close contact, can enhance the spiritual strength. Note, it can only continue to grow in areas rich in spiritual power. Lin Yi placed the flower pot on the windowsill. He was impressed by the flower. Tumor. Provide enough spiritual energy and materials, it can multiply infinitely. Note, good food source. Lin Yi looked at the tumor on the floor with disgust. He was not a picky eater, but he only wanted normal food. The little black dog, which had grown thicker, suddenly crawled to Lin Yi's feet and rubbed Lin Yi's calf. It seemed that it was very interested in the tumor. You want to eat this? It's up to you, just don't get sick. Watching Xiao He swallow the tumor, Lin Yi checked his new title. Contracted Employees. As a contracted employee of a renowned hospital, some individuals may be intimidated by you. Note, do you also need to go to the hospital? After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi took care of his pets and plants, then went to the game room to play some cards and performed a psychic energy cycle. Before leaving, Lin Yi also used the basic rune card, Strength. He had wanted to use this card for a long time, but there was too much knowledge that needed to be sorted out, so he put it aside temporarily. Now that his mind is clearer, it's the perfect time to use it. Lin Yi returned to the shelter with a dizzy head, entered the psychic workshop, began to organize his knowledge, and made psychic items by the way. Before the night activities began, Lin Yi made a sumptuous dinner, opened the group chat, and started eating. Hey guys, what's the event today? Who knows? Actually, all 4 activities are okay. As long as you don't force yourself to gain anything, it's not difficult to survive. Well, but if you keep trying, you'll be eliminated sooner or later. After all, you're not Lao Feng. He's not dead yet. He's still hiding in the house. I'm really impressed. The big guys have offered him exorbitant prices, but he's not willing to go out and explore. Awesome. If I had gone out earlier, I would have fought to the death. You phone. Hey everyone, I really don't dare to go out, I'm sorry. Is the toilet working? You phone. Haha. Come on, I made a bet with someone that you could survive this week. I bet a psychic item. Bet a red coin that he won't survive the night. Tonight's too much. Let's go for 2 days. I bet a bottle of nutrient solution. Holy crap. The boss has shipped something. New psychic items. No way. Are you kidding? They were all gone when he was speaking. How many people do you think are staring at the trading area right now? You guys deserve to die? Can you still happily play in the group? Linyi, this is a new product. Please remember to send me your experience after using it. This time, Linyi created 2 new psionic items. Simple speed-up accessory. Use psychic energy to increase the speed of the accessory's location. The effect weakens after each use. Note, produced by Linyi. Simple strength accessory. Use psychic energy to enhance the power of the location where the accessory is located. The effect weakens after each use. Note, produced by Linyi. Receive. I'll try it out right away. 77, Director Lin. Alas, I didn't get it again. If you did, please send me the item information so I can take a look. Looks awesome, a great escape tool. Item information. I didn't get the speed one, but the strength one isn't bad either. Item information. Fuck, it's simple and practical. Indeed, it's a pity that I didn't get it. Buy an accelerated one at a high price. I think the powerful ones are more powerful and can be used in many situations. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, site mission. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. Great, it's a site mission. My suitcase is thirsty. Don't forget to help the boss spread the basic circuit route. I earned a few red coins last time. I can't forget it. Yeah, it would be nice if a few fewer people died. Linyi picked up the fat rat that had eaten too much, sat beside the bed, and waited quietly for time to pass. He had already made preparations. 001. 00:00. Linyi sat alone in the carriage, and he was the only one in the chat room. Linyi. Hello everyone. Linyi. Linyi. Is anyone there? Linyi, huh? Linyi. No, why would I need to open a chat room if I'm just alone? The carriage was very quiet, and no one answered Linya's question. Please choose a station to get off, survive at that station until the next train arrives, and then take the train to leave the station. Note, after 10 stops, the train will enter the shallow sea area. Gain special skills. Exchange. Exchange. You can swap the object in your hand with an object in your field of vision, 1/1. Note, this thing is good. I like it very much. Linyi was still scrolling through the chat group when the train arrived at the first station. Just like last time, Linyi couldn't see what was happening outside. He could only see the site introduction on the wall inside the site, which looked like a movie poster. A terrible disaster is about to happen. The entire city is about to be destroyed, and the weak people are about to become bait. But there is still a chance to save everything. Can you fulfill your duties, turn the tide, and prevent the disaster from happening? Below the text was a picture of a city at night. A man whose face could not be seen was standing outside the city, about to enter. Linyi left the private room. There were still no other passengers in the corridor. They might be in other private rooms. This time he didn't need to discuss with anyone. He could stop at any station he wanted. After getting off the train and entering the light green light door at the exit, Linyi lost consciousness. Site selection completed, additional tasks obtained, optional. 1. Kill enemies and receive rewards based on the number and strength of enemies. 2. Find the key causes of disasters. 3. Prevent disasters and save cities. 3 additional tasks popped up in the chat room, and Linyi woke up in the back seat of a moving car. Not a prison van. It was a black luxury sports car. Linyi could feel spiritual energy flowing inside the vehicle. The driver in front was a young woman in uniform, who looked no more than 20 years old. She was nervous and kept peeking at the situation behind her through the rearview mirror. Sitting next to Linyi was an adult woman who was also in uniform. She was about 30 years old, had an amazing figure, and carried a pistol on her waist. We were told you'd arrive tomorrow, but we didn't expect you to come early. The bureau wasn't prepared. Grace looked at the young and over-the-top director beside her, and thought of the troublesome cases in the bureau, feeling heavy-hearted. I'm here for a reason. Did you bring the information? Linyi asked calmly. I have it. All the recent case files are here, including the former director's case. Grace was a little sad. She had just started working under the old director, a respectable old man who was about to retire. Unexpectedly, he would die tragically in the bureau in the end. Linyi quickly flipped through the event file in his hand, which was thicker than a dictionary, and concentrated on recording every detail that needed attention. Although she questioned Linyi's speed in reading, Grace did not disturb him. As the director's assistant, she knew very well when to remain silent and when to speak. Grace, does anyone else in the bureau know I'm here? After a while, Lin Yi put down the file and asked. No, it's just me and Sheriff Nora. Nora was the driver in the front. Grace, can I trust you? Lin Yi stared at Grace and asked. Of course, Chief. Grace answered seriously. Very good. I don't want anyone besides you to know I'm here. First, take me to the Sheriff's Bureau's armory. You'll stay in the bureau. Also, I need a driver who is familiar with the city. Lin Yi said simply. Report. I grew up here and am very familiar with this city. Nora exclaimed anxiously. Good. It's going to be a busy evening, and you might have to stay up late, Sheriff Nora. Lin Yi quickly sorted and filed each case in his mind and calculated his schedule for tonight. I love staying up late, sir. With Grace's help, Lin Yi successfully entered the weapons room of the Sheriff's Bureau. Nora was on guard outside the door, and Lin Yi quickly loaded all the weapons he could into the trophy space. The cause of death of the former director was suspicious, so he did not plan to use other sheriffs. Humans are like this. They always find reasons to betray. Weapons are different. They are always reliable. After returning to the car with Nora, Lin Yi put on a wireless headset that could be attached to the inside of his ear and a microphone attached to his collar, so that he could contact the two of them at any time. Sir, where should we investigate first? Nora asked as she drove the sports car onto the road. Investigate? No, Ms. Nora, we are not investigating tonight. Lin Yi has been good at playing other roles since he was a child, but he is just used to playing a reasonable role, not that he likes it. Tonight he will not play the role of sheriff because he is not prepared to follow any rules. Tonight, he is the rules. Tonight, we go hunting. Go to the Golden Apple Club first and floor the accelerator. Yes, sir. Nora stepped on the accelerator excitedly, as if to step on all the pressure she had been under during this period. The sports car drifted and stopped outside a high-end club, with its tires leaving long drag marks on the road. Wait for me in the car, don't turn off the engine. Lin Yi walked towards the Golden Apple Club alone. Two burly men with crew cuts and wearing black uniforms stood in front of him. Sorry, the club is closed tonight. One of the burly men with a ferocious face said. Really? That's great. Lin Yi, who was thinking about how to clear the area, said with a smile. You? Before the burly man could finish his words, Lin Yi broke his neck. Before the other gatekeeper could say anything, Lin Yi sent him away. 78. The Tree of Flesh and Blood. Everything was over quickly, except for a few unconscious women and the club owner. Lin Yi killed everyone in a few minutes. The Public Security Bureau's psychic submachine gun is very easy to use, powerful, and quiet. Ordinary psychic protective items cannot block a few bullets at all, and Lin Yi's bullets never missed their targets. The bullet was like an indestructible sword. Wherever it passed, no head was left intact. Mr. Jean collapsed on the floor. The man in front of him cleared out the manpower he had accumulated over the years without any injuries in just a few minutes. The psychic bullets obtained from the black market couldn't even leave a trace on the other party's dark dress. Lin Yi walked slowly to Mr. Jean, grabbed his hair, and forced him to look at him. I did everything you asked. I sent the people you wanted. Why do you still want to kill me? Mr. Jean yelled in despair. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new director of the Public Security Bureau. My name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi spoke in a soft voice and introduced himself politely. Oh. Mr. Jean was stunned, but he reacted quickly and changed his attitude immediately. Which department were you from before? I know the head of your Public Security Bureau. Do you have evidence? How dare you come here to arrest someone? Of course I have no evidence, but you've got one thing wrong, Mr. Jean. We are the same kind of people. You can make people disappear at will, and so can I. You're breaking the law. Mr. Jean was forced to look into Lin Yi's dark eyes and spoke tremblingly. Laws are important, but they are meant to protect ordinary people in a civilized world, which happens not to be us. Lin Yi sensed the place he was looking for underground in the club, so he dragged Mr. Jean deeper into the club. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. I have evidence of the crimes committed by those cultists. Mr. Jean had no choice but to play his last card. As for whether the other party would cause him trouble, that was not something he could consider now. No need. I'm not here to look for evidence. Lin Yi remained unmoved. He dragged Mr. Jean to find a hollow floor and crushed it with his foot, revealing a staircase leading underground. So what do you want? Money? Information? Women? I'll give you whatever I can get. The broken wood chips cut the corner of Mr. Jin's eye, and blood flowed into his eye socket, blurring his vision. I just want you to die slower. Oh. If I suddenly appear and blow your head off with a bullet, you won't even have time to feel pain. That's too unfair. I will give you the death you deserve. Lin Yi dragged Mr. Jean into a dark dungeon. Most of the cells here were empty, but there were still some people imprisoned in the cells. These prisoners are ordinary people in the city. Mr. Jean didn't care about these weeds before, but now he has obviously found a new way to make money. As Lin Yi passed by, the doors of the surrounding cells opened automatically. Lin Yi did not rescue these people. He was not a savior, so he would only give them the necessary help. Whether they could survive depended entirely on themselves. Deep in the dungeon, there is a room sealed by psionic protection. Lin Yi drew the collapse rune out of thin air, destroying the psychic protection of the room. Pushing open the door, there was a huge space of 100 square meters. In the center of the room stood a tree of flesh and blood. Bones form the trunk, flesh weaves the branches, and the brain blooms the flowers. The foot of the tree was filled with stained blood, its branches were shaking, and its brain was opening and closing, as if it had consciousness, welcoming the guests who entered its home. Alas, when Boss Jean saw the tree of flesh and blood for the first time, he didn't care what the cultists were doing inside, and he didn't want to cause trouble. As for the Public Security Bureau, he has plenty of ways to deal with it. After all, the sheriff's department will follow the rules. Lin Yi manipulated his spiritual power to tear the flesh and blood tree apart at will. This flesh and blood tree seemed to be part of some kind of ritual, and it was exactly what he was looking for. Wait, I know a lot of information. I know who killed the director. I know where those cultists are. I can help you. I have a lot of money. I can give it all to you. Seeing Lin Yi looking at him, Boss Jean was completely panicked. He felt the breath of death. I've never liked watching detective movies, especially those where the protagonist battles wits and courage with the murderer, and only when most of the good guys are dead does the protagonist find evidence and catch the suspect. In fact, as long as all the damn people are killed, there is no need for clues and evidence. The incident will end smoothly, and the only ones who will make sacrifices are the bad guys. So by comparison, I prefer horror and action movies. Lin Yi threw Boss Jean into the pile of squirming flesh and blood and drew the alienation runes. They all became what they are now because they were captured by Boss Jean, so this is fair. Help. Don't. After sealing the door, Lin Yi left the Golden Apple Club humming a song. Go to the black market. Lin Yi got into the sports car and said happily, Yes, sir. Nora stepped on the accelerator again, and the sports car sped down the street. Why don't you ask him what he knows? Mr. Jean is very powerful in the city. This information may be helpful for future operations. Grace asked in confusion into the headset. I don't trust him, and what he knows may not be correct, otherwise he wouldn't still be in the city at this time. No matter what information he gets, it won't change what Lin Yi is going to do next, so there's no need to listen. Lin Yi began to organize his equipment. Compared with Mr. Jin's men, the gangs in the black market were obviously more professional, had more people, and were more troublesome to deal with. But this was just a little trouble for Lin Yi. Compared with the monsters in the simulation, these people were not even dessert after the meal. If there was no main course afterwards, Lin Yi would have been bored to death and fell asleep. Sir, there are many gang members in the black market. Do you need my support later? Noila asked excitedly when she saw Lin Yi sorting out his equipment. No need. Wait for me in the car. Lin Yi placed his equipment in a convenient location and prepared for battle. Yes, sir. Nora wanted to do something, but she had to obey orders. Soon the sports car stopped outside an alley. Lin Yi got out of the car with a psychic rifle and entered the dark alley. Snap, snap, snap. As he moved forward, Lin Yi shot and killed all the gang members he encountered. The bodies were scattered all over the alley, and there was not a single intact head. At the beginning, there were groups of gang members trying to surround Lin Yi, but after several waves of people died, no one dared to come and die. These people are, after all, just a bunch of bullies who only care about the strong and bully the weak. Once the death toll increases, fear will take over. 79. Ritual Node. Walking out of the alley, Lin Yi stood outside a 3-story abandoned building, which was the black market base of those gang members. A large number of gang members were pointing their weapons at Lin Yi from the windows. A burly man on the 3rd floor looked down at Lin Yi and shouted, Are you from the Public Security Bureau? I know a lot of friends in the Public Security Bureau. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Oh, then do you know the Chief of Public Security? Lin Yi glanced at every window and smiled with an ambiguous smile. Of course, we drank together. The strong man said without hesitation. Why don't I remember? Using the speed rune on his trouser leg, Lin Yi instantly rushed into the abandoned building. The gang members opened fire hastily, but all the bullets were left behind by Lin Yi. With his mental power sensing the surroundings, Lin Yi could kill the enemy through the wall without getting close. Gunshots rang out continuously, and enemies fell to the ground one after another. In the end, only the strong man was left alive. He was a second-level psyker, but that wasn't the reason he survived. It's much better now. I don't like to look up when communicating with people, and I don't like to shout. Lin Yi walked towards the burly man with a rifle. The other person's name was on the file, the black market manager, the well-informed rat Frank. This abandoned building was his lair. Are you the new chief of the sheriff's bureau? How can I help you? Lin Yi just killed all of Frank's men, but Frank had no intention of revenge for them. He just wanted to survive. No, I came here to deal with the things in the room behind you, and dealing with you guys is just a side job. Out of caution, Lin Yi sensed Frank's weak points and was ready to take action at any time. I know of several similar places. If you will spare my life, I will tell you everything I know. Frank held the item he was going to use to fight for his life. He was already afraid of Lin Yi's killing. Even if Lin Yi was only at the first level, he, a fake who relied on potions, was no match for him. I know where the remaining sites are. A large number of people have disappeared, and there aren't many places nearby where rituals can still be performed. Lin Yi suddenly pulled out a red blade and cut off Frank's right arm. The two were very close to each other, and Frank had no time to react. Ah! Frank let out a scream and subconsciously tried to use something in his right hand, but found that his right hand was gone. Lin Yi picked up the ball that rolled out of the opponent's right hand. The ball was similar to a grenade, and the spiritual energy fluctuations inside it were extremely strong, so it should be quite powerful. Great. Now you can die. Lin Yi had sensed this thing before, and in order to prevent Frank from being killed with one shot, Lin Yi deliberately shortened the distance. Etc. Before Frank could finish his words, he was hacked to death by Lin Yi. At this distance, he couldn't react at all when Lin Yi attacked. After dealing with the flesh and blood tree in the room, Lin Yi cleaned up the battlefield, replenished some weapons and ammunition, and then left the abandoned building. Back in the sports car, Lin Yi felt a depressing atmosphere. The whole city was shrouded in this atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. Have you reacted yet? Yeah, 2 nodes have been destroyed. Even if you're slow, you should have reacted. Lin Yi used Nora's communicator to send the remaining node locations to Grace and said to her, "There's a change of plan. Have the Sheriff's Bureau destroy these nodes. Tell them that if they can't destroy them, the entire city will be destroyed. Let them decide for themselves whether or not to fulfill their duties." What? The city will be destroyed? Grace was startled. Why do you think the higher-ups sent me here at this time? Lin Yi said calmly. Can destroying these nodes prevent the city from being destroyed? Grace confirmed. Well, leave the rest to me, I promise. Lin Yi looked at Nora and continued. To the church on the outskirts of town. Perhaps out of some inexplicable sense of ritual, these cultists always like to set up their ceremonies near churches. Yes, sir. Nora was worried about the safety of the city and whether her colleagues could handle the ritual nodes smoothly, but she had more important work to do now. The sports car drove straight to the church, the engine emitting a high-pitched roar. Parking. When they were about to pass a bridge across the river, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Noila Mo hurriedly stopped the sports car at the end of the bridge and looked at Lin Yi in confusion. This is the only way. If I were on the other side, I would ambush here. He had felt vaguely uneasy before, but that uneasiness faded away after the sports car stopped. Lin Yi took out a psychic sniper rifle and searched for the enemy's position through the scope. The sniper scope can scan the gathering points of psychic energy, and Lin Yi soon found the target in the woods on the other side of the river. Boom. The bullets easily destroyed the opponent's psychic defense and head. Even Lin Yi's alienated psychic defense could not withstand a few bullets of this power. Boom. Boom. The enemies began to flee in all directions, but the fatal gunshots not only did not stop, but increased in frequency. Boom. 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 Each bullet could kill an enemy, and Lin Yi quickly used up a magazine. By the time Lin Yi replaced the magazine, the enemies had already fled. Let's go. Lin Yi returned to the sports car, and Nora stepped on the accelerator and continued to rush towards the church. They failed. The enemy was more experienced and killed 8 believers with sniper rifles directly on the other side of the river. Father Matthew said calmly. Everyone said not to kill that director. The Security Bureau is indeed seriously corrupt, but it's still the most powerful and violent agency in the entire Federation, and its headquarters is full of monsters. This new director might have been sent by headquarters. As soon as he arrived, he destroyed 2 of the most important ritual nodes. Do you know how long I worked hard to protect these 2 nodes? Ethan was furious. Mr. Jean and Mouse were his subordinates whom he had worked so hard to develop, but now they were all gone. The other party appeared too suddenly, and no news of it leaked out of the Bureau. Otherwise, he would have plenty of ways to deal with a new director. That old guy is too much of a nuisance. He has to be killed. I admit that the new director has some skills, but no matter how powerful he is only a first-level psyker. He is not to be feared. What is important is the ritual nodes. I need you to add a few new simple nodes to keep the ritual going. Father Matthew remained calm. He planned to reduce the scale of the ceremony and only reap the lives of half the city. That's easy to say, but where can I get so many living people to make simple nodes for you? Ethan was completely unable to keep up with the thoughts of his fellow cultist. He was about to run away, but the other party wanted to continue the ceremony. Aren't there still some believers? I will make them cooperate with you. Father Matthew said as a matter of course. Aren't they members of your church? Even Ethan wouldn't sacrifice his men. This is the purpose of the Lamb. 80. Green God Cult. Ethan was about to speak when a gunshot was suddenly heard outside the church door, followed by a violent explosion. The church door was blown away and several spheres were thrown into the church at the same time. Boom. Without any delay, the spheres exploded violently as soon as they entered the church, and the entire church was reduced to ruins. Lin Yi brushed away the chaotic dust and psychic energy, rushed into the ruins of the church with a psychic light machine gun in both hands, and began to fire at the direction where the psychic energy was most concentrated. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Lin Yi stopped shooting only after he had finished shooting a whole belt of ammunition, and then threw 2 psychic grenades in the direction of the shooting. Boom. Just as Lin Yi was about to change his ammunition belt and fire another wave of shots, a large tree with red and green colors suddenly broke out of the ground in the center of the church. Its red and green branches stabbed towards Lin Yi like sharp spears. Lin Yi activated his alienated psychic energy defense and quickly retreated. The branches easily penetrated the alienated psychic energy defense, but Lin Yi had already retreated to the church door. Ahem, you're worthy of being the elite of the Public Security Bureau. If it weren't for this tree, I would have been killed by you. Father Matthew walked out of the ruins and under the tree. His body was covered with wounds, but these wounds were healing rapidly. Ethan, who had just been standing with him, had been beaten to pieces. The psychic protection outside the church is good, but it's still too thin. This false sense of security is the most dangerous. Lin Yi spoke casually as he sensed the red and green fleshy plant in front of him that was as tall as 2 stories. Just now, Nora fired a sniper rifle from a distance, and the sniper bullet with the collapse rune attached to it failed to break the church's psychic defense. Lin Yi used the speed rune to rush to the door of the church and added 2 psychic grenades before successfully breaking into the church. I've learned a lesson. Psychological security is indeed dangerous. Father Matthew looked at the psionic light machine gun in Lin Yi's hand with the belt replaced, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He had never seen the Public Security Bureau use this thing in the city. Any last words? Lin Yi pointed his gun at Father Matthew. Although he said so, he actually didn't think that a bullet belt could kill the priest. He wanted to give the priest the illusion that he was very dependent on weapons. Alas, you win. Without enough nodes, the ritual can no longer be completed. I really shouldn't have killed the former director. Compared to you, he was much friendlier. The priest said words that sounded like he was ready to surrender, but his mental strength and psychic energy were extremely active, causing the flesh and blood plants next to him to also become eager to try. I have to choose between being kind and being alive. Lin Yi secretly carved collapse runes on the first few bullets in the ammunition belt. He was not in a hurry, but the priest's attitude made him feel a little strange. The other party seemed to be delaying time, but he could not sense any movement of the priest. Originally, Lin Yi was planning to delay for a while and then kill the flesh plant and the priest together. Now it seems that it is better to act as soon as possible. You're right. Without waiting for the priest to finish speaking, Lin Yi pulled the trigger directly at the fleshy plant. The bullet cut through its body like a lightsaber and pierced into its body. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The priest moved to Lin Yi's side in the blink of an eye and pulled out a sacrificial short blade and stabbed Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi continued to pull the trigger, and several layers of psychic protection appeared in front of the short blade, blocking the priest's attack with several collisions. The priest's attack was very sharp and could not be blocked by ordinary psychic protection, but he had never seen Lin Yi use psychic protection in this way, so he had to stab Lin Yi's chest with his left hand. Lin Yi emptied his ammunition belt and shot the flesh and blood plants to pieces before moving his light machine gun to block in front of the priest's left hand. The priest stabbed the light machine gun to pieces. Lin Yi pulled out the red blade, and the speed-cutting rune was activated at the same time. The blade was as fast as lightning, and it cut off the priest's left hand with one blow. The priest dropped his left hand and quickly retreated. Lin Yi pulled out the psychic submachine gun hidden in his clothes and fired a magazine at the retreating priest. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. In fact, the psychic rifle is more powerful, but the psychic rifle is in the loot space, and it takes some time to store and retrieve items from the loot space. The priest was covered in blood and retreated to the vicinity of the flesh and blood plants. You are very strong. I haven't met a young man as outstanding as you in a long time. Unfortunately, the time is up and you lose. Even though one of his hands was broken and his body was covered in blood, the priest remained calm and composed, as if he was the one with the upper hand. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but took out the psychic rifle from the trophy space and continued shooting at the priest. But no matter how many bullets hit him, the priest still stood firm, while the flesh and blood plants beside him gradually withered. Don't struggle. I share our life. Before it dies, no matter how serious the injury is, I can quickly recover. Its roots penetrate dozens of meters underground. Even if you shoot all the bullets in your body, it will be useless. You've done well. Let's talk. As a third-level psychic, the priest had not been in such a mess for a long time, and the person who caused this situation was only first level. This made the priest feel admirable for talent. All believers are lambs of God, but there are also gaps between lambs. What? Throwing away the psychic rifle that had fired no bullets, Lin Yi began to think about the enemy's weaknesses and how to deal with this situation. Perhaps a strong tranquilizer would help with the situation. But how do I get close to him? Do you have faith? The priest asked with a pious look on his face. No. I can't believe in myself, can I? Lin Yi thought. Then why don't you join our church? That way I won't have to kill you. With your talent and the church's resources, it won't be long before you become a mid-level psychic, and you might even reach the advanced level. The priest bewitched. What kind of church are you? What are the benefits of joining? Is the God you believe in reliable? Lin Yi wanted to learn about the situation of his peers so that he would have a reference when he tried to cheat others in the future. I'm a member of the Emerald God cult, and I believe in the Lord of the Emerald City. As for the benefits of joining, there are common resources like psychic potions, which are self-explanatory. The church will also help you perform a ceremony to find your symbiotic plant in the Emerald City. As long as your symbiotic plant survives, you'll be fine. The priest raised his head slightly. Not to mention the basic treatment of the Public Security Bureau, which could be described as pitiful. Even other cult organizations could not compare with the Green God cult. What is Tsuedu? Lin Yi wrote down this information and then asked. It's a dangerous plane on the same level as the Abyss, with all sorts of strange and dangerous plants growing in it. So there might be some risk when performing the ritual, but this is just a test given to us by the gods. Father Matthew stretched out his left hand, which had just grown halfway, towards Lin Yi and extended an invitation. 81. Today is another new day. The offer was good, but I refused. The other party was so sincere that Lin Yi didn't want to waste his time any longer. Although I had a premonition, I still want to ask why. Is it for the so-called justice? Or for those civilians who are worse than weeds? The priest was not angry, but asked curiously. Neither. It's just because I don't like you guys, that's all. Lin Yi gave a slightly unreal smile. After coming here, he no longer wanted to do anything he didn't like. Alas, what a pity. The priest sighed from the bottom of his heart. Come on, evil cultists, it's time for the final showdown. Lin Yi held a powerful tranquilizer in his hand and spoke with a smile, as if he was reading lines from a play. He already has his trump card in hand and his ultimate move ready, just waiting for the other party to reveal his trump card. In a battle, the timing of attack is very important. When he is unsure but not so desperate, Lin Yi prefers to take the second move. Justice Sheriff, it's time to apologize for the arrogance of the sheriff's department. Father Matthew said cooperatively. At the same time, in every corner of the city, the bodies of the cultists twisted and turned into trees of flesh and blood, forming temporary ritual nodes. They are not so devout, but their faith is like fire that ignites their bodies. The withered fleshy plants in the center of the church suddenly grew wildly, and Father Matthew stepped into it. He was also one of the lambs. Lin Yi watched as the flesh and blood plant devoured the priest. If he guessed correctly, the ritual would have summoned such plants in the center of the city, and the scale would definitely not be so small. That situation was beyond his ability to resolve. Sir, are you okay? Nora's panting voice came from the headset. She had just dealt with a group of cultists when she saw the fleshy plants growing wildly here, taller than the church spire. It's okay, it's over. Come pick me up in your car. Oh, and get me a flatbed truck. Lin Yi exchanged the high-energy sphere and the powerful sedative injection in the glove space, and used a special skill to exchange the triggered sphere with the core part of the new flesh and blood plant. Boom. Lin Yi retreated to a safe place with the squirming core of the flesh and blood plant, watching the flesh and blood plants in the church being blown to pieces by the sphere, with blood and flesh spilling all over the church. This pile of flesh and blood plants is quite strong, and it is difficult for Lin Yi to deal with it from the outside. Once it mutates into more core parts and takes root underground, the entire city will become its food. Unfortunately, it was facing Lin Yi, who naturally would not give it this opportunity. Before, its roots were buried deep underground, and it was indeed difficult for Lin Yi to deal with it. Now that it has come out on its own, Lin Yi will certainly not be polite. After the explosion, Lin Yi entered the church to sort out the spoils. These living flesh and blood plants were a good material, so Lin Yi collected some and picked up the guns he had thrown away before. In a complete room deep in the church, Lin Yi found Father Matthew's relics, a notebook recording information, and some miscellaneous items commonly used by cultists. In addition, Lin Yi also found a booklet that recorded the names of people related to the city and the Tsuishan cult, including several sheriffs from the Public Security Bureau. Nora brought a flatbed truck to the church, and Lin Yi put the spoils that could not fit into the storage space on the truck, ready to take them away later. Here you go. Do you want me to take care of them while I'm at it? Lin Yi handed the booklet to Noila and asked casually. No need. They should be mostly dead. Commander Grace and I will handle the rest. Nora put away the booklet and helped Lin Yi load the flatbed into the back of the sports car. Go to the sheriff's office. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Since the system has given him such a high status, he must of course take advantage of it. The sports car soon stopped outside the sheriff's station. Under the awed gazes of the sheriffs, Lin Yi pulled the flatbed cart into the director's office. Before closing the door, Lin Yi said to Nora, who was following behind him, Overtime is over. The city is safe tonight. You can rest now, Ms. Nora. Yes, sir. Nora straightened her back and saluted. At this moment, the morning sun shone on her face through the window. The city still existed, and today was another new day. After closing the office door, Lin Yi used the director's computer to check and download some confidential information related to psychic weapons, and then took the computer and flatbed cart into the light green light door that appeared in the director's office. Complete the site mission and receive a special metal treasure chest 1 based on the mission difficulty. Complete extra task 1 and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Complete extra task 2 and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Complete extra mission 3 and receive 1 extra mission treasure box. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. Lin Yi ignored the large amount of spoils piled in the center of the shelter and had no time to grieve over the disappearance of the fat rat. He directly started drawing cards every day. This time the card was a 2-liter bottle of orange juice. The card dissipated, and a bottle of orange juice appeared in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi picked up the orange juice and looked at it for a while. No matter from which angle he looked at it, it was just an ordinary bottle of orange juice. There were a few cut oranges drawn on the label, and the name of the drink was orange juice, although it was a word that Lin Yi had never seen before. Lin Yi used the system to check orange juice's information. Like other cards, there was no valid information except the name. Orange juice. This is a card. Note, one of the cards in the Abyss Relic card box. What effect do you have? Orange juice made no sound. Lin Yi tried to pour the orange juice into the cup and check the information on the system. A glass of orange juice. Card derivatives. Note, edible. Lin Yi thought of the goose leg rice and duck blood vermicelli he had before, and suddenly felt that it seemed quite normal. Forget it, just pretend I didn't draw a card today. Lin Yi picked up the cup and took a sip. It tasted like ordinary orange juice. Putting down the cup, Lin Yi began to sort out the spoils. After sorting out the psychic weapons in the trophy space and the psychic materials on the flatbed truck, Lin Yi began to check their system information. Psychic rifle. The Federation mass-produced low-level psychic weapons have limited power and are unlikely to cause effective damage to mid-level psychics. Note, a failed attempt. Psionic grenade. Low-level psychic weapons mass-produced by the Federation. They are quite powerful, but are unlikely to cause effective damage to mid-level psychics. Note, a failed attempt. Alienated flesh and blood plant core. A plant core that grows abundantly in Suidu and is the basic food for many plants. Note, the core of the weeds. Alienated flesh and plant materials. An excellent alienation material. Note, it is also an excellent fertilizer. Weeds? That's really scary. Lin Yi sighed. 82. The meaning of human existence. After sorting the various items into categories, Lin Yi opened the 4 treasure chests one by one. First up is a special metal chest, which contains only a rune card. Basic rune, synthesis. Cards that can learn basic synthesis runes. Note, use with caution if you lack mental strength. Huh? This card. Lin Yi had the urge to go to the game room and use this card right now. Although he guessed that the synthesis effect would not be as good as he expected, he was still full of expectations for this card. Lin Yi now has 3 unused rune cards, namely Synthesis, Shaping, and Weakness. Among them, the rune card, Weakness, was traded by Lin Yi with other survivors before the Warfront event started. Lin Yi decided to go to the game room tomorrow afternoon to use the rune card, Synthesis, and then use a rune card every other day. Continue unpacking. There is only one blueprint in the treasure chest of Extra Task 1. Storage room drawings. Required materials. Low-level space crystal, 0/5. First level alien organ, 0/5. Note: you need a level 1 shelter or above to use this blueprint. The blueprint is good, but the spatial crystal is too difficult to make. Currently, the only known way to obtain space crystals is through treasure chests, and the drop rate of space crystals is extremely low. In addition, many drawings require this material, so no one trades space crystals in the trading area. Lin Yi really needed a storage room. Without a psychic workshop, the shelter would be almost gone. Hopefully tonight's night activity will be a maze exploration. Opening a few more boxes should be enough. After using the blueprint and handing in the frozen alienated organ, Lin Yi opened the treasure chest of Extra Task 2. It contains 10 bottles of low-level nutrient solution. Since being promoted to the first level, the effect of ordinary nutrient solution has become increasingly worse. Lin Yi has to drink several bottles of ordinary nutrient solution every time his spiritual energy circulates. Recently, Lin Yi plans to try using low-level nutrient solution. Including these 10 bottles, he now has a total of 15 bottles of low-level nutrient solution, which is enough for him to drink for a while. This reminded Lin Yi of the blueprint for making a low-level concentrated nutrient solution extractor. As long as he could make that thing, he wouldn't be short of nutrient solution before the 4th level. Unfortunately, 3rd-level alienated organs are difficult to obtain. Extra Mission 3 contains a book, Guide to Joining the Tsuation Sect. It records the various basic rituals developed by the Green God cult. Note: introductory book on ritual studies. Lin Yi. He opened the guide to joining the cult, and the content reminded him of the cult booklets he had received before. The difference is, the stuff in here actually works. Ignoring the nonsense that tries to entice readers into joining the cult, the guide to joining the cult describes in detail more than a dozen rituals with different effects, including the ritual of connecting to Tsudu and finding and communicating with one's natal plant. What if I perform this ritual in a shelter and plant the symbiotic plants there? Although this idea was very tempting, Lin Yi finally gave up this tempting idea because he did not want to coexist with plants, nor did he want to be affected by plants. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi began to take care of the animals and plants in the shelter and prepare breakfast for himself. Xiaohei was already as thick as Lin Yi's calf. At this moment, it was showing its soft belly like a cat, allowing Lin Yi to stroke it. Do you want to go outside? In a few days, I might not be able to support you anymore. There is still a lot of food in the shelter, but at Xiaohei's growth rate, in a few days, it may not even be able to get out the door. Lin Yi touched Xiaohei's belly. He was a responsible man. If Xiaohei didn't want to go out, he could only let Xiaohei lose weight. Meow. Xiaohei moved his mouth and made a cat sound. You want to go out? To reassure me? There's no need to be so anxious. Wait a few days until you're a little older. Lin Yi touched Xiaohei's non-existent chin and said, Meow. Xiaohei twisted his body and changed into a comfortable position. After making breakfast, Lin Yi opened the group chat and poured himself a glass of orange juice. 535-495/1000000. Brothers, are you all back alive? If you are not alive, please make a sound. Supply picture. Squeak. Supply picture. Holy crap. Boss, you brought back so many alien organs. Supply picture. The upstairs isn't bad either. Did they loot the armory? Photo of supplies. Can you please stop showing off? How can useless people like us survive? Photo of supplies. Fuck. How dare you call yourself useless? You chose another difficult site this time. I'm almost relying on water to fill my stomach. You can choose the city station upstairs. At least you can bring back some food. I chose a city site, but the city bombed, and I almost didn't make it back. Haha, eyebrow pencil. Thank you, stranger, for bringing a smile to my face. Old you, why aren't you dead yet? You foam. Not only did I not die, I can even go out for a walk at night. Chong, is the toilet usable? You foam. After Lin Yi finished his breakfast, he lay down on the bed and started his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Enter the simulation base. Please select the simulated base you want to enter. Mental hospital. There is no choice at all. Simulated base personnel, Kevin. You can end the simulation at any time. Lin Yi woke up on the bed in the staff dormitory, still using Kevin's body. After leaving the staff dormitory, Lin Yi wandered in the corridor. Now the mental hospital was like a normal mental hospital, completely different from before. He met a few patients on the way. They greeted Lin Yi in a friendly manner and looked very normal. You're here. Mia's lively and cute voice came from behind. Hello, what should I do? Lin Yi still didn't understand what the use of this stronghold was, and what he should do here. Whatever. You're a contracted employee of the dean. No one here can order you around. When I'm lazy, I like to be with the people I like. What about you? Mia walked to Lin Yi and walked side by side with him. I rarely slack off. That would make me feel guilty. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the situation in the previous simulation, he neither evaded nor lied. That's not right. Being lazy is the right thing to do. Do you know why I have to work? Mia came closer to Lin Yi and gave him a mysterious smile. Is it because you're lazy? Lin Yi easily guessed the correct answer. That's right. Everyone needs a job, and the purpose of work is to be lazy. Therefore, the meaning of human existence is to be lazy. Mia said confidently. Okay, so if I want to be lazy, what can I do? Lin Yi gave up struggling and decided to follow the guidance of his predecessors. 83. Library. That's too many. There are many interesting books in the library, but some are dangerous. It's best to ask the librarian for advice before reading. Every patient here is talented, witty, and even has talent shows. You can chat with them. However, there are some very dangerous patients in the North Building's special ward. They have no independent will. Their very existence is dangerous. So it's best not to touch the doors of those wards, with the exception of Ward 419. You can go there and chat with the princess when you have time. You can also learn patient care techniques from the staff, such as learning how to make various injections from the head nurse. That old woman is particularly good at preparing medicines. The underground church is also very interesting. Father Christian believes in multiple gods and is skilled in divine intervention. You can even chat with the gods through him. Your friend often goes to the church to confess. Mia spoke a lot in one breath, like a tour guide introducing a tourist attraction. How is Miles now? Through Mia's introduction, Lin Yi gained some understanding of the mental hospital and found that there were many things that interested him here. That's good. He's adapted much better than Kevin and is almost fully integrated into the place. Mia said meaningfully. You know Kevin? This was Lin Yi's first time setting up a simulated base, and he wasn't sure what Kevin was doing when he was away. Of course, this is a mental hospital. Your mental state is completely different. A normal person can see it at a glance. Mia looked into Lin Yi's eyes, as if she wanted to see Lin Yi himself, who was far away in the shelter, through his eyes. Hopefully Kevin can adapt soon. If Kevin can adapt to this place, Lin Yi doesn't know whether this situation will have an impact on the stronghold. He'll adapt, Mia asserted. The two chatted for a while, and then Mia disappeared. Lin Yi thought about it and decided to go to the library to read for a while. The library is on the 3rd floor of the main building, and the staff dormitory is on the 1st floor of the main building. Kevin also had the map of the mental hospital given by the head nurse, so Lin Yi easily found the library. There was no one in the library. The patients here didn't seem to like reading. Lin Yi didn't find the librarian Mia mentioned. There were more than 10 large bookshelves in the library, which were filled with various books. Many of the books here were related to spirituality. Lin Yi picked up a book that interested him and found an empty seat to read it. The title of the book is Self, Hot Pot, Barbecue, and Cold Noodles. Lin Yi read very seriously, and it took him 2 hours to finish the book. Is it interesting? The one who was speaking was a creature with an octopus head. At least that's what Lin Yi saw. It's so interesting that I want to read it again after losing my memory. Lin Yi was in a good mood. He hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Next time he planned to come over in the afternoon. A leisurely afternoon was more suitable for reading. It would be even better if there was a drink that you could savor slowly. Thinking of this, a cup of orange liquid appeared at Lin Yi's hand. Sort of like orange juice. I'm the librarian. You can call me Bob. Bob glanced at the cup and said nothing. My name is Lin Yi. Bob, can you recommend some safe and interesting books to me? Lin Yi picked up the cup and took a sip. It was indeed orange juice. Yes, it's been a long time since anyone came here to read. Bob picked a book from the bookshelf and handed it to Lin Yi. He rarely recommended books to others. Lin Yi took the book and took a look at it. The title of the book was Salted Fish and the Lord of the World. Although the title of the book was not as attractive as the previous one, Lin Yi still read it carefully. When reading books, Lin Yi's spiritual seed grows slowly, as if it has absorbed some nutrients. The spiritual seed will strengthen his spiritual power in all aspects, so this growth has a great impact on him. But even putting all that aside, Lin Yi also likes the books here. 3 hours later, Lin Yi finished reading the last page. How about it? Bob asked. It's very beautiful, especially the part where the salted fish is eaten. It can be considered a kind of abstract art. Lin Yi drank the 5th glass of orange juice in one gulp. He wanted to give one to Bob, but he felt that this was not a good idea. After all, he didn't even know the ingredients of orange juice. That part was really good, but I liked the ending of the story better. Bob happily discussed the contents of the book with Lin Yi, but happy times are always short, because they still had to go to the game room to get free psychic energy in the afternoon. So Lin Yi said goodbye to Bob and returned to the shelter. No items were obtained after the stronghold simulation ended, but for Lin Yi, the growth of the spirit seed was more important. Let's go every other day from now on. We can't stop the simulation missions. Lin Yi poured himself a glass of orange juice. The amount of orange juice in the bottle was the same as when he left, neither more nor less. After drinking the orange juice, Lin Yi went to the game room to complete the daily cycle. After the cycle, he tried using low-level nutrient solution, and the effect was very good. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi began to study the third-level mutated heart. Although its activity was still good, it couldn't be left like this forever. Lin Yi prepared to create a shell to store the heart. This was not difficult for Lin Yi, who inherited the priest's alienated knowledge. Before dinner, Lin Yi successfully completed the heart storage plan using blood, flesh, and plant materials. A creature that looked like a puppy was limping on the floor. Xiao He followed the puppy curiously, biting the puppy's tail from time to time and letting it drag him along. It's quite cute. The night activity was about to begin, so Lin Yi made himself some fried rice, poured himself a glass of orange juice, and opened the group chat to start eating. Nighttime activity activated. Hopefully, today's still a sight mission. I got a psychic gun back yesterday, but it's a shame it doesn't have much bullets. I just want to go to the red maze and pick up trash. It can't be the war front today, right? No, the war front is too dangerous. If you're unlucky, you might die from a stray bullet. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 09:59. Join in. Great. I can pick up trash now. That's fine. At least I won't die. There's also a chance of getting a blueprint for upgrading the shelter when I open a box. Collect the red key. +1. Collect the key to the special room. In the last 10 minutes, Lin Yi teased the brainless puppy for a while. This was the first creature he had transformed, if it could be considered a creature. 001. 00:00. Nighttime activities begin. 3:59:59. Lin Yi woke up on the red floor, surrounded by familiar red doors. 84. Treasure room. This time, the system directly teleported Lin Yi to the depths of the maze. Lin Yi did not use the special room teleportation card directly. He planned to explore the surrounding area first, looking for some locked rooms, and then use the card when the road was blocked by a large amount of stagnant water. This time Lin Yi was lucky and soon came across a locked room. Using the red key to open the door, inside was a room half covered with water. Some broken body parts were soaked in the water, squirming from time to time. The metal treasure chest was half submerged in the water and half on the floor. Lin Yi used his spiritual energy to push the treasure chest out of the flooded area, and then carefully opened it. There were only some miscellaneous items inside: 5 bottles of low-level nutrient solution, 2 low-level psychic crystals, 1 low-level space crystal, and a metal key to a special room. Some of the items have been soaked in red liquid, which shows that the metal treasure chest is not waterproof. Lin Yi put away the items that were not stained by the red liquid. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave the room, behind him, the 2 bottles of low-level nutrient solution on the ground that had come into contact with the red liquid suddenly grew sharp limbs and bounced towards Lin Yi's back at an extremely fast speed. If it was before going to the base to study, even if Lin Yi sensed them, he would not be able to react in time. But now his spirit has been strengthened by the spirit seed, and he can draw runes behind him in time to generate a fragile psychic shield. The 2 nutrient solution monsters easily tore through the psychic protection, but this time was enough for Lin Yi to make other reactions. Lin Yi didn't turn around, but pulled out a psychic pistol and fired several shots at the 2 nutrient solution monsters through his armpits. Bang 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 bang. The 2 nutrient solution monsters were smashed by bullets and their bodies fell to the ground. The accumulated water was floating, as if something was about to crawl out of it. Lin Yi walked out of the room and closed the door without even checking the body. These 2 monsters once again reminded Lin Yi not to get close to the red liquid, as no one knew what was hidden inside. After leaving the flooded room, Lin Yi found several locked rooms. Each room contained a combination of a first-level creature and a metal treasure chest. The treasure chest contained mostly miscellaneous items, as well as a few first-level psychic items. Now Lin Yi does not have much demand for first-level psychic items. Special effects are one thing, and using ordinary first-level psychic items will only waste his psychic energy. After encountering waterlogged areas several times in an area, Lin Yi used the special room teleportation card. In a flash, Lin Yi appeared in a red room of 70 square meters. 15 first-level blood corpses crammed into the room. In addition, a blood-red monster resembling a crocodile was hanging under the ceiling of the room, with some blood-colored silk threads tied around its limbs. As time passed, the threads gradually faded, and the monster was about to break free from control. Lin Yi fired directly at the monster in the sky, but the bullet was blocked by a layer of psychic protection. As the psychic protection appeared, the silk threads disappeared faster. 15 first-level blood corpses pounced on Lin Yi at the same time. Lin Yi put the pistol back into his waist, stood where he was, and sensed the body structure of the crocodile monster. As for the 15 first-level blood corpses, Lin Yi didn't care about them at all. Their physical fitness after the transformation is not even as strong as Lin Yi's. Combat is a comparison of strength and skill, and the brainless blood corpse has no advantage in either aspect. The blood corpses crashed into the psychic protection with psychic blades and pierced their own alienated organs. Lin Yi didn't even move his feet, but just changed the angle of his psychic protection a few times to solve them. All 15 first-level blood corpses died, and the blood on the crocodile monster's body also disappeared. Lin Yi took out the psychic rifle from the trophy space in advance and emptied the magazine at the crocodile monster falling from midair. Papa! The crocodile monster twisted its short limbs in midair, forcibly using the hardest part of its skin to block most of the bullets. Lin Yi casually carved the collapse rune on the last bullet in the magazine. However, the collapse bullets are generally ineffective against relatively stable creatures, and are far less effective than the psychic protection against unstable creatures and certain structurally unstable creatures. Lin Yi released the psychic rifle, pulled out the red blade, and instantly appeared on the other side of the room. The crocodile monster standing in the middle of the room slid down, with its upper and lower bodies falling to the ground respectively, and the alienated organs in its body were also cut into two equal halves. Lin Yi had conceived of this sword move a long time ago, but this was the first time he used it in actual combat. Just now he activated the speed, strength, cutting, and protection runes at the same time, and used each rune more than once. They are the runes of protection, speed, and strength engraved on the night dress, plus the speed and cutting runes on the red blade. The crocodile monster was killed with just one blow. This knife required extremely high physical and mental strength. Lin Yi's heart beat violently, and it took a while for it to return to normal. A darker and larger red metal treasure chest appeared in the center of the room. Lin Yi first dealt with the corpse and placed the useful parts into the trophy space before opening the treasure chest. The chest contains a darker red blade and a large amount of miscellaneous items. There were 10 bottles of first-level nutrient solution, 5 low-level space crystals, a bunch of red keys, 2 alienation injections, and a small pile of low-level psychic crystals. Isn't this the treasure room? The crocodile monsters are not weak, but Lin Yi doesn't think these monsters are worth the price. While packing up the spoils, Lin Yi felt a long-lost sense of happiness. This was probably the joy of unboxing. He planned to go back and send the unboxing pictures to the group so that everyone could have some fun together, as happiness is better shared with others than enjoyed alone. Lin Yi licked his lips. He felt a little thirsty. A cup of familiar yellow liquid suddenly appeared on the red floor. Lin Yi picked up the orange juice and took a sip. Why is it getting thicker? Lin Yi felt that the taste of orange juice seemed to have become stronger. This reminded Lin Yi of the glass of orange juice in the library. He didn't feel anything when he drank it at that time, but in his memory, it seemed to be more refreshing than ordinary orange juice. Never mind. It's already harmless, so whatever. Lin Yi drank the orange juice in one gulp. He could only trust the system now. If even the system was not trustworthy, it would be difficult for them, the survivors, to survive in this dangerous world. After leaving the treasure room, Lin Yi was directly teleported to an ordinary red corridor. After exploring for a while, the countdown ended and Lin Yi returned to the shelter. After returning to the shelter, the first thing Lin Yi did was to pour the orange juice in the bottle into other containers. If his guess was correct, the value of this thing was hard to say. However, this was Lin Yi's first time storing card derivatives, and he wasn't sure if the orange juice could last until tomorrow. 85. Safe route. After pouring the orange juice, Lin Yi began to sort out the spoils. He first took out 5 low-level space crystals and completed the storage room blueprint task. A sliding door leading to the underground appeared in the corner of the room. Lin Yi opened the sliding door and found an underground storage room of 50 square meters. Isn't this the 3rd floor? Never mind. Existence is justified. Lin Yi didn't think much about it. He just cleared out the bedroom and psychic workshop and moved a lot of items to the basement. It is worth mentioning that there is also power supply in the basement, which allows Lin Yi to finally say goodbye to the refrigerator that keeps making noise. Back in the bedroom, Lin Yi began to check the item information. Other psychic items were of no use to Lin Yi. Only the new Red Blade could replace the previous one. Red Blade. Second-level knife weapon produced by the Red Maze. Note: infused with psychic energy, it can easily cut through the flesh of a second-level creature. After sorting out the spoils and taking care of the pets and plants, Lin Yi lay on the bed, opened the group chat, and sent the unboxing pictures to the group. Oh, fuck, that's a lot of stuff. What kind of treasure chest is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I've never seen one this big. As expected of a big boss, even the treasure chest he opened is bigger than others. Lin Yi sent information to the group about the possibility of monsters and treasure rooms being spawned from boxes contaminated by stagnant water. He was fine, but others could easily fail if they encountered treasure chest monsters. There may even be survivors who take away contaminated items. Wow, it's so insidious that monsters appear in treasure chests. Luckily the boss reminded me, otherwise I would have been caught. 15 first-level ones and 1 second-level one. I can't open this treasure chest. Damn, thanks for the heads up. I just got a special room teleportation card. If I use this, I might be in trouble. Has the upstairs person gone to the deeper level? Many advanced bosses have gone to the deeper levels. The treasure chests on the first level only give out food. There's no way to store all that fresh food. I would like to ask the masters for guidance on how to advance. Where did you get the integration potion? What is the integration potion? If you have enough mental strength and physical fitness, you can advance by drinking the integration potion, but the stronger your mental strength and physical fitness are when you advance, the stronger you will be after the advancement. I found it by opening a box in the Red Maze. The guy above is so lucky. I got it from the station mission treasure chest. I got it from a treasure chest in Warfront. Then wouldn't it be possible to hold back a level? Wait until your physical fitness reaches its limit before advancing. Duck Feather, there's no comparison between level 0 and level 1. You don't think you can become stronger by suppressing your level and picking up trash in the Red Maze, do you? Don't forget the weekly shelter upgrade. When you advance, you can choose to strengthen an alienated organ, so it's best to choose the part you want to strengthen in advance. I have 3 alienated organs. Can't I strengthen them all? It seems controllable, but the total amount of this enhanced power is fixed. Dividing it among 3 alienated organs feels like it would be too weak. Indeed, it seems that even the characteristics of the alienated organs cannot be activated. Do alienated organs have characteristics? Well, it wasn't quite there before the advancement, but it's very obvious after the advancement. My alienated organ is my right hand. Now the skin on my right hand is extremely tough and cannot be cut by ordinary blades. My assessment is that it's not as good as my alienated Qilin arm. Alienated organ image. Those of yours were all transformed from cheap mutant cards. They're not as good as my mutant viscera. Why don't you post pictures then? What are you talking about without pictures? I can't possibly cut open my stomach and post a picture. It's not impossible. Let everyone see if you have any mutated internal organs. Let me see yours. Not impossible. Image of alienated organs. Fuck. Lin Yi watched very seriously. He did not take the alienation route. Although he had alienated his body in the simulation, he had never advanced with the alienated body and did not understand some of the details. But later, the group members started to fight with each other with pictures, and the pictures they posted became more and more eye-catching. So Lin Yi went to sleep. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. The next morning, Lin Yi stood up from the bed and drew a card. This time the card was a red-haired rabbit. The card dissipated, and a red-haired rabbit with smooth fur appeared in the center of the shelter. The rabbit jumped into Lin Ye's arms obediently, half-closed its blood-red, translucent eyes, and rubbed Lin Ye's belly. Lin Yi hugged the rabbit and touched it. The rabbit was quite fat. What are your abilities? Lin Yi asked while grabbing the rabbit's ears. Chi-Chi. The rabbit let Lin Yi grab its ears without any intention of struggling. You said you run fast? No danger can catch up with you. It was the first time that Lin Yi encountered such cooperative card creatures. Chi-Chi. The rabbit licked Lin Ye's fingers with its tongue, then waved its short forelimbs a few times. Just lend me this skill, not that crazy attacking skill. Lin Yi said hurriedly. Although it sounds powerful, it is nothing compared to the skill of running away to save your life. Chi-Chi. The rabbit nodded obediently. After a pleasant communication with the rabbit, Lin Yi rescued the puppy that was swallowed by Xiaohei, took care of the animals and plants, and then prepared breakfast for himself and the rabbit. Yesterday's orange juice did not disappear. Lin Yi put it in the basement and planned to check its condition again after a while. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi lay down on the bed holding the rabbit. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Start a new simulation mission. Simulated D-Class personnel, Henry. Gain special skills. Safe route. Safe route. After using the skill, you can see a safe route, 1/1. Note, even if the world ends, I can still find a way to survive. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Lin Yi opened his eyes. This time he didn't start in a prison van, but in a relatively rare single cell. There were no screams outside, and it seemed that the base had not fallen this time. Henry is a handsome young man with average physical fitness. He looks more like a fraudster than a murderer. At this time, the supervisor opened the cell and motioned Lin Yi to follow him. Lin Yi was taken to the laboratory, and the supervisor made him lie on the bed and then tied him up with restraints. Various instruments and an exaggerated helmet were placed beside the bed. A man in a white coat was adjusting the instrument, with a row of oil-based markers in his breast pocket. Several heavily armed supervisors stood in the corner of the room. This time, Lin Yi did not take the man's oil-based pen to write in the toilet. After all, he couldn't go to the toilet every time because it would be too obvious. Moreover, the helmets and instruments this time are very different from the last time. If the organization has not upgraded the equipment, then the functions are different. With the previous experience, Lin Yi didn't feel that he needed to be reminded. 86. God's fraud. After putting on the helmet, the researcher next to him began to adjust the instrument parameters. After he pressed a switch, Lin Yi's eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi regained his perception, and at this moment he was in a very strange state. He is possessing someone. This feeling is a bit similar to system simulation, but it is far from as perfect as the system. The instrument seemed to be some kind of consciousness transmission device, transmitting Lin Yi's consciousness to another person. The other party's consciousness still exists. If Lin Yi wants to control the body, he must first eliminate the other party's consciousness or obtain the other party's consent. This was the first time that Lin Yi felt the existence of spiritual consciousness so intuitively. Compared with Lin Yi, the other party's consciousness was very weak. If Lin Yi wanted to, he could crush the other party's consciousness at any time and occupy this body. This reminded Lin Yi of the maze of consciousness. To Xiao Yi at that time, Lin Yi might have been just as powerless to resist. They are essentially the same person, so Lin Yi will make the same choice. After observing for a while, Lin Yi had a general grasp of the other party's basic situation. Qin, male, 17 years old, is a high school student. This world seems to have some understanding of psychic energy, but the concentration of psychic energy in the environment is average. For the time being, Lin Yi only saw a teacher who had absorbed psychic energy and found no dangerous factors. The organization's purpose should be to use D-class personnel to research consciousness transmission equipment. So Lin Yi just needs to wait for the organization to bring him back, and this simulation should be successfully completed. So Lin Yi doesn't have to communicate with Qin, as long as the other party doesn't die within these few hours. But I have a bad feeling. So far, none of the simulation tasks have been easy to complete. Lin Yi observed a second of silence for Qin. Qin can't die? After he dies, it would be fine if Henry died immediately. But if Henry just becomes a vegetable, that would be troublesome. If the organization can even use a vegetative person, then I might not even be able to re-simulate it. In order to deal with the upcoming troubles in a timely manner, Lin Yi decided to talk to Qin. Lin Yi, hello. Lin Yi said to Qin, who was staring at the blackboard in a daze. Of course he couldn't speak, but now that the two of them shared a body, they could communicate mentally. Qin turned his head and looked around blankly. He heard the sound, but couldn't find the source. Lin Yi, if you don't want to be thought of as a lunatic, don't look at me. I'm communicating with you through my mind. Qin. Lin Yi. Very good. As long as you try your best to think about what you want to say, I can hear you. Qin. Who are you? Lin Yi. I am a god. Do you know what a god is? Lin Yi decided to choose an answer that would be easy for ordinary people to accept. Qin. Am I crazy? Lin Yi. You are not crazy, but you may die if you continue to stay here. Qin. I get it. You're a scammer, right? Deity scam? What kind of high-tech is this? Lin Yi. Do you think you have something worthy of me using this kind of high-tech deception? Qin. Okay, Lord God, please save my life. Lin Yi. You don't need me to save you. Just say you're not feeling well and ask for leave to leave. Qin. Huh? I'll be fine if I leave here. Lin Yi. Yes, some kind of disaster will probably happen here soon. It should be fine if we leave school. It wasn't obvious before, but now Lin Yi has a vague sense that something is about to happen here. Qin. What about the others? Qin had no real sense of the so-called disaster and was still worried about others. Lin Yi. Maybe you can report the situation here to the police station and let them handle it, but this may leave some hidden dangers, so you must be mentally prepared. Lin Yi doesn't understand this world. So he can't make decisions for Qin, and because he can't keep an eye on Qin and all the time, he can only bear the consequences himself. Qinin, but aren't you a god? Can't you solve that disaster? Lin Yi, gods are the signposts of the spiritual world. They can only guide you forward, but cannot help you resolve disasters. Signposts are something that is both useful and useless. Qinin wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi, forget it, it's too late. An invisible psychic barrier covered the entire school. No one could leave the school until the barrier was ineffective. A group of masked men wearing black windbreakers broke into every occupied classroom and took control of the teachers and students inside. They had a clear division of labor, acted quickly, and had a certain understanding of the school's terrain, so they quickly took control of the entire school. Lin Yi sensed traces of psychic alienation among these black windbreakers, and the leader was a first-level psychic. Qinin, it turns out to be a terrorist from the Doomsday Cult. Lord God, what should I do? Now Qinin was finally scared. The Cult of Doom was a very famous terrorist organization. Black windbreakers and white masks were their standard equipment, and no one dared to impersonate them. It is said that they have caused many dangerous incidents, and many people have died every time they appear. Lin Yi, it's easy to survive. Lend me your body. I can deal with the black windbreaker in the classroom, and then we can find a place to hide. Qinin, didn't you say that gods are just signposts? Lin Yi, then you solve it yourself. I will stand by and observe a moment of silence for you. Qinin, I was wrong. Lin Yi, gods will occasionally help believers solve problems. That's what my colleagues do. Qinin, am I already your believer? Lin Yi, it's up to you. God doesn't care. Qinin, then, my Lord God, what price do I need to pay before you are willing to save others? Lin Yi, you don't want to hide? Qinin, it's not that I don't want to. I just feel it's not a good idea. Lin Yi, what if I take your crush along and hide her with you? And I promise not to peek. Qinin, isn't this a bit bad? Lin Yi, there's nothing wrong with it. You don't have the ability to save them. There's nothing wrong with hiding and doing something enjoyable amidst the screams of your classmates. Qinin, are you really advising me to hide? Lin Yi, of course, how can I watch the show if you don't hide? Qinin, are you the god of doom of the Doomsday Cult? Lin Yi, you are insulting me a bit. I am a righteous god, very righteous, the kind of god who is so righteous that he can cause evil. Qinin, I'm sorry, my Lord God, I still don't want to hide. Lin Yi didn't want to help him because he didn't know what price Qinin would pay. The survival rate of D-class personnel possessed by him was not 100%. And if he wants to solve the problem, he has to use Qinin's body to absorb spiritual energy, which will cause irreversible alienation of this young body. He could use the bodies of those D-class personnel at will, because that was the price they had to pay. Qinin has done nothing wrong, and as long as Lin Yi doesn't care about the lives of others, he is confident that he can keep him alive. Lin Yi, that's what you said. 87. Consciousness switch. Qinin, you scare me a little. Lin Yi, I'm confirming with you whether you are determined to save your classmates at any cost. If not, you'd better run away with me as soon as possible. Qinin, I didn't, but I won't hide. Lin Yi, this is enlightenment, idiot. Lin Yi directly took over Qinin's body. He didn't need Qinin's consent. But after taking over the body, Lin Yi immediately discovered that he had made a mistake. Lin Yi rarely makes mistakes, but that doesn't mean he never makes mistakes. The simulation mission gave him the illusion that it was easy to control other people's bodies. But the organization is not a system, and the organization's equipment is not a D-level personnel simulator, so controlling Qinin's body is much more difficult than Lin Yi thought. It feels like using a touchpad to micromanipulate the character through the computer screen. Moreover, Qinin's body is very fragile and cannot even be compared with the weakest D-level personnel. He is simply unable to support Lin Yi's control for a long time. Lin Yi, your body is too weak to support my use for a long time. Qinin, what should we do then? Lin Yi, can you feel the spiritual energy within you? I'll guide the energy for you, and you absorb it to strengthen your body. Once your physique is stronger, you'll feel much better. Lin Yi could only ask Qinin to cooperate with him. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Qinin stumbled and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen his body. During this process, the two men in black windbreakers in the classroom simply pointed their guns at them and did not take any further action. But Lin Yi could sense the violent spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the playground outside. No matter what these terrorists want to do, the two of them don't have much time left. Qinin tried hard to absorb the spiritual energy around him, while Lin Yi was thinking about how to fight in this situation. He couldn't control Qinin's body all the time, which was very fatal in battle. If he lost control of his body at a critical moment, they would be dead. At this moment, a man in a black windbreaker received instructions through a headset. The higher-ups told me to get a few students down. I'll leave this to you. Good. Another man in a black trench coat replied. The man in the black windbreaker pointed his gun at the students huddled in the corner and said, 5 of you, follow me down. No. Please, don't kill me. Woo woo woo, Mom. Please let me go. My family has money. I can transfer any amount to you. Teacher, help. The 5 chosen people begged for mercy. They were just ordinary young people, so young that they had never thought about anything related to death, let alone facing death. The teacher standing by didn't dare to look at the man in black windbreaker and those students. The muzzle of the gun in black windbreaker was less than 3 meters away from him, and he didn't want to die. Let them go. I'll go with you if anything happens. At this time, Yu Jing stood up. She was the class monitor and a reserve member of the security bureau. She should stand in the front or die in the front. Although she tried to remain calm, her shaking legs revealed her anxiety. Lin Yi, this girl is pretty good, but it's such a waste for her to be with you. You probably can't catch up with her, so just give up. Qinan, my lord god, is this the time to talk about this? Please save her. Please save her. Lin Yi, it's no use begging me. I can only take action at the critical moment. So whether she can be saved, whether you can survive, and whether others can survive depends only on you. Qinan, what should I do? Lin Yi, follow my instructions and don't have any doubts. I will take action at the critical moment, but before and after that it's up to you. Just one mistake, and you will all die. Of course, me too, that's fair. Qinan, I understand. Lin Yi, now, stand up and get as close to the man in the black windbreaker as possible. The closer the better. Qinan stood up, walked towards the man in the black windbreaker, and said, Count me in. Qinan. Yu Jing looked at Qin in surprise. She didn't have much impression of this classmate. She only remembered that he seemed to be quite a homebody. Hey, there are 2 of you who are willing to go down. I hope you can still be so brave later. Come on, or die. Hurry up. I don't want to say it again. The man in the black windbreaker pointed his gun at the 3 students closest to him and threatened them. The 3 students had no choice but to move their feet tremblingly. At this time, Qinan was less than 1 meter away from the man in black windbreaker. The other party had obviously seen through Qinan's thoughts, but did not stop him from approaching, because he felt that even if Qinan got closer, he would not pose a threat to him. This idea is not wrong, provided that Qinan is still Qinan. Qinan's right arm is about 70 centimeters long, so this distance is very unsafe. Lin Yi took over Qinan's body, gathered his spiritual energy in his right arm and fingertips, and swung his right arm normally while walking. In the blink of an eye, his right hand penetrated the front of the black windbreaker and pulled out the other person's heart. His right hand slid down and took the pistol from the man in the black windbreaker's waist, opened the safety, and before the body fell, he shot the man in the black windbreaker behind him in the head. Bang! Until death, neither of the 2 men in black trench coats realized what had happened. Lin Yi, hurry up and equip their weapons. The terrorists next door are coming. Qinan, holy shit. Yes. Qinan was shocked. The Lord God's movements were too fast. Even though he was seeing it from a first-person perspective, he couldn't react. Lin Yi, take a rifle, all the magazines, all the pistols, and the 2 grenades. Only then did the students in the class react. Is that Qinan? What did he do just now? I didn't see clearly. It seems he killed those 2 terrorists. How is that possible? Could he be the legendary descendant of ancient martial arts? No, there's no way a descendant of ancient martial arts would use a gun. He must be a retired soldier king. Isn't he 17 years old this year? It must be fake, or he went to war at the age of 7 and was only recently discharged. But I've known him since elementary school. Yu Jing walked to the side of the corpse, picked up another rifle, and said, Thank you, Qin. Are you an official member of the Security Bureau? Huh? I'm not. What is the Security Bureau? Qinan wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the gun is pointed at the front door. Qinan hurriedly pointed the gun at the front door. Lin Yi found the right moment to switch and blew up 2 heads at the front door. Bang. Lin Yi, give her 2 magazines and a not-so-tall figure, and stop talking nonsense. Qinan did as he was told, and then realized what he had done. Qinan, why give her the magazine? Lin Yi, don't worry, I'm here. If you don't even know how to pick up girls, I'll have to find time to teach you while I'm killing people. Although Lin Yi is also a novice, it does not prevent him from driving fast. Qinan, I didn't want to pick her up. Lin Yi, you don't have to explain to me. Do you know why sinners like to confess? Qinan, why? Lin Yi, because they know they are wrong, but they are unwilling to change. 88. Before the rain. Qinan, I plead guilty, my lord God. I do like Yu Jing. Lin Yi, then you have to work hard. God won't always help you save her. Qinan, you are right. Lin Yi, your tone reminds me of an old friend. Qinan, Does the god have old friends too? Lin Yi, of course. Now go to the door, pick up the grenade, and pull out the ring. Qinan didn't ask any questions or hesitate. He walked straight to the door and pulled out the grenade ring. Lin Yi took over the body and threw the grenade at a calculated angle. The grenade hit the wall quickly, bounced back into the crowd, and exploded. Boom. Lin Yi, raise your rifle and go to the corridor. Qinan raised his rifle and walked into the corridor. Lin Yi took over the body and shot all the men in black windbreakers in the head with a few shots, regardless of whether they could move or not. Bang, 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 bang. Several people in black windbreakers who stayed behind poked their heads out of the classroom. Lin Yi naturally didn't show any mercy and blew their heads off. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yi, go near the back door of the classroom in front, but don't show your body. Qinan stepped forward quickly. Lin Yi took over, inserted the muzzle of the gun into the crack of the door, and shot the man in the black windbreaker hiding in the classroom in the head. He doesn't need to see where the other person is. His mental power will give him the answer. The two of them cleared the entire floor of black windbreakers. The rescued students were still in the classroom. Several brave teachers entered the corridor with weapons and found Qinan. Student Qin, you are from the Security Bureau, right? I heard from you, Jing. What should we do next? Teacher Wang was holding a rifle, looking like he was ready to fight the terrorists to the death. Lin Yi, tell them that you deal with the terrorists, and they are responsible for taking the students to the front door to find a safe place to hide. Once the psychic barrier disappears, they will immediately lead the students away from the school. Lin Yi, speak calmly and don't shake your legs. The school's terrain is not complicated. There are two teaching buildings, the main one and the secondary one. The playground is connected to the back door. The teaching building separates the playground and the front yard. Students usually attend classes in the main teaching building, and there are not many people in the secondary teaching building. Therefore, with the teaching building as a barrier, even if something unusual happens on the playground, there is still some time to react. Qinan explained the situation to the teachers, and the teachers naturally agreed to take the students to a safe place. Can you do it alone? Do you want to bring a few people with you? Teacher Wang asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Qinan replied calmly. I'll go with you. Yu Jing said seriously while holding the gun. Student Yu, you should stay with the teachers. It's very dangerous here. Qinan couldn't help but advise. That's why I want to come with you. Don't worry, I won't be in the way. Yu Jing admitted that she was far inferior to Qin and in every aspect, but she would not find a place to hide. Lin Yi, let's go downstairs to deal with the remaining black windbreakers, and then we can talk about love after we deal with the trouble on the playground. Qinan, okay. It didn't take long for the three of them to deal with the men in black windbreakers on the floors below. Yu Jing's marksmanship was unexpectedly good, but some of the men in black windbreakers took students hostage and ran onto the playground. The teacher led the students to evacuate towards the main gate, but as long as the psychic barrier was still there, they could not leave. Lin Yi, come closer, I'll try to break it. Qinan approached the psychic barrier, and Lin Yi took over his body. He tried to outline the collapse rune, but the structure of this psychic barrier was quite stable and only fluctuated slightly. Lin Yi tried to use the cutting rune again, but Qinan's psychic power was too weak to cut through the psychic barrier at all. Lin Yi, no, this thing doesn't look like something a first-level psychic would have made. The other party might have used some kind of item. We can only go to the playground and take a look. Qinan explained the situation to others and then walked towards the playground with Yu Jing. The campus was very quiet at this time. If Qinan hadn't known that there was a group of terrorists on the playground that needed to be dealt with, he would have thought that they were the only two people in the world. Lin Yi, she might die soon. Why don't you confess your feelings to her? Qinan, I actually don't know her, and I don't even know what the Security Bureau is. Lin Yi, this is not important. What is important is whether you will regret not confessing your feelings before you die. Qinan, what you said makes me so scared. Am I going to die soon? Lin Yi, the enemy is an unknown first-level psychic. I am not 100% sure that I can defeat him with your body. God is not omnipotent. Qinan, I suddenly feel much more at ease. Lin Yi, that's really great. Qinan obviously didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. If it wasn't 100% certain, there was a possibility of failure, and failure meant death. 0 and 1, nothing more. This is Lin Yi's style. But Lin Yi did not explain. He decided to let Qinan live peacefully, or die. The two men walked through the teaching building and entered the playground. Qinan and Yu Jing raised their guns. At this time, there was only one living person left on the playground, and that was the first-level psychic who was leading the group. Lin Yi, don't waste bullets. Get closer to him, the closer the better. The opponent is a first-level psychic, and a first-level psychic with strong psychic fluctuations. Ordinary bullets cannot break through his defense at all. Lin Yi couldn't carve runes on ordinary materials, so if he wanted to deal with the opponent, he could only try close combat. It's just crazy. It is suicidal to approach the enemy when you are at an absolute disadvantage in strength and speed. Qin asked Yu Jing to support him from behind and walked over alone. At this time, the center of the playground was filled with a large number of incomplete corpses, with people in black windbreakers and students and teachers mixed together in no particular order. You're not bad. You dare to come near here. What's your name? Chao Wenting stood in the middle of the playground and the corpses. He had dealt with all the corpses here personally. Qin was still slowly approaching Chao Wenting. He did not forget the instructions of the god because of fear. Oh, are you scared? Then why are you still close to me? Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Chao Wenting used his mental power to scan Qin, but found nothing threatening, which made him more interested in Qin. I'm not afraid. You should be the one afraid. Qin tried hard to block out the corpses around him and the smell of blood that blocked his nose, and continued to approach the other party. Afraid? Young man, do you know what the Doomsday Cult is? Only those who are truly desperate would yearn for the end of the world. I have nothing left, so what can I be afraid of? Chao Wenting did not stop Qin from approaching. What needed to be done had been done. In a few minutes, Doomsday would come here. Now was the last quiet time before the rainstorm. He originally wanted to enjoy this time alone, but now he wanted to see what the other party could do. If the other party fails to meet his expectations, he will use the most cruel means to make the other party pay the price. Of course, it's the fear of meaningless death. Lin Yi took over the body. He didn't have a deep understanding of rituals, but fortunately the other party was not much stronger than him. 89 Cube. Oh, someone changed. Chao Wenting noticed the change in Qin at a glance. He had met many people, and the aura of each person was different. After this period of switching and adapting, Lin Yi can already control Qin's body for a short period of time. You were a bit sloppy with this ritual, which caused me to think for a while before I figured out how to handle it. Of course, Lin Yi would not waste time talking to the other party. He would usually only communicate with the other party in a friendly manner after winning. Now he needs time to carve runes on Qin's body. This operation can only be completed when he controls his body, and the carved runes will not last long. The materials were too poor, and Lin Yi had no choice. This resulted in Lin Yi only being able to have awkward conversations with the other party. I can't help it. After all, I'm a latecomer and my foundation is a little lacking. Chao Wenting still didn't make a move. He always felt that the other party was tempting him to take action. He didn't know what methods the other party had, but as long as he let the other party take action first, he was confident that he could deal with it no matter what methods the other party had. You created the psychic barrier with the object in your arms, right? The ritual here seems to be related to it. Once it is destroyed, everything will end. Lin Yi relaxed his body and made final preparations before taking action. You're right, but there are still 59 seconds. How are you going to ruin it? Chao Wenting tensed his body. Time passed by second. Victory was at hand, but he did not dare to relax. Lin Yi did not answer, but directly activated the speed and strength runes on his legs, moved to Chao Wenting's side, poked his head with his right hand and his chest with his left hand. With the blessing of the 3 runes of strength, speed, and cutting, these 2 arms have broken through the limit of the first level. Chao Wenting dodged the fatal attack by leaning sideways, but was cut in the chest by Lin Yi. A gray cube of unknown material slid down and was kicked away by Lin Yi. Yu Jing caught the cube and fired a few shots at it, but found that the bullets did not leave any traces on the surface of the cube. Lin Yi and Chao Wenting engaged in close combat. Both were masters of melee combat, but Qin's physical fitness was too poor, and the effect of the runes gradually weakened. Lin Yi could only keep parrying the opponent's attacks. You did delay the apocalypse, but what good is that? They can't destroy the cube. Once I kill you, the rest of them will die. Chao Wenting said through gritted teeth. Really? Then do your best. Lin Yi didn't care at all what the other party said. Before every action, he would think about various possibilities after the action. It would be best if the previous raid could kill the other party, but it didn't matter if he couldn't kill him. When he kicked the cube away just now, he left a collapse rune on it. Although the cube is made of hard material, it is a psychic item that can activate psychic barriers and can be used to perform doomsday rituals. It is filled with unstable, highly concentrated compressed psychic energy, and bombs have to be polite when seeing it. Of course, the Cult of Doom can't just walk around with a bomb that could explode at any moment, so it has a certain stability, and the collapse rune can't cause it to collapse and explode immediately. But it's hard to say if someone keeps shooting at a system that is about to collapse. The gunshots didn't stop, and Yu Jing wouldn't stop until she had made every effort. I like serious people. She's quite cute, isn't she? Sensing a slight unstable spiritual energy fluctuation, Lin Yi kindly reminded Chao Wenting. How is that possible? Sensing the spiritual energy overflowing from the cube, Chao Wenting immediately gave up fighting with Lin Yi and rushed towards the cube. Several mutated corpses affected by the mutated runes pounced on Chao Wenting, briefly delaying his steps. This was the revenge of the corpses. Lin Yi took the opportunity to move to Yu Jing first, picked her up, and ran out. The explosion is inevitable, and the psychic barrier is about to collapse. All they have to do now is stay away from the center of the explosion. After dealing with the mutated corpse, Chao Wenting ignored Lin Yi and rushed straight to the cube, wanting to bring it back to the center of the playground to continue the ceremony. But when he turned around, all the corpses had been transformed and his ritual had failed. At the last moment of the cube's collapse, Chao Wenting roared and rushed towards Lin Yi with the cube, and was then torn into pieces by the violent psychic energy. Just leave me. You still have a chance of surviving on your own. Seeing the violent spiritual energy visible to the naked eye behind him, Yu Jing shouted in despair. Hush, don't despair, because despair can never catch up with us. Lin Yi used special skills to take a safe route. A green safe route appeared in Lin Yi's field of vision. Lin Yi moved along the safe route. The violent spiritual energy passed by them, but did not hurt them at all. The teaching building was torn apart by violent psychic energy. Lin Yi shuttled through the flying steel and concrete, and managed to carve out a way out from the middle of the collapsed building. This is a great spot. Don't close your eyes. It's going to be spectacular. Standing at the safe point marked on the safe route, Lin Yi put Yu Jing down and let Qin and take control of the body. His mission is over, and now it is the time for the young people. A large amount of rubble and violent psychic energy passed by them, as if the end of the world had really come. Out of trust in the Lord God, Qin and did not kneel on the ground and wait for death. Yu Jing looked at everything around her excitedly, trying to capture this spectacular scene for herself. Lin Yi looked at the girl standing beside him with some regret. If he had a choice, he would prefer to cooperate with such a person. That would definitely be very interesting. Lin Yi, it's almost time for me to leave. Shouldn't you say something to the people next to you? Qin, thank you, Lord God. I hope to become your believer. What should I do? What doctrines does our church have? Qin didn't know how to express his gratitude to the gods, so he could only choose the most conventional way. Doctrine? I don't even have any followers. Never mind, whatever. Lin Yi, do what you want to do. Qin, Lin Yi, this is the doctrine. Do what you want to do, eat when you want to eat, sleep when you want to sleep, kill when you want to kill, express your love when you want to express your love. Don't leave any regrets, never regret. Qin, what if I can't do it? Will the gods punish me? Lin Yi, I won't, but if you don't do what you should have done, one day you will pay the price for it. Qin, I understand. The explosion stopped, sunlight shone on the ruins, and in the distance were teachers and students who had escaped from the school in time. Qin turned his head to look at Yu Jing, who was also covered in dust, but still had a hint of excitement. He did not confess his feelings because the Lord God had already left, and he was not qualified now. Lin Yi. Oh, by the way, that male teacher with long hair might be the terrorist's accomplice. I didn't have time to take care of him at the time, and it's not convenient to kill him with your body, so you'd better be careful. If it doesn't work, tell your girlfriend about this. She should be able to handle it. 90. The Master of Escape. Lin Yi's consciousness returned to Henry's body, and after answering some questions from the researchers, he completed the simulation mission. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 10. The simulation times have not been consumed. Do you want to obtain the core items? Get it. Obtain core item consciousness transfer device 1. Achieve the title, Master of Running Away. Lin Yi climbed up from the bed. The red-haired rabbit was still sleeping in his arms. In the center of the shelter stood a complex machine, similar in style to the previous mind uploading device. Consciousness transfer device. The organization developed a device that can transfer consciousness to other dimensions. Due to the randomness of the transfer, many D-class personnel died in the device's testing experiments. Note, can be exchanged for a blank ID card. The consciousness transfer device is the complex instrument that Lin Yi tested just now. There are many buttons on the instrument with unknown purposes. And like the consciousness uploading device, this thing also has some kind of security authentication technology, which he cannot use at all. Exchange for a blank ID card. Lin Yi had obtained a saint's identity card before, but he didn't know what it was used for yet. The consciousness transfer device disappeared, and a blank card of unknown material appeared in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi picked up the card and checked the system introduction. ID card, blank. You can get a random identity in certain activities. Note, reusable. Putting away the ID card that he didn't need for the time being, Lin Yi checked the newly acquired title through the system. Runaway Master. Successfully escaped from a crisis that was almost certain to lead to death. Note, he even had time to save people. After sorting out his harvest, Lin Yi took the rune card, synthesis, and 2 bottles of low-level nutrient solution to the game room. Recently, he planned to increase the number of psychic energy cycles. After enjoying his daily freeloaders, Lin Yi returned to the shelter feeling dizzy. This time he performed 3 psychic energy cycles and felt that he was still some distance away from his limit. But he plans to proceed step by step, and once his body adapts to this number of cycles, he will try to increase the number of cycles. The red-haired rabbit had woken up and was playing with the puppy together with Xiao He. The puppy did not resist and kept lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Lin Yi got a batch of materials from the basement and entered the psychic workshop. He began to organize the messy knowledge in his mind and test the effect of the synthetic runes. It was not until the nighttime activities were about to begin that Lin Yi came out of the workshop to take care of the animals and plants and prepare his own dinner. After testing, Lin Yi found that the effect of synthetic runes was even more mediocre than he thought. If one wanted to use synthetic runes, one had to understand the properties of the synthetic materials. Otherwise, it would only waste spiritual energy and synthesize a bunch of useless garbage. Even if 2 identical items are used to synthesize, only the 2 items will be destroyed, and there will be no situation where 1 + 1 = 2. It's like forcing 2 perfect popsicles together, which will only result in an ugly popsicle. Of course, the main reason for this situation is that Lin Yi's synthesis level is too low and he is unable to perform subtle operations. After an afternoon of failures, Lin Yi sketched out synthetic runes while cooking and finally made a table of strangely shaped food. For example, a human-shaped fried egg made from 2 fried eggs. Lin Yi took a picture of the strange meal and sent it to the group. 5354449/100000. Boss is doing something again? Shit, what the hell? Don't look too closely, it's a little weird. That's weird, take another look. As expected of a big boss, even cooking is so easy. Why don't you sell psychic items lately, boss? Lin Yi, I've been researching synthetic runes recently, and this is the result. Awesome, just waiting for the boss's new product. Boss, you didn't study art before you came here, did you? Guys, what's going on tonight? It's hard to say. I hope it's a site mission. Don't mention Warfront, anything else is fine. Where's old you? Come out and say something. You phone, squeak. You're really capable of survival. If I lose, who should I give the coin to? That depends on how long he can live. Speaking of Lao Yu, there was a monster peeping at me from outside the window last night. I encountered that too. What monster? A flying brain with eyes. Are you describing the dishes that the boss cooks? You know what? They really do look a bit like each other. Art comes from life. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, site mission. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. Great, I can buy it for free again. Hopefully we'll come across some safe sites this time. Request a city site. Just hope my luck isn't too bad this time. In the last bit of time, Lin Yi sat fully armed by the bed, holding the fat rabbit. The rabbit curled up in his arms obediently, allowing him to stroke it. 01:00:00. When Lin Yi woke up, he was sitting in the middle of the bus, by the window on the right side. The bus was driving on the road and had not yet approached the stop. There were 4 people in the chat room this time. Please choose any stop to get off, survive at that stop until the bus arrives tomorrow, and then take the bus to leave the stop. Note, after 10 stops, the bus will enter the shallow sea area. Gain special skills, safe route. Safe route. After using the skill, you can see a safe route, 1/1. Note, even if the world ends, I can still find a way to survive. Ding Wei, boss Lin Yi. Ding Wei is a young man in his 20s with a crew cut, wearing a dark green combat uniform and holding a psychic rifle in his hand. He has obvious signs of alienation. Lin Yi, are you and I from the same district? Ding Wei, no, but I have learned your psychic circulation circuit, thank you very much. Lin Yi, you're welcome. Xiaxi, what is the psychic energy circulation route? Xiaxi was about 20 years old. She was wearing a dark blue sports suit that was easy to move in. She had a pretty face and short hair that reached her shoulders, which she must have cut herself. Lin Yi sent the psychic energy circulation diagram to the chat room. Lu Rui. Isn't this the circuit diagram I bought with 10 red coins a few days ago? No, it seems a little different. Damn, I bought a pirated copy with errors. Lu Rui was a female student of 17 or 18 years old. Her school uniform was a little worn, and she didn't look very bright. Lin Yi, please send this to your group. Ding Wei, it has spread in our group. Xiaoxi, okay. Lu Rui, got it. As the four of them were chatting, the bus arrived at the first stop. Outside the station is an endless desert, and you can feel the heat of the desert even when sitting on the bus. Dingwei, take another look. Xiaoxi, let's go to the next one. I can't bring back a bunch of sand. Lu Rui, I'm fine with either. Linyi, I agree. Site 91.4. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at the second stop. Outside the site was a dead silent city. The sky was gray, and not a single living thing could be seen in the city. Linyi, let's go to the next one. This place doesn't feel good. Dingwei, I feel the same way. Xiaoxi, I agree. Lu Rui, I agree. Why can't I feel anything? 10 minutes later, we arrived at the third stop. There was a restaurant outside the station, and the guard at the door was staring at the bus, or to be more precise, at the passengers on the bus. Xiaoxi, I like cooking, but I don't like being cooked into food. Dingwei, I don't like cooking. Linyi, I'm fine. I cook for myself at home. Lu Rui, I like eating. There was obviously something seriously wrong with this restaurant. They couldn't even tell the rank of the guard at the door, so no one mentioned getting out of the car. 10 minutes later, the fourth stop arrived. The fourth station was shrouded in darkness. Outside the station was a city with distorted and strange architectural styles. A blood moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight seemed to be connected to the city. Xiaoxi, want to go check it out? If we can make it out alive, I think we'll be able to return with a lot of rewards. Dingwei, if you want to die, you can go by yourself. Lu Rui, I won't go either. Linyi, I agree. It feels like I can't get out at all. The bus started, and 10 minutes later, it arrived at the fifth stop. The fifth site is also a city, but this city looks very normal. Although there are no living people on the edge of the city, alien creatures can be seen roaming around. Linyi, this place seems nice. Dingwei, indeed, the city is intact, and we can bring some daily necessities back. Xiaoxi, no problem, that's it. Lu Rui, I have no objection, but isn't this city too complete? Linyi, she's right. Do you want to go to the next stop? Xiaoxi, there aren't many sites left. What if there are problems with the sites further down the line? Have you ever been to shallow waters? Dingwei, let's just stay here. The city environment is complex, and we can hide there even if there is any danger. Linyi carefully sensed the city outside the window and did not feel any danger. Linyi, then get off here. The four of them got off the car one after another. The driver and passengers in the car did not react at all. This time, Linyi turned around but did not get any response. Site selection completed, additional tasks obtained, optional. 1. Survive. 2. Survive. 3. Survive. Linyi, it's over. Xiaoxi, sorry, I shouldn't have asked to get off here. Dingwei, don't be anxious. What if it's a joke from the system? Lu Rui, I have never seen the system make a joke. Linyi, there is no other way. Let's go in and take a look. As long as it is not an area where you are sure to die, there will always be a way to leave. Linyi and Dingwei walked in front. Xiaoxi and Lu Rui paid attention to the back, and the four of them entered the city cautiously. Apart from the fact that there was no one in the city, there was nothing unusual inside. The buildings were intact, the facilities were complete, and the supermarket shelves were filled with various goods. They can find most of their daily necessities here. If there hadn't been any additional tasks issued by the system, they would have already split up to collect the spoils. The four of them walked through a commercial street and still didn't find anything unusual. Xiaoxi, what should I do? I can't sense the source of danger at all. Linyi, me too. Maybe it's because the danger isn't there yet. I suggest we set up a base first. That way, even if the surrounding environment changes suddenly, we can buy some time to react. Dingwei, I second the motion. Xiaoxi, I agree. I have an item that can set up psychic protection. Lu Rui, I can do odd jobs. The four of them quickly found a small supermarket near the exit, which reminded Linyi of the first site mission. However, this supermarket was even smaller than that one, with only one floor and an area of less than 200 square meters. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the city is normal, and Linyi only needs some alienated materials to carve protective runes on the walls of the supermarket. Several people split up and began hunting the alien creatures nearby. After getting the first batch of corpses, Linyi and Xiaoxi set up psychic protection in the supermarket, while Dingwei and Lu Rui continued hunting outside. When Linyi was dealing with the corpses, he found that the alienated creatures here were very strange. There were structures in their bodies that he had never seen before, and he had no idea what the meaning of these structures was. But time was limited. Linyi had no time to study the corpse, and could only give up thinking about it for the time being. The four of them worked together and finally set up the supermarket outpost before dark. Dingwei, my talent is related to my eyes, and I can see many things clearly. Linyi, My innate ability is an auxiliary ability and cannot be used in combat. Xiaxi, my innate abilities are related to psychic items. Lu Rui, my talents and abilities are related to sports. Lin Yi, want something to eat? I brought some delicious energy bars to share with you. Ding Wei, I can't eat in this situation, and aren't there plenty of food in the supermarket? Xiaxi, it's best not to eat the food here. Lu Rui, Brother Lin, what are you looking at? Lin Yi, orange juice, my orange juice has turned red. Ding Wei, huh? What does that mean? Lin Yi, I don't know either. The properties of this orange juice may change due to environmental influences. Before the event started, I filled a cup and prepared to come over to study it. At that time, the orange juice was still yellow. Xiaxi, look, it's raining outside the window. Lu Rui, why is the rain red? Lin Yi looked up and saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight shone on the city. The city in the rain began to distort, just like the reflection in the water being hit by raindrops. Ripples spread, and the whole city was twisting. Site 4. Xiaxi murmured in a weak voice. We didn't leave that site? Ding Wei has begun to doubt his memory. Could it be that the next few stations are all in this city? Lu Rui's scalp tingled, and he felt like he couldn't escape from here. Lin Yi grabbed his hair tightly. He didn't think that the next few stations were all this city. The system could even handle the abyss, and this city didn't feel as scary to him as the abyss. What should I do? Should I use a special skill? No, we have to stay here until tomorrow morning. Even if we can find a temporary safe place using a safe route now, there is no guarantee that the place will be safe forever. Outside the window, various buildings twisted their bodies like living creatures. Various objects fell out of their bodies, and they grew limbs and made strange roars. Now Lin Yi knew why the structures inside those alienated organisms were so strange. Perhaps because of the psychic protection, the supermarket they are in has not yet transformed into a monster, but it is only a matter of time. Thick, blood-red tentacles grew out of the wall, tearing at everything they could come into contact with. The supermarket started leaking. 92. Put to death. Lin Yi swung his knife and cut off a tentacle. The second-level red blade was much more useful than the first-level red blade. Fortunately, he did not impulsively combine the two red blades when practicing synthesis before. The best result would be to get a 1.5 level red blade. There are more and more leaking places, and coupled with the ever-increasing number of tentacles, the safe area in the supermarket is gradually decreasing. A drop of rain fell on Ding Wei's combat uniform and seeped into the inside of the clothes. A red and white muscle grew out of his arm, pierced through the combat uniform, and stabbed into Ding Wei's head. Ding Wei turned his head to avoid the muscle piercing. The two passed each other at close range. A structure similar to an eye grew on the muscle and looked at Ding Wei at a very close distance. Lin Yi swung his knife to cut off the proliferating muscles on Ding Wei's right arm. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. The thing had already taken root deep inside. Thank you. Ding Wei took out a bandage and wrapped it around the wound. The bandage was a psychic item that could quickly stabilize the wound. After completing the emergency treatment, Ding Wei felt a little scared. He did not have Lin Yi's precise knife skills, nor did he have the decisiveness to cut off his right arm immediately. In the situation just now, if he had delayed a little longer, he would have been dead. No, but if we continue like this, we'll soon die here. Do you have any ideas? It's okay if they can't be realized. This time Lin Yi had no other choice. Although his body was more stable than Ding Wei's, he could not face the heavy rain directly. Once he lost the supermarket stronghold, he could only abandon his teammates and use a safe route to try to escape to a safe place. But being safe now doesn't mean being safe forever. He has to stay here overnight, and no one knows what will happen next. I can control psychic items. Theoretically, this building is also a psychic item, but it's too big for me to control precisely. Furthermore, once it becomes distorted to a certain degree, I won't be able to control it anymore. Also, my mental strength isn't enough. Xiaxi dodged the rain in a panic. She didn't want to be as miserable as Ding Wei. Take it and control it. I will carve runes on its surface. Don't let it get in my way. Leave the defense and slowing down of alienation to me. Lin Yi took out a bottle of mental power potion from the trophy space and threw it to Xiaxi. You focus on the controls. I'll help you block the rain. Lu Rui approached Xiaxi and took out a cloak from the trophy space to cover their heads. The rain fell on the cloak, and tiny blood threads grew on the surface of the cloak, but it did not affect the two people hiding underneath. Xiaxi squatted on the ground with her hands touching the ground, trying to control the supermarket. In fact, she had tried it before, but the supermarket at that time was not considered a psychic item. She did not drink the potion directly, but planned to wait until her mental strength was almost exhausted before drinking it. In fact, she was not sure at all, but it was better than waiting to die. After Xiaxi's manipulation, The surrounding tentacles quickly became quiet and well-behaved. Lin Yi continued to replenish the alienated psychic energy protection on the roof, and the areas where rain leaked gradually decreased. Can you control just a small space? Like a bathroom? The entire supermarket is full of loopholes, and Lin Yi can't just fix the ones above their heads. Otherwise, when the supermarket is completely alienated, they will still be doomed. If he had known this would happen, Lin Yi would have chosen a toilet as his base. No, the whole supermarket is a hole now. It's almost becoming a living organism. Xiaxi's back was soaked with sweat. It was her first time controlling a psychic item of this size, and she could easily lose control if she wasn't careful. Oh no, the monster 100 meters to the left seems to have noticed us and is charging towards us. Ding Wei, who had been observing the situation nearby, suddenly said. A monster several stories tall with a huge mouth and black spikes all over its body was rushing towards the supermarket, and a large number of strange and alien creatures poured out of its huge mouth. What the hell is that? Lu Rui couldn't help but exclaim. It should have been a residential building before, but now I don't know. Ding Wei nervously gripped the psychic rifle, but didn't know what to do. There was deadly red rain outside, and there was nowhere to run. We have to move. Xiaxi, control the supermarket to move. Lin Yi scratched his hair hard. The whole city was now full of monsters. Even if the supermarket could move, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. As long as I control the degree of its alienation, I can indeed make it move. But how do I control its movement? I can't even ride a bicycle. Xiaxi felt like she was about to collapse. She was not a high school student from an island country and did not know how to control a Gundam. What's more, controlling a supermarket is much more difficult than controlling a Gundam. This thing doesn't even have legs. Leave it to me. I'll help you control its movement. Lu Rui closed his eyes and hugged Xiaxi from behind. The two tried to communicate with their mental power and at the same time used their innate abilities to act on the supermarket. Increase the degree of alienation. Make it grow limbs. Xiaxi poured a mouthful of psychic potion into her mouth and forcibly took control of the supermarket. Lin Yi had already made preparations. He removed the psychic protection from some areas of the supermarket and carved alienation runes there, treating those areas as alienation zones. With Lin Yi's help, the alienated area quickly grew a large number of thick, blood-red tentacles. These tentacles entangled together and twisted into thick limbs that could support the movement of the supermarket. With the help of Lu Rui's innate ability, Supermarket stood up flexibly, shaking his limbs, and rushed out like a giant centipede. Where are we going? Xiaxi asked the key question. The degree of alienation in the supermarket is gradually deepening, and sooner or later it will break free from Xiaxi's control. Moreover, their mental strength is limited, and this state cannot be maintained for long. Entering Site 5, Lin Yi had actually been thinking about one question, which was the relationship between Site 4 and Site 5. He does not think that the two sites are unrelated. There must be some connection between the two sites. According to common sense, when Site 4 is in darkness, Site 5 is a safe area. Then, when Site 5 is in darkness, will Site 4 also be a safe area? Site 4 somehow. As long as they wait for Site 4 to fall into darkness again and then return to Site 5, can they complete the mission of this site? But how do we find a way to enter Site 4? Special skills, safe routes. The question now is how to ensure that the safe route points to Site 4 after using the skill. It's difficult because they're not dangerous enough right now. There are plenty of places around where they can be kept safe for now. In fact, the last time he used this skill, Lin Yi had a feeling that this skill was not as peaceful as it seemed. Safe places and safe routes are everywhere. Perhaps only in a truly desperate situation can one find the absolutely safe route. Go to the center of the city, under the blood moon. Only by risking your life can you survive. 93. Under the blood moon. Are you serious? Xiaxi looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. The supermarket shook and Lu Rui was also frightened. Surely you have a reason for going there? Ding Wei asked. I believe there's some kind of connection between this place and Site 4, to the city center. I might be able to find a way to get there. This is the only way we can survive. We can't hold out overnight. Delaying here is tantamount to waiting for death. Lin Yi looked up at the blood moon in the sky and felt that it seemed to have grown a little bigger. Or maybe it's a little closer. Whatever the case, it's not good news for them. Then let's fight. Xiaxi drank the remaining mental power potion in one gulp and controlled the supermarket to move forward. I can see things far away. I'll show you the way. Ding Wei stood by the window and pointed the way through it. Leave the movement and dodging to me. Lu Rui maintained the overall balance of the supermarket. Without her, Xiaxi would have led them into the pile of monsters long ago. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yi took out another bottle of mental power potion and threw it to Xiaxi. Now is not the time to save. With the cooperation of the four people, the supermarket quickly rushed to the city center, and the residential building with a huge mouth was left behind. This is the advantage of having many legs. The road was filled with alienated monsters of all shapes and sizes. There were alienated buildings covered in spindly legs, alienated roads that curled and crawled like centipedes, and alienated bridges that flew in the air. There are countless strange and bizarre small alien creatures. They are dumped all over the city like garbage, and their figures are everywhere on the ground and in the sky. The area around the supermarket was no exception. A large number of small alien creatures climbed into the supermarket, and various flying alien creatures floated outside the windows. Xiaoxi tried to control the supermarket's tentacles to deal with these alien creatures, but she was not good at micromanipulation. I'll take care of it. These tentacles were all transformed by Lin Yi. As long as Xiaoxi cooperates, he can control them. Lin Yi carved runes while controlling his tentacles, and in a few seconds he had taken care of most of the alien creatures that had crawled onto the supermarket. This is the gap in mental strength and skills. Lin Yi often uses mental power to outline runes. Although his mental power in all aspects cannot be compared with those of the mental patients in the mental hospital, it is much stronger than other survivors. Lin Yi transformed 2 long and sharp tentacles on both sides of the supermarket. These were their weapons and could be used to deal with other giant transformed buildings. The road is blocked 100 meters ahead. Do you want to take a detour? Ding Wei suddenly said. Blocking the road was a horizontally lying alienated humanoid building, which had various organs similar to those of humans, and its original shape could no longer be seen. Unlike other alienated buildings, the humanoid building did not move, but just lay there like a dam. The detour requires walking a long distance and encountering other alienated buildings. Can you jump over it? Lin Ye's mental strength was also running low, and he was holding a bottle of mental strength potion, ready to replenish his mental strength. Let me try. Lu Rui took a sip of the mental potion in Xiaoxi's hand, and the two of them controlled the supermarket to rush towards the humanoid building, and controlled the supermarket to jump up 20 meters away from the other party. The humanoid building suddenly showed a devilish smile, raised its upper body, and raised its hands to grab the supermarket. The front of the supermarket was completely blocked by the upper body of the humanoid building, and they couldn't use the force to change direction in midair. It's over, Xiaoxi said in despair. It's not over yet. Lu Rui gritted her teeth and operated the supermarket, but she was also able to avoid the direct hit in the area where they were. If the supermarket was destroyed, they would not survive for long. Playing dirty tricks on me? You looking for death? Lin Yi cut out a purple needle from his glove, inserted it into his neck, and injected all the liquid inside into his body. The moment the powerful mental injection took effect, Lin Yi once again entered a state of stretched time. Everything around slowed down, whether it was the palm of the humanoid building slapping at him or the twisted corner of the other person's mouth. At this moment, Lin Yi really felt like a god. Mental power is the embodiment of will, and everything around is under control. Dense runes appeared inside and outside the supermarket, and under the influence of the runes, spiritual energy moved obediently to various places in the supermarket, providing power for the supermarket. With the cooperation of Xiaoxi's innate abilities, Lin Yi took over the entire supermarket at an extremely fast speed. A huge alienated psychic shield blocked the side of the palm, and the palm shattered the psychic shield. Under Lin Ye's control, the supermarket used the force to spin and rush towards the chest of the humanoid building. Under the influence of speed, strength, and cutting runes, the supermarket was extremely fast, and the humanoid building had no time to react. 2 sharp tentacles repeatedly slashed across the chest of the humanoid building, and the supermarket spun and crashed into the body of the humanoid building, smashing the most important parts of the humanoid building. Lin Yi controlled the supermarket to wreak havoc inside the humanoid creature and directly opened a path from the inside of the dam. After penetrating the humanoid creature, Lin Yi did not rush to move forward. Instead, he jumped behind the dying humanoid building, poked its brain with his tentacles, took out a half-human-high red crystal from it, put it in the supermarket, and then returned control to others. You guys continue, I'll take a break. After putting the crystal into the trophy space, Lin Yi found a stable place to sit down and rest. He was not feeling well after those few blows just now. Xiaoxi felt a little dizzy from being spun around, but she was a first-level psychic after all, so she quickly recovered. Lu Rui was fine and learned a lot from Lin Ye's operations. As expected of Brother Lin, he's so awesome. Ding Wei felt that he was the most useless among the 4 people and had no role to play except giving directions. With the tacit cooperation of the 3 people, the supermarket continued to move forward, and soon approached the city center. The city center is full of powerful alien buildings, and it is the place closest to the Blood Moon. Now when they looked up, they could see the Blood Moon covering almost the entire city. Lin Ye's feeling was correct. The Blood Moon was indeed approaching the city and getting bigger. The supermarket rushed into the city's most central area at an extremely fast speed. Surrounded by a large number of alienated buildings, Lin Yi used special skills. A green safe route appeared, and Lin Yi controlled the supermarket to move along the safe route. But the main body of the safe route was Lin Yi, not the supermarket. So the supermarket gradually fell apart as it passed through various attacks. If you don't want to die, stay close to me. Lin Yi was forcibly controlling the supermarket that was on the verge of collapse and had no energy to care about anyone else. Psionic protection is useless in this environment. If there were no safe route, they would have died long ago. Finally, before the supermarket completely collapsed, Lin Yi found the end of the safety route under a manhole cover in the city center. 94. Red Core Pendant. The debris of the supermarket rolled onto the manhole cover. Lin Yi moved to the manhole cover as quickly as possible and lifted it up with force. It was pitch black underneath. You go down first. Lin Yi pushed the 3 people into the well, and then jumped into the well himself. The last part of the supermarket's wreckage was blown away, and rain fell on the psychic shield. Lin Yi looked up at the wellhead that was gradually moving away. A giant red eyeball that was about to open was looking at them through the wellhead. The so-called Red Moon is just the center of the eyeball. The well was not connected to a sewer, but was a dark, lightless passage. The 4 people kept falling and could not touch anything around them. A few minutes later, a spot of light appeared below. As it continued to fall, the spot of light expanded, and it turned out to be an open wellhead. The 4 people fell out of the well, the world turned upside down, and they naturally landed on the road outside the well. The road was lined with normal neighborhoods, some of the buildings looking very familiar. Is this Site 4? Dingwei stood up and asked. It should be daytime at Site 4. Xiaxi lay on the street, rubbing her head. She didn't want to move at all. She just wanted to get back to the shelter as soon as possible and take a hot shower. Wait until it's dark here, then we jump down. Can we get back alive? Lu Rui squatted at the mouth of the well. She had always loved sports, so she was in good shape now. If nothing unexpected happens. Lin Yi was alertly sensing his surroundings. He didn't want to die here for inexplicable reasons. He would not completely relax until he returned to the shelter. Should we go explore the surrounding area and get some loot? Dingwei looked at the car shop in the distance. He wanted to get a motorcycle back. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Have you ever tried a skydiving simulator? Lin Yi looked up, waiting for night to fall and the red moon to appear. Then he would jump into the well. I'm an expert. I can jump several times in 10 minutes. Dingwei said proudly. There's a prop in there for getting on a plane and running away with your teammates. There's always someone left alone for some reason. Why don't you go? Lin Yi took out a bottle of energy drink and took a sip. Thinking about it, it seems we can also collect loot by returning to Site 5. Dingwei decided to follow his heart. Brother Lin, I want to eat delicious energy bars. Xiaxi stretched her body into a big letter shape, looked at the sky, and let her mind go blank. Lin Yi took out an energy bar and threw it to Xiaxi. He didn't want to waste it, but he really hated the taste of it. Lu Rui reached out to take the energy bar, tore open the package, and took a bite. Phew, it's delicious. Here you go. Lu Rui handed the bitten energy bar to Xiaxi. Thanks. Xiaxi, whose mind was completely empty at this time, didn't think much about it. She took the energy bar and took a bite. Oh, it tastes terrible. Although she said it tasted bad, Xiaxi still finished the remaining energy bars, which made Dingwei curious and asked Lin Yi for one. Finally, the pain shifted to Dingwei's face. Just like energy is conserved, pain and happiness are also conserved. Do to others what you do not want others to do to you. The sky gradually darkened, and a red moon appeared in the night sky. Before the red rain fell to the ground, they jumped into the dark well one by one. Just like when they came, they returned to Site 5 smoothly. The surrounding buildings had been restored, and only a few small alien creatures were still active in the city. Dingwei got the motorcycle he wanted, and the others also collected some trophies. After adding each other as friends, the 4 of them got on the bus for the return trip. Complete the site mission and receive a special metal treasure chest 1 based on the mission difficulty. Complete Extra Task 1, reward Extra Task Treasure Box 1. Complete Extra Task 2, and receive 1 Extra Task Treasure Box. Complete Extra Mission 3 and receive 1 Extra Mission Treasure Box. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. The red-haired rabbit had disappeared. Ignoring the treasure chests and loot piled in the center of the shelter, Lin Yi directly began to draw cards every day. This time the card was a snail. The card dissipated, and a fist-sized snail with a bright red shell appeared in the center of the shelter. The snail slowly crawled towards Lin Yi and was held in Lin Ye's hand. What are your abilities? Lin Yi pointed at the snail's four translucent tentacles with his index finger and asked. Chi-Chi. The snail's tentacles constantly contract and expand, making a shrill sound. That sounds great, but I probably won't be able to use your skills today. After communicating with the little snail for a while, Lin Yi began to deal with the spoils. First, the daily necessities were pulled back on a cart. These things were the same as ordinary daily necessities. There was no problem with the system information. After being taken back to the shelter, the system did not respond. Lin Yi classified them and stored them in the basement, waiting to use them later. Afterwards, Lin Yi cleared out the loot space. Apart from daily necessities, there was only a cup of red-orange juice and a red crystal half a person's height. The system information of the orange juice did not change. Lin Yi poured the orange juice into the bottle and stored it as a special material. Red core. Crystal born from the body of an alien contaminated by red sea creatures. Note. Can be used to make active psionic items, not edible. Red sea creature? That giant eye. Red sea? Is it related to the red maze? Lin Yi didn't think much about it. After all, guesswork was not the truth. He would find out what he needed to know sooner or later. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi began to unpack. First up is the red special metal treasure chest. Open the treasure chest, and there is only a necklace inside. Red core pendant. Third level psychic item. Wearing the pendant can slowly improve physical fitness. Note, if you wear the pendant for a long time, it will become a part of your body. The red core pendant consists of a red thread and a translucent red crystal ring. The thread material is unknown. Lin Yi put the pendant around his neck and didn't feel anything strange. You can try it on later while you're doing a psychic cycle. After taking off the pendant, Lin Yi continued to unbox it. This time the 3 extra mission treasure chests are red instead of the previous yellow. The 3 extra tasks are the same, but the contents of the 3 treasure chests are different. There is a card in the treasure chest in Mission 1. Special event cards. Use this card at the start of a nighttime event to conduct a special nighttime event on your own. Note, low-level psychics are prohibited from using this card. What can I do with you if I'm not allowed to use you? Although the notes prohibit the use of items, survivors can actually use any items at their own risk. The treasure chest in Mission 2 contains 10 bottles of low-level nutrient solution and 5 bottles of mental power potion. There is a dark red dagger in the treasure chest of Mission 3. Alienation dagger. Third level psychic item, can cause rapid alienation inside the wound. Note, do not try to use it to treat injuries. 95. Gray World Abnormal Event. Lin Yi carefully put away the mutated dagger. He didn't want to stab himself. Xiaohei's body is already as thick as his thigh, but the puppy still doesn't seem very smart. The alienated flesh and blood plants are growing very fast, but there are no major changes in the filarial parasites and the spiritual flower. After taking care of the animals and plants for a while, Lin Yi made himself a hearty breakfast. 535-332/1000000. Brothers, show us your harvest. Item pictures. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Item image. Alas, there's really nothing I can do about you. Image of item. I really envy you guys. You harvest so little each time and don't have to worry about the cramped space in the shelter. Item image. Be careful upstairs. There are still people without shelter. Image of item. Old you. Did you find a proper toilet last night? Picture of item. You foam, alas. Old you, you're not staring at the group chat all the time, are you? You foam. What else do you think I can do? I don't even dare to move in the shelter. Absorb spiritual energy to strengthen the body. You foam. Unlike you, I've been in a psychic environment the entire time, and I've also been strengthening my body. It's good enough that I haven't completely transformed. This is too bad, guys. It's already Friday. Have you all upgraded your shelters? I've already finished upgrading. I've even started accumulating second-level mutant organs. The boss upstairs. Almost there, just 2 organs left. We're almost getting enough organs, but we haven't got the blueprints yet. The chance of finding blueprints deep in the maze is quite high. As long as you're willing to go down, upgrading the shelter isn't too difficult. So you're going to the deeper levels of the maze. If I had known, I would have gone down last time. Hopefully tonight will be a maze crawl. The deep levels of the maze are still very dangerous, but with the strategies from the experts, you can avoid many pitfalls. Yes, don't get close to stagnant water areas, and don't even think about looking for special rooms. Locked rooms usually only have 1 first-level creature in them. You can get the blueprint by opening a few more treasure chests. Got it. We'll go to the deep level of the maze tonight to fight. Acquire the red key. After breakfast, Lin Yi took the red core pendant and 2 bottles of low-level nutrient solution to the game room. The effect of the red core pendant is very good. Every time the spiritual energy cycle ends, Lin Yi can clearly feel that his physical fitness has improved. Now Lin Yi can break through to become a second-level psychic at any time, but he feels that he has not yet reached the limit of the first level and can continue to improve. If the limit is set at 10, his current physical fitness is only 8, and his mental strength has exceeded the upper limit due to various factors such as the mental seed. Your physical fitness reaches 5, but after advancing, the upper limit of the subsequent levels will be lowered, and you may even be unable to advance to a higher level after reaching a certain level. Lin Yi didn't know if he could improve his physical fitness to the limit, but the red core pendant gave him more confidence. Taking the red coins he won, Lin Yi said hello to the waiter and left the game room. Back at the shelter, Lin Yi picked up the puppy, brought it into the psychic workshop, and tried to transform it. Originally, Lin Yi only regarded it as a heart storage shell, but this mission made him realize his own shortcomings, so he planned to add a helper. This cannot be done in a short time. Before success, Lin Yi plans to use it to practice alienation runes and study the function of each alienation organ. Today, Lin Yi plans to install the eyeball and the alienated flesh and blood plant core he obtained earlier on the puppy. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Enter the simulation base. Please select the simulated base you want to enter. Mental hospital. Simulated base personnel, Kevin. Gain special skills, snail shell. Snail shell. You can hide in a snail shell. You will not be harmed until the shell breaks. 1/1. Note, the feeling of home. You can end the simulation at any time. The experiment was very successful. The alienated heart easily integrated with the alienated flesh and blood plant core and eyeball. Now the puppy's body has a mixture of animal and plant structures, and it has grown 4 limbs and can finally walk steadily. The internal structure of the eyeball is very complex, and Lin Yi has not yet figured out its function. When they arrived at the library, Bob was not there, so Lin Yi picked up a book that interested him and started reading. Last time, Bob had pointed out the shelves where dangerous books were located, so as long as he didn't take books from those shelves, there would be no problem. Although the little snail has good skills, Lin Yi doesn't want to encounter a situation that requires the use of skills. After experiencing the sight mission last night, he now just wants to read a book leisurely. It would be even better if there is a drink here. He likes to have a drink while reading. Your drink order. A cup of iced cola was pushed to Lin Yi's right hand, just the right distance that was easy to grab but not hard to touch. Why are you here? Lin Yi didn't look up. He knew who was coming without even looking. That old woman has become like me, so naturally I have to come over and talk to her. Xiaoya sat next to Lin Yi, supporting her chin with both hands, and conjured up a glass of iced cola out of thin air and took a sip. I'm a regular employee here, and I'll be working under them in the future. Lin Yi didn't care. He could also get along with the dean. If things didn't work out, he could just abandon this base. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have just talked to her. Xiaoya said with a smile without any smile. Will you come here again in the future? I come here every other day. Lin Yi also picked up the iced Coke and took a sip. No, I don't like your current body, and I have a lot of things to deal with in the spiritual world. Xiaoya stood up, walked to the bookshelf where dangerous books were placed, and pulled out a book with a black hardcover. Read this. I'll be watching. It'll be fine. Lin Yi took the book and took a look at the cover. The title of the book is Secrets of the Abyss. Speaking of which, I have a skill. Can I use this skill to read books? Lin Yi talked about the skill effects. Then we can switch to something more exciting. Xiaoya returned to the bookshelf and carefully selected a book with a gray cover. Lin Yi took the book and glanced at it. The title of the book is Gray World Abnormal Events Collection. Use skills directly? Lin Yi asked, holding the book that he didn't want to read anymore after seeing the title. Yes, don't worry. I promise you will have an interesting story, if you are lucky. Xiaoya added the second half of the sentence with ill intention. At this time, Lin Yi had already activated his special skills. He took the ice cola and crawled into the bright red snail shell and opened the book. A gray world unfolded, and Lin Yi's consciousness sank into the book. 96. Rooftop Fight. The sky is gray. Lin Yi lay on the roof of the school building and looked at the sky. He always felt that he had forgotten a lot of things, but these things did not seem important enough to remember. It's like after eating, you feel like there's something stuck in your teeth, but when you touch it with your hand, you can't feel anything. The wind on the rooftop was gentle, and the sky was dim but not cold. Lin Yi felt his limbs go weak, and a feeling of laziness came over him, making him lose his energy. You're here, senior. Half of a head came into Lin Yi's field of vision. She had light, gray shoulder-length hair and gray eyes. She was his schoolmate. As for the other person's name, Lin Yi couldn't remember it. This was normal. Everyone had a few schoolmates whose faces were vague and whose names they couldn't remember. Here, Lin Yi was too lazy to think about what to say, so he just quoted a paragraph from the other party's words as his answer. Senior, do you like ghost stories? The schoolgirl lay down beside Lin Yi naturally and asked. Like? Lin Yi continued perfunctorily. I heard that someone went missing from school recently, but no one remembers who it was. The schoolgirl didn't care about Lin Yi's tone at all and continued to move the topic forward. No one remembers why they disappeared. Lin Yi became interested and added 2 extra words. It's not that I don't remember them at all. People who are close to me may have a vague impression of me and know that person existed, but they can't remember the details. Seeing that Lin Yi was a little more energetic, the schoolgirl smiled. It would be better to disappear completely. Lin Yi didn't want to trouble others to look for him, but it was better than disappearing and no one remembering him. Will you disappear, senior? The schoolgirl suddenly asked. I don't want to. I still have things to do. Lin Yi actually thought that there was nothing wrong with just disappearing like this, but it seemed that some force prevented him from saying it out loud. What's up? The schoolgirl asked. I don't know either. Lin Yi closed his eyes. Talking to his schoolmate was very tiring, and now he just wanted to rest. Then I won't disturb you from resting, bye. The schoolgirl left the rooftop with a smile. Lin Yi replied reluctantly. Hey Lin Yi, wake up. A rough male voice woke up Lin Yi from his deep sleep. Lin Yi opened his eyes and saw his roommate, Wei Chun. Wei Chun is his only friend in this closed school and is a driven idiot. What's wrong? It was getting dark at this time, and Lin Yi slept for the whole afternoon. Have you seen Xiao Xiao? I've been looking for her for a long time and can't find her. Wei Chun was sweating profusely and looked anxious. Song Xiao Xiao is Wei Chun's girlfriend. They grew up together and got together at some point. I slept here all afternoon and didn't see anyone. After a good sleep, Lin Yi's mental state improved a lot. At least he could maintain normal communication. Don't worry. When was the last time you saw her? Was she unusual? Did she say anything? I went to look for her during the break this morning. She was acting strangely, saying some weird things, and then she disappeared at noon. That's why I was so worried. Wei Chun grabbed Lin Yi's arm and spoke nervously. What strange words? Lin Yi's cloudy eyes became sharp. She said her best friend disappeared, but I knew all her friends. I had never heard of that friend before, and she couldn't even say her name. I thought she was just half asleep, so I didn't take it seriously. Wei Chun regretted very much that he did not take his girlfriend's words seriously at that time. After listening to Wei Chun's words, Lin Yi vaguely felt that he had heard similar information, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Because of limited information, let's assume that what Song Xiao Xiao said is true and that she indeed has a friend who disappeared. Now Song Xiao Xiao is also missing. There must be some connection between the two things. Both of them disappeared, but there was a difference. Song Xiao Xiao forgot the name of that friend, but we did not forget Song Xiao Xiao. We were both in school, and the 2 incidents happened at a similar time, so the reason for their disappearance was likely the same. So this is likely different stages of an abnormal event caused by the same cause. Lin Yi tried hard to make an inference, but as he continued to think, his condition became worse and worse. So Song Xiao Xiao is experiencing some kind of unusual event. She hasn't completely disappeared yet, so there's still a chance to save her. But if it's delayed until tomorrow, it's hard to say. We must find her before she disappears completely. Lin Yi forced himself to suppress his fatigue. If Wei Chun wasn't his only friend, he would have been lying down pretending to be dead. Where should I look for her? I've already searched everywhere in the school where she might be. Could she have run outside the school? After hearing Lin Yi's analysis, Wei Chun became more anxious. There are many possibilities. Let's assume her disappearance is related to that friend. Let's go to their dormitory first. Lin Yi bit his lip. He didn't want to do anything right now. He just wanted to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. Great. I know which dorm she is in. Wei Chun turned around and led the way, but a group of armed students rushed into the rooftop and blocked their way. This is the rooftop. Push him down and everything will be over. A female student hiding at the back pointed at Wei Chun and said loudly. Several students who looked like thugs rushed towards Wei Chun with sticks. What are you going to do? Wei Chun had a pretty good physique, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was soon knocked to the ground. Get that one down too. Don't leave any hidden dangers. The female student behind pointed at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, run. Wei Chun hugged the thigh of the gangster next to him tightly and shouted desperately. Lin Yi scratched his hair hard. In fact, he was about to give up. As long as Wei Chun was pushed down, he wouldn't have to look for his girlfriend. Being pushed down by these people is actually nothing. If he dies, he won't have to worry about those troubles, but he still has things to finish, so he can't die yet. Several thugs rushed towards Lin Yi waving sticks. Lin Yi suppressed his tiredness and scanned every move of the thugs. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt that these thugs were full of flaws. Lin Yi faced the nearest thug, dodged the wooden stick, and stomped on the opponent's vitals. Amid the gangster's screams, Lin Yi grabbed the gangster's collar and used him to block the attacks from the people behind him. When the thugs behind saw that they had hit their accomplices, they hurriedly stopped attacking. Lin Yi took the opportunity to step forward, took the wooden stick from thug number 1, and hit the temple of the nearest thug. Boom. The gangster fainted and fell to the ground. Lin Yi's right elbow kept shaking as if it was equipped with a spring, and each time it shook, he would knock down a student. Finally, Lin Yi squatted in front of the female student who was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Behind him were students who had fainted on the ground. Oh, that's so troublesome. I'll only ask once. Tell me everything you know. 97. Gray World. After a friendly exchange with the female student, Lin Yi finally understood what these people were doing. Song Xiaoxiao's friend is not the first student to disappear in the school. The student disappearance incident has been going on for some time. These students are all insiders. They believe that there is some connection between these missing people. Perhaps it is like an infectious disease. Killing one person who is about to disappear can prevent the disappearance phenomenon from continuing to spread. That's why they wanted to kill Wei Chun. We are saving the world. If we continue like this, sooner or later all of humanity will disappear, and you who stop us will be the murderer. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't attack her, the female student mustered up the courage to accuse her loudly. You're doing the right thing, but how can you guarantee that killing Wei Chun will stop this disappearance phenomenon? But if you kill everyone in the school, perhaps you can ensure that this phenomenon will not spread to the outside world. Lin Yi squatted in front of the female student, cupped her cheeks with both hands, forced her to look at him, and spoke slowly and seriously. No, you can't do this. There are so many people in the school. The female student was anxious. At this moment, she deeply felt that death was approaching. But compared to all of humanity, these people are completely expendable. After all, that's all of humanity. Why not start with you? Lin Yi dragged the female student to the edge of the rooftop. Beating those students just now made him feel a little more energetic, and now he needed some new stimulation. Wait, Lin Yi, what are you going to do? Wei Chun got up from the ground. He was still a little dizzy, but he had no time to waste. She wanted to throw us out of here, and I think she was right. Lin Yi didn't know why, but when doing this kind of thing, the feeling of laziness would be greatly reduced. But didn't she fail? We don't have to be like her. Wake up. Wei Chun doesn't want his friend to become a murderer. I'm very clear-headed. If you can do something wrong without being punished, then justice is meaningless. Do you know what is written in the first code of human law? Lin Yi showed a malicious smile. What does it say? Of course Wei Chun didn't know. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lin Yi released the right hand that was holding the female student, and with a brief scream, he turned and left the rooftop. Although he still couldn't remember what he was going to do, Lin Yi was now completely awake. Wei Chun followed Lin Yi silently. He was not sure if he was right, and now was not the time to think about it. Song Xiaoxiao lived in room 206 of the girls' dormitory, and Lin Yi quickly found her room. The room was empty, but there were 2 beds. Where's her roommate? Lin Yi carefully observed every corner of the room, trying to find some clues. She lives alone and has no roommates. Wei Chun is also looking for clues, but his way of searching is more like destroying the crime scene. Then this roommate should be her missing friend. Lin Yi did not find any items belonging to other people, but this room did not give him the feeling of being a single room. The way items are placed, the position of the bed, the angle of the curtains, all kinds of information emphasize that there are 2 people living in this dormitory. Song Xiaoxiao told her closest friends about her friend, but Wei Chun didn't believe there was such a person. Others probably had the same reaction, so she was very sad. Lin Yi tried to put himself in Song Xiaoxiao's perspective and think about her actions. What kind of person is she? What would she do if her friends disappeared? Lin Yi only knew that Song Xiaoxiao was Wei Chun's girlfriend, and he didn't know much about her. She's a smart and brave girl. She should go look for her friends. Thinking of Song Xiaoxiao's situation, Wei Chun felt more and more regretful. Brave. That means she probably did something that caused her to disappear. Smart. That means she should have considered that she might also disappear. If she disappears, Wei Chun will go looking for her just like she did. So she would have left some kind of clue, but her friend's belongings were gone, so she wouldn't have left clues on her own belongings. Lin Yi's gaze stopped at the pillow of the empty bed. Someone had swapped the pillows of the 2 beds. After removing the pillowcase, Lin Yi found traces of stitching on one side of the pillow core. There are very few traces, and it is easy to overlook them if you don't look carefully. After cutting open the pillow core, Lin Yi found a hand-drawn map inside. The map is very abstract, but when it comes to painting, Lin Ye's abstraction is better than hers. Come with me. Lin Yi followed the map and soon found a hidden door behind the bookshelf in the school library. On the other side of the door was a gray world, exactly the same as this side except for the color. I'll go in and find her. Lock the library and don't let this door close. Lin Yi decided to act separately. No, Xiao Xiao is my girlfriend. If I had trusted her at the time, things wouldn't have turned out like this. So I'll go in, and you stay here to guard the door. Wei Chen didn't want Lin Yi to take the risk. If he caused Lin Yi to disappear, he would never forgive himself. I'm confident I can bring her out, provided this door remains open. Do you? Lin Yi walked into the door without waiting for Wei Chen to answer. There was also a similar library opposite the door. Lin Yi turned around to reassure Wei Chen outside the door, and then went deep into the door alone. Leaving the library, there was no one in the gray world of the teaching building. Lin Yi quickly discovered Song Xiao Xiao lying on the playground through the window. In addition to Song Xiao Xiao, there were many blurry gray figures moving around on the playground, and one of them was standing next to Song Xiao Xiao. This is so troublesome. I might as well just leave her here. Lin Yi tugged at his hair to stop himself from thinking any further. No, we can't stay here any longer. Lin Yi gave up thinking and rushed straight towards Song Xiao Xiao. Those figures did not stop Lin Yi, but as long as he got close to them, Lin Yi would have some negative thoughts. I really want to disappear. I'm so tired. I don't want to continue. This is so boring. I really want to get out of here. It hurts so much. So annoying. These thoughts were like thin threads, constantly entangled in the depths of Lin Ye's heart. As long as Lin Yi stayed for a moment, he would be left here forever like the other gray shadows. Although he wanted to stop several times, Lin Yi finally ran to Song Xiao Xiao. The figure standing next to Song Xiao Xiao did not stop Lin Yi. Instead, he took a few steps back and bowed to Lin Yi to express his gratitude. Lin Yi glanced at her, picked up Song Xiao Xiao, and quickly returned to the library. There were quarrels and banging sounds coming from the other side of the door. Lin Yi hurriedly took Song Xiao Xiao through the door. He didn't want to be trapped in this world. 98. Destined ending. On the other side of the door, a group of students were banging on it, and Wei Chun moved a bunch of debris to block the door. Lin Yi closed the door leading to the gray world, and the door disappeared after closing it. Leave this to me. She'll probably want to see you more when she wakes up. Pulling away Wei Chun, who was trying his best to hold back the debris, Lin Yi pushed Song Xiao Xiao into his arms. If this were a story, Lin Yi felt that he should be a supporting role doing miscellaneous things, and he really liked this positioning. After moving away the debris and opening the library door, the students who had just been banging on the door took a step back unconsciously when they saw Lin Yi. This did not make Lin Yi show mercy. Amidst screams, Lin Yi closed the door of the library. After dealing with the students who were in the way, Lin Yi came to the rooftop alone. The unconscious students had disappeared, and a gray figure was sitting on the edge of the rooftop waiting for him. After seeing the schoolgirl, Lin Yi suddenly remembered what happened on the rooftop. Senior, you're so slow. Sorry, I was dealing with some chores. Although it seemed useless, Lin Yi really wanted to kick this schoolgirl down. You won. The Gray Realm gate was closed, and the world returned to lasting peace. The schoolgirl said calmly. Is this the end? I thought the final battle was coming next. Lin Yi did not relax. He could not be sure whether the other party was lying. A fight with Senior? What a tempting suggestion. Unfortunately, the story has ended. Senior, it's time to go back. The schoolgirl said regretfully. Are you saying that this world is just a story, and we are all characters in it? Lin Yi actually always felt that this world was a little unreal, but he couldn't find where the problem was. What we are experiencing now is indeed just a story in a book, but this world once existed, and this story is not fictional. But at that time, Wei Chun did not have a roommate as reliable as his senior. The schoolgirl turned around and looked at Lin Yi with a smile, then said lightly, So the world ends. The clouds dissipated, and thousands of densely packed gray figures gathered in the night sky. They turned their heads in unison and looked at Lin Yi, who was standing in the center of the rooftop. Senior, I hope we can meet again in the real world, and then we can fight again. A crisp sound of shattering came from his ears, and Lin Yi lost consciousness. How was it? Was the story interesting? Xiaoya took a sip of ice cola, and the ice cubes made a crisp sound. Normally, I don't have such a scary schoolmate. The broken snail shell gradually disappeared, and Lin Yi put the gray book in his hand on the table. Mia was right. Some books were indeed dangerous. She's already cued in the book. Xiaoya picked up the Gray World Abnormal Events collection and put it back where it belonged. What would happen if I disappeared in there? Lin Yi took a sip of iced cola, and the ice inside seemed like it would never melt. He finally remembered the unfinished task, and his Coke was not finished yet. Your consciousness will be absorbed by the book and integrated into it. But before that happens, I will pull you out. Xiaoya closed the book Secrets of the Abyss that she had just finished reading and pushed it in front of Lin Yi. I should almost be heading home. Can I read this next time? Although it seemed like a long time had passed in the book, only a few hours had passed here. We were back in the shelter now and still had time to eat before our nighttime activities. I've already taken care of this book. You can read it anytime you want, but don't put it back on the shelf before you finish. There are several similar books on it, and it's easy to pick up the wrong one. Xiaoya drank up the Coke and ate the ice cubes in it. Are you leaving? Lin Yi also likes to eat the ice cubes in Coke. The taste is very subtle when you bite it. Well, see you next time. After saying that, Xiaoya disappeared. I wanted to spend a leisurely afternoon, but ended up being busy all afternoon for no reason. After leaving the book world, Lin Yi could clearly feel that the seed of his spirit had grown a lot. This experience was not without gain. It could even be said to be quite fruitful, but he still felt a little bored. The ending of the story has already been determined, and no matter how hard you try, it is meaningless. Lin Yi drank up the Coke, ate the ice cubes, sighed, and chose to return to the shelter. As soon as he returned to the shelter, a black bug as thick as a bucket jumped into Lin Yi's arms. Xiaohei squirmed his body and made meowing sounds. The puppy also ran to Lin Yi's legs and rubbed his calves. Chi-Chi. The little snail slowly crawled to Lin Yi's side. Your ability is very useful. Lend it to me again tonight. Lin Yi tapped the little snail's tentacles. Chi-Chi. After playing with the little animals for a while and feeding them some food, Lin Yi began to prepare dinner. There are a lot of daily necessities in the shelter now, making cooking very convenient. After preparing dinner, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. It's time for another fun night out. Hopefully it's the red maze. I haven't drawn up the blueprint yet. Collect the red key. We have the blueprints, but we're still missing 2 organs. Just buy it in the trading area. It's not expensive. Why is it so cheap? I was thinking of stocking up, and I almost went bankrupt. You deserve to die. There are too many bigwigs selling organs, and the price can't be raised. It's a shame we can't trade with other regions. I ran into a guy on a previous station mission, and the prices of their mutant organs have already skyrocketed. It must be a few experts who are hoarding the goods, hoping to make a big profit. Aren't they afraid that too many people will die and they won't be able to complete the war mission? We'll talk about it later. Let's make what we can first. Short-sighted. That's normal. There are too many people like this. Fortunately, we are more friendly here. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 09:59. Join in. Great. We have the blueprints. Deep level of the maze, start. Boss, please bless me. I hope I can get the blueprint. Boss, please bless me. I hope I don't encounter any second-level creatures. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed fully armed, waiting for the countdown to end. Xiaohei lay on the puppy's back, making gurgling sounds, and the little snail lay on top of Xiaohei's head, making chirping sounds. The 3 of them seemed to have some unique way of communicating. 001. 00:00. Nighttime activities begin. 3:59:59. Gain special skills. Snail shell. Snail shell. You can hide in a snail shell. You will not be harmed until the shell breaks. 1/1. Note, the feeling of home. Lin Yi woke up on the red floor, surrounded by a familiar red maze. 99. Watcher 2. Lin Yi wandered alone in the maze. Card creatures cannot leave the shelter, but some people in the group have tried it, and pets can be brought in for night activities. Lin Yi considered bringing Xiaohei to the buffet, but Xiaohei was too weak now and there was a risk of him dying. So Lin Yi could only explore the maze alone. There was no change in the deeper part of the maze. Lin Yi was lucky today. He opened a few doors and found only a first-level mutated creature inside. To Lin Yi now, this level of alienated creatures is no longer a threat. So he began to try to practice runes and various techniques with these alien creatures. After several recent enhancements, Lin Yi's mental power has exceeded the normal first-level level. By constantly carving runes, his control over mental power has not only not decreased, but has improved a lot. However, in terms of the use of mental power, he has not developed any new ways to use it. He also wanted to be able to make ice cola like Xiaoya. Of course, this is not a short-term goal. Now Lin Yi is trying to increase his attack range. As long as his mental strength is strong enough, he can even draw runes behind the enemy and directly stab the enemy to death. However, the prerequisite for doing this is that the enemy's mental strength is very low and he cannot detect his small movements. For example, the first-level blood corpse in front of you rushing out of the red room. Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly, and a psychic blade pierced through the blood corpse's alienated organs from behind. How despicable. Putting away the alienated organ, Lin Yi said something on behalf of the blood corpse. After collecting the sundries in the treasure chest, Lin Yi continued to look for alien creatures to practice backstabbing. But he soon stopped, because he found a red corridor with no rooms. This was the first time Lin Yi encountered a corridor leading to a special room after entering the depths of the maze. I'm a bit lucky today. Lin Yi has always believed that luck exists. It is not the kind of luck that feudal superstition believes in, but some unknown objective law, which is scientific knowledge that humans cannot understand for the time being. Because sometimes people just have good luck for no apparent reason. The most obvious example is when playing cards. Sometimes people just get several good cards in a row. Lin Yi has done a lot of research on this aspect and has applied it to his business of earning pocket money in the game room. He thinks this phenomenon is likely related to mental power. But how exactly they are related is not something he can study now. It's a pity that Li Ji is not in the same area, otherwise I could study her natural abilities. Lin Yi pushed open the red double doors at the end of the corridor. The structure inside was similar to the surface of the maze, but there was a figure standing in the center of the hall. It was not surprising that there were people in the hall. Lin Yi had killed an idiot from the ring organization on the surface, but the other party did not seem to be a good match for the red maze. Hello. This was a girl with long blue-gray hair, a soft voice, and a delicate face. She was wearing a luxurious, soft, light-colored long dress. She looked like a noble lady in a story, not a thug who entered the red maze to fight each other. Hello. Lin Yi temporarily put aside the urge to stab this noble lady in the back. He almost stabbed her just now. My name is Ella. Nice to meet you. I'm a caretaker assigned by the system and a second-year student at Imperial College. Ella was a little nervous and introduced herself quickly. My name is Lin Yi, and I'm a survivor. Can we start? Since the other party was very polite, Lin Yi did not take action directly. Start. Ella asked doubtfully. I'm going into the shop room over there. Are you going to stop me? Seeing that Ella was a novice, Lin Yi kindly reminded her. When he first started working, he was as flustered as the other person, but he felt much better the next day. But Lin Yi wasn't sure if he could give Ella a second chance. Huh? Do I have to stop you? Ella was a little embarrassed. Aren't you a watcher? What are the consequences of not stopping me? This was the second guard Lin Yi had met. Although the first guard was not very strong, he at least loved his job and knew what he was doing. This one is really too much. She even wants Lin Yi to teach her how to work. There aren't any consequences. Just deduct your gains as a caretaker and reduce your system points. Ella said nonchalantly. It's up to you then. If you don't stop me, I don't want to do anything either. Lin Yi took out the special key and opened the door of the shop room. The configuration of the storeroom is the same as the surface, but the items in the vending machines are much more expensive. The cheapest one costs dozens of red coins, and the most expensive item is a snow-white leg bone, which is worth 1,000 red coins. But none of this has anything to do with Lin Yi. Unless he can come across a shop room every time he enters the red maze, the red coins are just a number to him. Lin Yi directly emptied the vending machine. Do you need these sundries? It's a pity that the system prohibits me from using space items, otherwise I could give you some. Ella followed Lin Yi, looking at the vending machine curiously. Don't give gifts to strangers. It's very rude. After finishing shopping, Lin Yi left the storeroom in a happy mood. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any harm. Why is it rude to give something as a gift? Ella followed Lin Yi like a little tail. Because I need to reciprocate, and I don't like exchanging gifts with strangers. After finishing his business, Lin Yi decided to have a chat with Ella to get some information that might not be useful or true. It's not that Lin Yi thought Ella would lie to him, but the information she obtained might not be correct. The two of them had a pleasant conversation for a while, and Lin Yi finally understood why the other party was so amateur. So you stole the system cards from home and came here to work part-time? Yes, I want to explore other planes. Going through the system is the safest way. I didn't expect that I couldn't get out of here at all. Ella sighed. Safe? Although I don't like killing people, I can kill you at any time. Are you sure this is the safest way? Lin Yi's mental power is much higher than Ella's, so he can clearly sense Ella's strength. Ella is a second-level psychic, and her physical fitness may be stronger than Lin Yi's, but she is obviously not good at close combat. If they really fight, Lin Yi is confident that he can deal with her within a few moves. I'm in the top 10 in my grade. Am I really that weak? Ella rarely fights with others, so she doesn't have much confidence. You are not weak, otherwise you wouldn't have bumped into me. But this place is really dangerous. You should go back as soon as possible. Lin Yi advised. That's not necessary. This body is a replica generated by the card. It doesn't matter if I die here. Besides, I can quit at any time. Ella explained. I see. Then I'll show you around. I'm quite familiar with this place. Lin Yi thought of the previous guard and couldn't help but sigh at the disparity in the world. 100 Fish-headed man. Lin Yi found that he had taken things for granted. Just because the structure in the front is the same as the surface of the maze doesn't mean it will be the same later on. The two entered the corridor through the red double doors opposite, but at the end of the corridor was not the red corridor and room that Lin Yi was familiar with, but a red area that looked more like a maze. The red walls divide the space irregularly. Just standing at the entrance, you will feel a daunting sense of confusion. Footsteps and low mutterings can be faintly heard from the depths of the maze. Wow, is this the legendary Red Maze? I've heard of this place. Ella said excitedly. This is deep in the maze. It will be safer to go back. This is my first time here too. I want to confirm again. It doesn't matter if you die, right? Lin Yi was not going to retreat. Sooner or later he would explore this place. This time he happened to have a special skill to save his life, and a teammate who didn't matter if he died. Yes, so you don't have to worry about me, and I can fight too. Ella said seriously. That's wonderful. Lin Yi was the first to enter the maze. The maze is very complicated. Every time you walk a certain distance, you will encounter several branch roads. Moreover, since the passages are of different lengths, mental power cannot penetrate the walls, so it is easy to remember the terrain incorrectly and end up getting completely lost in the maze. If it weren't for the fact that he could return to the shelter after the countdown, Lin Yi would not have dared to rashly enter such a place. There were many alien creatures wandering in the maze, and not long after, they encountered a first-level blood corpse. Lin Yi stabbed it from the back, directly piercing its alienated organ. Ah, sorry, do you want to practice your fighting skills? Lin Yi skillfully collected the alienated organs and collected some useful materials. Is that okay? What move did you just use? Can I learn it? Ella thought Lin Yi was so handsome, so she just took a look at the blood corpse and killed it. This move isn't a combat technique, but a way to train your mental strength. It's fine for killing small monsters, but it's useless against stronger enemies. Lin Yi briefly explained how to use the backstab psychic blade. Its principle was very simple, but the difficulty lay in the use of mental power and runes. You are a scholar proficient in rune knowledge. I also studied rune knowledge for a period of time, but unfortunately, my rune talent is average. Ella said regretfully. Don't you use runes when you fight? Lin Yi is very interested in the fighting methods of other dimensions. We've divided rune knowledge and combat into two areas. Scholars are responsible for learning rune knowledge and crafting rune items, while warriors are responsible for practicing combat techniques and using rune items in battle. After all, those who can master rune knowledge are rare. Of course, there are also talents like you who are proficient in both areas. Such talents are even rarer, but each of them will grow up to be a pillar of the Empire. Ella began to explain the Empire's combat system to Lin Yi. The Empire's research on spirit, psionic energy, and runes was quite in-depth, and many of its viewpoints gave Lin Yi new inspiration. The two of them communicated happily in the maze. Lin Yi would casually deal with any alien creatures he encountered and explain his understanding of combat to Ella. I think fighting consists of two aspects, information and intensity, and information is a little more important than intensity. If you know all the information about the enemy, you can take the initiative and eliminate them in the fastest and most insidious way. If you don't know the enemy's information and your strength is significantly different from theirs, you still have to take the initiative and fight for a chance of victory. If you don't know the enemy's information and the gap in strength between you and the enemy is not too big, you can slowly test the enemy's information or even strike back and wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw. Lin Yi explained while demonstrating with blood corpses. There were many strange-looking blood corpses in the maze, and even some fish with limbs. These fish can spray high-pressure red liquid from their mouths, which can be quite dangerous. Lin Yi collected some fish corpses through the psychic protection and prepared to return to the shelter to check the system information of the red liquid. The two continued to walk inside. The deeper they went into the maze, the more fish-like mutant creatures appeared. At the end of a passage, they found a huge area of stagnant water. This water area is like a red swimming pool. On the platform opposite the water area, there is a dark red metal treasure chest. The color of the box is darker than all the boxes Lin Yi has opened. There's a box over there. Do you want to go take a look? Ella asked, pointing across. I'll try. Lin Yi threw some of the materials he had collected previously into the accumulated water area, and some mutated fish jumped out of the water and swallowed the mutated materials. Forget it, the risk seems a bit too high. Lin Yi considered using special skills to rush through the waterlogged area, but his mental power could not sense the inside of the water. If there was some monster hiding in the water, the snail shell would most likely be dragged into the deep water by the monster. There was still some time before the end of the activity, and he would not be able to hold on for long after the snail shell shattered. He could try it before the event ended, But Lin Yi couldn't be sure how long the snail shell could last in the stagnant water, so there was still a certain risk. Then let's go. Ella actually had no interest in the treasure chest, as she had no shortage of psychic items. Lin Yi turned around and prepared to leave, but found a humanoid alien creature with a fish head standing in the passage. The other party seemed to have some kind of hiding ability, and Lin Yi had no idea when it approached. Lin Yi pulled out his psychic rifle and fired a magazine at the fish-headed man. Bang 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 bang. The bullet was blocked in front of the fish-headed man by psychic protection. The fish-headed man was a second-level alienated creature with strong psychic fluctuations in his body. After emptying a magazine, Lin Yi suddenly felt a chill on his back. He hurriedly activated the alienated psychic protection on his night dress and dodged sideways. A sharp tentacle pierced through the alienated psychic protection, but the slowed-down tentacle only tore the sleeve of the dress and failed to hurt Lin Yi. The source of the tentacle was in the accumulated water area. The fish-headed man pulled out 2 bone spikes and rushed towards Lin Yi, with several sharp tentacles behind him ready to attack. Leave this to me. Ella drew out a staff, and an extremely strong psychic shield was instantly woven behind them. After activating all the runes on the night dress, Lin Yi instantly appeared beside the fish-headed man. A red light flashed, and the fish-headed man's psychic protection was broken. Lin Yi pulled out the CL-0 pistol with his left hand and fired a shot at the fish head. Boom. The bullet shattered the fish head, but the fish-headed man did not stop. The 2 bone spurs continued to stab Lin Yi's vitals. It has 2 alienated organs, but only hides 1. After several layers of psychic protection, Lin Yi struggled to break through the bone spurs. He sensed the energy flow in the opponent's body and calculated the location of the alienated organ. 101. Fishhead Hotpot. Letting go of the red blade, a mutated dagger appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Activating the runes engraved on the dagger, Lin Yi's right hand suddenly accelerated and pierced through the fish-headed man's abdominal cavity. The fish-headed man let out an angry roar, and it took the initiative to tear apart the damaged alienated organs, releasing all the spiritual energy in its body. This burst of psychic energy was not concentrated, so the damage was limited, but the fish-headed man's purpose was not to cause damage. Lin Yi and Ella were pushed away by the violent psychic energy and fell above the water area. A large number of sharp tentacles stabbed at the 2 people in midair at the same time. Stand on the shell. Lin Yi activated his special skill, Snail Shell. The tentacles poked the snail's shell, leaving only a white spot, failing to penetrate his defense. The fish-headed monster fell to the ground. The previous blow was its last. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, its alienated organs were shattered and it was dead. The snail shell was knocked away and fell into the accumulated water. Ella stepped firmly on the snail shell. Without the control of the fish-headed monster, the tentacles dived deep into the water and no longer attacked them. However, a large number of fish-like creatures rushed towards the snail shell and sprayed high-pressure liquid at them. Psychic blades appeared behind them and pierced through their alienated organs. In order to prevent those deep-water tentacles from appearing again, Lin Yi used his spiritual power to propel the snail shell and quickly rushed to the platform opposite the flooded area. Are you okay? Once on the platform, Lin Yi used his psychic power to push the snail shell, rolling it closer to the treasure chest. It's okay, it's really exciting. Ella was thinking about the battle just now. This was the first life-and-death battle she had ever experienced, even though it was just a clone. Really? For me, unboxing is more exciting. There is only 1 red book in the treasure chest. Lin Yi put the books into the trophy space without even looking at the titles. Now when he sees a book, he will think of the Grey World Abnormal Events collection. It's safer to go back to the shelter to check on this kind of dangerous stuff. There was only 1 book in there. Books are very dangerous items, so I just put it away. Is there anything you need? Ella helped him block the tentacles behind him, so Lin Yi would not take the spoils alone. No need. Our family's library contains many dangerous books, including ancient books known as relics. Still immersed in the afterglow of defeating the enemy, Ella casually refused. What are relics? How are they different from psionic items? The Abyss Relic card box helped Lin Yi a lot. The word relic also appeared in the introduction of the system activities. Although he had some guesses, he wanted to hear how other planes explain such items. Relics are psychic artifacts from long ago. They've weathered the test of time and become something different from psychic artifacts. Each relic has its own unique history and function. Some powerful relics even possess independent wills, acting like living creatures and enforcing their own laws. Ella explained. There was actually a relic in her item space, but it was blocked by the system and she couldn't take it out for Lin Yi to appreciate. Well, have you heard of the Abyss Relic? Lin Yi continued to ask. Most relics are dangerous, but the most dangerous are those with specific prefixes. The Abyss, Dreamland, Emerald City, Red Sea, and Grey Realm are all well known for their dangerous dimensions. Relics with these prefixes are marked as forbidden by the Empire. Even brief contact will result in the prisoner being isolated, and prolonged possession will result in the Empire's immediate destruction. Not to kill, but to completely destroy. These relics are too dangerous. A single derivative can destroy an entire city. If not handled properly, it could even destroy an empire. Lin Yi, don't touch these kinds of things. Ella said this seriously, as she grew up with such education. I see. Lin Yi touched the snail shell and nodded in agreement. After opening the treasure chest, Lin Yi prepared to return to the other side of the puddle, where the red blade was still on the floor. Although Lin Yi was worried about the tentacles in the deep water, the process of returning was extremely smooth, with only some mutated bighead fish trying to attack them. Do you like fish? Looking at the mutated bighead fish twitching on the floor, Ella suddenly asked. Generally, I don't like this kind of food that is difficult to eat. Even if he ate fish, Lin Yi would not consider these alienated fish. I quite like it. We have a lot of boneless fish over there. I'll bring some next time I come. Ella said in a low voice that the system task would end in 1 minute, and it was time for her to go home. Okay, I'll bring some side dishes, and we can cook fish head hot pot here. The red maze is so big, Lin Yi doesn't think they can still encounter it. Of course, he would keep his promise. Is this considered a gift exchange? Ella didn't know what hot pot was, but she didn't ask. Many things didn't need much explanation. Of course, I won't eat food from strangers. After dealing with the organs that were still undergoing transformation, Lin Yi collected the fish-headed man's body. Goodbye then. Ella lifted the hem of her skirt slightly, smiling calmly. Goodbye. Lin Yi canceled the skill, stood up, and returned the salute. The countdown ended, and the two of them disappeared at the same time. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi fed Xiao He some fresh fish carcasses and sorted out the various materials. Then he began to check the system information of each item. Strong thigh bones. A third-level psychic item that produces a heavy blow and crushing effect when hitting the enemy's vital points. Note, this is a merciful weapon. The enemy will not even feel pain. It really doesn't hurt. There's nothing wrong with it. Lin Yi swung his thigh bone, and it felt similar to swinging a baseball bat, although he had never used a baseball bat before. Putting down the thigh bone, Lin Yi carefully took out the liquid stored in the accumulated water area from the mutated fish corpse and checked the system information. Deactivated Red Sea water. Can accelerate biological alienation. Note, do not drink. Although Lin Yi had guessed it long ago, after seeing the words inactive, he still felt a sense of oppression from the Red Sea. A flooded area is already so dangerous, so what kind of monsters are hiding in the depths of the bottomless Red Sea? Never mind, this isn't something to think about right now. Lin Yi took out the red book from the trophy space. The title of the book was Red Sea Shallow Survival Guide. Red Sea Shallow Survival Guide. A book about surviving in the shallows of the Red Sea, filled with crazy nonsense and practical Red Sea survival tips. Note, those with insufficient mental strength are prohibited from reading. What the hell? Lin Yi simply put the book deep in the basement. He didn't want to see it for a while. 102. Big Hollow. After dealing with the not-so-interesting spoils, Lin Yi took care of the small animals for a while, then lay down on the bed, ready to end the long day. The little snail had crawled to his pillow at some point and retracted its entire body into its shell, as if to cooperate with him. Lin Yi opened the group chat and sent the new information about the deeper levels of the maze to the group. 535-287/1000000. Thanks for the information, sir. I also came across the long corridor, but I was afraid of encountering the boss, so I didn't dare to go in. I've killed the surface boss, but the deep level feels a bit dangerous. I tried it myself. I entered the lobby in the final minutes. I tried my best, but couldn't win. In the end, I was lucky enough to be transferred back to the shelter. Detailed. What the hell? I couldn't even break the boss's psychic shield. I was chased everywhere, relying on my innate abilities and psychic items to barely hold on until the countdown ended. Actually, the red maze is now a relatively safe place. You won't die if you don't run around. I guess those who die every day are because they try to challenge the boss and kill themselves. Yeah, I have a big friend whose name was blacked out during the last maze exploration. At the time, I thought he had an accident, but now I think he might have overturned when fighting the boss. Those who drown are all good swimmers. A garbage collector like me who only picks up trash will never get into trouble. Yeah, it's incredible to think that a coward like Old You is still alive today. You foam. That's enough. Old You, how do you sleep at night? You foam. After awakening my spiritual power, I don't sleep much. If I'm really too sleepy, I'll just take a nap. You can try it. It should save you a lot of time. Forget it. There are no monsters around me. I choose to sleep. Old you, what else can you do if you don't sleep? You phone, read group chats, browse the trading area, take photos, and wait for nighttime activities. How tragic. It's a bit. A moment of silence. Come on, big brother without a shelter. After closing the group chat, Lin Yi closed his eyes, ending a long day. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. This time the card was a fox. The card dissipated, revealing a bright red fox crouching in the center of the shelter. The fox walked gracefully to Lin Yi and jumped into his arms. The other party's expression was too human, and Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before holding it in his arms. The fox's fur is very smooth and soft, and feels very comfortable to touch. Hello. Lin Yi couldn't help but touch it a few more times, and a comfortable expression appeared on the fox's face. Chirp. The fox narrowed its eyes and let out a gentle cry. Oh, then I'll lie down for a while. Lin Yi held the fox and began his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Start a new simulation mission. Simulated D-class personnel, Vincent. Gain special skills, Inspiration. Inspiration. After using the skill, you can see all hidden information nearby, 1/1. Note, are you sure you want to watch this? Number of simulations remaining, 10. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a hard chair in the interrogation room, with a supervisor sitting opposite him. Have you ever been to the Big Hollow? Without giving Lin Yi time to think, the supervisor asked. Yes. Lin Yi answered directly without hesitation. At the same time, Lin Yi prepared to commit suicide. He had considered this situation a long time ago. As long as the organization was willing, they could interrogate all D-class personnel within a specific time period. He had no personal memories and would be easily exposed. But the organization has never done so. It is possible that the organization is larger and more complex than he thought, or there may be other factors at play. But if the organization does this, how will the system judge it? Will there be no D-class personnel to carry out the mission, so the skill cannot be activated? Or will it remain the same as it is now? The supervisor stood up and left the interrogation room as if nothing had happened, but his performance was too obvious and Lin Yi saw through his disguise at a glance. He was shocked and nervous. Unfortunately, it seems the answer is wrong. Lin Yi had no choice. There was too little known information, and he had to give an answer immediately, so he could only guess randomly. I can only commit suicide and then retake the test, but first I need to confirm the correct answer and analyze Vincent's expected performance. Vincent is a white man in his 30s, 1.85 meters tall, with a strong build and good physical fitness. How should he react? What is the Great Void? Why hasn't anyone come in to control me yet? Is this preparation? The concentration of spiritual energy in the environment was normal. Lin Yi absorbed a trace of spiritual energy and prepared to use the spiritual energy to crush his heart. But the siege he was waiting for did not come. Instead, he waited for a very ordinary supervisor. The supervisor sent Lin Yi to the prison van. He was not the first person to get on the van. There were 2 D-class personnel wearing orange prison uniforms sitting inside. A hairy young man in his 20s and a bald, strong man in his 40s. What do you mean? That supervisor must have recognized me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted that way. But now he's acting like he's carrying out his mission normally. Since this was a simulation mission, why didn't the system teleport me directly to the prison van? So, if I don't answer that question, the simulation won't start. The organization wants me to carry out a certain mission? No, it's not necessarily an organization. There's no need for an organization to do such petty things. It's most likely an individual act. A high-ranking member of the organization wants me to help him complete a task. So, the conversations in the interrogation room will likely happen every day. As soon as I reveal a flaw, the mission will begin. Lin Yi sat opposite the bald, burly man, quickly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. This kind of designated task must be extremely difficult. The other party is likely to be a middle or senior level in the organization. If it is an ordinary task, the other party would not need to go through so much trouble. You don't know where we're going yet. The bald, strong man Zorn suddenly spoke. You know? Danny's eyes flickered and his nerves were tense. Ever heard of the Big Hollow? Zorn said with a grin. Damn it. I knew it. I had a bad feeling when I was sent here. I don't want to go down there again. Danny held his head and growled in pain. Have you been in there too? Zoan was in disbelief, and then quickly turned to look at Lin Yi and asked, You haven't been in there before, have you? Lin Yi briefly answered the other party's question. It didn't matter whether he had entered or not. He had already come and the mission would not stop. It's over. I thought it was just a routine fringe reconnaissance mission. 3 hollow survivors. This is definitely not a reconnaissance mission. We're probably going to go deep into the hollow. We're done. The smile on Zorn's face disappeared, his teeth chattered, and he became more nervous than Danny. 103. Deep into the hollow. Lin Yi did not ask the two for information about the big void. If his guess was correct, the supervisor would give him the relevant information later. The organization's information was much more accurate than the D-level personnel's blind guesses. 4 guards got on the prison van, and it started moving. This time there was no driver, and one of the guards was driving. Spiritual energy continued to enter his body, and Lin Yi began to try to alienate his body structure. He couldn't create an alien organ with a complex structure like a puppy's heart, but he could create some simple and useful body structures. This time, Lin Yi plans to try carving runes inside his body to increase the strength of this body. As for what the owner of this body thinks, he should just survive first. Just as Lin Yi was changing his body structure, the supervisor handed him a document through the isolation window. Zorn and Danny looked at Lin Yi in surprise. It was the first time they saw a supervisor handing a document to a D-class personnel. Lin Yi distractedly opened the document, which contained basic information about the Big Void and the objectives of this mission. The cause of the large cavity is unknown, and it appeared without warning one day on the edge of a city. The cavity is several thousand meters in diameter, its depth is unknown, and it is extremely dangerous inside. This time, their team's mission is to reach a certain coordinate location at a depth of 147 meters in the cavity, where there is an organization's outpost. The outpost lost contact a month ago. During this period, the organization had sent teams into the cave many times to check the situation, but all teams have lost contact. There were many traces of modifications between the words in the file, and Lin Yi could only rely on his imagination to restore the information above. But this information is not really important. A month has passed, and anything could happen at the outpost. This is so troublesome. I hope I won't be tricked by that fox. The special skill can only be used once, and the notes are quite dangerous. Lin Yi handed the file to the curious Zorn and continued to absorb psychic energy to transform his body structure. Zorn finished reading the file, tremblingly, and handed it to Danny. As the two men stared at each other in despair, the prison van accelerated and headed towards the designated destination. Half an hour later, the prison van stopped at the edge of the cave, and everyone got off one by one. The concentration of spiritual energy near the hole was very high, so Lin Yi accelerated the speed of alienation. The big hole looks like a giant mine, with thin mist floating in the pit, and you can't see too far away. They stood on the edge of the hole, like a few tiny ants. What do you need? The supervisory captain had a serious expression and sharp eyes. He was a man who looked very dangerous. It's best to have one weapon for both long-range and short-range use. Lin Yi was not polite and did not make too many requests. Give it to him. A supervisor walked up to Lin Yi with a long knife and a pistol taken from the prison van. The supervisor looked at Lin Yi warily, obviously unwilling to hand over the weapon to him. Lin Yi looked at the captain, and the other party reluctantly handed over his weapon. Both the long sword and the pistol are psychic items. The pistol is an ordinary psychic pistol with 15 bullets in the magazine. The long sword looks very familiar and seems to be a product of the same series as the experimental long sword. You go ahead and explore the way. The captain said to Zorn. Can you give me a weapon? Zorn asked tentatively. Give him a dagger. This time the supervisor didn't hesitate and directly gave Zorn a dagger. Zorn felt uncomfortable, but he didn't dare say much. In fact, he didn't think weapons were useful inside the cave, but holding weapons made him feel more at ease. There are some winding paths leading to the depths at the edge of the cave. These paths have a gentle slope and rotate downwards. You can go deeper into the cave without following the path, but the slope is steep and it is easy to get lost. It is said that walking along the path is less likely to encounter any abnormalities. Zoan walked in front. Lin Yi and Danny followed behind him. The captain was in the middle, and at the end were 3 supervisors. The team quickly descended along the path. Zorn was very fast because he knew that the longer they stayed here, the higher the mortality rate would be. If he encounters any abnormality, he will die here no matter how fast or slow he is. Every time they walked a certain distance, the captain would stop to fiddle with some box-shaped instrument with a large number of values and replace the pathfinders. Danny's exploration speed was not as fast as Zorn's, but he seemed to have a certain understanding of the cave. Sometimes he would speed up his pace, and sometimes he would stop and wait for a while before continuing to move forward. When he paused, Lin Yi did not sense anything unusual, but the captain approved of this behavior and did not urge him to speed up. Soon it was Lin Yi's turn to explore the way ahead. His speed was faster than Zorn's. If possible, he would rather fly a fighter jet alone. The longer the distance and the more variables there are, the more difficult the simulation task will be. Lin Yi didn't want to waste too many simulations on the road. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard behind him. Lin Yi stopped abruptly, pulled out his pistol, and sensed his surroundings. He could leave the matter behind him to the captain. Number 3. Report the situation. The captain looked at the supervisor who fired the shot. Report, I saw a monster standing diagonally behind me, but it disappeared when I opened fire. Supervisor number 3 looked around nervously, searching for the monster. Describe the monster. The captain did not sense the monster, but he did not question supervisor number 3. It was a black, humanoid monster with a large head and long, thin limbs. I only caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye, so I couldn't see it clearly. Supervisor number 3 was breathing rapidly and was nervous. Keep going. If you see any monsters, report them immediately. Don't shoot. I'll handle it. The captain spoke steadily and without any disturbance. The team continued to move forward, but after a few steps, gunshots were heard again from behind. Bang, bang, bang. Number 3. Report the situation. Supervisor number 3 fired again, but the captain's expression remained calm, without any change in emotion. That monster appears again. It's just 5 meters behind me. Supervisor number 3 was breathing rapidly and was extremely nervous. You and I switch places and keep going. After exchanging positions, Supervisor number 3 stood in the middle of the team, with the team leader diagonally behind him. Lin Yi continued to explore the way ahead, but just after taking a few steps, gunshots were heard again behind him. Bang, 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 bang. This time, Supervisor number 3 emptied the magazine, and all the bullets hit the captain's psychic protection. The magazine was emptied. Supervisor number 3 did not stop. He kept turning to the rear and pulling the trigger, even though there were no bullets left in the gun. Stop, calm down. The captain carefully sensed his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Die, 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 die. Under everyone's gaze, Supervisor number 3's head exploded out of thin air. The headless body continued to turn and shoot, turning half a circle before falling to the ground. 104. Tentacle arch. Like the captain, Lin Yi could not sense anything. The other party seemed to have suddenly gone crazy and performed a series of crazy behaviors. But a madman's brain wouldn't explode on its own, so some unknown force must have caused this. Keep going. Let the 2 nervous supervisors be in the middle, and the captain will be alone at the back of the team. The team continued to move forward, and Lin Yi sped up. This time, there was no gunfire from behind, but Lin Yi sensed that the captain would look to the side and rear from time to time. There's nothing there. The captain held out for 15 minutes. Waves of violent psychic energy erupted from the rear, and after the captain's final resistance, his headless body fell to the ground. The remaining 5 people stopped, and the 2 supervisors looked at the captain's body, not knowing whether to continue the mission. If we continue forward, we will die. If we leave here now, we may still be saved. Zorn said to the 2 supervisors. He and Danny just wanted to leave here, and now the 2 of them stood together, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. What Zorn said was right. The 2 supervisors didn't want to go any further. No one wanted to die meaninglessly in such a place. Just when they were about to reach a consensus, one of the supervisors suddenly turned around and looked to the right rear. It's that monster. Bang. The person who fired the shot was not the supervisor, but Lin Yi. Lin Yi shot the supervisor in the head. Another supervisor immediately drew his weapon and pointed it at Lin Yi. You bastard. But he didn't shoot immediately because there were still 3 D-class personnel, and he was the only supervisor left. He's been targeted by the anomaly. Even the captain couldn't survive. How long do you think he can hold out? I want to see if I can eliminate the anomaly by killing the person it's targeting. Lin Yi explained that he still needed the supervisor's help with something. Yes, he's dead. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible and make some contribution to the team. Danny echoed. Lin Yi was also a D-level personnel. He wanted to bring Lin Yi along, use the last supervisor to attract the monster's attention, and then run away immediately. He didn't believe that this monster could still chase to the outside world. Lin Yi walked to the captain's body, picked up the box of instruments, and said to the last supervisor, Can you use this thing? Yes, the instrument has 2 functions, early warning and positioning. If any abnormal phenomenon occurs nearby, the box will issue a sound warning. The warning function may not be useful, as the box did not respond before. The numbers above are the positioning function. The coordinates have been adjusted. You only need to move to the same coordinates to find the outpost. The supervisor explained the function of the instrument in a few words. Lin Yi turned around and walked into the depths of the cave with the box. You don't still want to carry out the mission, do you? You can leave if you want, but leave the box behind. I need that for early warning. Zoan pointed the pistol he had picked up at Lin Ye's back. After I killed that man, the monster came to my diagonal rear. I want to lead the monster deeper into the cave. Are you sure you want to fight me? Lin Yi didn't look back, nor did he pay attention to Zorn, who was pointing a gun at him. He quickly left the path and walked straight into the depths of the cave. He was running out of time. Zorn hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not shoot. He felt that Lin Yi was probably lying to him and wanted to escape alone with the box, but he did not dare to take the risk. Lin Yi didn't lie to him. He rarely lied. The monster was just behind him, and he could see it approaching his back from the corner of his eye. After leaving the path, Lin Yi continued to accelerate down the slope of nearly 45 degrees. The monster seemed to exist only in his peripheral vision and would disappear as long as he turned back. As the monster gradually approached, a sense of fear grew in Lin Ye's heart, urging him to look back to check the monster's location. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to look back, because every time he looked back, the monster would get much closer. Before Lin Yi could think of a way to deal with the monster in his peripheral vision, a large number of giant tentacles like arches appeared and disappeared in the fog ahead. These tentacles were motionless, like some kind of alien structure inserted there. But black threads hung from the tentacles, and at the end of each thread was a human figure. Figures lingered near the tentacles, muttering incomprehensible whispers. Lin Yi didn't have time to take a detour, so he could only pass by the tentacle arch. Those figures sensed Lin Yi and pounced on him, wanting to keep him here. Go to hell. Lin Yi pulled out the experimental long sword and shouted loudly. Hot energy erupted from the blade, tearing apart the nearby figures. These figures were extremely fragile and were easily blown away by the energy. Just as Lin Yi was about to rush through the tentacle arch area in one breath, a large number of black silk threads wrapped around his body and took root in his body, pulling him towards one of the tentacle arches. Lin Yi wanted to break free, but found that the more he struggled, the tighter the black threads entangled him, and as more and more threads took root in his body, he was losing control of his body. Not only Lin Yi, but also the monster in Yu Guang's body was wrapped in black silk threads. It kept struggling, pulling out silk threads from its body, but the number of silk threads kept increasing. In the end, the monster's body was controlled by the silk threads just like Lin Yi. Hey, so you can be afraid too. Lin Yi thought before he completely lost consciousness. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a hard chair in the interrogation room, with a supervisor sitting opposite him. Have you ever been to the Big Hollow? I've been there. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but still answered. He could show Vincent's reaction, but it would be pointless and would only waste his time here for a day. He had to complete the simulation mission as soon as possible. The supervisor left, and after a while, Lin Yi was sent to the prison van again. The prison van started, and Lin Yi continued to transform his body. This time he focused on transforming his legs. In a place like this, speed is much more important than strength. The following process was the same as last time. Until the captain died, Lin Yi did not do anything extra. This time he wanted to find a relatively safe path and enter the outpost. The captain's body fell to the ground. Lin Yi waited until the supervisor looked diagonally behind him before he stepped forward to pick up the box instrument and shot Zorn dead before he could speak. Holding the box of instruments, in front of the three people's horrified gazes, Lin Yi left the path and rushed into the depths of the cave, leaving them here to delay time. It would be best if he could get rid of that peripheral vision monster, but it doesn't matter if he can't. He is just exploring the way this time and doesn't expect to live long. Including the monster's movement time, the three of them only delayed for 1 minute and 56 seconds, and in their peripheral vision, the monster appeared again behind Lin Yi. What a waste. 105. Confessional. Lin Yi had no choice but to take the monster deeper into the cave. Don't run if you dare. Let's see who can survive to the end. Lin Yi continued to move towards the tentacle arch. The depths of the cave were full of abnormal things. It would be better to figure out how to pass through the tentacle arch than to take a detour. Soon Lin Yi approached the arch area. This time, the monster in his peripheral vision was much further back than last time, so he still had some time. Those figures pounced on Lin Yi again. This time, Lin Yi did not attack the figures, but tried to block them with psychic protection. But the figure easily passed through the psychic protection and continued to pounce on Lin Yi. Lin Yi had already considered this possibility, so he reserved a safe distance. The figure was moving quite fast, so in order to avoid being caught, Lin Yi could only keep retreating. When he retreated to a certain position, the figures suddenly stopped moving. The black silk threads behind them were pulled straight, like a dog leash. The length of these silk threads is the range of movement of a human figure. Lin Yi slowly approached the nearest figure. He wanted to see what would happen if he was touched by the figure. The figure stared at Lin Yi woodenly, muttering meaninglessly without stopping for a moment. Lin Yi touched the figure. The figure gradually dissipated into the air, just like raindrops disappearing in the rain. Before it completely disappeared, it looked at Lin Yi and bowed in gratitude. Get a gift, complete the simulation with the gift, and take the gift back to the shelter. A black silk thread was wrapped around Lin Yi's wrist and penetrated deep into his flesh, slowly growing inside his body. At the same time, a black thread appeared on the monster's body. Huh? If you tell me that black thread is a gift, I will touch someone else in my next simulation. But the black line is also good. Lin Yi watched the monster in his peripheral vision continuously pulling out black lines from its body, and his mood instantly became much happier. The monster in the corner of his eye was pulled away by the black line and no longer approached Lin Yi, but the black line in Lin Yi's body continued to grow. When the black line completely occupied Lin Yi's body, the simulation would end. Lin Yi entered the archway area again, and this time the shadows did not try to touch him. After bypassing one dark shadow after another and passing through one tentacle archway after another, Lin Yi finally left this area. Unlike those dark shadows, Lin Yi can leave here before his body is completely taken over. As for after being occupied, that's not something he needs to consider. Lin Yi continued to descend deeper into the cave. The coordinates on the instrument in the box gradually approached, and Lin Yi suddenly stopped. A dilapidated white spire church appeared in the fog. Although the slope here was close to 45 degrees, the church stood there steadily. Lin Yi didn't have a good impression of the church, so he decided to bypass it. After passing the church, Lin Yi continued to move forward, but not long after, an identical church appeared in front of him. The coordinates on the instrument are clearly different, but it appears. Lin Yi walked around a few more times, and even turned back for a while. No matter which way he walked, the church was in front of him. Forced into the religion? Fine, don't regret it. Lin Yi straightened his orange prison uniform before approaching the church door. The church door opened wide, as if welcoming Lin Yi. As soon as he entered the church, Lin Yi discovered that the black line that had occupied his entire right arm had stopped moving, and the monster in his peripheral vision also retreated a little. Is anyone there? The church was empty, with only an altar, a few rows of pews, and a confessional. No one answered, but the door to the side of the confessional opened automatically. Lin Yi walked into the confessional, and the door behind him closed automatically. The interior of the confessional was somewhat similar to the dark corridor on the cruise ship. It was also pitch black, and nothing could be sensed. Lin Yi sat in the darkness, saying nothing. He doesn't need to repent, and from a standpoint, he is the one who needs to be listened to. Lin Yi was not in a hurry at all. The black line and afterglow monsters could be suppressed here. If he could stay here for a long time, he could even try to deal with these two troubles. Lin Yi began to study the black lines in his body. This thing was a bit like some kind of living thing and had certain biological activity. If it weren't for this church, he would not be able to study the black lines at all. The flow of time became unclear in the darkness, and Lin Yi didn't know how long it had been before the door of the confessional opened. Lin Yi did not leave the confessional. His research on the black line gradually deepened. The environment here was very good, and he wanted to stay for a while. And he hasn't heard the other party confess. After a while, the door of the confessional closed again, and a female voice came from the other side. God, I confess to you that I shouldn't have used the church to block your path. Can you forgive me? She didn't expect that Lin Yi had nothing to repent for, so now she had to repent. Of course not. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. And what you need to repent for is not superficial things like this, but something more fundamental. Lin Yi was connected to the divine throne, and in this church, he could do many things without complicated rituals. No matter how weak a god is, he is still a god. If a clergyman thinks this is her home ground, she is gravely wrong. What are you doing? What kind of ritual is this? Why haven't I seen this before? The woman panicked. She felt that she was connecting to some twisted, alien, deep, huge, unknown shadow through the confessional. Since you're unwilling to confess to me, then go see him. Although I've long admired him, I haven't met him in person. Please give him your regards for me. Lin Yi showed a kind smile. Although the other party might not see it, he had to show his kindness. No, I repent. Greed. I repent for my greed. Seeing the divine will in you, I wanted to seize your divine position through the confessional. I didn't know there was a God behind you. I repent. Please forgive me. The woman spoke in a hurried tone. She didn't want to contact the unknown God at all. If it weren't for the condition of using the confessional that confession must be completed, she would have abandoned this body and run away long ago. I've already answered you. Mistakes must be punished. If sinners don't receive the punishment they deserve, then justice will be meaningless. Goodbye, lady I've never met. Don't forget to say hello to him for me. Lin Yi completed the last step of the ceremony. The confession room and the altar were connected. Now the one who accepted the other party's confession was a real and upright god. You really like strange places like this. At some point, Xiaohong appeared beside Lin Yi. Why are you here? The confessional was dark and Lin Yi couldn't see the other person's expression. You have connected to the divine position, and I happen to be free, so I came out for a walk. Xiaohong stretched out her hand, and a faint red light floated in from the opposite side, illuminating the entire compartment. Since you are so free, can you help me solve the problem here? Although the other party looks like just a little girl, Lin Yi feels that Xiaohong may be older than the history of humans on Blue Star, so she must be quite reliable. 106. Outpost. I feel like you're thinking bad things, so no. Xiaohong refused bluntly. I don't. Lin Yi looked at Xiaohong sincerely. If they could cheat, no one would be willing to risk their life. That's still not possible, because I'm more closely connected there. Borrowing our power won't do you any good. Of course, if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, you can connect to the divine throne. The worst that can happen is that we'll all fall into the abyss together. Xiaohong said seriously. I see. Lin Yi didn't say much. He didn't really need Xiaohong's help that much. If she agreed to help, he would have to think about it carefully. You should leave now. After your dangerous actions, this church will be extremely dangerous. You'd better not go near it again. Xiaohong opened the door of the confessional. At this time, the interior of the church was already flooded with red liquid, which came from the other side of the confessional. Some organs made of flesh and blood grow rapidly in the liquid like flowers, and after maturing and blooming, they fall back into the liquid. Xiaohong took a look at the liquid, and the liquid separated to both sides like a living thing, revealing a path leading from the confessional to the church door. Then I'm leaving. Lin Yi walked out of the church. The church behind him had turned dark red, and the damaged parts were replaced by alienated flesh and blood. After leaving the church, the black lines in Lin Ye's body began to stir, and the monster in his peripheral vision began to slowly approach his back. Lin Yi ignored them as long as they didn't cause trouble before the end of the simulation. After running down for a while, Lin Yi finally arrived at the outpost. The outpost is a simple building of less than 100 square meters embedded in the slope. There are no protective facilities around the building, but it just stays there intact. When you open the gate of the base, you will find that it is more like someone's private residence than a base, filled with all kinds of unique personal belongings. A half-person-high single penguin sofa, cute animal magnets covering the refrigerator door, meticulously arranged bookshelves filled with novels and comics, and a soft bed piled with stuffed dolls. Lin Yi silently opened the sliding door leading to the basement and walked down the stairs. There was no light in the basement, and Lin Yi's mental power seemed to be restricted in some way, unable to perceive information outside the body. In the darkness, the slowly growing black lines in Lin Yi's body suddenly rioted, tearing half of his body apart. In the corner of his eye, the monster also suddenly approached and instantly stuck to Lin Yi's back. As death approached, Lin Yi did not give up struggling. He activated all the runes in his body, exerted force with his feet, jumped over the stairs in 2 steps, and landed on the basement floor. Now Lin Yi couldn't collect information through his mental power, so he could only look for the light switch. The switch was not on the first floor, but was probably near the stairs. Lin Yi touched the wall near the stairs and quickly found a switch. Flip the switch and the light illuminates the basement. After the lights came on, the black line returned to stability, and the movements of the monster in my peripheral vision also slowed down. Lin Yi is in a very bad condition now. Half of his body is replaced by black lines. The black lines have taken root in his internal organs, and most of his internal organs are exposed to the air. In the corner of his eye, the monster was even closer to his back, only 1 step away from his body. Lin Yi controlled the black lines to prop up his body and moved his internal organs and the black lines backwards. He didn't really care about his image, but it was not good for him to get close to the owner here. A little girl with blonde hair was huddled in the depths of the basement, hugging her knees. She was looking at Lin Yi with horror on her face. Hello, I'm Vincent, a D-class personnel from the organization. The organization ordered me to come here to check on the situation. What happened here? Lin Yi did not approach the other party. Although his mental power was unrestricted after the lights were turned on, and the other party was just a normal human cub in Lin Yi's perception, it was abnormal for a normal person to appear in such a place. Is Big Brother here to help Alice? The little girl's voice is so soft and fragile that it makes people want to give everything for her. No, I just came here to check on the situation, and it's obvious that I need help more now. Alice, can you help me? Lin Yi revealed the miserable right half of his body and spoke in a painful voice with tears in his eyes. It's not impossible, but you have to play a game with me. If you win, I will help you. Alice's expression changed instantly, from weak and helpless to excited in just a quarter of a second. What game? What will it cost me if I lose? Lin Yi was not bad either. The mask of pain disappeared instantly, and he looked at Alice happily. A simple classic game. Alice took out a revolver and turned the cylinder, making a crisp clicking sound. I like the classics. Lin Yi sat down opposite Alice and reached out to take the revolver. The rules are simple. Shoo. Lin Yi interrupted Alice, holding the gun in his left hand. The pistol brushed past his thigh, and the magazine rotated violently. Before the rotation stopped, Lin Yi put the muzzle of the gun to his temple. He didn't set up any psychic protection, and even if he did, it might not be useful, and he felt that he would not die. Lin Yi fired 5 shots slowly and firmly, and finally the bullet turned to aim at the barrel of the gun. I won. No, you haven't shot yet. Alice moved Lin Yi's left hand and pointed the gun at her forehead. No, I've already won. I didn't do anything. I fired 5 shots but didn't die. Who do you think tampered with this? So the purpose of your playing this game wasn't to kill me, but to make me shoot you. I won't shoot you, so I win. Lin Yi let go of the revolver and stared carefully at Alice's facial expression. He needed Alice to tell him how to solve the problem here without killing Alice. You won. You're truly an elite member of the organization. Even this kind of injury doesn't affect your thinking. To show my respect, I'll watch you die miserably. By the way, your expression when you fired just now was really handsome. Instead of being angry, Alice applauded and cheered for Lin Yi. Although she was the enemy of the organization, she had to admit that the organization was on the side of justice, and there were many people in it who deserved respect. I suggest you kill me, because as long as I'm alive, there's a chance of a comeback. The injuries on his body were not serious, but he could see that the monster was about to raise its hand. Lin Yi hoped to get more information before he died. You want to pass on those messed up things to me? They have no interest in this body. Otherwise, she wouldn't be locked up here alone. Don't you think the organization is cruel? Locking a little girl who knows nothing in a place like this. Alice really liked the feeling of talking to Lin Yi. The game was not over yet, and Lin Yi had not given up struggling. It's very cruel. If she didn't do it voluntarily, I will ask someone to go back and talk to the organization. Lin Yi thought that the senior executive of the organization who sent him here this time should be someone he could talk to. 107. Omniscient God. That's not necessary. She volunteered, but how many people would be unwilling in front of the organization? Alice's tone was calm, but her eyes were filled with anger. Are you going to start recounting your tragic past? Lin Yi thought of the snacks in the cabinet on the first floor. He should have taken a few packs down just now. The monster's hand slowly moved towards Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi controlled the black line to wrap around its hands, trying to pull them back. I suddenly don't want to talk anymore. Alice took out a can of fruit from the storage box next to her. She decided to eat the can while watching Lin Yi make his final struggle. In terms of bad taste, they are quite similar. I'm about to die. In the end, can you tell me how to get rid of you? Lin Yi controlled the black thread to pull a can out of the box and used the black thread to cut open the can lid. There was no sweet and sour fruit inside, but greasy and salty canned meat. It's simple. Kill me, and she and I will both die here. The problem will be solved. For the organization, unstable anomalies should be dealt with. Even if you report back to the organization, you will get the same conclusion. So kill me, and everything will be over. Alice took a bite of the fruit in the can and said seriously, you can die if you want, but don't drag others down with you. Let's make a deal. If you let her go, I'll die with you. I'm an elite employee of the organization, so a 1-for-1 exchange is a good deal. Lin Yi also took a bite of the bacon in the can and started to promote himself. You're not really just a D-class personnel, are you? Alice sensed a certain gleeful malice. Of course not. As an elite employee of the organization, I need to complete missions every day. I'm either saving the world or on my way to saving the world. My schedule is booked until next year. How could I be just a D-class personnel? Lin Yi looked at Alice sincerely, with such a solemn expression that it wouldn't feel awkward even if he knelt down to propose to her the next second. That's right. How could someone like you be a D-class personnel? Your clothes fit you well, but why don't you know the situation here? Alice's eyes suddenly became sharp and her voice became low. She had a strange feeling. Lin Yi smiled and released the black thread, and the monster in his peripheral vision quickly grabbed his head. They all need to die, but Lin Yi can commit suicide. The moment Alice took out the revolver, Lin Yi was ready to commit suicide. Because Alice wanted to be killed, when Lin Yi was collecting information, there was a small possibility that she would think that Lin Yi would be resurrected somewhere else after committing suicide and control Lin Yi in some way. This is the situation that Lin Yi is most worried about. If it weren't for the Afterglow monster, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to commit suicide in front of Alice. At the last moment, Alice seemed to think of something and tried to stop the afterglow monster, but it was too late. Lin Ye's brain exploded, and a piece of it fell at Alice's feet. The grooves on it were quite similar to Lin Ye's smile. Number of simulations remaining, 8. Lin Ye opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a hard chair in the interrogation room, with a supervisor sitting opposite him. Have you ever been to the Big Hollow? Yes. Lin Ye didn't say anything extra. This time he was going to complete the simulation mission, so he couldn't leave too much information. The next process was the same as last time. The prison van arrived at the edge of the cave. When the captain asked Lin Ye what he needed, Lin Ye replied, "Give me something that can find the outpost, and I'll help you complete the mission. You don't have to go in." Lin Ye couldn't lead them through the tentacle arch area, nor could he drag them in to die. But if the captain insisted on going in, Lin Ye could only respect the captain's choice. The captain hesitated for a while, but finally took out the box instrument and taught Lin Ye how to use it. "If I don't come out, don't go in and look for me." Lin Ye didn't have a way to completely deal with the black line and afterglow monsters, so he couldn't say whether Vincent could survive. After saying that, Lin Ye rushed into the big cave. This time, Lin Ye completely deviated from the path and rushed straight to the outpost. The hollow anomalies had their own activity areas. As long as the direction was correct, the things they encountered would not change. After successfully taking down the afterglow monster and obtaining the black line, Lin Ye once again encountered the White Spire Church. This time, Lin Ye did not go around the church. He passed through the open church door and entered the confessional again. Just like last time, Lin Ye didn't speak, but this time he tried to transform the black line into a part of his body. After listening to the nun's fake confession, Lin Ye connected the confessional to the altar again. Sitting in the confessional, Lin Ye was a little nervous. He wanted to use this simulation to test the upper limit of the system simulation. Could the simulation affect the memory of the gods? However, Xiaohong did not appear in the confessional this time. Lin Ye didn't know whether it was because the time was advanced that caused Xiaohong to change her behavior, or because Xiaohong still had the memory of the last simulation that prevented her from entering the confessional. The door of the confessional opened, and the red liquid automatically split to both sides. Lin Ye left the church along the passage. The creeping shadow of the church fell on Lin Ye. He still had tasks to complete, so he could only put aside the issues concerning the system and the gods for the time being. Not long after, Lin Ye came to the outside of the outpost again. He knocked on the door, but received no response. Considering the condition of the base owner, Lin Ye had no choice but to enter the base without obtaining consent. After taking 2 bags of snacks from the cupboard, Lin Ye opened the sliding door leading to the basement. After suppressing the black line and using it to pull the monster in the afterglow, Lin Ye activated all the runes on his body and rushed into the darkness at the fastest speed. Lin Ye jumped into the basement in a few steps and pressed the light switch before the black line completely got out of control. Alice curled up deep in the basement, looking at Lin Ye, who broke into the basement with horror on her face. Lin Ye looked at Alice, who looked very weak and was hiding in the corner of the basement, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Her goal is to get me to kill Alice, so why is she pretending to be weak? Wouldn't that make it harder for me to kill her? If it was someone else, wouldn't she be more likely to die if she showed some aggression? Lin Ye's eyes moved to the light switch. If it were normal times, he would have turned off the switch and started groping in the dark. But now he has a better idea. Lin Ye used a special skill, inspiration. The moment he used the skill, a large amount of chaotic information flooded into Lin Ye's brain. At this moment, he seemed to have become an omniscient god, controlling everything around him. "Hello, I'm Vincent, a D-class personnel from the organization. The organization ordered me to come here to check the situation. Alice, I'm here to help you." 108. Great Void Explorer. Lin Ye pressed the light switch, turning off the lights, and the basement fell into darkness again. Black lines emerged from Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye did not stop them, but instead controlled them to move freely and pass through various parts of his body. The body is a puppet controlled by the mind, and the puppet moves when pulled by the black string. The afterglow monster stood behind him like a shadow, neither coming closer nor moving away, becoming part of the puppet. In the darkness, Lin Ye lost most of his perception abilities, but he was able to understand the surrounding situation through hidden information. Alice curled up in the corner of the basement, shivering. A shadow-like object was squeezed out of her body and floated behind her. A large number of black lines grew from Lin Ye's body to outside, gradually occupying the entire basement. The shadow left Alice and rushed towards Lin Ye. The black line passed through the shadow's body, but could not take root in it. Lin Ye pulled the afterglow monster in front of him and used the black line to control the afterglow monster to crash into the shadow. Shadow seemed to realize something and quickly dodged the attack from the peripheral vision monster. Lin Yi continued to use the Afterglow monster to hit the Shadow, but the Shadow was extremely flexible and easily avoided the Afterglow monster that Lin Yi had attached various runes to. After changing its position several times, the Shadow finally seized the opportunity and covered Lin Yi. I got you. I got you. Inside the same body, the two spoke at the same time. Shadow finally realized something was wrong, but it was too late. A large number of black lines inserted into the Shadow's body, taking root and growing inside it. The black line can pass through Lin Ye's peripheral vision monsters, and naturally it can also pass through Lin Ye's shadows. If the Afterglow monster touches the Shadow, the black line can also take root in the Shadow through the Afterglow monster. But the Shadow is too flexible, and even Lin Yi, who can see hidden information, finds it difficult to catch it. Therefore, the peripheral vision monster was just a trick used by Lin Yi to intimidate Shadow. If there was no peripheral vision monster, Shadow would have more time to think, and it would be very likely that Lin Yi would be delayed until he was completely swallowed by the black line. Damn it. You've actually been parasitized by this weird thing, and it's a deep parasite. I thought this was your ability. Shadow said unwillingly, using Lin Ye's body. I manipulated the black line to grow outwards just to give you this illusion. Lin Yi retracted the black thread into his body. He had lost most of his feeling, but he could control his body through the black thread. You think you've won? These black lines may be troublesome, but they essentially belong to the same branch of rules as me. Give me some time, and I'll be able to get rid of them. But you will become their puppet, forever unable to break free. I hope the salary the organization gives you is enough to pay this price. The Shadow was not lying. It could speak normally without the black line, which meant that it was immune to some of the effects of the black line. You're right, but I've already won. Lin Yi pressed the switch, and the light illuminated the basement. The black line stopped moving, and Shadow took the opportunity to deal with the black line. It only took a short while for it to escape successfully. Why don't you turn on the lights? Lin Yi controlled his body and walked to sit next to Alice, opened a bag of snacks, and placed it between the two of them. Because I'm afraid of the dark. Only in the dark, my mind isn't stable enough for it to possess me. Unlike when she was possessed, Alice's voice was gentle and gave people a warm feeling. Do you want to leave here? Lin Yi reached into the snack bag and found a snack similar to gummy candy. Unlike energy bars, it tasted quite good. The organization did not pay him any salary, so he could do some private work in his spare time, and he had already accepted the remuneration. I do, but I won't leave here. You've completed your mission, and I'll complete mine. Alice's soft voice was filled with an unquestionable determination. She persisted in the darkness for a month until Lin Yi pressed the switch and her body was taken over by the Shadow in the light. I respect your choice, but as a reliable adult male, I must tell you one fact. No one is special. Even if you are not here, the world will still function normally, and the organization will find a solution to replace you. So if you are tired one day, just leave here. This is Lin Yi's experience. Keep it in mind. Alice also reached into the snack bag. This was her favorite snack, which she had originally planned to eat last. Is there anything else I need to take care of here? Shadow was about to escape, and it was time for him to end it all. No, I can handle the rest. The outpost will be operational before nightfall. Alice answered seriously. Then give me a pistol, preferably a revolver. I like classics. Lin Yi said with a smile, a hint of malice. Alice was stunned for a moment, then took out a revolver with some sadness. At this moment, the box instrument suddenly sounded a shrill alarm. This was the first time its alarm sounded. The Afterglow monsters would not trigger the alarm. The tentacle arches and the black lines would not trigger the alarm. The white and bloody churches would not trigger the alarm. And even the shadows would not trigger the alarm. Only when Alice uses her ability does the box sound an alarm. Lin Yi suppressed an impulse in his heart, smashed the noisy box instrument, then took the revolver, glanced at the magazine, and found only one bullet in it. Turning the cylinder, before it stopped, Lin Yi pointed the muzzle of the gun at his temple. Do you think the shot will hit the target? Lin Yi said to himself. You damn bastard. You'll only kill yourself and won't cause me any harm. Shadow anxiously controlled Lin Yi's right hand, trying to move the gun away, while frantically pulling out the black lines in his body. If you want to be bluff, at least be calm on the surface. Lin Yi manipulated the silk thread and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet blew up Lin Yi's head, and at the same time eliminated the possessed Shadow. The basement returned to its former tranquility. Alice sat next to the headless corpse, silent for a long time, and finished the remaining snacks. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 8. 8 random items that appear in this event. Receive a gift from an unknown person 1. Achieve the title, Great Void Explorer. Lin Yi opened his eyes and picked up the fox that was sleeping with its eyes closed beside him. Can you predict simulation missions? Can you help me predict nighttime activities? The simulation time this time was recommended by Fox. If Lin Yi's guess was correct, he would have to face this simulation task sooner or later. If it weren't for Fox's special skills, he wasn't sure if he could deal with the shadow in the dark basement. Chirp. The fox reluctantly opened his eyes and made a gentle, yet slightly dissatisfied sound. 109. Gift from an unknown person. You said you can only sense when simulation is better? You don't know anything else. Lin Yi held the fox in his arms, stroked its back, and slowly touched the soft and smooth fox tail. The fox did not resist, but just squinted his eyes comfortably. Chirp. Okay, then can you sense when it would be best for me to go to the game room? The radio seemed to have similar abilities. Lin Yi didn't know if there was some kind of connection between the cards. Chirp. The fox shook his head, indicating that it didn't matter when he went to the game room. Okay, I'm going to sort out the spoils. You can go back to sleep. Lin Yi got out of bed and began to check the spoils. The 8 random items are a snack bag, a long knife, a psychic pistol, a ball of black silk thread, and 4 red alien organs. Alice's snack bag. You can take out various snacks recommended by Alice. Note, maybe you can put your favorite snacks in it and share them with Alice. Test long sword. Derivative of a certain relic. Note, let out a roar and give the enemy a destined death. K1 psychic pistol. Organize mass production of low-level psychic weapons. Note, mediocre, but stable. Parasitic silk thread. A special active psychic material that can be connected to the parasitic gate through silk thread. Note, what's behind the door? Maybe your remains. Special alienated organs. A special alienated organ. After transplantation, you will feel the presence of a great being and become his believer. Note, the mind affects the body, and the body can also change the mind. Alice's snack bag is an exquisite bright gold snack bag. The inside is like a black hole. You can only know what's inside by putting your hand in. Lin Yi reached into the snack bag and pulled out a bag of animal biscuits. Animal cookies. Alice's favorite cookie. It is said that eating it will bring you better luck. Note, maybe it's just a psychological effect. After walking around the shelter, Lin Yi threw a bag of squid shreds into the snack bag. Lin Yi rarely eats snacks, but shredded squid is an exception. His father likes it, so he will eat some occasionally. The experimental long sword is very sharp, and its quality is similar to that of a second-level red blade. It can be used as a backup weapon. The structures of psychic firearms are similar, but judging by the notes, the organization's weapons seem to be more stable. The parasitic thread is the black thread. Lin Yi put it in the material area of the basement. He didn't want to touch the parasitic door, so this thing could only gather dust in the basement. Lin Yi planted 4 special alienated organs in a flower pot. He planned to take time to study the structure of these special alienated organs in the future. This thing can be alienated into certain immortal enemies to help them find the correct belief. Gift of the Nameless One is a white card. Gift from an unknown person. After using it, you can obtain the nameless person's most proficient skills. This skill has been integrated into his spirit. Even if he loses everything, he will not lose this skill. Note, he wasn't connected to the parasitic gate from the beginning. Seeing that there was no danger warning in the notes, Lin Yi directly used this card. The card records a skill called Heavy Strike, which is a technique that quickly concentrates the user's entire body strength. Although it sounds simple, the amount of information involved is intimidating. Moreover, this skill cannot be used once it is learned. Instead, it requires long-term training to fully master it. The skill information proposed a concept called Force Point. Different from the Force Point in normal actions, to learn this skill, one must train force nodes that gather spiritual energy in various parts of the body, and then use these nodes to completely control the body's force generation method and energy flow. Heavy hitting is very interesting, and Lin Yi decided to take time out every day to practice this skill. After sorting out the information about the heavy blow, Lin Yi checked the newly acquired title through the system. Great Void Explorer. You run in the Great Void, leaving all kinds of anomalies behind. Note, I seem to have something extra on me. After reading the title, Lin Yi took care of the animals and plants for a while and got himself some food. With a simple breakfast in hand, Lin Yi went to the game room to start his daily cycle. Today's simulation task would take a little longer, so he could only play cards while eating breakfast. While playing cards, Lin Yi ate a few animal biscuits. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he always felt that the cards in his hand were responding to him. So he won a small profit of 200 red coins today. Before leaving the game room, Lin Yi used the basic rune card, Shaping. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi entered the psychic workshop, organizing the rune knowledge in his mind and making psychic items by the way. Alienation, synthesis, cutting, splicing, and shaping. Protection, collapse, speed, power. Lin Yi tried various runes on the materials, producing one unique defective product after another. An hour before the nighttime activities began, Lin Yi stopped making increasingly abstract psychic items and prepared a sumptuous dinner for himself. 5352887/1000000. What's going on today? It should be a carnival feast, right? I wanted to try the carnival potion. I didn't dare drink it last time, and it was gone when I came back. Vote for the site mission. Yes, I've already upgraded the shelter. How did you know I upgraded the shelter too? Stop showing off. Lao Yu is still in the group. Shelter level picture. It's just for old you to see. Except for him, basically everyone else has been promoted. Indeed, even a rookie like me is only one organ away from being transformed. I'll sell you one for a cheap price. How about you give me some loot after the event? That's great. Boss, if you need any supplies, I won't let you down. You phone. That's enough. If you have time to show off here, you might as well go to the trading area and grab the psychic items that Brother Lin just put up for sale. Huh? Oh, I knew it was gone before I even clicked on the trading section. You phone. Haha, it was sold out before I sent the message. I managed to snatch one. Item information picture. You really deserve to die. Why are your works becoming more and more abstract? There are more abstract ones. Pictures of objects. Damn, I can't even guess what this thing does just by looking at the picture. Don't tell me. I can't guess. This is a mutant grenade with acceleration function. Item information. Fuck, I want it so bad. Isn't this thing filled with the red liquid from the waterlogged area? You know what? It seems to be true. You better be careful and don't blow yourself up. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, site mission. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. Haha, site mission start. 110. Luxury Hotel. Brothers, see you in the group tomorrow. See you in the group tomorrow. Boss, please help me choose a safe site. I hope Lao Yu can find a safe toilet. You phone. Thank you so much. Huh. I'm going to leave first. You guys continue chatting. Lin Yi, fully armed, leaned against the bed holding the fox. The countdown was about to end. The shelter was so quiet that one could hear the sounds of breathing and heartbeats. Chirp. Okay, see you next time. 001. 00:00. This time the train started again on an old-fashioned one. Through the window, one could only see the closed tunnel and could not see what was outside. There were 4 survivors in the private room, including Lin Yi, and their avatars matched exactly with the ones in the chat room. Sitting opposite Lin Yi was a tall woman named Jiang Yu, about 30 years old. She was wearing a thick, lead gray jumpsuit, carrying a long hunting rifle on her back, and had a gentle smile on her face. Next to Jiang Yu was an old man named Feng Yukai. He looked to be over 50 years old, with gray hair and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. The survivor sitting opposite Feng Yukai was called Wang Yao, a young woman wearing a black miniskirt and black leather pants. Her hair covered her eyes, and she wore a black soft hat on her head. Feng Yukai, Mr. Lin Yi? Lin Yi? Yes, I am Lin Yi. Jiang Yu. Wow, you're such a famous person. Let's take a photo together later. Wang Yao. Thank you for your psychic cycle diagram. It really helps a lot of people. Lin Yi. You're welcome. Feng Yukai. I'm not being polite. It's very difficult to collect all 10 alienation cards. You are the only one who has collected all the alienation cards and is willing to share them for free. Before this, many people could only use their own bodies to experiment with circulation routes. Such experiments basically failed, and the consequences of failure were quite tragic. Jiang Yu. Hee, this time I can relax and fish with Boss Lin here. Wang Yao. The stronger the survivor, the harder the station mission. You don't even know this, do you? Lin Yi. Indeed, the site missions I have participated in were all quite difficult. There was even one time when the system didn't even assign teammates to me. Is it the same for you? Jiang Yu. Boss, don't scare me. Wang Yao. I really don't have that. Feng Yukai. Could it be that the system didn't assign you teammates in order to protect other survivors? Lin Yi. Could you please stop using honorifics? I'm only in my 20s. Jiang Yu. Okay. 2 prompts pop up in the chat room. Please choose a station to get off, survive at that station until the next train arrives, and then take the train to leave the station. Note, after 10 stops, the train will enter the shallow sea area. A system prompt appeared in front of Lin Yi. Gain special skills. Cunning. Cunning. When you say a reasonable piece of false information, if everyone present believes it, then the false information will become true information 1/1. Note, deception? No, I only tell the truth. I don't think inspiration is as useful. Lin Yi wanted to go back and talk to Fox, but it was time to draw new cards tomorrow. Soon, we arrived at the first stop. Here's another site introduction that looks like a movie poster. For good friends go camping in the wild. What awaits them is a long-planned conspiracy. Can they live to see the next day's sunrise? Below the text is a wild camp, where 4 abstract little people holding skewers are grilling meat around a campfire. Beyond the firelight, shadows are everywhere. Linyi, it's okay. Although there's not much information, the environment is pretty good. But it's hard to say with only one picture. Do you want to go to the next stop? Linyi thought of the city under the red moon and decided to listen to his teammates' opinions. Feng Yukai, this is a long-planned conspiracy. It doesn't feel good. Ginger fish, I'm fine with either. The barbecue looks delicious. Wang Yao, let's go to the next stop. We can still choose 8 times. Linyi, that's fine. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the second station. Site introduction. Your friend won a travel package from a tour group, so you and your friends happily boarded the tour group's bus, even though you had never heard of the destination. Below the text is a moving bus, and at the end of the road is a luxurious hotel built in the mountains. Linyi, this is not bad either. Why do I feel like the sites this time are not that difficult? It's not that Linyi wants to encounter difficult sites. He's just not used to it. Jiangyu, that's it. I've never stayed in a luxury hotel. Feng Yukai, don't want to take another look? I have no objection either. Wang Yao, the enemy might be a tour group. My innate ability allows me to collect information, but I need to control the tour group staff. Linyi, don't jump to conclusions. The enemy may not be out in the open. The tour group may just be a cover. Put away your weapons and pretend to be ordinary tourists first. Feng Yukai, get off the car first. The 4 people got off the train and entered the light green light door at the exit one by one. Linyi lost consciousness. Site selection completed, additional tasks obtained, optional. 1. Kill enemies and receive rewards based on the number and strength of enemies. 2. Protect the other tourists in the tour group and help them escape from the resort hotel. You will receive rewards based on the number of survivors. 3. Find and eliminate the person behind the scenes. 3 additional tasks popped up in the chat room, and Linyi woke up in a moving bus. He sat in the last row by the window, with Jiangyu sitting next to him. Feng Yukai and Wang Yao sat together, diagonally in front of them. 16 passengers, a driver, and a tour guide on the bus besides them. Linyi took a quick glance and memorized the general appearance of each passenger in the car. The 16 passengers included 2 couples, a senior travel group of 8 elderly people, a male solo traveler with a professional camera, and 3 students on a graduation trip. Linyi, hide your identity first and don't draw other people's attention. Jiangyu, how about we pretend to be siblings? Linyi, okay sister. Feng Yukai, we can pretend to be father and daughter, if you don't mind. Wang Yao, it's fine. I was in my rebellious period and didn't want to talk to my dad. Feng Yukai, well, if I had a daughter, she would be about the same age as you. Never mind, let's not talk about this. My natural abilities are related to melee combat. If I'm given the chance to get close, I can quickly deal with an average 3rd-level psychic. Linyi, my innate ability is an auxiliary ability, which I cannot use now, but my combat power is still good and I can deal with ordinary 3rd-level enemies. Wang Yao, I can control the enemy through eye contact hypnosis, but it doesn't work on people with high mental strength. Jiangyu, my innate ability is related to hunting. I can track prey and kill prey. Linyi, we will split into 2 groups at that time. You will be responsible for collecting information inside the hotel, and we will go outside the hotel to check the nearby terrain. Lao Feng, Wang Yao will be left to you. Feng Yukai, got it. 111. Hotel surroundings. A few minutes later, the bus stopped outside the luxury hotel. The hotel has 12 floors and an underground parking lot. The tour guide Yang Tao is a young man in his 20s. He is very eloquent and never stops talking during the trip. Yang Tao entered the hotel and communicated with the front desk, and soon came back with a stack of door cards to distribute to the passengers. There are many attractions worth seeing nearby, but for safety reasons, please stay close to the hotel. Tomorrow I will lead you to visit the nearby attractions. We will have a barbecue outside the hotel at 8 p.m. Don't be late. Linyi took the door card. The room number was 804. Without waiting for Feng Yukai and Wang Yao, Linyi and Jiangyu took the elevator upstairs together. Wait a minute. We have to go up too. Several quick-moving passengers also got on the elevator. The elevator is very large, and 8 people inside don't feel crowded at all. Entering the elevator together were 3 classmates, a photographer, and a couple. Dude, your clothes are pretty cool. What brand is it? One of the students started talking to Linyi. It was issued by the company. It has no brand. Linyi replied with a smile. He could see that these students were excited about traveling, but unfortunately, they were unlucky and encountered a travel scam. This was the consequence of not finding a reliable tour group. What kind of job requires wearing this kind of clothes? Sun Yuhang asked curiously. My job is quite special. It mainly involves helping the higher-ups solve problems. The salary is average, and it's very busy. You should be a recent graduate, right? You should study hard in college and don't end up like me. Lin Yi said with a smile. You are too modest. The material of this dress is extraordinary. The female student standing behind Sun Yuhang suddenly interrupted. Can you tell? Lin Yi glanced at the female student. He had sensed before that the people in the car were all ordinary people. Song Qi approached Lin Yi and whispered. My dad works for the security bureau. I've seen him wearing clothes like this. Are you here for work? I'm not from the security bureau. My reason for being here is indeed work-related. I can't say more about the rest. You should understand, right? Lin Yi winked at Song Qi. I understand. I won't tell anyone. Song Qi covered his mouth and said that he would keep the secret. The elevator reached the 8th floor, and only Lin Yi and Jiang Yu got off. The hotel did not arrange them on the same floor, but arranged each group on one floor, which was very strange. Jiang Yu, as expected of a big boss, he still has time to pick up girls. Wang Yao. Feng Yukai? Lin Yi, don't talk nonsense. I'm collecting information and laying the groundwork for our identities. Now we are employees of the Security Bureau. Jiang Yu, is the Security Bureau the official organization here? Lin Yi, probably. I'm not saying anything for sure. You can also make up your own identities, but a security officer sounds more reliable than a passing superpower person. Wang Yao, do we really need to hide our identities like this? We're the only psychics in the tour group. The enemy would know with just one glimpse, right? Lin Yi, concealing my identity and letting the enemy discover it can give them a false sense of security, and unless the enemy has remote observation capabilities, there's a high probability that I'll be able to sense the enemy first. Jiang Yu, I see. When are we going to go out? Can I take a bath first? Lin Yi, I will check the room first, and then give you half an hour to take a bath. In order to avoid being left alone, I will wait for you in the room. Jiang Yu, that's great. I also want to go to the barbecue dinner tonight. Lin Yi, yes, the banquet is part of many ceremonies. Wang Yao, I also want to take a bath, but forget it in a place like this. Jiang Yu, this is a luxury hotel. I haven't been there when I was on Blue Star. Wang Yao, it's up to you. The hotel's guest rooms are quite luxurious, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, with a total area of about 100 square meters. You can enjoy the distant scenery through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This is probably a mountain view room. Wow, this place is really nice. I want to live here forever. Jiang Yu lay by the window and said happily, if you're not careful tonight, it's not impossible. Lin Yi began to use his mental power to sense the entire room, and then searched it carefully again, but found nothing wrong. Jiang Yu was humming a song while taking a bath in the bathroom, while Lin Yi constructed the structure of the entire hotel in his mind and marked the specific location of each passenger. Now Lin Yi has not grasped the key points of this mission and can only do some preparatory work. Don't you want to take a bath? I can wait for you. Jiang Yu finished his bath, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. I shower every day at the shelter, so I don't need it. Let's go and take a look around. We'd better be back before dark. The two took the elevator downstairs. At this time, Yang Tao was still downstairs communicating with the hotel staff about the barbecue dinner. Are you going out? Seeing them, Yang Tao turned around and greeted them. Yes, let's go for a walk around here. Tour guide Yang, are there any interesting attractions nearby? Lin Yi said with a smile. There's a deep pond to the north, so it's best not to approach it. There are some caves to the northwest, which are said to have been the nests of some ancient creatures. The caves have complex structures, and it's easy to get lost inside, so don't go in. Just look around from the outside. To the east is a primeval forest with many wild animals. I heard that people go missing there every year, so don't go near it. Yang Tao described the surrounding attractions vividly. His words were clear, and his speaking speed was neither fast nor slow. What about the south? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. It's not listed in the manual. Sorry, this is my first time doing this route too. The company originally agreed to let a senior take me on a tour, but he suddenly resigned. I'm not sure if the information in the manual is correct, but the company told me to promote it more. It's probably just a gimmick to attract customers. It's not really that dangerous. Yang Tao explained in a low voice. You're not a new employee, are you? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. I'm a new employee, but I've worked in many places before. The company paid a high price to hire me. Yang Tao's voice was full of pride and confidence. Well, I wish you good luck in your work. Looking at the sweat Yang Tao shed because of his hard work, Lin Yi could only silently wish him well. Thank you. My boss promised me that as long as nothing goes wrong this time, I'll be in charge of this line from now on. I've calculated that with just a few more years of running around, I'll be able to buy a house in the city center with full payment. I've already negotiated with the agent and will sign the contract when I get back. Yang Tao's eyes were full of anticipation. Then I can only wish you good luck. Here's a fortune cookie. Here's one for you. Lin Yi took out a puppy-shaped fortune cookie and gave it to Yang Tao, hoping that he would have better luck and be able to return alive to sign the contract. Oh, thank you. Yang Tao happily took the biscuits and continued to discuss the barbecue dinner in the evening with the front desk. 112, Cave Creatures. I want a fortune cookie too, Jiang Yu suddenly said. The two of them went around to the back of the hotel and prepared to go to the south first. Okay, but this is a snack exchange between a friend and me, so you have to recommend a snack to me. Lin Yi rarely eats snacks, so he decided to seek help from mature women. I prefer grilled offal. Let's go to the forest and catch some small animals to eat. They're fresher when they're grilled. Jiang Yu took out some homemade dried meat and gave it to Lin Yi. That's fine. Maybe we can provide some fresh ingredients for the barbecue tonight. Lin Yi took out a lion-shaped biscuit and exchanged it with Jiang Yu. If Yang Tao is a poor puppy, then the woman next to him, who is half a head taller than Lin Yi, is a ferocious lion. Although lions are also felines, they are fundamentally different from docile cats. Although they were not moving at full speed, both of them were moving at a fast pace and soon stopped at the edge of the cliff. The cliff is so deep that you can't see the bottom. Want to go down and take a look? I brought a paraglider. The ginger fish was quite well prepared. No, the situation down there is unknown. It would be very troublesome if we encounter an accident. Let's go to the cave in the northwest. Although they could get more information by going down, Lin Yi was not prepared to let his teammates take the risk. Actually, we can split up. I'll go downstairs, and you can explore other places. If you have any questions, we can contact you through the system. Jiang Yu's intuition told her that the area below the cliff was closely related to this site mission. I can explore the other 3 directions, but the additional mission requires us to find the person behind the scenes, which means someone is likely watching us. This is a mission for the 4 of us. If you go down alone, you basically won't be able to come back. Are you sure you want to go down alone? Lin Yi only makes suggestions and does not make decisions for others. Forget it then. Jiang Yu decisively abandoned her intuition. Then let's go to the cave. Lin Yi turned and left the cliff. The company did not allow Yang Tao to promote the south. If someone from the security bureau really came here to investigate, they would definitely explore the south first, or even go to the bottom of the cliff to check the situation. Therefore, the area below the cliff is likely to be very dangerous, or it may even be a trap set by the person behind the scenes. More than 10 minutes later, the two found the mysterious cave that Yang Tao mentioned. It was more like an underground cave than a cave. There were a large number of cave entrances distributed on the mountain wall, and each entrance led to a different direction. I feel like I get lost in there. Jiang Yu took out 2 high-intensity flashlights and handed one to Lin Yi. Go in and take a look first. If it's too complicated, forget it. Lin Yi walked in front with a flashlight. Mental perception and vision are 2 different ways of collecting information. Lin Yi can move normally relying only on mental perception, but it is more comfortable to be able to see. The internal structure of the cave is very complicated, and there are forks in the road every few meters. Lin Yi walked while concentrating on building a cave map in his mind. The walls of the cave can block mental perception, but the effect is not as strong as that of the red maze. Jiang Yu, I always feel that there is something watching us nearby, but the feeling is very weak and I can't find the specific direction. Jiang Yu looked back frequently in annoyance. Her perception was very sharp. Not long after entering the cave, she sensed a faint but unignorable sight. Lin Yi carefully sensed his surroundings but did not sense any movement. His mental power was stronger than Jiang Yu's. Logically, he should be able to sense what Jiang Yu could sense, but everyone's mind was unique, and their sensitivity to various factors was naturally different. Lin Yi, let's go a little further inside, and leave if we don't find anything. Ginger fish, okay. The two continued to go deeper into the cave. There was no living creature in the cave, and no matter how far they walked, they could not see the end. Let's go back. After walking for another 10 minutes, Lin Yi decided to retreat. Okay, better hurry. Jiang Yu pulled her coat tighter. She felt that gaze was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yi led the way in front, and the two quickly passed one fork in the road after another, but after passing a few forks in the road, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Jiang Yu had a bad feeling. This is the wrong way. We came here. Lin Yi pointed at a stone wall and said, what should we do then? Jiang Yu also remembered the way she came and even marked the intersection, but she only remembered which way to go at the fork in the road and could not remember the specific path at all. If Lin Yi was right, there was no fork in the road now. We can only cut it open to see if there is a way out. Lin Yi pulled out the red blade and cut open the stone wall. After the stone wall shattered, Jiang Yu finally knew the source of that sight. A large number of dark green tentacles with spikes and eyes gushed out from the inside of the stone wall and rolled towards the two people standing in front of the stone wall. At the same time, the entire cave began to vibrate. Inside the stone walls, tentacles moved around like blood vessels, and densely packed tentacle tips grew on the surrounding stone walls. Lin Yi turned around and ran, at the same time activating his alienated spiritual energy to protect himself from the large number of tentacles behind him. What should we do? If we can't find the exit, we'll soon be overwhelmed by tentacles. Jiang Yu had completely lost his way. The forks in the cave all looked similar, and the stone walls would move, so it was impossible for them to find the original path in the chaos. Don't worry, I'm not completely lost yet. Wait until I find a position close to the outside world, and then we can force our way out. Lin Yi restored the movement path in the cave map in his mind. In fact, they had been led astray by the slightly offset cave wall. If his mental power was not strong enough, it would be difficult for him to restore the correct direction. After restoring the correct direction to leave the cave, Lin Yi took Jiang Yu and moved in that direction in the cave. As long as the direction was correct, no matter which way they went, they were moving towards the outside world. But soon Lin Yi discovered that the cave was leading them away from the correct direction. A large number of tentacles emerged from all directions, and the alienated psychic protection was quickly shattered by the tentacles. It's just around the corner ahead. Let's fight our way out. Lin Yi decided to fight to the death. Now he couldn't be sure how far away they were from the outside world. Maybe it was only a few meters, or maybe dozens of meters. If they were too far away from the outside world, they would be killed here by a large number of tentacles. But the increasing number of tentacles no longer allowed them to find a better position. I have a psychic bomb. I can try to blow it out. Jiang Yu took out a bomb that looked very dangerous from the loot space. Use. I'll help you block it for a while. Lin Yi threw out a handful of disposable psychic protection items and at the same time outlined psychic protection around him. The tentacles piled up on the psychic protection, instantly breaking through layer after layer of psychic protection. It's done, but if you detonate it now, it'll hit us. The surrounding space was already filled with tentacles, and Jiang Yu didn't know whether to detonate the bomb at close range. Detonate immediately and get down. At this time, Lin Yi would not hesitate at all. 113. Forest hunting. Jiang Yu immediately detonated the psychic bomb, and then pressed Lin Yi, who was blocking in front of him, under his body. Boom. Layer upon layer of psychic protection appeared behind Jiang Yu, and shattered one by one, shifting the psychic impact rushing towards Jiang Yu to the surrounding tentacles. After more than 10 seconds, the two men climbed up from the ground covered in dust. A wide gap was blown in the cave wall, and sunlight shone into the cave from the depth of the gap. They were lucky. The corner was not far from the outside world. Some tiny tentacles grew out from the broken part of the cave wall. The gap gradually shrank, and the cave fell into darkness again. Lin Yi drew out the red blade and rushed towards the gap. Before leaving, he secretly threw an artistic object into the gap. The tentacles that grew out rolled the object into the cave wall and closed the gap. I hate tentacles. A few minutes later, Lin Yi and Jiang Yu lay down a few dozen meters outside the cave to rest. I don't like it either, but if I need to transform into a different body in the future, I'll consider installing a few. It seems quite convenient. Lin Yi put away the red blade and straightened his coat. If you feel hungry, you can cut it up and roast it and eat it. Jiang Yu stood up and stretched her body. Her coat had a protective effect, and with Lin Yi's psychic protection blocking it, she was not injured. At that distance just now, if she didn't have psychic protection, she would have been seriously injured even if she didn't die. Let's go and take a look at the north. Lin Yi stood up and suddenly turned to look at the hillside beside him. Who's there? Sorry, I was taking pictures nearby and didn't mean to peek at you. The male tourist with a professional camera poked his head out from behind the hillside. It's okay. We just came out of the cave. It's dark in there, and there are some dangerous creatures. It's best not to go near there. Lin Yi smiled kindly. Okay, I'll take some pictures around here and then go back to the hotel. Ho Jibin shook the camera in his hand, turned around, and left the hillside with a smile. Lin Yi stared at Ho Jibin's departing back until he was out of his perception range. Jiang Yu, is there something wrong with him? Lin Yi, in my perception, he was an ordinary person, but I didn't sense him until he got close to the hillside. Jiang Yu, are you relaxed? Sometimes I ignore the enemy because I am mentally relaxed. Lin Yi, outside the shelter, I never relax. Jiang Yu, do we need to take action? Lin Yi, no rush. Let's explore the remaining two directions first. Acting rashly could easily lead to accidents. Wang Yao, who is he? I'll go and find out. Lin Yi, that cameraman. Be careful, you may not be his match. Feng Yukai, I will handle it properly. After communicating with their teammates, the two of them recovered while walking towards the north of the hotel. Their speed now felt like that of normal tourists. There were quite a few tourists near the lake, and the 3 students and the 2 couples were all here enjoying the scenery. Is there any problem here? Seeing Lin Yi, Song Qi secretly leaned over and asked in a low voice. There's a monster in the pool. We need to send someone to lure it out. I think you'd be a great fit. Lin Yi said to the girl who was very curious. I can't swim. Song Qi froze in place. She wanted some excitement, but didn't want to get in close contact with the monster. It doesn't matter. The bait doesn't need to be able to swim. It makes no difference anyway. Lin Yi approached the pool and motioned Song Qi to follow. Song Qi didn't dare to follow him. She couldn't tell whether Lin Yi was teasing her or serious. The pool was bottomless, and like the cave, not a single living thing could be seen. Do you want me to go down? Ginger Fish moved her body. She is very good at swimming. You don't even have a diving suit? For the first time, Lin Yi felt that he was not well prepared. No, but I brought a swimsuit. Jiang Yu took out a black one-piece swimsuit. There should be a lot of tentacles down there. Before you go down, you can give me anything valuable. There's no need to write a suicide note. I don't have time to read it. While speaking, Lin Yi took out a work of art, and, while no one else was paying attention, threw it into the pool naturally. Although Jiang Yu saw it, she didn't say anything. Forget it, let's go hunting in the forest. I'm good at finding prey. Okay, I've never hunted before, so this is a good time to give it a try. Lin Yi said hello to the others and walked towards the east side of the hotel with Jiang Yu. Half an hour later, they found the primeval forest. The forest is full of huge trees that are dozens of meters high and requires several people to surround them. The ground is covered with moss and lichens, and some small animals are walking and jumping in the woods. It's not bad here. I finally feel like I'm traveling. Lin Yi looked up at the spots of light between the branches and took a breath of fresh air. It's really nice, but now is not the time to enjoy the scenery. It's time to start hunting. You don't want to go back empty-handed, right? Jiang Yu excitedly took out his hunting rifle. Roger that, Captain Jiang Yu. Lin Yi also took out a psychic sniper rifle. He rarely used this thing unless the enemy was far enough away. When it comes to hunting, Jiang Yu is undoubtedly a professional. She taught Lin Yi a lot of common sense about hunting and quickly found the first prey. It was a strong first-level mutant beast. A bit like a wild boar, but with 6 legs. Jiang Yu killed the mutated wild boar with 3 shots, and each shot hit the vital point. Lin Yi handled the wild boar's corpse smoothly and put the fresh meat into the trophy space. When it comes to decomposing corpses, the two have different methods. Lin Yi's method is more delicate, and he can completely remove the undamaged organs. Jiang Yu is much rougher, and she only considers the deliciousness of the ingredients. After hunting several wild animals, Jiang Yu lit a bonfire and began to roast animal offal and some suspicious-looking fungi. Is this thing really edible? Lin Yi asked, pointing to a white mushroom covered with red spots. I don't know, but eating barbecue without mushrooms always feels like something is missing. Even if it's poisonous, it shouldn't be eaten by undead psychers, right? Jiang Yu was picking at the grilled offal on the grill with an indifferent look on his face. Please allow me to refuse. Lin Yi felt a little regretful about seeking advice from mature women. After all, young people's affairs should be solved by young people. It's obviously delicious. Jiang Yu picked up a black mushroom, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. I'd rather eat barbecue. Lin Yi picked up a piece of roasted liver and took a bite. It is indeed very delicious. What did you do before? The way you cut up your prey doesn't sound like something you just learned. Jiang Yu asked curiously. You guess. Lin Yi picked up another piece of stomach, which was tender and crispy, and cooked to perfection. Butcher? Chef. He can't be a doctor, right? Jiang Yu guessed casually. I think I've done both. The chef is an amateur, but the other two are pretty professional. Lin Yi said seriously. 114, barbecue party. You're only in your 20s, right? You've got so much life experience. Ginger Fish ate the mushrooms in surprise. It's a family business. When I was young, my family sold meat. Later, we opened a restaurant. I studied medicine in college and worked as a doctor for 2 years after graduation. Lin Yi briefly introduced his brief life experience. That's a bit tragic. I had a good job, but I was put here. Jiang Yu handed a portion of carefully roasted offal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but still put the roasted offal into a box and put the box into Alice's snack bag. He didn't know if Alice would like offal, but trying new things wasn't a bad thing. You may have some misunderstandings about the working environment for young doctors. I can only say that I feel much better after coming here. Lin Yi picked up the last piece of offal. Since they had a dinner party in the evening, they didn't have much to grill. That's good. I might be more adapted to this place. You might not believe this, but I rarely spoke over there. I could only count the number of people I could talk to on one hand. But here, I chat with my friends in the group every day. The ginger fish ate the last blue-green mushroom and extinguished the campfire. Let's go. It's time to go back and reunite with them. Lin Yi threw down a piece of art and left the forest with Jiang Yu. Unlike the dark cave, there was no way to keep them here. Huh. Lin Yi discovered that there was an extra bottle of liquid in Alice's snack bag. What's wrong? Jiang Yu asked. That friend of mine just wrote back to the snack exchange. It seems she really likes your grilled offal. Lin Yi took out a bottle of unbranded brown liquid from the snack bag. Looking at the liquid, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Here, you provided the snacks, and you should also taste this drink. Lin Yi smiled and handed the drink to Jiang Yu. No, the one over there is your friend. This drink is definitely for you. Jiang Yu's intuition is still sharp. Half each. Lin Yi believes that good things should be shared by everyone. Later, Jiang Yu regretted this rash decision for a long time. Lin Yi opened the bottle and poured a cup of brown liquid for Jiang Yu. Cheers. Cheers. Wait, did this thing just move? Jiang Yu sniffed the suspicious liquid in the cup and didn't smell anything, as if it was just plain water. You're dazzled. Lin Yi saw it more clearly than Jiang Yu. The two looked at each other and drank the liquid at the same time under the compulsion of each other's eyes. Lin Yi was only planning to take a sip, but the liquid rushed into his mouth impatiently, and in the end there was not a drop of liquid left in the bottle. The liquid tastes visceral, a strong, lingering taste of offal. The mouthfeel gives the feeling of drinking some kind of liquid solid. The two walked towards the hotel in silence. Neither of them spoke. Lin Yi, I'm going to the cliff. Please change the ingredients for dinner tonight. Jiang Yu, let me go with you. It's easy to encounter accidents if you go alone. Lin Yi, no need, an accident would be better. Jiang Yu, okay, if you have any questions, please contact us in the group. Lin Yi, okay. Back at the hotel, Jiang Yu and the other two met up on the first floor, while Lin Yi walked alone towards the southern cliff. A person's movement speed was faster. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Yi was standing on the edge of the cliff. After throwing a piece of art down, Lin Yi turned around and prepared to go back to the hotel for dinner. A tall figure wearing an oil-painted mask and a dark green robe was looking at Lin Yi from a distance. Lin Yi didn't waste even a second. The moment he saw the other party, he activated all the runes on his body and moved to the other party's side. A red light flashed, and the red blade cut through the opponent's body without any hindrance, dividing him into two parts, upper and lower. The knife flashed back, and Lin Yi stabbed the mask with the knife, and the blade penetrated the opponent's head. Lin Yi drew out the red blade and casually lifted up the opponent's oil-painted mask. Under the mask was a bloody face, and some dark green tentacles crawled out from the corpse, squirming a few times before becoming motionless. Lin Yi looked around and didn't see anyone else, but something seemed to move below the cliff. This time Lin Yi did not approach the cliff. If the masked man's function was to attract something under the cliff, it would be very dangerous to approach the cliff now. After carefully examining the masked man's body, Lin Yi did not linger for long and walked quickly towards the hotel. Lin Yi, I was attacked by a masked man, but I'm not injured. Please be careful. Picture of corpse. Feng Yukai, we have exchanged the ingredients and seasonings for the barbecue dinner. Wang Yao hypnotized the chefs and hotel staff, and no one can add anything to the dinner. Wang Yao, I chatted with everyone for a while. This is their personal information, and I didn't see any problems. Wang Yao sent a lot of information in the group, not only to tourists, but also to drivers, tour guides, and hotel staff. Jiang Yu, we found some kind of tentacle monster in the cave. There may also be such monsters in the pool and cliff. This mission may be related to this monster. The forest seems to be safe. Lin Yi, it's hard to say. Have you ever sensed a masked man in the hotel? Feng Yukai, no. Lin Yi, there may not be only one masked man. If there are other masked men, they are likely hiding under the cliff or in the forest. Wang Yao, how strong is the masked man? Lin Yi, generally speaking, but it has tentacles implanted in its body, so it may have the ability to guide tentacle monsters. Ginger fish, I don't know if the tentacle monsters can leave their habitat. It would be troublesome if they could. Lin Yi, they? How do you know there are so many tentacle monsters? Ginger fish, if there's only one, then it's incredibly large, right? Isn't the hotel built right above the tentacle monster? Lin Yi, that's why I didn't just take everyone away from here. The bus doesn't go very fast, and we might not be able to escape. Feng Yukai, so what should we do? The person behind the scenes might choose to have a dinner party or strike at night. Lin Yi, it doesn't matter if they take action. As long as they don't force them to overturn the table, we can deal with it. Jiang Yu, what if the other party flips the table? Lin Yi, I will try my best to find the other party and solve the problem before that. Lin Yi analyzed the personnel information sent by Wang Yao and had some guesses in his mind. Jiang Yu, let's go to the barbecue party. I'm not full yet. Feng Yukai, I'm a little hungry too. Wang Yao, it's almost time. When Lin Yi returned to the hotel, a barbecue stall had been set up outside the hotel, and some hotel staff were arranging tables and tableware. The four of them gathered downstairs in the hotel, found a table, and waited for the dinner to begin. Tourists came downstairs one after another. Song Qi saw Lin Yi and pulled her friend to sit next to them. A couple who knew Song Qi also sat at the same table with them. 115 cameraman. The barbecue dinner started soon. Lin Yi ate the barbecue and observed the words and actions of everyone present. Information can be fabricated, but even if you memorize the fabricated information very well, there will be flaws in some details. In fact, Lin Yi already had the answer in his heart, but he wanted to confirm it again. After all, if he made a mistake, he might have to use real-life simulation. Ginger fish, what should I do? Everything I eat tastes like awful now. Lin Yi, don't say it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forced myself to forget it. Wang Yao, what internal organs? Jiang Yu, this is the consequence of exchanging snacks with a friend. His friend must be very terrible. Lin Yi, no, she is a lovely little girl. Jiang Yu, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't recommend awful. Lin Yi, I didn't expect that she would hate internal organs so much. Wang Yao, girls are made of desserts. If anyone gives me awful as a gift, I will break up with him. Feng Yukai, I think it's okay. Awful tastes better with wine. The more you drink, the better it tastes. Wang Yao, shut up, drunkard. Lin Yi, my dad also liked to drink. By the way, he is dead. Ginger fish, don't look at me. I only have a drink occasionally when I'm hunting. Feng Yukai, okay, I'll shut up. Oh, it's so busy. Yang Tao sat next to Lin Yi. There were 10 seats at each table, and there was just one empty seat next to Lin Yi. The tourists had almost finished eating, and Yang Tao also had some time to rest. Have some barbecue. You have to lead a tour of nearby attractions tomorrow. Lin Yi placed a plate of barbecue in front of Yang Tao. He had already walked around the area and found that those scenic spots were indeed worth visiting, but they were relatively dangerous. This was Lin Yi's first group tour since his elementary school spring outing. He was looking forward to the upcoming itinerary, but unfortunately he had to return to the shelter tomorrow morning. Thank you. I've already planned tomorrow's itinerary. We'll first explore the cave entrance, then play in the water at the edge of the pool, and finally have a picnic on the outskirts of the forest. Believe me, tomorrow will be a perfect day. Yang Tao said excitedly. Jiang Yu, what kind of death parade is this? How many people will be left alive after this? Wang Yao, no, we will all be wiped out at the first attraction, right? Feng Yukai, well, I have joined tour groups in China before, and I just went to souvenir shops. I felt it was quite boring at the time. Now I think about it, being bored is not bad either. Lin Yi and Yang Tao chatted for a while, and after eating the barbecue, Yang Tao got up and continued to work. The barbecue dinner was very successful, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The cameraman took photos of every tourist for free to record every beautiful moment. But happy times are always short, and the barbecue party ended amid laughter and joy. Lin Yi, do you have surveillance cameras? On the way back to the hotel, Lin Yi suddenly asked. Jiang Yu, I really don't have that. Wang Yao, I have some. How many do you want? Lin Yi, put one on the first floor, and you can do whatever you want on the other floors. Something will definitely happen tonight, and we need to control the situation. Wang Yao, okay. After installing the cameras, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Lin Yi and Jiang Yu were on the 8th floor, and Wang Yao and Feng Yukai were on the 6th floor. Jiang Yu, are we just going to wait here? Lin Yi, well, don't act rashly. If I'm not mistaken, we are probably on top of a volcano that is about to erupt. It would be very dangerous to act rashly. Jiang Yu, no, I mean, do you want to play cards? Lin Yi, it's not impossible. Wang Yao, that's enough. If you want to play cards, do it outside. Don't scare me in the chat room. Feng Yukai, it's a pity that I'm not upstairs, otherwise we could play landlord. Jiang Yu took out a deck of cards from the trophy space, and the two began to play blackjack. The bet was that the loser would eat awful flavored foods of various textures. Although the awful smell had faded a little, the mixed taste became even more bizarre. No more playing, you won't cheat, right? An hour later, Jiang Yu threw away the cards and cheated. I never cheat. Here, eat this and it's over. Lin Yi broke off half of the energy bar and stuffed it into Jiang Yu's mouth. What the hell is this? Sawdust's innards. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes out of choking and silently decided that she would never play cards with Lin Yi again. This man has no idea what mercy is. While the two were happily chatting, some strange music suddenly sounded in the corridor. Wang Yao, there was something wrong with the music, and many tourists left the room. They were not in a right state, a bit like they were sleepwalking. Lin Yi, can your hypnosis relieve this state? Wang Yao, I can try. Lin Yi, okay, let's gather first. Wang Yao and I will go downstairs to stop the tourists, and Lao Feng, you and Zhang Yu will go turn off the music. Zhang Yu, okay, leave it to us. Feng Yukai, I suspect the person behind this is mixed in with the tourists. You better be careful and don't get tricked. Lin Yi, don't worry, I have got the key items. Be careful over there, someone will definitely stop you. Gingerfish, huh? When? Lin Yi, let's talk about it later. After the four of them gathered in the safe passage, they began to act separately. The music came from upstairs. Feng Yukai and Zhang Yu went upstairs to find the source of the music, while Lin Yi picked up Wang Yao and rushed to the first floor. Hey, is this too fast? Why don't you take the elevator? Although Wang Yao has good physical fitness, she has never had the experience of going down half a floor in one step. That's a good idea. If we destroy the elevator, it will take longer for tourists to go downstairs. We can also use the steel cable to go directly to the first floor. But I'm afraid of accidents after destroying the elevator. It's easier to deal with it if we gather the tourists together as soon as possible. Lin Yi explained his thoughts. He had also considered destroying the elevator, but destroying the elevator was dangerous and could easily hurt tourists. The additional task, too, was that the more tourists you protected, the better the reward. You're right. Wang Yao then realized that in Lin Yi's mind, there was no option of taking the elevator downstairs in this situation. The two quickly reached the first floor, and the couple living on the first floor had already walked to the hotel entrance, swaying from side to side. Wang Yao stepped forward, looked directly into their eyes, used hypnosis to stop their actions, and placed them on the sofa on one side of the hall. Next came the couple living on the second floor. Tourists came down the stairs one by one, and were all controlled by Wang Yao near the sofa. What do they want to do by controlling these people? Will it be useful to stop them? If a fight breaks out, we won't be able to protect them at all. Wang Yao struggled to keep everyone together near the sofa. She had a bad feeling. Don't worry, everything is under control. We can go back tomorrow morning. Lin Yi said confidently. All right. Although still a little uneasy, Wang Yao now has no choice but to trust his teammates. The site mission is a task assigned by the system to 4 people, and it is difficult to complete it by one person alone. At this time, the music upstairs stopped. Zhang Yu, we destroyed the music box and the cameraman attacked us. Lao Feng was seriously injured, but the cameraman was also crippled by us and ran away. Lin Yi, can you come down? I have a healing injection. Feng Yukai, no need. I have already drunk the healing potion and will recover in a while, but I need to rest for a while. Lin Yi, then you guys stay upstairs, don't separate, just leave the downstairs to me. 116, everything is under control. Feng Yukai, be careful, we will get down as soon as possible. Lin Yi, it doesn't have to be that fast. The music stopped and the sleepwalking tourists quickly regained consciousness. Where is this? Why are we in the hall? My head hurts. We walked here on our own. I want to stop, but I can't control my body. I think so too. It was that little girl who stopped us. The tourists talked about their own situations one after another. Anyone who ran downstairs uncontrollably in the middle of the night would be very scared. Quiet, we are from the security bureau. The tour group is connected to a certain cult. You are the living sacrifices chosen by the cult. If you still want to return alive, listen to my instructions and don't make trouble. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but under the influence of his powerful mental power, the panicked tourists and staff gradually calmed down. Yang Tao, you're leading the tour group. You must know those cultists. The bus driver suddenly grabbed Yang Tao's collar and pulled him up from the sofa. The driver actually knew nothing, but in order to get rid of suspicion, he had to do something. I don't know. I've only been with the company for a few days, and I don't know any cultists at all. Yang Tao explained in a panic. You're the team leader. How could you possibly be completely unaware? Get him out. He must be the cult's accomplice. Some tourists excitedly vented their inner fear, as if killing Yang Tao would be all right for them. I'll say this one last time, be quiet. Yang Tao is just an ordinary tour guide. The cameraman is a cultist. I have the situation under control. Tomorrow morning, you can take a bus back to the city. Lin Yi's calm voice suppressed the signs of chaos. The person behind the scenes seemed to be preparing to hold some kind of ritual to summon the tentacle monster, but he didn't know the details of the ritual, so he needed these people to remain calm. Although Wang Yao could hypnotize them, maintaining the hypnotic state would consume her mental energy, and she definitely wouldn't be able to hold on until tomorrow morning. Boom. A masked man crashes into the hotel's glass door, leaving a crack in it. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, masked men appeared outside the glass door, smashed the glass door, rushed into the hotel, and pounced on the tourists. A large number of dark green tentacles grew out of their bodies. These tentacles were extremely flexible, as if they were the main body and the humans outside were just their outer covering. The tourists screamed in terror and scrambled towards the elevator. Lin Yi did not move. He just looked at the masked men and stabbed his psychic blades into their bodies from behind, crushing the core of the tentacles. He had seen this kind of masked man once, and this was not a cliff, so some first-level creatures with tentacles were not something he would worry about. The masked men fell to the ground one by one. Seeing that Lin Yi easily dealt with the masked men, the tourists stopped panicking and all returned to the sofa. After all, no one knows whether there are monsters upstairs. It is safest to stay near Lin Yi at this time. At this moment, the elevator on one side of the lobby suddenly went down and finally stopped on the first floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and a man wrapped in dark green tentacles walked out. It's the cameraman. You're finally here. Lin Yi turned and looked at the cameraman. His previous state was somewhat similar to the stone wall of the cave. Before those tentacles came out, Lin Yi could not sense the inside of the stone wall. So before, in Lin Yi's perception, he was just an ordinary person, but now that the shell was broken, Lin Yi could clearly sense that the other party was a third-level psychic. When did you replace the dinner? Ho Jibin felt very aggrieved. If the tourists ate the specially prepared barbecue, under the influence of the music, they would be transformed into monsters and rush to their respective ceremony sites. Of course, before the dinner, we replaced the ingredients with fresh ones. Yes, the kind from the forest. Lin Yi seemed to be hinting at something. How do you know that eating the creatures there can resist spiritual pollution? Ho Jibin didn't know what went wrong, which led to the perfect plan becoming like this. I know everything. You gave me too much time. Of course Lin Yi was just guessing. He just thought that there should be no problem as these beasts were so lively and energetic. It is said that after being bitten by a 7-step snake, the antidote can be found within 7 steps. Lin Yi did not expect that the other party could really do such a stupid thing. Those 2 people up there are your colleagues, right? Most of the sacrifices have gone to them. If you continue to stay here, they will die. Ho Jibin tried to shake Lin Yi's will by guaranteeing the safety of his teammates. Wang Yao, are you all right? The cameraman said a sacrificial spirit attacked you. Jiang Yu. It's okay, there are just too many monsters, and we may not be able to go down to provide support for the time being. Feng Yukai, don't pay attention to him. These tentacle monsters are a bit troublesome, but that's all. Give up. I told you everything is under my control. The moment I got on the bus, you'd already lost. Lin Yi asserted. Oh, ignorance is fearless. Ho Jibin didn't believe Lin Yi's nonsense at all. Ignorance? Are you talking about the giant monster beneath our feet, or the crude rituals you perform? Lin Yi asked back. You know what's under your feet, and you still dare to talk to me like this? Ho Jibin was shaken, but he found it hard to believe that the other party had figured out all the arrangements here in just one afternoon. It doesn't matter what's beneath your feet. What's important is the ritual. As long as your ritual fails, it will stay there forever, no different from ordinary land. Normally, Lin Yi would use his mental power to perform some subtle movements, but today he did nothing. Everything was under control, so he couldn't make any unnecessary movements. But you're only a first-level psyker. I'm a third-level psyker. If I kill you, the ritual won't fail. Ho Jibin said loudly. If shouting will make you more confident, then shout it out. Throw away your fear, face me, and die here. Lin Yi stood there calmly, slowly raised his right hand and pressed it on the hilt of the knife. Ah! Ho Jibin roared and rushed towards Lin Yi, and the numerous sharp tentacles on his body stabbed at Lin Yi like spears. At the same time, the bodies of the masked men twisted and combined into a monster made up of tentacles, which pounced silently on Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stared at the tentacle cameraman who rushed in front of him. Draw the sword. Shape, power, speed, cutting. Incorporating everything into the still unsophisticated heavy-hitting technique. This is a blow that takes all your strength. Heavy chop. Lin Yi cut the cameraman in half with one knife. The cameraman's tentacles poked at the layers of rotating psychic protection, but did not cause any damage. Lin Yi did not dodge this battle, but chose to confront the cameraman, a third-level psychic, head-on and killed him with a single blow. Lin Yi put away his knife and turned around, activating the cutting rune in the twisted tentacle monster's body and cutting it into a pool of minced meat. The cameraman's body fell to the ground. Lin Yi looked at Song Qi, who was hiding among the tourists, and said, Student Song Qi, I've already said that everything is under control. 117. Lies and Redemption. When did you start to doubt me? Song Qi ignored the fleeing tourists and incredulous classmates around him and asked curiously. From the moment you spoke to me and looked into your eyes, the emotions you displayed were too thin. Lin Ye's acting skills are better than hers. Oh, that's such a failure. I always thought my acting was pretty good, don't you think, Mr. Sun? Song Qi smiled happily and glanced at Sun Yuhang, who was still beside her. Xiao Qi, what are you talking about? How could you be a cultist? There must be something wrong. Sun Yuhang looked at Lin Yi with anticipation, hoping that this was all just a misunderstanding, that the graduation trip wasn't over yet, and that he could still go to the scenic spot and confess his feelings to Xiao Qi tomorrow as planned. It's not impossible. As long as she is willing to cancel the ceremony, I will spare her life. I don't like killing young people. This is why she is still alive. Lin Yi put his right hand into his coat pocket and said, Xiao Qi, you heard it too. Give up the ritual now. You must have been deceived by those hateful cultists. It's not too late to turn back now. Sun Yuhang said in an almost pleading tone, but seeing Song Qi's calm expression, his mood slowly sank and his voice gradually lowered. It's already too late. He didn't kill me because killing me would completely activate the entire ritual, and the monsters below would go completely out of control. Once the ritual is cancelled, he will definitely kill me first. The Security Bureau members will not let any cultist go, even if that cultist is their family. Song Qi looked at Lin Yi calmly, as if he saw his father's figure behind Lin Yi. If she hadn't wanted to complete the ritual and control the monster to destroy the city, she would have activated the ritual and died together with Lin Yi. Guess what's in my pocket? Lin Yi stared at Song Qi intently. He had to confirm the size of that thing. Impossible, you can't possibly get it. Song Qi stared at Lin Yi's pocket, breathing rapidly. Since I knew you were going to perform the ritual, how could I just sit there and do nothing? Although it's dangerous down there, there's more than one way to get something. If you don't believe me, you can try performing the ritual. Lin Yi urged with an indifferent look on his face. Impossible. If you got the ritual core, why didn't you just kill me? Song Qi glared at Lin Yi. She couldn't accept that the other party was willing to let her go even though he knew she was a cultist. I believe people should have a second chance to choose, even if they are a cult member. Lin Yi said words that made him want to vomit as he walked towards Song Qi step by step. Activate the ritual, and you'll know if what I say is true. But if you activate the ritual, I'll have to kill you because you've given up the chance to choose. I don't believe it. I don't believe there's a sheriff like you. Song Qi activated the ceremony. But before she activated it, Lin Yi also activated the ritual. In the four directions of the hotel, four artworks in different positions emitted faint light, and under Lin Yi's control, the ceremony of connecting to the divine position began. These four locations coincided with Song Qi's ritual. Under the suppression of the divine position, the summoning ritual was delayed. So nothing happened. Song Qi looked at Lin Yi blankly. Lin Yi pulled his right hand out of his pocket, slowly opened it in front of Song Qi, and said, I said everything is under control. The core of the ritual is of course in my hands. The special skill was activated cunningly. At this moment, the truth was no longer real, and the false flower bloomed in Lin Yi's hand. A translucent colored glass ball appeared in the palm of Lin Yi's right hand, which was originally empty. When Lin Yi acquired the skill of cunning, he thought a lot. He thought about using this skill to improve his combat power, or through description, make others believe that he possessed some powerful treasure or skill. But he quickly gave up, because he didn't think the system would allow him to gain powerful strength in this way. Like the special skills acquired before, this skill must have some underlying rules that are not described by the system. Moreover, the word believe is too vague. How can people truly believe in something? Who should I believe? This skill is far more troublesome than inspiration and is extremely difficult to use. In the end, Lin Yi chose Song Qi as the target of deception. As long as he can deceive the person involved, Song Qi, other uninformed viewers will naturally believe Lin Yi. Before this, he had been acting as an omnipotent person just to make Song Qi believe that he could really get the core of the ritual. All performances are for the moment of opening your palms. The difficulty of this deception is that Lin Yi has to find an excuse why he didn't kill Song Qi. This was difficult because Lin Yi didn't want to let her go at all. People should have a second chance to choose, provided that they have paid the price for their first choice. But fortunately, Song Qi herself really hoped that Lin Yi would really let her go. It's not that she wants to survive, she just hopes someone can make that choice. So in the end she convinced herself and accepted Lin Yi's lie before she even saw the glass ball. Song Qi looked at the colored glass ball, as if she saw another ending, an ending where even someone like her could be redeemed. Mr. Sheriff, thank you for giving me the opportunity to choose. Please proceed. Song Qi walked up to Lin Yi, gave him a fragile smile, and bowed his head. Before the connection with the divine throne was severed, Lin Yi pierced Song Qi's chest cleanly and neatly, crushing the tentacle core inside. He could wait a little longer, and then Song Qi would find out that she had been deceived and die in pain and hatred. But Lin Yi still softened his heart. There was one thing he did not lie to Song Qi about. He really did not like killing young people. Sun Yuhang knelt beside Song Qi's body without saying a word. It's over. Jiang Yu ran out of the emergency passage, followed by Feng Yukai, whose coat was soaked in blood and green juice. It's over. Lin Yi had to thank the fortune cookie. He was lucky this time. If Jiang Yu was next to him, he really had no chance of deceiving the intuitive Jiang Yu. After all, they had explored the cliff together before. Wang Yao, are you okay, Dad? Feng Yukai. It's okay. Luckily Xiao Jiang is here this time. Otherwise we would have been in big trouble. They actually hid a large number of masked men in the secret room, and the walls are too thick to be detected at all. Jiang Yu. With me here, there's no way anything could happen to my teammates. Lin Yi. Are you going to collect some loot? We'll give these tourists a ride, and we should be heading back soon. Jiang Yu, yes. I want to take back some souvenirs from the luxury hotel. Feng Yukai. I want to bring a small refrigerator and a few boxes of high-end red wine to try. Wang Yao. You should drink less. I want some high-end toiletries. Lin Yi. Okay, let's take the tourists back to their rooms to pack their luggage and collect the spoils they want. 118. Gun of Peace. After the tourists packed their luggage and collected the spoils from the luxury hotel, everyone got on the bus and left the luxury hotel. Sun Yuhang took Song Qi's body away, and Yang Tao sat silently in the back seat of the bus, with no one around. Jiang Yu, add me as a friend. Although we can't chat, it feels good just seeing your name light up. Wang Yao, please don't get dark suddenly one day, I will be sad. Lao Feng, drink less, don't drink yourself to death one day. Feng Yukai, don't worry, I won't drink a drop of alcohol once I leave the shelter. Lin Yi, I hope your names will always be on display. Bye. Jiang Yu, goodbye buddy. Next time we meet, I will take out some snacks that girls like and exchange them with that friend. As the bus approached the city, a light green door appeared at the back of the bus. The four of them entered the light gate one after another, and then took the return train back to the shelter. Complete the site mission and receive a special metal treasure chest 1 based on the mission difficulty. Complete extra task 1, reward extra task treasure box 1. Complete extra task 2, and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Complete extra mission 3 and receive 1 extra mission treasure box. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. Without feeling sad about the fox's disappearance, Lin Yi started drawing cards every day. This time the card was a blood-red dove. The card dissipated, and a fat red dove appeared in the center of the shelter. Goo-goo. The pigeon flew up and landed on Lin Yi's head, its fat body pressing down his head. Hello. Lin Yi carried the fat pigeon into the basement to place the spoils he brought back from the hotel, including various high-quality ingredients, easy-to-store canned foods, various daily necessities, and some small electrical appliances. Goo-goo. The pigeon twisted its fat body and jumped excitedly above Lin Yi's head. Okay, thank you for your help. I will use your ability properly. Lin Yi returned to the bedroom and opened the 4 treasure chests one by one. The first is a special metal treasure chest, which contains a black metal cube with a side length of 3 centimeters. Compressed Psychic Bomb. Level 3 Psychic Bomb can be triggered using specific mental power. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary level 3 items. Note: dangerous items, please use with caution. Lin Yi took the metal cube and studied it for a while, and soon figured out how to use it. First, the user needs to use mental power to activate the block to leave a mental imprint, and then use the same mental power again to activate the bomb. The bomb will explode 1 to 10 seconds after activation. Users can set and modify the explosion delay time at any time. It's really nice, but it's a pity that I can't sense the internal structure. Lin Yi wanted to study the structure of the bomb, but found that his mental power could not penetrate the black metal shell of the bomb. After leaving a mental mark, Lin Yi put away the psychic bomb. Continue unpacking. There are only 10 bottles of low-level nutrient solution in the treasure chest of Extra Task 1. He really didn't kill many enemies this time. Among the enemies, the cameraman was the strongest, and he was crippled by Feng Yukai. But this time the extra mission 2 was difficult, and they protected all the tourists except Song Qi and the cameraman. Lin Yi opened the treasure chest with anticipation. Inside was a very delicate transparent crystal cup, replica of the Jushin cup, a 4th-tier psychic item that automatically condenses a liquid containing star power within the cup. When the star-gathering cup is filled with liquid, the quality of the liquid will continuously improve. Drinking the liquid in the cup will temporarily increase your strength. Note: compared to the star-gathering cup, which actually melts the stars into the cup, this name is too funny. Although it was a replica, it was the first mid-level psychic item Lin Yi had obtained, and it was quite effective. Lin Yi placed the star-gathering cup on the window, hoping it would be filled with liquid as soon as possible. He didn't know if this would be helpful. Open the last treasure chest, which contains a bottle of integration potion and 10 bottles of spirit potions. Just about to advance. Lin Yi suspected that the system would distribute integrated potions in the treasure chests obtained by survivors who were about to advance. After opening the box, Lin Yi took out the colored glass ball and checked its properties. Glass ball. Ceremony core can be used to perform rituals. Note, it can be reused before it is broken. Putting away the colored glass balls, Lin Yi began to take care of the animals and plants and prepare breakfast. The fat pigeon stayed above my head and showed no intention of coming down. Xiao Hei followed Lin Yi's feet and crawled around in the narrow shelter. It was now a little thicker than a bucket. Before it grew to the point where it could no longer leave the shelter intact, Lin Yi had to find a chance to put it outside. The puppy still doesn't look very smart and occasionally runs into Xiao Hei's mouth. After finishing his chores, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 535109/10000000. Good morning, friends. Time to show off the spoils. Image of item. Good morning. Item image. I got a batch of psionic weapons, all in mint condition, and want to trade them for some low-level nutrient solution. Item image. I have it. Private message. Item picture. Help, everyone. My right hand is seriously deformed. It went out of control last night and nearly killed me. Do you have any help? Arm picture. My left leg has also been showing this trend lately. Leg picture. There's no way. It's easy to turn a normal organ into an alienated one, but it's difficult to do the opposite. The only way is to prevent it in advance and reduce the number of psychic energy cycles. Cut it and change it. Lin Yi, you can try the alienation injection, but I can't say for sure how effective it is. I haven't used it. Item information. I've used it before. I lost control of my right hand before, and half of my forearm was cut off by a monster. After injecting an injection, a retractable alien forelimb grew out of it, which is quite useful. Picture of forelimb. Wow, that's so cool. I want to try one myself. Don't be impulsive. He was lucky to have grown forelimbs. It's hard to say what you will grow. Growing anything is better than losing control. I'll pay a high price for a mutation injection. I'll also collect one as a backup, and I'll privately message you if you have any. After breakfast, Lin Yi went to the game room to complete his daily cycle. After having the red core pendant, Lin Yi would wear it when performing psychic energy circulation. The effect of the pendant was very good, and he felt that his physical fitness had reached the limit of the first level. Back in the shelter, Lin Yi lay on the bed holding the pigeon and began his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Enter the simulation base. Please select the simulated base you want to enter. Mental hospital. Simulated base personnel, Kevin. Gain special skills, peace. Peace. Summon the spear of peace. Note, only war can bring true peace. Use this gun to kill them all, leaving no one alive. You can end the simulation at any time. 119. Journey to the Abyss. When Lin Yi opened his eyes, he was standing in the corridor of the mental hospital, with Miles in a nurse's uniform beside him. What's wrong? Miles saw Lin Yi stop and turned around to ask. Fine. Lin Yi continued walking forward. Miles seemed to be doing well and more energetic than before. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Yi found an excuse and walked towards the library alone. He didn't know how Kevin and Miles got along, so he didn't dare talk too much. The library was the same as always, with Bob not there and no one else around. Secrets of the Abyss is still where it was last time. No one has moved it. You love reading too much. Mia, wearing pink glasses, suddenly appeared in the seat opposite, holding a book with a black hard cover in her hand. That book looks a lot like Secrets of the Abyss. When I was very young, my mother often forced me to read. She only went to elementary school, and in her opinion, reading was a good thing. I resisted at first, but gradually got used to it because as long as I read, I could avoid other chores. In the end, reading became an indispensable part of life. Every time they fought, I would escape into the world of stories. Lin Yi sat opposite Mia. This was the library of the mental hospital, a good place to share heartwarming childhood stories. Oh, that's really touching. Let Sister Mia accompany you to relive the good old days of your childhood. Mia wiped the dry corners of her eyes, tried hard to suppress her smile, and placed the book in her hand next to Secrets of the Abyss. The name of the book is Secrets of the Abyss. I'll just read this one. Lin Yi placed his hand on Secrets of the Abyss and rejected Mia's kindness. Are you sure you want to read Secrets of the Abyss? Mia asked with a smile. Lin Yi tried to recall the name of the book, but his memory was vague. The words Wan and Lu mixed together in his memory and finally blended together to form a new word. If you open the wrong book, you might lose consciousness forever. Are you sure you want to open secrets of the abyss? Mia disappeared from the opposite side and appeared at the seat next to Lin Yi. What do you want to do? How did I offend you? Lin Yi had an urge to open the book in his hand, but he knew very well that no matter which one he chose, he would choose the wrong one. This was similar to a game room. When gambling on someone else's territory, the winner or loser was naturally decided by them. Of course not. I just wanted to make the story a little more interesting. Mia pushed another book between them. I will accompany you to experience this confusing story of two books mixed together. I don't know how it will end. Don't you think it's exciting? Mia gave a slightly crazy smile and stared into Lin Yi's eyes. I don't find it exciting, but I accept your invitation. I hope we can have a good story. Lin Yi also pushed the book in his hand between the two of them. They both turned to the first page of the book at the same time. Their consciousness sank, and they both entered the book. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself leaning on a rocking chair basking in the sun. Unlike the last time when he started with amnesia, this time Lin Yi remembered everything clearly and even knew the basic information of the body he was currently using. Heath, an old hunter who just retired, is enjoying the last moments of his life. Uncle Heath, are you there? A crisp voice sounded outside the yard. Exist. Lin Yi checked Heath's body and found that although Heath looked thin and old, he was a third-level psychic with a solid foundation and was equipped with various very practical psychic items. There are many handmade gadgets among these psychic items, and Heath is likely also a rune expert. What the hell is this? I'd believe you if the world ended soon. And this isn't the abyss. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly thought of a very bad possibility. Uncle Heath, my mother asked me to bring it over. The person who came in was a short young man who seemed to be very familiar with Heath. Thank you. Put it aside. Lin Yi sensed his surroundings, trying to find signs of approaching danger, but found that this was just an ordinary, peaceful village, and there was nothing related to the abyss. Uncle Heath, can you tell me more about the outside world? The young man moved a stool and sat next to him, looking at Lin Yi expectantly. Okay, then I'll tell you a story about a wolf and Little Red Riding Hood who conspired to murder their grandmother with poisonous mushrooms. Lin Yi suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He knew what would happen next, but he had no idea how to stop it. And even if he could stop it, it would be meaningless. He couldn't save anyone here. So let's tell a story. In this fake world that is both empty and real, let's make up a story that belongs only here. Great. Uncle Heath. Hey, how did you come sideways? The young man's body drooped like paste, turning into a pool of thick flesh and blood, but he was still conscious. He wanted to raise his hands to help Uncle Heath who was lying on the side, but he could do nothing. Hey, what's wrong with me? After saying the last sentence, the young man lost consciousness forever. Watching a young man with hope in his eyes turn into a pile of rotten flesh is not a pleasant experience, but Lin Yi can only watch because he can't do anything. Old man, it's time to get to work. An old woman with silver hair and a hunched body broke into Heath's yard. I'm retired. Lin Yi knew at a glance that the old woman was Mia. The way she walked was the same as when she was in the mental hospital, with no intention of pretending at all. What will I do if you retire? I'm not good at fighting. Mia looked like she had a headache. What's going on now? What should I do? Lin Yi didn't vent his emotions too much. It was his choice to come in, and it had nothing to do with Mia. It's us. Mia pointed out Lin Yi's mistake. Okay, Lin Yi did not refute. They were companions now. This plane is now merging with the surface of the abyss. All we have to do is survive. Mia answered Lin Yi's question in just one sentence. The fusion of the plane and the abyss. Why was there no sign before? Why didn't I feel anything? Lin Yi raised more questions. There are two situations when a plane falls into the abyss. One is that the abyss attracts the plane to fall into it, and the other is that the plane happens to overlap with the abyss when it moves. We encountered the latter situation. In a place where you can't feel it, everything has changed. Mia looked at the pool of blood and flesh on the ground. This was the first time she had to sift through it. 120. Intermediate psychic creatures. Everyone in the village was dead, and the ground was covered with rotten flesh and blood. Just by looking at the location of the flesh and blood, Lin Yi could imagine what they had been doing before. On this ordinary and quiet afternoon, the world was destroyed naturally. Why are we the only ones okay? Lin Yi was carrying a backpack containing various weapons and props found in Heath's room. Their mental strength is too low. The moment the plane merges with the abyss will connect all creatures in that plane and cause irreversible changes to them. Some creatures with low mental strength cannot adapt to this connection. The mind affects the body, resulting in this situation. Mia looked at the flesh and blood that was still trembling slightly on the ground. She knew that this was just the beginning, and soon the flesh and blood would turn into a new life form. From now on, All we have to do is survive. How long do we have to hold out? Any suggestions? Lin Yi was not sure whether he could return to the shelter at any time. After all, his consciousness was not in the mental hospital or in Kevin's body. This is a story born from two books mixed together. I don't know what will happen, but the story will always end, so we just need to survive. What do you have in your hand? Mia looked at Lin Yi's left hand curiously. Lin Yi was holding a bag with a simple food box in it. The young man gave it to me before. It must contain pastries made by his mother. Lin Yi opened the food box and found some kind of snack with a light yellow outer layer and white filling inside. It looked very sweet. Give me one. Mia picked up a piece of dessert without hesitation and took a bite. Lin Yi also picked up a piece and took a bite. The dessert was not as sweet as it looked, but had a light and elegant sweetness. There were rustling sounds, and tall shadows were floating in the distance. Some strange-looking creatures from the abyss were approaching them. The two shared snacks, enjoying the last dessert time before the battle. Anything to drink? Mia asked, looking at the wine flask on Lin Yi's waist. No, this is ignition liquid. Lin Yi doesn't like drinking, so alcohol can only be used to fuel the fire. Well, I also want to try the local drinks. Mia took out 2 glasses of iced cola out of thin air and handed one to Lin Yi. How do you know I like this? Lin Yi took a sip and it tasted the same as the Coke Xiao Yi took out last time. Last time I was spying outside, she ignored me. It's not difficult to copy a simple mental message. By the way, do you know what she did after your consciousness entered the book last time? Mia drank the Coke in one gulp. She quite liked this drink. I read books and did nothing else. Lin Yi didn't think he would do anything while others were asleep. Let's just take it as it is. Mia gave a meaningful smile. That's it. I know her better than you do. Well, it's almost time to end the small talk. Lin Yi put the food box on the ground. The old hunter's common weapons were spears and hunting rifles. Lin Yi didn't know how to use a spear, but Heath had a spare hunting knife. In addition, Lin Yi has another weapon. Lin Yi used a special skill, peace. A silver-white large-caliber pistol appeared in his hand. The moment Lin Yi got the spear of peace, he knew how to use it. This gun does not require bullets. It can shoot by injecting psychic energy. Moreover, every time you kill an enemy with the gun of peace, it will be charged. When the energy is full, the gun of peace will show a new form. Lin Yi injected the spiritual energy in his body, which far exceeded his original body in both quality and quantity, into the spear of peace, and then fired a shot at the brain covered with dark red tentacles flying in the sky. Bang! The psychic energy was compressed to a level that Lin Yi could not understand. The moment the psychic bullet left the muzzle, an irreversible energy explosion began. The brain was crushed into blood foam by the violent psionic energy, and the peaceful bullets were a bit too much for it. Lin Yi put Heping on his waist. The power of Heping was proportional to the spiritual energy consumption. With the total amount of spiritual energy of Heath, it was only enough for Heping to fire 10 shots. So if you want peace to change its form as quickly as possible, you have to find some worthy enemies. Lin Yi pulled out Heath's hunting rifle. This third-level psychic weapon needed to be loaded with physical bullets, but it consumed very little psychic energy, making it perfect for clearing out small monsters. A large number of alienated creatures of various shapes rushed towards the two from all directions. Lin Yi set up alienated psychic protection around them to block various long-range attacks. As long as the mutated creatures get close to a certain distance, they will be stabbed to death by the suddenly appearing psychic blade. Some powerful mutated creatures that can avoid the backstab blade are killed one by Lin Yi with a shotgun and fall outside the psychic protection. But these alien creatures seemed endless, constantly gathering towards the village, and the huge shadow in the distance was gradually approaching. We should go. We'll be exhausted to death here if we keep going like this. Your mental strength is stronger than mine. Are there any psychic buildings nearby? Lin Yi planned to establish a temporary base. There's a church over there, but there's something rather dangerous inside. Mia sensed it and spoke. What level? Lin Yi canceled his psychic protection, picked up Mia, and rushed in that direction. It should be a 4th level, maybe a little higher, but it's definitely a mid-level psychic creature. Mia did not resist. The old woman's physical fitness was average, and even with the help of psychic power, she could not run fast. A mid-level psychic creature? Can I defeat it? Lin Yi slowed down his pace. He had never dealt with a mid-level psychic creature before. The difference between mid-level and low-level creatures lies primarily in their psychic cores and their advanced alienated organs. Just be careful of the special abilities of the alienated organs and then destroy the psychic cores. Your body is so strong. Taking down 1 or 2 mid-level psychic creatures shouldn't be a problem at all. Mia said casually. She actually had limited knowledge in this area. After all, she rarely left the mental hospital. In her opinion, The mental power of low-level and mid-level creatures was similar. As for the body, it is not worth mentioning. Are you sure? This is the abyss. Can I really deal with the intermediate creatures in the abyss? Lin Yi always felt that Mia was a little unreliable. Should, possibly, probably be able to solve it? I'm not good at physical combat. How would I know? Mia said confidently. Okay, by the way, isn't this the world of stories? You should be very strong here, right? Lin Yi suddenly remembered that this was not the real abyss, but the abyss world in the story. Yes, but the story world has its own rules. Unless I can fight against the entire story, I can only follow its rules and be an ordinary old woman with strong mental strength. Mia gave all her weight to Lin Yi, and the two dangerous books merged together, and the story world that was born was much more difficult than she had imagined. 121. Spider-Man. So now you're a piece of crap who can only rely on me. You can't do anything except provide coke and keep an eye on your surroundings. Lin Yi concluded. You're right, but I won't always be a loser. As the story progresses, I'll get more comfortable here. Then I'll be able to do things that break the rules. This is an upfront investment, a sure win. Mia said confidently. Can't you fight with runes? Lin Yi felt something was wrong. I can't. My abilities can basically only be used in a hospital environment, unless you teach me the runes. But mental contact is too dangerous. I don't want to get involved with you. Mia explained. I don't want to either. Tell me what's going on inside. The old and dilapidated church is right in front of us. It is not a church, but more like some kind of ancient building related to gods. Lin Yi could not sense what was happening inside the church. Some kind of mental force field separated the inside and outside of the church. There are many low-level spider-like creatures inside. There is only one mid-level creature. Its psychic core is in the center of its chest. It has two special alienated organs, the sac in its abdomen and the first forelimb on its right side. As for the special abilities of these organs, I don't understand. Mia easily broke through the church's mental force field and told Lin Yi the information she sensed. I take back what you said about being trash. Lin Yi pushed open the church door, took a look inside, and then quickly closed the church door. The interior of the church is the nest of some kind of spider creature, filled with white spider webs and small spider nests, and there are some unknown rune structures on those spider webs. Fighting mid-level psychic creatures in such an environment is tantamount to seeking death. Find another place. I can't handle it here. Lin Yi said simply. But the fourth-level creature inside is about to run out. Should we discuss it in front of it? Mia pointed to the church door. Oh, it's coming out? Then there's no need to look for another place. Lin Yi pulled out the peace pistol and pulled Mia back a distance. Unless there is a huge gap in strength, no one would choose to enter the enemy's lair to fight, but it is another matter if the enemy comes out on his own initiative. Lin Yi focused his attention on the church door. Rustling and dense crawling sounds came from the church. The door opened, and a large number of spider monsters with sharp legs and eyeballs on their heads poured out. Most of the spider monsters were stabbed to death by psychic blades of various shapes from various directions, and gray-green juice splattered everywhere. Bang 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 bang. Lin Yi pulled out his hunting rifle and dealt with the low-level spider monster that had avoided the backstab. The spider monsters have strong jumping ability. They jump in all directions and bounce towards Lin Yi from all angles. Lin Yi fought and retreated at the same time. These spider monsters were nothing, but he had to focus all his attention on the intermediate humanoid creature standing at the church door. It was a half-human, half-spider monster. The main body was human, but its body was covered with spikes and limbs. Its head was similar to that of a spider monster, with two red and black compound eyes occupying half of its head. The other party did not attack Lin Yi immediately, nor did he leave the church. This made Lin Yi afraid to use his full strength, and he could only move away from the church step by step. Just when Lin Yi was about to give up using the church as his base, Spider-Man made a move. It instantly catapulted to Lin Yi's side, and during the catapulting process, it continuously sprayed out white spider silk like a sharp sword. The white spider silk easily pierced through the alienated psychic protection and blocked Lin Yi's retreat. Bang! Lin Yi did not retreat. He raised his gun and broke the spider silk in front of him, then rushed towards Spider-Man while shooting. The opponent's ejection speed was too fast, and he was not sure he could hit the opponent at medium distance. Only at a very close distance could Lin Yi have the confidence to hit Spider-Man with the peace pistol. Spider-Man didn't expect Lin Yi to rush towards him, which made him hesitate for a moment. Lin Yi was only level 3, while he was a level 4 creature, so he had no reason to retreat. But it still retreated. Lin Yi's gesture of approaching without hesitation was more intimidating than any words. Spider-Man bounced to the side and rear, while continuing to spray silk threads at Lin Yi. As long as he hit one, he could deal with Lin Yi at will. Seeing Spider-Man's movements, before Spider-Man ejected, Lin Yi began to predict Spider-Man's landing point and activated all the items and runes on his body that could accelerate. Using tilted multi-layer alienated psychic protection to block the spider silk, Lin Yi forcibly tore a crack in the dense spider silk. Through this crack, Lin Yi reached a certain location first. At this time, Spider-Man had just landed, and the peace pistol was aimed at the center of his chest. The straight-line distance between the muzzle and that location was less than 3 meters. Bang 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 bang. Lin Yi emptied the magazine. Before arriving at the church, he had been injecting spiritual energy into the gun without affecting his own condition. Now there were 6 bullets in the gun. Spider-Man had just landed and was unable to dodge, so he could only raise his forelimbs to block the bullets. The violent compressed psychic energy continued to explode in front of him, directly blowing up his alienated forelimbs and destroying most of his body. Lin Yi stepped forward and used his heavy attack technique to stab Spider-Man's psychic core with all his strength. Spider-Man tried to resist, and the alien organs in his abdominal cavity exploded, and a large amount of silk thread sprayed out and wrapped around Lin Yi. Lin Yi ignored the silk thread. The blade shattered Spider-Man's psychic core, and the cutting runes guided the chaotic psychic energy to tear apart the remaining half of Spider-Man's body. A large amount of spider silk penetrated into Lin Yi's body, tightly wrapping around his body inside and out, making it impossible for him to make any movement. Lin Yi looked at Mia with hope and found that she was tied to the ground because she stepped on spider silk and could only crawl. What a waste. Unable to speak, Lin Yi could only retract his previous evaluation in his heart. He decided to choose reliable teammates when traveling in the future. A large number of spider monsters pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi could only use his mental power to draw runes to fight the enemy. Through psychic protection and psychic blade, Lin Yi tried his best and finally got rid of the nearby spider monsters with great difficulty. But attracted by the noise caused by the previous battle, a large number of alienated creatures were approaching them rapidly. This time Lin Yi really had no choice. There was not much spiritual energy left in his body. If he killed another wave of alienated creatures, his spiritual energy would be exhausted and he would have no choice but to wait for death. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about what to do, he sensed a team approaching the church. What's going on here? Someone killed the monster in the church. This is Heath's shotgun. Could these 2 people tied up be Heath and his lover? Really? He's worthy of being called Heath. This old man is still so brave. He shouldn't have retired. Quick, bring them in. Maybe they can still be saved. 122, Surface of the Abyss. Lin Yi and Mia were brought into the church by this team. These people gave people a similar feeling to Heath and should be Heath's hunter companions. The hunters were clearing out the spider's nest in the church. They were very strong and killed all the spider monsters in a short time. The team was led by an old hunter named Hawk, who was the branch president of the Hunter Association and a 4th-level psychic. Mia was rescued quickly. She was not injured, but her whole body was numb from being entangled in the spider's silk. This kind of spider silk had a very strong control effect, and some unknown runes were engraved inside the spider silk. Lin Yi was in a miserable state. Since the spider silk was entangled with most of his organs, the hunters couldn't help him, and as time went by, his condition would get worse and worse. What should we do? Give him some healing potion. It's useless. If we don't remove these spider silks, his condition will get worse and worse. But these spider silks are too tightly entangled with him. There is no way to remove them. He is dead. Hawk checked Lin Yi's condition and said simply. But Lin Yi didn't think so. He felt he could try to save the situation. Lin Yi is a doctor who is proficient in human anatomy. After going through various simulation tasks and dissecting a large number of alienated creatures, he has a completely new understanding of living things. As long as he is not dead, and as long as he still has mental strength, he will find a way to get himself back on his feet. Lin Yi began to carve various runes inside his body. First comes the cutting. Lin Yi cut the taut spider silk to prevent it from continuing to shrink and damaging the internal organs. Then comes splicing, synthesis, and shaping. He did not plan to remove the spider silk, but to turn the spider silk into a part of his body. Then comes alienation. He needs all the parts of his body to get along with each other peacefully. Finally, Lin Yi carved runes of speed and strength into certain parts of his body. The whole process is similar to surgery, which is also Lin Yi's specialty. While Lin Yi was repairing his body, the hunters were not idle either. They carved a large number of runes inside the church and made many other arrangements. While Lin Yi was performing the operation, he would occasionally use his mental power to sense the arrangements they had made. Although he did not learn any new runes, he did learn some unique knowledge, which gave him new insights into the items in his backpack. The operation was very painful. Lin Yi never thought that one day he would have to undergo such a major operation without anesthesia, and the patient would be himself. Mia had been observing the operation beside Lin Yi. Although she didn't think that Lin Yi would be finished like this, she didn't expect Lin Yi to solve the problem so quickly and neatly. Fortunately, the spider silk had a paralyzing effect, which allowed Lin Yi to barely endure it. When the hunters completed the initial transformation of the church, Lin Yi finally crawled up from the ground. Hey, didn't you say he was dead? The team was full of experienced hunters, and Lin Yi did not hide his identity, so he was discovered as soon as he arrived. That shouldn't be the case. Can it be saved in that situation? Hawk felt a little strange. Although the Heath he knew some healing techniques, he was not capable of treating injuries of this severity. Lin Yi stood up and stretched his body. He glanced at the hunter team. Judging from their facial expressions, there should be no one in this team who was particularly familiar with him. This was a good thing. Even if he was a good actor, he couldn't hide it from Heath's acquaintances. Are you okay? Hawk approached Lin Yi. This time he did not use his mental power to sense Lin Yi's physical condition. Only an enemy would do that. I'm fine, thank you, Lin Yi said as he adjusted to his new body. That's good. Hawk didn't say much, turned around and continued to direct the hunters to decorate the church. After Lin Yi adjusted to his physical condition, he also began to help with the arrangements and also made some of his own arrangements. During the process of decorating the church, alien creatures continued to attack the church, and Lin Yi would occasionally kill some third-level creatures with the peace pistol. After the alienation, Lin Yi absorbed spiritual energy faster. In just a few minutes, he could add another bullet to the peace pistol. The peace pistol has a maximum ammunition capacity of only 15 rounds, and Lin Yi used the excess spiritual energy to deal with monsters. Hit its head, beautiful. Next, hit the big-mouthed monster on the right. Hit its belly. Mia sat next to Lin Yi to provide perceptual support and emotional value, but it was a pity that he didn't use a sniper rifle. The hunters obviously noticed that something was wrong with them, but perhaps considering the tense situation, Hawk did not confront them. Lin Yi was not planning to take the initiative to communicate with the hunters. The more he talked, the more trouble he would cause. It would be troublesome if the other party thought that this situation was caused by them. After setting up the church and having a place to stay, the hunters began to discuss what to do next. They haven't figured out what happened yet. They just know that some kind of disaster happened here and many people died. Some hunters wanted to hold on to the church and wait for rescue. Some hunters wanted to fight their way out and go to some big towns for help. Lin Yi did not participate in their conversation, but just silently killed the third-level alien creatures at the window. Killing the 13th third-order alien creature, the peace pistol began to change its form. After some cool transformation that seemed to violate the law of conservation of mass, the peace pistol turned into a slender silver-white automatic rifle. The usage is still the same as before. You can shoot by injecting psychic energy, and you can recharge by killing enemies. When the energy is fully charged, the peace rifle will show a new form. The peace rifle is less powerful than the peace pistol, but each bullet requires less psychic energy. A magazine of 30 bullets only consumes the psychic energy required for the previous 5 bullets. In addition, the rifle bullets have a penetrating attribute and will explode inside the enemy after penetrating the enemy's defense. Lin Yi was very envious of this feature, but just by sensing the fired bullets, he couldn't understand the principle that caused this effect. When Lin Yi was slaughtering the alien creatures with the peace rifle, the hunter team came to a conclusion, leaving most of them to defend the church and sending a 5-man team out to seek help. Lin Yi did not try to stop the rescue team. He and the hunters had no basis of trust. Speaking casually would only lead to doubts and cause conflicts. After all, it's just a story, and no matter what he does, he can't change the fate of the hunters. In the abyss, their fate was already determined. Lin Yi watched the rescue team leave the church and used the peace rifle to clear their way. The rescue team soon disappeared from their sight. The hunters looked at the direction where the rescue team left with hope. This was one of the reasons why Lin Yi was unwilling to communicate. At least now they were still full of hope. The truth is cruel, and they may not be able to bear it. It's getting dark. Mia suddenly spoke. Is there night in the abyss? Lin Yi had a bad feeling. It was just a simple welcoming ceremony before. On the surface of the abyss, night is the beginning of the fall. Mia said solemnly. 123, one night in the abyss. Lin Yi really felt something was wrong now. It was the first time he saw Mia so serious. What happens? Lin Yi also asked solemnly. I don't know either. Mia and Lin Yi looked at each other and answered seriously. Lin Yi turned around and continued to kill the alien creatures. He shouldn't have asked Mia any serious questions. Someone told me about the situation in the abyss. The surface of the abyss is really dangerous at night. Mia explained hurriedly. Okay, I'll be careful. Lin Yi shot the mutated creature's head in half with one shot. As the sky darkened, fewer and fewer alienated creatures approached the church, and finally all of them disappeared. The hunters went out before dark, collected some psychic materials from the corpses, and found materials to make some campfires. Lin Yi also lit a bonfire and collected some good parts from the corpse, cut them into small pieces, strung them together with wooden sticks, and inserted them near the bonfire. Not long after, the barbecue gave off an enticing aroma. Mia stared at the barbecue with her mouth watering and produced 2 glasses of ice cola. She had never eaten barbecue, so she couldn't conjure it up. Besides, to her, the difference between physical objects and spiritual creations was quite large. After sprinkling some simple seasoning from his backpack, Lin Yi distributed the perfectly cooked and charred skewers to Mia. It's delicious. The skin is crispy and fragrant, and the inside is soft and tender, full of juice. What kind of meat is this? I'm going to record this creature on my list of favorite critters. Mia ate very happily. After staying in the mental hospital for so long, she almost forgot what real food tasted like. It's the thigh meat of some kind of mutant frog creature. When I was selecting the ingredients, I used my mental power to carefully sense it, and I felt that this kind of frog leg was perfect for grilling. Lin Yi said proudly. His understanding of alienated flesh and blood is not comparable to that of ordinary low-level psychics. Whether it is the selection of ingredients or the control of heat, he is an expert. Too strong chef. Just as the two were happily eating skewers and drinking ice cola, a hunter looking out the window suddenly exclaimed, "Hayden, why are you back? Where are the others?" Hayden is part of the rescue team. Lin Yi looked out the window and saw a figure standing in the darkness in the distance. I'm sure that's Hayden. I've known him for over 20 years, and I could recognize him just by looking at his silhouette. Cody said excitedly, I'll go out and take a look. Hawk stood up. He didn't think the thing outside was Hayden, but since it involved the rescue team, he had to go out to confirm the situation. No, I'll go. After all, I was the one who discovered it. You stay in the church. You're needed here. Cody stopped Hawk. Anyone could see that there was something wrong in this situation, and he didn't want Hawk to get into trouble. Be careful. If you get into trouble, just shout, and I'll provide support immediately. Hawk focused his attention on the dark shadow in the distance. He really didn't have the qualifications to take risks. If he encountered an accident, it would be difficult for the team to survive until tomorrow morning. Hayden, is that you? Cody approached the shadow cautiously, but as the distance between them gradually shortened, his movements became simple and natural, like taking a walk on an ordinary street on a quiet afternoon. The black shadow stood there without any movement until Cody walked up to it and looked at it for a while. Then the black shadow suddenly walked into the depths of darkness. Cody followed the shadow and disappeared into the depths of darkness with it. Hawk wanted to stop him, but he had a strong feeling that if he dared to get close, he would disappear as well. Isn't he facing the church? Why is he walking so normally? The black shadow was clearly facing the church and walking backwards into the darkness, but it looked no different from walking forward. What is that? Lin Yi asked Mia. The shadow was too far away, and he couldn't sense it. It should be some kind of anomaly. Using mental power to perceive anomalies is very risky. Even if you perceive them, it's difficult to understand them, and you're easily affected by the anomaly. Mia reminded Lin Yi that she didn't expect to encounter such a weird thing at the beginning of the night. How should we deal with abnormal phenomena? Lin Yi has actually dealt with many abnormal phenomena and is considered an expert in this field, but he wants to hear Mia's opinion. Every abnormal phenomenon has its own unique rules. Rules are the power above the runes. Only rules can be fought against. Otherwise, one can only follow the rules and survive within them. Mia felt a little headache. If she had known this would be so troublesome, she would not have retaliated. Can't you talk to it? Lin Yi believed that the mental hospital was also a kind of abnormal phenomenon. There was no difference between Mia and the Black Shadow. They were all the same kind, and they should be able to discuss anything. I wanted to. The problem is that the other party doesn't want to talk at all. 6 dark shadows appeared outside the church. They just stood there without any movement. Are they all dead? No, this is just an illusion created by some monster. Don't be fooled. But they are so similar. They must have been made by monsters. How could a normal person walk with them on their backs? Cody was controlled as soon as he got close. What now? Leave them alone. Panic spread among the crowd, and Hawk didn't know what to do, but he knew that this couldn't go on. Quiet. Those figures are just illusions created by monsters. It must be some kind of monster hiding in the darkness that has controlled Cody. The monster doesn't dare to approach, which means we are stronger than it. As long as we don't leave the church, they can only watch from there. Hawk knew very well that those figures were not just illusions, but he could only say that as long as they could hold on until tomorrow morning, they could leave the church and establish a base somewhere else. However, before Hawk could finish his words, the figures began to move towards the church, and when they were about a quarter of the distance away, they stopped and stood there looking at them. Lin Yi looked at the figures, picked up the peace rifle, and shot Cody. Bang! Originally, he wanted to wait until daybreak, but the shadows were approaching too quickly, and he didn't want to leave the church to survive in the darkness, so he had to find out the shadows' patterns before they entered the church. Cody was chosen because he had just turned into a monster, so he should be easier to deal with, and it would be easier to find out the patterns. The bullet blew up Cody's right arm. Cody turned to face Lin Yi, but did nothing. "What are you doing?" Cody's friend said angrily. "He's testing those ghosts. That's not Cody anymore, otherwise he wouldn't be standing there." Although Hawk felt that there was something wrong with Heath, now was not the time for infighting. Lin Yi ignored them and fired another shot at Cody's left leg. Bang! The bullet blew off Cody's left leg, but Cody still stood there as if completely unaffected. 124, Despair Carrier. Bang! Lin Yi shot Cody's right leg again. He didn't believe that the other party could still stand. Having lost his support, Cody's upper body fell to the ground, but he still did not move. He just stood there with half of his body looking at Lin Yi. If it were a different scene, Lin Yi might have laughed, but it wasn't so funny in the abyss. Lin Yi hesitated for half a second, and finally aimed at Cody's head. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he killed Cody, but the human figures seemed to have the ability to transform ordinary people into human figures at close range, so he couldn't let them get any closer. Bang! The bullet blew up Cody's head. Cody lost his head, and only his upper body was left standing there. Seeing how tenacious Cody was, Lin Yi simply shot him continuously until the remaining upper body was blown up. Cody was completely gone, and nothing happened after that. What? Just shoot him to death. So simple. If I had known earlier, I would have shot him directly, and Cody wouldn't have died outside. Damn monster. Bang. Seeing this, Cody's friend raised his gun and shot Hayden in the head. Hayden's headless body turned towards him, then entered the church at a speed far exceeding that of lower-level creatures and moved in front of him. Hayden and Cody's friend looked at each other for a while, then left the church one after another and walked into the depths of darkness. After a while, Hayden's headless body and Cody's friend reappeared outside the church, watching them from a distance. What's going on? Why can Heath kill them, but Eddie can't? Maybe it's because Cody just converted? Maybe there's something wrong with Heath. Maybe the attack is not directed at the head. There are so many possibilities, and we don't have that many people to test with. While the hunters were communicating, Lin Yi was also thinking about the reasons for this result. But there are so many differences between him and these hunters, and each difference may be the reason for this result. All we can do is keep trying. Lin Yi shot a member of the rescue team in the head. Bang! The bullet blew up its head, and like Cody, it just turned towards Lin Yi and did not approach the church. Bang 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 bang. Lin Yi fired a burst of shots, smashing the headless body into pieces. The remaining figures moved forward a distance, and now they could clearly see the expressionless faces of those figures. Although I don't know why, it seems that you are the only one who can kill them. Can you deal with the remaining figures? Hawk walked up to Lin Yi and asked. It's possible, but is it really okay? Killing is too easy, and it makes me feel a little uneasy. After killing the figure, Lin Yi did not sense anything unusual, but when he smashed the figure, the other figures happened to be close to the church. Is this really a coincidence? But if we don't kill them, we'll all turn into monsters once they enter the church. So we have no choice but to kill them now. I'll bear any consequences. If Lin Yi disagrees, Hawk is ready to do it himself. After being attacked, the figure's speed was so fast that even Hawk had difficulty reacting. But if he could destroy the figure with a single attack, he might be able to prevent the figure from entering the extreme speed state. Okay, I'll kill one more. You guys concentrate and tell me if you find anything. Lin Yi shot and killed the nearest figure, and the rest of the figures moved closer. The nearest figure was less than 10 meters away from the church gate. The figure appeared to be a member of the rescue team, and aside from the facial expression, they looked exactly the same as when they left the church. Any findings? Lin Yi looked at the weakest first-level hunter in the crowd. Me? I didn't find anything, but I just feel heavy-hearted. Quinto said in a low voice. Feeling heavy? Do you often feel heavy? Do other people feel this way too? Lin Yi did not miss any clues. Only by thoroughly understanding the rules of these figures could they survive until tomorrow morning. No, I rarely feel that way, but it's normal to feel heavy-hearted in a situation like this, right? Quinto said in a voice that was almost a growl. He didn't know why he spoke in that tone, but there was some emotion pent up in his heart that he had to express. I feel a little bad too. Me too. I feel a little short of breath. Is this the effect caused by those figures? Some hunters described their feelings, but a few hunters just stood there silently. Lin Yi looked at these hunters, then at the figures that were approaching the church step by step. He had a guess about the rules of the figures, which might not be correct. Okay, no need to say anything. I will deal with these figures. We will rush out tomorrow morning, and we will be able to completely get rid of these ghosts by tomorrow noon. Lin Yi said loudly. The figures slowed down their pace, but continued to approach slowly. Did you discover something? When Hawk saw the figure slow down after Lin Yi finished speaking, he immediately realized that Lin Yi had made a discovery. I'm not sure, but these figures might represent despair. Lin Yi walked out of the church and approached the nearest figure. He looked at the figure for a while, and his guess was confirmed. Turning back to the church, Lin Yi said to the hunters, "This rescue team is a source of hope, so when they stand outside the church, it represents the end of hope and the rise of despair. So they become carriers of despair. Attack them, and they will look at the attacker. If they sense despair, they will quickly approach the attacker and pass the despair to the attacker. If the attacker is overwhelmed by despair, they will be assimilated by them and become a new carrier of despair. Close encounters can also convey despair. If killed, their despair spreads to nearby creatures. The above is the nature and behavior of these figures." After saying that, Lin Yi began to absorb spiritual energy to replenish the ammunition for the peace rifle. Now he is no longer in despair, as these figures cannot hurt him at all, but it is hard to say for those hunters who are in despair. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the hunters fell silent. They all felt more or less desperate, and had no confidence that they would not be assimilated after looking into the figures' eyes. What if you kill them all before they get close? Then we can all share the despair. That way, everything will be fine, right? Hawk suddenly asked. Although they are now carriers of despair, they are essentially your hope. I'm not sure what will happen after killing them all. Lin Yi felt that it would be troublesome after killing all the figures, but he also couldn't just watch these hunters being assimilated, because it might also be troublesome after all the targets were assimilated. It's just false hope. Kill them all, and we will bear the consequences together. Hawk said firmly. 125, Dagger of Despair. Okay, but before that, could you give an inspiring speech to cheer them up a little? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Fill the peace rifle with spiritual energy, Lin Yi suggested. Hawk accepted Lin Yi, who had an unknown origin, and Lin Yi was willing to fight side by side with these strangers. There was no need for the men to say too much, and a simple eye contact was all that was needed to reach a consensus. Hawk turned to face the hunters, and Lin Yi raised his gun and pointed it at the figure. I'm not good at speaking. I prefer action to speech. Friends, it's time to hunt. The hunters were ready, and Lin Yi pulled the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining 5 figures were blown up in an instant, and the atmosphere of despair filled the church. After a moment's silence, the hunters who were not mentally strong enough grew and swelled like balloons, transforming into desperate monsters. Lin Yi pushed Mia behind him and shot, and killed monster after monster. These desperate monsters not only had extremely strong physical fitness, but also knew how to use skills and tools. After being killed, they could release aura of despair to affect nearby creatures, making them very difficult to deal with. But those who were still alive were all experienced old hunters. Under the attacks of the monsters, the hunters cooperated tacitly and relied on the arrangements in the church to kill one monster after another. Due to the strong vitality of the despair monsters, Lin Yi quickly exhausted the spiritual energy in the peace rifle, but the peace rifle, which killed several despair monsters, also began to change its form. After transforming again, the peace rifle turned into a silver-white shotgun with a thick muzzle. The usage is still the same as before. You can shoot by injecting psychic energy, and you can show a new form by killing enemies. But the spiritual energy required for this shotgun is even more exaggerated than that of a pistol. Lin Yi's spiritual energy is only enough to recharge it with 5 bullets. That's too much. There's no time to recharge. Lin Yi had no choice but to put away the shotgun temporarily and fight with a hunting rifle and hunting knife, and slowly charge the shotgun through the part where the shotgun came into contact with his body. As long as the aura of despair doesn't dissipate, the corpses of those monsters will be resurrected after a while. Mia reminded from behind. How do I eliminate the aura of despair? Lin Yi dodged a spear thrust from a level 3 despair hunter and took the time to ask. Say something hopeful? How should I know? This is the first time I've encountered a monster like this, too. Mia hid in the corner of the church, trying not to drag Lin Yi down. Lin Yi certainly wouldn't try to persuade the despairing atmosphere with words full of hope. What was needed now was not words, but actions. After getting rid of the desperate monster in front of him, Lin Yi retreated to Mia's side and began to sense the atmosphere of despair in the church. After sensing the aura of despair, Lin Yi began to outline synthetic runes in the places where the aura of despair was strong. Unlike what Lin Yi expected, the synthesis process of the aura of despair went very smoothly and soon condensed into an even more desperate and terrible aura. Hey, did you get the runes wrong? Why do I feel like that thing is bad? Mia gently pulled Lin Yi's coat and asked softly. No problem, still under control. Sweat flowed into the corners of his eyes, but Lin Yi had no energy to care. He needed to concentrate on controlling the evil aura that was growing deeper and deeper. Fortunately, Hawk noticed the situation here and stood in front of them, otherwise it would be troublesome. When the despair atmosphere of the entire church was combined together, Lin Yi used the skill in the church, sacrifice. Lin Yi can now use this level of small sacrifice normally. The flesh and blood condensed to form a platform. In the center of the platform, a box made of flesh and blood appeared in front of Lin Yi. The box of flesh and blood opened automatically, revealing a severed limb inside. Lin Yi injected deep aura into the broken limb and carved alienation and shaping runes on its surface. After a series of adjustments, the aura and the broken limb merged into a blood-red curved dagger that resembled a claw, with a faint luster flowing inside the dagger. Lin Yi rushed towards the desperate monster holding a dagger. The dagger would actively absorb the breath of despair in the monster's body, so he only needed to stab it once to kill a desperate monster. Soon, Lin Yi killed all the monsters in the church. Only 8 people from the entire church survived, 4 of whom were seriously injured. Making the dagger of despair was very energy-consuming. Lin Yi took a long time to relax before getting up to treat the wounded. After this experience, Lin Yi developed a new profession, psychic doctor. When applying for jobs in the future, he can write this experience on his resume. Rescue yourself and treat several seriously injured elderly patients on the surface of the abyss. After treating the patient, Lin Yi sat down to rest. Mia sat next to Lin Yi, handed him a glass of iced cola, and said, "Do you want to go back? After all this time, I can wrap up this story. You are so reliable. What will happen to them after the story is over?" Lin Yi asked as he looked at the 6 remaining old hunters. "Disappear. After all, the story is over." Mia sighed. She had already guessed Lin Yi's answer. Then let's wait a little longer. At least give the story an ending that isn't too abrupt. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to go back. He planned to stay with these old guys until dawn. Oh, what a hassle. Mia took a sip of iced cola and suddenly laughed. Lin Yi also smiled. Not only them, but the rest of the hunters also laughed, and joyful laughter rang out in the church. The bonfire went out, and only the laughter continued to echo in the church, swallowed by darkness, never stopping. How is it? Is the story interesting? Lin Yi raised his upper body from the desk and saw Xiaoye sitting across from him drinking an iced cola. It's terrible, especially the ending. He died while laughing. It's not a good feeling to be unable to resist. Where's Mia? Lin Yi picked up the Coke beside him and drank half a sip. The Coke was sugar-free and there were no ice cubes in it. If you're dead, I won't save anyone who put you in that situation. Xiaoye smiled and looked at Lin Yi. That familiar smile made Lin Yi's scalp tingle. I wouldn't kill someone for that reason. Lin Yi put down the Coke. He hated room-temperature Coke and sugar-free Coke, especially room-temperature sugar-free Coke. I'm not you. There's a huge difference between men and women. Besides, she got you into that dangerous story. Killing her only once was already very gentle. After saying that, Xiaoye disappeared, as if she had never appeared. Lin Yi picked up the cup and took a sip. Just as he expected, the liquid inside had been replaced with normal ice cola. As soon as Xiaoye disappeared, Mia appeared diagonally across from the desk, holding a claw-shaped, blood-red dagger in her hand. You're still alive. Lin Yi closed the black hardcover book on the table, completely ending this adventure. 126, Second Warfront Event. Oh, I almost died. If your friend hadn't arrived in time, I would have been in real trouble this time. Mia threw the dagger of despair to Lin Yi. She seemed to be in a good mood. Why did you bring this thing back? Lin Yi caught the dagger. This was not a stable job, and he didn't know how long this stability would last. Get a gift, complete the simulation with the gift, and take the gift back to the shelter. You can take it back as a souvenir of your first trip. Mia is far more reliable in the asylum than in the story. Thank you. I have to go back now. I have activities tonight. Lin Yi drank up the ice cola and ate the ice cubes in it. See you next time. Don't stay in the library all the time. There are other interesting places in the courtyard. Mia disappears from her seat. Goodbye. Lin Yi took the dagger and chose to return to the shelter. Back at the shelter, the dagger of despair appeared in the center of the shelter. Lin Yi glanced at the time and saw that there were still 3 hours before the night activity. Dagger of despair. A dagger that can make creatures fall into despair and smile. Note: the stability is average, and each use will increase the chance of the dagger breaking. It seems like it can be used as a disposable prop. Lin Yi put away the dagger of despair, went to the basement to get some materials, and entered the psychic workshop. The fat pigeon jumped and followed Lin Yi, and it seemed to be getting more and more excited. This journey to the abyss not only greatly promoted the growth of the spirit seed, but Lin Yi also learned a lot of skills from those old hunters. In addition, by integrating the spider silk into his body, he also learned some new rune knowledge through his body. This knowledge is not complete, but perhaps it can be integrated into some new techniques. Lin Yi can organize this new knowledge by making psionic items. The working hours passed quickly, and when there was still an hour before the night activity, Lin Yi left the workshop. After taking care of the animals and plants and preparing a sumptuous dinner, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 5351091000000. Today's event should be the Warfront, right? Need I ask? Boss, kill more. It would be best if we could clear the monster pool. Will the total number of monsters in the pool still be 10 million this time? It's hard to say, I hope not. Or maybe it's the number of people left over from last week multiplied by 10. Whatever. We have a lot of bosses in this area. Even if there are 10 million of them, we can kill them all. Then the other areas will be in dire straits. I hope the remaining number of people is multiplied by 10. Boss Lin has released a new work. I won't be fooled anymore. It's definitely too late to go to the trading area now. Here are the pictures. Yufeng, I was lucky enough to snag one. Item image, item information. Why aren't you dead yet? The items made by the boss are still so artistic. What the hell is this? A psychic booby trap? It can be set as a trap or thrown, which feels pretty good. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, Warfront. 00:59:59. It's about to begin. Purchase psychic protection items at a high price. Are you starting to acquire them now? See you later, everyone. See you later. After closing the group chat and packing up his equipment, Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for the countdown to end. The pigeons above his head cooed excitedly. 00:00:01. 00:00:00. Allocated to the corresponding battlefield, transferring. After killing 10 enemies, survivors can choose to return to the shelter at any time. The more enemies you kill, the richer the rewards you will receive after the event ends. Gain special skills. Peace. Peace. Summon the Spear of Peace. Note: only war can bring true peace. Use this gun to kill them all, leaving no one alive. The transmission begins. Lin Yi opened his eyes and saw a first-level humanoid mutated creature lying on the ground, gnawing on a human corpse. Looking around, there were human remains and humanoid alien creatures gnawing on corpses everywhere. Lin Yi was teleported to a lost stronghold. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the stronghold is moderate. Since there is no complete friendly army, Lin Yi is temporarily unaware of his situation. He didn't think these humanoid mutants that gnawed on corpses were his teammates, so he decided to clear out the place first, occupy the stronghold, and then consider what to do next. The invisible psychic blade stabbed into the back of the humanoid creature, and the burst of psychic energy crushed its internal organs. One by one, the humanoid creatures fell to the ground. The strongest humanoid creature here was only at the second level. Soon Lin Yi cleared the entire stronghold. While clearing the stronghold, Lin Yi found a seriously injured female soldier who was trapped under a corpse. Lin Yi treated her injuries and gave her a new mutant arm. After patting the soldier's face, she quickly woke up. After waking up, the soldier looked around nervously and searched for weapons. Calm down and report the current situation. Lin Yi just glanced at her and made her freeze in place. Who are you? The soldier asked carefully. I was sent here for support. Tell me the current situation and don't waste time. Under the pressure of Lin Yi's powerful mental power, the soldier explained the situation here intermittently. The soldier's name is Kayla, and he is a third-year student at the First Vocational and Technical College in Kalen City. Kalen City is a marginal city of the Empire, not far southwest of the stronghold, and is currently being besieged by alien races. The aliens are brutal creatures from other dimensions. To them, killing and death are commonplace, and human corpses are good food. Now many territories of the Empire are invaded by foreign races. The central government is short of manpower and is temporarily unable to support less important cities like Kalen City, so the city lord can only recruit some citizens to join the army to defend the city together. How long has Kalen City been under siege? Lin Yi thought about it and asked. The stronghold has just been lost, and those aliens should have just arrived outside Kalen City. Kayla glanced at the time and replied. Very good. Do you know the rank of the strongest alien in this alien army? What about the strongest in Kalen City? Lin Yi had some ideas, but these ideas were based on the premise that the alien race's strength was not outrageously strong. It is said that the strongest member of this alien army is a 4th level psychic, and the city lord is also 4th level. Kayla wasn't so sure either. If you have no further information for me, you may leave. Lin Yi decided to occupy this stronghold and launch a surprise attack on the alien army from behind. He has killed 10 enemies and can leave at any time. He can deal with enemies below level 4, but he will retreat if he encounters level 4. The alien race would probably not send out their strongest person directly to deal with him, so he would have room to harvest heads. 127. Rune Trap. Walk. Kira didn't know what this strangely dressed officer meant. I'm going to attract aliens to fight here. It will be very dangerous to stay here. I don't need your help, and I don't have time to escort you back, so you can only find a place to hide or go back by yourself. Lin Yi will definitely attract a 4th level strongman to attack the stronghold in the end. Then he can retreat at any time, and Kayla will be dead. Even if it's just a temporary call-up, I'm still a soldier and I don't want to be a deserter. Kayla said firmly. Aren't you afraid of dying here? Lin Yi asked casually. I'm afraid, but my family and friends are in the city. I'm even more afraid that the city will be breached and they'll be eaten by these zombies. Kayla didn't want to die, but she didn't want to run away even more. But if you stay here, it may not affect the situation. The city will still be breached, and you will die here meaninglessly. Lin Yi used his special skill piece, and a silver-white shotgun with a thick muzzle appeared in his hand. Even if it can increase my chances of winning by a tiny bit, I won't run away. Otherwise, I might regret my decision today for the rest of my life. It would be worse than dying here meaninglessly. Kayla flexed her new arm and looked directly into Lin Yi's eyes. What can you do? Lin Yi was convinced. Death is scary, but sometimes it is better to die happily than to live in pain. Sir, I'm a mechanical engineer and can operate all the equipment in the base. As long as they haven't been destroyed by the ghouls, I can make them move. Kayla saluted Lin Yi. Very good. I will go set up the base, and you go check the various equipment. After the inspection, report to me on the base's status. Lin Yi held the piece shotgun. War was definitely not a good thing, but Lin Yi had to admit that he was a little excited. Yes. Kayla immediately turned around to check the various equipment, and Lin Yi began to carve runes and set rune traps in various locations of the stronghold. Rune traps are a combination of hunters' hunting skills and various rune knowledge, among which the rune knowledge in spider silk plays a key role. This was Lin Yi's first time setting a rune trap, but with reference to the trap experience passed down by hunters over the years, the setting process went very smoothly. Sir, we've completed the inspection. The only usable equipment in the base is the Psychic Energy Concentration device and the Psychic Energy Shield generator. All attack-related devices have been destroyed. Kayla said regretfully. Can the Psychic Energy Concentration device provide psychic energy? Can it charge weapons? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, but if it's a weapon without a standard interface, it will charge more slowly. Kayla took a look at the piece shotgun. It was the first time she had seen a personal weapon of this caliber. Corporal Kira, your mission is to control the Psychic Shield generator, protect the core area of the stronghold, and be responsible for charging my weapons. Can you do that? Lin Yi raised his voice and spoke seriously. Able. Kayla replied excitedly. Okay, as long as you can complete the mission, I will fight with you until the last moment. Whether Kalen City is destroyed or not may depend on you and me. Lin Yi handed the piece shotgun to Kayla. The spiritual energy in his body could only charge one bullet for the shotgun. It would be better to put it in the center of the stronghold to charge it than to carry it with him. Yes, activating the device will attract the attention of the aliens. They can't ignore the enemy strongholds in the rear. Is this okay? Kayla solemnly took the piece shotgun. She actually didn't think they could hold out for long against the hordes of zombies, but Kalen City would not be destroyed until the stronghold was destroyed. The bigger the noise, the better. Tell the alien races in Kalen City that we are still here. Lin Yi is not here for vacation. Wherever he is, that is the front line of the war. Yes. Kira activated the device and turned the power to maximum. The entire battlefield could see the psychic energy gathered in the stronghold and the shining psychic shield. The alien army immediately sent a troop of zombies to rush towards the stronghold. They did not think that the stronghold behind them posed any threat and that it was probably just a few remaining Imperial soldiers causing trouble. However, no one could ignore the threat behind them. Kalen City, North City Wall. City Lord, the Psychic Energy Condensation device has been activated at Stronghold number 10. The adjutant said excitedly. I saw it. It was a very brave act. We can't support them, and they probably don't want us to take risks for them. So let's pray and hope they can hold on a little longer. The city lord did not think that the heroic actions of a few soldiers could change the situation, but he had to admit that such actions were very morale-boosting. The army outside the city has not been destroyed yet. Kalen City is not alone. They still have hope. The ghoul troops quickly approached the stronghold, led by a third-level ghoul. Hordes of ghouls rushed into the stronghold, and a large number of rune traps were triggered. The ghouls that stepped on the cutting trap were cut into pieces by invisible psychic blades. The ghouls that stepped into the alienation trap were transformed into out-of-control monsters. The ghoul that stepped on the spike trap was pierced through the body by the spikes, and then the synthesis rune on the spikes merged it with the spikes. Various rune traps were triggered, and some traps became more dangerous than before after being triggered. Lin Yi continued to use the backstab blade to finish off the zombies that had managed to escape the trap, and hundreds of zombies were soon killed. As the psychic energy condensation device was activated, the concentration of psychic energy in the stronghold gradually increased. Lin Yi continued to absorb psychic energy and made some new rune traps. Although the third-level ghoul sensed that his men had suffered heavy casualties, the traps posed little threat to it. There were only 2 harmless first-level creatures in the stronghold, so it rushed into the stronghold impatiently. Then it stepped on a compound trap, and Lin Yi seized the opportunity to smash its head with his strong thigh bone. Lin Yi's rune trap incorporates the concept of control from Spider Silk. Spider-Man's Spider Silk is very dangerous, containing many control-related elements such as paralysis, entanglement, and adhesion. Those first and second-level zombies were killed directly, so there was no effect. However, it was different for the third-level zombies. After being controlled, they would not be killed directly by the trap, and Lin Yi could take the opportunity to finish them off. After killing the first wave of enemies, Lin Yi began to process the corpses to obtain materials and use these materials to set up new rune traps. There was plenty of spiritual energy here, and he also had mental potions, so he could hold on here for a long time. The enemy did not give him time to rest, and soon the second wave of enemies approached the stronghold. The leader of the team this time is a third-level mad ghost, and he has 2 third-level zombies and thousands of first and second-level zombies under him. The mad ghost is a sturdy humanoid creature nearly 3 meters tall. The ghoul is the basic troop of the alien race, and the mad ghost is the elite individual among the alien race. 128. Psychic Compression. Lin Yi took out the charged piece shotgun from the center of the stronghold. The spiritual energy inside allowed him to fire 3 shots. The mad ghost was not arrogant. Instead of entering the stronghold directly, it sent its zombies to attack the stronghold. A large number of zombies poured into the stronghold, and the rune traps were triggered one by one. Lin Yi continued to control the surrounding psychic energy to form psychic blades to backstab the zombies that rushed through the traps, so as to reduce the consumption of psychic energy in his body. Lin Yi's mental power is very strong, and the mental power consumed to form the backstab blade is not much, and it can be replenished with mental potions. While killing the zombies, Lin Yi continued to add rune traps inside the stronghold. He was facing a large army and had to be prepared for a war of attrition. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to deal with the 3 third-level aliens outside. If they died too quickly, the next creatures to attack the stronghold would definitely be 4th-level creatures. Even with the help of his stronghold, it would be difficult for Lin Yi to fight against a 4th-order mutant creature like Spider-Man. The difference in physical fitness was too great. Even if he could react mentally, it would be difficult for his body to keep up with the opponent's movements. So Lin Yi did not kill those 1st and 2nd-level zombies quickly, but deliberately slowed down and pretended to have insufficient spiritual energy and was struggling to resist. Of course, the other side is not stupid. The last 3rd-level zombie died inexplicably after entering the stronghold. Before figuring out the reason, they dare not enter the stronghold directly. Lin Yi was clearing out the zombies near the center of the stronghold. The first batch of rune traps that had been triggered had finished cooling down, and the zombies that had just rushed into the stronghold triggered the trap again. If this continues, as long as the rune trap cools down once more, Lin Yi will be able to clear out these more than 1,000 zombies. But the beasts that like to gnaw on corpses certainly don't have the patience to wait until he has cleared out all the zombies. Under the command of the mad ghost, a 3rd-level zombie rushed into the stronghold. After sensing outside for so long, it naturally knew to avoid traps, but there were many traps inside the stronghold that Lin Yi had just set up, and these traps were set up very secretly by Lin Yi, so it soon stepped into a compound rune trap. Lin Yi had been waiting for this moment. The moment the zombie stepped into the trap, Lin Yi picked up the piece shotgun and shot the zombie. Boom. Lin Yi took a step back to withstand the recoil of the shotgun. Visible psychic fluid spurted out of the muzzle, tearing apart everything in front of the muzzle. The 3rd-level zombies were directly sprayed away, and all the zombies in a straight line were cleared out, without even a piece of flesh left. As soon as the first third-level ghoul disappeared, the second ghoul rushed into the stronghold, followed closely by the Mad Ghost. The Mad Ghost believed that he had found the reason why the third-level zombie disappeared. It only needed to be careful of Lin Yi's shotgun, and it could easily get rid of Lin Yi and capture the stronghold. Lin Yi pointed the gun at the second zombie, and zombie number 2 hurriedly changed its route and dodged to the left. Boom. Lin Yi's gun continued to move, and he pulled the trigger when ghoul number 2 stepped on the rune trap on its left side. Ghoul number 2 disappeared, and the Mad Ghost suddenly accelerated. Before Lin Yi turned his gun, he passed through the rune traps that had been triggered by the first and second level ghouls and moved to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi did not try to turn the gun around, but instead activated a sphere that had been moved to his left hand through the black glove. A high-energy piercing blade. He had long wanted to use this prop from the organization again. Lin Yi had studied this prop before in the psychic workshop, but the psychic changes in it could only be clearly felt when it was activated, so Lin Yi had not yet produced any valuable results. This time he happened to encounter a good enemy, and Lin Yi used the sphere without hesitation. A high-energy blade pierced through the body of the Mad Ghost. The severely injured Mad Ghost wanted to fight back, but Lin Yi had already pointed the thick muzzle of the gun at its head. Goodbye. Boom. Lin Yi took a step back, and the upper body of the Mad Ghost disappeared directly. Putting the piece shotgun back into the center of the stronghold, Lin Yi repeatedly recalled the scene when he sensed the high-energy piercing blade sword being activated. Compressing and releasing psychic energy is a bit difficult, but it's not impossible to replicate. Lin Yi tried to use his mental power to compress spiritual energy, but failed after several attempts. Forcibly compressing spiritual energy requires a lot of mental power, and he couldn't do it for the time being. Thinking back to the previous scene, the process of the sphere compressing spiritual energy seems to contain some kind of compression technique. The leading third-level alien was killed by Lin Yi, and the remaining zombies tried to escape from the stronghold, but some of the rune traps had cooled down, and the zombies running out triggered the traps again. Lin Yi temporarily put aside the issue of compression runes and quickly killed the remaining zombies. These were heads, which determined the quality of the loot in the treasure chest. After clearing out the zombies in the stronghold, Lin Yi did not chase them outside. It seemed that he did not expect that the third-level Mad Ghost would die in the rear stronghold. The aliens temporarily suspended their offensive and did not continue to send aliens to die. Unlike the alien race who were forced to suspend their offensive, Kalen City was greatly encouraged to see that another army was eliminated at the number 10 stronghold. City Lord, they have defeated another alien army. The adjutant was already considering encircling the alien main force from both sides. I saw it. It's definitely not our people in the stronghold. The City Lord did not think that he had any strong men under his command who could deal with these two waves of enemies. Who could that be? Could it be reinforcements from the imperial capital? The adjutant was also aware of the level of his colleagues. No, the Emperor has no time to care about us now. There should be a few third-level experts passing by in the stronghold. The City Lord said affirmatively. How do you know? The adjutant asked curiously. If the enemy is level 4, those level 3 aliens wouldn't dare enter the stronghold. If there are a lot of people, they wouldn't let the aliens enter the stronghold and would only protect the core area. So there should be several level 3 experts in the stronghold. The City Lord analyzed it carefully. Doesn't that mean we can't counterattack the alien race? The adjutant felt very sorry, as he had wanted to go out and kill these ghosts for a long time. Counterattack? I just hope they can hold out for a while longer and leave here safely. There's a high probability that there are more than one 4th level alien in the alien army. Although the other party had used some method to hide themselves, the City Lord, who also liked to plot against others, had already sensed the scent of conspiracy from the movements of the alien army and the route of the 4th level alien that was visible on the other side. What if the other party sends a 4th level alien to attack the stronghold? The adjutant asked nervously. He didn't want those strong men who came to support him with good intentions to die here. Then I might have to go out and take risks. Charge up the Annihilator and get it ready to shoot. The City Lord decided to prepare for a desperate fight. Yes. The adjutant knew what using the Annihilator meant. Kalen City had limited psychic energy reserves. If the war could not be ended after using the Annihilator, the zombie army would be able to rush into the city unhindered, and a large number of citizens would become food for the aliens. 129. Peace Sniper Rifle. Lin Yi, who was mistaken for several third-level psychics, was still repairing and setting up new rune traps. He was not sure whether it made sense to do so, because the aliens had few options left. Either send troops to consume them, or send strong men to deal with them. The worst option is for the entire alien army to return and destroy the stronghold. However, it is unlikely that the other party will choose this way, because Lin Yi can take Kayla away from the stronghold, and with his speed, the army cannot catch up with them. After that, they can look for other strongholds and launch another attack. The other party can also send a 4th-level strongman to deal with them. And then Lin Yi will have to try the effect of the replica of the Star Gathering Cup that has not yet been filled. Although his winning rate is not high, with the peace shotgun, he may not be powerless. Lin Yi looked at the alien army in the distance with great anticipation and found that they had chosen the most boring way of responding. Compete for consumption. The army of zombies rushed towards the stronghold, and Lin Yi silently drank a bottle of mental potion. This is actually good. He can get the kill without any risk, but it is boring. Just as Lin Yi was about to stay in the core of the stronghold to study compressed psychic energy, the city of Kalen, which had been on the defensive in the distance, suddenly began to use offensive devices to attack the alien army. A chill rose behind Lin Yi. Realizing that Kalen City might be warning him, Lin Yi immediately took out the replica of the Star Gathering Cup from the trophy space and drank up the liquid in the cup. The cold liquid spread throughout his body, and his physical fitness, spiritual energy concentration, mental strength. Lin Yi felt that every aspect of himself had improved to a certain extent. This boost doesn't wear off until the fluid is depleted. Taking the peace shotgun that could fire 2 shots, Lin Yi closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. A large number of zombies rushed into the stronghold, and the rune traps were triggered one by one. In the deep darkness, the spirit seed shone like the sun, and all the subtle details in the stronghold were within his perception. Lin Yi soon discovered the discordant place. In a corner of the stronghold, there was clearly nothing there, but a very faint shadow was illuminated by the spirit seed. A 4th-level alien was hiding less than 10 meters away from Lin Yi, and it was unknown how long it had been standing there. The other party might still be looking for a strong man to kill the 3rd-level alien, so they didn't attack them. Lin Yi walked towards the entrance of the stronghold with a shotgun in his arms, and at the same time approached the 4th-level alien. The muzzle of the gun swayed naturally, and at the closest position to the alien, the muzzle just overlapped with the alien. The aliens didn't care about Lin Yi, a 1st-level trash, at all, and were still looking for non-existent enemies. Boom. Lin Yi pulled the trigger, then forcibly suppressed the raised muzzle and fired another shot at the dodging alien. Boom. The first shot only broke the alien's right shoulder. The opponent reacted extremely quickly and still avoided being hit directly by the psychic fluid at this distance, but due to the impact of the fluid, it could not dodge the second shot. The psychic fluid penetrated its chest, shattering its psychic core. Lin Yi instantly activated all the runes on his body, took his thigh bone, and used heavy-hitting techniques to smash it into the alien's head with all his strength. The alien raised his arms to block the thigh bone, and several tilted alienated psychic shields rotated to block its arms. The psychic shield shattered, and the alien's head was also crushed. The heavy-hitting technique works very well with the sturdy thigh bones, making it very smooth to use, and the striking feel is perfect. Sir, the City Lord and the alien warriors are fighting. Kayla ran out of the core area and killed a zombie that pounced on her with great difficulty, and said loudly, "I understand. Go back to the core area and recharge it." Lin Yi picked up the transformed silver-white heavy sniper rifle and handed it to Kayla. Kira looked at the 2-meter-long sniper rifle in surprise. Just by looking at its appearance, she could feel its terrifying power. After helping Kayla, who was carrying the sniper rifle back to recharge, to deal with the nearby zombies, Lin Yi inspected and dismantled the corpse of the 4th-level alien and found several broken trophies from it. Even with a shotgun sneak attack, killing a 4th-level alien was not an easy task. Lin Yi sat on the ground and backstabbed the zombie for a while, then drank a bottle of mental potion before returning to normal. Returning to the center of the base, Lin Yi saw Kayla with a desperate look on her face. "Commander, the City Lord is dead, the energy shield is about to collapse, and Kalen City is about to be destroyed. Is the energy full?" Lin Yi glanced at the broken psychic observation device on the console. Kira seemed to have repaired it. "No, but if you overload the psychic energy condensation device, you can quickly recharge your weapon. However, this state can only last for a few minutes, after which the psychic energy condensation device will be completely destroyed." Kira recalled the knowledge points in the book. She thought that no one would be stupid enough to destroy a psychic energy concentration device just to quickly charge a weapon. She didn't expect that she would need this knowledge point. "Then hurry up, Corporal Kayla. The final battle is about to begin. Kalen City has not been destroyed yet, and we are still here." Lin Yi looked at the crumbling psychic defense of Kalen City from afar and pulled out a fortune cookie from his pocket. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the cookie was a pigeon. Kira overloaded the psychic energy condensation device to charge the sniper rifle, and soon filled the sniper rifle with psychic energy for the first bullet. Lin Yi broke off half of the fortune cookie and put it in his mouth, then handed the other half to Kayla. He didn't know if it was too late, and he didn't know if this gun could defeat the enemy. Now we can only hope that the residents of Kaylan City will have better luck. Lin Yi placed the sniper rifle next to the psychic energy condensation device to facilitate Kayla's charging. He opened the sniper scope, and a large number of red dots appeared in his field of vision. The two largest red dots are inside the alien army, and they also have two mid-level aliens. Two mid-level aliens were approaching Kaylan City. Lin Yi aimed at the weaker red dot and pulled the trigger. Boom. A high-energy ray penetrated the stronghold, crossed the distance between the stronghold and the mid-level alien, and hit the head of the mid-level alien without any warning. The upper body of the mid-level alien disappeared directly, and only the lower body fell to the ground. The butt of the gun hit Lin Yi's shoulder, and the huge recoil tore his muscles, knocking him back for several times. Lin Yi didn't care about the injury, but quickly returned to his original position and let Kayla continue to recharge. There is no need to observe. As long as the remaining mid-level alien is not a moron, it must be on the way to the base now. Alright, after Kayla had charged up, Lin Yi took the sniper rifle, opened the scope, and immediately saw the huge red dot rushing towards him. Boom. Lin Yi fired a shot at the red dot. This time he used his psychic protection to hold up the butt of the gun. Several layers of the psychic protection shattered before he was able to stay where he was. The red did not disappear, and the opponent dodged the shot while being on guard. 130, second level psychic. The psychic energy condensation device was about to collapse, but before it collapsed, it was doing its job well. After charging, Lin Yi pulled the trigger again and forced himself to stay in place. The mid-level alien sensed the high-energy light and changed its position instantly, but found that the shot was not aimed at it, but at the alien army behind it. A large number of zombies were penetrated by this shot, including 2 third-level zombies. The mid-level alien race doesn't care about the life or death of the low-level zombies. It just wants to eliminate the enemies in the stronghold as soon as possible and get the other party's dangerous weapon. After charging, Lin Yi continued shooting, and this shot cleared out another group of aliens. Sensing the high-energy light, the mid-level alien continued to change its position. It thought that Lin Yi was clearing out the zombie army just to make it relax its vigilance. The closer the distance, the harder it would be to dodge, and the last shot would definitely be shot at it. As the last bullet was charged, the psychic condensation device collapsed, the psychic shield of the stronghold completely disappeared, and the intermediate alien race approached the stronghold cautiously. Lin Yi opened the sniper scope, but he did not point the gun at the mid-level alien. The other party's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he would change position the moment he sensed the high-energy light. Unless Lin Yi can predict where the opponent will change to, there is a possibility of hitting the opponent. But this is almost impossible. Lin Yi observed the other party's previous position changes, distance, direction, movements. There was no pattern in the changes. The last shot is to shoot at the mid-level alien, and you just have to guess at one of the countless positions. If the opponent chooses to stay where he is, the probability of this shot hitting is 0. So Lin Yi still aimed the last shot at the alien army. The peace spear is almost fully charged. Only when the spear of peace changes its form again will they have a chance to fight back. If the aliens killed by this shot cannot cause the spear of peace to change its form, Lin Yi will choose to return to the shelter because there is no point in him staying. The high-energy light passed through the alien army, taking away the last 2 third-level aliens and a large number of first- and second-level aliens, and the silver sniper rifle disappeared. Lines of information different from the system prompts appeared in front of Lin Yi. Charging completed, connected to mirror. Permission checking. No corresponding permissions detected. Recovering the spear of peace. Recovery failed. Searching for relevant personnel. Search failed. Acquiring permissions. Acquired permission, peace low-level combatant. Detecting the approach of mid-level enemy units. Do you want to switch to low-level psychic weapons? Yes. Some silver-white parts appeared out of thin air near Lin Yi, and the parts reassembled on his body, finally forming a set of silver-white high-tech full-body armor. Wearing armor, Lin Yi felt that he was connected to a silver-white war fortress that was even larger than Kaylan City. The mid-level alien race rushed into the stronghold, triggering a large number of rune traps, but it had no effect on it. Through the full-view analysis screen of the fully enclosed helmet, Lin Yi can easily see every move of the mid-level alien and can respond accordingly based on the combat prompts on the analysis screen. The armor breaks down the power and speed of each enemy's action. As long as the opponent's behavior is within the calculation of the armor, Lin Yi can defeat the enemy by making corresponding actions. If Lin Yi cannot perform the corresponding movements, he can even hand over his body to the armor and let the armor fight for him. Is this how technology changes our lives? Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh as he watched the armor controlling his body and knocking the mid-level alien to the ground with just a few punches, just like beating a wild dog on the side of the road. In fact, with the bonus of the armor, Lin Yi's physical fitness is not much different from that of a mid-level alien. But Lin Yi wanted to try the high-tech armor, so he let the armor control his body. While the armor was beating up the mid-level alien, Lin Yi was also thinking about what he would do if he encountered a similar high-tech enemy. Before he could finish his thought, the mid-level alien was killed by the armor. After clearing out the nearby zombies, the armor carried Lin Yi and sprayed psychic energy to fly to the vicinity of Kalen City. Since Lin Yi's previous shots had killed all the third-level zombies, the army of low-level zombies was now in chaos. Pulling out the energy-gathering knife that came with his armor, Lin Yi indiscriminately killed the chaotic alien army. In less than 10 minutes, the alien army was defeated. Lin Yi did not pursue because this armor had been draining his mental strength and nearby spiritual energy. If the concentration of spiritual energy on the battlefield was not high, the little spiritual energy in his body would have been drained away. Ignoring the army that rushed out of Kalen City, Lin Yi handed in the alienated organs required for the low-level concentrated nutrient solution extractor mission, filled the loot space, and quickly ran back to the base. Halfway through the run, Lin Yi recovered the armor through his helmet. He couldn't absorb spiritual energy at all while wearing this thing. Back at the base, Kira was still hiding in the center of the base. Seeing the miserable state of the corpses trapped in the rune traps, she didn't dare to run around. "Sir, you're back." Kyla stood up and saluted. Kalen City was still there. They won. "Well, do you want me to take you home?" Lin Yi brought Kayla out of the base and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. "No need, the zombies have all run away. I can go back by myself. You saved Kalen City. Don't you want to go and take a look at the city?" Kayla looked at Lin Yi curiously. She still didn't know who Lin Yi was. "We are the ones who saved Kalen City. If you hadn't helped me charge my weapons, I could only have killed a few low-level creatures at most. I have something else to do, so I won't go." After watching Kayla leave, Lin Yi took out the integration potion and drank it all in one gulp. After this battle, his physical fitness has reached the limit of the first level, and it is time to advance. A burning sensation invaded his entire body, and a large amount of spiritual energy poured into his body, starting to circulate in his body again and again, strengthening his bones, nerves, and flesh. The seed of spirit grew in the darkness, and his spiritual power increased again. After completing the advancement, Lin Yi chose to return to the shelter. The Warfront event ends, and you will receive a special war gift box 1 based on the number of enemies killed. After returning to the shelter, Lin Yi immediately grabbed the fat pigeon standing on Xiao Hei's head. "Gugu, brother, can you lend me your car for 2 days?" Lin Yi rubbed the pigeon's fat belly and said flatteringly. "Coo." The pigeon shook its head helplessly. "Oh, I knew it would be like this. Okay, please lend me this skill next time we meet." Lin Yi gave up his flattery and began to sort out the spoils of this event. What concerned him most was the low-level concentrated nutrient solution extractor. He had obtained the blueprints for this thing a long time ago, but had only just completed the task of obtaining the blueprints. 131. Subway entrance. The low-level concentrated nutrient solution extractor is a completely sealed rectangular metal box that is half a person's height and 1 meter long. The materials used for concentration can be placed on one side of the box, and there is a liquid outlet similar to a faucet on the other side. Lin Yi put some fresh alien corpses in it, and soon got a cup of bright red concentrated nutrient solution. Feed the concentrated nutrient solution to Xiao Hei and the puppy. He is not going to drink it. He can accept the nutrient solution squeezed out from the corpses of alienated beasts, but forget about the nutrient solution from alien races. Both Xiao Hei and the puppy like the concentrated nutrient solution very much. Xiao Hei meowed happily, and the puppy also learned to meow. The extractor can be powered by electricity. Lin Yi placed it in the basement and used it to process some frozen low-level corpses. The animals and plants of the refuge have a new drink. After sorting out the spoils in the trophy space, in addition to a large number of alienated organs, Lin Yi also obtained psychic cores and several broken psychic items from the 4th-level aliens. These items have lost their original abilities and can only be used as materials. The most complete one is a windbreaker. 4th-level psychic core. Special organ used by intermediate psychic creatures to store and regulate psychic energy. Note: defective product with simple structure. Hidden windbreaker. a damaged 4th-tier psychic item that has lost its concealment effect. Note: good psychic material. After sorting and putting away the various materials, Lin Yi returned to the bedroom and opened the war gift box. Just like last time, there was a red and black card inside. Call to war. Randomly summon an army to the battlefield. This army will completely obey your command, 1 out of 1. Note: you don't need to tell me who the enemy is, just tell me where the enemy is. Not bad, but I'm afraid it might summon something weird. After putting away the war call card, Lin Yi prepared some concentrated nutrient solution for the animals and plants, then prepared a midnight snack and opened the group chat. 527684/1000000 0/5357990. It's cleared so quickly. I wanted to kill a few monsters after dinner to move around. There are only 10 enemies per person, so it's okay as long as you have hands, right? How come so many people died? A loser like me managed to come back alive. Be greedy. If you only kill 10 enemies, most of them will come back alive. If you want to take heads, you have to take risks. Returning to the shelter doesn't mean you're invincible. Sometimes you can't react in time on the battlefield. If I didn't have the life-saving item, I wouldn't be able to come back this time. Lao Lu attacked me. It's not bad. I thought tens of thousands of people would die. Where's Old Yu? Is he back? No. He must have killed enough people so he could hide on the edge of the battlefield and steal things from the corpses. Damn it. I want his natural abilities too. He has no space for loot. No matter how much he steals, he can't take much away. I feel balanced when you say that. Have you all finished upgrading the shelter? Of course, they are just 10 first-level alienated organs. They have already been collected. This week is fine, but next week we'll have our second-level alienated organs. Have you all advanced yet? I can advance, but I haven't gotten the integration potion yet. I got it, but I feel like it can wait a little longer. Are you selling the integrated potion? Just 1 bottle for sale. The fact that you haven't been able to get the integrated potion means you haven't met the system's recommended advancement requirements. It will be easy to get it once you meet them. What conditions? Everyone's conditions are different. All survivors in this area have completed the Warfront activity. No more alienated creatures left. The event ends. Is this the end? Where's Old Yu? Is he back? Yufeng, I just came back. I stayed there for a while. The battlefield is more comfortable than the shelter. Yes, there are toilets everywhere on the battlefield. It's over. Go to sleep. Tomorrow is a new week. Good night. Good night. Lin Yi also said good night, then lay on the bed holding the pigeon and closed his eyes. The second week of Doomsday Survival has officially ended. Of Doomsday Survival, 6:29 a.m. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. Lin Yi suddenly raised his upper body and started drawing cards every day. This time the card is a fish tank with a fiery red goldfish in it. The card dissipated, and a fish tank appeared in the center of the shelter, with a very beautiful bulging-eyed goldfish swimming happily inside. Hello. Lin Yi picked up the fish tank and looked at the goldfish inside. The goldfish moved its eyeballs and blew 2 bubbles at Lin Yi. Bobo, do you have any abilities? Lin Yi poured some concentrated nutrient solution into the fish tank. Bobo. The goldfish happily wagged its beautiful red tail. Okay, I'll try it now. Lin Yi placed the fish tank on the windowsill, ate something simple, and then lay down on the bed to start his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Start a new simulation mission. Simulated D-class personnel, Harrison. Gain special skills, safe zone. Safe zone. You can set up a safe zone with a side length of 1 meter. The safe zone can last for 1 hour, 1/1. Note: this area is your fish tank. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes, and this time he was familiar with the prison van's opening and standard configuration, for D-class personnel, for supervisors, and a driver. But this time, the area outside the prison van was not the suburbs or the desolate wilderness, but a city street at night. Through the car window, Lin Yi saw restaurants that were open for business and some passers-by who were taking a walk. Is this anomaly in the city? And it feels like it's in the city center. Lin Yi observed the buildings and pedestrians outside the car window. He had encountered many abnormal things in the simulated world, but rarely normal ones. This was the first time he had encountered so many normal humans. Not long after, the prison van stopped outside a subway entrance, which had been blocked by the organization's supervisors. The captain showed his ID, and after passing security checks, they were allowed into the blocked area. Harrison is an adult male around 30 years old. He has good physical fitness and shows signs of long-term fitness training. 4 D-class personnel were taken to the subway entrance by supervisors. The subway entrance looked very normal, with no difference from a normal subway entrance except that there was no one there. Soon, the first D-Class personnel put on the helmet and entered the subway entrance. Lin Yi heard the captain directing the actions of D-Class personnel number 1 in front of the computer. Although he could not see the screen, he could roughly guess what actions number 1 had taken. 10 minutes later, contact with personnel 1 was lost, and the second D-Class personnel entered the subway entrance. 5 minutes later, contact with personnel 2 was lost, and the third D-Class personnel entered the subway entrance. 5 minutes later, number 3 lost contact. The supervisor put a helmet on Lin Yi and asked him to enter the subway entrance and follow instructions. 132, subway space. Lin Yi entered the subway entrance. At first, there were normal stairs under his feet, but after turning 2 corners, the material, color, and style of the stairs changed. Not only the stairs, but also the walls, lighting, indicator lights, decorations, everything has changed, as if someone cut 2 different buildings into pieces and then swapped and joined them together. Lin Yi paused at the right moment, and only continued walking forward after hearing the instruction from the headset to keep moving forward. Walking along the passage into the ticket hall, there was no one in the ticket hall, but the ground and walls were covered with spurted bloodstains. Lin Yi didn't see the body, but found some traces of dragging on the bloodstains. Keep going deeper. What are you going to do? Don't do anything unnecessary. The captain's angry voice came from the headset. This time the captain's temper was average. I want to get a ticket, but I forgot to ask you for money. Lin Yi smashed open the door of the ticket booth and searched the inside carefully, but found that there was not a single ticket inside. Tickets? Are you crazy? Looking for tickets in a place like this? It was the first time the captain had seen such a law-abiding D-Class personnel, but now was not the time to be law-abiding. Besides, was breaking down doors and stealing tickets really considered law-abiding? Use your brain. I'm trying to solve an unusual event. There must be some pattern to unusual events. Now I'm going to take the subway. Should I get a ticket before going in? Lin Yi didn't know whether the ticket would work or not, so he had to give it a try. You're not that one, are you? The captain suddenly lowered his voice and asked. No, but if you want to resolve this anomaly as quickly as possible, it would be best if you could tell me what those D-Class personnel encountered before. Lin Yi tried to operate the machine in the ticket booth to get himself a ticket, but found that there was no ticket in the machine. It's like something has cleared out all the tickets here. They're entering a completely different subway space than you are, so there's no point in telling you about their experience. The captain said in a low voice. The organization does not allow employees to communicate privately with anomalous things, and he has violated the rules. Oh, explain carefully. Does it connect to a different subway space every time someone enters the subway entrance? Or does it connect to a different subway space every once in a while, regardless of whether someone enters or not? Lin Yi removed a metal tube from a chair, then poked the metal tube into the gap of the ticket vending machine next to him, forcibly pried open the ticket vending machine, and found a black ticket inside. I don't know. I only know that you were the 4th person to enter, and that the 4 of you entered different subway spaces. Number 1 was torn to pieces by a monster that escaped from the bathroom while waiting for the train. Number 2 entered a very dangerous subway space and died right after entering. Number 3 was the most unlucky. The subway space he entered was covered in tentacles, and the ground was covered in blood and flesh. He was directly swallowed by the wriggling mass of flesh. You are the luckiest one. Let me see that ticket. The captain saw the ticket that looked very abnormal and spoke hurriedly. Do you know the station up there? Lin Yi pointed the ticket of unknown material in his hand at the camera. I don't understand, but I feel like you're right. You might really need this special ticket to get on the bus. The captain had experienced more than one unusual incident, and he could sense an unusual aura from the ticket. Of course I'm right. With the help of the system, Lin Yi could naturally understand the meaning of the words on the ticket. Madhouse, Death Place. The names of these 2 sites don't seem to be good places. Lin Yi used metal pipes to pry open a few more self-service ticket machines, but found nothing inside. Unlike the Big Void, the spiritual energy in this city is very thin. The concentration of spiritual energy in the subway space is slightly higher, but also limited. In this environment, Lin Yi couldn't even use runes with his current body, and could only use brute force to fight the self-service ticket machine. Not finding any other tickets, Lin Yi searched the ticket hall carefully again, but unfortunately found nothing. Lin Yi had no choice but to continue on his way with the ticket. The ticket gate did not respond to the ticket, so Lin Yi walked through the gate, went down the stairs, and entered the platform. There are no protective devices on both sides of the platform, and passengers can enter the subway lanes at will. There are restrooms and a staff lounge at both ends of the platform. There was a row of orange plastic benches in the middle of the platform. A man in military uniform was sitting on the bench. He was making gestures to Lin Yi, warning him not to make any noise. They're not ours. I've never seen that uniform before. Be careful, the captain reminded quietly. Lin Yi walked quietly towards the bench and found that the man was tied to the bench with iron chains like a bicycle. His right leg was cut off at the root and the wound was haphazardly wrapped with a dirty dark red bandage. Hurry up, there's a lunatic in the lounge. Don't make any noise, or you'll be finished if he finds you. The man leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered. While speaking, the man frequently turned his head to look at the staff lounge, fearing that the madman would run out of it. Don't worry, who are you? Why are you here? Lin Yi also leaned close to the man's ear and asked in a low voice. I'm a soldier from the military. Our team entered the subway station to investigate unusual events. Everyone else is dead, but I'm the only one alive. Who are you? Only then did the man notice that Lin Yi's clothes looked a little strange. I'm a D-class personnel here to scout the way. One last question. Did you get here right after coming down, or did you take the subway? Under the man's horrified gaze, Lin Yi suddenly raised his elbow and used his bones to forcibly block the attack coming from behind. The other party appeared too suddenly, and there was not much he could do. The sharp axe blade cut off half of Lin Yi's right elbow, and his forearm began to shake uncontrollably, with blood spraying onto the orange plastic chair. Before the fire axe fell again, Lin Yi grabbed his shaking right forearm and rolled forward. The fire axe smashed the plastic chair back, and Lin Yi struggled to get up. Only then did he see what was attacking him from behind. He was a burly man wearing a fire suit and a fire helmet. His height of nearly 2 meters made him look very oppressive. Lin Yi stared at the burly man. The other party seemed to have some ability to move behind others. When he sensed the tall figure behind him, it was too late. The burly man didn't rush to continue attacking Lin Yi. He let out a dull laugh, grabbed the head of the man hiding under the plastic chair with one hand, and pulled the man out from underneath. Ah! The man let out a rapid cry and tried to pry open the strong man's big hand that was holding his head, but no matter how he struggled, the hand was firmly fixed on his head. 1:33. Train arrives at the station. The strong man crushed the man's head bit by bit. The man's screams echoed on the platform until his head was crushed, and he was completely freed. The burly man crushed the man's body bit by bit, staring at Lin Yi with his eyes, slowly turning his head and making a sound of grinding his teeth. Lin Yi wrapped his prison uniform around his upper arm to stop the bleeding. His right arm was already disabled, and he could only watch the strong man commit violence. Come back first. I'll prepare weapons for you to kill this bastard. The captain's angry voice came from the headset. Lin Yi did not answer. Not to mention going back. If he made any move now, he would risk being hacked to death by the strong man. Harrison's body was crushed by the strong man in terms of strength and speed. The strong man could teleport, and he had lost his dominant hand. Even Lin Yi had no room to resist in this situation and could only find a way to survive. As long as he can drag the train into the station, Lin Yi will have a chance of survival. As for this monster, during the next simulation, Lin Yi will tell it what true brutality is. Wait a moment. The next batch of D-class personnel will arrive soon. I'll send them to deliver a batch of weapons to you. Forget it, screw the rules. I'm going down now, just hold on. The captain suddenly spoke loudly. No, I can handle it. Lin Yi was not distracted while speaking. The burly man suddenly disappeared, and a tall shadow holding an axe instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Really? You can. Lin Yi rolled to the side to avoid the axe blade. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds came from the earphone, and the captain's voice was intermittent. After a few seconds, the communication was completely interrupted. The burly man followed Lin Yi slowly. He did not disappear any further, and his heavy footsteps stepped on Lin Yi's shadow, which was elongated by the light. Lin Yi was trying hard to exchange the air in his lungs. The platform was so small, and the stairs to the upper floor were behind the burly man. If he didn't do something, he would soon be forced into a dead corner of the platform by the burly man. Even in this situation, Lin Yi did not give up thinking. Its teleportation may have a skill CD. The interval between 2 teleports is 1 minute. Is the skill CD 1 minute? No, it may be shorter. What should we do now? A direct confrontation is a dead end, and the train's arrival time is uncertain. I'm running out of energy. I can't hold on for another half a minute or so before I get hurt again. Just as Lin Yi was thinking, there was a slight vibration under his feet. The train is about to arrive at the station. Not only that, Lin Yi suddenly discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy around him had become a little higher. So the communication was interrupted because the higher-ups moved to a new location? Unfortunately, the psychic energy concentration is still not high enough. The strong man also noticed the speeding train. He stopped teasing his prey and strode towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi ran along the edge of the platform to the side. As long as the strong man did not teleport, he could get on the train at the end of the platform. The strong man also noticed this situation and did not allow the prey to slip away from his hands. Lin Yi concentrated his mind, calculating the time, the speed of the train, and his own speed. The moment the burly man disappeared, Lin Yi suddenly stopped, turned to the right, and raised his middle finger behind him. The burly man appeared behind Lin Yi, and the speeding train arrived just in time and hit him mercilessly. The strong man was knocked away, fell on the track, and was crushed from head to toe by the train. Hearing the strong man's miserable cry, Lin Yi curled up the corners of his mouth, smiled, and waved goodbye to it. Lin Yi was actually not sure whether this would succeed, because he didn't know the principle of the strong man's teleportation. If the strong man just moved to a certain location, then he could only wait for death and start over. Fortunately, the strong man used the target as the coordinate for displacement. Then comes the direction. The strong man can appear in front of Lin Yi or behind him. If Lin Yi turns the wrong direction, the strong man will appear behind him, and in front of him is the speeding train. With a half probability, Lin Yi made the right bet. In the previous two teleportations, the strong man appeared behind and in front of Lin Yi respectively, but the difference was that Lin Yi was injured when the other party appeared behind him. So Lin Yi bet that it would move behind him. In the final analysis, I'm just a coward who dares not show my face. Even if I gain great power, it's still just that. When it comes to making a decision, instinct will decide everything. If Lin Yi had to choose, and there was no train, he would definitely move in front of the opponent, because it would be more difficult for the opponent to dodge when attacking. The train stopped in front of the platform. Lin Yi did not rush to get on the train, but went to the staff lounge to search first. The strong man was run over by a train. He could have waited until the next train arrived before getting on. The walls of the lounge were covered with various human parts, including a thigh that was still dripping with blood. Lin Yi found a rusty hatchet and a black train ticket in the lounge. The ticket reads, "Madhouse, stomach. Fuck, what kind of a shitty sight is this? It's making me hungry." After leaving the lounge, the train had already left. Lin Yi checked the strong man and the man's body, and found another black ticket on the strong man. Asylum, a quiet place. This doesn't feel very safe either. After putting away the ticket, Lin Yi went to explore the restroom again and found a roll of brown bandage inside. After giving his elbow a simple bandage, Lin Yi sat on a bench waiting for the train to arrive. At this time, the concentration of spiritual energy on the platform gradually increased. Lin Yi glanced at the stairs. If he left the subway station now, he should be able to reach another world from the subway entrance. Forget it. It would be troublesome if we had to switch to another station when we go out. Besides, it might not be safe outside either. Lin Yi wanted to go to the train first to find a way to solve the abnormality, and then go to other stations if it didn't work. But Lin Yi already had some ideas. Constantly changing stations, trains, tickets, strong men. Perhaps I need to take the train to find the station belonging to the simulation world and solve the anomaly there. If the site returns to the simulation world and leaves through the exit, this anomaly should be resolved. But what if the site doesn't return? You can't expect me to solve all the anomalies, right? How many stations are there here? It would be troublesome if all the stations here needed to be put back in place. But now that I've resolved the anomaly at this site, nothing seems to have changed here. Is it because I didn't enter through the entrance of this site? Or have I guessed it all wrong? Lin Yi felt a bit of a headache. Just looking at the station names, he didn't want to get off at those stations. There was a slight vibration under my feet, and the train was about to enter the station again. But this time it was a train going in the opposite direction. Lin Yi stood up and stood outside the yellow line with a hatchet in his hand, waiting for the train to arrive. As the train passed in front of him, he saw that one of the carriages was covered with dark red flesh walls and tentacles. 134, Meat Film Train. When the train arrived at the station, Lin Yi chose a carriage far away from the tentacles and got on. After getting on the bus, Lin Yi kept staring at the contaminated carriage in the distance. If the tentacles moved in any unusual way, he would get off immediately. In fact, he could also wait until the next train arrives at the station, or even wait for several more trains to arrive at the station until he encounters a completely safe train. But there is another possibility, that as time goes by, more and more abnormal things will appear on the train. So Lin Yi didn't wait any longer. Seeing that the tentacles did not move, Lin Yi found a seat near the door and sat down. This train looked not much different from an ordinary subway train, except that only the current station was displayed above its door, and there was no name of the next station. Current site, Madhouse. After a while, a shrill warning bell sounded from the train's broadcast. After the bell stopped, the doors closed automatically, and the train started slowly. As soon as the train started, a A man in a conductor's uniform and with a stiff smile on his face suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. The conductor stretched out his right hand wearing a white glove towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi shuddered. His powerful mental strength reminded him that the conductor in front of him was very dangerous. Lin Yi knew what the other party meant. The conductor naturally wanted to check his tickets. The question now was which ticket he should hand over. Lin Yi has 3 train tickets in total, and the destinations of these 3 tickets are the Stomach, the Silent Land, and the Death Land respectively. If there is a conductor, after handing over the ticket, he will most likely only be able to get off at the corresponding station and get another ticket at that station before he can get on the train. Lin Yi first ruled out the deadly situation. The name of this site sounds very dangerous. After thinking for half a second, Lin Yi took out the ticket with the words, "A Quiet Place," written on it, and placed it in the conductor's hand. The conductor picked up the ticket, took a look at it, then put it away and left. After a few steps, the conductor disappeared. As soon as the conductor disappeared, Lin Yi suddenly saw the glass opposite move. Lin Yi focused his attention on the glass and found that it was not the glass that was moving, but a layer of dark red flesh membrane growing on the glass. Only then did Lin Yi realize that his right arm no longer hurt. Lin Yi suddenly stood up from his seat. His orange prison uniform was torn, and a layer of flesh membrane covering part of the prison uniform and skin remained on the seat. Shit, when Lin Yi glanced at his left hand, which was covered in blood and had a layer of skin torn off. Until now, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his left hand. It is neither painful nor affects normal use. Not only his left hand, but all the exposed skin on Lin Yi's back had a layer of skin torn off, including his neck and back of the head. If you look closely, you can see a layer of tiny red hairs constantly wriggling on the wound. Lin Yi hurriedly left the carriage, which was gradually getting darker. The flesh membrane that had covered the carriage and the tentacles growing on the flesh membrane did not stop him. But as Lin Yi ran forward, more carriages were contaminated by the flesh membrane and became carriages wrapped in the flesh membrane. Seeing this situation, Lin Yi suddenly stopped, and as Lin Yi stopped, the flesh membrane stopped eroding the train. Am I carrying it to infect other carriages? As the erosion of the flesh membrane in the carriage gradually increased, tentacles wrapped around Lin Yi's body, trying to pull him into the flesh membrane. Lin Yi had no choice but to enter the next carriage with the pollution and continue to compress his living space. Just when Lin Yi polluted the 7th carriage, the train's broadcast suddenly sounded. Coming soon, Botanical Gardens. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. The train began to slow down. Lin Yi looked at the platform and found that the station was covered with a large number of plants of various shapes. Lin Yi carefully observed the details of the exposed part of the platform and recalled and compared the architectural style of the entrance. Finally, he concluded that this was not the station he was looking for. But even if this was that station, Lin Yi didn't think he could get off the train successfully here. After all, the ticket he gave to the conductor had a Quiet Place written on it. Lin Yi continued to change carriages. If the time required for the train to arrive at each station remained unchanged and the rate of pollution did not increase, the remaining carriages would be enough for him to reach 2 stations. When changing carriages, Lin Yi suddenly found a black ticket on the branch of a plant. The plant was not far outside the carriage, but because the back of the ticket was facing the carriage, Lin Yi could not see the station on the ticket. Without acting rashly, Lin Yi noted the location of the ticket. He hasn't used up his simulation times yet, so there's still a possibility that he can pass the level in one go. After a while, a shrill bell rang. When the bell stopped, the doors closed automatically and the train started slowly. Perhaps because Lin Yi had already paid for his ticket, the conductor did not show up this time. The flesh membrane continued to erode the carriages. Lin Yi would wait until he could no longer hold on before changing carriages, but there were not many carriages left. When the flesh membrane contaminated the last 6 carriages, the train broadcast sounded again. Coming to Deathland. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. The train began to slow down, and Lin Yi looked towards the platform. There was no platform outside the train. Where the platform should have been was just a bottomless hole. Inside the hole, there was nothing. At this moment, Lin Yi could only pray that this was not the site he was looking for, otherwise he might not be able to complete this simulation mission. A shrill bell rang out over the radio. After the bell stopped ringing, the doors closed automatically, and the train started slowly. Because the train runs at different times between the 2 stations, Lin Yi's previous judgment was wrong, and now only 5 carriages have not been eroded by the flesh membrane. Lin Yi could only extend the time he could stay in each carriage. When he entered the last carriage, his body was covered with wriggling red hair, and there was not a single piece of intact skin. The flesh membrane began to spread in the last carriage. Lin Yi stuck to the door and kept tearing off the tentacles on his body, but a large number of tentacles continued to take root and grow in his body. Lin Yi gradually lost control of every part of his body. Just when he was about to lose control completely, the radio sounded. Coming soon, a quiet place. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. The train began to slow down, and Lin Yi twisted his body with difficulty. He had to get rid of the flesh membrane wrapped around his body before he could get off the train. The train arrived at the station and the door opened. Lin Yi struggled to climb out of the train and lay on the platform, twisting his body back and forth like a caterpillar. During the twisting process, slight local explosions continued to occur in various parts of Lin Yi's body, and yellow-brown corrosive liquid sprayed everywhere, corroding the surface of the platform. Lin Yi didn't realize what was happening and was still shaking the flesh membrane that no longer existed. After a violent shake, his brain exploded. Number of simulations remaining, 9. 135. Laboratory. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and stared at the D-class personnel sitting opposite him. He still didn't understand how he died. I was stabbed to death by tentacles? That shouldn't be the case. If those tentacles could stab people, I would have died long ago. Damn it. My perception has been affected since my head was corroded, and everything I perceive is no longer accurate. What should I do next? Should I repeat the last simulation? I can do better this time. As long as I pay attention to some details, I will definitely be able to enter the land of silence completely. No, even if I enter the quiet place, I still have to look for tickets to other stations in the quiet place. It's better to go directly to other stations to look for tickets. Lin Yi recalled the information provided by the captain. Number 1 was torn to pieces by a monster that escaped from the bathroom while waiting for the train. Number 2 entered a very dangerous subway space and died right after entering. Number 3 was the most unlucky. The subway space he entered was covered in tentacles. Could it be that number 3 brought his tentacles aboard and contaminated the train? It could be someone else. Never mind. I'll be the first one down this time. The monster in the bathroom shouldn't be that scary. Oh, I should have asked for more details before. Just as Lin Yi was thinking, the prison van arrived at the subway entrance again. After passing the security check, Lin Yi stood outside the entrance again. Give me the gun. I'll go in first. The supervisor was about to put a helmet on the D-class personnel number 1. Lin Yi stepped forward and said. The supervisor looked at the captain, who glared at Lin Yi first, then thought for a few seconds before speaking. Give him a pistol. The supervisor put a helmet on Lin Yi and handed him an AK-1 pistol. Lin Yi didn't waste any time and quickly walked into the subway entrance. After turning 2 corners, the style of the passage changed. This style is different from the styles of sites Lin Yi has encountered before. After entering the ticket hall, Lin Yi smashed the ticket booth first. This time it went very smoothly. He found a black ticket in the drawer of the ticket booth table. Laboratory, Death Place. At least I know the name of this site. Lin Yi comforted himself in his heart. Wait, let me see that ticket. The captain's calm voice came from the headset. Lin Yi placed the ticket in front of the camera and took out the wallet he had taken from the supervisor, pulled out a banknote from it, and placed it on the table. Wait, where did you get your wallet? Although the captain's attention was attracted by the ticket, he still noticed Lin Yi's little action. Borrow it. Your team members should be more careful. Lin Yi used a steel pipe to pry open several ticket vending machines, but found nothing inside. I'll have him resume field training when we get back. Have you considered this before coming here? The captain carefully observed Lin Yi's every move. Of course, the devil is in the details. Lin Yi walked quietly along the stairs to the platform with a steel pipe and a pistol. If he could find a good ticket, he could wait until the train arrived before going down. Now he could only go and talk to the monster below. What's wrong? What did you find? The captain noticed Lin Yi's cautious attitude and asked. Don't talk yet. Lin Yi entered the platform and looked to one side of the platform. There was no movement in the bathroom. The laboratory platform is similar in structure to the asylum platform, except that there is no row of plastic chairs. Lin Yi walked quietly towards the staff lounge. The door was not locked. The bathroom remained quiet until Lin Yi entered the lounge. The lounge was filled with various experimental reports. Lin Yi took a quick look and found that these reports had nothing to do with monsters. They seemed to be experiments on some abnormal phenomena. Wait, let me see that lab report. It's on the left wall, 4th row from the top, 3rd from the right. The captain suddenly spoke. Lin Yi took the report and pointed it at the camera. Most of the report was occupied by a picture, which seemed to be drawn by someone and then printed. The other party's painting was very abstract, and even Lin Yi couldn't understand what he was painting. Fortunately, Lin Yi could read the text next to it. After the infected entered the 4th stage, they claimed to have seen a monster that could not be described in words. The experimenter asked the infected person to draw an image of a monster. The infected person initially refused, then frantically screamed in an unknown language, and finally silently drew the picture. 2 days after drawing the picture, the infected person died. Appendix Audio 44, Figure 124. After the autopsy, the experimenters found a variety of unknown bacteria in the infected body. The infected person died of rapid multiple organ failure. No connection has been found between the unknown bacteria and organ failure. Lin Yi took the report and began to look for a ticket. The report gave him a bad feeling, and now he just wanted to find a ticket as soon as possible and take the train to leave this station. How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. The captain muttered to himself. Can you understand this report? Or have you seen the things in the pictures? Lin Yi asked immediately. Put the report down, leave here as soon as possible, and don't look at other pictures. The captain said in a deep voice. I see. Lin Yi threw away the report and continued searching the lounge. Finally, he found the ticket sandwiched in a report. Laboratory, Botanical Garden. After getting the ticket, Lin Yi left the lounge. He felt a vibration under his feet, indicating that the train was about to arrive at the station. There was still no movement in the bathroom. It was as if there wasn't a monster there that could tear D-Class Personnel number 1 apart. Lin Yi didn't think the captain would lie to him. What on earth had torn number 1 into pieces? This thought gave Lin Yi an urge to go to the bathroom to take a look. The train is on the way, you? The captain's voice in the headset was intermittent, and after a few seconds, the communication was disconnected. The captain's words interrupted Lin Yi's impulse. Lin Yi grabbed his hair hard and forced his way into the train with rapid breathing. It was not until the train started that Lin Yi suppressed the urge to get off the train and take a look at the bathroom. The conductor appeared in front of Lin Yi and stretched out his hand to him. Taking out the ticket, Lin Yi suddenly wanted to know what would happen if he didn't give the ticket to the conductor. The conductor slowly approached Lin Yi, who had been reluctant to hand over his ticket. His body gradually stretched out, and his slender shadow gradually covered Lin Yi's entire body. For you. Lin Yi put the ticket into the conductor's hand with difficulty. After taking the ticket, the conductor took a step back, recovered, picked up the ticket, took a look at it, and then turned and left. What happened to me? Was I infected by some bacteria in the lab? Oh, right. There's information in the lounge. As long as I can see it, I'll know what happened to me. So I have to get off the bus as soon as possible and get back to the laboratory site as soon as possible. 136. New site. No, I can't go back. I have to get off at the Botanical Gardens, otherwise. What else will happen? Do you want to give it a try? A large number of messy thoughts crowded into Lin Yi's mind, causing him to have various impulses and unable to think normally. Lin Yi stood up and walked towards the car door, then suddenly stopped and sat back in his original position. He stood up again and walked towards the car door, and then repeated this process over and over again. He sat down for the 103rd time. The radio came on. Coming soon. Stomach. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. The train began to slow down. Lin Yi stood up and looked at the platform. The station was already filled with flesh membranes and tentacles, and there were constantly wriggling pieces of flesh everywhere. So this is the stomach. Will I be contaminated in the car? Want to try getting off at another stop to see what happens? Lin Yi stood in front of the car door, feeling the urge to get out, but his remaining rationality prevented him from doing so. The impulse gradually faded away until the car door closed. Lin Yi was lying near the car door. He almost crawled out just now. After the impulse faded, Lin Yi quickly regained his sanity, and all the messy thoughts disappeared, as if everything just now was an illusion. This is horrible. Is this really some kind of bacterial effect? It feels more like some kind of mental effect. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and wanted to sit back in his previous seat, but found that someone was already there. There sat a beautiful girl in a white dress, her long, glossy black hair flowing down her back onto the seat. Lin Yi didn't say anything. For a moment, he couldn't tell where the other person came from. 1. The girl was a hallucination he created after being infected with laboratory bacteria. Lin Yi remembered that the report said, after the infected person enters the 4th stage, which means that this infection still has the first 3 stages. If the impulse is the first stage of infection, then the 2nd stage is likely to produce hallucinations. 2. The girl was a passenger who had just boarded the bus. Lin Yi's mental state was very bad just now. He had no energy to pay attention to other things. Even if someone got on the bus and sat in his seat, he would not notice. But can anyone really get on the bus with a stomach? Or in other words, were the people who got on the bus there really humans? 3. The girl is similar to the conductor and is some kind of abnormal phenomenon on the train. It's not surprising that there are passengers on the train, so this possibility is not zero. For the time being, Lin Yi could only think of these 3 possibilities. Influenced by the various impulses in his mind before, he was still not very clear-headed. Lin Yi thought about it and sat down next to the girl, in a position that was neither too close nor too far away. Just as he was thinking about how to start the conversation, the girl spoke first. That's a terrible feeling, right? Few people can make it through the first stage completely. After all, most impulses born out of curiosity are not good things. The girl's voice is very pleasant and makes people who hear it feel at ease. So you're my hallucination? The second stage only produces hallucinations. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at the girl again. His illusion was quite beautiful. Hallucination. The girl grabbed Lin Yi's right hand and placed it on her fair face. She looked into Lin Yi's eyes and asked with a smile, "Do you think this is an illusion?" Feeling the girl's body temperature of 36.5 degrees Celsius, Lin Yi couldn't tell for a moment whether he was hallucinating or not. Everything around him was too real. Who are you then? Lin Yi could only directly ask the other party's identity. I'm just a passenger now. The girl's hair moved slightly, and she crawled towards Lin Yi like a tentacle, playing with the corner of his clothes. Where do you want to get off? Lin Yi asked. Get off at this stop. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the train announcement sounded. Coming soon, Botanical Gardens. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. That's quite a coincidence. I get off here too. Lin Yi stood up and walked quickly towards a carriage. The train slowed down and stopped at the Botanical Garden station. It's dangerous here. Do you want me to help you? The girl followed Lin Yi all the time, like a little duck following its mother. Need not. Lin Yi walked out of the carriage quickly, took the ticket from the branch of a plant, and then quickly returned to the carriage. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, and the surrounding plants did not react at all, as if they were just ordinary plants. Only after returning to the carriage did Lin Yi have time to look at the station on the ticket. Botanical Gardens Restaurant. Another new site. That's fine. As long as it's not a deadly place, I can accept it. Lin Yi took his ticket and found a seat to sit down. The girl naturally sat next to Lin Yi. Aren't you going to get off here? After getting the ticket successfully, Lin Yi felt a lot more relaxed. Are you sure you want to use this ticket? The restaurant isn't a good place. The girl did not answer Lin Yi's question. What's in the restaurant? Lin Yi habitually collects intelligence. If you want to go back, it's best to get off here and find another ticket. Get off, and I'll help you. The girl still didn't answer Lin Yi's question. Lin Yi looked at the girl. He hadn't figured out what her purpose was yet. Sizzle. Sizzle. Hello, can you hear me? After a burst of noise, the captain's voice came from the headset. Abel. Lin Yi didn't expect that the communication could still be connected. Great, we're finally connected. Are you hallucinating? The captain suddenly asked. I don't know if what I saw was an illusion. Lin Yi dodged the girl's hand that was grabbing the headset and said, Listen, don't trust what you see, and don't trust strangers who suddenly appear in your field of vision. They are all part of the anomaly, trying to gain your trust, and then lead you to make dangerous decisions. The captain said seriously, It's useless for you to say this. Even if you don't tell me, I won't trust a stranger. You might as well tell me what's in the restaurant. Lin Yi took off his headset and continued into the microphone. Now I'll give you a chance. Tell me what's in the restaurant, and maybe I'll trust you. How do you know I'm not the captain? The sound in the headset became sharp and strange. I don't know, and I don't care. After being infected with the virus, Lin Yeping and others became suspicious of everyone. Lin Yi threw the headset to the ground and crushed it. He didn't want anyone talking in his ear while he was exploring the site. The train started, and the conductor appeared again. After taking Lin Yi's ticket, the conductor turned around and disappeared, not paying any attention to the girl sitting next to him. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about the relationship between the captain and the girl, heavy footsteps approached the carriage little by little. Lin Yi looked in the direction where the footsteps came from, and a strong man wearing a fire suit and a fire helmet appeared in his sight. 137. Eating in a restaurant. The strong man disappeared. Lin Yi hurriedly left his seat, and the next second, the fire axe fell on Lin Yi's seat. The burly man turned to look at Lin Yi and let out a strange laugh. Lin Yi turned around and ran. He didn't want to fight the strong man in such a narrow place. Before he had run a few steps, he heard the screams of a strong man behind him. Lin Yi turned around and found that the carriage behind him was covered with flesh membrane. A monster made of flesh and blood was sitting on the seat, with a large number of tentacles growing out of its body and inserting into the strong man's body. A head-numbing chewing sound was heard. A few seconds later, the tentacles were pulled out of the strong man's body. The strong man, with only a layer of skin left, fell onto the flesh membrane and was gradually swallowed by it. The flesh and blood monster turned its head and let out a low roar at Lin Yi. Lin Yi wisely turned around and no longer sensed the situation behind him. Okay. After a while, the reassuring voice of a young girl came from behind. Lin Yi turned around and saw that the carriage had returned to its original state. The red membranes and wriggling tentacles had all disappeared, and the girl was sitting in her original position, as if nothing had happened. Only the shattered seats and the fire axe that fell nearby could prove that a murder had just occurred here. Lin Yi sat on the other side of the girl, and her long black hair climbed onto his body, entwining his arms and thighs. What was that just now? Lin Yi didn't think that the strong man just now was a madman in the asylum. The train didn't stop at the asylum at all. If the strong man was on the train before, he should have come over long ago. And the real strong men should be dealing with the uniformed men at the asylum site right now. Phase 3 has begun, and you don't have much time. The girl looked at Lin Yi calmly and said, I see. This is the third stage. Lin Yi didn't care. He still had 9 simulations left. This pathogen was indeed dangerous, but dying once would eliminate the impact. You don't know, once the 4th stage begins, everything will be over. By then, there will be no point in struggling. The girl grabbed Lin Yi's left hand and put it on her face. She didn't know how to make Lin Yi trust her, so she could only use this behavior to gain his trust. How much time do I have left? Lin Yi also didn't want to delay until the 4th stage of the disease. If a 3rd stage variant appears 4 times, it will enter the 4th stage. The girl extended 4 fingers, then retracted 2. I see. Lin Yi was ready to commit suicide when the next alien appeared, rather than waiting until the 4th alien appeared. He couldn't be sure whether the girl herself was a member of the alien. The train announcement sounded. Coming soon, restaurant. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the car door, and the girl followed behind him. The train pulled into the station. Outside the window, various dining tables were placed on the platform. White tablecloths and various tableware had been laid out on the tables. There was a smiling waiter standing next to each table. Lin Yi observed the platform carefully. Judging from the decoration style, this was not the station he was looking for. After the train arrived at the station, all the waiters turned their eyes to Lin Yi at the same time. They looked at Lin Yi with a smile, waiting for the guests to eat. The train arrived at the station and the doors opened. Lin Yi entered the platform and the girl followed behind him. A waiter standing in front of a square table pulled out a high-backed wooden chair and asked Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi sat on the chair uncontrollably, and the waiter tied a napkin on him. After making preparations, the waiter turned and walked towards the kitchen. The girl looked at the tableware curiously and tugged at Lin Yi's napkin. Would you like to sit down and eat too? Lin Yi asked. I've never been to a place like this before. The girl said as she sat on the armrest of the high-backed chair. Hey, there are 2 of us. Why is there only 1 spot? Lin Yi questioned the waiter nearby. The waiter suddenly turned his head to look at the girl, as if he had just discovered her. The other waiters also noticed the situation here. They looked at each other and seemed to be communicating with each other. After the communication, some waiters went into the kitchen, and a new waiter came to the table and helped the girl pull out the chair. Thanks. Unlike Lin Yi, the girl was not controlled. Instead, she took the initiative to sit opposite Lin Yi and tied a napkin around herself. The waiter quickly brought out the first course. The large white round plate contained the smiling head of the waiter from before. Lin Yi picked up the knife and fork, and for a moment he didn't know how to start with this appetizer. He had dissected many heads, but he didn't like eating brains very much, so he didn't know how to eat the whole head. The girl took a dinner knife and stabbed it into the waiter's brain through his ear, then took the brain under the table. When she took the knife back, the brain was gone. Is it tasty? Lin Yi asked curiously. Generally. The girl didn't think highly of the appetizer. Soon the waiter brought the second dish, which was a soup made from the lungs of some creature. When it was served, the pale alveoli were still contracting and expanding. The waiter looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi involuntarily stretched out his fork towards the dish, but before the fork touched the plate, the girl had already taken the plate and drank everything in it. Is it delicious? Although Lin Yi didn't like lungs, he actually wanted to know what the food here tasted like. Generally, the girl's evaluation was still average, which made Lin Yi less eager to taste the dishes. The waiter served the dishes very quickly, but the girl ate even faster. A whole beating heart, brains swimming in the soup, cold mixed scalp, a pure black dessert that slowly squirmed. One dish after another disappeared into the girl's stomach. The girl's evaluation has always been only 1, average. Lin Yi didn't know the girl's criteria for judging. He hadn't tasted the food here, so he didn't know whether the food tasted bad or the girl was too strict. The waiter's face became more and more ugly. Finally, the waiter served a dessert to each of them. He placed Lin Yi's dessert in front of him and stared at the girl, not letting her take it away. The dessert looked perfectly normal, like a red and white scoop of strawberry ice cream, but it just smelled off. Lin Yi picked up a piece of dessert with a fork, and a strong fishy smell rushed into his nostrils. If he hadn't been unable to control his body, he would have vomited it out. Just when Lin Yi was controlled and about to eat the dessert, A familiar figure appeared in Lin Ye's sight. The conductor pushed aside the waiter at the table and walked over to Lin Ye. Lin Ye regained control of his body, but instead of taking the dessert away, he ate it. Both the train attendant and the fourth stage are very troublesome. It is better to commit suicide after tasting the food than to find a way to fight them. As soon as he put the dessert into his mouth, Lin Ye completely lost consciousness. 138. Stage analysis. Number of simulations remaining, 8. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Ye opened his eyes in the prison van. His memory stopped at the moment he put the dessert into his mouth. As for the taste of the dessert, he could no longer remember it. There is only a greasy, fishy and salty feeling left in the mouth. What does it taste like? I really want to taste it again. Lin Ye licked his lips and felt the urge to go to the restaurant again. Wait a minute, something's wrong. Why would I have such an idea? The symptoms haven't gone away, but the symptoms seem to have regressed to the first stage. So it's a mental illness that manifests physically and gets progressively worse. Lin Ye's face was serious. He was not too worried about this disease. He thought it could be solved as long as he returned to the shelter. But after he was infected with this disease, the time of each simulation would be compressed. Not to mention entering the fourth stage. He couldn't even deal with the alien train conductor in the third stage. Then we have no choice but to move faster. So what exactly are aliens? The second stage produces a girl, and the third stage produces various hostile aliens. Are girls also aliens? The girl and the other aliens aren't simply illusions. They're individuals I've seen recently. Could it be that, like the symptoms, they're composed of both spirit and body? But I've never met the girl. What's the difference between the second and third stages? Can I trust her? Lin Ye kept thinking about various problems. He found that as long as he thought about enough questions, the impact of the first stage would not be so serious. The prison van stopped outside the subway entrance again. Lin Ye repeated the previous operation and was the first to enter the subway entrance. This time, Lin Ye did not look for the meaningless ticket in the ticket hall, but went directly to the platform to look for the ticket. After getting the ticket to the botanical garden in the lounge, Lin Ye went straight to the restroom on the other side of the platform. This time, Lin Ye did not read the reports. Since the pathogen was spread by the mind, the transmission route was most likely the information in these reports. Although he is already infected, increasing the dose is likely to accelerate the progression of the disease. Moreover, the information in the report may not be correct. After entering the men's restroom, Lin Ye did not encounter the monster that tore up stall number 1. After searching the restroom carefully, Lin Ye found a black ticket behind the water tank in stall number 3. Laboratory, a quiet place. A quiet place. Lin Ye died once in the Silent Land, but his condition was very bad that time, and he didn't even know the cause of his death. After putting away the ticket, Lin Ye went to the women's restroom to search again, but found nothing there. The ground shook as the train arrived at the station. Lin Ye entered the train and communication with the captain was interrupted again. The train started and the conductor appeared. Lin Ye handed the ticket with a quiet place written on it to the conductor. It's not that he felt the quiet place was safer than the botanical gardens. He just wanted to go a little further and at least confirm the name of the organization's site. So what is the name of the organization's site? Not long after the train started, the first stage of the disease officially began. A large number of messy thoughts flooded into Lin Ye's mind. This time he did not try to resist, but focused on thinking about those issues that did not require action. Why do people live? What exactly is the universe? What is the system? What's the use of the Abyss Gate? What card will I draw tomorrow? While Lin Ye was lost in thought, the train announcement rang out. Coming soon. Stomach. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. When Lin Ye came to his senses, the first stage of the disease had already ended. The train started moving, and strands of black hair wrapped around Lin Ye's body. The second stage of the disease began, and the girl appeared next to Lin Ye. Lin Ye leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, thinking about how to prolong the duration of the third stage. He needed more time to explore other sites. The first alien to appear in the third phase is the captain in the headset. If I don't crush the headset, can I delay the appearance of the second alien? Lin Ye decided to give it a try this time. The girl sat quietly beside Lin Ye without saying anything. After a while, the train announcement sounded. Coming soon, Botanical Gardens. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. Where do you want to get off? Looking at the plants of various shapes outside the window, Lin Ye suddenly asked. I don't know, but it's not here. The girl simply gave a completely different answer from last time. All right. Because he was going to a quiet place, Lin Ye did not get the ticket to the restaurant this time. After the train stopped, a voice came from the headset at about the same time as last time. Sizzle. Sizzle. Hello, can you hear me? After a burst of noise, the captain's voice came from the headset. Able. Lin Ye replied expressionlessly. Great, we're finally connected. Are you hallucinating? The captain asked. Yes, how did you know? Lin Yi dodged the girl's hand that was grabbing the headset and said, I can't tell you that. Listen, don't trust what you see, and don't trust strangers who suddenly appear in your field of vision. They are all part of the anomaly, trying to gain your trust and lead you to make dangerous decisions. The captain said the same lines seriously as last time. So what should I do next? Lin Yi continued chatting with the captain. What you see is an illusion. As soon as you think it doesn't exist, it disappears. The captain didn't notice that Lin Yi was delaying time. But I can touch her, and I can't think she doesn't exist. Lin Yi grabbed a strand of hair that was constantly moving and continued to trick the captain into talking to him. Regarding the disease, there was one thing Lin Yi had never understood, and that was why the girl who appeared in the second stage had no hostility towards him. Moreover, the third stage alien seemed to want Lin Yi to believe that the girl did not exist. Although they are all abnormal individuals caused by the disease, the second stage and the third stage are hostile to each other. This is what puzzles Lin Yi the most. So before he figured out the girl's purpose, Lin Yi couldn't trust her. As Lin Yi and the captain were tugging at each other, the train broadcast sounded again. Coming soon, restaurant. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. Until now, the strong man has not appeared. Just as Lin Yi thought, as long as the alien body is not eliminated, the next alien body will not appear. Just like last time, the waiters in the restaurant outside the window looked at Lin Yi sitting in the car with a smile. But this time Lin Yi didn't have to get out of the car, they could only watch the guests leave in the restaurant. Ever since the captain's voice sounded in the headset, the girl has been trying to take away Lin Yi's headset. Of course, she only showed this intention and did not seriously attack Lin Yi. Otherwise Lin Yi would not be able to stop her. 139. Aquarium. Lin Yi didn't understand the meaning of the girl's behavior for the time being, but he needed the captain's voice in the headset to delay the third stage, so he could only grab the girl's right hand to prevent her from moving. The train started moving, and Lin Yi left the restaurant station under the regretful gazes of the waiters. The captain has been trying to make Lin Yi believe that the girl does not exist. Lin Yi actively responded and accepted various methods proposed by the captain, but unfortunately they all failed. You're not kidding me, are you? The captain's voice became eerie. What are you talking about? I've been trying the method you told me, but it doesn't work at all. Are you kidding me? The bad guy complains first. Lin Yi said confidently. You will regret this. When you completely trust that illusion, it will no longer be an illusion. Now it needs to rely on you to exist, so it hasn't attacked you. When it can exist independently, you will no longer be necessary. The captain said angrily, gritting his teeth. Her behavior does make sense, but yours is problematic. The disease developed in me, so why would you kill me? Lin Yi asked curiously. There is an obvious contradiction here. Due to insufficient known information, Lin Yi cannot understand the purpose of these alien bodies. We? What are you talking about? When did I ever kill you? The captain obviously didn't know what happened in the last simulation. I don't know, so forget it. Of course, Lin, you wouldn't tell it that it had been crushed once. An announcement sounded in the train. Coming soon, aquarium. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. Hey, new sight. The train arrived at the station and Lin Yi looked out the window. Outside the window was a dark world. All the walls of the platform had turned into transparent glass. Behind the glass was the deep sea, and huge shadows were faintly passing through the sea. Lin Yi observed the style of the glass wall. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was the sight he was looking for. It turned out to be this abnormal incident. You are finished. Even if that illusion is strong, you will die here. The captain made a happy sound. He had already seen how Lin Yi died. Do you know about this unusual incident? Lin Yi doesn't like the sea because he has rarely swam in it. Of course, this anomaly is quite well known within the organization. You are all dead. Don't ask me. I won't tell you any information about this anomaly. The captain was in a pretty good mood. No, you already told me. Lin Yi decided to ask the real captain at the beginning of the next simulation. Although the other party may not tell him, it is definitely easier to talk to him than the one in the headset. What are you talking about? The captain thought back to what he had said and didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. Lin Yi did not answer the captain. He was thinking about whether to get off the car now. Getting off the train now is basically a dead end. But we can test what happens if we get off at a station not listed on the ticket, and we can also collect some information about the aquarium station. If you don't get off the train, you can go to the quiet place to look for a ticket. As long as you can find a ticket to the aquarium station and resolve the anomaly at the aquarium station, this simulation will basically be over. After thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to go to a quiet place. You can get more information at any time. The most important thing now is to find the ticket to the aquarium station. The door closed and the train started slowly. Lin Yi looked at the dark sea with a heavy heart. After the train left the aquarium, Lin Yi chatted with the tool captain for a while, and the broadcast sounded again. Coming soon, a quiet place. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. Lin Yi took off his headphones and held them in his hand. He didn't know where the danger of the silent land lay, but it was definitely not a good idea to wear headphones that could talk at any time. The train arrived at the station and the doors opened. Lin Yi entered the site with headphones in hand, and the girl followed behind him. The silent land was very quiet. Apart from the noise of the train behind him, Lin Yi could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Strange, is the heartbeat so loud? The doors closed, the train started, and as the train left the platform, the whole world became quiet. Lin Yi was surrounded by increasingly harsh heartbeats, and with each heartbeat, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hey, you're done. The captain's shrill voice came from the headset, and before Lin Yi could let go, the headset exploded. The earphone fragments fell on Lin Yi, and a slight explosion occurred at the place where the sound was made after the collision. Lin Yi covered his chest and adjusted his heartbeat through breathing, then walked quietly to the staff lounge on the side of the platform. But the quiet steps were not completely silent. When the slight footsteps sounded, Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in the soles of his feet. Not only that, the sound of skin rubbing against clothes, the sound of breathing, the sound of blood flowing, the sound of internal organs moving, the sound of bones rubbing. All kinds of sounds were amplified in Lin Yi's ears, and the tingling sensation spread throughout his body. It's okay if the pain occurs in places like the skin and bones, but it's very dangerous if the pain occurs in the internal organs. Lin Yi tried to move his body with difficulty, and he didn't know how long he could hold on. These are not the most troublesome things. The headset is broken, and he must leave here before the strong man shows up. The girl was also moving slowly. She walked to the restroom on the other side of the station to help Lin Yi find the ticket. Lin Yi carefully opened the door of the lounge, and the door did not make any sound. There was only a table in the empty lounge, and the black ticket was lying on the surface of the table. Lin Yi picked up the ticket and took a look at it. A quiet place, church. Why is there a new site? Lin Yi carefully put away the ticket and slowly left the lounge. As soon as he walked out of the lounge, he saw the tall figure. The strong man was obviously also affected by the silent land, but his physical fitness was very good. As long as he didn't make a loud noise, he would not die for a while. Lin Yi walked to the edge of the platform. The burly man had already forced him into a blind spot on the platform. Only by jumping off the platform could he bypass the burly man and reunite with the girl. But jumping off the platform would make a noise, and if the noise was too loud and hurt Lin Yi's legs, he would have no choice but to start over. So Lin Yi could only climb down the platform little by little. The burly man saw Lin Yi lying on the edge of the platform and disappeared from his spot in an instant. Sensing that the burly man had disappeared, Lin Yi exerted force with his left hand and turned around on the edge of the platform, from lying on the edge to leaning on the edge. The strong man fell into the tunnel, and the huge noise blew his legs apart. Then he fell to the ground, making all kinds of noises and suffered a series of explosion damage. Lin Yi climbed back to the platform. He had just used his left elbow to support the platform to prevent other parts of his body from making any noise, but now he could no longer feel his left elbow. 140. Simulation rehearsal. Lin Yi lay on the edge of the platform, slowly absorbing the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. He was not going to do anything that might make any noise before the next train arrived. The strong man was still struggling in the passage. Listening to his weak breathing, Lin Yi felt a sense of security, just like listening to the sound of rain at home. As long as the strong man was not dead, the conductor would not show up. Of course, this situation will not last long. The strong man will die soon, and when the train conductor appears, Lin Yi will die. Moreover, Lin Yi's condition is very bad now. His whole body is suffering from continuous damage, and some fragile organs are about to die. Even if no enemy appeared, he would not survive for long. The girl slowly moved to Lin Yi's side, hesitated for a moment, and handed a black ticket to Lin Yi. A quiet place, aquarium. Lin Yi took the ticket and felt like he could die. As long as you know which station has tickets to the Oceanarium station, this simulation task will be much easier. The question now is, how long does it take to get from the quiet place to the Oceanarium? I need to get there before the conductor shows up. Captain Earpiece is the easiest variant to preserve, but it can commit suicide at any time if it enters the land of silence. Then the only one left is the strong man. If we can control him, we can delay the appearance of the conductor. While Lin Yi was thinking, he felt the ground shaking and the train entered the station. The train stopped in front of the two men and crushed the struggling man to death. With the help of the girl, Lin Yi barely climbed into the train. After entering the train, Lin Yi was finally able to breathe normally. He endured the pain, climbed up and sat on his seat. The girl sat next to Lin Yi. She was not in good condition and looked listless. The door closed, the train started, and the conductor appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi handed the ticket to the aquarium station to the conductor. After the conductor disappeared, Lin Yi looked at the girl and asked, "Can you control that strong man from before?" Lin Yi couldn't do it himself, so he could only ask the girl for help. "Able." The girl answered confidently. "Then can you control the strong man in that station just now?" Lin Yi asked again. "No, I can only maintain this state there. I can't do anything else." The girl pointed at herself. "Do you know which stop the Botanical Gardens ticket goes to?" Lin Yi remembered that the girl had suggested that he go to the Botanical Garden to find another ticket. "I don't know, but I love plants. Would you like to go to the Botanical Garden with me?" The girl looked at Lin Yi expectantly. "I don't know, can I trust you?" Until now, Lin Yi didn't know whether he should trust the girl. The girl didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Yi sadly. "That problem will come later. Can you handle it?" Lin Yi looked at the train conductor's alien form that suddenly appeared and asked expectantly. "Cannot." The flesh membrane grew in the carriage, gradually covering the entire carriage, and its tentacles wrapped around the conductor. Lin Yi had already lost his ability to move due to the massive internal bleeding in various parts of his body, and could only barely move his body like a fish out of water. The conductor didn't care about the tentacles at all. Its body gradually stretched out, and its slender shadow fell on Lin Yi, blending into and tearing Lin Yi's body apart bit by bit. Number of simulations remaining, 7. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes in the prison van. The conductor's method of killing seemed to be related to his shadow, but Lin Yi had just lost the ability to resist, so he couldn't be sure whether the conductor had other means. How about giving it a try this time? The symptoms of the first stage began again, and Lin Yi had no choice but to think about things that would not cause trouble. The prison van stopped outside the subway entrance again. Lin Yi repeated the previous operation and was the first to enter the subway entrance. This time, Lin Yi didn't rush into action. Instead, he used the tickets in the ticket booth to attract the captain's attention and became closer to him during the casual conversation. After finding the ticket to the Land of Silence, Lin Yi asked the captain, "Do you know anything about the anomaly associated with the aquarium?" "How do you know this?" the captain asked warily. "The aquarium and the subway station have merged. I must resolve the anomaly at the aquarium before I can deal with this anomaly," Lin Yi said simply. As he uttered these words, the nature of the simulation changed. Lin Yi would not leave such important information to the organization, so this time it can only be a simulation. He will test the possibility of going to the aquarium through the Land of Silence and try to die at the aquarium station. The aquarium incident is highly confidential and contains a lot of dangerous information. I can only tell you that if you want to resolve the aquarium incident, you don't need to do anything. Just stay in the aquarium and wait for it to end. The captain whispered. "Thank you very much." Thinking of the special skills of this simulation, Lin Yi felt stable. "Do you want me to report it to the organization?" The aquarium incident was truly dangerous. It took the lives of several captains and a high-ranking member of the organization to resolve it. The captain said uneasily. The subway station incident was already troublesome enough, and if the aquarium incident was added to the mix, he wouldn't know how to resolve it. "No, I'll take care of it." Lin Yi didn't want the organization to come and interfere with him. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as the captain. "Then I feel relieved," the captain said sincerely. The ground shook as the train arrived at the station. Lin Yi entered the train and said before the communication was cut off, "My name is Lin Yi. It's a pleasure working with you." "My name is Andy. I've read your file, and it's my honor to work with you." Andy's voice was interrupted, the train started, and the conductor appeared. Lin Yi handed the ticket with a quiet place written on it to the conductor. Not long after the train started, the first stage of the disease officially began. This time, Lin Yi didn't think about anything else, but began to concentrate on thinking about how to enter the Oceanarium station through the Land of Silence and solve the abnormalities of the Oceanarium station. In this state, he can block out all information and think about problems more attentively. While Lin Yi was thinking about the problem, the train broadcast sounded. "Coming soon. Stomach. Passengers getting off, please be prepared." When Lin Yi came to his senses, the first stage of the disease had ended, and he had also thought about the next course of action. The train started moving, and strands of black hair wrapped around Lin Yi's body. The second stage of the disease began, and the girl appeared next to Lin Yi. "I want to leave here through the Oceanarium. Can you help me?" Lin Yi looked directly into the girl's eyes and asked seriously. "Okay, but can you accompany me to the Botanical Gardens?" The girl also said seriously. "If you can't get to the aquarium through the Land of Silence, I'll go with you to the Botanical Gardens." Lin Yi replied. 141. Weaving Lies. After reaching a consensus, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Without the girl's help, it would have been difficult for him to pass through the land of silence. After a while, the train announcement sounded. Coming soon, Botanical Gardens. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. The girl looked at the plants of various shapes outside the car window and smiled happily. After the train stopped, the captain's voice came from the headset again. Hello, can you hear me? Lin Yi did not answer, but took off his headset and chatted with the girl. This time he must let Captain Earpiece self-destruct later. As long as the girl can enter the train before the strong man appears, she can control the strong man until they reach the aquarium. If you want to stabilize the captain, you have to make him feel that he still has the possibility of achieving his goal. The captain wants Lin Yi to believe that the girl does not exist. Lin Yi will make him achieve his goal little by little, but before achieving his goal, they will first pass through the Silent Land station. Lin Yi carefully controlled the rhythm of the conversation. At first, he only spoke to the captain occasionally, and spent most of his time chatting with the girl. Later, he gradually increased the proportion of conversation with the captain and gradually reduced the conversation with the girl. He must control the progress of the conversation, neither making it too fast nor letting the captain lose confidence. Language is an art. Lin Yi is not good at this art, but he is good at acting. Soon, the captain fell into the lie carefully woven by Lin Yi. In the process of weaving the lie, the train passed by the restaurant and the oceanarium and headed straight for the quiet place. The captain felt that he was about to succeed, but before he could do so, the train broadcast sounded again. Coming soon, a quiet place. Passengers getting off, please be prepared. A quiet place? I've arrived, Captain. Once we pass this station, I'll try the method you mentioned. Could you please stop talking for a while? I'm worried about the communication being affected. Please don't leave me alone in a place like this. You're the only one I can rely on. Lin Yi suppressed his smile and said seriously, Of course, as long as that illusion disappears, I can guide you out of here. The captain said in a voice even more serious than Lin Yi's. If Lin Yi hadn't read An Actor's Self-Cultivation, he really wouldn't have been able to hold it in. The train arrived at the station and the doors opened. Lin Yi stood by the door and did not enter the platform immediately. He waited until the last moment before the doors closed. The door was about to close. Lin Yi took off his headset and entered the platform, with the girl following behind him. In fact, as a professional actor, the effect would be better if he didn't take off the headset, but Lin Yi was not sure which one was more important to the headset captain, deceiving Lin Yi or killing Lin Yi. If it was the latter, Lin Yi's head would explode the moment he entered the platform. Lin Yi also wanted to take a look at the aquarium, so this time he entered the platform without wearing a headset. This will definitely alert Captain Earphones, but like all deceived people, it will not react immediately. It will find excuses for Lin Yi's behavior. Until it stops deceiving itself, Lin Yi's left hand holding the earphones will be safe. The sound of heartbeat rang in his ears. Lin Yi used his breathing to control his heartbeat, trying his best to slow down his vital signs and the operation of all organs. With the experience of the last simulation, his condition would be much better this time after passing through the silent place. The girl found the ticket to the aquarium in the bathroom. When she handed the ticket to Lin Yi, Captain Earphone finally faced reality. However, as soon as it uttered the first syllable, Lin Yi threw it out silently. Lin Yi simulated this action in his mind dozens of times. No matter how loud the captain in the headset made a sound, it would not affect Lin Yi and the girl. "Ah, you bastard." After Captain Earpiece finished his last sentence, the tunnel exploded completely, and debris splattered onto the rails and walls, exactly as Lin Yi had expected. After a while, the next train arrived at the station and the strong man appeared near them. Lin Yi ignored the burly man who was slowly approaching, and the train stopped in front of them. When entering the train, Lin Yi raised his middle finger behind him. The strong man moved behind him, and the girl in the train who had been prepared for it already wrapped her tentacles around his joints. Lin Yi sat down to rest and handed the ticket to the aquarium station to the conductor. Since he didn't move too much, Lin Yi didn't suffer serious injuries this time. Of course, not serious doesn't mean it's okay. Lin Yi doesn't dare to do any strenuous exercise now, for he's afraid of internal injuries and sudden death. Humans are so fragile. After a while, the train announcement sounded. "Coming soon, church. Passengers getting off, please be prepared." Lin Yi looked out the window. The platform outside the window was connected to the entrance of a dark church. A priest was sitting on a bench at the door of the church. When the train arrived at the station, the priest stood up and greeted Lin Yi. He did not turn around and enter the church until the train had gone far away. After a while, the train broadcast sounded again. "Coming soon, aquarium. Passengers getting off, please be prepared." Finally, "We're here." Lin Yi stood up and approached the car door, but this time the girl did not stand up. This was the first time she didn't follow Lin Yi. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked. I don't want to go out. The girl lowered her head and stabbed her tentacles into the strong man's body. As long as she killed the strong man, everything would start over again. But I have to go out. The car door opened, and Lin Yi did not stop, but walked into the deep darkness. The girl could only follow Lin Yi with her head down. The aquarium is actually not dark. The ceiling lights illuminate a small area of sea near the platform and the glass wall, but in places where the light cannot reach, the deep black curtain overwhelmingly creates the illusion of being in the dark deep sea. Lin Yi didn't stay on the platform for long. In just a few seconds, he was about to be swallowed by the dark deep sea. Going up the stairs and passing the ticket hall, Lin Yi quickly found the connection point between two unconnected puzzle pieces. It was obvious that the world on the other side was not where the organization was. Just as he guessed, only by resolving the site's anomalies could this simulation mission be completed. Oh, I wish the organization site was a lunatic asylum. We could just kill a few lunatics and complete the mission. Lin Yi sighed. Who are you? Are you the one who turned this place into this? On the other side of the puzzle, two fully armed teams quickly entered the passage, pointing guns at Lin Yi and the girl. It was obvious that the other side had been monitoring this place. As soon as they appeared, they sent people over. We're explorers from another world, and we've encountered the same situation as you. The situation below is very complicated. I can tell you everything I know. Can you please not point a gun at me? Lin Yi glanced at the unhappy girl and the team leader who was staring at the tentacles opposite him, and sighed. 142. Observe the creatures. Number of simulations remaining, 6. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes in the prison van. He did intend to commit suicide after gathering enough information, but he didn't expect to die in a gunfight. The other side was the first to attack. The leader of the other team did not want to communicate with Lin Yi, but was preparing to capture Lin Yi and the girl and force them to reveal any abnormal information about the subway station. Although he felt a little unwell after passing through the land of silence, Lin Yi used his rich experience to make up for his physical weaknesses. In addition, the concentration of psychic energy in this world was quite acceptable. Lin Yi and the girl quickly killed all the advanced team on the opposite side. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to retreat to the aquarium station to continue collecting information, but he didn't expect the other party to directly launch some kind of individual psychic missile at the ticket hall. The girl was half crippled in order to protect Lin Yi, and the strong man was also killed. The angry Lin Yi took the girl and the train conductor's alien form to the ground. After killing hundreds of people by various means, Lin Yi was shot to death by the other side. Before closing his eyes, Lin Yi saw a huge shadow nearly half the size of the city appear above the city. The other side seemed to have taken care of the conductor in some way. The girl was right. There were indeed 4 alien bodies. High. This meaningless war made Lin Yi very unhappy. If he didn't have the simulation ability, the other side would pay the price for someone's arrogance. The symptoms of the first stage began to appear, and Lin Yi skillfully pondered some questions about rune knowledge. The prison van stopped outside the subway entrance again. Lin Yi repeated the previous operation and was the first to enter the subway entrance. This time, Lin Yi was ready to complete the simulation mission, so he did not communicate too much with the captain. He just found the ticket to the silent land in the bathroom as normal. Afterwards, Lin Yi repeated the operations of the last simulation, meeting the girl, deceiving the captain with the headset, catching the strong man, and finally arriving at the aquarium station smoothly. Lin Yi found a seat on the side of the stairs leading to the ticket hall and gestured for the girl to sit next to him. The girl obediently hugged her legs and sat next to Lin Yi. The two of them leaned against the wall on the side of the stairs and looked at the dark sea behind the glass wall. Just by staying on the platform, Lin Yi could feel an indescribable sense of oppression. If his mental strength was not strong enough, he would have collapsed by now. Before being crushed by the seawater, Lin Yi used a special skill, the safe zone. Lin Yi set up a cubic safety zone with a side length of 1 meter around him. The feeling of oppression disappeared instantly, and the sea water outside did not look so scary anymore. In fact, Lin Yi could expand the safe zone. After all, there are many geometric structures with a side length of 1 meter. He could also set up the safe zone on the stairs close to the ticket hall. But after thinking for a while, he finally gave up these ideas. Expanding the safe zone may reduce its strength, and 1 cube of safe space is sufficient. Lin Yi was not planning to escape to the ticket hall. If he couldn't resolve the abnormality in the aquarium, he wouldn't be able to complete the simulation mission, and there was no point in escaping anywhere. If the abnormality in the aquarium still exists after an hour, Lin Yi will go to the botanical garden and the church during the next simulation. If there is really no other way, he will hold a ceremony in the aquarium to summon the evil god of the abyss to perish with this place. Then he would take a look at what the hell was going on in the fourth stage of the disease. Can you take care of it? Don't kill it. Due to his large size, most of the strong man's body was outside the safe zone. Can. The girl stretched out several tentacles, dragged the strong man out of the safe zone, and cut off the excess parts outside the safe zone. Tiny tentacles quickly grew out of the incision to heal the wound. After pulling the remaining half of the strong man back to the safe zone, the girl looked at Lin Yi, only to find that Lin Yi was looking at the glass wall in front of him. A huge blue-gray translucent eyeball was attached to the glass wall. Because the eyeball was too huge, they could only see the eyeball, but not the owner of the eyeball. It seems to be looking at us. The girl looked at the lines on the eyeball curiously. It was the first time she had seen the details of the eyeball so clearly. Because we are the exhibits of the aquarium, and rare exhibits like us are not common, of course it will take a few more glances. Lin Yi was also carefully observing the lines on the other person's eyeballs, which seemed to be some kind of rune-like structure. After looking for a while, the eyeball disappeared into the depths of the dark sea. After a while, a group of small fish with blue light appeared outside the glass wall. The small fish are only the size of a palm, but the entire school of fish, thousands of them, all look exactly the same, with no difference at all. All these small fish looked at Lin Yi with one eye, moving their tails in unison. Outside the safe zone, the strong man's remaining limbs flapped twice and gradually turned into a group of identical small fish, jumping outside the safe zone. They opened their lips and made strange noises. Lin Yi ignored the small fish standing outside the safe zone, and instead watched the orderly movements of the school of fish through the glass wall. After a while, seeing that Lin Yi was fine, the fish left the glass wall and disappeared into the depths of the ocean. The jumping little fish fell to the ground and died. It's so beautiful, but it's a pity that we can't eat it. The girl leaned her head on Lin Yi's shoulder, her long hair entangled with Lin Yi's body, admiring the giant sea beast gradually approaching outside the window. It's a pity. This is my first time in a place like this. I should have brought some food with me. Lin Yi thought of the delicious food at the restaurant station and suddenly felt that it was acceptable to have nothing to eat. Giant aquatic plants, various deep-sea monsters, ruined deep-sea buildings, strange statues. All kinds of things passed by the glass wall and left after briefly observing the two people. When a giant blood-red eyeball covered with flesh strips left the glass wall, the platform shook and began to gradually return to its original state. The duration of the safe zone has not yet ended, and Lin Yi is not in a hurry to leave. Why don't you kill it? Then I might not be able to leave. Lin Yi asked the girl. I don't know either. I was planning to trick you into the botanical garden and turn you into a vegetable, so you'd stay here with me forever, but I gave up. The girl sighed and poked the fish corpse outside the safe zone with her tentacles. Thank you so much. I don't want to become a vegetable. Lin Yi was glad that he did not believe the girl's lies about going to the botanical garden. Otherwise, he might not even have the chance to simulate it again. Let's go, it's time to leave here. The girl stood up and pulled the half-strong man towards the stairs leading to the outside world. Go ahead, I can't leave unless you do. The girl turned around and said to Lin Yi, who was still sitting on the ground. What will happen to you after you leave? Lin Yi stood up. He knew the simulation was about to end. How should I know? The girl smiled and pulled Lin Yi out of the subway station. 143. Fateful choice. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 6. 6 random items that appear in this event. Title, Most Valuable Exhibit. Continuous special mental pollution detected in the shelter, cleaning in progress. Cleanup completed. Lin Yi opened his eyes on the bed in the shelter. Just as he expected, as long as he returned to the absolutely safe shelter, the system would help him deal with the disease. What surprised him was that the abnormality that could affect the body through the mind and cause various stages of illness was just a special kind of mental pollution. So the fourth phase is just about confronting the source of the pollution? Or is there something else going on? Of course, Lin Yi would not allow the disease to develop to the fourth stage just because of curiosity, so he could only continue to be curious. Thanks. This time I was watched by your kind for a long time. After knocking on the fish tank, Lin Yi poured some concentrated nutrient solution into the goldfish. Bobo. The goldfish shook its beautiful tail and blew a few bubbles at him. Yes, with the fish tank between them, it's hard to tell which side is the viewer and which side is the object being viewed. Although he felt that this bulging-eyed goldfish was hinting at something rude, Lin Yi was mentally exhausted and didn't say much. After taking care of the animals and plants for a while and eating the sumptuous lunch he had prepared, Lin Yi began to check the spoils. The 6 items were 2 dead fish, a dark red card, a pitch-black train ticket, a light blue admission ticket, and a small white statue. Lin Yi first picked up the dark red card with a picture of a girl. Flesh and Blood Spirit Body Sealed card. A brand new individual born in the stomach, whose spirit originates from some kind of high-risk special spiritual pollution and a newborn god. Note: warning. After using this card, the survivor's spirit will be connected to the high-risk pollution source again. Leaving the shelter will restart the pollution process. The girl stood lifelike on the card, with flesh tentacles carved on the edge of the card and layers of dark red flesh membranes behind the girl. Putting away the cards, Lin Yi picked up the 2 dead fish. Salted Fish Stab. A salted fish that can teleport. After stabbing the enemy will turn into more salted fish. Note: the time for harvest has come. Xin Yu stared at Lin Yi with dead fish eyes, as if expressing his dissatisfaction with him. Holy crap, isn't this too insidious? Fortunately, I'm a kind-hearted person who got this insidious tool. I will use it properly. Putting away the salted fish, Lin Yi picked up the black ticket. Subway ticket, restaurant station. Ticket that allows you to board the train at any subway station and go to the restaurant stop. Note: the food has already been prepared and they have been waiting for a long time. The word restaurant was written in the middle of the ticket. Below the font was a long dining table filled with all kinds of strange foods. There was a smiling waiter standing on each side of the table. No way. You don't want me to take a train full of passengers to the restaurant station, do you? Putting away the train ticket, Lin Yi picked up the aqua blue admission ticket. Aquarium admission ticket. After using this voucher, you can go to the aquarium to see all kinds of beautiful and unique deep-sea creatures. In addition, you can also participate in various interesting deep-sea interactive activities with this voucher. Note: this is a very rare VIP ticket for 2. No one can refuse such a date invitation. The aqua blue admission ticket was printed with various colorful and smiling cartoon fish. If Lin Yi had not just escaped from the dark deep sea, he would have thought of going to take a look. Why is there so much shit like this? Who wants to go on a date to an oceanarium like this? After putting away the admission ticket, Lin Yi picked up the last item. Deep Sea Statue. A statue originating from the deep sea. Carrying it with you can easily lead to encountering special events related to the deep sea. Note: warning, survivors are too low level. Please do not actively engage in special events related to the deep sea. The deep sea statue is a white humanoid statue made of unknown material. It is carved into an alien human with the characteristics of a deep sea creature. It is only a few centimeters long and can be held in the hand. Lin Yi directly threw the deep sea statue into the pile of junk in the basement. He didn't want to encounter anything related to the deep sea in the simulation and system tasks. After checking the item information, Lin Yi checked the new title through the system. Most Valuable Exhibits. You were rated as the most valuable exhibit in this exhibition by a large number of deep-sea creatures. Note: which of these do you think is the most valuable exhibit? I prefer the dilapidated deep-sea buildings. The fish are also good, very beautiful. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi took the rune card, weakness, and a few bottles of nutrient solution to the game room. After using the rune cards in the game room, Lin Yi performed a psychic energy cycle while playing cards. Recently, he planned to increase the number of psychic energy cycles. After completing the psychic cycle, Lin Yi said goodbye to the waiter and returned to the shelter. There was still some time before the nighttime activities, so Lin Yi entered the psychic workshop to digest the runes and try to make new psychic items. Before the night activities began, Lin Yi left the workshop and started preparing dinner. While cooking, Lin Yi was still thinking about how to use the weakness rune. He had not yet been able to integrate the weakness rune into his combat system. After dinner was ready, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 527684/100000. A new week has begun. No, it started in the morning. It feels like the day doesn't really begin until we have our nighttime activities. Today should be a maze exploration, right? Almost. I hope to get the blueprint for upgrading the shelter today. Have you all advanced? Of course, I feel like the system will spawn a bunch of second-level creatures in the maze. Otherwise, there won't be enough alienated organs to share. No, I haven't advanced yet. Then you better hurry up and don't die before Lao Yu. You phone. Haha. Old you, you're checking the group chat again. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's activity, maze exploration. Would you like to join? 09:59. Join in. Maze exploration, start. I hope everyone can get the blueprint for upgrading the shelter, except old you. You phone. Without the original drawing, I can't use it. That's too tragic. Lin Yi sat by the bed fully armed and fed the goldfish. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the goldfish was a little fatter than in the morning. 001:00:00. Nighttime activities begin. 3:59:59. Gain special skills, destiny. Destiny. After using the skill, you will be guided by fate. You can choose to accept or reject fate, 1/1. Note, don't rush to refuse, because after you refuse, you will never know what you missed. Lin Yi woke up on the red floor, surrounded by a familiar red maze. 144, Sin City. Destiny? What kind of a skill is this? Lin Yi hesitated for a second and directly used the special skill Destiny. Then he saw a very obvious green arrow shadow on the ground. Is this the guidance of fate? Lin Yi didn't want to refuse fate at all. This was a special skill that could only be used once after drawing countless cards. Why should he refuse? Following the arrows, Lin Yi passed by several locked rooms and a dark red corridor. Before he even met his so-called destiny, he had already started to lose money. This is probably fate. Lin Yi quickened his pace and walked around in the red maze for half an hour, passing through several locked rooms before he walked into a dark red corridor guided by an arrow. At the end of the corridor were the familiar red double doors. Lin Yi pushed open the door and saw Guardian number 3, who was supposed to greet him, lying like a corpse in the middle of the hall. Lin Yi originally thought that the other party was faking his death, but in his spiritual perception, the other party was just a corpse without any life at all. Why would the system allow a corpse to be its guardian? Is this a trick? Lin Yi wanted to give it another try, but the arrow of fate pointing at the corpse suddenly dimmed and was about to disappear. Lin Yi immediately guessed the reason and quickly stepped forward to strip the body naked, holding all the belongings on the body in his arms. The most conspicuous of these items is a dark red jade cube, which is now emitting a dazzling red light. Just as Lin Yi was hesitating whether to throw it out, a large number of complex rune structures suddenly appeared under his feet. Shit, I haven't even been to the item room yet. Before he finished speaking, the rune structure was completed, the red light emitted by the cube became brighter and brighter, and Lin Yi disappeared in the red light. Trigger special event. Proof of inheritance. Nighttime activities terminated. Countdown cancelled. You can return to the shelter after the event ends. Lin Yi was standing on an altar holding some miscellaneous items. The altar was piled with human body parts and various organs. Dozens of cultists in black robes were gathered below the altar. Hey, young master, you can't escape. Can you give me the inheritance certificate now? The leading man said to Lin Yi with an evil smile. Lin Yi put away the miscellaneous items in his arms. He thought the other party was talking about the 17-year-old male corpse in the red maze. But the corpse was obviously a foreign boy who was almost an adult, with golden hair and eyes. Lin Yi didn't feel that he had any similarities with the corpse. Lin Yi walked down the altar step by step, stabbing invisible psychic blades into the backs of the surrounding cultists. Amid screams and splattering blood, Lin Yi stopped in front of the man. Who are you? Why were you drawn here by the ritual? Realizing that something was wrong, the man stepped back in fear, pulling out a psychic pistol and pointing it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi could clearly sense all the information about the man, a third-level psychic, wearing only a black robe with average protection and a psychic pistol of average power with 2 magazines. He was panicking and was about to shoot. Although the man was a third-level psychic, his physical fitness and mental strength were far inferior to Lin Yi's, and his IQ was not very high either. Before the other party fired, Lin Yi used the psychic blade to cut off the index finger that pulled the trigger, and then stood there watching the other party continue to pull the trigger with the broken index finger. It took the man a moment to realize what had happened. Oh. The man snapped his fingers in fear and backed away, but his speed was clearly not fast enough. Lin Yi pressed the man to the ground with his foot and said his first words since arriving here. Tell me everything you know and don't waste your time. If I tell you everything, will you spare my life? The man asked cautiously. Of course not. But if you tell me, I can stab you without this dagger. Lin Yi took out the dagger of despair and rubbed it over the man's eyeballs. Looking at the dagger of despair, the man was persuaded by Lin Yi and carefully explained all the information he knew. This is a big city known as the City of Sin. Those who can gain a foothold in this city are not ordinary people. The man was a peripheral member of the Spider God cult. He was asked to hold a ceremony here and obtain a certificate of inheritance from a young nobleman. As for what the certificate of inheritance was and what to do after obtaining it, he had no idea. Lin Yi looked at the man's body speechlessly. It was indeed not good to know too much, but it was also ridiculous to have no idea what he was doing. The place where the Spider God cult held its ceremony was a dilapidated underground parking lot. After searching the entire parking lot, Lin Yi did not find anything valuable except some local currency. Leaving the parking lot along the slope, there is a dilapidated road outside, surrounded by some semi-abandoned buildings. Lin Yi could sense some living people moving around in these abandoned buildings. Walking along the road and leaving the abandoned area, the surrounding buildings began to return to normal, The number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased, and even some high-rise buildings with dozens of floors appeared in the distance. On the surface, Sin City seems to be no different from an ordinary big city, but Linyi has not yet met an ordinary person on the street, and everyone carries weapons with them. At first, Linyi was afraid that the night dress would be too conspicuous, but he soon found that his outfit was already very low-key among the crowd. A burly man in full body armor, a tall woman in leather clothes carrying a heavy machine gun, a priest riding a two-headed goat, and men and women in revealing clothing soliciting customers outside a bar. Sin City is a little more chaotic than Linyi thought. Linyi found a random restaurant on the roadside and ordered some food. He hadn't figured out how to complete this special event yet, so he decided to tour the city first. This restaurant served food very quickly, and before long, the table in front of Linyi was filled with various foods. Mixed vegetables, stews, grilled steaks, meat sauce wraps. Linyi tasted various dishes made with unknown ingredients. He had experienced restaurant kitchens, and although he had never seen the ingredients inside, they were all within his acceptable range. While Linyi was tasting the dishes, the diners around him were watching him. "Hey, bro, is this your first time in this city?" A young woman with red hair and fair skin sat opposite Linyi and said to him, "Yes, would you like to show me around the city? I can give you a guide fee." Linyi glanced at the first-level woman whose hair was even shorter than his and took a sip of the sweet and sour drink. Sure, but I'm not cheap." Watching Linyi cut the steak elegantly, Lily suddenly felt that she might have made a mistake. "It doesn't matter. I'm still quite rich, especially in this city," Linyi said with a smile. 145, Missing Person Mission. After dinner, Linyi began to wander around the city with Lily. "Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Lily originally just planned to take this outsider who obviously had no interest in Sin City for a casual stroll, and then send him out of Sin City before nightfall. This way, she could be considered doing a good deed while defrauding him of his money. But after interacting with Linyi for a while, she gradually gave up this naive idea. "Are there any snacks here?" Girls tend to like that. Although the grilled offal recommended by Jiang Yu last time did not make Alice very happy, that was a matter of Jiang Yu's taste. Linyi did not give up the idea of relying on the taste of normal women. Are you talking about a real snack? Or is it a code word for some contraband?" Lily confirmed with Linyi. "Of course it's legitimate snacks. Are there any contraband items here?" Linyi asked with some surprise. "Oh, of course there's nothing contraband here, but many things become contraband once they leave the city." Lily led Linyi into a slightly old commercial street. The pedestrians on this street were obviously more normal than those outside. "You came in from outside. What did you do?" Linyi looked at Lily's slender back curiously. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. It was hard for him to imagine what she looked like when she did something evil. "I have done nothing wrong. I am here to find a friend," Lily explained briefly. "Isn't your friend a young blonde man?" At this moment, Linyi felt his fate. "Huh? No, it's a white-haired girl my age." Lily looked at Linyi in confusion. "Didn't she leave you her address?" Linyi felt the fickleness of fate. "She's missing. Her family said she was most likely taken here." Lily's tone was low, but she quickly pulled herself together. "So here I am, and I'm going to find her, no matter how long it takes." "Oh, did you find anything?" Linyi once again felt the fate. "No, Sin City is too big and too dangerous. I can only search for clues on the safer streets during the day." Lily sighed. She seldom sighed, but faced with this situation, even she couldn't help but feel lost at times. "Do you know what I do?" Linyi suddenly said. "You? I don't know. At first I thought you were a noble young master who came here to have fun, but noble young masters are not as easy to talk to as you." Although it was only a brief contact, Lily was sure that she had never seen anyone like Linyi. "I'm an expert in handling incidents. I specialize in helping those above me deal with all kinds of difficult incidents," Linyi said with confidence. "Can you help me?" Lily turned and looked at Linyi. "That's right. Finding someone is such a trivial matter. It's not worth mentioning to me, even in the chaotic Sin City." Linyi looked at Lily naturally. If that girl was really still in the city of Sin, he could find her. "Are you willing to help me? What's the price I need to pay?" Lily asked seriously. She knew very well that unless a miracle happened, it would be difficult for her to find that person in this city. "I'm not cheap. You probably can't afford to hire me. So, help me pick out your favorite snack, and fate will tell me whether I should help you or not." Linyi looked at the grocery store nearby and said. Lily entered the grocery store. Linyi thought she would hesitate for a while, but she came out soon with a bag of colorful spherical candies in her hand. "It's her favorite snack and my favorite snack too." Linyi took out Alice's snack bag and put the bag of candy in it. Soon the bag of candy disappeared, and then there were some more things in the snack bag. Linyi reached into the snack bag and took out a bag of milk candies. What does this mean? Lily looked at Lin Yi nervously. Lin Yi put a piece of gummy candy into his mouth. The gummy candy had a very mellow taste and tasted very good when chewed. Do you believe in fate? Taking out a piece of candy and handing it to Lily, Lin Yi turned and walked towards the bar he had passed by before. I don't believe it. Lily followed behind Lin Yi and said firmly, I don't believe it either. Lin Yi said with a smile. The Flame Bar, the stronghold of the Wild Dog Gang. The Wild Dog Gang is one of the lowest gangs in Sin City, but just like its name, its members are like wild dogs wandering around Sin City, appearing in various places, so they are well informed. Because it was daytime, when Lin Yi entered the bar, there were only a few burly waiters inside. Guest, the bar is open tonight. One of the service staff said to Lin Yi. Where is your boss? I have something to ask him. Lin Yi used his psychic blade to pierce through several waiters who had drawn their pistols from behind, and without waiting for their response, he quickly walked into the bar. What do you need, my lord? Seeing Lin Yi's attack, the wild dog did not run away or resist, because he knew that doing so would be meaningless and would only anger the other party. I'm looking for a missing girl. Who should I go to? Lin Yi stared into the wild dog's eyes and asked. Then you should go find the Grey Gang. They regularly bring in people from outside. Any forces in the city that need additional manpower will turn to them, especially those cultists who are the Grey Gang's biggest clients. Wild Dog spoke very quickly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly Lin Yi would be dissatisfied. Where is the Grey Gang's headquarters? What's the rank of their strongest member? Lin Yi continued to ask questions. The Grey Gang's headquarters is in the north of the city. That entire area is Grey Gang territory. Inside the safe is a map of the various faction strongholds. The strongest member of the Grey Gang is William, the boss of the Grey Gang, who is a 4th level leader. Wild Dog replied quickly. How many 4th levels are there in the Grey Gang? Lin Yi continued to ask. There is only one 4th level warrior, William, but there are many 3rd level warriors. The wild dogs were very cooperative. Very good, you cooperated very well. So I don't want to kill you, but I don't want you to tell others about my affairs. What do you think I should do? Lin Yi took out the dagger of despair and put it on the wild dog's face, letting him carefully feel the breath of despair. I won't tell anyone about you, or I'll be dead. You and the Grey Gang won't let me go. The wild dog leaned back, trying to get away from the breath of despair. Very good. After getting the map, Lin Yi turned around and left the flame bar. How about it? As soon as they walked out of the street, Lily, who was waiting outside, came over. It went even smoother than I thought. Lin Yi unfolded the map and silently memorized the distribution of strongholds of each force on it. The 4th level is a bit troublesome, but it is not impossible to deal with as long as you prepare in advance. And finding someone doesn't necessarily require dealing with the Grey Gang boss. Lin Yi walked towards the nearest Grey Gang stronghold. 146, Removable Head. The Grey Gang stronghold is concentrated in the north of the city, including casinos, clubs, bars, and other entertainment venues. Letting Lily wait in a safe place, Lin Yi sneaked into a remote underground casino alone. The quality of the Grey Gang members is obviously much higher than that of the Wild Dog Gang, but in front of Lin Yi, there is not much difference. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to sneak into the secret room in the deepest part of the casino. There was only a Grey Gang cadre sleeping in the room. Lin Yi pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down. He took out a wet towel from the bedside and wiped his hands, then put a piece of milk candy into his mouth. The fat, bald man in the bed didn't wake up until the candy began to melt. Lin Yi had no choice but to use his psychic power to wake up the fat pig. It was the first time he saw a psychic with such low alertness. Who are you? The fat man forced his eyes open and stared at Lin Yi impatiently. Who am I? This question is a bit complicated, but to you, I am just an intruder with bad intentions. Lin Yi said while chewing the candy happily. Someone, help. The fat man finally understood his situation and reacted in the most normal way. Lin Yi did not stop the fat man from screaming. The simulation task in the morning made him mentally exhausted, and now he needed some time to relieve this fatigue. After experiencing complex abnormal events, friendly communication with normal people is a good way to relax. The fat man shouted for a long time, but there was still dead silence outside. Seeing the fat man stop, Lin Yi smiled and said, Do you know what a perfect infiltration is? A perfect infiltration means that no one discovered the infiltration process. Now there is no one outside, so I have perfectly infiltrated this room. What do you mean there's no one outside? The fat man was trembling all over. It was the first time that the fat man, who was usually the abuser, deeply felt this helpless trembling. What do you think? Lin Yi squinted his eyes and leaned back in a relaxed manner. The chair was very high-end and very comfortable to sit on. You must be here for the legacy component, right? That thing is in the hands of William, the boss of the Grey Gang. I'm his brother-in-law. If you spare my life, I will definitely help you get it. The fat man gave a flattering smile and said everything he needed to say without Lin Yi saying any more nonsense. In some ways, he is also a talent. I did come here for the legacy parts, but that was just a mission assigned by the higher-ups. I also took on some private work, so there's no rush for the higher-ups mission. Please help me find someone first. Lin Yi took out the photo Lily gave him and placed it in front of the fat man. She disappeared outside. I heard it was done by the Grey Gang. Help me find her, and I won't kill you. When the fat man saw the girl in the photo, his pupils shrank slightly, and his body unconsciously shrank back. You met her, and were impressed. Lin Yi pinched the fat man's head, stared into his eyes, and asked softly, "Where is she?" She was bought by a cultist, but that was months ago, and I don't know where she is now. Feeling the gradually increasing force on his head, the fat man hurriedly explained loudly, "Tell me everything you know, and be clear about it." Letting go of the fat man's head, Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. She was the most beautiful one in that batch of goods. She was said to be a noble lady of high status. I had some bad thoughts at the time, so I recognized her at first sight. If she hadn't been ordered by a distinguished customer, I would have. Ahem. William told me that the distinguished customer was a mid-level follower of the Spider God cult and was very difficult to deal with, so I gave up those thoughts. The fat man described the situation in detail. He didn't think that the product could survive until now, so he was very afraid that Lin Yi would take it out on him. Very good. Now I'm your new little brother. Take me to the Grey Gang headquarters, and I'll keep an eye on you. If anyone discovers my identity, I'll kill you and run away. Of course, you can also try to ask William for help and see if he can save you. Lin Yi walked out of the room, changed into clothes that looked more like a younger brother, then locked the door of the casino before taking the fat man to his sports car parked on the side of the road. The fat man's driving skills were pretty good, and the sports car soon stopped outside a luxury hotel. After handing the car to the parking attendant, the fat man took Lin Yi into the hotel. This luxurious hotel was the headquarters of the Grey Gang. The Carlton Hotel has 12 floors and 3 floors of luxurious casinos underground. William usually stays on the top floor of the hotel, where the entire floor is his residence. With the fat man leading the way, Lin Yi quickly figured out the hotel structure and the distribution of the Grey Gang members. As long as he could deal with William, the remaining Grey Gang members would not be worth mentioning. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to easily deal with William, he sensed that some kind of ceremony seemed to be taking place above the hotel. "Take me up quickly." Lin Yi pulled the fat man over and brushed his face as he entered the elevator that led directly to the top floor. As long as the elevator approaches the top floor, William will sense it. I rarely bring people up here, so he'll definitely be suspicious of your identity. If we get stuck in the elevator, we won't be able to escape. The fat man whispered anxiously. You shouldn't worry about William anymore. Lin Yi changed into a night dress, took out the red blade, and began to draw runes around it. The elevator went up, and Lin Yi was ready. 9, 10, 11, 12. The elevator door opened, and Lin Yi activated all the runes on his body. With the help of various runes, he disappeared from the elevator. Previously in the elevator, Lin Yi was afraid of attracting the other party's attention and did not carefully sense the top floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Lin Yi saw William, half of whose body had been transformed into a spider monster, and also saw a 4th-level cultist who was concentrating on maintaining a certain ritual. Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all and chopped off the head of the 4th-level cultist with a heavy blow. The opponent reacted quickly, and even after being attacked by Lin Yi, he made some reactions, but his weak psychic defense and short-distance body movement could not avoid Lin Yi's heavy blow. The ceremony was interrupted, and William, who was forcibly transformed into a spider monster, had completely lost his mind and only knew how to madly attack everything around him. The cultist's body did not fall to the ground. A large number of spider legs and spider silk grew out of its body, and the spider silk swept around. One of the spider silks stuck to the cultist's head, pulled the head back, and casually connected it to the cultist's chest. Lin Yi quickly stepped back to avoid the spider silk, and at the same time pulled out his CL0 pistol and fired a shot at the head. The bullet with collapse and weakness runes attached to it spun and hit the cultist's chest. The spider silk pulled its head away again. 147, it's raining. The spider silk pulled the cultist's head around, and the spider's legs trembled rapidly, carrying its body around on the top floor of the hotel. It seemed that having its head chopped off did not have no effect. Lin Yi dodged the frantic, alienated William, and the spider silk sprayed randomly by the cultists and retreated to the elevator in embarrassment. At this time, the elevator door had not yet completely closed. The fat man quickly pressed the door closing button, praying that the monsters didn't notice him. but a hand blocked the elevator door from closing. Wait for me in the elevator. I have something to ask you later. After successfully crippling 2 difficult enemies through sneak attacks, Lin Yi suddenly felt that he really needed a local guide. Yes, the fat man answered hurriedly. Lin Yi let go of his hand and turned to look at the spacious hall on the 12th floor. At this time, the mutated William was chasing and attacking the cultists. The cultist moved his head around and sprayed a lot of spider silk to wrap around the mutated William. Lin Yi began to set up rune traps around the hotel. He was not going to let the cultists leave the hotel. The spider cult is obviously related to the special incident of the inheritance certificate. Now that the cultists have escaped, we will definitely encounter them again in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt somewhat fortunate. If he had not come here to check the situation and allowed the cultists to complete the ritual, then what he would have to face was the cultists with the alienated William. The cultists struggled to control the mutated William, but before it could catch its breath, Lin Yi, who was hiding in the corner of the hall, used his psychic blade to cut the spider silk that controlled the mutated William. Seeing this, the cultist who had just regained the ability to think rushed towards Lin Yi with the alienated William. One after another, the compound rune traps were triggered, cutting, weakening, collapsing, alienating, and synthesizing. The cultists were controlled in midair by various runes. The alienated William limped over to the cultist and inserted his twisted spider legs into the cultist's body. Lin Yi continued to watch from the corner of the hall and set up more compound rune traps near the 2 entangled monsters. The 2 monsters attacked each other frantically, constantly triggering rune traps while rolling. Not long after, they lay motionless on the ground. Lin Yi carefully controlled the psychic blade to cut their bodies, and the mutated William was successfully decomposed by him. But when the psychic blade cut the cultist, it suddenly jumped up and sprayed a large amount of spider silk towards Lin Yi. The spider silk triggered the rune trap, and the cultist followed the spider silk and pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi retreated quickly. He didn't think the cultists were making a last-ditch effort. They must be trying to use some sinister trick to turn defeat into victory. The cultist crashed into the alienated psychic protection. Looking at Lin Yi, who was gradually moving away, it had no choice but to use its last resort. A stream of dark green liquid spurted out from the cultist's body, and the liquid easily dissolved several layers of psychic protection, but Lin Yi ran too fast. As soon as the liquid spurted out, he had already run to the elevator. The cultist glared at Lin Yi angrily. Until now, he still hadn't figured out which side this madman who suddenly jumped out and chopped off his head belonged to, and why he was able to destroy the transformation ceremony. Before being cut by the psychic blade, he could only helplessly say his last words. The ceremony has already begun. I'll wait for you over there. Then you may have to wait a long time. Lin Yi cut up the cultist's body and only started collecting the spoils after making sure it was completely dead. The 12th floor of the hotel is William's residence, and Lin Yi found many of William's collections in the room. William collected many low-level psychic items with exquisite workmanship, such as psychic lighters with silver metal shells, translucent crystal water cups, peculiarly shaped knives and forks, etc. In addition, Lin Yi also found 2 mid-level psychic items, a ring and a pair of boxing gloves. Compared with William, the cultist was much poorer. Lin Yi only found 2 dark red jade cubes on it. These 2 cubes are very similar to the cubes Lin Yi got from the corpse, but they are much smaller in proportion. Lin Yi took out the big cube from the trophy space and put the 3 cubes together. The big cube generated a suction force, sucking the small cubes into the inside of the big cube. The 2 small cubes each occupy an inner corner of the large cube. Judging from the proportions, Lin Yi still needs to find 6 small cubes to fill the large cube. It's quite troublesome. Having roughly guessed the process of the special mission, Lin Yi put all the things he could use into the loot space, including those 4th-level corpses. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi opened the elevator and found the fat man still waiting for him inside. What do you need from me? Seeing Lin Yi intact, the fat man forced out a flattering smile. Where is the spider cult's base? There are still 6 small cubes, and Lin Yi is not going to wait for the spider god cult to come find him. It might be in the basement of some abandoned building on the outskirts. Those cultists often come to the Grey Gang to buy goods, but I only know the general direction, not the exact location. The fat man took the map and circled the approximate location of the spider god cult on it. They don't need to buy. Lin Yi suddenly raised his head and looked at the roof. The changes above made him give up the question he had just asked halfway. Is there a church in Sin City? Preferably an older one. A church? I remember there was an old abandoned church in the westernmost part of the city, but that church has been unattended for a long time. The fat man does not believe that the so-called gods will listen to the voices of the weak, So he has no faith. Very good. Thank you for your help. You don't have to follow me. Lin Yi entered the elevator and used his spiritual power to push the fat man out of the elevator. You mean? The fat man stood outside the elevator at a loss. He was secretly happy, but he couldn't believe it was true. Yes, you are free, and everything in the room is yours. You can take as much as you want. Lin Yi pressed the button, and before the elevator door closed, he said to the fat man who was already impatient but dared not move, I'll let you go, but you have to take responsibility for your previous actions. Your fate was sealed when you made the deal with the cultists. Leaving behind the fat man who was still thinking of running away with the money, Lin Yi took the elevator out of the hotel and drove away the fat man's sports car with the car keys he had picked up. Lin Yi drove the car to a restaurant and picked up Lily, who was waiting inside. Have you found her? Seeing that Lin Yi was the only one in the car, Lily asked while biting her lip. It would be fine if she didn't find it, but she was afraid to hear another possibility. Your friend was bought by the Spider God cult's cultists. I will go talk to the Spider God cult later. Lin Yi replied calmly. He felt heavy-hearted when he thought of the broken limbs and organs near the altar when he first arrived. Later, Lily was slightly relieved that she didn't get the worst answer. It's going to rain. Lin Yi pointed to the sky. Lily looked up and saw a large amount of snow-white spider silk falling like heavy rain, covering the entire city of Sin. 148. Proof of inheritance. What is that? Lily asked in horror as she pulled her head back into the car. I don't know, but I think it's best not to get touched by those spider silks. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and headed straight to the westernmost part of the city of Sin. Screams came one after another outside the car window, and the silk threads hanging from the sky were equally chasing all the creatures in the city. People ran through the streets to avoid the threads, but if they were entangled in one thread, they would soon be overwhelmed by the large number of threads that followed. Silk threads fell onto the roof of the sports car, and they crawled into the vehicle through the windows like insects. Lin Yi drove the car to avoid obstacles on the road, and drew runes nearby to deal with the silk threads of varying thickness that crawled into the car. These threads are difficult to handle. The psychic blade with the cutting concept can only cut thinner threads. Thicker threads need to be cut 2 or 3 times before they can be completely cut off. And even if they are cut off, the severed parts will still crawl towards nearby creatures relentlessly. Lin Yi could only set up alienated psychic protection around him and constantly draw weakening runes to suppress the activity of these threads. But the car was soon filled with silk threads of varying thicknesses, and the alienated psychic protection began to break and disappear. Why are all these threads moving to the right? Is Lily carrying something that's attracting them? Or am I carrying something that's preventing them from attacking me? Lin Yi controlled the steering wheel with one hand, took out the jade cube from the trophy space, and then took out a small cube from the inside of the large cube. Here, Lin Yi handed the small cube to Lily. Lily took the small cube, and the threads immediately stopped moving, no longer attacking the psychic protection that was about to collapse. After losing the target, the silk threads piled in the back seat were quickly pulled out from the car window and turned to attack other prey. What's this? Lily looked at the cube in her hand in surprise. She had just started thinking about her last words. The Spider God cult is making such a big scene, probably just for these cubes. Don't lose them. Lin Yi put the big cube back into the trophy space. Even though there was a layer of space between them, the silk threads did not attack him. Lily looked at the cube in her hand, thoughtful. Without the interference of the silk thread, Lin Yi turned on the car stereo, turned up the volume to the maximum, and continued to accelerate towards the west of the city. Lin Yi actually hated noise, but now the whole city was filled with chaotic screams, gunshots, and explosions, so playing some music wouldn't affect anyone else. I never thought that I would one day be able to drive a sports car in Sin City. Lily sighed as she looked at the passers-by on the roadside who were tied into cocoons with silk threads. At this time, the sounds of resistance in the city had begun to subside, and the streets were filled with piles of snow-white silk threads like cocoons. The piles of silk threads trembled slightly, as if the people inside were still breathing. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't very good, and there was a lot of debris on the road. Lin Yi's mental power swept through the interior of the pile of silk threads, and he continued to accelerate, mercilessly pressing down on the snow-white cocoons one by one. Of course, those silk threads will not be crushed by the tires, but the embryos inside that have not yet completed their alienation are not so tenacious. Lin Yi looked at the cocoons in the rearview mirror that were crushed and oozing with blood and flesh with satisfaction. In the dynamic beat of the music, he gradually found the feeling he had when playing racing games in the past. Lin Yi didn't tell Lily that he didn't actually have a driver's license, and this was his first time driving. However, Lin Yi had seen others driving a few times and had also played violent motorcycles, so he was not a complete novice. Are you driving too fast? Lily, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt like the sports car was floating up, especially every time it ran over a pile of silk threads. It felt like it was flying at low altitude. It's okay, I'm good at driving. In the game, Lin Yi added silently in his heart. That's good. Lily silently fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yi secretly controlled his psychic energy to impact various parts of the sports car to maintain its stability. If it weren't for Lin Ye's good knowledge of physics, they would have rolled off the track long ago. After arriving at the church safely, Lin Yi drifted and parked the car in front of the church, ending this dangerous journey. Lily glanced secretly at the roof, which had many dents for unknown reasons, and said nothing. The church was just as the fat man said, an abandoned church that had fallen into disrepair and no one maintained it. However, the materials used in the church were still in good condition and were sufficient to serve as a temporary base. Asking Lily to stay on the bench and not run around, Lin Yi began to set up rune traps in the church. It won't be long before those cocoons hatch into alien creatures, and then this sinful city will become a paradise for monsters. Lin Yi was not sure whether the Spider God cult had the means to control these mutated monsters, so he had to prepare in advance to be attacked by a large number of mutated monsters. Just as Lin Yi was carving runes on the wall with 4th-level flesh and blood, he sensed someone approaching the church. Lin Yi did not stop what he was doing, but he was ready to take action. As long as the other party showed a hint of hostility, he would attack with all his strength. After all, time was running out and the church had not been decorated yet. A burly man with a heavy machine gun on his back and ammunition belts wrapped around his body pushed open the church door. He wanted to walk directly into the church, but when he sensed the layout of the church, his right foot hung in the air. Charles just wanted to find a place to rest. When he passed by the church, he saw the dented sports car parked outside the church, so he thought of coming in to see if he could find someone to cooperate with. The church door affected his perception and he couldn't be sure who was in the church, but when he opened the door, he was even less sure. First of all, there were those complex bloody rune structures carved on the ground and walls. Charles didn't dare to use his mental power to perceive them carefully. Mental contact is the most dangerous form of contact. He doesn't want to be affected by those runes and turn into a madman who can only talk nonsense. Next are the 2 low-level psychics staying in the church, one at level 1 and the other at level 2. The level of a psychic is difficult to conceal, and when they advance, obvious marks of advancement will be left on their bodies, and you can tell at a glance how many levels they have advanced. But can 2 low-level psychics really carve such a complex rune structure? Charles nervously withdrew his right foot. He didn't want to get close to this damn place at all. You should have one of those cubes on you, right? Can you give it to me? Lin Yi glanced at Charles and continued to set up the rune trap. Cube? You mean the certificate of inheritance? Are you also a participant in the ceremony? Charles looked at Lin Yi nervously, his right hand slowly reaching behind his back. That thing is the inheritance certificate? I won't steal your things. You two will fight sooner or later anyway, and the winner will naturally come here to find me. Lin Yi said casually. 149 Spider-Man. Then I'll leave. Charles stopped extending his right hand and stepped back step by step. Don't worry about me. I won't kill people for no reason. What you should worry about are the monsters that are about to be born in the city. Time is running out. Lin Yi continued to set rune traps in the church. He didn't think the other party could survive alone in a city full of monsters, but that had nothing to do with him. Previously, the concentration of psychic energy in the city of Sin was only average, but as a certain ceremony began, the concentration of psychic energy in the environment began to gradually increase, as if someone had blocked the city and continuously injected psychic energy into the blockade. This is not a bad thing for Lin Yi. As long as his spiritual energy can keep up, he can stay here for a long time. Is there anything I can do? Lily asked softly as she watched Lin Yi hurriedly decorate the church. What can you do? Lin Yi did not directly reject Lily. In his opinion, even ordinary people have a meaning of existence, let alone a first-level psychic. Well, I did pretty well in school. My friends all said I sang pretty well. Looking at the completely incomprehensible symbols on the wall, Lily became less and less confident as she spoke. Great. Come and help me smash this flesh and blood and sing a song for me. It's best if it's something that can cheer me up. I didn't sleep well this morning. Lin Yi poured all the flesh and blood in the trophy space onto the open space and handed the sturdy thigh bone to Lily. Good. Lily took the thigh bone and smashed it against the juicy piece of meat, sending blood spurting everywhere. To prevent the blood from splashing into her mouth, Lily pulled up her collar and began to sing, smashing a piece of flesh with every sentence. Lily never imagined that this would be her first job after leaving school. Amidst Lily's passionate singing, Lin Yi continued to work in a cheerful mood. With someone helping him with the chores, his efficiency improved a lot. Half an hour later, Lin Yi finished decorating the church. At this time, the roar of the monster was heard from the quiet city in the distance. Take a break. You might not have time to rest later. Lin Yi took out a bottle of expensive-looking drink from the trophy space and poured a glass for Lily. This was a rare drink in William's collection, and the others were all high-proof liquors. Thank you. This cup is beautiful. Lily held the cup up to the light source, and the liquid inside sparkled. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I have several more. Lin Yi also poured himself a cup. Through the cup, he could see the monster running towards the church in the distance. It was a Spider-Man, with spider features randomly spliced together with human features and strands of snow-white silk threads constantly twisting all over its body. Of course, there is not just one such monster. The painful roars of monsters can be heard from all directions, as if they still retain their human consciousness but cannot control their monster instincts. Lin Yi sat on the bench and tasted the liquid in the cup. He watched the Spider-Man rush into the church from various damaged places and then die in the rune traps. Lin Yi doesn't have to do anything until the number of monsters breaking into the church reaches a certain level. We're just going to sit here? Lily asked uneasily as she looked at the tragically dead Spider-Man. You can sing a song to give them some encouragement. After finishing the drink, Lin Yi took out a piece of milk candy and put it in his mouth. Encourage them to come and eat me? I mean, don't we have to make some preparations? Like, knock these Spider-Men to pieces. Faced with a situation beyond her control, Lily really wanted to do something. I still have use for these corpses. If you're bored, you can play chess with me. Lin Yi took out an exquisite chessboard, which was also one of William's collections. I'm not very good at playing this kind of noble game. Seeing that Lin Yi had already opened the chessboard, Lily had no choice but to help Lin Yi place the chess pieces. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had played with Sophie before, otherwise it would be embarrassing not even knowing the rules. What are you doing? You can only place one piece at a time. Lin Yi pushed the little figures that Lily had placed out of the chessboard. Don't we have to set up the chess pieces first? Lily asked doubtfully. No, the chessboard is mine, so I am the only one who can decide the rules. You can only place one chess piece at a time. The first person to connect 5 chess pieces in a line wins. Lin Yi placed a black figure in the center of the chessboard. I see. So that's how we should play. I was wondering why I always couldn't win. It turns out it's because the rules are wrong. I won't lose this time. Lily carefully placed the red man next to the black man. No, it's simply because you're too weak. You're going to lose anyway. After 18 moves, Lin Yi won the first game. Lily reluctantly cleared the chessboard and placed the red man in the center of the board. But as a Go master who defeated all his classmates in high school, Lin Yi certainly couldn't lose to a novice, and he never showed mercy. 10 minutes later, Lily won her first 10-game losing streak. Why? Lily stared at the chessboard and began to doubt her own intelligence. I set the rules. What makes you think you have a chance of winning? Lin Yi used the psychic blade to kill the first Spider-Man who rushed through the rune trap and said, But the rules are fair, aren't they? Lily didn't understand what the problem was. It's fair. If it weren't fair, you wouldn't play 10 games with me in a row. There were sounds of heavy machine gun fire and cars roaring outside the church. Lin Yi turned his head to look at the church door. Not long after, Charles pushed open the church door with a man and a woman. Friend, Sin City has been sealed off, and there are monsters everywhere outside. We hope to cooperate with you and hold on until the ceremony is over. The 3 of them were covered in spider webs and scars, looking extremely miserable. I don't need to cooperate with you, but I can let you take refuge in the church, provided you show enough sincerity. Although the 3 of them were all strong 3rd-level psychics, Lin Yi didn't care. The church was his territory, and anyone who trespassed would be killed. Whose family are you from? I am the heir of the Donald family. If you help me get the inheritance, I can give you everything after I leave here. Jimmy pushed Charles away and said to Lin Yi, You're not going to give me anything. You're really not afraid of death. Lin Yi turned around and continued to torture Lily. Although the other party was a bit rude, he would not kill them directly. At most, he would watch them being bitten to death by Spider-Man. I can give you the inheritance certificate. Can you let me in? Sensing the complex runes in the church, Bella simply abandoned her brainless companions. Can. Lin Yi likes smart people because it is not that difficult to communicate with them. 150, shotgun knife. I'll give it to you too. If you keep running around outside, don't even think about inheriting the estate. I'm almost leaving you with nothing. Charles is not stupid. Not to mention the spider cult that has not appeared yet. Those Spider-Men outside can kill them. Brother, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Jimmy decisively gave in. Without his companions, he wouldn't survive more than a quarter of an hour outside. The 3 handed the small cube to Lin Yi, who did not make things difficult for them and let them into the church. There are more and more Spider-Men outside, and he needs more people to participate in the defense. Especially Charles, who is holding a heavy machine gun. With him around, defense becomes easier. I'll leave the Spider-Men who made it through the rune traps to you. Don't let them bother me. Lin Yi continued to play chess with Lily. These people came at the right time, otherwise he would have no time to slack off. Are you playing chess? Jimmy looked at them for a few seconds, but didn't understand what they were doing. Is that family you just mentioned made up? If it was, then you're quite talented. You almost managed to fool me. The entire church is under Lin Ye's control, and he will deal with the Spider-Man that the three people are too late to deal with. The Donald family is quite famous, but he is not necessarily the heir to the Donald family. Bella interjected. Her weapon is a sharp, heavy sword that can cut Spider-Man's body in half with one blow. Why would such a famous family send a family member here to die? Or is it because your family has too many level 3s and you're sending them here to use up some? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Alas, my family was on the verge of collapse, and someone happened to offer me a chance to inherit the ancient family legacy. I never knew it would turn out like this. Jimmy sighed. He knew there was something wrong, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Ancient family? What family? Until now, Lin Yi didn't know what he would inherit. I don't know either, but the family with the inheritance certificate must be from at least several hundred years ago. The collection inside must be very valuable, and there may even be relics. Jimmy looked at Lin Yi enviously. If he could get a relic, he would be able to revitalize his family. So the inheritance certificate isn't something that belongs to a certain family today, but rather a relic from an ancient family. As long as we can put it together, we can obtain that family's inheritance. Lin Yi had previously thought that the young man was the heir of a certain family, and that he was going to inherit the family estate on his behalf. Yes, the inheritance certificate is a product of an ancient technology that has been lost. Although many inheritance certificates have been unearthed, the Empire has not been able to decipher this technology until now. Bella looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Although proof of inheritance was uncommon, as long as one's identity reached a certain level, one would know the relevant information. After easily dealing with Lily again, Lin Yi put away the chessboard. Something seemed to have changed outside. More and more Spider-Men were crowding into the church, and he no longer had time to slack off. Lin Yi absorbed the psychic energy in the environment and continued to backstab the Spider-Man with his psychic blade. With the help of rune traps, he quickly cleared out the Spider-Man in the church. But not long after, more Spider-Men squeezed into the church. Rune traps were triggered one after another, and stepping on the corpses of their companions, the Spider-Men approached the benches. Lin Yi had already set up several layers of alienated psychic protection near the bench. Spider-Man bumped into the psychic protection and was pierced through the body by the psychic blade. I'm almost out of bullets. We won't be able to hold out much longer at this rate. Charles shouted. The three of you take turns defending near the bench, and I'll take care of the monsters. Lin Yi pulled out the experimental longsword. The psychic blade was too inefficient and could only deal with one monster at a time, but there were too many Spider-Men. Psionic compression, shaping, cutting, speed. Go to hell. Lin Yi shouted loudly, waving his long sword. The scorching energy burst out from the hilt and merged into the compressed spiritual energy within the blade. After passing through the three runes of shaping, cutting, and speed, the fused energy erupted in front of Lin Yi. Boom. The Spider-Man in front of Lin Yi was cleared out, and the compressed energy was roughly shaped and ejected forward like a shotgun bullet, blowing up all the enemies in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi called this knife a shotgun knife, which was the product of his research on psychic energy compression. Luckily, I didn't say anything nonsense. Jimmy was very glad that Lin Yi didn't stab him before. Lin Yi stood in front of the bench absorbing spiritual energy. The church door had been chopped down by him, and a large number of Spider-Men poured into the church. The psychic blade that appeared out of thin air kept backstabbing the approaching Spider-Man. When the Spider-Man filled the church, Lin Yi would chop out a shotgun knife. Charles and others were responsible for dealing with the Spider-Man who squeezed into the church from the damaged part. As long as Lin Yi was standing in front, they could hold out for a long time. Lin Yi continued to chop with his shotgun knife, and occasionally took the time to repair the rune trap. The concentration of spiritual energy around him was getting higher and higher. As long as his mental strength was sufficient, he could hold on for a long time. The bodies of Spider-Man soon filled the church, and the front half of the church had almost been demolished by Lin Yi. Lin Yi would occasionally take time to drink water. When he finished the second bottle of mineral water, the number of Spider-Men pouring into the church finally decreased. No more. Charles let go of the heavy machine gun and sat on the ground. Even though he kept firing, his bullets were almost out of stock. Damn it. I'm going to kill that bastard who gave me the inheritance certificate when I get back. Jimmy sat next to Charles. He was the weakest of the three. If Charles hadn't helped him just now, he might not have been able to go back. Bella sat on the bench, leaning on her sword. She still had some strength left. You don't think this is the end, do you? Lin Yi sat next to Lily, took out a piece of milk candy, and put it in his mouth. Spider God cult? Bella's expression was solemn. She knew very well how difficult those cultists were to deal with. The other party has destroyed the entire city of Sin. It is impossible to let them go before achieving their goal. Boss, you can definitely deal with those cultists, right? Jimmy moved closer to the bench, hugged Lin Yi's calf, and said flatteringly, Solve? You still don't understand the current situation. This city is the Spider God cult's lair, their chessboard, and all of you who come here to fight for the inheritance certificate are just chess pieces. How can you solve the problem? Lin Yi closed his eyes. William wouldn't be the only fourth-level psychic in the city of Sin. The Spider-Man who attacked the church just now was at most a third level, and a very weak third level at that. What about the rest of the monsters? As if answering Lin Yi's question, a group of cultists riding on Spider-Man gradually approached the church. Those ridden Spider-Men were all transformed from stronger third-level psychics, and behind those cultists stood 4 spider monsters that were transformed from fourth-level psychics. 151, Egg. You're not dead yet, and you've killed all the remaining offspring. If I had known, I should have come here to deal with you first. These 2 fourth-level candidates can wait until the end. Under Father Khan's command, 2 fourth-level monsters that had just completed their transformation let out painful roars. They are also participants who have obtained the inheritance certificate and are 2 fourth-level psychics. But even a 4th-level psychic would find it difficult to survive the Spider God cult's plan. After all, the 4th-level psychics in the City of Sin had already been planted with Spider God eggs by the Spider God cult. Before the ceremony began, they had been alienated into monsters that obeyed the Spider God cult's orders. Under the siege of Khan and 2 4th-level mutant monsters, they could only turn into monsters. If Lin Yi had not dealt with a cultist and William in advance, they would have been dealt with long ago. You really should have come earlier. Since I can deal with your companions, I can probably deal with you. Lin Yi stood in half of the church and spoke to the priest outside the church. Oh, it turns out that you were the one who dealt with that piece of trash. I thought it was those 2 4th-level ones who did it. Father Khan looked at the 2nd-level psychic standing in the pile of corpses in front of him in surprise. The other party's strength and talent made him excited, and even his appearance was very suitable. They are too undisciplined. If I were them, I wouldn't even give you a chance to launch a sneak attack. Lin Yi sighed. 4th-level psychics are very powerful, but this power is their most fatal weakness. You're not bad. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to join the Spider God cult, I'll not only release those trash behind you, but I'll also give you a chance to become a god. Father Khan tilted his head and stared at Lin Yi. Under his skin, spider silk was crawling. The ritual isn't over yet. I guess they're all part of it, so there's no way you can let them go. As for the gods, I hate spiders, and I don't want to be a spider's nest. Lin Yi flatly refused. The spider god sounded very weak. Who knew which mountain region this rustic god came from? He was a hot commodity. Then there's nothing we can do. Since you don't want to be the host, then you can only become experimental material. Whether it becomes a spider nest or not is not up to you. Under Father Khan's command, 4 4th-level mutated creatures rushed towards Lin Yi at the same time. You don't think you're the only one who can perform the ceremony, do you? You have to know that even gods have differences. What should I do if I accidentally break into someone else's chessboard? Lin Yi chose to play chess according to his own rules. The opponent needs to complete complicated conditions to win, while he only needs to connect 5 pieces together. The ceremony had already begun the moment Lin Yi walked into the abandoned church. Every subsequent kill was a tribute to the gods. Lin Yi held up the colored glass ball in one hand and whispered the only skill he had obtained from the divine position. Sacrifice. Animal sacrifice can form a unique alienated organ, but no one has ever said that animal sacrifice can only form one alienated organ. As long as there is enough material, just divide the material into 2 parts to form 2 alienated organs. Divided into 3 parts, they become 3 alienated organs. If divided into a set, they can form a complete set of alienated organs. A set of alienated organs can form an alienated organism. Of course, with Lin Yi's level of alienation, he certainly cannot perform such a complicated operation, so he needs to rely on the power of God. The ritual pleases the gods, and the gods smile. The flesh and blood of all the Spider-Men inside the church rushed towards Lin Yi at the same time. These flesh and blood covered the surface of Lin Yi's body, quickly transformed and reshaped into alien organs, and then spliced into a whole. In just a moment, a flesh and blood giant, who looked somewhat similar to Lin Yi, appeared where Lin Yi had originally stood. The flesh and blood giant pushed open the dome of the church, grabbed a fourth-level mutant monster that was approaching, and tore it in half amid the monster's shrill screams. Now, who has the final say? The flesh and blood giant gave the priest a bloody smile and uttered Lin Yi's voice from his mouth. Damn cultist, a second-level cultist tearing apart a fourth-level cultist with bare hands? What kind of monster do you believe in? You forced me to do this. Father Khan turned around and knelt on the ground, saying to a figure in a black robe behind him, "Great messenger of God, the ritual has been interrupted and cannot continue. Please proceed directly to the final step." The figure took off his hood, revealing a young face. "Sophie, how did you join the spider cult?" Seeing the figure's face, Lily exclaimed in disbelief. The spider god cult's envoy ignored Lily and the heavy blow from the flesh and blood giant. She looked up at the sky and saw a large amount of white silk threads falling from the sky. A fourth-level mutated monster blocked Lin Yi's fist and was smashed to pieces by him. It was the first time for Lin Yi to control this giant mutated body of flesh and blood, and he was unable to skillfully change his attack targets. The spider silk fell to the ground, covering the messenger and other cultists, including the priest. Those mutated monsters were not spared and were all caught in the spider silk. A large amount of spider silk rolled together to form a huge white egg. Lin Yi adapted to his new body while moving quickly near the egg-shaped object and tearing the spider silk with force. However, before he could exert any force, the spider silk followed the flesh giant's arms and wrapped around his body. Lin Yi moved to the side and front, while wrapping up most of the spider silk with his left hand. Then he exerted all his strength and smashed the egg-shaped object with his right fist. Boom! The egg-shaped object shook a few times after being hit, but the spider silk was very tough and absorbed and dispersed most of the force from the fist. Some scattered spider silk had already penetrated into the body of the flesh and blood giant and began to swim in the flesh and blood, trying to find Lin Yi's location. Lin Yi retreated quickly. He had not found a way to deal with the spider silk for the time being, so he could only stay away from the egg-shaped object and deal with the spider silk in his body first. The four people watching the battle in the church were all shocked. The skyrocketing combat power of both sides left them with no room to intervene. They could only hide behind and wait for the battle to end. Lily looked at the white egg-shaped object sadly. Her friend might never come back. After dealing with the spider silk in his body, Lin Yi did not rush forward to continue fighting. He did not think that this flesh and blood giant created by gods could only be smashed with fists. This body must have some special functions, but he doesn't know how to use them yet. Lin Yi moved his body and performed various movements. In the process of getting familiar with his body, he gradually understood how to use this body. As Lin Yi was getting familiar with his body, a heavy heartbeat sounded inside the egg. The entire egg began to contract and relax rhythmically, and the heartbeat gradually became stronger. The insect egg was about to hatch. Lin Yi stared at the egg-shaped object intently. The moment the egg hatched, that was when he would take action. 152. Super Speed Alienation. The white spider silk contracts towards the center of the egg, and a giant alienated monster is about to be born here. Lin Yi thought about every next step and carved speed and strength runes on some key parts of the flesh and blood giant. Before Lin Yi had to wait any longer, 8 sharp legs tore open the egg-shaped object, and a giant spider with heads all over its body crawled out from it. Before it could take another look at the outside world, the flesh and blood giant that had been prepared for a long time disappeared from its original position and appeared in front of the giant spider. The giant spider was also ready for battle, but it obviously didn't expect Lin Yi to rush towards it from the front, and it had no intention of slowing down at all. The flesh and blood giant crashed into the giant spider and held the giant spider's body tightly, allowing those sharp legs to penetrate into his body. When the flesh and blood giant rushed towards the giant spider, Lin Yi had already slipped away from behind it, so no matter how hard those legs tried to poke him, they couldn't reach him. The following actions have been engraved into the body of the flesh and blood giant as instinct, and Lin Yi does not need to control them at all. That is the foundation for the formation of a flesh and blood giant, and also its strongest ability. Overspeed Alienation. The flesh giant melted into the giant spider. The flowing flesh and blood poured into the giant spider's body, causing the giant spider to begin an irreversible alienation and collapse. This is the final outcome of most alienated creatures. The flesh and blood giants simply greatly accelerate this process. Lin Yi stood in the distance, calmly watching the cultists whose bodies collapsed in the flowing blood and flesh. Although they have become part of the giant spider, they still retain a certain degree of self-awareness, which allows them to be closer to the gods, but also makes them wail in despair. Father Khan did not wail. He had thought about his own end a long time ago, but he did not expect it to come so soon. Lin Yi stared at the giant spider that was constantly mutating and collapsing in the struggle. The task above was basically completed, but he still had some private work to do. The spider god cult's messenger is not dead yet. Like Lin Yi, its body is buried inside the giant spider. It has enough time to escape to a safe place before the alienated flesh and blood affects it. Now it is hiding at the bottom of the pile of deteriorating flesh and blood, waiting for an opportunity to deal with Lin Yi. But Lin Yi had already locked its location, but Lin Yi was not in a hurry. The giant spider was still transforming, and it would not be long before it ran out by itself. Lily ran behind Lin Yi. She looked at the giant spider that was still struggling sadly and said to Lin Yi, "Sophie is not a member of the spider cult. I know that the divine messenger has taken control of her body and is parasitic on her." Lin Yi had seen it a long time ago, but the messenger of God and Sophie were deeply connected. If he didn't kill Sophie, he couldn't kill the messenger of God. The divine messenger is harder to kill than Sophie. "Can you help her?" Lily looked at Lin Yi pleadingly. "I can give it a chance. It depends on whether it can seize this opportunity." Lin Yi walked towards the giant spider that had completely collapsed and said to the pile of rotten meat, "Aren't you coming out yet? I don't care. I just want you all to die. You are free to choose how you die." Seeing that Lin Yi had discovered his position, the messenger of God crawled out from the pile of rotten flesh. In order to prevent his body from being mutated, he could only hide at the edge. Sophie looked around blankly, as if she had had a long nightmare. "Sophie? Are you Sophie?" Lily asked in disbelief, looking at Sophie's confused eyes. "Lily? Where's this? What's wrong with me?" The vague memories became clear, and Sophie gradually remembered this chaotic and crazy experience. It's still inside me. Kill me, faster." Sophie clutched her head and screamed in agony, strands of spider silk moving beneath her snow-white skin. "I'm sorry, I couldn't save her. I could only make her death less painful." Lin Yi apologized to Lily, then slashed at Sophie's neck with a knife. When Lin Yi swung the knife, spider silks shot out from Sophie's body and stabbed Lin Yi in various parts of his body. "I got you." With the help of various runes, Lin Yi swung his left hand without warning, and his strong thigh bone accurately hit one of the spider silks. The moment the spider silk was hit, all of it was smashed into powder, including the spider silk in Sophie's body. Just as Lin Yi thought, these spider silks are not only the body of the messenger of God, but also the vital point of the messenger of God. "I knew you would try to parasitize me, you brainless idiot." After sensing the inside of Sophie's body and confirming that there was no remaining spider silk, Lin Yi began to sort out the spoils. But in fact, there was nothing left to sort out. The flesh giant and the giant spider had become a pile of rotten meat. Affected by the alienated flesh, the psychic items inside were also scrapped. What a loss. I should have fought first. Lin Yi took the remaining 4 small cubes from Sophie and Lily, who were hugging each other. When he put all 8 small cubes into the big cube, a line of system prompts appeared in front of him. Special event ends. Can return to the shelter and automatically return after the countdown ends. 09:59. 09:58. So where's my inheritance? Lin Yi held the complete cube and looked around. There is nothing around. Thank you so much for this time. The ceremony is over and we can go out now. Bella looked at the cube in Lin Yi's hand with envy and said, "How do I use this thing?" Lin Yi carefully sensed the cube and felt that he had been deceived. "Can't you sense the heritage space?" Bella asked confusedly. "Well, I can't sense anything," Lin Yi replied. "Then I don't know. The holder of the inheritance certificate should be able to sense the inheritance space. But there may be some conditions for obtaining the inheritance in the inheritance space. Perhaps you need to meet certain conditions to sense the inheritance space." Bella was not very sure. It was the first time she heard of the inheritance certificate that required meeting the conditions before entering the inheritance space. "Okay, can you help me get them both home?" Lin Yi looked at Lily, who was crying loudly in the arms of Sophie, and asked, "Of course, you saved our lives, so leave this small task of sending them back to us." Charles interjected, and Jimmy nodded beside him. "Are you leaving?" Lily stood up holding Sophie, her eyes red and tears on her face. "Of course, I'm very busy. Don't lose your friends again," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Thank you for teaching me how to play chess. I hope I can win back in the future." Lily laughed too. "Don't even think about it." Lin Yi returned to the shelter. 153, Heritage Space. Obtain special heritage certificate and connected to the heritage space. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. When Lin Yi returned to the shelter, the bulge-eyed goldfish's fish tank had disappeared. An illusory white door appeared in the center of the shelter, which should be the passage leading to the heritage space. This time the card was a mirror. The card dissipated, and a square mirror just big enough to fit a human face appeared in the center of the shelter. The dark red frame was engraved with complex patterns, and the back of the mirror was pitch black. Lin Yi picked up the mirror, and the Lin Yi in the mirror looked into his eyes. Just as Lin Yi was about to praise his handsome appearance, the Lin Yi in the mirror looked away. Is this the kind of place you live in? Lin Yi inside spoke. No way, it's assigned by the higher-ups. Are you this mirror? It was the first time that Lin Yi encountered a card creature that spoke human language. No, I'm just you. Oh, crap. Lin Yi in the mirror became blurry, and when the image became clear again, it had turned into Xiao Ye's face. What are you doing? The shelter has changed a lot. Xiao Ye also looked outside the mirror. I was just looking in the mirror. Why are you here? What was reflected in the mirror was not the shelter, but a white house behind Xiao Ye. Don't create new consciousnesses anymore, especially this abnormal one. This mirror is good. You can contact me through it. Xiao Ye put her hand on the mirror, and a white finger stretched out from the mirror. Can you come over here? Lin Yi also put his hand on the mirror, but he couldn't extend his hand to the other side. I can't. I still have some things to deal with here. Let's talk later. Screams were heard from the house, and Xiao Ye in the mirror disappeared. Lin Yi looked in the mirror again, but everything was blurry. I finally met someone who can talk. Putting down the mirror, Lin Yi began to sort out the spoils. First of all, there is the inheritance certificate, and there is also an inheritance space waiting for Lin Yi to enter. Special inheritance certificate. The key to unlocking heritage space. Note, this is a very special inheritance certificate, coming from a great family. Lin Yi approached the white door with the inheritance certificate. After opening the door, he was teleported to a white space filled with display cabinets. The white space has no boundaries as far as the eye can see. Display cabinets of exactly the same specifications are neatly arranged in the space, and each display cabinet contains different items. Has entered the heritage space and obtained the inheritance rights 1. Please select a legacy and complete the corresponding legacy task. Lin Yi looked at the nearest display case. Inside was a pitch-black spear with a message labeled Inheritance Mission on it. Kill abyssal creatures and obtain 10 abyssal crystals from them. Could you please label what the abyss crystal is? Lin Yi didn't want to accept this kind of inheritance mission with unknown requirements at all. What if the mission had a time limit and he couldn't complete it in time? It would be troublesome. And this kind of mission related to the abyss must be very troublesome. After wandering around the heritage space for half an hour, Lin Yi finally found a heritage quest that looked relatively reliable. Kill 10 mid-level mutant creatures and obtain their psychic cores. In the display case of this mission is a pitch-black pistol with a very long barrel and a large number of complex runes engraved on the gun body, which looks very dangerous. Since the target of the mission is a mid-level mutant creature, this gun should be at least a mid-level psychic weapon. I just need a pistol with a stronger power. Lin Yi selected the legacy mission on the display case, and the system sent him back to the shelter. The white door in the center of the shelter disappeared, and Lin Yi found the legacy mission interface on the system interface. He could submit the mission items through the system. Only after completing this legacy mission can you accept the next legacy mission. After dealing with the heritage space, Lin Yi continued to check other items. Milk fudge. Alice's favorite milk-flavored gummy candy makes her feel happy after eating it. Note, don't eat too much. Power fist. Intermediate psychic item. After wearing it, you will automatically master boxing skills. When using boxing gloves to attack the enemy, the power will be doubled. Note, wearing it for a long time will cause you to forget other attack techniques. Bloody ring. Intermediate psychic item. Automatically absorbs the enemy's blood when killing them. When the ring is full of blood, it can manipulate the blood to attack the enemy. Note, wearing for a long time may cause anemia. The power gloves are a pair of black silk fingerless gloves that will not affect finger movement when worn on the hands. The bloody ring is a dark red metal ring with no extra decorations. It looks like an ordinary rusty iron ring. They can all be used, but they can't be used often. It's a pity there are no mid-level psychic items like knives. Lin Yi sorted the spoils into categories, especially William's exquisite daily necessities, many of which he could use. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yi took care of the animals and plants for a while, got himself some food, and then opened the group chat to start eating. 5275999/1000000. Why didn't I see Brother Lin today? Yeah, by this time last week the boss had already sent out the information about the shelter upgrades. Is nothing going to happen to the boss? I was so scared that I went to take a look and saw the boss's name was still lit up. I feel like with Brother Lin's level, He should have already prepared the upgrade materials, right? Indeed. Could it be that he was just unlucky and didn't get the blueprint? So he went to bed sadly? That's too bad, isn't it? I've already opened it, but unfortunately, I don't have enough materials. Lin Yi, a special mission was triggered, and I just came back. Lin Yi briefly described the special mission. Lin Yi, special missions are quite dangerous, so be careful when you accept them. As expected of a big boss, we are still picking up trash in the Red Maze, and he has already gone to other worlds to complete missions. This is too dangerous. I don't even dare to pick up things randomly. Don't worry, with your level, you won't be able to encounter any system tasks. Indeed, the special mission must be specially prepared by the system for you, boss. You should go to bed early. After finishing his midnight snack and washing up, Lin Yi lay on the bed and watched the group chat for a while, then played with the puppy and Xiao He lying beside the bed for a while before closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Of Doomsday Survival, 6:34 a.m. After Lin Yi got up, he picked up the mirror and took a look. It was still blurry and he couldn't see anything clearly. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi lay down on the bed and started his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Enter the simulation base. Please select the simulated base you want to enter. Mental Hospital. Simulated base personnel, Kevin. You can end the simulation at any time. 154, special prize. The mental hospital remains the same, deserted and empty. Lin Yi walked towards the library. Although Mia told him that he could go to other places, he was impressed by this hospital when he completed the simulation mission. Although he could return to the shelter at any time, he didn't plan to wander around here until his strength reached a certain level. Moreover, reading in the library can steadily improve his mental strength, so there is really no need to run around. Lin Yi entered the library. Bob was reading in the library today. After greeting Bob, Lin Yi picked up a book that interested him and started reading. The recent simulation tasks and system activities made him a little mentally exhausted, and this morning was just the right time to relieve some of that. Lin Yi's attention was completely focused on the book. He rarely felt so relaxed outside the shelter. This was a simulated stronghold, which could barely be considered one of his territories. A few hours later, Lin Yi put down the book and stretched his stiff body. When he raised his hand, he touched a glass of ice cola placed next to him. Mia? Lin Yi looked around. Bob had left, and he was the only one in the library. Mia? Xiaoya's voice rang out from the glass window of the library. Lin Yi turned his head and saw Xiaoya's face reflected in the window, where his reflection should have been. At this time, Xiaoya was lying on a bench basking in the sun, surrounded by clean sand. Are you on vacation? Lin Yi picked up the cup and took a sip. No, I'm trapped here, but it doesn't matter. With your mirror, I can leave here at any time, but before I leave, I will impress the owner of this place. Xiaoya picked up the glass next to her and took a sip of the ice cola. You should know when the mirror disappears. Do you want my help? Lin Yi was eager to try. He had rested for the whole morning and was now full of energy. No, I'll leave before the mirror disappears. If you need anything, you can always find me. As long as there's a place that can reflect a face, I can appear by your side. It's a pity that I just finished my work here. Otherwise, we could complete the simulation mission together, just like before. Xiaoya said regretfully. It's okay. There's a system activity tonight. By the way, do you want to go to the game room? The waiter there has been wanting me to play a big game with him. Lin Yi doesn't like gambling, but he is not incapable of it. I don't like gambling either. You can bring a small mirror with you, and don't take any cards or items out of the shelter. Xiaoya reminded. Of course, I'm not stupid. Card creatures are only this cute in the shelter. Lin Yi had never thought of taking the card creatures out of the shelter. Although the card box had been systematically rendered harmless, by comparing the performance of the first card creature, the goose, it was clear that these cards were gradually recovering their original strength. They may still be harmless, but they may also do some harmless little actions where Lin Yi can't see. Lin Yi is just a low-level psychic with little experience. When facing an abyss relic, no matter how careful he is, it is not excessive. For example, why did the mirror create Lin Yi's consciousness? What would happen if Xiaoya was not there? Will these card creatures really help him wholeheartedly? Lin Yi wasn't so sure. After drinking up the Coke and eating the ice cubes, and putting 10,000 ingredients and preparation methods of desserts back on the bookshelf, Lin Yi chose to return to the shelter. As soon as they returned to the shelter, Xiao He, whose size was almost as big as an adult, jumped into Lin Yi's arms and meowed. The puppy also lay beside the bed, making sounds that were very similar to Xiao He's. Lin Yi played with the two pets for a while, and took care of various plants for a while before going to the game room with a small mirror and nutrient solution. The game room was still the same. Lin Yi looked at his face in a small mirror and began to wander around the game room. He was not idle while strolling, and he circulated his psychic energy as he walked. That lottery machine in front is pretty good. Let's go and draw a lottery. Xiaoya, who was still basking in the sun at the beach in the mirror, suddenly spoke. You have the final say. Lin Yi approached the lottery machine. There was no one controlling this machine, and it was quite simple to use. Just put in a red coin, and you could draw various prizes inside. The special prize was a relic. The first prize was a set of 10 basic rune cards. The second prize was a high-level psychic item. The third prize was a rune card, and the commemorative prize was thank you for your patronage. The value of each reward is marked and introduced in the most conspicuous place on the machine. Are you sure you want to play this? When Lin Yi saw the prize pool that didn't even have any souvenirs, he had no desire to participate in the lottery at all. This is the kind of scam that doesn't even involve acting. It just tells you that I'm a scam, and it's up to you whether you fall for it or not. This is not a scam, Xiaoya said with a smile. It's a robbery, I'm familiar with it. Lin Yi took out a handful of red coins. He might lose money for the first time in the game room. No, this machine is fair. The game room is a system facility, so there's no cheating. This machine will detect and quantify your luck. If your luck is average, then no matter how many times you draw, it's just a thank you for your patronage. If your luck is good enough, you'll definitely draw something that matches your luck level. You'd better not waste the red coins. Xiaoya saw Lin Yi put a red coin into the machine and sighed helplessly. Their luck is not too bad, but it is definitely not very good either. It can only be considered to be fluctuating below average. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The machine made a somewhat sarcastic sound, and a note saying thank you for your patronage popped out and fell to the ground. The waiter appeared silently behind Lin Yi and happily said thank you to Lin Yi for his patronage in conjunction with the sound of the machine. Lin Yi stepped on the note, took out a cat-shaped fortune cookie, and put it in his mouth with an expressionless face. If you don't want to bring bad luck to the person who gave you the cookie, it's best not to put in the coin. Xiaoya looked at the pocket of animal biscuits in surprise. She could feel the machine's desire for the bag of biscuits. It was not the biscuits itself, but the person who made the biscuits. This machine can do more than just detect luck. Under the waiter's regretful gaze, Lin Yi vigilantly took back the red coin. Of course, this is a fair machine. It will fairly convert your luck into prizes, so as long as your luck reaches a certain level, you must never put coins into the machine. Xiaoya stretched out her hand through the mirror, took a red coin from Lin Yi, and put it into the machine. The machine was silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted into cheers that echoed throughout the entire gaming room. Special prize. Special prize. Special prize. Special prize. Special prize. Special prize. 155, lucky coin. Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not worried about Xiaoya, because he didn't think Xiaoya was a fool who would put coins in the machine, even though he knew there was something wrong with it. He was just complaining about the injustice of the world. They were almost the same person, but their luck was so different. Don't worry, this isn't my luck. The owner of this world bound me to a certain extent when he tricked me into coming here. My luck is about the same as yours, so this lottery draw consumed his luck. I'm going to run away now. See you tonight. Xiaoya disappeared from the mirror as soon as she finished speaking. Before Xiaoya disappeared, Lin Yi saw a huge black wave behind Xiaoya that reached the sky. Good luck, Lin Yi said to himself in the mirror. Mr. Lin Yi, I knew you wouldn't let me down. This is your special prize. This is a personal gift from me to you. Please come to the game room more often in the future. The waiter smiled and handed Lin Yi an exquisite little box and a black invitation. Okay, I'll definitely come and play more often. Lin Yi took the gift box and invitation letter. He would come here every day to perform spiritual energy circulation. Is that boss Lin Yi? It seems so. A big boss is a big boss. He can even win the special prize in the lottery. I remember the grand prize of that machine seemed to be a relic. This big boss is awesome. Hearing the machine's cheers, all the survivors who were absorbing psychic energy in the game room gathered near the machine. Lin Yi had shared tips on using the game room in the group. The drop rate of invitations to the game room was quite high. So many survivors came to get free psychic energy. Hello. Although I won the grand prize, you'd better not touch this machine. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lin Yi briefly introduced the function of the machine and said that his luck was average and that he paid the price with an item. After saying this, Lin Yi found a card table to continue his psychic energy cycle. After completing the daily cycle and winning back the red coins he had consumed, he returned to the shelter. Back at the shelter, Lin Yi opened the gift box and found a coin inside. Lucky coin. Relic. Use the lucky coin. The user's luck will continue to deteriorate until the user is in dire straits. The user will then enter a state of absolute luck that lasts for 10 seconds. Note, luck is a gift. The lucky coin is a metal coin. The front is pure white with intricate patterns engraved on it, and the back is pure black with no pattern on the surface, but there is a faint light flowing in the depths of the darkness. What if I use this coin directly in a desperate situation? Lin Yi put away the lucky coin. He would not use it unless he was forced into a desperate situation. However, as long as the reality simulation is not consumed, he will not be pushed to that extent. Lin Yi looked at the black invitation letter handed to him by the waiter. Death Game Invitation. You can only participate in the death game if you bet everything. After using it, you will become a participant in the death game. Note: people without value are not qualified to gamble everything. Receiving an invitation means you are very valuable. Nerve. Lin Yi threw the invitation into the storage area in the basement. Back in the bedroom, Lin Yi practiced his heavy-hitting skills for a while, then entered the psychic workshop and began to study the use of runes by making psychic items. An hour before the night activity started, Lin Yi stopped his research and started preparing dinner for himself. After preparing dinner, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 527-599/10000000. Brothers, the night activity begins. Shouldn't today be a site mission? Almost. First station mission of the 3rd week. Hopefully it won't be too difficult. I'd rather hope to meet some reliable teammates. If the system assigns me 3 Lin Yi bosses, won't I be able to take off? Take off? Let's crash the plane. 3 Lin brothers. I can't even imagine how difficult the mission is. What's falling? Haha, indeed. The system assigns station tasks based on strength. If you are asked to go on Boss Lin's mission, you may not survive for more than 5 minutes. 1 minute, no more. 50 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Why is it getting shorter and shorter? Speaking of the boss, today I saw him draw a relic in the game room. The whole room could hear cheers. That scene. Detailed. I saw that too. You're awesome, sir. I've played that machine before, and I always appreciate your patronage. Lin Yi, then you were lucky. Lin Yi sent the principal of the machine to the group and said that no items were used. He also thanked the patrons. Forcing a trade of luck, isn't that too insidious? No, you used it on your own initiative. No one forced you to use it. Luckily, I never used that machine, or I would have definitely traded my luck. The nemesis of the European Emperor. Boss Lin, are you also thanking us for your patronage? I suddenly feel balanced. Balance. He's a big shot who doesn't rely on luck, and you're a loser without any luck. What's the point of balance? Stop cursing. My talent and ability are related to luck. Can I get that machine for free? Don't think about exploiting the bug. Don't cry if someone else takes away your talent. That's horrible. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, site mission. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. Brothers, see you in the group tomorrow. See you in the group tomorrow. May everyone fill up their loot box. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, fully armed, looking in the mirror. The nighttime activities were about to begin, but Xiaoya still hadn't appeared. 001. 00:00. The game starts on an old-fashioned train. Lin Yi is sitting by the window. Outside the window is a closed tunnel. In the private room are 4 survivors, whose avatars exactly match those in the chat room. Sitting opposite Lin Yi was a bald man in his 20s named Zhao Yu. He was wearing a black robe, and obvious bulges of muscles could be seen underneath the robe. Sitting next to Zhao Yu was an old man named Li Qiho, who was about 70 years old. He was wearing a neat security uniform and had a head full of silver hair. The young woman sitting next to Lin Yi was called Shenbing. She wore brown leather armor over her white sportswear and held a large sword that looked very heavy in her hand. Zhao Yu, Lin Yi? You're not that Lin Yi, are you? Lin Yi. Am I already that famous? Shenbing. There are many people in your group who are sharing information with the outside world, and they are all spreading your name. Lin Yi. I asked them to spread the information, but I didn't ask them to spread my name. I feel embarrassed. Li Qiho. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you do good things, you have to let others know, otherwise it will be meaningless. Lin Yi. You are right. 156. Group action. Zhao Yu. Damn it. Meeting a big guy like you. This mission is going to be extremely difficult. Shenbing. Indeed, I met a famous boss last time and almost got into trouble. Li Qiho. The harder the task, the greater the reward. How come you youngsters are more cowardly than an old man like me? Lin Yi. Uncle Li is right. Don't be scared. Although my missions have always been difficult, the rewards are also very generous. So generous that I can't use them for the time being. Zhao Yu. Are you sure you are comforting me? Shenbing. Woo woo woo. There's something wrong with this car. I want to get off. Li Qiho. Haha. The clothes I wear are not very good, but my thoughts are pretty good. Zhao Yu. This robe is a 3rd-level psychic equipment. Shenbing. The same goes for me. Otherwise I wouldn't wear it outside. Li Qiho. You are just too incompetent. You can't even make a piece of clothes that fit you, so you have to take off the clothes of the dead to wear. Zhao Yu, I didn't strip the dead man of his clothes. I stole the robe. Shen Bing, it would be better to dig up the corpse. When several people were chatting happily, 2 prompts popped up in the chat room. Please choose a station to get off, survive at that station until the next train arrives, and then take the train to leave the station. Note, after 10 stops, the train will enter the shallow sea area. Li Chiho, do you want to go to the shallow sea area to have a look? We happen to be with an expert this time. Lin Yi, no, it's already difficult for ordinary sights. Li Chiho, alas, young man, why don't you have the same spirit of exploration as me? Lin Yi, you can go by yourself. The system doesn't say that you have to get off at the same stop. Li Chiho, I want to live a little longer. We arrived at the first stop. Here's another site introduction that looks like a movie poster. For friends meet up to go on a cruise, but there are undercurrents surging in the deep sea that they cannot see. Can they leave the cruise ship alive? Below the text is a luxury cruise ship. For abstract, little people are singing and dancing on the cruise ship, but below the cruise ship, a huge shadow is gradually approaching. Zhao Yu, the environment is too bad. Next one. Shen Bing, I haven't been on a luxury cruise yet. Next one. Lin Yi, the deep sea is very dangerous. Next. Li Chiho, then the next one. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the second station. Site introduction. Your friend invites you to go skiing in the snow-capped mountains, but when you arrive at the destination, you find that there is no ski resort as your friend mentioned, only a deserted snow-capped mountain. Below the text is a tall snow-capped mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, with 4 abstract little men standing at the foot of the mountain shivering. Zhao Yu, this seems okay, but there may not be much gain. Shen Bing, I've never skied before, but it feels okay. Lin Yi, I've never been to a snowy mountain, so I only know the basics. Is this considered an extreme environment? Will psychics freeze to death at night? Li Chiho, you two really don't have much brains. Don't think that the snow mountain is just a little cold. Let's find a familiar environment. Zhao Yu, now that you put it that way, I also feel that something is not right. Shen Bing, I can do either. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the third stop. Site introduction. As horror story lovers, you and your friends have joined a horror-themed tour group. The destination of the tour group is a mysterious ancient village hidden deep in the mountains. Can you come back alive? Below the text is a moving bus with a group of abstract, headless people sitting in the bus eating snacks. A dead mountain village can be vaguely seen at the end of the road. Zhao Yu, how about this? Shen Bing, horror theme? I feel like I'll encounter something really scary. Lin Yi, how come only 4 of the little people have heads? Li Chiho, once we enter the village, there may not even be 4 left. Zhao Yu, then let's go to the next one. Shen Bing, I agree. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the 4th stop. Site introduction. As non-staff members of the Security Bureau, you have received a simple missing person mission after a long time. But is this mission really that simple? Below the text is a bustling city with tall buildings. 4 abstract figures stand in the center of the city, each with a big question mark on their head. Lin Yi, that's it. I'm pretty good at finding people. Zhao Yu, that's right. It's the urban environment we are most familiar with, and we can also ask the Security Bureau for help. It doesn't matter even if the mission is not easy. Shen Bing, you can collect some loot before leaving. Li Chiho, then get off here. The 4 people got off the train and entered the light green light door at the exit one by one. Lin Yi lost consciousness. Site selection completed, additional tasks obtained, optional. 1. Kill enemies and receive rewards based on the number and strength of enemies. 2. Find the target person and protect her until dawn. 3. Clear all enemies hidden in the city. 3 additional tasks popped up in the chat room, and Lin Yi woke up in his hotel bed. There was a file on the table in the room. Sarah, female, 19 years old. The file only contained a simple and somewhat strange introduction and a blurry photo. Lin Yi tried to recreate the appearance of the owner of the photo in his mind, but before he saw the person in person, he couldn't be sure whether his reconstruction was correct. Shen Bing, I'm in room 715. Do you have any files there? Zhao Yu, I'm in room 716, if available. Lin Yi, I'm in room 717. My face is blurry, but I'm okay. Li Chiho, 718. This file is simply ridiculous. There must be something wrong with the Security Bureau. Lin Yi, indeed, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Security Bureau is a hostile camp. Zhao Yu, that's not the end. Shen Bing, I didn't ask you to drive to blow up the Security Bureau. Before we fall out, we can use the Security Bureau to find the target person. Li Chiho, I think we should take the initiative and go directly to the Security Bureau to kidnap the director of the Security Bureau, find out the whole story, and replenish weapons and equipment by the way. Lin Yi, Sure, but we can't leave the target person alone. So, we will split into two groups. You three will form a group, and I will form a group. We will either search for and protect the mysterious girl or sneak into the security bureau to kidnap the director. You can choose one. Xiaoyu, you are worthy of being the boss. I choose to protect the girl. Shinbing, same as above. Shall we assign one person to go with you? Li Chiho, is it okay for you to be alone? Lin Yi, it's okay. I'm familiar with the security bureau. I'm actually worried about you guys. If anything happens, please notify me in the chat room, and I'll get there as soon as possible. Li Chiho, you underestimate us a little. Lin Yi, no, you underestimated me. You are carrying out a mission with me, and you are the main body of the mission. You don't really think that looking for the girl is safer than going to the security bureau to cause trouble, right? Xiaoyu, hearing you say that, I almost want to regret it. Shinbing, me too. Li Chiho, if you continue to embarrass yourself like this, I will slap you. Lin Yi, then I'll go first. Good luck to you guys. Lin Yi closed the chat room, picked up the ice cola beside him, and took a sip. In the window next to him, Xiaoyu was eating fast food in a fast food restaurant. He is not alone. 157, experimental subject. Are you okay over there? Lin Yi finished his Coke and asked. It's okay. That mirror is very convenient to use. It's a pity that it can only be used for one day. Xiaoyu handed Lin Yi a piece of fried chicken through the glass. Now I'm going to the security bureau to replenish weapons and ammunition and kidnap the director of the security bureau. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Yi took the fried chicken and took a bite. The tender and hot chicken was full of juice and very delicious. As soon as possible, I heard screaming. Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and walked out of the fast food restaurant, and the figure in the glass disappeared. Lin Yi ate the fried chicken and ice cubes and walked quickly downstairs. When the elevator passed the third floor, he vaguely heard screams. Lin Yi, something happened on the third floor of the hotel. Please be careful. Xiaoyu got it. After leaving the hotel, Lin Yi borrowed a sports car on the roadside. Lately, he occasionally had the urge to drive fast. Driving straight to the city center, Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations nearby. It didn't take long for him to find the security bureau headquarters in the city center. Lin Yi went straight into the security bureau without any disguise. What can I do for you? Seeing Lin Yi, the receptionist in the lobby asked. I'm a peripheral member who took on the job. Recently, our team received a mission to find someone. We found the person, but her condition is a little off, and we're having trouble handling her. I'd like to ask what to do next. Lin Yi chatted nonsense with the receptionist. I know that mission. Wait a minute, let me ask. You need to take the elevator to the captain's office on the third floor to find Captain Bill. The receptionist had no doubt about Lin Yi's identity and helped him open the elevator door. Thanks. Lin Yi thanked him with a smile, then took the elevator upstairs. The smooth elevator door reflected Lin Yi's figure, which distorted and turned into Xiaoyu walking through the alley. Is it still chasing you? Lin Yi asked. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's already starting to have bad luck. Xiaoyu replied. The elevator reached the third floor. Lin Yi got off and quickly found the captain's office. Knock knock. Lin Yi knocked on the door. There was some kind of substance in the building materials of the security bureau headquarters that blocked mental power. Through the door and the wall, he could only sense a small area. Enter. A man's voice sounded from inside. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. Bill was the only one in the captain's office. You said you found your target? Bill is an unkempt middle-aged man with a serious face and a receding hairline. He is a third-level psychic. Yes, she's not in the right state, and we don't know how to deal with it. Lin Yi was secretly sensing his surroundings. This was the security bureau. If he didn't plan to kill everyone, it would be best not to alert others. Besides, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, so it's really not a good place to take action. What's the status? Bill looked at Lin Yi warily, as if he was on guard against something. You know the situation better than me. She killed my team members and those monsters. You have to tell me what happened. Lin Yi suddenly spoke loudly in excitement. Shoo, keep your voice down. Seeing that Lin Yi was so excited but did not take any further action, Bill relaxed his guard and pulled Lin Yi away from the door and whispered to him. What the hell is that? Lin Yi continued to test. He didn't know what he was asking. I don't know either. The higher-ups told me to catch that woman as soon as possible. Your mission was also assigned by them. I only know that she caused some violent incidents. Bill said in a low voice, his back to the camera. Who's up there? My friend's death can't be in vain. I must find out why this happened and make the person responsible pay the price. You have to help me. Lin Yi also turned his back to the camera and whispered. The deputy director is involved in this matter, but I don't know the details. There may be other important people above me. Bill wasn't so sure either. Help me. While the two were talking, screams and cries for help suddenly rang out in the corridor. Bill nervously pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the door. He had no intention of going out to check the situation. Do you have a map of the security bureau? Where are the director's office and the weapons storage? Lin Yi ignored the screams outside. He still had important things to do. What are you going to do? Bill asked warily. You can hide here, but I'm going to look for evidence, and the road might be dangerous, so I need a weapon. Lin Yi said simply. Bill hesitated for a moment, but finally told Lin Yi the locations of the two places. Thank you. Lin Yi left the captain's office. There was nothing outside the door, but there was a trail of blood on the ground. No matter what was dragged away, it was beyond saving. The armory was on the first floor. Lin Yi wore the captain's uniform he had brought with him and used Bill's access card to successfully reach the armory door. Many people greeted him on the way, and Lin Yi responded to each one. Who are you? The uncle who was guarding the armory looked at Lin Yi in confusion. He didn't remember this person in the bureau. I'm an expert sent by higher-ups to handle unusual incidents. Open the weapons depot. Lin Yi stared at the uncle. Xiao Ye's figure reflected on the lenses of his glasses. The uncle nodded mechanically, then turned around and opened the door of the armory. The armory is filled with various psychic firearms and some other auxiliary equipment. Lin Yi closed the door of the armory and began to fill the space with loot. After loading the weapons and equipment, Lin Yi left the armory and took the elevator directly to the top floor. The director's office was at the deepest part of the top floor. To Lin Yi's surprise, there was no one in the director's office. Even the director's secretary was gone. After searching the entire office, Lin Yi only found some documents that had been shredded by a shredder in a garbage bag. Among the scraps of paper, Lin Yi found half a torn piece of document paper, which someone had deliberately hidden in a garbage bag. Nagamori Laboratory, Special Test Subject, Capture Failed, Citywide Experiment, First Phase. The information on the document was incomplete, so Lin Yi could only make inferences based on guesswork and took a photo of the document and sent it to the group. Lin Yi, I found this document in the director's office. I'm going to Yongsan Labs to check on the situation. How are things going over there? I've got a batch of munitions. If you need them, we can meet up first. Li Chiho. Damn, I knew there was something wrong with the security bureau. The target of the mission might be that experimental subject. As long as you get close to her, some dangerous mutation will occur. Xiao Yu has been infected. We are dealing with it. You better be careful. Lin Yi, do you need my help? Xiao Yu, no need. There are more and more mutants in the city. We are in trouble here. You can only rely on you to explore the laboratory. You'd better find a way to avoid alienation as soon as possible, otherwise we will not be able to get close to the target. Lin Yi, leave it to me. 158. Sunshine Sanatorium. Lin Yi hasn't figured out how to find Yongsan Laboratory yet. When going downstairs, Lin Yi stopped by the captain's office. Bill didn't know where Yongsan Laboratory was. He had never heard of the name. Fierce gunfire was heard upstairs. In order to avoid being regarded as a suspicious person, Lin Yi had to drive his sports car away from the security bureau. How are things going over there? Taking out a small mirror, Lin Yi saw Xiao Ye sitting on the bench. I'm fine. How about you? The sky in the mirror darkened, and Xiao Ye was sitting alone on a bench, with no one around. I need to find Nagamori Labs, but I don't know where the insider is. Yongsan Laboratory is different from the security bureau headquartered in the city center. The city is too big, and it is impossible for Lin Yi to conduct a carpet search without any clues. You can use that coin. It might lead you to a clue. Xiao Ye sat in the dark and said uncertainly, That's not necessary, right? Lin Yi didn't think it was necessary to use the lucky coin right now. I didn't ask you to use the coin's function. It's a lucky coin, a relic. You can do a lot of things without using it directly, but don't use the relic too often. Luck comes at a price. Xiao Ye stood up and left the bench. Okay, I'll try. Lin Yi took out the lucky coin and flicked it into the sky with one hand. The front side turns left, the back side turns right. The coin fell back and Lin Yi caught it with one hand. Front. Lin Yi drove into a small road. Get out of the car on the front and continue driving on the back. Reverse side. Go straight on the front, turn left on the back. Reverse side. Lin Yi followed the instructions of the lucky coin, and soon the sports car stopped in front of an apartment. Following the instructions, Lin Yi got out of the car and entered the apartment. Front side upstairs, back side. Hearing the quarrel on the second floor of the apartment, Lin Yi put away his lucky coin and ran quickly towards the source of the sound. I've already called the hospital, and the doctor said your child can't be cured at all. He just ran away on his own. The hospital has already sent someone over, so just wait for that psychopath to be taken away. A woman with a sharp and sarcastic voice said, My son is not sick. I wonder who dares to come. Another woman yelled angrily. Lin Yi went up to the second floor and found that there were quite a few people watching in the corridor. What's going on? Lin Yi pushed through the crowd and approached the source of the quarrel. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? The mean girl turned and yelled at Lin Yi. I'm the investigation captain of the Security Bureau, and I'm investigating a murder case. Lin Yi took out Bill's ID and waved it in front of them. Ouch, sorry, please come in quickly. This woman's child is a psychopath, and the murder case must be related to that lunatic. The woman's attitude changed immediately, and her voice became as polite as if she had met her biological parents. Don't talk nonsense. My child has never been out of the house. How could he possibly kill someone? The woman opposite said hurriedly. Who knows if he's home tonight? I heard someone walking around in the building last night. Who would walk around in the building so late at night? The mean girl now just wants to kick the lunatic who lives across the street back to the mental hospital. Don't talk nonsense. Why didn't I hear anyone moving around? The woman retorted. I heard it too. It was around 12 o'clock. The footsteps were very heavy and they lasted for half an hour before stopping. Indeed, I heard it too. It stopped outside my house for a while. I wanted to go out and take a look, but since it's been a bit chaotic outside lately, I didn't dare open the door. I heard it too. Since she lied, it must have been her child who did it. So it was that psychopath. The surrounding residents were talking about it. Really? I didn't lie. Maybe I fell asleep. The woman was a little panicked. Let me take a look at your child. Everyone else please go away. Lin Yi walked straight into the woman's house. He had already sensed the woman's child, but he still needed to take a look because, in his perception, that thing did not look like a child. Comrade, don't listen to their nonsense. My child is very well behaved and would never kill anyone. The woman followed Lin Yi and spoke excitedly. I know. I just wanted to take a look to make sure. Lin Yi is very polite to women. Everyone has a mother, and so does he. Pushing open the door, Lin Yi saw the woman's child, a teenage boy. The boy was skinny, with pale skin, sunken eye sockets, and dry yellow hair. He looked like a shriveled corpse. After Lin Yi opened the door, the boy slowly turned his head towards the door. His movements were not like those of a human, but more like those of a moving plant. In Lin Yi's perception, all the bones in the boy's body were hollowed out, and a green plant was growing in the gaps. The plant grew in the boy's flesh and blood, spreading its branches and leaves to every corner of his body, including his brain. Lin Yi could even see a green leaf in the boy's eyes. What's the name of that mental hospital? Lin Yi didn't know what to do with the boy. The boy was not in pain now. He was completely empty. It's called Sunshine Sanatorium. Your staff recommended it. Seeing that Lin Yi was not going to take the boy away, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. Location. Lin Yi didn't actually need to ask the woman, as there were two better targets downstairs, but he didn't ask about their feelings now. The woman hurriedly took out her cell phone and pointed out the location of the sanatorium to Lin Yi. Thank you for your cooperation. I can't help him, but I will take care of the other things. Lin Yi left the room. Even he couldn't help the boy. Medical skills were not omnipotent, but he would deal with the person who turned the boy into this. If some people think that the strong can treat the weak as they please without paying a price, they are sadly mistaken. Because there will always be someone stronger than them, and there will always be someone who will make them pay the price. Lin Yi walked down the stairs in silence, and two staff members wearing the uniform of Sunshine Sanatorium appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Last words. Never mind. Lin Yi was not in the mood to listen to last words. Bang bang. Shotgun backstab psychic blade. The two men exploded on the spot. Red and green flesh and blood covered the corridor, and two intact heads fell to the ground. I'll give you some time to repent. Forget it. I actually just want you to know that you died and died in despair and pain. This is the real time to repent. Lin Yi stepped on the blood and flesh as he left the apartment. Behind him, he could hear painful howls and cries for help. They didn't want to die yet, but this was the ending they deserved. Lin Yi, how are things going over there? Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the Sunshine Sanatorium. Li Chiho, it's okay. Although we still can't get close to the target, we marked the target's location with an object so that we won't lose it and can arrive in time if there is any problem. 159, Vegetative State. Lin Yi, very good. I have found the location of Yongsan Laboratory and am on my way there now. Be careful. The enemy may also know the target's location. The missing person mission may be some kind of experiment. Look around. There may be a surprise. Zhao Yu. Damn, don't let me catch those bastards. My baby almost got lost. Shin Bing. There's nothing I can do. It's too prominent. Li Chiho. It's useless anyway, so if it's gone, it's gone. Lin Yi. I'm a doctor. Do you need me to install a new one for you? Zhao Yu. Brother, can I choose the specifications? Lin Yi. I still recommend a more balanced approach, otherwise it will easily affect your exercise. Zhao Yu. It doesn't need to be so exaggerated, just a little bigger will be fine. Li Chiho. Aren't you afraid that your alienated organs won't obey your commands? Zhao Yu, huh? Forget it then. Lin Yi, I've run into some trouble here. You guys go ahead and chat. After closing the chat room, Lin Yi glanced at the traffic police following the sports car and felt a little distressed. He had rarely driven a car and had forgotten that he could not drive too fast in the city. The sports car was going very fast, but the traffic police had no intention of giving up. Lin Yi had no choice but to use psychic collision method to continue accelerating. As long as he got out of the car before being arrested, no one would be able to prove that he was speeding. Anyway, the sports car is not his. Lin Yi drifted a circle and a half and stopped the sports car near the gate of Sunshine Sanatorium, then got out of the car by inertia. The traffic police, who were working very diligently, drifted and stopped the car right after Lin Yi, leaving a mark on the road with their tires. Wait a minute, you're under arrest. The traffic police caught up with Lin Yi from behind. Comrade, you can put as many tickets on my car as you want. Lin Yi was a little helpless. He didn't dislike people who worked hard. No, you're suspected of dangerous driving. This can't be solved by just issuing a ticket. You'll be detained for at least a month, and you'll have to pay a fine. The traffic police said seriously. I'm the investigation captain of the security bureau. I'm currently on a mission. So, when I'm done with this mission, come find me. As long as you can find me, I'll accompany you to the detention center. Lin Yi took out Bill's ID and shook it. Knowing the law and breaking it is an even more serious crime. The traffic police wanted to take Lin Yi's ID to make a record, but Lin Yi had already put it away. If I don't complete the mission, many people who shouldn't have died will die. Are you sure you want to arrest me? Lin Yi took out a psychic light machine gun and walked towards the Sunshine Sanatorium. The traffic policeman was shocked when he saw the psychic light machine gun. He hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to follow Lin Yi. This isn't your patrol area. Are you here to slack off? Lin Yi glanced at the guard who stood up vigilantly and the surveillance camera at the door, and both of them exploded one after another. Red and green flesh and blood covered the windows of the security booth. What are you doing? Seeing the guard explode, the traffic police quickly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Lin Yi's back. Is your flesh green? Use your brain. Lin Yi ignored the traffic police and quickly entered the Sunshine Sanatorium. The traffic policeman was stunned for a moment. He looked at the red and green flesh and blood on the glass of the security booth, thinking about something. The Sunshine Sanatorium only has 3 floors on the surface, but Lin Yi sensed a tunnel leading downwards under the sanatorium. As soon as Lin Yi walked into the lobby of the sanatorium, a group of sanatorium staff rushed over roaring. As they rushed towards Lin Yi, a large number of flesh and blood branches tore their bodies apart. The flesh and blood branches kept dancing, and these staff members turned into movable flesh and blood bushes. Lin Yi raised his light machine gun and started firing at the hall. This was the way to communicate with monsters that couldn't be communicated with verbally. Da-da-da-da-da. Hearing the sound of machine gun fire, the traffic policeman rushed into the sanatorium, and then he saw a scene that he would remember for the rest of his life. The fleshy bushes kept approaching, roaring. The investigation captain fired his gun without missing a single shot. The sounds of gunfire and the monster's wails, the fresh smell of blood and the turbidity. Years later, the traffic police can still accurately recall the scene at that moment. The gunfire stopped, and Lin Yi emptied the magazine that contained 100 rounds of bullets. The monsters that rushed out were swept into pieces. Facing the combination of metal and psychic energy, they were still too fragile. Happy New Year. Lin Yi changed the magazine and walked straight to the underground tunnel deep on the first floor. This time the traffic policeman did not hesitate. He followed Lin Yi with a pistol in hand. What are you doing? You're risking your life for a few thousand yuan salary. Lin Yi took out a small mirror and looked at himself. There was only his own face in it. This isn't the first time I've seen this kind of monster, but it was too late when I arrived last time. If this is the monster's lair, I can't just leave like this. The traffic policeman admired Lin Yi's marksmanship, but he really couldn't understand why a man would look in the mirror before fighting. Here, you know how to use it, right? It doesn't matter if you don't, just don't hit me. Lin Yi took out a psychic rifle and several magazines and gave them to the traffic police for self-defense. Yes, I used to be a security officer. The traffic police took the psychic rifle and skillfully checked the condition of the gun. Very good. Our goal is to kill all the enemies below. No one needs to be left alive. Do you understand? Lin Yi used his psychic blade to cut the door lock and pushed open the hidden door leading to the tunnel. The dark passage was dead silent, like a huge mouth that wanted to swallow everything. Got it. Leave no one alive. The traffic policeman smiled. He liked the captain. Lin Yi led the traffic police to find a small rail train leading underground, but the power in the tunnel was cut off, so they could only walk along the tunnel. In the darkness, a large number of vegetative people quietly approached the two of them, but in Lin Yi's perception, They were as obvious as torches in the dark. The invisible shotgun backstab psychic blade is quietly activated, and as long as the vegetative person gets within a certain distance, he will explode on the spot. Although the traffic policeman was a third-level psychic, his mental strength was average, and his perception range was far inferior to Lin Ye's. He could only hear the sound of the explosion, and only after walking a few steps could he sense the pools of minced meat. If he hadn't been able to clearly sense that Lin Yi was only at the second level, he would have thought that Lin Yi was a mid-level boss sent from above. Lin Yi silently absorbed the spiritual energy around him. The concentration of spiritual energy in this world was average, so he needed to carefully control his spiritual energy consumption. These vegetative bodies have no obvious weak spots, and if the attack is not powerful enough, they may get up and continue fighting, or even split into two enemies. Fortunately, the shotgun backstab psychic blade mainly consumes external psychic energy. Although it requires a high level of mental strength, what Lin Yi is least afraid of is the consumption of mental strength. With Lin Yi leading the way, the two of them were moving at a speed not much slower than a small rail train. Before long, Lin Yi sensed an underground building. But because the building materials here are similar to those of the security bureau, he cannot perceive the internal structure of the building. 160. Safe passage. This is, the traffic police asked, looking at the closed metal gate in front of him. He didn't expect there was such a place underground in the city. Yongsan Laboratory. Lin Yi moved close to the metal door to sense the structure of the door lock. The metal door also had the effect of isolating mental power, but Lin Yi's mental power could penetrate the metal door and sense a small area behind the door. Controlling his psychic power to unlock the door, Lin Yi pushed open the heavy metal door and entered the laboratory. Perhaps because they felt it was useless to Lin Yi, or perhaps for other reasons, the power supply to the laboratory was not cut off. Inside the metal door is a space similar to an elevator room. Opposite the metal door are two elevators, and two corridors are connected on both sides of the space. Lin Yi entered the corridor on the right. On both sides of the corridor were laboratories with different functions. The instruments in the laboratories were still running. Some patients in hospital gowns were lying on the test tables. They looked like human potted plants, with green plants of various shapes growing on their bodies. Although he was mentally prepared, the traffic policeman still underestimated the brutality of these beasts. He gripped his psychic rifle tightly, wishing he could go down and kill all the researchers here right now. The two men began to search the laboratory, but all important information had been taken away and no researchers remained in the basement level. After turning several corners, the two returned to the elevator from the left corridor. Yongsan Laboratory is a polygonal building with connected corridors on both sides. Let's go down quickly and kill them. It was not wise for the traffic police to press the elevator button and enter such a narrow and confined space as the elevator, but they were all psychics and had ways to survive even if the elevator fell. Why is there no safe passage here? Lin Yi asked, looking at the open elevator door. I don't know, and no one came here to check, so I omitted it. The traffic police don't think these scumbags care about safety issues. This is a laboratory. What if the elevator breaks down? How could a research institute like this be so unprofessional? Unless. Lin Yi sensed the structure of the elevator and found nothing abnormal. Unless what? The traffic police also noticed something was wrong. Unless this place was designed this way, and they want us to take the elevator down. Lin Yi was an expert at setting traps, and as soon as he saw the elevator, his trap radar was activated. So what should we do? Find a safe passage? Or tear down the elevator? The traffic police asked. There may not be a safe passage here at all. Only in this case, we must take the elevator down. As for dismantling the elevator, I suggest you stay away from the elevator shaft. In Lin Ye's perception, there was nothing wrong with the elevator, so the problem was with the elevator shaft. It's okay, we can help them create a safe passage. Lin Yi pulled out the experimental long sword and used the shotgun knife on the floor of the elevator. Open. Boom. A large hole was blown out on the ground, and the lights of the second underground floor could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the hole. This is underground. Aren't you afraid of it collapsing? The traffic policeman asked as he felt a slight vibration under his feet. Actually, I thought about just collapsing this place and burying them underground, but it's not easy to collapse a building like this, and I have to go down to collect intelligence. Lin Yi used his spiritual power to clear the hole, and then jumped directly into the second underground floor. The traffic police followed Lin Yi. The structures of the second and first floors were similar. Just as he was about to explore the second underground floor, Lin Yi shouted that he had opened a hole leading to the third underground floor. We're not checking this floor. The traffic police asked. No need, let's go straight to the bottom floor. I don't believe they dare to hide anywhere near the underground level. Lin Yi secretly set up several rune traps at the elevator entrance, and then spoke loudly. What if someone doesn't make it down in time? The traffic police don't want those scumbags to leave here alive. Then it's lucky. Lin Yi jumped into the third underground floor and set up a rune trap outside the elevator door. In this way, the two of them quickly descended to the 6th floor underground. Lin Yi blasted the ground again. This time, there was not an elevator room below, but a huge experimental square. Lin Yi sensed the experimental square below through the pit, and soon he sensed some vegetative people in the center of the square. These vegetative people were different from the garbage he had encountered before and were elite individuals. Prepare for battle. Lin Yi reminded the traffic police and jumped into the experimental square. The experimental square is an underground space the size of a football field. Some elite vegetative patients stand in the center of the square, with a group of researchers in white coats hiding behind them. The other side seemed to be about to say something, and Lin Yi directly shot at those vegetative people. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. After the first magazine was empty, the traffic police picked up the rifle and fired at the elite vegetative patients who were still standing. Lin Yi changed the magazine and started a new round of shooting. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. After 2 rounds of shooting, only one elite vegetative person was still standing in the center of the square. When Lin Yi changed the magazine and prepared to start the 3rd round of shooting, the vegetative person was knocked to the ground by the traffic police's burst of gunfire. Although it was not dead yet, it could not get up for the time being. Lin Yi did not approach the corpses of those elite vegetative patients. There might be individuals like the target girl among them who could cause alienation in people at a medium distance, so there was no need to get close. Taking out a psychic sniper rifle, Lin Yi began to blow up the upper bodies of the researchers in the distance one by one. He only needed research data, not researchers. Boom, boom, boom. No matter where the researchers on the opposite side hit, every bullet from the sniper rifle would blow up the upper body of a researcher. They fled in panic, trying to avoid the deadly gunshots through various funny movements. But it was meaningless. The bullets ruthlessly tore their bodies apart, judging everyone equally. Lin Yi didn't put away his sniper rifle until the last researcher's lower body hit the ground. He then looked at the camera beside him and asked with a smile, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for me to search for evidence on the bodies of those idiots?" A large amount of gray-green gas spewed out from various corners of the experimental square. Under the stimulation of the gas, thick branches grew rapidly from the underground of the experimental square. Tiny mouths opened on the branches, devouring the vegetative bodies and corpses of researchers in the square. At this time, Lin Yi had already returned to the 5th underground floor with the traffic police. Thick branches spread upwards through the pit. Lin Yi and the traffic police quickly climbed upwards and returned to the underground level before the branches caught them. The traffic police were surprised to find a severely alienated researcher lying near the metal gate. When the other party saw Lin Yi, it was terrified and wanted to get away from them, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the range of the rune trap. 161. The beginning of the turmoil. Beneath the researchers was a compound rune trap specially made by Lin Yi. In order to prevent the research data from being damaged, Lin Yi only added alienation and weakening runes to the trap, and combined with the spider monster's control concept, the researchers could not escape at all. "Are you the person in charge here?" The traffic policeman stared at the researcher angrily. If Lin Yi hadn't stopped him, he would have gone over and beat him up. Lin Yi controlled the psychic blade to cut off the researcher's right hand, and a bottle filled with gray-green gas fell to the ground. Ah! The researcher was stunned for a moment before letting out a shrill scream. "You don't think you can get away with this, do you?" Lin Yi said as he picked up the black metal suitcase and the bottle of gas near the researchers. "Who are you? How dare you attack the Security Bureau's research facilities? You're dead." The researcher, whose body was severely deformed, said in pain. "What a coincidence. I'm the investigation captain of the Security Bureau. You can report the case to me now." Lin Yi took out Bill's ID and waved it in front of the researchers. "Damn it, you bunch of psychos. This is really the Security Bureau's laboratory. You came here to kill people. Does your director know?" The researcher hated Lin Yi so much that he wanted to call the director immediately to kill him. "It will know. I will send it down to accompany you soon. Of course, it is also possible that it is waiting for you down there." Looking at the emerald green branches that climbed to the underground level, Lin Yi did not kill the researcher, but walked towards the laboratory door with the things. "Wait, you're just leaving like that? Don't leave me here. It'll eat me. Please. I know a lot of things. I know where the director and the chief are hiding. Please kill me." Having observed numerous test subjects being devoured by it, no one understands the pain of being devoured by it better than the researchers. Controlled by Lin Yi's rune trap, it couldn't even commit suicide. "I just hope you can die quietly, like a plant." The branches entangled the researchers' bodies. Lin Yi watched the desperate researchers being dragged into the pit and slowly closed the metal door. What should I do next? Back in the lobby of the sanatorium, the traffic police were a little confused. If the researchers were not lying, then they would have to deal with the director of the security bureau. You can go home now, and I'll take care of the rest. Lin Yi opened the suitcase, and inside was a metal hard drive, a tight suit similar to a diving suit, and 5 gray metal injections. Lin Yi, the problem with Yongsan Laboratory has been solved. I got a metal hard drive. How are things going on your side? Zhao Yu, not very good. We dealt with 2 security bureau teams. During the battle, the target ran away. During the escape, the target alienated some citizens. The alienated citizens began to attack nearby citizens, and the citizens attacked by the alienated citizens also suffered varying degrees of alienation. Lin Yi, a zombie movie? Shenbing. These alienated citizens are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. Ordinary attacks cannot kill them at all. Alienated flesh and blood branches will grow in their bodies to carry out area attacks, and people who are stabbed by the branches will also be alienated. Li Chiho, if we don't stop the target from running around, it won't be long before most people in this city will turn into alienated monsters. Moreover, as we come into contact with alienated monsters more and more, we will also have a slight alienation reaction in our bodies. Lin Yi, in your body? That might be because those monsters are releasing some kind of pollen-like gas, and you inhale the gas into your body, which causes slight changes in your body. Lin Yi thought of the bottle of gray-green gas, which was most likely concentrated plant secretions. The target girl is likely to secrete a large amount of this gas, which will cause the alienation of nearby organisms. Shenbing, does that mean wearing a mask can prevent internal alienation? Lin Yi, no. What I mean is, if most of the people in the city become alienated, the entire city will be covered by that gas, and then we will be dead. Li Chiho, damn it. I'm going to kill the target right now. For Li Chiho, no matter how generous the reward for the extra task is, it is not as important as his own life. Although he couldn't get close to the target, it was not difficult for him to kill it. Lin Yi, no need, just send me the target location. You guys are responsible for dealing with the alienated citizens nearby, and I will deal with the target. Zhao Yu, then be careful, we will come to help you after we clean up the alienated citizens. Shenbing, I will update the target location in real time in the chat room. Li Chiho, if you need anything, feel free to tell me. Don't be shy. Lin Yi, I understand. Lin Yi put on the diving suit in the box and turned to look at the traffic police who had been standing next to him. Now your city is about to be destroyed. Are you willing to do something before it's too late? Of course, what do you need me to do? The traffic police replied firmly. Can you race? Lin Yi put away the box and walked towards the nearly scrapped sports car. No one knows drag racing better than me. The traffic police opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Then let's go quickly, before everyone turns into a monster. Lin Yi gave the address and sat in the car to start thinking about the next steps. He would not kill Sarah. It's not because she was a victim. When she started to alienate the nearby residents, she became the perpetrator. She may not have done it on purpose at first, but she must have noticed her abnormal state a long time ago. It is very problematic that she is still staying in the city center until now. Lin Yi didn't want to kill Sarah because of the extra mission. The system doesn't give meaningless extra tasks. Why should they protect Sarah? What will happen if Sarah dies? This is why Lin Yi doesn't want to kill Sarah. There must be a reason why the other party was chosen by the director of the Security Bureau as the subject of this experiment. Yes, all of this is a large-scale experiment that has left the Yongsan Laboratory. The entire city is the experimental site, and all citizens are experimental materials. The search mission is just part of the experiment, probably to test what kind of reaction will occur when the psychic team comes into contact with Sarah. Lin Yi pondered the full extent of the incident. At this moment, the streets were already showing signs of chaos. Screams could be heard from the alleys. A car accident occurred in the middle of the road. Passers-by covered in blood were running wildly down the street. It's clear that Sarah isn't the only subject to leave the lab. We're almost there. Turn right, and it's about 100 meters ahead, and that's the address you mentioned. The traffic police also felt the atmosphere of chaos, but he didn't know what he could do to save the situation, so he could only pray that Lin Yi could really solve the problem. Pull to the right. Don't turn off the engine. I'll be right back. Lin Yi walked straight towards a truck parked on the side of the road. There were 5 psychics in the truck, 3 level 2 and 2 level 3. But when Lin Yi passed by the truck, there was no psychic inside. 162, base number 2. After dealing with the security officers who had become vegetative and were hiding in the truck and taking their laptops, Lin Yi entered the dream bar. At this time, there was no living person in the bar, only some alienated monsters gnawing on corpses. Lin Yi passed by those mutated monsters. When they got close enough, they exploded one after another, and red and green flesh and blood covered the walls and floor of the bar. Pushing open the door of the private room, Lin Yi sat on the sofa. Sarah huddled in the corner of the private room, looking in surprise at the man in front of her who was wearing a full bodysuit and an integrated, fully enclosed gas mask. Since that experiment, this was the first time she had seen someone approach her without turning into a monster. Lin Yi did not communicate with Sarah. He took out his laptop and metal hard drive and began to check the information in the hard drive. "Who are you?" Sarah's voice was hoarse. She hadn't spoken in a long time. "I'm a non-staff member of the Security Bureau. I'll protect you until tomorrow morning, but I have something else to do, so I need you to come with me." Lin Yi quickly read the information in the hard drive. He didn't care about the cause of the incident. He just wanted to know where the director of the Security Bureau was hiding. Security Bureau? You don't know? But it was the Security Bureau that turned me into this horrible state. Sarah didn't know how the other party would treat her, but she didn't care anymore, and she didn't want to run away anymore. "I know, and I'm about to kill the director of the Security Bureau and the head of the laboratory. If you're willing to cooperate with me, we can solve this matter sooner. I can have a midnight snack with my friends, and fewer citizens outside will die." The information in the hard drive is quite complicated, and it will take Lin Yi some time to finish reading it. "Are you serious?" Sarah raised her head. She didn't think there was any need for the other party to lie to her. "Of course, you don't have to do anything. Just follow me and don't run around." In the research materials, Lin Yi found a design drawing of the number 2 research base. The second research base is located under an abandoned subway station on the outskirts of the city. "But I turn other people into monsters if I get close to them, and they don't have the equipment you have." Sarah no longer wanted to see anyone else turn into a monster. "This is a planned inhibitor. It can temporarily suppress your current condition. Try it. If it doesn't work, I'll find a safe place for you to hide." Lin Yi took out a gray needle from his suitcase, inserted it into Sarah's neck, and injected the medicine inside into her body. Before Sarah could react, the cold potion entered her blood circulation. At first it was just a slight burning pain, but soon the intense pain spread throughout her body. It wasn't Sarah who was in pain, but the plant that had taken root in her body and had achieved a symbiotic relationship with her. Lin Yi carefully sensed the changes in Sarah's body and took some photos of important information and sent them to the chat room. "Li Chiho, we have almost solved the problem here, but some residents in other places have also become alienated. How is it going over there?" "Lin Yi, I plan to take my target to the number 2 research base to deal with the director of the Security Bureau hiding there. I can handle this here by myself, and I will leave the stability of the city to you." "Zhao Yu, are you going alone? How about we deal with the alienated citizens in the city first, and then go to base number 2 together?" Shinbing, "Yes, I suspect that the director is a 4th-level psychic. That's the headquarters of the Security Bureau, so it must be very dangerous." Lin Yi, "I'm afraid the other side will take advantage of the time we're dealing with the alienated citizens to cause trouble. There's no more efficient tactic than changing homes." "Li Chiho, we don't have a new home for them, right?" Lin Yi, "I suspect that after the target's death, a disaster will occur that will affect the entire city, so the system will let us protect the target. The other party must be preparing to kill the target at some point, so the target is our home." "Zhao Yu, then you bring the target to the opponent's base." "Hiss, isn't this too insidious?" "Li Chiho, then we won't join in the fun. You don't have to fight too hard. You can retreat when you're almost there. The goal is to die in the opponent's base." Lin Yi, "I will handle it properly." Lin Yi packed up his suitcase and laptop and dragged the half-dead Sarah out of the bar. Sarah looked at the red and green paint all over the floor and couldn't help but vomit all over the floor. Just as Lin Yi thought, after injecting the inhibitor, Sarah temporarily lost the ability to alienate the surrounding creatures. Lin Yi threw Sarah into the back seat of the sports car and then told the traffic police the address of research base number 2. The traffic police glanced at the weak Sarah through the rearview mirror, and without asking any questions, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and started drifting. Lin Yi took out a small mirror. At this time, Xiao Yi was reading a book in a library. "Are you okay over there?" Lin Yi felt a leisurely atmosphere from Xiao Yi. "Well, you'd better not rely on that coin. It's really bad for people with bad luck." Xiao Yi sighed. She didn't expect the other party to die in such a funny way. "I'm almost done here, so we can have a midnight snack together tonight." Lin Yi didn't calculate the time, so he didn't know how long it would take until the end of the day. "Well, you can go in with the mirror later, and I can help you speed up a little bit." Xiao Yi put down the book in her hand and said. The traffic police glanced at Lin Yi, who was talking to himself in the mirror, and stepped on the accelerator hard. He had long felt that there was something wrong with the other party. Sarah struggled to get up from the back seat. She looked at Lin Yi and suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. If she had not been sent to a mental hospital, she would not have become like this. Lin Yi ignored the two of them and began to discuss some questions about runes and spiritual matters with Xiao Yi. In the system shelter, it was difficult for him to find a teacher who could teach him. As a conscious being, Xiao Yi's spiritual cognition is completely different from Lin Yi's, which gives Lin Yi a new understanding of the way the spirit and the body are combined. The traffic police's racing skills were quite good, and coupled with the pressure from Lin Yi, who kept talking to the mirror next to him, and Sarah, who was talking to herself in the back seat, it didn't take long for the sports car to stop at the entrance of the abandoned subway. Lin Yi got out of the car with a small mirror. He did not stop the traffic police from following him, but just gave them a few more rifle magazines. Is this the place? Sarah looked at the dark subway entrance and stopped in her tracks as she thought of the time when she was used as a guinea pig in the laboratory. You can't escape. If you don't solve them, you will always be a test subject. Lin Yi took out a gray injection and injected it into the traffic policeman's neck. He didn't think that the people below would be unaware that they were coming. If we fail, can you kill me? Sarah would rather die than be used as an experimental subject again. Okay, but I won't fail. Lin Yi was the first to enter the subway entrance. 163, Director of the Security Bureau. The three of them moved in the dark tunnel. Lin Yi walked in front and the traffic police followed behind. The entrance to Research Base Number 2 is right in the middle of the tunnel. If Lin Yi hadn't seen the design drawings, it would have been difficult for him to find the entrance to the base. Lin Yi blew up several cameras on the way. The other party must have known they were coming, but they did not send any alien creatures to intercept them. Lin Yi cut open the gate leading to the Number 2 research base, walked down a distance, and saw a small rail train similar to the one in Yongsan Laboratory. However, there was no power outage and the rail trains were able to operate normally. The three of them took the train and moved diagonally downward. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the entrance of base number 2. Lin Yi controlled his psychic power to unlock the metal door. After pushing the door open, the three of them entered research base number 2. As soon as the three entered the base, the door behind them closed automatically. Behind the door was an empty hall. For teams of armed psychics hidden in various parts of the hall surrounded them from all directions. Before they could raise their guns to threaten him, Lin Yi had already disappeared from the spot. The first to explode was the psychic standing on the far left of the hall, followed by explosions from left to right. Lin Yi appeared in the center of the hall. From this position, he could use the shotgun backstab psychic blade to stab everyone present. They were too close. Shoot. Two third-level psychics forcibly blocked the shotgun backstab psychic blade, and they led the psychics who had not been stabbed to shoot at Lin Yi. Bang 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 bang. The alienated psychic protection blocked the bullets shot at Lin Yi. Lin Yi put on the power gloves and bloody ring slowly. Since the negative effects of these two mid-level psychic items were rather troublesome, this was the first time he used these two items. It's a good opportunity to test it out with these psychics. After putting on the power gloves, Lin Yi instantly mastered a lot of boxing skills. If he didn't use rune cards frequently, he might need some time to adapt to this state. Lin Yi moved his feet and instantly appeared in front of a third-level psychic, punching the opponent directly in the chest. Lunge and straight punch. This move was extremely fast, and with the added bonus of the power gloves and runes, the opponent had no way to react. The third-level psychic was directly hit by Lin Yi, and his upper body was cut off. Red and green debris sprayed radially onto the ground. Lin Yi shifted his center of gravity with almost no pause, and instantly appeared in front of another third-level psychic, hitting the other person's head casually. Slide and punch. Seeing the miserable state of his companion, the third-level psychic made preparations in advance. He dodged Lin Yi's fist sideways and stabbed Lin Yi's heart with a knife. Lin Yi turned around to avoid the dagger and changed his right hand from smashing to stabbing and blew up the opponent's head with a punch. When he left, he fired a shotgun backstab psychic blade at the opponent's body that had turned into a bush. Flash step jab. Lin Yi skillfully used various boxing techniques, constantly moving among the crowd, and quickly dealt with the remaining psychics. It took Lin Yi less than half a minute from entering base number 2 to dealing with the psychic team, and 3 seconds was spent on putting on the gloves and rings. The traffic police also fired several shots at the entrance, turning the 2 psychics into alienated bushes. Leave. Lin Yi took off his gloves, and those boxing skills began to fade away, but Lin Yi clearly remembered the process of using those skills. Although he could not be as proficient as when wearing gloves, as long as he practiced more, he could replicate these skills. Of course, Lin Yi is not going to go the boxing melee route. He will incorporate these techniques into his own fighting style. Are you really a second-level psyker? The traffic policeman asked with mixed feelings behind Lin Yi. Yes, but you don't have to compare yourself to me. I've probably killed more monsters than anyone you've ever seen. Lin Yi comforted. Okay, where are we going now? The traffic police asked. Research base number 2 is much more complicated than Yongsan Laboratory, and the materials used to build the base can also block mental power. It takes a long time for 3 people to explore the entire base. I've seen the architectural blueprints. All the important facilities are on the bottom floor of the base. We can go directly there. It doesn't matter even if the director is not here. Lin Yi walked towards the safe passage near the hall. Since there was a safe passage, he certainly would not waste energy to open a new one. However, Lin Yi secretly set up several compound rune traps in the hall. If anyone wanted to sneak away while Lin Yi was away, he would be in trouble. Lin Yi walked down the stairs while practicing boxing moves and quickly rushed to the bottom floor. The traffic policeman followed Lin Yi holding Sarah. He didn't want to be left too far behind by Lin Yi. Otherwise, he might be in danger of sudden death at any time. Lin Yi quickly arrived at the bottom floor of the base, where there was the breeding room and the main control room of base number 2. The breeding room stored various plant fry, and the main control room could control all the facilities of the entire base. 2 investigation team leaders from the Security Bureau were waiting for them outside the emergency passage. Colin, you're such a nuisance. You've been demoted to a traffic policeman, yet you still come out and get in the way. One of the investigation captains said with a smile. I'm glad I was transferred, otherwise I would have been killed by you. There is no way the traffic policeman could turn into a monster like his former colleague. What difference does it make if you die early or late? You don't think you can get out alive, do you? Thick branches of flesh and blood grew out of the investigation captain's body, covering his body and wrapping every part of his body like armor. The other investigation captain also put on the flesh and blood branch armor, and the 2 of them laughed crazily inside the armor. Lin Yi also laughed along with them. Why are you laughing? One of the investigation captains asked curiously. I'm laughing because you're already dead. What are you laughing at? Lin Yi activated several shotgun backstab psychic blades that he had placed before they transformed, and violent explosions were heard inside the 2 suits of armor. In fact, Lin Yi just tried it out of habit at first, but the 2 investigation team leaders didn't react at all, so he made some more arrangements. Alienation means loss of control. The deeper the alienation, the more severe the loss of control. Your mental strength has been deeply affected by those plants. Lin Yi walked past the 2 corpses whose insides were crushed into pieces and headed towards the main control room. There was only one person in the main control room, and that was the director of the Security Bureau, who was a 4th-level psychic. What surprised Lin Yi, yet not so surprising, was that there were no plants in the director's body, nor were there any signs of alienation. Your mental strength is very strong. The director ignored the excited traffic police and the trembling Sarah. He only had Lin Yi in his eyes. Are you an RPG fan? Lin Yi asked curiously. I don't play games. The director didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. Then why do you send people to deliver food to me little by little? Lin Yi asked curiously. Because we need to delay time. Even though you are only a 2nd-level psyker, I have decided to give you the respect you deserve. A distorted figure walked out of the incubation room and stood outside the main control room door, blocking their retreat. 164. 4th Order Alienated Vegetative State. Lin Yi sighed. He had originally wanted to deal with the director of the Security Bureau head-on to test the gap between himself and the 4th-level psychic, but the other party was playing dirty, so he had no choice but to play along. You actually came back by yourself. Are you missing the days in the lab? As the head of Yongsan Laboratory, Darren is in charge of the experimental progress of all experimental subjects. Most of them have been eliminated through cruel experiments. Among all the experimental subjects, only Sarah has achieved coexistence with the plants in her body. Looking at the old man in front of her with a twisted body and plants growing all over his body, Sarah trembled all over. The horrific memories of her past as an experimental subject were like ropes, tightly wrapped around her body, making her unable to move. You're not jealous of her, are you? After all, she's still human, and you've become a monster. Is this the result of your experiment? The traffic police pushed Sarah to the corner of the room and faced the 4th-level mutant monster outside the door. He was challenging the monster in front of him. In a battle of this level, there wasn't much he could do. The most he could do was to use his own life to help Lin Yi delay for a while. He didn't know if this made any sense, but he had to do something. Kid, what do you know? She's just an isolated case, born from a rare accident, while I'm a necessity born from scientific experiments. As long as I have enough plants, I can mass-produce 4th-order mutants. Darren said disdainfully. Haha, let's face it, your experiment is meaningless except for turning people into monsters. The traffic police stood behind Lin Yi and pointed his gun at Darren. This action was like a signal, and the battle began at this moment. Of course, Lin Yi would not let the traffic policeman face the 4th-level monster alone, nor was he prepared to deal with two fourth-level creatures at the same time. So he used the salted fish stab he had prepared before on the director of the Security Bureau. A salted fish disappeared from Lin Ye's hand and instantly moved to the body of the director of the Security Bureau. Since this move had no signs and did not leave the other party with time to react, the director of the Security Bureau was hit without being able to make any reaction. Its body began to transform into small salted fish. A large number of small salted fish fell to the ground, shaking their bodies constantly. Damn it! What did you do? What the hell is this? The director of the Security Bureau was lying on the ground and struggling. Like those experimental subjects, he was now forced to experience the feeling of his body gradually becoming alienated. After Lin Yi used the salted fish thrust, he turned around and slashed at Darren, who was approaching with the traffic police bullets with a complete shotgun knife. Go to hell. After slashing with the knife to force Darren back, Lin Yi put on the power gloves and bloody ring, took out the star-gathering cup and took a sip, and finally took out a small mirror to look at himself. I can temporarily increase your mental strength, but you'd better deal with it as soon as possible, Xiaoye said in the mirror. Good. Lin Yi felt that his mental strength had become stronger. He could clearly sense the various plants parasitic in Darren's body, and the movement of these plants drove the movement of Darren as a whole. Pulling the traffic police away, Lin Yi set up a rune trap under his feet and retreated diagonally to the rear. Darren stepped on the rune trap, but the rune trap failed to trap Darren, only causing it to pause for half a second. Lin Yi continued to set up rune traps under his feet, while shifting his center of gravity and using boxing steps to dodge Darren's attacks. With his powerful mental perception, Lin Yi could easily predict Darren's attack method and angle. In addition, Lin Yi kept using rune traps to restrain him, so Darren couldn't touch Lin Yi at all. The reason why Lin Yi chose this response method was that it was difficult for him to cause fatal damage to Darren. The shotgun knife could not penetrate Darren's body woven from alienated plants, and the damage caused by low-level psychic firearms might not be as fast as the opponent's recovery. Is all you can do is run away? Don't let me catch you. Darren angrily chased after Lin Ye's back. After being overly alienated, he had begun to lose his mind. Don't chase me, you can't catch up. When using the salted fish stab just now, Lin Yi also considered using the salted fish on the monster behind him, but in the end he chose the director of the Security Bureau. Because a conscious security director is more dangerous. Lin Yi kept changing his position to dodge Darren's attacks. Darren's alienation gradually deepened, and he began to lose his human form. Flesh and blood plants of various shapes grew out of his body. These plants grew wildly in the control room, squeezing Lin Ye's living space. If you keep running, I'll devour your flesh and blood bit by bit, tearing your nerves apart and connecting them to the plants. Darren laughed wildly with excitement. The traffic police pulled Sarah out of the control room, but Darren ignored them. The plant in Sarah's body was very dangerous. According to the original plan, Sarah should have died in the city center, and it didn't want the bomb to explode here. Lin Yi lost his living space, but as the plants left Darren's body, Darren's physical strength and recovery ability also decreased. You have nowhere to hide now, right? Run again. Darren pushed Lin Yi to the corner of the room, and one fleshy plant after another slowly approached Lin Yi. No, it's you who has nowhere to hide. Swish. A large number of sharp and tiny bloodlines spurted out from the bloody ring. Although Darren used psychic protection to block the bloodlines that were sprayed towards the main body, some of the bloodlines still penetrated into the surrounding alienated plants. And these alienated plants are connected to Darren. The blood circulates in the alienated plant body and continuously absorbs and transforms the blood in the alienated plant body. Finally, the blood flows into Darren's body through the connection. Blood explosion. Of course, Lin Yi was not polite. He controlled the psychic-rich blood to continuously compress in Darren's body and used the blood as material to carve, shape, and cut runes. Boom. Darren exploded. A large number of compressed blood-red psychic blades exploded in its body, tearing it into tiny pieces of flesh. The alienated plants growing outside its body were not spared and were cut into pieces by the large number of psychic blades. Lin Yi set up several layers of alienated psychic protection and huddled in the corner of the room. Even so, the protective suit on his body was cut into beggar's clothes. Fortunately, the quality of the protective suit was good, so Lin Yi was not cut into pieces by his own attack. It turns out you can't detonate a bomb in a closed space. Lin Yi changed into his night dress and began searching for spoils among the pieces of meat. But apart from some dangerous salted fish, Lin Yi found nothing. Lin Yi used the red blade to insert the salted fish into the trophy space. He was able to touch the salted fish before because they were system items obtained through simulation tasks. Now he didn't dare to touch these third-generation salted fish. After inserting the salted fish, Lin Yi walked out of the control room. The corridor was empty. The traffic police and Sarah were gone. 165. Transformation Plan. Lin Yi took out a small mirror, and his face was reflected on the mirror. His mental strength had returned to normal, and the card items disappeared. Now it was a new day. I want to have a midnight snack together. Lin Yi put away the small mirror with regret and walked along the corridor towards the breeding room. The traffic police would not abandon their companions and leave directly, so someone must have taken him away. Alas, I was deceived. Lin Yi was not deceived by Sarah, but by the system task. The system asked them to protect Sarah, which made Lin Yi ignore the possibility that Sarah was the enemy. Lin Yi walked into the incubation room. Sarah was performing some operations on an incubation base with her back to Lin Yi. The person lying on the incubation base was the traffic policeman, who had lost consciousness. Hearing the sound, Sarah slowly turned around and looked at Lin Yi with an expressionless face. Her movements looked like a living plant. Are you Sarah? Or the plant inside her? Lin Yi didn't think a plant's acting could fool him, but he still asked. Sarah? There has never been a Sarah. I have been in control of this body from the beginning. What you see is just an illusion created by hormone stimulation. Sarah slowly moved in front of Lin Yi. She just admired Lin Yi's body and had no intention of fighting with him. All the seedlings here are its offspring, and all the creatures in this world are its seedbeds. The self-righteous director of the Security Bureau still thought that he was in control of the situation. In fact, it just wanted him to think that way. It would not implant the seedling in the man's body. Only in this way could it truly control the other party. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? This is an underground base. If I kill you here, you won't be able to contaminate the upper base. Lin Yi took out an inhibitor and stabbed it into Sarah's neck. Just as he thought, the other party didn't care at all. Unless you can completely destroy your body, I will regenerate it in yours. I've wanted to get a new body for a long time. Sarah didn't care about Lin Yi's threat. She liked Lin Yi's body very much and was not planning to move in a hurry. Come on, I surrender. Lin Yi raised his hands in surrender and decided to contribute his body. This was of course impossible. You want to lure me out? It's no use. I can do anything, anytime. What have you done me? Sarah fell to the ground and raised her head with difficulty. She saw that Lin Yi was holding an empty metal injection in his hand. It was not the inhibitor she had seen before. You're so strong. This is a powerful sedative injection for mental bodies in the mental hospital. You managed to hold on for so long before falling down. Lin Yi has always kept a powerful sedative injection in his glove space, and he finally used it today. Just now, Lin Yi deliberately took out the inhibitor in front of the other party in order to make him relax his vigilance. Just before inserting the injection, Lin Yi exchanged the two injections. The powerful sedative injection is a special injection made by the head nurse for mental bodies. It is a drug that can be effective in that mental hospital. Unless the patient's mental strength is high to a certain level, this injection will definitely work. Lin Yi looked at Sarah lying motionless on the ground. Now it was time to do whatever he wanted. Lin Yi started thinking about how to deal with Sarah when he injected the sedative. First of all, he certainly wouldn't kill Sarah. Both the system's additional tasks and previous experiences reminded him that it would be very troublesome after Sarah's death. Although Sarah cannot think now, he can use items such as grenades to delay killing Sarah, but this is not safe. So Lin Yi decided to deal with this trouble in a more fundamental way. Lin Yi took out a piece of alienated organ in a sealed bag from the trophy space. This alien organ originated from a church in the Great Void. Its system introduction is a special alienated organ. After transplantation, you will feel the presence of a great being and become his believer. Lin Yi has 4 such alienated organs, and he always carries one with him when he goes out at night in case of emergency. Just like the current situation, it is time to use this alienated organ. Lin Yi cut open Sarah's chest and poured the strangely shaped active alienated organ onto Sarah's sternum. All the organs in Sarah's body are connected to the plant. Some branches actively insert into the alienated organs and begin to grow inside them. Lin Yi began to carve synthetic runes in Sarah's body. He wanted to combine Sarah, plants, and alienated organs into a brand new individual. This is Lin Yi's plan to transform Sarah. He wouldn't kill Sarah. Death wasn't a bad thing. It is not yet qualified to face death. Lin Yi didn't count how many synthetic runes he had carved into Sarah's body, but it took him half an hour. However, Lin Yi took the time to deal with the plant larvae in the traffic policeman's body, wasting 15 seconds. Since the implant had just been performed, the traffic policeman had not suffered any irreversible damage, and Lin Yi also helped strengthen his body. Are you okay? As soon as the traffic policeman climbed up from the culture medium, he looked at Lin Yi anxiously. He was afraid that Lin Yi would also be attacked by Sarah. Are you really a member of the security bureau? You're so low on guard. Could you have gotten in through the back door? Lin Yi asked with a smile. If I had known how to use the back door, I wouldn't be in this situation now. The traffic police breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yi was also controlled by Sarah, he would really be in despair. What's wrong with it? The traffic policeman asked when he saw Sarah lying on the ground. It gave you a plant larva, and I gave it an alienated organ. Fair, right? The synthesis is almost complete, and Lin Yi doesn't know what kind of thing will be synthesized. Referring to the previous synthesis results, he can only pray that the result will not be too bad. Young plants. The traffic policeman nervously sensed the inside of his body. I've already taken care of it for you. Of course, if you like, I can put it back for you. After the synthesis was completed, there was no change on the surface of Sarah. The flesh and blood inside her body had completely merged with the plants. Even Lin Yi, the creator, had never seen those strange organs in Sarah's body that were quite artistic. This was the first time he had performed this synthesis. Thanks, I don't want to turn into a monster. Did it move? The traffic police looked at Sarah nervously. Well, it's waking up. Lin Yi was not too nervous. The other party's body structure had been completely changed, and he was still being injected with a powerful sedative while undergoing a synthesis with the alienated organ. If he can still cause trouble like this, then Lin Yi can only admire the other party's mental state. Sarah opened her eyes and looked around curiously. After a while, she staggered to her feet. Number 166.3 Salted fish. Do you remember me? Lin Yi asked curiously. Sarah also looked at Lin Yi curiously. It was like a brand new life. In its eyes, Lin Yi could only see curiosity and could not feel any other emotions. Li Chiho, we have dealt with most of the alienated citizens. How are things going on your side? Lin Yi, I'm done here. If you want to collect some rare loot, you can come to me. There is a research base here, but I have set some traps at the entrance. Let me know when you come in. Xiao Yu, that's great. We were just planning to go to the security bureau to get a batch of weapons. The research base should have a lot of spare weapons, right? Lin Yi, of course, I have some unused weapons here, and I can share some with you. I want to bring back a small freezer, and the space for the spoils may not be enough. The refrigerator in the shelter has been full for a long time, but there is still space in the basement. This time, Lin Yi plans to bring back a larger freezer. Shinbing, I also want to bring a freezer back, but unfortunately the shelter is too small, and there is almost no space for supplies. Lin Yi, haven't you ever drawn up the blueprints for the extra rooms? Shinbing, I've heard of it, but the drop rate of blueprints is too low. They are almost never seen in the trading area. Occasionally, one will be sold at a sky-high price. Li Chiho, I have a blueprint for the shelter expansion, and the materials are almost ready. Xiao Yu, awesome. My shelter is almost full of supplies. If I want to move around every day, I have to wait until nighttime. Shinbing, you can go to the game room. I go there every day to absorb spiritual energy. Xiao Yu, you need an invitation to go to the game room, and you have to keep consuming red coins, so you can't afford to go. About 20 coins in one afternoon. You won't keep losing, right? Xiao Yu, huh? Last time I played for an hour, I lost 47 red coins. Li Chiho, you guys are too bad. I can always win a small amount every time I go to the game room. Shinbing, where's the boss? You should go to the game room often to absorb spiritual energy, right? Lin Yi, I have the door card there, so I go there every day to circulate my spiritual energy. As for winning or losing, I won't say anything. Lin Yi was chatting while collecting spoils at the research base. He could understand most of the instruments here, and if he found anything useful, he would put it into the spoil space. Sarah followed Lin Yi all the time, and the traffic police followed behind Sarah, vigilantly observing her actions. On the third underground floor, Lin Yi found several horizontal freezers of suitable size. Since these freezers could not fit into the loot space, Lin Yi could only hold the freezers and continue collecting loot. There's still room for a few more things in the freezer. After filling the loot space and freezer, Lin Yi went to the underground floor to disarm the rune trap, and the other three also arrived at the research base. Lin Yi, the armory is on the fourth underground floor, and there are several good freezers on the third underground floor. Be careful when searching. The spiritual perception range here is small, and there may be vegetative patients that are missed. Li Chiho, okay, what's going on with the target? She won't transform people around her anymore? Why do I feel like something's wrong with her? Lin Yi, it's too dangerous. I've taken care of it. You don't have to worry about it. Xiao Yu, you are indeed a big shot. You can even handle that kind of situation. Lin Yi glanced at Sarah, who had been following behind him. He actually hadn't figured out how to deal with it. The additional task only required them to protect Sarah until dawn, which meant that he could kill Sarah after dawn, but he couldn't be sure what the consequences would be if he killed Sarah now. Besides, Sarah is now a new life, and Lin Yi has no reason to kill her. He wouldn't kill it just because it might be dangerous. I'll leave here when it gets light, and until then, I'll watch it, Lin Yi said to the traffic police. And after that, the traffic police asked, then it's not my problem. I've done what I can do about this incident. You need to handle the rest on your own. I suggest you leave here as soon as possible and let someone else handle this matter. Whether it is Sarah or the security bureau, the traffic police cannot handle them. Give it to me, I'll get it out of here. The traffic police looked at Lin Yi seriously. Why? It might be more dangerous than you realize. Lin Yi didn't think this was a good idea. I promised Sarah that I would not let her be a test subject again. If it falls into the hands of the security bureau, they will definitely start new research. Although the traffic police was attacked by the monster just after he made the promise, it was not the monster he was supposed to protect. I hope you won't regret it. Lin Yi glanced at Sarah, who was looking at them curiously and did not refuse the traffic police's request. It was already dawn when Lin Yi returned to the research base. Li Chiho, what were you doing? Lin Yi, send my driver out of this city. Zhao Yu, reverse Tiangang. Shinbing, the mission should be almost over. Let's add each other as friends. Lin Yi, okay. A light green light door appeared near them. The four of them entered the light door one by one, holding their freezers, and then took the return train back to the shelter. Complete the site mission and receive a special metal treasure chest 1 based on the mission difficulty. Complete extra task 1, reward extra task treasure box 1. Complete extra task 2, and receive 1 extra task treasure box. Complete extra mission 3 and receive 1 extra mission treasure box. Please draw today's card. My turn. Draw a card. This time the card was a small blood-red snake. The card dissipated, and a slender blood-red snake appeared in the center of the shelter. The little snake crawled to Lin Yi's feet with its tongue spitting out, then jumped up and wrapped itself around his neck. Hello. Lin Yi touched the smooth snake skin and greeted it. Hiss. The little snake patted Lin Yi's shoulder with its tail. Okay, I'll try it later. After communicating with the little snake for a while, Lin Yi began to sort out the spoils. After putting the freezer in the basement and sorting out the various spoils, Lin Yi picked up a small salted fish and checked its information through the system. Number 3 salted fish. After contact with the flesh and blood of a creature, it will gradually become a salted fish. Note, it works better on humanoid creatures. 24 such salted fish. Thank you, Director. How insidious. It's a pity that we can't just throw it at the enemy. But if the enemy isn't wearing any clothes. After putting the salted fish away, Lin Yi returned to the bedroom and opened the 4 treasure chests one by one. The first is a special metal treasure chest, which contains a shelter upgrade blueprint, 10 bottles of low-level nutrient solution, 5 bottles of mental potion, and 1 bottle of integration potion. 167. Bus. Do you want to use the shelter upgrade blueprint? Use. Please collect 10 alienated organs from level 2 alienated creatures as materials for upgrading the shelter, 0/10. Lin Yi directly submitted the frozen alienated organs that had been prepared long ago. The shelter upgrade mission is completed. Do you want to upgrade the shelter's level? Yes. Advanced completion. Lin Yi checked the new shelter information. Shelter information. Level 3. New function, storage room. Status, absolutely safe, 28 days, 11 days remaining. Note, please upgrade your shelter level within 28 days. Lin Yi sensed an extra door on the north wall of the basement. He entered the basement and opened the door, revealing a 30 square meter storage room. After upgrading the shelter, Lin Yi put away the prescribed potions and continued to unpack. There is only 1 dark rune card in the treasure chest of extra mission 1. Basic rune, Frenzy. Cards that can learn the basic berserk rune. Note, use with caution if you lack mental strength. Frenzy? Is this also a basic rune? Lin Yi planned to go to the game room in the afternoon to use this card. Open the treasure chest in extra mission 2 to find a white handkerchief inside. Pure white handkerchief. This is a handkerchief that can absorb special liquids. Note, this handkerchief will have different effects after absorbing different special liquids. Is this disposable or reusable? The system information did not mention the item level of the handkerchief, and Lin Yi did not know whether this handkerchief could absorb the accumulated water in the red maze. He planned to go to the red maze to try it out at night. Putting away the handkerchief, Lin Yi opened the last treasure chest. There was a short knife inside. Night Blade. A mid-level psychic item. Used at night, it can reduce the user's presence, making it difficult for others to detect the user. Note, do not use it during the day. The Night Blade is a 30 centimeters long short knife with a straight blade made of unknown material, looking like a ball of vague air. Lin Yi wielded the Night Blade. This short knife was very easy to use. After opening the treasure chest, Lin Yi took care of the animals and plants for a while, prepared a hearty breakfast for himself, and then opened the group chat to start eating. 527474/1000000. Brothers and sisters, it's time to show off some loot. Item image. I've been busy all night and just laid down. Item picture. Have you upgraded the shelter? I heard that upgrading the shelter gives you a storage room. Is that true? Item image. It's true. In fact, a big guy upgraded it the day before yesterday, but he just didn't post it. Item picture. That's great. My shelter is almost overflowing with supplies, and now I can finally sort it out. Image of items. By the way, old you, where do you keep all your supplies? If you don't have anywhere to put them, you can trade them to me, and I'll help you store them. Image of items. You foam. I'm hiding in the gap between the bed and the wall. The rest of the space can be used to store supplies. If you don't have a place to store them, you can trade them to me. I'll only charge 10% for storage. Shelter photo. This is too tragic. Feel sorry. Oh, I suddenly feel like I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, it's comfortable to have a shelter. Wait, the bottle of iced tea on the bed isn't the right color. Aren't you afraid of taking the wrong one? Old you, you're a little angry. If you keep squeezing in the cracks every day, you'll get angry too. Really? You foam. That's enough. Come on, big brother without a toilet. After Lin Yi finished his breakfast, he made some concentrated nutrient solution for Xiaohei. Xiaohei's appetite and body size had increased dramatically recently, so it was time to release him. However, recently no survivors have left the shelter to explore the outside world, and there are fewer people in the group who encourage Yufeng to leave the shelter. The survivors have gradually adapted to survival in the shelter, and the situation in the outside world is still unclear. Lin Yi planned to release Xiaohei when he was as wide as the window. The space in the shelter was limited and Xiaohei could not survive in the shelter forever. After feeding Xiaohei, Lin Yi lay on the bed and began his daily simulation. Please choose to start a new simulation mission or enter the simulation base. Start a new simulation mission. Simulated D-class personnel, Robert. Gain special skills, Mysterious. Mystery. After using the skill, you will receive a mysterious blessing, 1/1. Note, this is not a blessing. Number of simulations remaining, 10. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes, and this time he was familiar with the prison van's opening and standard configuration, for D-class personnel, for supervisors, and a driver. Outside the prison van was a desolate expanse of hard earth. Even through the car window, Lin Yi could feel the cold and hard touch of the earth. What the hell is not a blessing? Lin Yi glanced at the special skills. Robert is a young white man in his 20s with average physical fitness. Not long after, the prison van stopped beside a road. Lin Yi got off the prison van and sighed as he looked at the clean and tidy black concrete road in front of him that was out of tune with the surroundings. Such obvious abnormal events are rare. The supervisors stood by the roadside without taking any further action. They looked at the time, as if waiting for something. The other D-class personnel were nervously observing the road in front of them. Just looking at the road made them nervous to death. When a very normal thing appears where it shouldn't be, it will cause people to feel fear. Lin Yi was thinking about the right time to use his special skill. The meaning of this special skill was unclear, and it was impossible to predict what would happen after using it, so the timing of use was very important. But even Lin Yi couldn't decide when to use this skill without any intelligence, so he could only take it one step at a time. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about what mysterious meant, a bus suddenly appeared at the end of the road. After seeing the bus, the supervisor put a helmet on the first D-class personnel. Isn't this another strange sight? This bus reminded Lin Yi of the last subway station, and also reminded him of the bus for the station mission. Before getting on the bus, he didn't know whether this anomaly was related to these things. The bus gradually approached and finally stopped by the roadside. The body of the bus was light yellow, and there was no decoration on it. The body of the bus was no different from a normal bus. The interior of the vehicle could be seen from the window, and there was no one inside. There is no station information inside or outside the vehicle, but the appearance of the vehicle is exactly the same as that of a bus. Lin Yi couldn't determine the function of this car. At the supervisor's request, Number 1 boarded the bus and sat in the driver's seat. Drive. The captain gave orders to Number 1. Number 1 nervously made a lot of invalid operations, and it took half a minute to start the bus. 168. Add ticket. Number 1 drove the bus out of their sight. 2 minutes later, the captain stopped sending instructions through the headset. 12 minutes later, an almost identical bus came into their sight from the direction of the previous bus. Just like a repeat of what happened more than 10 minutes ago, the bus stopped in front of them again, but this time it was Lin Yi who was wearing the helmet. This time he was Number 2. On the bus's windshield, there was a blurry smudge that looked like blood that hadn't been wiped clean. If the person who caused this stain is number 1, then he may not be able to come back. Lin Yi got on the bus and sat in the driver's seat. It was the first time for him to drive this type of vehicle. Now he couldn't use his psychic power and couldn't use psychic impact to drive. Not to mention other troubles, it was already very difficult for him to avoid a car accident. Drive. The captain's voice sounded in the headset. The bus is controlled in the same way as a normal vehicle. The key is inserted under the steering wheel. Lin Yi put his feet on the clutch and brake respectively, released the clutch, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator to start. Since he didn't know what rules he needed to follow when driving this car, Lin Yi could only try his best to make his behavior conform to general traffic regulations. Although number 1's behavior before was not normal, he only survived for about 10 minutes after all, so it has no reference value. Lin Yi drove the bus to the end of the road, and the captain's instructions rang in his ears from time to time. But a minute later, the connection was disconnected and the captain's voice disappeared. The concentration of spiritual energy in the environment suddenly increased, and the two sides of the road were no longer desolate hard land, and some plants began to gradually appear. The road ahead also changed, from a 30-meter wide black concrete road to a 20-meter wide gravel road. Lin Yi used Robert's body to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Although the concentration of spiritual energy here was acceptable, there was not much he could do before adapting to Robert's body. After driving forward for another 2 minutes, Lin Yi saw a simple bus station on the side of the road. There was a passenger waiting for the bus in the station. Lin Yi didn't hesitate too much and stopped the car at the station. He now has almost no understanding of this unusual event, so he needs to make various attempts. The passenger waiting for the bus was a man in his 40s wearing an old coat. He looked haggard, with messy hair and beard that had not been trimmed for a long time, and he exuded a strange smell. The man looked at the bus nervously, holding a dirty package in his hand. Seeing that the man was still hesitating, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and closed the car door. Although the other party's body was severely deformed, he still seemed to be rational. Lin Yi thought it would be better for him not to get in the car. But before the door closed, the man squeezed through the gap and got on the bus. As soon as the man got on the bus, the place where the coin slot should have been opened automatically, revealing a space where items could be put in. Lin Yi glanced at the space. It was pitch black and bottomless inside, and he could not sense anything. When he first got on the bus, Lin Yi sensed the internal structure of the bus, but his mental power could not penetrate the bus. When number 1 and Lin Yi got on the bus, the coin space was not triggered. The man obviously knew some information about this bus. He put the dirty package into the coin slot. After receiving the package, the coin slot automatically closed. The man glanced at Lin Yi and then sat in the window seat on the right side of the middle section of the vehicle. Lin Yi was not in a hurry to communicate with the man. Judging from the man's condition and behavior, he didn't think the man could know any information that would be useful to him. Unlike the calm Lin Yi, Yang Lin was observing his surroundings nervously. Although it was his first time riding this bus that usually only appeared in rumors, he collected a lot of rumors about this bus before entering the station. Lin Yi continued driving along the road. The first passenger seemed relatively stable, but he didn't think the passengers behind him would be so ordinary. The gravel road stretched forward as if there was no end. Since there were no other vehicles on the road, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and began to accelerate gradually. The speed of the car continued to increase, which allowed Lin Yi to find some feeling of driving. This was the first time he drove at such a moderate speed. A 3-meter-tall humanoid alien creature suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Seeing the monster suddenly appear, Lin Yi had no intention of turning the steering wheel. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and crashed straight into the monster. Bang! The monster was knocked away by the bus. Lin Yi turned the steering wheel slightly, letting the tire on one side run over the monster. Ordinary people simply cannot perform such precise operations at this distance. Yang Lin was stunned. When the monster appeared, he had already prepared to brake suddenly, but he never expected this result. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and continued to accelerate. Speed is power. As long as the speed is fast enough, he would not see what ghost dared to block his way. After driving for a while, the road ahead changed again and became a black concrete road, and its width also increased a little. A bus stop appeared again on the side of the road ahead, and several passengers were waiting for the bus at the station. Seeing the station, Lin Yi began to slow down, and then successfully stopped the bus right in front of the station. The passengers this time were a relatively complete family, a neatly dressed couple, a cute child, and 2 gray-haired old people. The family also had wrapped tickets with them, but when they saw Lin Yi and Yang Lin on the bus, they put away the packages, ignored the open coin slot, and walked to the back of the bus. Lin Yi watched through the rearview mirror as they sat in the last row. These people got on the bus without buying tickets. They prepared the tickets but refused to hand them over, intending to have others buy them for them. Lin Yi increased the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. He had no interest in paying the price for others. Not long after leaving the station, Lin Yi felt that the seat beneath him was absorbing his spiritual energy and flesh and blood. It was not obvious at first, but the absorption was gradually increasing. Lin Yi accelerated and knocked away a monster that was blocking the car, then slowed down and stopped the car on the side of the road. Do you have any comments? Seeing Lin Yi stand up and walk to the back row, the man who looked like the husband also stood up with a weapon in his hand and approached Lin Yi. When they were close enough, Lin Yi didn't waste any words. He directly and skillfully controlled his psychic energy to form a psychic blade and stabbed it into the man's vitals from the back. Ah! The man didn't expect Lin Yi to attack him directly, nor did he guard against the attack from behind, so he could only fall miserably at Lin Yi's feet. Lin Yi calmly lifted the man and walked to the driver's seat. The coin slot opened, and Lin Yi cut open the man's body and stuffed the man into the coin slot little by little. Since you don't want to buy a ticket, then become the ticket yourself. 169, Spiked Woman. After stuffing the man into the coin-operated space, the driver's seat stopped absorbing Lin Yi. The remaining 5 passengers in the car did not object to Lin Yi's behavior, and the car was filled with a quiet and harmonious atmosphere. Yang Lin nervously observed Lin Yi, who had returned to his original seat. The rumors he had collected before did not contain any information related to the driver, so he thought the driver was not important. It now seems that everyone involved with the driver may have died, so there are no rumors. After solving the ticket problem, Lin Yi continued to drive the bus forward. From time to time, some monsters would suddenly pop out on the road, and in the end, these monsters were all crushed to death by Lin Yi. A monster appeared in the middle of the road again. Just as Lin Yi was about to skillfully knock it away, the monster jumped up. Boom! A heavy object fell on the roof of the car, a dark shadow flashed by, and a crack appeared on the left side glass of the cab. Lin Yi tried to attack the monster with the psychic blade, but there was a bus between them, and his mental power was unable to control the psychic energy on the roof. Now Lin Yi is not yet fully adapted to Robert's body, and the range of his mental power is very small, otherwise he could easily deal with the monster on the roof through the car window. Lin Yi opened the left car window and waited for the monster to attack. The black shadow appeared again, and Lin Yi cut it off with the psychic blade. A dark green tail fell onto the road. The monster kept moving on the roof, making a hissing sound similar to screaming. Lin Yi ignored the monster on the roof and continued driving forward. Do you need me to help you get it off? Yang Lin nervously approached the driver's seat, hoping to communicate with the mysterious driver through this incident. No need, just leave it up there. What can I do for you? Once Lin Yi has fully adapted to and strengthened Robert's body, the monsters above can be dealt with just 1 or 2 psychic blades. No. Yang Lin returned to his seat. He didn't dare tell his purpose to the driver in front of him, who treated humans as tickets. Lin Yi didn't say much. The difficulty of this simulation mission so far was average. He felt that there was a possibility of completing the simulation without consuming simulation times. Just when Lin Yi was wondering whether he could get the bus back to the shelter this time, a passenger appeared in front of the right side of the road and waved at the bus. There was no bus stop and passengers stood on the side of the road. Should I stop? Lin Yi didn't know what to choose for a moment. He had already parked his car on the roadside once before, so parking on the roadside was allowed. But he couldn't be sure whether it was safe to pick up passengers on the roadside. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Yi decided not to stop the car to pick up the customer this time. Because if people can pick up passengers on the roadside, there will be no need to set up bus stops. So in Lin Yi's opinion, letting passengers on the roadside get on the car is a very dangerous behavior. The bus passed by the passengers at a very fast speed. When the bus approached the passengers, Lin Yi took a look and saw a beautiful woman wearing an elegant red dress and holding a red paper umbrella. The bus successfully moved away from the passengers on the roadside, but before Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the woman's face again in the rearview mirror. At this time, the opponent's body below the head had turned into a mass of flesh and blood spikes. Only the head remained unchanged, and even the smile on his face remained exactly the same. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but the woman had already disappeared from the rearview mirror. From the roof came the frequent sounds of sharp objects hitting metal. Ding 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 ding. Why the hell do you need to take a car when you can run so fast? Lin Yi slammed on the brakes, trying to throw the things off the roof. The rubber tires left a drag mark on the road, and Lin Yi's head almost hit the windshield. Before Lin Yi could sit down, the woman's pale face appeared outside the windshield. Their eyes met, their heads facing in opposite directions, separated only by a layer of not too thick glass. Hello. Lin Yi used both hands to push himself out of the driver's seat. A large number of spikes pierced through the roof and punctured Lin Yi's seat. If he had been a little slower, he would have been back in the prison van by now. The thorny girl tore open the roof and got into the bus. She shook her head, and her numerous spikes trembled as she approached Lin Yi little by little. Ding 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 ding. Facing the thorny girl, Lin Yi tried to sense her body structure, but before his mental power could get close to her, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. Fuck! Lin Yi unconsciously took a few steps back. His mental strength was not enough to get close to the opponent, so he could only throw psychic blades at him from a distance. The psychic blade was easily shattered by the spikes, and Lin Yi could only continue to retreat. Dense spikes stabbed at Lin Yi like rain, and Lin Yi could only force himself to use the shotgun knife that had not yet been completed. Boom. Compressed psychic energy erupted in front of Lin Yi. The thorn girl hung upside down on the roof of the car, avoiding most of the psychic energy eruption. The rune trap that Lin Yi had made with great effort did not work at all, and the other party was only slightly injured where she was hit by the psychic energy. After struggling to this point, Lin Yi was at his wit's end. Ignoring his body's endurance and forcibly using runes caused him to have a splitting headache and blurred consciousness. Now it was already very difficult for him to just stand. But Lin Yi still took a boxing stance, unable to use his mental power because he still had a fragile body. Before being pierced by a large number of spikes, Lin Yi threw a beautiful straight punch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and returned to the prison van filled with a cold and hard atmosphere. Number of simulations remaining, 9. Looks like I have to be a good person and let it get on the bus this time. Unable to beat the woman, Lin Yi could only pick up the older woman on the street and get her into his car. The process was the same as last time, but this time Lin Yi asked to be the first to drive and asked the captain for a psychic pistol. He wanted to see if the first driver would drive onto another road. The result was not the case. The roads, stations, and passengers were the same as in the last simulation. It was just that the time points when the monsters blocking the road were encountered were different. Number 1 might have been killed by these monsters. After dealing with the ticket issue, Lin Yi met the woman in red with thorns again. This time he parked the car on the side of the road, opened the door, and invited her to get in. After getting on the bus, the Spike Girl did not transform this time, but the coin slot was not opened, and the Spike Girl did not submit the ticket and sat directly behind the driver's seat. Thinking about the consequences of the family not paying for their train tickets, Lin Yi came up with a not-so-nice guess. As soon as the bus started, Lin Yi felt a strong sucking sensation, and the seat below began to forcibly absorb his spiritual energy and flesh and blood. Even when I was away from my seat, the absorption did not stop, but gradually intensified. Lin Yi had no choice but to park the car on the side of the road and turned to look at the last row of passengers. I've already paid for my ticket. Seeing Lin Yi approaching again, the boy excitedly shouted, 170, Mushroom Man. You still have 4 bodies. Give me 2 more as tickets, and I won't look for you anymore. Of course, you can refuse. That way Lin Yi could get 4 train tickets. He didn't know how many tickets the spiked woman would need to pay, but it was better to be prepared. After friendly communication with the passengers, Lin Yi successfully obtained 2 tickets. He stuffed the 2 tickets into the coin slot little by little. When he had stuffed both tickets in, the driver's seat's attraction to him completely disappeared. He's quite greedy. After dealing with the ticket issue, Lin Yi continued driving on the road. He had previously thought about staying where he was for a while to absorb spiritual energy and adapt to his body, but as long as he stopped the car and stayed there for a while, he would have a bad feeling. The bus was speeding on the road, and Lin Yi continued to knock down the monsters that appeared in the middle of the road. Now, after killing the monsters, Lin Yi would stop the bus to collect the monsters' bodies. No one knew how many passengers like the Spike Girl were coming up, so he had to stock up on some spare tickets. Fortunately, corpses do not need to pay for tickets to get on the bus. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have to pile the corpses on the roof of the bus. After driving for a while, a new passenger appeared on the roadside. Considering the example of the Spike Girl, Lin Yi stopped the bus on the side of the road. The passenger this time was a man with gray mushrooms growing all over his head. His face was dull, and he kept swaying from side to side as he walked, as if he might fall at any time. Although this mushroom man seems unable to catch up with the bus, Lin Yi knows that appearance is not the best guide, so he would not be surprised even if he suddenly transforms into a mushroom Superman. Ding 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 ding. As the mushroom man just got on the bus, the spiky girl sitting behind Lin Yi suddenly turned into a spiky state. As the spikes shook, the spiky girl jumped off the bus from the side, bypassing the mushroom man through the window, and then quickly disappeared at the end of the road. The whole process took less than a second. Lin Yi looked at the dazed face of the mushroom man and felt the urge to jump out of the car. Even the thorny girl had run away, so the other party must be very dangerous. However, Lin Yi couldn't run away at all. A strong sucking sensation gripped his body. Only after consuming 4 monster corpses did the sucking sensation below fade away. Now there are only 2 monster corpses left in the car. Lin Yi could only continue driving. The mushroom man sat in the empty seat next to Yang Lin. Yang Lin's face turned pale. He didn't know how dangerous the thorny woman was, but just looking at her speed, he knew he couldn't afford to offend her. The powerful thorn girl could only run away when she saw the mushroom man. Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the situation in the car. The mushroom man just sat quietly next to Yang Lin without any other movements. But it can't be without any threat, otherwise the spiked woman wouldn't run away. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about what preparations to make, a high-end-looking bus stop appeared on the side of the road. A familiar figure stood on the platform, looking at Lin Yi with a smile. Lin Yi parked the bus next to the platform and watched Xiaoya get on the bus. The coin space opened, and Xiaoya took out a dirty package and put it inside. "Why are you here?" Lin Yi felt a little strange. Although Xiaoya could appear anywhere, it was too coincidental that she appeared on the platform of the simulation mission for no reason. "You really should make more friends. At least you won't be the only one seeing me when you have hallucinations." Xiaoya leaned back, and a recliner appeared out of nowhere behind her to catch her body. Hallucination? That mushroom man. Lin Yi immediately realized what had happened. "Yes, Brother Lin." Li Ji suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi. "Want some cookies?" Alice stood beside Lin Yi and put a cat-shaped fortune cookie into Lin Yi's mouth. "We agreed to have fish head hot pot." Ella looked at Lin Yi in the rearview mirror. "Are you Alice?" "I'm the ginger fish you exchanged snacks with." Jiang Yu forcefully held Alice's hand, and Alice looked at Lin Yi reluctantly. "Where is this? I rarely go out to play." Mia opened the door and entered the bus. "Why are they all women?" Lin Yi looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "Do you like men? Do you need me to get Zhou Wen out? He's quite cute." Xiaoya gave a malicious smile. "No, how am I supposed to wake up?" If it weren't for these illusions, Lin Yi would not have realized that he had been tricked. "I should actually do everything I can to keep you here and make you think this is the real world. This is the mission given to me by the thing that created me. However, my source body has a very strong self-awareness, so I can tell you directly that I am your illusion, and you can only rely on yourself to get out." Xiaoya took the grilled offal handed to him by Jiang Yu and stopped talking. Lin Yi scratched his hair. In fact, it was not difficult to wake up. He just needed to close his eyes and then open them again, and the illusions around him would disappear. But he couldn't be sure whether he would enter a new illusion after opening his eyes. When a person cannot distinguish between illusion and reality, then for him, there is no difference between illusion and reality. Because even if he escaped from the illusion, he could not confirm this fact. Lin Yi must find something that will definitely not appear in the illusion. But this was impossible because he didn't know what was in the illusion. He had never seen the roadside platform or the clothes Xiaoya was wearing. It only took a few seconds before Lin Yi gave up. "Whatever. Living my whole life in a hallucination doesn't seem so bad." Lin Yi closed his eyes. When he opened them, all the illusions around him disappeared. He was still on the bus, and there were still 3 passengers on it. "That won't do. It's too perfunctory. How is it possible that there won't be any change at all?" Lin Yi kept closing and opening his eyes. The scene around him kept changing. As long as there was something he was not satisfied with, Lin Yi would close his eyes. Finally, after opening his eyes once, Lin Yi saw a bus covered with fungi, and his body was also full of various mushrooms. There are some monsters with mushrooms growing all over their bodies wandering around the bus. The mushroom man had disappeared, and Yang Lin and the boys' bodies were also full of mushrooms. They were muttering to themselves in the empty space. "That's interesting." Lin Yi closed his eyes again. He still believed that this was an illusion, but no matter how many times he closed his eyes, there was no change around him. Is this really reality? Lin Yi couldn't be sure either, because he couldn't tell the difference at all. "This is really reality. You've already come out." Xiaoya suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. "You didn't show up in the first place just to trick me, did you?" Lin Yi looked at the illusion in front of him in confusion. "If that were the case, I wouldn't be here." Xiaoya explained. 171, Blood of the Gods. "I suggest you commit suicide as soon as possible. I'm already here. If I wait any longer, you'll be hallucinating again." Xiaoya continued. Lin Yi pulled out his pistol and put the muzzle to his head, but he did not pull the trigger. "If I commit suicide, it means I've already decided this is the real world. Will I never be able to leave?" Lin Yi put down his gun. When Xiaoyi appeared and told him that this was the real world, for a few moments, he really wanted to believe it. But in the end, he couldn't completely trust others, not even Xiaoya. "It's really hard to lie to you. Have you ever trusted anyone? Xiaoya grabbed her hair and looked at Lin Yi in distress. I just don't have any expectations of others. As long as I have no expectations, I will never be disappointed. Lin Yi got out of the car and started dealing with the corpses around him. If possible, he didn't want to resolve the illusion in this way, but he had no other choice. You're not trying to connect to the divine throne, are you? But even if you do, you won't be able to confirm its authenticity. Xiaoya followed behind Lin Yi and said with a smile, You are really just an illusion. If you were really her, you wouldn't ask such a stupid question. Lin Yi never does anything meaningless. When he makes a move, there are usually only two situations, a test or a fatal blow. But now the testing phase is over. Are you trying to connect to that evil god of the abyss? The smile on Xiaoya's face disappeared. She didn't expect Lin Yi to choose to die together. Yes, don't worry, it will start soon. I am good at dying together. For Lin Yi, it is not difficult to connect to the abyss. After all, his divine position is directly connected to the abyss. Even if you are in an illusion, connecting to the abyss is connecting to the abyss, and the abyss doesn't care whether you are in an illusion or not. Wait a minute, it wants to talk to you. Maybe we don't need to go that far. Xiaoya unconsciously sped up his speech. There's no need to talk anymore. I can no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. You forced me into this situation. Even if I dispel the illusion, it will be meaningless to me. I must connect to the abyss to feel completely at peace. Lin Yi was not threatening the other party, but telling the truth. When he realized that he could not distinguish between reality and illusion, their fate was already doomed. Are you ready? Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi directly pulled out the mushroom growing on his head and offered it as a sacrifice to the evil god of the abyss. The ceremony began, the sky and the ground disappeared, and everything around began to fall downwards. A ruined throne appeared under Lin Yi, and the abyss descended here. The mushroom man appeared in the void, trying to grab the edge of the throne, but before touching the throne, his body began to rapidly mutate. In just a moment, he turned into a mass of rotten meat and fell into the abyss. A huge figure stood behind the throne. He looked at Lin Yi, who was sitting on the throne, and stretched out his right hand towards Lin Yi. When his right hand was about to touch the shrine, Xiaohong suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi. She sighed and pushed Lin Yi to the edge of the shrine. A stream of blood-red energy flowed into Lin Yi's body, and his body began to change. The speed of this change was not fast, but it fundamentally changed his body structure. Just when Lin Yi was glad that his original body was not here, he felt that this energy actually found his original body far away in the shelter through the connection between him and his original body, and began to merge into his original body. This energy integration did not trigger the safety mechanism of the shelter. Although most of the red energy was absorbed by Xiaohong and Robert, a small amount of energy was still integrated into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi didn't know what the consequences would be if he absorbed this energy, but he couldn't resist at all and could only endure it silently. This was a choice he had made, and he had to accept it no matter what the cost. The ceremony ended, the abyss disappeared, the sky and the ground reappeared, the throne under him returned, and Lin Yi fell to the road. The streets were empty, the buses and their passengers were gone. Robert's body simply couldn't withstand this level of alienation, and Lin Yi was about to die. How does it feel? Xiaohong poked Lin Yi's cheek, and her hair color darkened a little. It's terrible. I can't control this body at all. It's too complicated to operate. Lin Yi tried to squirm in response, but he failed. If the system didn't have a translation function, he wouldn't be able to speak normally now. It's normal. It will take some time to get used to it. Xiaohong patted Lin Yi's head. I'm sorry, are you okay? Most of the energy just now was absorbed by Xiaohong. If it weren't for Xiaohong, the energy integrated into Lin Yi's body would be several times more than it is now. What can happen to me? This is my power. The problem is your body. Xiaohong sighed and said, Will my body become like this? Lin Yi also wanted to sigh, but he couldn't. That's not the case. For you now, the blood of the gods will not only strengthen your body, but also grant you some knowledge and skills through your body. These are almost all positive effects. However, the blood of the gods is almost impossible to remove, especially his blood. It will be very troublesome when you need to face him in the future. Xiaohong has already seen the future where the three of them are falling into the abyss hand in hand. I will find a solution before I face him. Hearing that he didn't have to turn into a monster, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As for the solution, he could only go to Doraemon and ask. Then do your best. After saying that, Xiaohong also disappeared, leaving only a deformed monster on the empty road. Lin Yi's consciousness gradually became blurred, and he soon fell into darkness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself back in the moving prison van. Number of simulations remaining, 8. The bus has been pulled into the abyss. Can this mission still be completed? Lin Yi stood at the edge of the road, looking at the end of the road. After the last simulation, he didn't know what this mission would look like. A bus appeared at the end of the road. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. He sensed the breath of the abyss on the bus. Fuck, we've already driven into the abyss. Why are we coming back? Lin Yi drove the bus according to the process of the last simulation. There was no difference on the road. Yang Lin and the boy got on the bus one after another. They were all contaminated with a slight breath of the abyss. When in contact with the abyss, the higher your rank, the easier it is to fall into it. The thorny woman was still waiting for the bus on the side of the road, but this time she didn't get on the bus. Even though Lin Yi opened the door and waited for it for a while, it had no intention of getting on the bus. Instead, it moved away from the bus. 172. Splicing buildings. Seeing that the thorny girl was not going to get in the car, Lin Yi had no choice but to leave her behind and continue on his way. If the spiky woman gets on the bus, he can determine the level of danger the passenger is based on her reaction. Lin Yi killed some monsters on the road, and he collected their bodies on the bus. The bus passed by the place where the mushroom man got on the bus in the last simulation, but this time there was no passenger standing there. Lin Yi continued driving forward. Occasionally, some passengers appeared on the roadside, but none of them got on the bus. Just when Lin Yi thought he could drive to the end peacefully, a crossroads appeared ahead. Lin Yi needs to choose one of 3 forks in the road. The left fork is a gray gravel road that leads to a gray wasteland. Some gray plants can be seen in the distance. The right fork is a black concrete road that leads to a ruined building. An abandoned city can be seen in the distance. The fork in the road ahead is a broken dirt road that leads deep into the mountains. You can see some creatures moving around in the mountains in the distance. Lin Yi turned directly into the fork on the right. The road conditions here were better and seemed safer than the other 2 forks. The bus was traveling through the ruins. Some figures were hiding in the ruins, watching the bus traveling on the road. Lin Yi ignored those figures. He just wanted to drive to the destination as quickly as possible to complete this simulation mission and return to the shelter to check on his health. But the things in the ruins didn't want him to leave. Figures jumped through the rubble onto the roof of the bus, and heavy knocks were heard on the roof. The figures pressed parts of their bodies against the windows, and their eyes of varying sizes opened from various parts of their bodies, observing the interior of the bus. A 2-meter-long arm was stuck to the windshield, and the arm was covered with densely packed eyeballs. These eyeballs were pressed against the glass, observing Lin Yi's actions. Attached to the car windows on both sides were a thigh and an abdomen, both covered with eyeballs. In Lin Yi's perception, these 3 parts belong to the same alienated creature, which is made up of various organs. There are many such spliced monsters in the ruins. They jump onto the roof of the car and hit the car windows with their various organs. The eyeballs growing on the organs are smashed, and sticky dark red liquid remains on the car windows. Yang Lin and the boy moved away from the car window, but as the frequency of the impacts increased, cracks appeared on the window. The windshield was also cracked. Lin Yi drove the bus at full speed. He could deal with the monster on it, but he didn't do so. Because the ruins are full of these monsters, with his current strength, he can't kill them all. He had to get out of this ruin before he was overwhelmed by these spliced monsters. But what made Lin Yi uncomfortable was that there was an intact bus stop on the edge of the road ahead. Several passengers were hiding inside the station. When they saw the bus, they waved to it excitedly. Lin Yi has not yet tried to drive without stopping at the station, and he doesn't like doing so. Stop the car. Help. Seeing that the bus did not slow down, the passengers hurriedly ran out of the station and shouted loudly. By braking suddenly to get rid of the monster on the roof, the bus just stopped at the edge of the platform. Lin Yi opened the door and let them get on. The 4 passengers this time were all ordinary 3rd-level psychics, 3 men and 1 woman. After the passengers got on the bus, Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the bus ran over the fallen spliced monster. Pay your ticket. Lin Yi said to the passengers who had just boarded the bus. I know the rules. The oldest man among the 4 took off his backpack and threw it into the coin slot. The other 3 followed the man and put the prepared tickets into the coin slot. Very good. Lin Yi likes normal people so that they don't have to become train tickets. Snap. The rear window of the bus was broken, and a spliced monster squeezed into the bus through the broken window. Snap. 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 The windows shattered one after another, and several more spliced monsters squeezed into the bus. The passengers gathered nervously near the driver's seat. More and more monsters jumped onto the roof, and the windows were filled with various organs with blood-red eyeballs. What should we do? We're all dead if this continues. Should we jump out of the car? A young passenger shouted in horror. No. We can't leave this ruin without taking the bus. We don't know when the next bus will arrive. We have to take this bus, the older man said through gritted teeth. Although he said this, he actually didn't know what to do to survive the siege of the spliced monsters. Snap! The windshield finally shattered, and a huge spliced monster squeezed into the bus with the broken glass. But the splicing monster didn't know that the windshield it smashed had actually been protecting it. If the windshield hadn't been in the way, Lin Yi would have solved it long ago. The invisible psychic blade pierced into the body of the spliced monster, and the psychic blade exploded, cutting into pieces the alienated organs of the spliced monster. You guys kill the monsters near the driver's seat. I'll handle the ones that aren't dealt with in time, Lin Yi said to the passengers. He has not yet fully adapted to Robert's body and cannot use his mental power continuously, otherwise he would not need help from others to defeat this monster. Okay, the older man replied hastily. Several passengers squeezed behind the driver's seat to kill the approaching splicing monsters. No matter how many splicing monsters there were outside, they only had to face 2 or 3 splicing monsters that squeezed in front of them. As long as they were careful, it was not difficult to deal with them. While driving, Lin Yi dealt with the splicing monsters near the front window. These monsters reminded him of the splicing rune, which was one of the first runes he got, but he rarely used this rune. Compared to cutting, splicing is difficult to use in combat. These spliced monsters provided Lin Yi with a new idea. He sensed the body structure of the spliced monsters and silently learned the splicing techniques. The bus approached the center of the ruins, where stood some spliced monsters that were more than 10 meters high, or even dozens of meters high. These spliced monsters stood motionless in the center of the ruins like living buildings. Huge blood-red eyeballs grow on the surface of these living buildings. When a bus passes by, these eyeballs stare at the bus and move with it. Being stared at, Lin Yi's heart beat faster, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Yi sensed his surroundings, but did not find the source of the crisis. He felt that the crisis was most likely related to those giant eyeballs, but he did not know how the crisis would occur. Before Lin Yi could think of how to respond, he suddenly realized that he could not take his right hand off the steering wheel. Not only his right hand, his whole body was spliced to the driver's seat. He became part of the bus. 173. Bus. Lin Yi and the bus joined together without any hindrance, the flesh and plastic fitting together naturally like pieces of a puzzle. The orange prison uniform and shoes are also part of the puzzle. If Robert goes back like this, he won't have to change clothes in the future. Lin Yi did not panic. He planned to wait until he left the ruins before dealing with his physical problems. At this time, they are still under the gaze of the giant eyeball, and this phenomenon will only gradually worsen until they are out of the eyeball's gaze. Why can't I move? My clothes. They're stuck to me. What should I do? I can't tear the clothes off. The pistol is stuck to my hand, and I can't change the magazine. The passengers also noticed the abnormal situation. They tore their bodies apart in panic. More and more spliced monsters squeezed into the car, and the monster corpses piled up in front of them like trenches. The 2 passengers who were clinging to the corpse were stuck together with it. They tore at the corpse with all their strength, trying to separate themselves from it. Just focus on dealing with the monsters first. We can deal with other problems after we leave here, Lin Yi said loudly. If all the passengers died, he wouldn't last long. He's right. Don't let the monsters get close, or they'll join us, Yang Lin said loudly. Half of his body was spliced to the back of the chair, restricting his movements. He could only barely stab the approaching monster with his sword. But the sword was soon connected to the corpse. He wanted to push the corpse away with his left hand, but the left hand that touched the corpse was connected to the corpse again. The other passengers were in a similar situation. Their guns could not be used, and cold weapons were easily spliced into the monster's body. They could only grab nearby corpses as weapons, but this could not kill the approaching spliced monsters at all. They soon discovered that the corpses spliced onto their bodies were absorbing their power, and blood-red eyeballs appeared on the surface of their bodies. The passengers gradually lost their ability to fight, and Lin Yi could only keep creating psychic blades to kill the approaching splicing monsters. For Lin Yi, being connected to the bus was not a bad thing. Robert's body was too fragile, and he needed a strong body. Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the interior of the bus. Unlike before, this time his mental power could sense the shallow interior of the bus. The inside of the bus was pitch black, and Lin Yi could not go deeper, so he could only wander in the darkness. After discovering that the bus was of no help to the current situation, Lin Yi simply gave up on the bus and began to use it to sense the spliced monsters that were spliced onto the bus. Theoretically speaking, the bus, the passengers, and the spliced monsters have now become part of Lin Yi's body. As long as Lin Yi has enough mental strength, he can control every part of his body. Soon, Lin Ye's mental power spread to every corner of the bus. The spliced monster controlled by Lin Yi dug out its own alienated organs, then fell on the bus and became a part of the bus. Sensing Lin Ye's mental power, the eyeballs in the bodies of those spliced monsters began to tremble violently, leaking out sticky liquid, trying to affect his operations. But this was meaningless. Lin Ye's mental power roamed freely inside his body, dealing with the spliced monsters that were spliced onto the bus one after another. Now Lin Yi doesn't need to actively step on the accelerator. The accelerator will automatically move down, driving his right foot to move downward. Bathed in the gaze of the giant eyeball, Lin Ye's connection with the bus gradually deepened, and his control of the entire bus became easier and easier. This is the highest level of driving, where man and car become one. Lin Yi sped through the ruins, leaving behind those giant spliced buildings with eyeballs. Those spliced monsters could not keep up with his speed at all. Even if one or two lucky spliced monsters jumped onto the roof of the car occasionally, they would become part of Lin Ye's body and obediently dig out their alienated organs. Garbage, just eat the exhaust gas in the back. The bus was speeding up and soon exceeded the speed limit of normal vehicles. Before long, the ruins of the city were left behind. But Lin Yi was still speeding up, and the surrounding environment had turned into blurred colors that remained in his retina. This speed gave him a sense of freedom. The monster that appeared in the middle of the road was smashed into pieces. The passengers on the roadside had no time to wave to him, let alone catch up with the bus. This gave Lin Yi the illusion that no one could stop him. This illusion made him unaware that the number of bodies and passengers in the car was gradually decreasing, and his body was being slowly swallowed by the driver's seat. Nothing comes without a price, and powerful force naturally requires a huge price. Now is the time to pay the price. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes, still immersed in the unstoppable freedom. Number of simulations remaining, 7. This is how the body affects the mind. It's terrifying. I was completely conscious at the time, but I made a completely different decision than I normally would. I didn't even notice anything was wrong. Fortunately, it's just a short-term experience. If I stay in that body for a long time, I might become a completely different Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought of his real body in the shelter. He hadn't been too worried before, but now he was a little afraid that he would be influenced by the evil god of the abyss. The body affects the mind, but the mind can also affect the body. Does that mean as long as my mind is strong enough, nothing can change me? Lin Yi decided to go to the library to read more often in the future. There should be many ways to improve mental strength in the mental hospital. This simulated base seems to be much more important than he thought. Lin Yi sat in the driver's seat of the bus again according to the process of the last simulation. The previous experience of the integration of man and vehicle gave him a much deeper understanding of the bus. When he was swallowed by the bus, he vaguely sensed something in the deepest part of the bus. Just like the last simulation, when arriving at the intersection, there were only 2 passengers in the car, Yang Lin and the boy. However, this time Lin Yi spared the boy's other body and only asked him to submit the ticket. Which way should I go this time? Lin Yi was thinking about this question when he first got in the car. The city ruins can be walked. As long as he can master the control of the bus, he can take the passengers out of the ruins alive. But Lin Yi couldn't be sure whether he could still maintain his sanity when he became one with the car again. So he didn't want to go to the city ruins again. And as for the passengers, they could wait for the next bus. How about we go to the left this time? Looking at the familiar lead gray sky, Lin Yi turned the car into the left fork in the road. He still has 7 simulations left to experiment a bit. 174, Gray Game. Not long after entering the fork in the road, all the scenery outside the bus turned into a constant gray. This is a gray world. Is this the Gray Realm? When Lin Yi was reading the Gray World Abnormal Events collection, he experienced an abnormal event related to the Gray World in the story. In addition, Ella also mentioned the Gray Realm when explaining the relics. According to her, the Gray Realm is a special dangerous plane of the same level as the Abyss. Although everything here is gray, Lin Yi is not sure whether this is the Gray World. After all, apart from the color and the quietness, there doesn't seem to be anything special here. Compared to the Abyss, this place is really too ordinary. Lin Yi's perception was very sharp, but he didn't feel any danger when driving here. In perception, this place is as safe as a refuge. There were no monsters appearing in the middle of the road, no dangerous passengers on the side of the road, only light gray road and sky. The 2 passengers on the bus looked at the scenery outside the window. Their mood became calmer and calmer, and they gradually forgot the purpose of taking this bus. Finally, their eyes lost their luster, leaving only clean gray. Lin Yi glanced calmly at the rearview mirror. He knew that this situation was not right, But it didn't matter. As long as he could stay in this quiet gray world, he was willing to do anything. System, shelter, main body, simulation mission. None of this matters anymore. But if I keep going forward, it won't be long before I die. What can I do to stay here? The gray world did not affect Lin Ye's thinking ability. On the contrary, without the noise, his thinking became clearer. Stopping is definitely not an option. I've had a premonition that if I stop for a while, danger will approach. Maybe we can give it a try? This is the gray realm, so the crisis might not affect us here. And even if we die, we can come back in the next simulation. No, once I leave the gray realm, I will return to normal, and I will definitely not come back then. So what should I do? Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to stay in the gray world, a gray bus stop appeared on the side of the road. There is a passenger waiting for the bus at the station. Lin Yi parked the bus next to the station, and a girl in school uniform got on the bus. After the girl got on the bus, the coin-operated space did not open, and the bus did not absorb Lin Ye's spiritual energy and flesh and blood. Senior, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you become like this? The schoolgirl sat in the seat near the door and said with a smile. As the schoolgirl spoke, the bus, which had completely turned gray, regained its color, and a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. A few days? Why does it feel like a long time has passed? Lin Yi resisted the urge to jump out of the car and rush towards that gray world, and sighed with great regret. Even after returning to normal, he couldn't completely give up the idea of staying in the gray realm. The gray realm has a fatal attraction, which is the fundamental reason why Lin Yi chose to enter here, even though he knew that the gray realm was very dangerous. He was attracted when he first saw the lead gray sky. Really? I don't know how many days have passed over there. After all, the length of each day is different. The schoolgirl said casually. Thank you. Are you a character in the story, or are you the real person? Lin Yi asked curiously. For beings like us, the story and the person are no different. Oh, by the way, I think I said at the end of last time that I would fight with you when we meet again. The schoolgirl looked at the back of Lin Yi's head eagerly. No, it's only been a few days. Maybe next time. Lin Yi decisively refused. He didn't want to fight with this schoolmate in such a place, especially after he had a certain understanding of the gray realm. It's indeed a bit short. I didn't expect you to enter the gray realm at the second level. You're so brave. How about this? Let's play a game. If you win, I'll give you a gray realm relic. I don't have many of these relics. The schoolgirl looked at Lin Yi with an expression that said, You've made a fortune. I give up, you win. Lin Yi admitted defeat immediately. Thinking about it for even a second longer would be disrespectful to the gray realm. That's really boring. How about this? I'll take a small loss. If you win, I'll send you out. If you lose, I'll give you a gray realm relic and send you out. How about that? I've worked really hard to give you a gift, senior. The schoolgirl looked at Lin Yi through the rearview mirror and smiled cutely. Can't I just drive out? Lin Yi didn't want any gray realm relics at all. The shelter was not omnipotent, and he couldn't stay in the shelter forever. It was better not to touch such dangerous items. This is the gray realm. This bus is almost completely gray. After it turns gray, it can only travel in the gray realm, unless the cute schoolmate helps Lin Yi. I could choose to commit suicide. Lin Yi took out his psychic pistol and pointed it at his head, but he did not pull the trigger because he knew that if this schoolgirl didn't want to, he wouldn't even be able to commit suicide here. Then commit suicide. I'll wait for you to come over next time. The schoolgirl stood up and walked behind Lin Yi, helping him pull the trigger. Bang! A gray flower popped out from the muzzle of the gun and hit Lin Yi's head. It hurts quite a bit. Just kidding. How could I bear to watch my senior die? The schoolgirl smiled and pulled out the flower and put it in Lin Yi's prison uniform. Is it only possible for me to leave the gray realm and approach the gray realm entrance next time to avoid being affected? Lin Yi asked. Yes, this is one of the rules of the gray world. Only those who take the initiative to leave the gray world can completely escape the gray world. Suicide is not an option. So play a game with me. Win or lose, I will get you out. The schoolgirl took the gun and pointed it at Lin Yi's head. This time there might not be flowers inside. What game? In someone else's territory, Lin Yi can only follow other people's rules. This was also his own idea. If there was no abyss aura on the bus, he didn't think the road would connect to such a place. It's similar to last time, but I won't lose this time. This was the first time the schoolgirl showed a serious expression since she got on the car. I have something else to do tonight. Lin Yi finally understood why the other party was so obsessed with the game. She simply didn't like losing. Don't worry, in the world of consciousness, the length of time is not fixed. As long as your mental strength is strong enough, you can experience many stories in 1 second. Seeing Lin Yi agreed, the schoolgirl said happily, Then let's get started quickly. Coincidentally, Lin Yi is also this kind of person. He also particularly dislikes losing, even if it is just a game. 175. Smiling weird man. Brother Lin, someone is causing trouble in the store. Song Xiaoming found Lin Yi, who was in a daze, and whispered, What did you say? Lin Yi suddenly came back to his senses. He felt as if he had had a very long nightmare and had just woken up. Brother Lin, someone is causing trouble in the store. Song Xiaoming repeated it again. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lin Yi stood up and walked out of the lounge. As soon as he left the house, he heard a fierce quarrel. You guys are cheating. Otherwise, how could I keep losing? Lin Yi pushed open the door leading to the field and saw the burly man who was causing trouble. It's so noisy. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward and knocked the strong man down with one punch. His movements were so fast that the audience around him didn't react in time. Throw it outside. Lin Yi said to the waiter standing beside him. Yes, Brother Lin. The waiter skillfully carried the strong man away and took the things in his pocket. Lin Yi turned around and went back to the lounge. He still felt a little dazed. Brother Lin, drink some water. In the lounge, a scantily clad girl poured Lin Yi a glass of water. Thanks, aren't you going to work? Lin Yi shook his head, took the cup, and took a sip. Take a break today. Oh, and the boss seems to have something to talk to you about. Xia Yi sat next to Lin Yi and secretly looked at Lin Yi's profile. I'll go find him later. Lin Yi didn't know why the boss wanted to talk to him, but it was probably related to the gang's business. You're the only one in the gang who dares to keep the boss waiting. Xia Yi looked at Lin Yi with envy. Although the boss was usually kind to others, that was just the packaging and ribbon on the outside of the gift box. The box was full of cruelty and violence. After all, I'm the gang's ace fighter, so the boss treats me with some favors. The Grey Gang is an underground force in Jinghu City. Lin Yi is the Grey Gang's ace fighter, who is usually responsible for handling troubles in the gang. It is neither pure white nor pure black, but a mixture of black and white. That is the Grey Gang. You'd better go quickly. The boss hasn't been in a good mood lately. Xia Yi pushed Lin Yi and said, All right. Lin Yi walked towards the boss's office. Knock knock. Enter. Entering the office, Lin Yi sat on the sofa and asked, Boss, you're looking for me? Yes, something's not right in the slums lately. You should go take a look. Su Feng said seriously. What happened? If nothing serious happened, Lin Yi would definitely not need to make a trip. I don't know. We've lost contact with the gang's base in the slums, and the people I sent over haven't replied. Now I can only rely on you. There are still a lot of goods in the stronghold in the slums, and Su Feng must find out what happened there. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Yi didn't say much. He went back to his room to get his weapons, then drove to the slums with his two younger brothers. Brother Lin, the road ahead is blocked by the administration. Song Xiaoming slowed down and parked the car on the side of the road. They had a good relationship with some of the sheriffs of the administration, but it was not a good idea to just leave like that. You wait here for me to come out. Lin Yi got off the car and approached the blockade area. There was a slum in front of him. He could bypass the blockade and go in directly, but before taking the detour, he planned to talk to someone from the management bureau. Brother Lin, why are you here? As soon as Lin Yi approached, he ran into a management staff member he knew. What's going on in there? Lin Yi asked directly. I don't know either, but it seems to be related to the research institute. The staff member lowered his voice and said, Another experimental creature they created? Do they really have to study those weird things? Lin Yi felt a little uncomfortable. In Jinghu City, he could solve most problems, except for the research institute. If troubles have levels, then the troubles created by the research institute must be the top-level troubles. I don't know about that. The staff shrugged and said there was nothing he could do. Forget it. I'll go in and take a look. Lin Yi bypassed the blockade and entered the slums. The staff around him pretended not to see him. The slums are the most chaotic place in Jinghu City. Those who stay here are real lunatics and real poor people. Lin Yi walked quickly towards the Grey Gang's base, but when he passed a narrow path that was only wide enough for one person to pass through, a smiling researcher came towards him. The other person was wearing a protective suit without a helmet. His slightly long hair was scattered on both sides, his eyes were bulging, and his smile was so exaggerated that you could see 10 white teeth. After seeing Lin Yi, the researcher smiled and rushed towards Lin Yi quickly, with most of his eyeballs bulging out of his eye sockets. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi pulled out his pistol and shot the researcher in the head. Bang! The researcher suddenly shook his head, and the bullet grazed his temple, leaving a bloody mark on it. The shot did not stop it, but instead made it speed up. A silent smile continued to bloom on its face until it tore the corners of its mouth. The other party ran to Lin Yi with his chin and tongue shaking. Bang bang bang. This time, Lin Yi waited until the researchers were within a certain distance before firing, and he made a certain degree of prediction for each bullet. At the moment Lin Yi fired the gun, the researcher shook his head again, But this time the distance was too close, and Lin Yi had made a prediction before firing, so his head was blown up. The researcher with half of his head broken continued to approach Lin Yi. Lin Yi kicked it in the chest and sent it flying. The body shook on the ground for a while before it became completely motionless. What the hell is this? It was the first time that Lin Yi had seen such an outrageous thing as dodging bullets at close range. Before Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, several smiling figures squeezed in from the opposite side. Lin Yi turned around and ran away, but as soon as he turned around, he saw several unusually similar smiling faces. MD, I shouldn't have taken the shortcut. Lin Yi pulled out the dagger from his waist and rushed towards the entrance. He must break out before the smiley weirdos behind him get close. Once he is surrounded by them, the ace fighter will become the ace smiley weirdo. Even if he used his imagination, Lin Yi could guess that this strange disease would be transmitted to other people. I just don't know how it's transmitted. Hopefully it's not airborne. Bang 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 bang. Lin Yi quickly emptied the bullets in his pistol, then put the pistol back into the holster and pulled out another dagger. Through anticipation and overwhelming firepower, the 8 bullets blew up the heads of 3 smiling weirdos, and 3 more who had just squeezed into the entrance. Lin Yi also ran to the entrance. The nearest smiling monster pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi slashed at the monster's neck with a knife. The monster swung his hand and used his forearm to block Lin Yi's short knife, while gnawing at Lin Yi's head. The monster was very strong, but Lin Yi was even stronger. Lin Yi thrust the second dagger into the monster's neck and pushed the monster's head away from him. At the same time, he shook the blade and cut off the monster's cervical vertebrae. 176. Researcher. Even though his cervical vertebrae were broken, the lower half of the smiling monster did not stop. His hands and feet twitched as he continued to approach Lin Yi. The still smiling head swayed on his neck, looking both funny and terrifying. The 2 smiling weirdos from the back also squeezed over. Because the path was too narrow, their bodies were arranged in front and back, but their heads were stuck together side by side. The smiling monster in front was stepped on by them, and its 2 heads bit Lin Yi's face at the same time. Lin Yi stabbed their necks with daggers in both hands at the same time. The smiling monster in front reached out to grab Lin Yi's arm, but before he could be controlled, Lin Yi's dagger cut off their cervical vertebrae. A large number of smiling weirdos crowded into the path behind him, and the nearest smiling weirdo was only 1 step away from him. Lin Yi hurriedly pushed away the shaking corpse that was sticking to him, and then stepped on the corpse and jumped out of the path. After escaping from the small path, Lin Yi ran towards the exit of the slum very quickly. These smiling weirdos were very troublesome. No one knew how many such monsters were hiding in the slum. He didn't want to be surrounded by these monsters. As for the gang stronghold, let's deal with it after this matter is over. Bang! A group of soldiers in chemical protective suits blocked the slums, and Lin Yi was almost shot as he approached the blockade. Lin Yi could only turn around and run away. He was just an ace fighter in a gang and could not handle a group of armed soldiers. Seeing Lin Yi running deep into the slums, the soldiers stopped shooting at him. Lin Yi rushed towards the gang's stronghold. The slums covered a large area, and the other party had no way of completely blocking it off. He knew some remote paths that led to the outside world. But if you want to get out through these small roads, you have to go through most of the slums. It's not a big deal at ordinary times, but in this situation, Lin Yi doesn't want to go directly to that kind of place. Who knows how many smiling weirdos are hiding in the ghetto? So Lin Yi planned to go to the gang's stronghold to rest, where there should be a batch of weapons and equipment hidden. And now it was getting dark, he had to find a place to hide before dark. Brother Lin. Just as Lin Yi was running quickly towards the gang's base, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from the abandoned building next to him. Lin Yi turned his head to look at the abandoned building, and saw a spirited young man with yellow hair sticking his head out and waving at him. Yellow hair? Why are you here? Lin Yi pulled out his pistol. He had changed the magazine when he ran away just now. Brother Lin, the boss sent me here to check on the situation. Come up quickly. The yellow-haired man winked at Lin Yi, then rolled his eyes and glanced behind him. Okay, I'll go up right away. Lin Yi understood the yellow-haired man's hint, drew his dagger, and walked into the abandoned building. However, before Lin Yi could rush up to chop people, a man pushing a yellow-haired man appeared at the top of the stairs. Lin Yi, this place has become like this. There is no need for us to fight to the death. I hope I can talk to you. Xiaoyang pointed a gun at Huang Mao's head. He was the sheriff of the administration and had some contact with Lin Yi. He knew that Lin Yi was not easy to deal with. When Huang Mao called him Brother Lin just now, he felt something was wrong. Release my people first, then we can talk. Lin Yi glanced at the top of the stairs. There were only 3 people on the opposite side, 1 man and 2 women. One of the women was Xiao Yang's subordinate, and the other woman was wearing protective clothing. If he didn't care about Huang Mao's life or death, Lin Yi was confident that he could deal with them within half a minute. The smiley weirdos are much more difficult to deal with than them. Can. Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Lin Yi's request. It was not that he did not want to threaten Lin Yi, but mainly because he did not think that Lin Yi would care about Huang Mao's life or death. The Gray Gang was not the management bureau. For the Gray Gang, the death of 1 or 2 gangsters was no big deal. Brother Lin, when I came here, the stronghold had already been occupied by those monsters. Those monsters might have been created by that girl. The yellow-haired man pointed at the woman in protective clothing and said, "It wasn't me, it was the research institute that came up with it. I'm just an ordinary researcher." Wu Shaoling hurriedly explained. She didn't want to be hated by these Gray Gang thugs, especially in a place like this. "Tell me everything you know." Lin Yi took a look at the sky and decided to gather some information before heading to the gang base. "I also want to know what's going on." Xiaoyang also looked at Wu Shaoling. He was ordered to protect the researchers of the institute, but no one told him that they were researching such terrible things. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Wu Shaoling had no choice but to tell everyone what she knew. Everything started with an experiment 2 months ago. As you know, the environment outside is getting worse and worse. Staying in the city is barely enough to survive. The institute has been searching for a more stable and safer living space. Get to the point. Lin Yi interrupted Wu Xiaoling's self-consoling nonsense. No matter what their original intention was, the result was that they failed and created a group of monsters. We opened a door to another world. Because everything in that world was gray, we called it the Gray World. At first, we thought the Gray World was safe, but all the researchers who entered it disappeared. After several failed explorations, the dean finally decided to close the door to the Gray World. But before closing the door, we used machinery to collect some items from the Gray World for future research. We isolated a special substance called gray matter from these Gray World objects. However, research on gray matter was not smooth. It is a strange substance that affects the mind. We were unable to analyze the structure of gray matter until the dean accidentally extracted a byproduct from it. This byproduct is named black matter. Black matter is even more magical than gray matter. Those who absorb it enter a state of intense mental concentration. In this state, the absorber can accomplish many things that ordinary people cannot. One absorber killed a researcher through bulletproof glass using some unknown method. At first, we thought we had found hope for human evolution, but we soon discovered that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. All test subjects who absorbed the black matter eventually turned into the monsters we see outside. The terrifying thing is that this change can spread to others through some unknown means. Even more terrifying is that when we first started studying the black matter, one test subject escaped the institute through some kind of ability. We tried to find and dispose of that test subject, but failed. So it became what it is now. Wu Shaoling explained what happened. She said the whole incident had little to do with her. She was just a researcher and could only follow orders. 177. Escape from the slums. You guys are really good. Even our Gray Gang might not have killed as many people as you did. Huang Mao sighed. Cut the crap. It's getting dark. I'm going to the gang base to rest. Do you want to come with us or go your separate ways? Lin Yi looked at Xiaoyang and asked. Of course we should go together, but why go to the base? In this situation, Xiaoyang certainly didn't want to be separated from his ace fighter Lin Yi, but it was getting dark and he didn't want to run around outside. There's a batch of weapons and equipment hidden in the stronghold. If we get them, we'll be safe. Besides, I plan to take a small path out of the slums tomorrow. The stronghold is very close to that path. Lin Yi didn't explain much and directly took the yellow-haired man away from the abandoned building. As for the others, he had no obligation to protect them. Xiaoyang thought about it and finally followed Lin Yi with the 2 women. The reason they were able to escape before was purely due to luck. Without Lin Yi, it would have been difficult for them to leave here alive. Lin Yi ran quickly towards the stronghold. This time he did not take the small road. Although this road was not wide, at least he could move freely. Occasionally, some smiling weirdos would run out from the path. These smiling weirdos were stabbed to death by Lin Yi with a dagger. He was afraid of attracting a large number of smiling weirdos, so he did not shoot. The smiley monsters react very quickly, and it is difficult for Lin Yi to kill them. If he encounters a large number of smiley monsters, he can only run away. Killing and running. They arrived at the Gray Gang's stronghold before dark. There were also several smiling weirdos transformed from Gray Gang members inside the stronghold, and Lin Yi quickly dealt with them. Lin Yi opened a secret passage leading to the underground, and the weapons were in a box deep in the secret passage. This place is nice. Let's hide in here tonight. Wu Shaoling knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. She seldom exercised. If Xiaoyang hadn't carried her and ran for a while, she would have been thrown away. It's used for storing items. I don't know if there will be oxygen after it's closed. Besides, the space below is too small. If the door is blocked, you'll be dead. Lin Yi dragged 2 large boxes back to the ground, opened them, and found them filled with various weapons and equipment. Can we borrow some? Seeing Lin Yi start to put on his equipment, Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. Okay, but if you dare point your gun at us, I'll make you regret it. After putting on the full set of equipment, Lin Yi finally felt a little more at ease. Of course, if you die, we can't escape. Xiaoyang was not familiar with the complex slums, and without a guide, they had no way of leaving. Just as they were sorting out their equipment, it finally got dark. Lin Yi sat by the window eating canned meat. He and the female administration staff member guarded the first half of the night, while Xiaoyang and Huang Mao guarded the second half. As for Wu Xiaoling, she could no longer get up. He Jia leaned against the wall and looked out the window with lifeless eyes. She was a newcomer, and this was her first mission. There were 2 teams from the administration, and only she and Xiaoyang survived. Everything happened so suddenly. She was chatting with her friend at the time, and when she turned around, she saw her friend's head had been bitten into pieces. Afterwards, he was dragged by Xiaoyang and ran away, all the way to an abandoned building, and then ran here. All this seemed like a bizarre nightmare that made her feel completely unreal. Only now did she realize what had happened. Eat something, you might not be able to eat tomorrow. Lin Yi threw a can of meat to He Jia. I'm not hungry. He Jia's lips trembled, and she squeezed out a little sound. Her chapped lips prevented her from opening her mouth. It's up to you. If you fall behind tomorrow, Xiaoyang will rescue you anyway. Lin Yi looked out the window. He felt that something was watching them in the darkness, but he could see nothing. I'll eat it, thank you. He Jia tore off the cracked lips, picked up a piece of greasy meat, and put it in her mouth, then suddenly covered her face and started crying. Is it really that unpalatable? Lin Yi muttered doubtfully. He quite likes this kind of canned food. Lin Yi looked out the window, and the things outside seemed to have disappeared. The next morning, Lin Yi climbed out of his hardwood bed. He hardly slept last night. Leave. Lin Yi stretched his body for a while, then left the gang base with his teammates who also hadn't slept much. I'll be responsible for dealing with the monsters in front, and you guys will deal with the monsters behind. I'll lead the way, so don't fall behind if you don't want to die. Lin Yi stood outside a narrow path and spoke to his teammates behind him. He will definitely have to shoot later, and then a large number of smiling weirdos will gather towards them, so they cannot stop, because if they stop, they will be surrounded by smiling weirdos. Leave the rest to me. Xiaohe, take Researcher Wu with you. Xiaoyang checked the rifle in his hand one last time. It was the first time for him to use this kind of workshop-assembled goods. Seeing that everyone else was ready, Lin Yi was the first to enter the path. There are a large number of such narrow paths in the slums that can only accommodate one person, and every year some people get lost and disappear in them. Lin Yi quickly passed through the small paths. As the ace fighter of the Grey Gang, he was very familiar with this place. Lin Yi's luck seemed to be much better today. He passed 7 intersections before he encountered the first smiling monster. Lin Yi did not draw his gun, but stabbed the smiling weirdo to death with a dagger, but then gunshots were heard from behind. After the gunshots rang out, the ground shook slightly, and a large number of smiling weirdos were approaching them. Lin Yi ignored the back and charged forward with his rifle. As long as a smiling weirdo appeared, he would blow his head off at close range. He had already gotten used to the rhythm of these smiling weirdos. In this way, the whole team gradually accelerated under the leadership of Lin Yi. They stepped on the corpses of the smiling monsters and fought their way out of the maze-like path. Not long after, Lin Yi had used up all his bullets, but fortunately, he still had spare ammunition from his teammates. He Jia and Huang Mao would hand the weapons with reloaded bullets to Lin Yi and Xiaoyang. They had tried to shoot before, but most of the bullets were avoided by the smiling weirdo. After killing countless smiling weirdos, Lin Yi finally led his team into an alley. Deep in the alley was a stone wall, and behind the stone wall was a garbage dump. They could leave the slums through the garbage dump. The stone wall is 2 meters high, but you can climb over it by climbing over the wall next to it. You go ahead, and I'll cover your rear. These teammates are pretty good, so Lin Yi decided to help them. If Lin Yi ignored them, 1 or 2 people would probably die here. Huang Mao was the first to climb up the wall, but he didn't just flip over. Xiaoyang pushed Wu Xiaoling up, and Huang Mao pulled her up. Groups of smiling weirdos crowded into the alley. A 2-meter-tall smiling weirdo poked its head out from the other side of the stone wall, grabbed Huang Mao, and pulled him off the stone wall. 178. Trust issues. Ah! Hearing the screams from behind, Lin Yi reacted extremely quickly. Without wasting any time, he turned around and climbed over the stone wall, emptying the magazine at the smiling weirdo with yellow hair. Bang 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 bang. The bullet hit the monster's head accurately, but failed to stop him. The smashed head turned into strips of meat with broken bones. The monster shook the meat strip head and pounced on Lin Yi, who had just jumped off the stone wall. Lin Yi pulled out 2 pistols and shot at various parts of the monster's body. He didn't believe that this ghost thing had no weaknesses. Bang 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 bang. The weirdo opened his arms and pounced on Lin Yi with bullets in his face. The strips of flesh on his neck kept shaking like a worm with self-awareness. After emptying the magazine, Lin Yi pulled out a dagger and stepped in front of the monster. He chopped the sharp dagger on the monster's neck, cutting it off with one stroke. Before the meat strip hit Lin Yi's face, the neck with the meat strip was completely separated from the body. The weirdo's body was kicked down by Lin Yi. He twitched on the ground for a while before he became completely motionless. Lin Yi approached the yellow-haired man and was bitten on the chest by the monster. A lot of blood gushed out from the wound. Wu Xiaoling jumped down from the stone wall to help Huang Mao treat his wounds. She had an emergency medical kit in her backpack. Am I going to become a monster? The yellow-haired man asked weakly. The transmission method of this phenomenon is unknown, and I don't know if you will turn into a monster. Wu Xiaoling skillfully helped Huang Mao clean the wound, disinfect, and stop the bleeding. Before becoming a researcher, she worked in a hospital for a period of time. He Jia and Xiao Yang climbed over the stone wall one after another, and a large number of smiling weirdos followed them over the stone wall. Lin Yi changed the bullets and shot to death the smiling weirdo who climbed over the stone wall, but more and more smiling weirdos came over. After running out of bullets, Lin Yi could only use a dagger to deal with the approaching smiling weirdos. Brother Lin, let's retreat first. Xiao Yang helped Huang Mao up and rushed to the entrance of the garbage dump with him. Lin Yi chopped and retreated, helping others delay time. They quickly ran to the entrance of the landfill. There was no one in the landfill, and the glass of the security room was covered with red liquid. It seems those ghosts have escaped. Xiao Yang is very worried about his family living in the city. Let's go quickly. I'm worried about problems in the gang. The Gray Gang's territory is very close to the slums, and Lin Yi doesn't want to see the boss with a smile on his face when he returns. I wonder if the blockade of the ghetto has ended. Xiao Yang was afraid that they would be surrounded by the administration's troops as soon as they entered the city. I advise you not to return to the administration. As a gang member, Lin Yi understands the administration better than Xiao Yang. When faced with such a situation, the administration has only one way to deal with it, which is to kill all sources of infection. Lin Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this, but he would not surrender, so he had to kill all the top leaders of the administration. He had figured all this out last night. Lin Yi started the van on the roadside by wiring it, and drove them straight to the Gray Gang headquarters. Before he even got close to the Gray Gang's headquarters, Lin Yi saw some strange-looking smiling people wandering around the streets, which gave him a bad feeling. Brother Lin, it hurts so much, am I going to die? The yellow-haired man leaning against the car door looked at the window in despair. The face he was most familiar with in the window was showing an exaggerated smile. I don't know, but if you give up, I can give you a ride. Lin Yi pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Huang Mao's head. He had seen Huang Mao's injuries and knew that as long as they were treated in time, they would not be fatal. But if Huang Mao's answer did not satisfy him, he would really shoot. Looking at the muzzle of the gun, Huang Mao shuddered. He knew that Lin Yi was serious. No, I think I can still save him. Huang Mao sat up straight, and the smile on his face disappeared. That's good. Lin Yi put the pistol back into his waist. He didn't want to kill Huang Mao either. Not long after, Lin Yi drove to the Gray Gang headquarters. There was no one on the street, and the younger brother who was supposed to be guarding the door outside was missing. Lin Yi rushed into the gang headquarters quickly. Tables and chairs were overturned, and the place was in chaos. The ground and walls were covered with dark red bloodstains, but there was not a single intact body left. Boss! Lin Yi rushed into the office, but there was no one inside. Although he didn't see Su Feng's body, he could roughly guess what had happened. Lin Yi silently opened the gang's weapons storage room and put all the weapons inside into bags. He planned to go to the research institute. He knew that there was no point in doing so, but he had to do something. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. This is just pure revenge. When Lin Yi was carrying the bag and passing by the lounge, he heard faint knocking sounds coming from inside. Lin Yi pushed open the door of the lounge, and the knocking sound came from the cabinet on the side of the lounge. Is anyone in there? With a glimmer of hope, Lin Yi asked. Brother Lin. The cabinet door was pushed open from the inside, and Shay climbed out. She didn't look injured, just a little depressed. Are you okay? After seeing Xia Yi, Lin Yi's mood calmed down a little. Brother Lin, I like you. Xia Yi suddenly said, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her eyes full of despair. You know what? I've been looking at you. Even when I was drinking with guests, I was always thinking about you. I know I'm not worthy of you, so I didn't say anything. But I really can't bear it anymore. Please reject me. An exaggerated smile appeared on Xia Yi's pretty face. She approached Lin Yi step by step and put her hand towards Lin Yi's waist. There was his pistol. I like you too, Lin Yi said calmly. Huh. Xia Yi froze in place, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't always stay in the lounge to chat with you. Lin Yi carried the stiff Xia Yi back to the closet and continued. I have something to take care of. You wait here for me to come back. You can stay at my house later. Yes. Xia Yi blushed and lowered her head and whispered. After getting some food and water for Xia Yi grabbed Lin Yi's wrist when closing the cabinet door. It's very dangerous outside, but there's still room here. Shall we hide here? Xia Yi looked at Lin Yi nervously. Don't worry, I'll be back when I'm done. Have you forgotten? I'm the Grey Gang's ace fighter. Lin Yi touched Xia Yi's head and closed the cabinet door with a smile. After closing the cabinet door, the smile on Lin Yi's face disappeared. He didn't like lying, especially not his friends. He didn't like Shay, or to be more precise, he found it difficult to fall in love with anyone else. This is about trust. He will not give his heart to others for safekeeping. That is too dangerous. 179. Enter the gate. Lin Yi returned to the car with a cold face. He hadn't been so angry for a long time. As the ace, no one can make him do anything he doesn't want to do except himself. Brother Lin. Seeing that only Lin Yi came back, Huang Mao closed his eyes in pain. Tell me about the structure of the institute. I need to talk to your dean. Opening the bag, Lin Yi inserted various weapons into places on his body where they could be easily reached. Wu Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, but after being stared at by Lin Yi's calm eyes for a while, she quickly told him the terrain structure of the research institute. What are you doing there? Looking at the fully armed Lin Yi, Xiaoyang felt something was wrong. I've already said I want to talk to their dean. After putting away his weapons, Lin Yi drove straight to the research institute. There are soldiers guarding outside the institute. You can't get in. Xiaoyang didn't want to see Lin Yi go there and die. They'll let me in. You'll get off downtown and help me take care of him for a while. Lin Yi didn't plan to take the half-dead Huang Mao with him. Brother Lin, I'm going too. They killed so many of our gang members. We can't just let it go like this. Huang Mao covered his chest and said anxiously, What are you going to do? To hold me back? I'm the Grey Gang's ace fighter. There's nothing I can't handle. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He was already a little impatient. Why is it so quiet here? The van drove into the city. There was no one on the street, not even a smiling weirdo. Something's wrong. There can't be no one here. Xiaoyang looked at the empty streets. A strong sense of fear gripped his stomach, and vomit rose up his esophagus into his throat. Thinking of his wife and children at home, Xiaoyang opened the car door, jumped out, and ran at full speed towards the nearby residential area. Lin Yi sighed and drove after them. There were not many people alive in the city. What's going on? Is this also caused by the experiment? He grabbed Wu Xiaoling's collar tightly. She didn't think those smiling weirdos could kill everyone so quickly. I don't know. We closed the door to the gray world, and the experiment stopped. I don't know why it turned out like this. Wu Xiaoling scratched her head and said loudly with a smile. Are you sure you closed the door? Or, are you sure no one opened the door again? Lin Yi parked the car outside the residential area. He looked at the lead gray sky above his head. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere. How could this happen? Did the dean open the door again? Wu Xiaoling looked at the sky in surprise. The scene was exactly the same as the inside of the gate. Let's go. It seems we have to go to the research institute together. Seeing Xiaoyang's gloomy face, Lin Yi opened the car door and started the van. Xiaoyang opened the car door and sat in the back seat of the van without saying a word. Like Lin Yi, he also wanted to talk to the dean. The van was moving at full speed on the empty road, and Lin Yi soon drove the car to the entrance of the research institute. Several people took all their weapons and entered the research institute with guns. With Wu Xiaoling leading the way, they soon found the research center that studied the gray world. Just like outside, there was no one in the institute. But at the research center, they discovered an energy channel leading to the gray world. On the other side of the passage, you can see a large number of motionless, smiling weirdos. We didn't close the door at all. We just thought we closed the door. From the moment we opened the door, we were affected by the gray world. Wu Xiaoling knelt on the ground, looking at the opposite side of the passage in despair, and a smile appeared on her face again. Is it all over now if we just close it? Lin Yi glanced across the passage, trying to find anyone from the Grey Gang inside. No, if we close the door now, the people inside will never come back. Maybe they can still be saved. Xiaoyang approached the gate. He wanted to bring his wife and children back. No, entering the gray world means death, no exceptions. Wu Xiaoling grabbed Xiaoyang and tried to dissuade him. Xiaoyang pushed Wu Shaoling away forcefully. He didn't want to listen to her, and even had the urge to shoot her to death. It's hard to say. You didn't close the gate before. If we quickly get everyone out, and then close the gate, maybe we can block the influence of the gray world. Lin Yi always felt that he seemed to have done something similar. Yes, that must be it. Let's get started. Without wasting time, Xiaoyang went directly through the passage and entered the gray world. Seeing that Xiaoyang was fine, Lin Yi followed him in. However, as soon as he entered the gray world, the motionless smiling monsters regained their ability to move, and the door behind them disappeared. Lin Yi turned around and ran, with a large number of smiling weirdos following him, some of whom were obviously different from the others. Xiaoyang looked at this scene in surprise. Those smiling weirdos ignored him at all. The exit passage disappeared, so he had to follow the smiling weirdos. Lin Yi thought quickly as he ran. The disappearing gate and the smiling weirdo chasing him were clearly a trap. Who set it? What was the purpose of setting it? Lin Yi couldn't figure out these questions at all. The smiling weirdo behind him was getting closer and closer. After running for a while, Lin Yi suddenly found a familiar bus on the side of the road. Rushing onto the bus, the car keys were right under the steering wheel. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove the bus away from the smiling weirdo behind him. Senior, you win again. A girl in school uniform leaned against the coin box and said to Lin Yi helplessly, I never went to school. Lin Yi pulled out his pistol and shot the girl directly in the head. Bang. Huh? Is that the setting? Sorry, the story was generated naturally, and I don't know the specific plot. The bullet turned into gray and disappeared in front of the schoolgirl. What are you? Lin Yi put down his gun, and, by observing the other party's expression, he guessed that guns might be ineffective against it. I'm your lovely underclassman. Let's get down to business. What the hell is this identity called Ace Fighter? How come after you overrode a layer of your memories, the gray realm can't affect you anymore? This is too much of a ripoff. I wouldn't have lost so badly if I had just let you in with your memories. Does this identity mean you have no emotions? The schoolgirl pulled Lin Yi's hair unwillingly. It's not that I don't have feelings. You killed my boss, and I'm very angry now. Lin Yi said angrily. Wow, so your emotions are all just an act. These false memories are like performances, and because you're used to them, they don't affect you at all, so the gray realm can't affect you either. You're so interesting. The schoolgirl stared at Lin Yi. Before, she only paid attention to Lin Yi because of Xiao Yi and the outcome of the game, but now she was really interested in this man. She really wanted to know what was hidden deep in Lin Yi's heart. 180, a good ending. Can you let us out now? Lin Yi probably understood what the other party meant, but that didn't matter. He wouldn't think too much about it, and would just do what he should do now. Of course you can. The gate is right in front of you. You can take the people behind you and leave here at any time. You are not affected by the gray realm now, so as long as you are the one who closes the gate in the end, everything will be over. The schoolgirl answered very straightforwardly. An energy gate appeared in front of the road, and Lin Yi could see He Jia and Wu Shaoling standing opposite the gate. You want me to take those people out? Lin Yi slammed on the brakes. He really wanted to take those smiling weirdos out for a try, but it was not right for the other party to deliberately remind him that he could take those people out. It's up to you. You can go out on your own, the schoolgirl said as if nothing had happened. Then follow my lead. Lin Yi turned the bus around and drove it to the back. He wanted to clear out the smiling weirdos at the back. He didn't think those people could be saved. Instead of letting them wait to die here, he might as well give them a ride. The bus soon encountered a group of smiling weirdos. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the group of smiling weirdos. Before being hit by the bus, some of the smiley weirdos pounced on the bus and jumped onto the roof of the bus, while some of them climbed onto the side of the bus and knocked on the windows hard, causing cracks to appear on the windows. Soon, several smiling weirdos smashed the windows and squeezed their upper bodies into the bus. While Lin Yi was controlling the vehicle, he shot and killed the smiling weirdos stuck on the window, but as the cracks on the window grew bigger, more smiling weirdos began to squeeze into the bus. Seeing the smiling weirdo rushing towards him in the rearview mirror, Lin Yi could only turn around and shoot at the smiling weirdo in the car, but his right foot did not leave the accelerator. Once the bus stopped in the middle of the crowd, he would be surrounded and killed by these monsters. Lin Yi kept shooting the smiling weirdos who jumped into the car, but the number of smiling weirdos in the car did not decrease. Fortunately, the bus finally rushed out of the crowd, and without a source, the smiling weirdos in the car were gradually cleared out. They are ordinary citizens. Why did you kill them? The schoolgirl asked curiously. You want me to take them back, which means you can connect to our world through them. But leaving them here also has certain risks, so I think killing them all is the safest option. Lin Yi received Xiaoyang, who was following the smiling weirdo. He smiled and said to Lin Yi as if he didn't see the schoolmate. What are you doing? Why are you killing them? They are beyond saving. We can't take them back over there. Do you want them to continue wandering in this world? Looking at Xiaoyang's gradually widening grin, Lin Yi added, Don't you think there are a few weirdos here? You mean? Xiaoyang asked anxiously. Perhaps most of the citizens have evacuated with the administration's troops. Your relatives may be among them. Help me kill them all, and I will take you back. Lin Yi turned the car around and crashed into the crowd again. Hurry up then, what should I do? Xiaoyang just wants to see his family now. Drive for me. Just step on the accelerator, and I'll take care of the rest. Lin Yi and Xiaoyang exchanged positions. There were still many smiling weirdos, but he also had a lot of bullets and 2 daggers. Killed them all. Xiaoyang was lying on the wrecked bus, surrounded by the corpses of smiling weirdos. The killing is over. Lin Yi leaned against the plastic seat. His clothes had been chewed to pieces, and his body was covered with bite marks. The bus was surrounded by corpses of smiling monsters. Lin Yi used up all his bullets, cut off his dagger, broke his fingers, and suffered multiple fractures all over his body before he killed all the monsters that kept pouring onto the bus. Some smiling monsters also use some kind of emotion-affecting attack method, but fortunately, the effect on him is not very good. It's finally over. Huang Mao was lying among the corpses. He ran in alone with weapons to provide support. Although he had no intention of going back, he did not intend to kill all the monsters here. I'm sorry, if my driving skills were better, I wouldn't be surrounded by them. Xiaoyang was also seriously injured. He and Lin Yi were trapped in the car by the monster. If Lin Yi hadn't stood in front of him, he would have died long ago. No, it's the bus's fault. There were so many collisions. It's lucky you didn't flip over. Lin Yi looked at the schoolgirl leaning against the coin box, her school uniform still clean and tidy, and smiled a winner. Okay, you win. Just kill those 2 people, and then go out and close the gate. The Gray Realm will no longer be able to locate that plane. After that, I will help you open the gate to leave the Gray Realm. Unfortunately, I'll save that gift for next time. The schoolgirl said regretfully. I won't kill them. I promise to get them out. Lin Yi refused very straightforwardly. I'm not lying to you this time. Just do as I say, and this story will be completely over. If you take them there, and the connection between the 2 dimensions isn't severed, the gate might open again. The schoolgirl said seriously. What does this have to do with me? I just do what I want to do and kill whoever I want to kill. Don't threaten me with the world. I don't care. Lin Yi stood up and got off the bus. Xiaoyang and Huang Mao followed behind him. They did not hear the conversation just now. This is just a fictional story. They are just characters in the story. Do you want to lose the game for them? The schoolgirl asked, leaning against the car door. I said, I don't care. Even if it's just a story, I want a good ending. Lin Yi didn't look back and walked straight towards the energy gate. The 3 of them walked through the gate and returned to the research center. Wu Xiaoling and He Jia were still waiting for them outside. Lin Yi closed the door. After treating his injuries and destroying all the information about the Gray World and the Institute, they decided to act separately. Xiaoyang took He Jia and Wu Xiaoling to the outside of the city to find the army and surviving citizens. Xiaoyang was lucky enough to find his family in the crowd. Lin Yi brought Huang Mao back to the Gray Gang headquarters. Huang Mao rested in the car. Lin Yi went into the lounge alone and opened the cabinet. Xia Yi was asleep inside. What time is it? Xia Yi rubbed her eyes and got up. She was still sleepy. It's not dark yet. You can sleep a little longer, or go have dinner together. Lin Yi looked calm. Since he had said those words, he would play this scene to the last moment. I want to sleep a little longer. Xia Yi shrank to one side of the cabinet to make room for Lin Yi. Good. Lin Yi sat next to Xia Yi and closed his eyes in this deserted city. 181. Small temple in the mountains. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself sitting in the seat opposite the coin-operated space, while his schoolmate was driving the car in the driver's seat. It's quite fun to drive. You win, you can give me the gift. Although he lost the game, Lin Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with his choice. Even if he hadn't lost his memory and was asked to choose again, he would still give the same answer. It's better to admit defeat than to win like this. Let's just call it a draw this time. I won't give you any gifts. I will help you open the door to leave the Gray Realm. The schoolgirl parked the car on the side of the road and exchanged seats with Lin Yi. Is this okay? It's like I won. Lin Yi started the bus, and a gate appeared in front of the road, occupying the entire road. Outside the gate was a world whose colors were no longer monotonous. No, if you win, I, as the loser, will pay for the ride. Now I've decided to evade the fare. I'm expensive. The schoolgirl disappeared from the car and appeared on the side of the road, waving goodbye to the bus leaving the Gray World. Goodbye? Come play games with me next time, Senior Lin Yi. The bus passed through the gate and left the Gray World. An extremely strong sucking sensation arose from inside the bus. In just a moment, Lin Yi and the passengers on the bus were completely sucked dry. Before losing consciousness, Lin Yi saw a familiar road. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself back in the prison van. Number of simulations remaining, 6. Damn it. If I had held on for another 10 seconds, I could have gone back to the shelter and eaten. Before losing consciousness, Lin Yi saw the original road. The only way back is to take the road that leads to the Gray Realm? No, it's a bus after all, so every route should lead back to the starting point. The road to the Gray Realm is inaccessible, and the city ruins aren't very good either. Without combining man and vehicle, it's impossible to get through. This time, I can only try the middle road. If that doesn't work, I'll use my special skills. Lin Yi didn't want to use that special skill with unknown meaning. The system notes hadn't shown any errors yet, and he felt that skill would be very deceptive. Forget it. I've already summoned the evil god, so let's just cheat. Following the previous simulation process, Lin Yi arrived at the crossroads again. There were still only 2 passengers in the car, Yang Lin and the boy. Lin Yi glanced at the leaden sky on his left, and without turning, drove the car into the broken dirt road in the middle. The road in the middle leads to a stretch of mountainous area. The bus is driving on the rugged mountain road. Since becoming one with the bus, Lin Yi's driving skills have risen several levels. Now, even without using the psychic collision driving skill, he can drive smoothly on this kind of road. This fork in the road was unusually quiet. No monsters suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain road, and there were no passengers or stations on the roadside. The creatures that had been seen in the distance before were also gone. But Lin Yi did not let his guard down. This place was between the Gray World and the city ruins. How could there not be abnormal things happening? Just as Lin Yi was wondering how the anomaly would appear, a building appeared on the right side of the mountain road. At first, Lin Yi thought it was a bus stop, but he soon discovered that it was a small temple in the mountains. The small temple is only 1/4 the size of a bus, and you can see the human stone statues enshrined inside through the entrance. Lin Yi hesitated for a second, but ultimately did not stop the car. The main reason was that there were no passengers on the roadside, and he couldn't carry the stone statue inside into the car, right? The bus passed by the small temple. Lin Yi carefully sensed his surroundings. Nothing happened, and he didn't sense anything. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about what the small temple represented, the boy's mother sitting at the back suddenly exploded, and blood and flesh splattered all over the boy. What are you doing? Unwanted bodies can be placed in the coin slot. Although he said so, Lin Yi felt that this might be related to the small temple. My body suddenly exploded uncontrollably. It wasn't me. There was a hint of fear in the boy's excited voice. Although it could change its body, the main body exploded and ended it directly. It had no chance to change its body at all. It almost died just now. Be quiet, you're disturbing me. Lin Yi continued driving forward, and before long, a small temple appeared on the side of the road. This time, Lin Yi parked the bus on the side of the road, got off, entered the small temple, and moved the stone statue inside onto the bus. As he expected, the coin space opened. Lin Yi stuffed 2 previously stored corpses into the car, and the sucking sensation in the driver's seat completely disappeared. After placing the stone statue on the empty seat, Lin Yi drove off. This time, nothing unusual happened in the car. However, not long after the car started, Lin Yi sensed that the stone statue behind him moved. It turned its position and looked towards Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi could feel its gaze. Lin Yi looked at the stone statue carefully and suddenly found that it was a man wearing sportswear. Because of the difference in material and painting style, Lin Yi took several glances before realizing this. What the hell is this? It's too abstract, isn't it? Lin Yi would rather believe that this was a stone statue transformed from the mysterious athlete than believe that someone carved it to worship. If this statue is a human, then destroying it would be very dangerous. While Lin Yi was thinking, the stone statue left its seat and moved slowly behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi slowed down and stopped the car, then stood up and moved the stone statue to the last row and placed it in the boy's father's arms. Please help me keep an eye on it, and tell me if there are any changes. I've already lost one body, so it's time for a new one. Let him hold it. Since Lin Yi had had a friendly exchange with it when submitting the ticket before, it didn't dare to refuse Lin Yi and could only push the stone statue to Yang Lin. Those who are capable should do more work. You still have 3 bodies. We must figure out the rules here. You don't want your body to explode next, do you? Or do you want to get off here? Lin Yi threatened. Okay, but you can't just use me for the experiment. You have to participate, too. And I want to keep a body as a backup. The boy compromised. I promise. Lin Yi looked at Yang Lin. Good. Yang Lin didn't want to die here, but he couldn't refuse Lin Yi because Lin Yi's proposal was fair. Of course, the most important thing is that he can't beat Lin Yi. Lin Yi returned to the driver's seat and continued driving forward. After a while, a small temple appeared on the side of the road. The stone statue inside was of a student in school uniform. This time, Lin Yi did not move the stone statue onto the car. Instead, he cut off a calf from the monster's body and placed the calf outside the door of the small temple. Is it enough? If not, we can discuss it again. Mentioning temples will bring to mind worship. Lin Yi wanted to reach an agreement with the small temple. The corpse reserves on the car were limited, and 2 corpses for each small temple were a bit too many. 182. Mysterious Blessing. Lin Yi walked around the temple and saw that the stone statues inside did not respond, so he got back into the car and continued driving forward. This time, nothing unusual happened on the bus until it was far away from the small temple. My body is starting to petrify. At the current rate, it will be completely petrified in 10 minutes. The boy sitting in the last row suddenly said, "Tell me after it's petrified." Lin Yi sped up the car. As long as he could get off this mountain road, he would be able to complete the simulation mission and return to the shelter. Good. The boy ran to the front row with the other bodies and stared at the body, holding the stone statue from a distance. Lin Yi continued driving forward and soon came across another small temple. The stone statue in the temple is a woman in pajamas who looks young. Lin Yi cut off another calf from the corpse and placed it outside the door of the small temple, but this time the stone statue inside moved. It looked at Lin Yi, as if it was not satisfied with the tribute. "Just tell me how much you want." Lin Yi cut off another forearm from the corpse and placed it outside the temple gate. This time the stone statue in the small temple looked away and no longer looked at him. Lin Yi returned to the car and continued driving forward, but after he had gone a short distance, Yang Lin behind him suddenly let out a scream, and his right hand exploded. Taking money but not doing anything? Lin Yi had the urge to go back and smash the small temple and the stone statue. Yang Lin gritted his teeth, sprinkled some hemostatic medicine on his wrist, and then wrapped his right wrist with a piece of rag. So, each temple is different. Some will not attack us after accepting tribute, while others will still attack us after accepting tribute, but the tribute may reduce the attack strength. Lin Yi noted down the image of the stone statue in the temple. If he was just offering tributes, he could accumulate more corpses before coming in next time. After analyzing the pattern, Lin Yi continued to drive forward. Every few distances, a small temple would appear on the side of the road. Every time he came across a small temple, Lin Yi would stop the car and place an offering outside the temple gate. So it wasn't long before all the bodies in the car were gone. Not only that, the boy's father, who was holding the stone statue from behind, was almost completely petrified. Lin Yi had no choice but to continue driving forward and pray that they could leave the mountain road alive. After all, he is also a god. If he had not just come into contact with the evil god of the abyss, he would definitely hold a ceremony to contact these small temples to see which side requires tribute. Another small temple appeared on the side of the road. This time Lin Yi did not stop the car because there were no more offerings in the car. He can't possibly cut up the passengers as tribute, right? Wait. Stop the car. That stone statue in the temple looks like my daughter. Yang Lin stared and said in pain. He had previously discovered that the school uniform on the stone statue was the same as his daughter's. As a father looking for his daughter, he would not be wrong. After that, he kept observing the stone statues in the temple. He didn't want his daughter to turn into a stone statue and appear here, but he also wanted to find clues about his daughter. When he was struggling, he still saw the face he would never forget in the temple. Lin Yi slowed down and stopped the bus on the side of the road. As a bus driver, he naturally would not stop the passengers from getting off. However, before the bus came to a complete stop, Yang Lin's upper body exploded, and the remaining half of his body fell out of the open door. Very good. Lin Yi closed the car door and continued driving forward. He planned to deal with this small temple next time. The life and death of the passengers had nothing to do with him, but Yang Lin's blood splashed on him. The other party's timing of attack was too precise, and he was basically provoking Lin Yi. "It's moving," the boy behind suddenly said. The petrified father held the stone statue and slowly approached the front row of the bus. Both the father and the stone statue stared at Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi ignored the things behind him and stepped on the accelerator to continue moving forward. He didn't have much time left, and in this last period of time, he wanted to explore more useful information. The bus was moving at full speed and soon passed by a small temple. This time, Lin Yi was chosen, and his entire right arm disappeared out of thin air. There was no splattering of blood, nor any bloody wounds. The skin below Lin Yi's shoulder was smooth, as if his right arm had never been there. The petrified father holding the stone statue stood behind Lin Yi. He picked up the stone statue and tried to put it on Lin Yi's head. However, before the stone statue could touch Lin Yi, the petrified father's two calves exploded. Miniature version of the shotgun knife. The statue fell onto the chariot and broke into pieces. Lin Yi felt his body slowly petrifying. He tried to destroy the petrified organs, but it was pointless. The petrification phenomenon continued to spread throughout his body. Driving the bus back to the small temple they had just passed, Lin Yi got off the bus and used the shotgun knife at the small temple with all his strength. The small temple did not suffer any damage, but the stone statues inside that were not attacked were completely shattered. The petrification phenomenon in Lin Yi's body began to accelerate. He continued to attack the small temple, and the small temple began to show damage, but the speed of petrification was getting faster and faster. Before being completely petrified, Lin Yi used compressed psychic energy to destroy his own head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself back in the prison van. Number of simulations remaining, 5. This is really troublesome. I can only use special skills. In fact, Lin Yi has other ways to pass the level. As long as he collects enough corpses, he will have the possibility of forcing his way through the fork in the road. But Lin Yi still planned to use the special skill, because he was very curious about the effect of the special skill, and he would not be able to sleep if he didn't use it. Originally, Lin Yi planned to try it before the simulation ended, but now he has to do it earlier. Following the previous simulation process, Lin Yi arrived at the intersection again, but this time he drove very slowly and collected a lot of monster corpses. At the intersection, Lin Yi stopped the car using a special skill, mysteriously. Special skill used, mysterious. Get a mysterious blessing. Drawing well-wishers. Blurry images flashed before Lin Yi's eyes. He couldn't understand or remember many of them, but the girl in a gray robe looked very familiar. In addition, Lin Yi also sensed the breath of the abyss in some images, and he didn't know whether the evil god of the abyss was in it. Blesser has been drawn. Library manager. Received a mysterious blessing. Special random event. Special random event. Special random events may happen around you at any time. Note, as long as the probability exists, the event has the possibility of happening. Fuck. What a ridiculous blessing. Lin Yi hurriedly stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the middle fork in the road. This blessing was too dangerous. The moment he saw the blessing, the first thing he thought of was whether to commit suicide. 183. Dealing with the small temple. The bus was speeding along the mountain road. Lin Yi concentrated on sensing his surroundings and was ready to commit suicide at any time. The possibility of him being trapped in this world is not zero, which means that he is likely to be trapped here due to a special random event. The possibility of this happening is not high, but Lin Yi has a feeling that under the influence of this blessing, the more unlikely things are, the more likely they are to happen. This is the special skill of the card creature. If Lin Yi was not the owner of the card box, he would have been trapped here to death by now. Considering that he was the owner of the card box and his snake nature, Lin Yi did not commit suicide immediately. The bus soon approached the first small temple. Lin Yi stopped the bus on the side of the road and cut off a thigh from the corpse and placed it outside the temple. The stone statue in the temple was motionless. Lin Yi was about to leave when he discovered a small hole in the wall of the temple. Lin Yi was very sure that there was no such small hole on the temple wall last time. Otherwise, he would definitely remember it. Lin Yi had sensed the inside of the small temple's wall before, but he didn't sense anything, as if it was just an ordinary wall. This time, Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the inside of the hole in the wall, and he discovered that there was a kind of slender creature that was constantly wriggling in the hole. What the hell is this? Lin Yi tried to shape a tiny psychic blade and poke it into the hole in the wall. The psychic blade did not touch the temple wall, but only cut off the slender creature in the hole. The slender creature did not resist, and Lin Yi easily cut it into pieces. Not long after the slender creature died, the small temple began to collapse, and the stone statues inside shattered. But before the stone statues completely shattered, the man in the sportswear forced open his petrified lips and said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Lin Yi took back his thigh and drove the car to the next small temple. Now it was his turn to collect the tribute. The probability of this particular random event triggering is quite low. I thought it would trigger various events continuously. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the current trigger frequency and decided to go back and give the little snake a snack. Soon a second small temple appeared on the roadside. Lin Yi got off the car and stood outside the temple. There was no small hole on the wall of this small temple, but this did not pose a problem for Lin Yi. As long as you know where the enemy is, there is always a solution. There are two difficulties in dealing with the slender creatures in the small temple. First, the small temple seems to be able to divert attacks to the stone statue. Second, after attacking the stone statue and the small temple, petrification will occur in the attacker's body. Last time, Lin Yi didn't understand the details of these two difficulties, and he didn't have time to find the next small temple. So Lin Yi can only try now. Lin Yi placed that thigh outside the temple gate. Seeing that the stone statue inside was motionless, Lin Yi took action without warning. He first carved runes of weakness on the temple wall, and then stabbed the temple wall with a compressed and cutting psychic blade. The psychic blade penetrated the temple wall smoothly, and the stone statue did not break. A slight petrification phenomenon appeared in Lin Yi's body, but before the petrification phenomenon spread, he cut into pieces the slender creatures in the temple wall. When the elongated creature died, fossilization ceased. The student in school uniform did not shatter like the mysterious athletic man, but slowly released his petrification. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I was turned to stone. I was going crazy. The student sobbed and knelt in front of Lin Yi, grabbing his trouser legs. He would rather die than turn into a stone statue again. The feeling was too hopeless. You're welcome. Do you want to get in the car? Or stay here? Lin Yi picked up his thigh and walked towards the bus. I want to get on the bus. Don't leave me. But I don't have a ticket. No, I have a ticket. Just lend me a weapon. The student looks at his left hand. He had taken that bus to this hellhole, so he knew he could only leave by handing in his ticket. Don't be silly. There are still many bodies in the car. Of course, I don't mind if you want to cut off your hands to cheat the insurance money. Lin Yi has always been tolerant towards students. Thank you. The students crawled onto the bus. Lin Yi cut off a piece of meat and threw it into the coin-operated space. Student tickets were very cheap. Are you a student at number 2 high school? Do you know Yang Yang? Yang Lin stood in front of the students. Are you Yang Yang's father? I met you once at a parent-teacher conference. The student looked at Yang Lin in surprise. He didn't expect to meet his classmate's father in such a place. Where's Yang Yang? Yang Lin grabbed the student's arm tightly and asked nervously. She was also on the bus at the time. I accidentally damaged the statue and became its replacement. She was fine at the time, but I don't know what happened after that. The situation in the car was very dangerous at the time. The student didn't think Yang Yang could survive, but he didn't dare tell Yang Lin about it. Yang Lin released the student's arm and sat back in his seat somewhat exhausted. Even if the student didn't say it, he could guess his daughter's situation. Now he could only pray that his daughter was also turned into a stone statue, so that there would at least be a possibility of being rescued. Thinking of this, Yang Lin moved closer to the driver's seat. He knelt behind Lin Yi and pleaded with his head down. If my daughter also turns into a stone statue, can you save her? Even if you didn't tell me, I would have dealt with all the small temples I came across. As for whether your daughter can survive, it depends on her luck. Lin Yi knew that his daughter was in a small temple ahead, but it didn't matter because he didn't know what would happen next. Thank you. Yang Lin knocked his head hard on the ground 3 times before returning to his seat. You're welcome. Lin Yi got out of the car with his thigh and continued to deal with the small temples. He wanted to deal with all the small temples that stopped him to ask for tributes, and let them know that some cars cannot be stopped. Just as Lin Yi was happily dealing with the small temple, a man wrapped in a black coat suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around abruptly, still holding his thigh in his hand. Hello, I want to get out of here. Can you give me a ride? Said the man who hid his face in a black hood. Will you pay for the ticket? Lin Yi adjusted his posture. There was no such man on the roadside last time. Of course I'm ready. The man took out a black package. I need to take care of this thing, otherwise we won't be able to get through. You can pay your ticket and wait for me on the bus. Lin Yi stared at the man. Without using his mental sense, he couldn't see any part of the man's body. However, using his mental sense to sense a passenger on the roadside was a very dangerous and impolite thing to do. Okay. The man seemed easy to talk to. After getting on the bus, he paid for his ticket and sat in a window seat. After Lin Yi finished dealing with the small temple, he returned to the driver's seat and continued driving. However, not long after driving, another passenger appeared on the side of the road and waved at the bus. 184, 3 passengers. Lin Yi glanced at the passengers on the roadside, then looked carefully again to make sure he was not mistaken before he stopped the bus on the roadside and opened the door to let the passengers get on. This time the passenger was a disheveled young man in a silver jacket who straightened his clothes carefully before boarding the bus. Ticket. Lin Yi glanced at the young man and found that he was only a 3rd-level psychic. His mental power was so weak that Lin Yi could see through him at a glance. He is so unskilled, and yet he imitates others by riding the bus without buying a ticket. Seeing low-level passengers in such a place, Lin Yi thought he was seeing things. How much is one? The young man asked. No money, just put biological materials in there. I tell you it's enough. Lin Yi was not going to make things difficult for him. After all, it was not easy to meet an ordinary passenger here. The young man rummaged around for a long time before he took out a bag of something that looked like eggs from his backpack and put it into the coin slot. The faint sucking sensation under the driver's seat disappeared instantly. After receiving the ticket, Lin Yi continued to drive forward, getting off the car every few steps to deal with the small temples on the roadside. Master, I'm in a hurry. Can you please hurry up? Seeing that Lin Yi stopped the bus after driving for a while to deal with the small temple, the young man looked at the back of the bus and felt a little anxious. If you're in a hurry, run out on your own. After skillfully handling the small temple, Lin Yi returned to the car and continued driving. Perhaps because of the different lengths of petrification, only the students were freed from the petrification, while the others were broken into pieces. Dude, I paid for my ticket. Give it back to me, and I'll get off the bus and run away. The young man said dissatisfiedly. The ticket is inside. I'll take you in to get it later. Lin Yi felt that the young man seemed to have an inexplicable confidence, which made him want to chop him with a knife to see what would happen. Hey, how can you, an ordinary person, send me in? The young man said with a sneer. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, he noticed another passenger waving at the bus in front of him. This time the passenger was a middle-aged bald man in work clothes. He stared at the young people in the car and smiled kindly. He's a bad guy who's here to kill me. Don't stop, just drive past him. The young man said loudly. Of course Lin Yi ignored him and simply slowed down and pulled the bus to the side of the road. The young man approached Lin Yi from behind and stabbed him in the neck. A tilted, alienated psychic protective shield opened the knife, and Lin Yi used the backstab psychic blade to pierce the young man's vitals. The young man had no idea that a psychic blade would appear behind him and was easily knocked down by Lin Yi. It's really funny. A sinister bastard like you will get tricked one day. The middle-aged bald man got on the bus and happily grabbed the young man's head. Damn, I was careless. I thought he was just an ordinary native. Even though the young man was pierced through the vitals by the psychic blade, he did not die, and even his voice did not become weak. This made Lin Yi a little strange. He didn't know how the young man did it. If the young man was strong enough to cause Lin Yi to misjudge him, he would not have been stabbed down by Lin Yi. You pay for your ticket first. Lin Yi interrupted the friendly conversation between the two passengers. Okay. The middle-aged bald man cut off the young man's right arm and put it into the coin slot. After receiving the ticket, Lin Yi ignored them and continued driving forward. The middle-aged bald man cut off the young man's head and put it in a box. Then he took the box and tore open a white card he took out of his pocket. Huh. The card dissipated and nothing happened. Lin Yi glanced at the middle-aged bald man. They seem to be related to the system. Haha, I can't go back, right? Why do you think I came here? This area is very special. You can only leave by bus. The young man in the box spoke loudly through his head. So what? As long as I leave here by car, I can use the return card to go back, and then I can borrow the relic to dispose of your head. Although he said he didn't care, the middle-aged bald man was already a little anxious. Even the return card could not be used here. It must be affected by some high-risk factors, so it was very dangerous here. Hey, then go for it. I'll be waiting here for you to deal with me. The young man said with a smile. A small temple appeared again in front of him, and Lin Yi parked the car on the side of the road. Yang. When Yang Lin saw the stone statues in the temple, he excitedly got out of the car and ran into the small temple. Lin Yi skillfully dealt with the slender creatures in the small temple, and the petrification on Yang gradually disappeared. Dad, why are you here? Yang cried and threw herself into Yang Lin's arms. She had always regretted getting on that bus. She thought she would never see her father again. It's okay, let's go home. Yang Lin picked up Yang and returned to the bus. It's so touching. The middle-aged bald man thought of his daughter and wiped his eyes. Yeah, what a pity. The young man's head said in the box. After the two got in the car, Lin Yi cut off half of the young man's arm and threw it into the coin-operated space. The sucking feeling did not disappear. Huh. Lin Yi calmly cut off 2 more thighs and stuffed them into the coin slot. Only then did the sucking feeling completely disappear. But Lin Yi did not stop. He cut the young man's body into pieces and stuffed them into the coin slot. Thank you for your help. Yang Lin was very grateful to Lin Yi. Fine. Lin Yi didn't say much, returned to the driver's seat, and started the bus. After that, the journey was smooth, and nothing unexpected happened until we finished the last small temple and saw the familiar road. Lin Yi drove the car to the end of the road. He was hesitating whether to stop the car to deal with the passengers, because he was not sure whether this could be considered as completing the simulation mission. However, before Lin Yi could make a decision, some people couldn't help it. The bus suddenly lost control and stopped uncontrollably. Haha, did you really think I would be waiting here for you to take me back? I already placed the eggs inside the bus, and you idiots helped me get my body inside. Now the eggs have hatched, and when they come out, none of you will be able to escape, especially the driver. You dare to stab me from behind? I will stab you to death with my own hands. The young man's head said wildly in the box. You bastard. Run away. Leave this to me. The middle-aged bald man motioned for others to get off the bus. The boy ran the fastest, followed by Yang Lin, who was holding his daughter. The student was the last one to get off the bus. They didn't run far after getting off the bus because the only way to leave was by bus. Aren't you going to leave? It will be dangerous in the car soon. The middle-aged bald man looked at Lin Yi and the mysterious man in black. There's no point in running. Without this bus, no one can leave here. The young man's head said with a smile. I know, but have you ever thought about why I stuffed your body into the coin space? Lin Yi said calmly. 185, aggregate. What do you mean? The young man's head stopped smiling. Of course, it's because I need you to help me deal with the things in the coin space. Lin Yi said with a smile. What's in there? Unable to perceive the interior of the coin space, the young man's mind tried to control the hatch to leave the coin space, but he failed. Then I'll have to ask the friend at the back. Who knows what it put in there? Lin Yi leaned on the back of the chair and looked at the mysterious man in black sitting by the window. How did you find out? The mysterious man in black also looked at Lin Yi. I've dealt with so many small temples, but the owner here hasn't reacted at all. This is very unusual. They're both together, so you're the only suspicious one. As for putting things in the bus, how could a monster like you, who controls others through the slender creatures inside the small temples, miss the opportunity to control the bus through the tickets? Lin Yi admitted that he was just guessing, but some things didn't require evidence, and intuition was enough. You've got one thing wrong. While I can control those nodes to a certain extent and influence the surroundings through them, I didn't create them. In fact, their very existence is to keep me stuck in this immobile area. I must thank you. If you hadn't destroyed those nodes, it would have taken me a long time to completely eat them away. The mysterious man in black took off his black clothes, and what was inside was not a human body at all, but a biological aggregate formed by densely packed white, slender creatures. I wanted to let you go. After all, you helped me destroy the node and even drove me to the new dimension. But unfortunately, you knew too much. The middle-aged bald man silently got off the bus and closed the door, leaving only the box in the car. Damn it, take me with you. The young man's head growled. Although he had developed some special abilities by swallowing a piece of relic fragment, the two people in the car were obviously not ordinary people. Now he could not control the hatch creatures. If he stayed here any longer, he might really be doomed this time. Goodbye, I'll miss you. The middle-aged bald man retreated to Yang Lin's side and watched the show outside the car. He knew that the young man had other tricks up his sleeve, so he planned to wait until the big guys in the car had almost finished beating him before going in to finish the job. After all, without the bus, they would be trapped here. Lin Yi lay on the back of the chair. He was not going to take the initiative to attack. The reason he was still sitting here was because he needed to get close to the coin-operated space. The tickets he had previously put in had begun to affect the operation of the bus. He had briefly touched the deepest part of the bus before. Taking this opportunity, perhaps he could have a certain impact on the bus. The cluster of slender creatures suddenly tore apart the box containing the young man's head, and several slender creatures inserted into the head. Well, let me see what the hell you put in there. Now even I can't control what's in there. Hush, stop poking. Can't I tell you? That's a derivative of a relic fragment, a hatched egg. I suggest you drive the car out first, otherwise, if the thing inside comes out, none of us will be able to escape. The gathering didn't stop moving, and the young man's head kept twitching slightly, but soon, his head became completely still. Black and white threads silently grew out from every corner of the bus, wrapping around all the creatures on the bus. The aggregate tore the young man's head apart casually, then ignored the surrounding filaments and threw out a large number of slender creatures to stab Lin Yi. However, before those slender creatures could get close to Lin Yi, they were torn to pieces by the rune traps in the car. When the aggregate asked in surprise as they looked at the rune traps scattered throughout the bus. I started setting these rune traps shortly after I got on the bus. Concealment is the most important trapping technique. After many simulations, Lin Yi has become familiar with Robert's body. Although he cannot fight him head-on, he can still set up some rune traps after a certain level of strengthening. So what? Although I'm very weak now because you killed a lot of branches, I'm not weak enough to be killed by these low-level rune traps. The aggregate shattered the surrounding black and white filaments, and it did not continue to move. The part of its body that was placed in the coin-operated space was very important to it, and now it was really very weak. There's no need for us to attack each other. Pull the car outside, and I can let you go later. Good idea. Let them get in the car. Lin Yi was still using the coin-operated space to sense the depths of the bus. He had achieved certain results, but was still some distance away from success. He needed to delay a little longer. Fuck. He's obviously stalling for time. Just kill him and run away. I don't want to die with you. A slender creature growing on the aggregate suddenly spoke. You're not dead. Is this consciousness transfer technology? As he spoke, the aggregate suddenly crushed the slender creature. It's useless. You and I are too deeply involved. Your stupid operation destroyed my eggs. Now I can only use your body. The young man moved on to another slender creature. As the two quarreled, more and more black and white threads appeared in the car, occupying all the empty spaces. Lin Yi continued to control the runes to cut the nearby black and white filaments, but he knew it was meaningless because the deep part of the bus was filled with a large number of black and white filaments. In the densest part of the filaments, there was an egg-shaped object with black and white lines. Hey kid, drive the car out quickly. You don't want to die here, do you? The group reached an agreement with the young people. They decided to deal with Lin Yi first and then drive away from the cage. Haven't you noticed yet? This car has been controlled by the thing you made. I can't drive it. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the bus automatically drove towards the outside world. It also wanted to leave here. Seeing the bus moving, the passengers still under the bus rushed towards the bus. They didn't want to be trapped in such a place. Great, I can finally get out of here. The gathering said excitedly. It doesn't care about the young man and its body. It's just an extra consciousness, which is nothing to it. The young man was also very excited. As long as he could leave here, he would have a way to get the cluster back. Once he got there, he would have the final say. However, before they could get excited for long, the bus stopped. Of course, Lin Yi would not let the bus go back like this. The organization's mission was to resolve anomalies, not to go back with a bus full of anomalies. He doesn't want to do it again. 186, perfect body. Oh, you want to take on the three of us by yourself? The gathering and the slender young man looked at Lin Yi at the same time, and the black and white threads in the car also gathered towards the driver's seat. Of course they knew that only Lin Yi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, could stop the bus. No, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't handle any of you three, but I'm the bus driver after all, so let me drive. Ignoring the middle-aged bald man outside who was hesitating whether to get on the bus, Lin Yi started the bus skillfully. The bus moved forward slowly, and sweat soaked Lin Yi's prison uniform. Lin Yi struggled to use his mental power to reach the deepest part of the bus and activated its fundamental functions. What is this place? The environment changed instantly, and the group looked at the strangely shaped plants outside the window and had a bad feeling. Don't you want to leave that world? You can get off now. Lin Yi opened the car door. Outside was a wilderness with sparse vegetation, and a strong breath of the abyss poured into the car. Damn it, this is the surface of the abyss. Are you crazy? The young man was the first to discover the problem. Unlike Lin Yi, who often came into contact with the abyss, they had only heard of the name of the abyss and sensed its breath, but had never come into such close contact with the abyss. Drive us back quickly, otherwise I'll kill you. The gathering swung the slender creature towards Lin Yi's head. The black and white filaments around it also began to become restless, and it didn't want to stay here any longer. I don't have the ability to drive the car back. Also, don't scare me, or I'll get scared and step on the accelerator again, and I might drive into the depths of the abyss. When Lin Yi activated the bus function, he had already anticipated where the bus might go, and the abyss was one of them. After all, the depths of the bus were filled with the breath of the abyss. What do you want? The aggregate retracted the slender creature, which now had to admit that the initiative was no longer on its side. It's simple. Get rid of the things you put on the bus. I can't control the bus to go back, but as long as you get rid of this creature that is affecting the bus's operation, the bus will automatically return to normal track. Lin Yi had already thought of a solution. Okay, but you have to join in too. The collective thought about it and finally agreed with Lin Yi's solution. Okay, but I suggest you hurry up, it's about to hatch. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he controlled the nearby rune trap to cut into the surrounding black and white filaments. The group also started to work, and they quickly cleared all the black and white filaments from the car. Lin Yi opened the coin-operated space, through which they could sense the egg-like object hidden deep inside the bus that was about to hatch. Cut me off and throw me in there. I'll get it out. Get ready to attack. The young man suddenly said. You don't want to control its body? The group saw through the young man's thoughts at a glance. Let it in. At least it can still communicate normally. Otherwise, once the thing inside hatches, or it's targeted by nearby abyssal creatures, we might not be able to leave. Lin Yi didn't care who controlled the monsters that were about to be born below. He was going to get rid of them all anyway. Well, you better not play tricks on me, or you'll regret it. The aggregate cut off the slender creature where the young man was and threw it into the coin space. Lin Yi glanced at the slender creature. Of course, the young man would not control the egg-shaped creature to come out, and be beaten. Those eggs were originally the spare bodies it prepared for itself, but the quality of those eggs was average, and the things that hatched from them could not be compared with the monster hatched from this egg-shaped creature. I am indeed the child of destiny. Even after being hunted to such a place, I can still obtain a perfect body. The young man controlled the slender creature to approach the egg, and then it was easily torn into pieces by the egg. Hee, this body is mine now. After I finish hatching it, you will all die here, especially that damn driver. I will lock him inside my body and torture him slowly. The young man merged his consciousness with the egg-shaped object's original consciousness. As for whether the consciousness was pure or not, it no longer cared. Aren't you afraid it will hatch and kill you? The group leaned against the car door and chatted with Lin Yi. Don't you still have me? Once you and it die together, I'll drive home. Lin Yi said sincerely. What if we don't die together? Do you think you can handle the remaining one? The cluster looked at Lin Yi in confusion. It was the first time it had encountered such a strange human being. You will all perish together. I have prayed to God, and this is God's will. Lin Yi said piously. You still believe in gods? But this is the abyss, a place where the light of gods cannot reach. You don't believe in the evil god of the abyss, do you? The collective didn't think so. Lin Yi was too normal and didn't look like a follower of an evil god at all. I don't believe in gods, but I pray to them occasionally lately. Lin Yi would occasionally tell the answer to his enemies. He knew it was not a good thing, but he just couldn't help it. If you don't believe in God and aren't even a believer, then what's the point of praying? The gathering looked outside the bus. It was still daytime and the surface of the abyss was relatively calm, but it had to leave before night fell. Sincerity is the key to success. Prayer is simply a way to communicate with the gods. As long as the gods are willing to listen, they will naturally give their will. Lin Yi closed his eyes and rested. This simulation mission had lasted a bit too long, and it was time to end it. It looks like it's coming out. The aggregate looked at the coin-operated space, and black and white filaments emerged from it. And finally, a hematoma mass woven from black and white filaments crawled out from it. You idiots, you actually dare to put such an excellent body in front of me. Now, I give you a chance to actively merge into my body. The young man said arrogantly. Although it failed to hatch a complete individual due to insufficient materials, it is enough now. Black and white filaments rushed towards Lin Yi and the aggregate, trying to solve both problems at the same time. Lin Yi activated the rune trap and cut off the filaments rushing towards him, but the aggregate did not resist and allowed the black and white filaments to flow into its body. Not only the black and white filaments, but after the two came into contact, even the body of the hematoma was pulled into the body as if it was out of control. What did you do? Why was my body absorbed by you? The young man panicked. He could no longer control his body and could only watch his perfect form being devoured by the aggregate. Even if there are some impurities mixed in, it's still a part of me. I'm a collection of entities. What makes you think you can use my body against me? The aggregate looked at the young man in its body who had no ability to resist with contempt and said, 187, old driver. Help. If you don't help me now, you'll be dead when the fusion is finished. The young man shouted to Lin Yi inside the gathering body. Be quiet, it's getting dark. Don't you think it's beautiful here? Amid the young man's screams, Lin Yi looked at the intersection of the wilderness and the sky. At the end of his sight, there was a gradient of gray-blue and light yellow. UTMD. I really am. I am beautiful to you. The young man's voice disappeared. After a while, the aggregate completely digested the young man's body. It looked at Lin Yi curiously and asked, Why don't you do it? What are you waiting for? The aggregate had already prepared means to deal with Lin Yi, but what it didn't expect was that Lin Yi had been sitting in the driver's seat admiring the scenery. I'm waiting for you to digest it completely. It's so beautiful here. Don't you want to take a look? After all, you'll never see it again. Lin Yi used his mental power to sense the depths of the bus. This state was very rare. After a while, the bus would return to normal and he would not be able to sense it anymore. Are you crazy? I can crush you to death right now. The aggregate quietly controlled the slender creature to crawl towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was too calm, and it had a bad premonition. When it comes to stealth, you can't compare to a trap master like me. Forget about sneaking up on me. Lin Yi just took a glance and tore those slender creatures into pieces. What have you done? The aggregate asked in horror. You should ask what I did before. Lin Yi stood up and looked at the gathering object. Inside its body, there were still a large number of runes drawn by Lin Yi. Those materials? The aggregate asked in disbelief. Yes, starting with your ticket. I've carved rune traps into all the tickets since then. You remember I cut up that young man's body into pieces and put them inside, right? That was my masterpiece. Lin Yi sensed the runes inside the aggregate. Due to the influence of the enemy's mental power, He couldn't directly carve runes into the enemy's body. But if the enemy took the initiative to swallow the runes, that would be another matter. You bastard. The aggregate has been controlled by a large number of rune traps within its body. I thought you said these low-level rune traps couldn't kill you? You also said your body couldn't be used against you? I don't think so. Goodbye. Lin Yi activated all the runes inside the aggregate's body. Synthesis, splicing, cutting, weakening, alienation, shaping, and collapse. No. A large number of psychic blades exploded inside the aggregate, and its body completely collapsed. No, I don't want to die yet. Please. The young man let out a painful wail. Only when there was only one consciousness in its body could it transfer its consciousness to the body of the person who killed it. This was the rule given to it by the relic fragments, so now it could only die unwillingly with the aggregate. I've already told you that you will both perish. Why don't you believe me? Lin Yi sat in the driver's seat waiting for the bus to return on its own. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiaohong, wearing a red and black long skirt, suddenly appeared outside the windshield. Why are you here? Lin Yi asked curiously. This is the surface of the abyss. According to Lin Yi's understanding, Xiaohong should stay away from the abyss. Xiaohong didn't answer. She just leaned against the windshield and looked at Lin Yi with her head tilted. Lin Yi suddenly discovered that Xiaohong's hair was bright red, and he had never seen Xiaohong wear this skirt. A terrifying possibility appeared in Lin Yi's mind. He was now in a blessed state, so as long as the probability was not zero, anything could happen. Is there anything I can help you with? Cold sweat flowed into the corners of Lin Yi's eyes, and he couldn't help but look into Xiaohong's eyes. He didn't know what he saw, but vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of waves. When he came to his senses, Xiaohong had disappeared. Lin Yi sat in the driver's seat without moving, but the bus had returned to the mountain road. The middle-aged bald man outside the door cheered in surprise. Lin Yi sighed. He knew this skill was a scam, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. The door was open to let the passengers outside get on. Since they had all paid their tickets, there was no sucking sensation down there this time. When Yang Yang got on the bus, Lin Yi controlled the psychic blade and stabbed her, and a gray stone was stabbed out of the bus. After separating from Yang Yang, the stone underwent some changes and petrification began to occur around it. Lin Yi stepped on the accelerator and helped Yang Yang treat his wound. The bus passed the intersection of two roads, leaving the petrification phenomenon behind. Lin Yi had discovered the stone a long time ago, but there were too many troubles before and he didn't have time to deal with it. The bus returned to the plane where the organization was located. There were a few more ordinary passengers on the bus. Lin Yi didn't know if he could complete the mission in this way, but based on previous experience, the probability of completing the mission was very high. I'm about to get off. Do you want to come with me, or go find your own world? Lin Yi asked. Is this your world? Is it safe? Yang Lin asked hurriedly. He no longer wanted to ride the bus and just wanted to find a safe stop to get off. As for their world, it wasn't safe either. It can't be said to be safe, but at least there are people trying their best to maintain order. Lin Yi greeted the captain who was standing on the side of the road. The captain saluted him back. That's good, we'll get off here. As long as his daughter is fine, Yang Lin doesn't care where she is. Lin Yi stopped the bus on the side of the road. Yang Lin and his daughter were the first to get off, followed by the boy with his family. The middle-aged baldness had disappeared, and only the students remained on the bus. You're not leaving? Before getting off the car, Lin Yi turned around and asked. Thank you. I know this is dangerous, but I want to go home. My family may still be waiting for me at home. The student said this with a pale face and biting his lip. Then I wish you a safe journey. Lin Yi threw the car keys to the student and got out of the car. As soon as Lin Yi got off the bus behind him drove away. When the bus disappeared at the end of the road disappeared with it. Simulation end. Number of simulations remaining, 5. 5 random items that appear in this event. Title, Veteran Driver. Lin Yi opened his eyes on the bed in the shelter. The little snake was wrapped around his neck. The smooth and delicate snake skin felt very nice to the touch. But Lin Yi had no time to pay attention to the little snake wagging its tail at him. After coming into contact with the evil god of the abyss, he felt that he was completely different. The 5 senses became unusually sharp. The body felt much more relaxed than before, and spiritual energy flowed more smoothly within the body. But his body structure did not change at all. His muscles, bones, nerves, internal organs, none of these changed. The other party seemed to have changed something more fundamental, so fundamental that Lin Yi couldn't even perceive it. It's good enough that I didn't turn into a monster. Lin Yi sighed. 188. Personal Special Random Events. After stretching his body for a while, Lin Yi pulled the little snake off his neck and looked into its eyes. Hiss. The little snake shook its tail and wrapped itself around Lin Ye's hand. Okay, don't try to trick me again tonight. Lin Yi released the little snake and began to examine the spoils piled in the center of the shelter. The 5 items were an umbrella-shaped mushroom with a black background and white patterns, a dark red spike, a white train ticket, a gray sealed metal can, and a piece of metal debris. Magic mushrooms. You can see real hallucinations after eating. Note: the boundary between reality and illusion is not clear-cut. As soon as Lin Yi picked up the psychedelic mushrooms, he smelled the smell of hospital disinfectant. Just by getting closer, he seemed to have returned to the past in his memory. How dangerous. Lin Yi put away the psychedelic mushrooms. He didn't miss the past, but someone else might be reluctant to let it go. Sharp spikes. A very excellent psychic material that can be used to make psychic items. Note: you can also use it to stab people directly. The spike was 1 centimeter in diameter and about 30 centimeters long. Lin Yi held the spike and stabbed it forward a few times. It was quite easy to use. Putting away the spikes, Lin Yi picked up the ticket. Bus ticket. Use the ticket on the road to summon a bus that travels between planes, 1/1. Note: please do not use this ticket in dangerous planes. There was a bus stop painted on the ticket, and a white bus was parked on the road outside the stop. Not bad. Maybe I can use it in the future. Putting the ticket away, Lin Yi picked up the gray metal can. Gray matter. Artificially purified gray matrix. Average purity. Can be ingested. After consumption, there is a very low chance of awakening mental skills, but a high chance of developing mental illness. Note: only a truly crazy person would need this thing. Another piece of junk that looks useful, but is actually completely useless. Lin Yi sighed and put the gray matter where it belonged. Relic fragments. A relic fragment containing a certain amount of power. You can use it to create psychic items, or extract the remaining fragments of rules. Note: of course you can also swallow it, like its previous owner did. The relic fragment was a fist-sized piece of metal. Lin Yi tried to use his mental power to sense its internal structure, but his mental power was isolated from the fragment by some force. This is okay, I can study it slowly. Finally, he came across a pretty good item. Lin Yi put away the metal block and then checked the new title through the system. Old driver. You are already a qualified driver, even without a driver's license. Note: maybe you can try other means of transportation. In fact, there is not much difference between a bus and a space battleship. I'll try it when I get a chance. After sorting out the spoils, Lin Yi took care of the animals and plants for a while, played with snakes for a while, and then went to the game room with the low-level nutrient solution and rune cards. The game room was still the same, and Lin Yi directly used the Berserk rune card. A large amount of messy knowledge crowded into Lin Ye's brain. This rune card was quite special. Berserk was a mental state. Lin Yi was influenced by the knowledge related to Berserk and entered a state close to Berserk. He tried to suppress this state, but was still inevitably affected. So when conducting the psychic energy cycle this time, Lin Yi directly played a card game of 100 red coins at a time. As soon as he started absorbing spiritual energy, Lin Yi discovered some differences from before. The spiritual energy flowed very smoothly in his body and strengthened much faster. In addition, his body's ability to withstand spiritual energy also increased. After completing 7 psychic cycles, Lin Yi left the game room with the 2,900 red coins he had won. I didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but rather happy. Lin Yi was organizing the knowledge in his mind. This was the easiest time for him to use the rune cards. While organizing the knowledge, Lin Yi also prepared dinner. The simulation task in the morning took up a lot of time, and the night activities were about to begin. After preparing dinner, Lin Yi opened the group chat and started eating. 527474/1000000. Maze exploration, start. Pick up the trash, start. Have you eaten everything? Food pictures. Eat. Food picture. Acquisition of second-order alienated organs. What are you collecting? Just go to the red maze and kill a few monsters to get them. As expected of a big boss, he speaks with conviction. Is there anyone who can't kill a level 2 monster? Today I ran into Brother Lin in the game room. I have to say, the god of gamblers still needs to learn a lot from Brother Lin. I encountered it too. 100 red coins in a hand, 10 consecutive wins. I was there too. At the time, Brother Lin was still absorbing spiritual energy to strengthen his body and didn't take the card game seriously at all. Awesome, I'm getting itchy. I suggest you don't overthink it. If you go, you might end up with nothing but your underwear. Nighttime activities begin. Tonight's event, personal special random event. Would you like to join? Join in. 09:59. No. Why isn't my mission a maze exploration? It's a personal mission instead? Oh no, I didn't realize I've already joined. Huh? Why am I exploring a maze? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not exploring a maze either. This is a personal special random event activity. Me too. Have you all joined? I haven't joined yet. Fuck, it seems like those with different missions are all big guys. Where's Brother Lin? Lin Yi, I am also participating in a personal special random event. The system should assign tasks based on your strength. I have already joined, but this is my first time participating in this event. It is up to you to decide whether to join or not. After joining, will we complete the mission together? No way. Isn't it a personal activity? They should all be separate. I'm joining. I'm sure the rewards will be great after completing this kind of personal mission. Yufeng, how come I also have a special mission? Boss you. I didn't expect you to have developed to this level without a shelter. I really underestimated you before. Yufeng, no, I'm only slightly better at concealment, but I'm terrible at everything else. Can this mission be cancelled? I accidentally joined. You're amazing. There's nothing I can do. After all, it's the daily exercise time. It shouldn't be cancelled. Come on. Yufeng, damn it, do you have any reliable psychic items to sell me? I was thinking of picking up trash, and I didn't prepare anything. Big guys also need to participate in personal missions. I can sell you one for cheap, but you have to go outside and take a look when you come back. Well, I can also lend you a psychic item, if you're willing to explore the city. Yufeng, okay, but I'll only go out once and just go downstairs. 189, survive to the end. Yes, that's one small step for you, one giant leap for survival. The transaction has been completed, please accept it. Yufeng, thank you all, as long as I can come back alive. I will go downstairs to help everyone take a look. It doesn't matter if you can't come back, don't stress too much. You're really good at talking. Brothers, I'm going to pick up trash. See you after the event. See you after the event. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed fully armed and played with the snake. The snake's skin felt quite good. 001. 00:00. Personal special random event is being drawn. Personal special random event has been drawn. Survive to the end. Gain special skills, mysterious. Mystery. After using the skill, you will receive a mysterious blessing, 1/1. Note, this is not a blessing. ID card detected, blank. Do you want to import a random identity? Yes. Obtain random identity. Teacher. Obtain identity skills, guidance. Guide. When you complete a complete guidance and receive the student's sincere recognition, you will receive a random card. Note, this is the teacher's responsibility. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed in the hotel. He was wearing only thin pajamas, his night dress and various equipment were gone, and the loot space was not sensed. Not only that, although the body is still the original one, the spiritual energy and mental power cannot be used, as if they were sealed. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about his current situation, a brief self-introduction appeared in his mind. Lin Yi, a junior instructor at a certain college, made an appointment with a student to meet in the hotel lobby, half an hour before the meeting time. Teacher? Student? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Do I just have to survive? Just as Lin Yi was thinking quickly, a chat room appeared in front of him. There were only two people in the chat room, Lin Yi and Victoria. Lin Yi, hello. Victoria. No, I'm not okay, and neither are you. Lin Yi. No, I'm fine. I'd be even better if you could tell me what's going on. Lin Yi put on his coat and carefully checked the entire room. Since he couldn't use his mental power, he could only check manually. Victoria, this is a game run by the controller, and you are unlucky to be assigned to the same game as me. Lin Yi, then you are lucky. I rarely lose when playing games. I will help you win. Where are you? Victoria, no, I'm not in the game. You are a participant, and I am a supporter. I can't participate in the game directly, I can only give you some help. Lin Yi, how can you help me? Victoria, sorry, not yet. For some reason, I was forced to participate in this game. If I fail, I will lose everything. You and I were not assigned together randomly, but because you have the lowest level among all the participants. Lin Yi, okay, tell me the rules of the game. Victoria, the rules are simple. Kill other participants, survive to the end among all participants, and get the highest score. Victoria, each participant has a simple basic identity. You need to distinguish between participants and locals. Killing participants will earn you points and cards, while killing locals may provoke local forces. Victoria, there are many types of cards. You should be in a state where your psychic and mental powers are locked. Certain cards can unlock your abilities and items. Victoria, in addition to killing participants, there are other ways to obtain cards, which you need to explore on your own. This is also my first time participating in this game. Victoria, the game map is huge, and your city is just a small part of the entire game map, so you'd better collect resources as quickly as possible. Victoria, do you have any other questions? Lin Yi, not yet. Lin Yi glanced at the white card he found under the cabinet. White card. Unlock. Unlock a random item from the loot box. 1/1. Note: I hope there is not too much clutter in your loot box. Lin Yi crushed the card directly, and a dark red dagger appeared in his hand. A third-tier psychic item, the alien dagger. Lin Yi inserted the mutated dagger in a place where it was easy to withdraw, and then covered it with clothes. If I could use my mental power, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. After tidying up his clothes in front of the mirror, Lin Yi left the room. He still had to meet his students. As soon as he walked out of the room, he met a nervous-looking middle-aged man in the corridor. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yi. He walked quickly towards Lin Yi and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I lost my room card. Could you please call the bellhop on the room phone? Of course, come in. Lin Yi opened the door and let the middle-aged man into his room, then locked the door. Before the middle-aged man turned around, Lin Yi stabbed his heart with the alien dagger from behind and skillfully covered his mouth and nose. Woo-woo. The middle-aged man wanted to struggle, but even though he couldn't use his psychic power, Lin Yi's physical strength was still strong. In addition, his heart was stabbed and he couldn't breathe, so the middle-aged man soon became motionless. Kill a participant for the first time and get a random card 1. A light green card appeared in front of Lin Yi. Green card skill. You can place a rune trap at the specified location, 1/1. Note: rune type is random. Is the skill card a skill I know, or a skill I've used before? If it is a skill that he has used before, then Lin Yi will have to draw a few more skill cards. After all, there are many skills that he cannot use at all now. After putting away the green card, Lin Yi was about to deal with the middle-aged man's body when the body shattered and disappeared like a card. Victoria, the bodies of the participants will disappear automatically, but the locals won't. You have good physical fitness, but you were too impulsive just now. If he calls out, you'll be finished. This is a high-end hotel in the city center, and there are many surveillance devices in the corridors. Lin Yi. He was already preparing to take action. I was just a little faster than him. Victoria. He wants a room where he can stay temporarily. He won't dare to attack you in the corridor unless you open the door. Lin Yi, what level are you? You've killed someone before, haven't you? Victoria. I am a 10th level psychic. I am not against you killing people, but I hope you can be more cautious. Otherwise, you will attract the attention of other participants, and we will be in a passive position. Lin Yi. Don't worry, I'm super cautious. Victoria. Is there something wrong with your mental state? Lin Yi. No, my mental state is very good. Without the powerful mental restraint, the frenzied knowledge began to gradually affect Lin Yi's mental state. 190. Teaching students. Lin Yi. Are all the supporters at level 10? Victoria. No, there are some high-level psychers as well. Lin Yi. 7, 8, and 9 are high levels, so what level is 10? Victoria. Level 10 is a transitional stage. You are only at level 2. You should be considering advancing from level 3 to level 4 to create a psychic core, instead of asking these meaningless questions. Lin Yi. How is the psychic core born? Victoria. You are a survivor of the system, so just follow the system. It is best not to mess around, such as learning some dangerous knowledge, as that can easily lead to accidents. Lin Yi. How do you know I am a survivor of the system? Victoria. The system sent me your simple information. Lin Yi. Oh, what does the document say? Victoria. There's only your name and rank, nothing useful written. To the system, any information is valuable. I need to pay the corresponding resources to view your specific information. Lin Yi. How much is my information worth? Victoria. I don't know. I don't even have the money to check your information right now. Lin Yi. Then you're having a pretty miserable time. Victoria. When you reach a higher level, you will understand why I am so miserable. Lin Yi. Okay. Lin Yi sat in the hotel lobby and chatted with Victoria. He didn't know why the teacher wanted to meet with the student in the hotel lobby, nor did he know what the meeting was for, and he didn't even know what his student looked like. Just as Lin Yi was thinking and classifying various possibilities, 2 female students in blue and white school uniforms entered the hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, they began to look around, as if they were looking for something. Lin Yi waved to them when they looked at him. Are you Teacher Lin? Li Shiyan was not very sure. The other party did not give her the feeling of a teacher. Yes, sit down and talk. Lin Yi carefully observed the 2 students, especially the changes in their expressions. The 2 of them briefly introduced themselves, and then sat opposite Lin Yi. Teacher Lin, although we appreciate you taking the time to teach us practical lessons, we've been in some trouble recently and may not be able to leave the city with you. Victoria Song was a little nervous. She always felt like someone was watching her from behind. Don't worry, Song. If the trouble you're talking about is the man following you, I'll help you deal with it. After all, I'm your teacher, and teaching you how to deal with trouble is part of my job. Although Lin Yi couldn't use his mental power now, judging by the man's actions, he wasn't even a psychic. Men? Someone's following us. Li Shiyan's face was solemn, but she did not look back. Well, tell me about your troubles. After you deal with them, we still have practical lessons to do. If he were in normal condition, Lin Yi would not be so arrogant. After all, he is unable to use his mental strength and psychic energy now. But influenced by the berserk knowledge, he now has no intention of forbearing at all. We've been targeted by cultists. It's not just us. Many students in the school have disappeared. We believe it's all the cults doing. Li Shiyan moved the chair next to Lin Yi and spoke in a low voice. Didn't you tell anyone about this? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Several students had already gone missing. Didn't the city's public security department do anything about it? We reported this to the Public Security Bureau a long time ago, but they just sent someone to the school to take a look and dealt with it without any in-depth investigation. Moreover, Victoria Song also pulled her chair closer to Lin Yi. Li Shiyan was still relatively stable, but she was a little nervous. After a pause, Victoria Song continued. We went to the homes of the missing students, and the families of those students were very strange. They didn't care about the missing students at all. I suspect they may have been influenced by cult members. Victoria Song didn't think the teacher would believe her nonsense. This was not the first time she had said this to the teacher, but for some reason, just by being looked at by those dark eyes, she was able to smoothly say out the words that had been pent up in her heart and that she was almost unable to bear. Very good. Since we have a suitable case, we will have a practical lesson in the city this time. The first lesson I will teach you is how to deal with cultists. Follow us. Lin Yi stood up and left the hotel. The two students hesitated for a while, but finally followed him. The first thing is to gather intelligence. We need to find out who the enemy is, where the enemy is, and what the enemy's purpose is. Lin Yi led the two into a dark alley, and then Lin Yi skillfully knocked out the man who followed him into the alley. Seeing Lin Yi take action directly, both of them were shocked. This was the city center, and the Public Security Bureau branch was across the street. Victoria Song was both touched and uneasy. She didn't expect Teacher Lin to trust her so much. She was also afraid that the disappearances were all her imagination and that the cult members didn't exist at all. Lin Yi checked the man's belongings and found a cell phone, keys, and some massage parlor coupons in his pocket. By observing the frequently pressed position on the phone screen protector, Lin Yi entered the password and opened the man's phone. After absorbing the blood of the gods, his five senses became much sharper. There was a lot of information in the mobile phone. Based on this information, Lin Yi had a certain understanding of the man and found out where he lived. This is the first step in gathering intelligence. Often, if you don't actively gather intelligence, you might not even know what happened until you die. Intelligence is life. Lin Yi carefully taught the two of them every step of collecting information. And by the way, he opened the manhole cover and threw the man into the sewer so that he would not be discovered by passersby. Complete a tutorial and get a random card. Get a white card. White card. Unlock. Remove the mental blockade for 1 minute, January 1st. Note, 1 minute is not long, but you can do a lot. It's true that a lot can be done. Lin Yi put the card away. With this card, he could deal with ordinary low-level psychics at will. I understand, teacher. Are we going to his house to collect information later? Li Shiyan is much more active than Victoria Song. Yes, but we can also be more proactive. Lin Yi used the man's phone to send a message to his superior. Why don't we just ask him? Victoria Song took a look at the manhole cover and felt a little strange. Because he's not a reliable source of information. Remember, don't trust others easily. I'm not saying he might deceive you, but he himself is untrustworthy. His level, knowledge, and intelligence don't support him getting the right information, so the information he gets is even less credible. This kind of information deviation is extremely deadly. Lin Yi called a taxi and told the driver the man's address. 191, Massage Parlor. The taxi quickly dropped the three of them off at the man's apartment building, and Lin Yi paid the fare using the man's cell phone. The man's apartment was on the 4th floor. Lin Yi used his key to open the door. After entering the apartment, he used the green skill card to set a rune trap at the door. The apartment is not big, with only 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, not much bigger than the initial shelter. The three began to search for information in the apartment, and Lin Yi found a blue card under the pool. Blue card support. Use the card to detect the location of participants within 1,000 meters, March 3rd. Note, participants detected by the card will receive a system prompt. Lin Yi, is the support card related to you? Victoria, well, skill cards are related to your skills, and support cards are related to my skills. Lin Yi, it's still quite practical, but can't you put more cards into the card pool that can destroy a city with 1 hit? Victoria, just like yours, the cards are all generated by the system. I do have skills that can destroy cities, but considering the strength, the probability of you getting it is almost zero. Lin Yi, okay. After putting away the cards, Lin Yi heard footsteps in the corridor, so he turned around and told the two students who were searching for information not to make any noise. Knock knock. Lin Yi and two students hid in the place farthest from the door. Seeing that there was no movement inside, the other party sent a message to the man's mobile phone. I'm here, where are you? I have something urgent to take care of. The door is unlocked. The photo is on the table in the bedroom. Go in and get it. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Lin Yi replied a message. I went online and opened the door, and the rune trap was triggered as soon as I entered the room. He had bad luck and encountered the cutting rune. Lin Yi had no choice but to step over the minced meat and quickly close the door. In the minced meat, Lin Yi found some fragments of massage parlor coupons. Although it is not ruled out that the man and his girlfriend went to the same massage parlor for massage, it is more likely that there is something wrong with this massage parlor. Teacher, I found a school uniform from our school in the closet. Li Shiyan took the school uniform and found Lin Yi, who was searching for clues in the minced meat. Don't just stand there, help me clean it up. It will be troublesome if the blood seeps downstairs. Lin Yi began to instruct Li Shiyan on how to deal with corpses. The girl learned quickly and was very talented. In comparison, Victoria Song is not so good and often gives off an air of uncoordinated behavior. What are you doing? Victoria Song curiously poked her head out of the bedroom and asked. We're cleaning the floor. Please continue searching for clues in the room. Li Shiyan answered before Lin Yi. Okay. Song Qian didn't ask any more questions and retracted her head. I'm sorry, teacher. Li Shiyan spread a large amount of toilet paper on the ground to absorb the blood. It's okay. Although I personally prefer to be prepared, under normal circumstances you won't need this kind of knowledge. Lin Yi took out the massage coupon and checked the address of the massage parlor on his phone. The massage parlor is located in the next door complex, only a 5-minute walk from this apartment. After dealing with the minced meat, Lin Yi took the two students away from the crime scene. I'll go check out that massage parlor. You guys go eat some fast food at the roadside fast food restaurant. It's daytime now, so even if you're unlucky and run into some cult members eating fast food, that's okay. If you have any questions, call me. Try not to run around. Lin Yi sent Li Shiyan a red envelope for fast food. After all, he was an adult, and it would not be appropriate for him to let students pay for meals. Okay. Teacher, please be careful and don't worry about us. Li Shiyan brought Song Qian, who looked worried, into the fast food restaurant. Lin Yi walked towards the massage parlor alone. As he approached the parlor, he felt uncomfortable. Looks like I found the right place. The name of the massage shop is Hydra Massage, and the pink sign looks very unreliable. Lin Yi pushed the door and entered the massage parlor. It was his first time in such a place. Hello, sir. This is probably your first time visiting our house, right? The receptionist was a hot young lady with a delicate face. She smiled and introduced various massage options to Lin Yi. I'll try the 298 set meal this time. If it's good, I'll order the 998 set meal next time. Lin Yi pretended to be experienced and followed the waiter into the depths of the massage parlor. Do you have any technicians you're familiar with? The service staff took Lin Yi into an empty room similar to a standard hotel room and asked, Is technician number 4 here? Lin Yi asked casually. There's no technician number 4 in the shop. The waiter replied. There are only 3 technicians in your shop? Lin Yi felt a little strange. No, the technicians choose their own numbers. Technician number 44 doesn't have any customers right now. Do you want to choose her? The service person took out his cell phone, which contained a picture of the technician with a number. Okay, that's her. Lin Yi glanced at his phone. Technician number 44 was a young woman with a very good figure. The other pictures were similar. If the pictures were not photoshopped, then the quality of the technicians in this store was ridiculously high. Okay, here's some mineral water for you. The waiter placed a bottle of mineral water on the bedside table and then left the room. Of course, Lin Yi would not touch the bottle of mineral water. A thick fragrance floated in the room, making people's mouths dry. Lin Yi didn't have to wait long, and soon the sound of regular, almost mechanical footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Knock knock. Enter. Lin Yi held the mutated dagger in reverse, ready to crush the white card at any time. If there wasn't a 1-minute limit, Lin Yi would have taken action as soon as he entered the massage parlor. Hello, sir. Technician number 44 is here to serve you. A woman who looked exactly like the one in the photo approached Lin Yi with a smile. If it weren't for Lin Yi's sharp eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to detect the numbness and fear hidden beneath the other person's stiff smile in the dim light. Hello. Lin Yi let go of the mutated dagger, then quickly inserted his right hand into the technician's mouth and pulled out a white worm from deep in the other's throat. The worm's body was covered with a large number of dark green lines. The worm was very long. Lin Yi pulled out half a meter of it, but part of it still remained inside the technician's body. Woo-woo. The technician let out a low scream. Lin Yi only pulled out the upper part of the insect, and the lower part of the insect was buried deep in various parts of the technician's body like plant roots. If Lin Yi forcibly pulled the worm out, it would tear apart all the organs in the technician's body. Kill me, please, kill me, let me die. The technician made a muffled sound. Lin Yi used the mutated dagger to cut off the upper part of the insect, and then stabbed the mutated dagger into the lower part of the insect several times in a row. If the technician really wanted to die, he could give him a quick death, but that would have to wait until he dealt with the cultists and the damn bug. Lin Yi walked out of the room and returned to the entrance of the massage parlor, lowering the shutter door under the puzzled gaze of the receptionist. He should have done this a long time ago. Hearing the chaotic footsteps in the corridor, Lin Yi crushed the white card in his hand. 192. Unlocking psionic powers. What does it feel like to have only mental power but no psychic power? Although Lin Yi had experienced this many times in simulated missions, this was the first time this happened on his main body. Because it was a familiar body, Lin Yi did not need to adapt and instantly controlled the external spiritual energy. A group of shop assistants who rushed over were stabbed in the vitals by the backstab psychic blade before they could even walk out of the corridor, and their corpses filled the corridor. Lin Yi's mental power spread outward, sensing the entire massage parlor, and soon he discovered 2 hidden spaces underground in the massage parlor. Do you know who we are helping? The female receptionist looked at Lin Yi tremblingly. She was not much stronger than the corpses in the corridor, so she could only try to communicate with Lin Yi. I don't know. Do you have any high-level psychers? Lin Yi casually set up a few rune traps at the door, and then walked into the depths of the massage parlor. Time was limited, otherwise he could have chatted with the other party for a few more words. The psychic blade pierced the female receptionist's vitals from behind. She wanted to say yes, but because it was too outrageous, she didn't say it out loud. High-level psychics are already at the top of psychics. How could they possibly appear in such a small place? When Lin Yi passed by the corpses, he found a purple card on them. Purple card. Mission. After using the card, you will get a random task. After completing the task, you will get a system reward. Note: after the event ends, unfinished tasks will lower the survivor's system rating, and completed tasks will increase the survivor's system rating. Lin Yi casually crushed the purple card. Get random task. Clean up the massage parlor. Massage parlor cleaning. Dim lights, a fiery atmosphere, and a cold operating table hidden underground. A massage parlor is undoubtedly a great place to recruit believers. You've discovered a cult stronghold, but there are certainly more than just one. There are many more massage parlors like this in the city. You need to find and eliminate them all. Note: clear at least 5 massage parlors. The more massage parlors you clear, the more generous the reward. Lin Yi glanced at the tasks and dealt with several technicians who rushed towards him. These technicians had been completely controlled by the bugs in their bodies, and some inhuman structures had appeared on their bodies. But Lin Yi did not kill them. Instead, he used surgical precision to stab the insect's vital points at the bifurcation. Doing so would waste some of his mental energy, but it didn't matter because he only had 1 minute. Using compressed psychic energy to blow up the secret door leading to the underground space, a cold corridor appeared in front of Lin Yi. A young man with slicked back hair and wearing a dark green suit was standing in the corridor. He was the person in charge here and the only surviving cultist in the store. This is a 3rd-level psychic who is infinitely close to the 4th level. If you're here to cause trouble for this cult, maybe we can talk. I actually have nothing to do with this cult. The young man held a green card in his hand. He felt extremely unlucky as he became the head of the cult's stronghold right after entering. Although he was also a cult member, he was not the same kind of person as these bug-playing people. Before he could settle into his position, he was blocked underground by a 2nd-level psychic who looked terrifyingly powerful. He was unable to use psychic power and mental strength, and only had a green skill card in his hand that was quite powerful but difficult to hit. Lin Yi stabbed the young man with the backstab psychic blade very decisively. Just when he was about to follow up with a full-fledged shotgun blade, he found that the young man had been stabbed to death. Playing dead? You're pretending pretty well, but you should at least put up a fight. Lin Yi stabbed him a few more times before realizing that the other party was not pretending. It was not until Lin Yi saw the green card in the young man's hand that he understood what was going on. This system card seems to have the ability to block spiritual perception and can only be observed with the naked eye. Green card skill. Condensing a psychic spear in your hand, you can decide the direction of throwing it, 1-to-1. Note: is it true that someone could be hit by a skill that requires charging and has a moderate flight speed? Rubbish skills. Lin Yi put away the cards and pushed open the door of the operating room. The strong smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. In the dark operating room, a middle-aged man with a beer belly was lying on the operating table and sleeping. His face was filled with a happy smile, and his saliva was flowing onto the operating table. Lin Yi ignored him and pushed open the full-length mirror on the wall of the operating room. Inside was a staircase leading to the second underground floor. The second underground floor is an underground space of 100 square meters, filled with a large number of half-human, half-insect monsters. In the center of the space, there grows a white insect tree. The ground under the tree is piled with chopped corpses, and the tree is hung with white insects. There were 5 seconds left in the 1-minute countdown, and Lin Yi threw the psychic blade in his hand, which had been compressing, shaping, and engraving runes since the countdown began, into the underground space. Boom. The psychic blade accurately hit the trunk of the insect tree. The insect tree pulled out its roots to try to avoid the violent psychic energy, but under the influence of various runes, pulling out the roots not only failed to get it out of the explosion range, but instead caused its roots to be cut into pieces as well. Only after the explosion was completely over did Lin Yi enter the underground space and take a pink card from the corpse of the insect tree. Pink card loot. This card can be used during the event to transform into a card of another color, or it can be used after the event to transform into a piece of loot. Note, this can also be left as a legacy to the enemy. Lin Yi crushed the pink card directly. After using up the white cards, he now needed to replenish the battle cards. The pink card transformed into a white card. White card, unlock. Completely lift the psychic blockade. Note, yes, there is no time limit. Lin Yi crushed the card directly. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into Lin Yi's body and flowed freely in his body. Without the restraint of mental power, the spiritual energy automatically penetrated into every part of his body. At first, Lin Yi was worried about the alienation of his body, but since absorbing the blood of the gods, his body has been extremely stable and there is no sign of alienation at all. Although it's not as good as unlocking spiritual power, it's still pretty good. Even if he couldn't use runes to control external psychic energy, Lin Yi could still use the psychic energy in his body and his fists and feet to deal with some ordinary psychics. Just as Lin Yi was exercising, he received a message. Teacher, several men in black suits broke into the fast food restaurant and tried to arrest us. We ran out and are now running down the street. Send me the coordinates. I'll be there soon. Lin Yi used his psychic power to stimulate the middle-aged man lying on the operating table and then left the massage parlor. Considering that there might be problems with the sheriff's bureau, he didn't want the man to see his face, so he had destroyed the surveillance equipment in the massage parlor before. As for those technicians, they can only be handed over to the Public Security Bureau. I hope there are still normal people in the Public Security Bureau. 193, Wenshuan Club. According to the coordinates on the phone, Lin Yi quickly found the 2 students and several men in black suits following them. What do you want from my students? Since they were on the street and there were many pedestrians around, Lin Yi did not take action directly. Kid, if you don't want to die, get away. Our boss wants something from them. Bang. A man in a black suit stepped forward and tried to push Lin Yi away, but was slapped to the ground by Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not use any spiritual power, and even only used 20% of his strength. Otherwise, the opponent's head would have rotated on his neck at least 2.5 times. You bastard. Seeing Lin Yi taking action, several other men in black suits surrounded him. Bang, 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 bang. Each of them will be slapped. Lin Yi will not tolerate them. At this time, a wretched-looking old man emerged from the crowd. He approached Lin Yi cautiously and said, "You must be a teacher at the academy, right? You're really young and promising. I'm a deacon of the Wenshuan Society. Our president has something he wants to ask your students. Could you please ask them to come with you? Things have to be resolved, and you can't protect them forever. Besides, there are several psychics in our society, and the president and several captains of the Public Security Bureau are acquaintances." Lao Deng smiled kindly, but the threat was evident in his words. "See that coffee shop? I'll give your president 10 minutes. If he doesn't show up, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill him. Got it?" Lin Yi grabbed Lao Deng's hair, pulled him in front of him, and forced him to look into his eyes. "Understood. I'll inform the president right away." Lao Deng's eyes widened, no longer as calm as before. As an old man working in the association, he had met many people, so he knew very well that Lin Yi was not trying to scare him, but really wanted to kill him. "Let's go to a coffee shop and have something to eat. I haven't been to a coffee shop before. Girls of your age should like this kind of place, right?" Lin Yi didn't choose it randomly. If he was alone, he would choose an old noodle shop on the roadside instead of this trendy coffee shop. "Well, I went there a few times with my friends and took pictures. Li Shiyan actually has no interest in coffee shops, but as part of making friends, she can perfectly integrate into the friendly atmosphere. I've never been to a coffee shop before. I don't dare go near such a beautiful place. Song Qian grabbed Li Shiyan's clothes. She has always been a coward. If she hadn't met Li Shiyan, she might not have dared to resist those cultists. That's great. Let's go give it a try. Lin Yi glanced at Lao Deng, who was on the phone. Lao Deng followed Lin Yi consciously. The coffee shop was very quiet, with only 2 tables of customers. The store manager is a tall and beautiful woman with a handsome appearance. There are no waiters in the store, only the store manager. I want a cheese strawberry cake and the best coffee in the store, and a package of the store's most recommended snacks. Lin Yi glanced at the menu and ordered casually. Li Shiyan also ordered cake and coffee, while Victoria Song ordered a cream pancake and soda set meal. Before the meal was served, a black luxury car stopped outside the coffee shop. A very elegant middle-aged man walked into the coffee shop, followed by 2 burly bald bodyguards. Both bodyguards are low-level psychics. Lao Deng, who was sitting next to Lin Yi, stood up hurriedly and gave his seat to him. I'm Zhao Wenshuan, the president of the Wenshuan Society. You must be Mr. Lin from the academy, right? Zhao Wenshuan was very polite. He could handle 2 college students without any background, but the college teachers were not so easy to deal with. If you have something to say, please tell me. I'm very busy. At this distance, it would only take Lin Yi 1 second to blow his head off. The thing is, the child of a friend of mine who is also a student at the academy is missing. You seem to know some information, and I hope you can tell me. Zhao Wenshuan said to Li Shiyan earnestly. Your friend isn't missing? Could it be you? Lin Yi interjected, and then told Zhao Wenshuan all the information they had discovered. It's not that Lin Yi trusts Zhao Wenshuan that much. This is a simple test. He will judge whether Zhao Wenshuan has any connection with the cult through the changes in his expression and eyes, and decide how to deal with Wenshuan accordingly. I see. After listening to Lin Ye's narration, Zhao Wenshuan closed his eyes in pain. The missing student was his illegitimate child. He was not actually familiar with the child. They only met occasionally and had meals together. Usually, the child was taken care of by a nanny, but the child was his child after all. Don't be too sad. There's still a chance that classmate is still alive. I haven't figured out the cultist's purpose yet. Once I take down a few more cult strongholds, maybe I can find some clues about that classmate. Lin Yi ate the cheese strawberry cake bit by bit and only took a sip of the store manager's special coffee. He actually didn't quite understand the joy of drinking coffee. What do you need from me? Zhao Wenshuan asked immediately. Help me find those massage parlors that might be cult bases. I also need a car and a driver who's familiar with the roads. Also, help me get a batch of silenced psychic firearms. Of course, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to state his needs. The front is fine, but psychic firearms are a bit difficult to handle and can easily attract the attention of the sheriff's department. I can get you 2 silenced psychic pistols, but it's best not to use them. Zhao Wenshuan also tried his best, not only for his son, but also because he didn't want to live in the same city with the cult members. In fact, some low-level members of the Wenshuan Society were also missing, but they were all people at the bottom of society and would occasionally disappear, so no one cared. But when he thought about the information given by Lin Yi, Zhao Wenshuan immediately realized that those people might have been taken away by the cultists. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. I'm going to the next massage parlor in 10 minutes. Lin Yi doesn't want to cooperate with stupid teammates. That would be a waste of time. No problem. Zhao Wenshuan made a few phone calls, and 5 minutes later, a black sports car stopped in front of the coffee shop. Lin Yi took the 2 students into the car. The driver was a young man in his 20s with a crew cut. Without Lin Yi saying anything, the young man handed Lin Yi a box and drove to the nearest suspicious massage parlor. Inside the box were 2 psychic pistols with silencers and 4 magazines, each containing 18 rounds of psychic bullets. Putting the pistol and magazine in an easy-to-reach place, Lin Yi took out his mobile phone and silently checked the city map. In just 5 minutes, the sports car stopped outside a massage parlor. Wait for me in the car, I'll be back soon. Lin Yi got out of the car and walked into the massage parlor. As soon as he entered the massage parlor, he smelled the thick fragrance. Yes, that's the taste. Lin Yi turned around and closed the shop door. 194, express card. Without giving the cultists in the hall a chance to speak, Lin Yi simply smashed their heads with his fists. Even if he couldn't use his mental power, Lin Yi could still predict everyone's movements with his keen 5 senses and blow their heads off before they acted. Spiritual energy flows in Lin Yi's body without any control, and the spiritual energy flows naturally along with his movements. Lin Yi went deep into the massage parlor and killed every cultist he met on the way. Although he could not use the power gloves, he had learned some basic boxing skills, and he could beat these cultists one by one with one punch. The trouble was with the technicians. Since they couldn't use their mental power, Lin Yi could only pull the bugs out of their mouths one by one, and then stab the bugs' vital points with the alienated dagger. At the beginning, Lin Yi needed to look carefully twice before he could start the operation. After working with several technicians, he gradually became familiar with the processing steps. Now he can basically complete the process of one technician within 5 seconds. In comparison, those cultists are much easier to deal with. Relying on his 5 senses, Lin Yi quickly found the secret door leading to the underground. This time, the person in charge of the base was not waiting for him in the corridor, but Lin Yi could vaguely hear strange noises coming from deeper in the building below the corridor. It sounded a bit like a song, or like someone was chanting a ballad. The voice was intermittent and mixed with screams. Lin Yi carefully checked the basement. Apart from the 2 middle-aged men lying dead on the operating table, there was no one there. The operating room had the same layout as the one in the previous massage parlor. Lin Yi pushed open the full-length mirror on the wall, and a large number of insects with human organs growing on their bodies swarmed out and pounced on Lin Yi. Not only that, behind Lin Yi, the 2 middle-aged men lying dead on the operating table suddenly exploded, and 2 insects crawled out from the flying flesh and blood and pounced on Lin Yi's back and back of the head respectively. This was a trap that had been prepared long ago. Unable to use his mental power, Lin Yi had to dodge to the side to avoid the attacks from the front and back, but the insects flexibly changed direction through their limbs and continued to pounce on Lin Yi. The space in the operating room is limited, and Lin Yi can't keep dodging. Lin Yi's eyes flashed as he locked onto the vital points of each insect, then pulled out the 2 psychic pistols from his waist. Puff, 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 puff. The bullets hit the vital points of each insect accurately. In midair, they could not dodge the bullets fired by the psychic pistol. After cleaning up the bugs that pounced on him, Lin Yi directly crushed a green card, and a psychic spear gradually gathered power and took shape in his hand. Lin Yi stood sideways at the entrance to the underground space and said to the psychic who had already merged with the insect tree, "Before you die, can you tell me who the god you believe in is?" Until now, Lin Yi had no idea what the hell he was fighting against. "Damn, I don't know either." The insect tree man managed to make a hoarse sound. "Are you also a participant? Why are your initial identities all leaders of cult strongholds? Wholesale ID cards." Lin Yi was speechless. He had already dealt with 2 cult strongholds, but they were just some small fry. The 2 middle-level cult members were also participants. Are all the leaders of cult strongholds not participants? You're a participant too? If I had known, I would have used the card later. But since I've already used the card, I can only ask you to die here. The insect tree man was very confident. He didn't think that a 2nd-level psychic with most of his abilities blocked could be his opponent. But it obviously didn't notice the psychic spear that Lin Yi was hiding behind his back and was gathering power. Lin Yi is not the only one who cannot use his mental power. Goodbye then. Lin Yi didn't waste any time and directly threw the fully charged psychic spear into the underground space. The insect tree man reacted quickly and started to dodge when Lin Yi showed his spear, but Lin Yi predicted its reaction and the psychic spear accurately hit its thick and tall body. Boom. Lin Yi followed the psychic spear into the underground space. The psychic spear only blew up the body of the insect tree man, but failed to kill it completely. Lin Yi, who rushed into the underground space, would certainly not miss this opportunity. He kept smashing various parts of the opponent's broken body, and finally chopped off the human head growing on the top of the insect tree. It was not until a white card appeared out of thin air above the corpse that Lin Yi stopped his right hand from cutting up the corpse. White card, unlock. Unlock a random item from the loot box, 1/1. Note, I hope there is not too much clutter in your loot box. Lin Yi crushed the card directly, and the item unlocked this time was a short knife with a blurry blade. Night Blade, a mid-level psychic item. It seems like it's getting dark soon. Lin Yi put away the night blade and began to search for spoils. There were only some half-human, half-insect corpses in the underground space, and nothing valuable. Finally, he found a blue card and a pink card on the body and inside the insect tree man respectively. Blue card support. Use this card to randomly teleport to a participant, 1/1. Note, a must-have card for professional couriers. Using this card will likely teleport you to the enemy's base, making it easy to deliver a package. Lin Yi suppressed the urge to crush the card. The other participants should still be in the development stage. If he didn't have some unfinished business, he would definitely give it a try. The pink card is still a loot card, and the description is the same. After putting away the card, Lin Yi left the massage parlor and took a car to the next suspicious location. On the way to the next massage parlor, Lin Yi took the time to explain the process of handling this incident to the 2 students. and the driver listened very carefully. 10 minutes later, the sports car stopped outside a massage parlor. I'll stop here for now and continue when I get back. Lin Yi entered the massage parlor and soon discovered that this shop was not a cult base. Although it doesn't look very serious, it's not his business. Lin Yi left the massage parlor under the strange gaze of the receptionist. This one isn't it. Let's go to the next one. Back in the car, Lin Yi continued to instruct the two students. Isn't this the place? A member of the guild disappeared here, I thought. The driver felt a little strange, but he didn't say much. He just muttered something and turned around to go to the next one. Wait, let me take another look. Lin Yi got out of the car and looked around. This place was very close to the outskirts of the city. There were few residents living nearby, and the surroundings were very quiet. It's a little strange to have a massage parlor in a place like this. Is it because they're afraid of being inspected by the Public Security Bureau? Lin Yi judged that this massage parlor was not a cult base based on only 2 points. First, there were no strange smells or sounds in the store. Second, the front desk and service staff are normal human beings, not cult members. But cults can employ ordinary people, and the smell and sound can be disguised. If this is truly a cult stronghold, then it must be very important, and that's why they need to be so carefully disguised. Thinking of this, Lin Yi glanced at the darkening sky, drew out the night blade, and entered the massage parlor again. 195, important stronghold. Lin Yi walked around the massage parlor casually with the night blade in his hand, and the staff in the parlor didn't notice him at all. The effect of the night blade was much better than he had expected. It could only be said that it was worthy of being a mid-level psychic item. This massage parlor has many guest rooms. Considering that the other party might hide their base in a dark room connected to a guest room, Lin Yi could only check each room carefully. There were guests and technicians in some guest rooms, but as long as he was holding the night blade, they would not be able to notice Lin Yi even if he was standing by the bed. Wang Minghui shuddered and looked at the ceiling with a dazed look in his eyes, but he suddenly noticed a figure standing at the edge of his vision. Who are you? Wang Minghui was so scared that he almost jumped up. He stared at the young man who suddenly appeared in the room and hurriedly wrapped himself in a quilt. You can notice me? Lin Yi looked at the frightened Wang Minghui curiously. He was the first person to discover him in the massage parlor. Nonsense, who are you? Why are you here? Wang Minghui took the pants from the bedside and put them on, and then he felt a little relaxed. I'm the operations captain of the Public Security Bureau. Of course I'm here to handle a case. Lin Yi said nonsense casually. Operations captain? Which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Minghui looked at Lin Yi suspiciously and quietly reached into his coat pocket. Of course you don't know me. I'm not from here. Don't move. Lin Yi turned around and said to the technician who was trying to sneak out of the room. Not a local? You are. Wang Minghui felt a little relieved after getting his gun. Lin Yi put a lot of pressure on him. Someone reported to headquarters that a cult is rampant here, and even the Public Security Bureau is under its control. Lin Yi stared at Wang Minghui, looked into his eyes, and asked word by word. Are you a cultist? Of course not. How could I be a cultist? There are no cultists in this city. Wang Minghui said excitedly. Oh, but I've already destroyed 2 cult strongholds. Do you want to deceive the operations captain at headquarters? Lin Yi asked with a frown. What? There are really cultists in the city? Wang Minghui was very surprised. Lin Yi told the other party the information he had found out. He didn't think the other party's surprise was fake, so he wanted to hear the opinions of the Public Security Bureau staff. A massage parlor? These cultists are so rampant? Is it here too? Thinking of his hobby, Wang Minghui broke out in a cold sweat. He also thought that since Lin Yi appeared here, it meant that this place was probably related to a cult. Yes, this is also a cult stronghold, but it may be more important, so the entrance is so hidden. Lin Yi looked at the wall that divided the 2 guest rooms. The length of the room was wrong, and there was a small space missing between the 2 guest rooms. One of my colleagues resigned suddenly, but she had never mentioned resignation before, and her phone was unreachable. The technician standing by suddenly said, I will find her, though the outcome may not be good. Lin Yi carefully examined the wall. He could blow it up with one punch, but that would make too much noise. This was an important stronghold, and before killing anyone, he wanted to collect some information first. Soon, Lin Yi found a hidden button behind the bedside table. Press the button and the wall flips over, revealing a passage leading underground. Will you come down with me, or do you want me to knock you out? Lin Yi looked at the 2 of them and asked. I'm a peace officer after all, so of course I have to go down with her. Forget about her. It's too dangerous for ordinary people to go down there. Wang Minghui replied. No, I'd rather go down than get knocked unconscious. If the cultists come over, I'll be dead. Luo Xian is not stupid. When a fight breaks out, someone will definitely come to check the situation. Whether she can survive at that time will depend entirely on the other party's mood. Then follow me. Don't get close to me, and don't run away. I'll go ahead and explore the way. Lin Yi entered the passage holding the night blade and disappeared from the sight of the two in the blink of an eye. Aren't you afraid? Wang Minghui held his service gun. He hadn't been involved in a case requiring shooting for a long time, so he was scared to death. I'm afraid, but I'm more afraid of disappearing like my colleagues. The Public Security Bureau won't care about us. No matter what the purpose is, he's willing to help us, so I shouldn't at least hold him back. Liu Xian didn't believe at all that Lin Yi was from the Public Security Bureau. She had met many men and heard many lies. She could see that the man really wanted to help her find her colleague. Okay, you damn cultists, massage is my only hobby. You're forcing me. After preparing himself mentally, Wang Minghui entered the passage, and Liu Xian followed behind him. Lin Yi followed the passage into the underground space. The passage was connected to a long and narrow corridor. On both sides of the corridor were narrow cells. Some of the cells were empty, but they were covered with bloodstains that were red to black. Some of the cells contained people, and the conditions of these people were obviously not normal. Walking along the corridor, Lin Yi did not disturb the citizens imprisoned in the cells. There were too many people who needed help here, and he had to deal with the cultists first before he could let them out. But Wang Minghui and Liu Xian couldn't move forward in stealth like Lin Yi, and soon there was some movement behind them. A cultist heard the noise and was about to go over to check the situation, but was stabbed in the vitals by a dagger that suddenly appeared. Lin Yi covered the cultist's mouth and nose, stabbed him a few more times, and then dragged the body into the cell next door. There was more than one cultist who heard the noise. Lin Yi stood in the middle of the corridor and stabbed each one to death. Soon the corpses filled the cell next to him. Lin Yi had no choice but to walk forward a few steps and move to another cell to place the corpses. Lin Yi changed 5 cells in a row before he finished dealing with the bodies of the cultists, and the cultists finally stopped this behavior of delivering food. What surprised Lin Yi was that he actually got 2 cards from these cultists. A white unlock item card and a green skill card. Green card skill. Set a rune node. When the psychic bullet passes through the rune node, it will change direction and increase speed and power 1/1. Note, it doesn't matter which direction the bullet goes, what matters is where it hits. Fuck, you can even draw this skill? It's a pity I didn't draw Deadly Joke and Ace. Lin Yi crushed the white card, and a number 3 salted fish appeared in his hand. Damn, why is it this? Lin Yi quickly let go. Fortunately, the power of salted fish number 3 was much weaker than the original one. Otherwise, he would have to change his hand. It's really dangerous. Lin Yi took a piece of clothing from the cultist's body and wrapped the salted fish. He hadn't figured out how to use this thing yet. After dealing with the salted fish, Lin Yi took the night blade and continued to go deeper into the cult's stronghold. The corridor was very long, and he didn't know where it would lead to. 196. Pure white seed. Not sure if they hid themselves or were killed, but Lin Yi never encountered another cultist on the road. However, the number of citizens in the cells on both sides of the corridor did not decrease, and as Lin Yi went deeper, the conditions of the citizens became more and more strange. At first, human features could be seen in them, but later they gradually turned into a combination of flesh, blood, insects, and trees. Almost all of these citizens were in different states, and the cultists seemed to be conducting some kind of experiment on living people. The corridor was very long and in a straight line. Lin Yi felt that he was almost approaching the edge of the city. Lin Yi quickened his pace. He was considering whether to retreat first. After all, the cult's stronghold in the city had not been dealt with yet, and he didn't know what weird things were ahead. He felt that he should at least get another card to unlock his mental power before leaving the city. And 2 students were waiting for him in the car. Just as Lin Yi was about to turn around, he heard a lot of footsteps in front of him. Oh. Lin Yi held the night blade and leaned against the wall on one side of the corridor. There were probably a large number of cult reinforcements ahead. He could wait here for them to pass by, and then follow behind and stab them secretly. However, what appeared in front was not a large number of cultists, but a giant worm with a body so thick that it filled most of the corridor. The insect's body is snow white, with dark green lines crawling underneath its white and tender skin. Human limbs grow on both sides of its body. This giant insect looks like a giant white centipede. Lin Yi couldn't see the tail of the worm at all, but just by listening to the footsteps, he could tell that the worm looked terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that the giant insect's head is covered with human eyeballs, and now those eyeballs are staring at Lin Yi. It can see Lin Yi and is looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was very sure that he could not deal with this worm. It was too big. Without being able to use his mental power, his attacks could not even reach the worm's vital points. Even Lin Yi didn't think he could escape. The giant insect looked at him cruelly and teasingly, and was in no hurry to attack. The consciousness within this ghost thing most likely belongs to a cultist. The moment he saw the giant insect, Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all. He threw out the salted fish number 3 wrapped in his clothes and crushed a blue card. Lin Yi shattered and disappeared along with the card. Before disappearing, he saw a huge mouth swallowing up salted fish number 3 and his afterimage. Lin Yi casually punched the sheriff who was trying to crush the card next to him. The other party's reaction was too slow, and he hadn't made any preparations yet. He doesn't think he's safe in the sheriff's office, does he? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. He didn't understand how this kind of person could get to the 4th level. Victoria, be careful. Don't let anyone find out you're killing someone in the police station. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Lin Yi found 3 cards from the corpse, a white card, a green card, and a pink card. The white card still unlocks an item in the loot space. The pink card is still a loot card, and the green card is a skill card. Green card skill. Using this card will create a corpse on a nearby corpse, 1/1. Note, please make sure there is at least 1 corpse nearby. What the hell is a corpse? Lin Yi glanced to the side and saw that the sheriff's body had disappeared. Victoria, generally speaking, the official forces in this kind of game are not easy to deal with. You'd better leave here as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Lin Yi, okay, I also want to take a look at the armory. Victoria, it's better not to. For an official arsenal like this, the guards are at least mid-level psychics. You can only use psychic powers now, so you are no match for them. Lin Yi, okay. Lin Yi sent a message to Li Shiyan, asking Wen Xuan to investigate Wang Minghui's contact information and asked the driver to come and pick him up. Not long after sending the message, Lin Yi received a brief information about Wang Minghui. Lin Yi sent a message to Wang Minghui, telling him that he could withdraw. However, Wang Minghui did not reply to the message. He seemed to be busy doing other things. Lin Yi put away his phone, crushed the white card, and a black dress appeared in his hand. Night dress, a low-level psychic item. Lin Yi put on the night dress, and the familiar feeling made him feel calm. After searching the office, Lin Yi found a laptop in the drawer. Putting the computer into the backpack beside him, Lin Yi put on the backpack and took the night blade and left the security bureau. Just like in the cult stronghold, no one noticed Lin Yi here, but he felt vaguely uncomfortable. The feeling of discomfort only slowly faded away when we were driving away from the police station. Would you like to go to another massage parlor or rest in a hotel? There was a hint of respect in the driver's rough voice. Wen Xuan Club had already prepared a hotel for them. Go to another massage parlor. I have something else to do tomorrow, so I need to get rid of all the enemies as quickly as possible. Oh, and help me find someone to check the information in this computer. The computer requires a password to log in, and Lin Yi has no choice but to hand it over to a professional. Okay. The driver took the computer and called Zhao Wenxuan. Lin Yi continued teaching the 2 students. This cult was more troublesome than he had thought, and now he needed more cards. The sports car soon stopped outside a massage parlor, and he had no choice but to stop giving instructions and deal with the cultists first. The massage parlor had not closed yet, and Lin Yi walked into the shop with the night blade in his hand. After just a glance, he turned around and closed the door behind him. It was not until then that the cultists disguised as staff discovered that there was an extra person in the hall. Lin Yi quickly killed all the cultists in the massage parlor and dealt with the technicians who were controlled by the bugs. Entering the basement through a secret door, Lin Yi went straight to the operating room and pushed open the full-length mirror on the wall. The layouts of these massage parlors are similar, and the builders don't seem to have considered changing the design drawings. A man in a white silk dress stood in the underground space. He had been waiting here for a long time. Hello, Teacher Lin Yi. Hello, who are you? Finally, he met a cultist who could speak normally and was very polite. Lin Yi decided to give it a chance to communicate. I am a priest of the Green God cult. I am usually responsible for performing sacrificial ceremonies. The man gave the answer directly, and Lin Yi finally knew the name of the enemy. Aren't you planting trees? Why are you raising insects? Lin Yi had encountered followers of the Chui Shan cult before, and had also received a book called Chui Shan Cult Joining Guide, which recorded various basic rituals developed by the Chui Shan cult. He learned a lot about ritual from it. We believe in the Lord of Tsudu. Everything related to Tsuedu is within our research scope, and that wasn't a bug, but a pure white seed. The man said solemnly. 197. Spirit first. Pure white seed? What is that? Lin Yi vaguely felt that the name was a little familiar. He seemed to have heard something similar. It is a special seed that can change the human physique. Once implanted into an ordinary person, it can transform them into pure white life. The man spoke calmly, but there was a fierce spark in his eyes. What the hell is pure white life? Lin Yi thought of the citizens who were imprisoned in the cells. Their skin was indeed a little pale. At that time, Lin Yi thought it was because they had not been exposed to sunlight for a long time. That's just a name. They're not important. What's important is that a substance called pure white fluid is produced within the pure white life forms. This substance is the main ingredient for making purification potions. The man took out a small bottle of pure white medicine, which contained only about 5 milliliters of liquid. This is the purification potion? What is it used for? Before, Lin Yi thought that these cultists were holding a ceremony to communicate with the gods, but he didn't expect that they were actually using humans to make potions. Its effect is simple: purification. The human body is filled with various impurities. The amount of impurities determines our upper limit and also makes our bodies prone to alienation. Purification potions can solve all problems. The man spoke in a proud tone. This was not the first time he had said these words. You're still young and can quickly advance your rank, but imagine being stuck at a certain level for decades, unable to make any progress. If you drink this small potion, you'll be able to break free and ascend to a level you couldn't otherwise reach. Would you drink it, even if it cost you dozens of lives? Of course not, Lin Yi said simply. He still has a piece of pure crystal that he hasn't used yet. Haha, there was a young man who gave the same answer as you before, but in the end he became one of us. Do you know why? The man was not angry when he heard Lin Yi's refusal. He liked outstanding and upright young people like Lin Yi, otherwise he would not appear here. Yes, the man was not the person in charge of this massage parlor. He just found a random base and waited for Lin Yi to come. In order to prevent Lin Yi from hesitating, he did not let the employees above evacuate. I don't know, was he conquered by your massage skills? Lin Yi said with a slightly malicious smile. If you like that, I can also give you a massage, but that's not the point. The point is that you don't have to do anything. Leave the dirty work to us. You just need to ignore the suffering of those lambs, and you can enjoy the most delicious lamb at will. The high priest gave an evil and crazy smile. With so many people missing and so many collection bases, you don't think the Public Security Bureau can't find out. Do you? That terrifying director is certainly not our ally. He just pretends not to see it. And then there's the academy. Your dean is a top-level 6th-level psyker. How do you guess he reached the 6th level? Do you think he wants to become a high-level psyker? They are all respectable people. When they eat meat, they naturally don't want to see the process of slaughtering animals. We are the only and best chefs in this city. Now, I invite you to sit down and eat meat like them. I hope you won't refuse. The high priest threw the purification potion in his hand to Lin Yi and said loudly to him, "Drink this, and you'll be a member of this city. The Emerald God Church will help you deal with those strangers who suddenly appear, and even help you break free from the constraints of the system. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible, because the Lord of the Emerald City is behind me. I swear to my God." Lin Yi took the potion, and the liquid inside was shining with pure white light. Victoria, don't reject it directly. It's a 6th-level high priest of the Green God cult. You are no match for it. Put away the purification potion and buy time first. Lin Yi, you are right, but this is not good. I don't like it. He was not surprised that the other party knew that he was a survivor of the system. After all, a moron working in the Red Maze knew about the system, and the heads of his strongholds were almost all replaced. It was not difficult for the priests of the Green God cult to guess his identity. The problem was that the other party came too quickly and was very targeted, which made him very uneasy. So Lin Yi directly used his special skill, Mysterious. Special skill used, Mysterious. Get a mysterious blessing. Drawing well-wishers. Blurry images flashed before his eyes. Lin Yi looked at the high priest through these images, unscrewed the potion, and poured the liquid inside onto the ground. This was his answer. He would not use this potion, nor would he let others use it, for no other reason than that he did not like it. Blesser has been drawn. The true owner of the mental hospital. Obtain the mysterious blessing. Spiritual supremacy. Spirit first. From now on, spirit determines everything. Note, when material things are no longer stable, spirit becomes the root of everything. The mental blockade has been lifted. This state lasts until the special skill ends. Oh, this is a small spiritual world? You don't think you can reject me like this, do you? You shouldn't have poured out the purification potion. This way, I have no way out, and neither do you. The high priest opened his arms, and the shadow of a tree of flesh and blood grew wildly from his body. The trunk easily tore through the earth, destroying the cult's stronghold above. The bright moonlight shone into the dim underground space. You're right. I don't like leaving a way out, because only in a truly desperate situation can you see the truest things. Lin Yi appeared behind the high priest, holding a still-beating heart in his hand. The mysterious blessing is certainly not just a small spiritual world. It also pulls the physical strength to the same level as the spiritual strength. This blessing is not very friendly to individuals with weak mental strength, but it is completely different for Lin Yi. His mental strength is terrifyingly strong. You're a mid-level psyker? The high priest covered his chest. Although losing his heart would not cause his death, the sudden blow had already severely damaged him because his psychic core was in his heart. No, I'm just a second-level psyker. Lin Yi tried hard to keep his body stable. He certainly would not waste time talking to the cultists at this time. If he could move, he would have killed them long ago. Just like what was said in the system notes, this special skill is not a blessing. It is not a good thing to forcibly increase physical strength with the mind. As soon as he used an accelerated heavy attack, Lin Yi felt that his body was about to fall apart. Dispersion is not death, but a change of physical form into a state closer to that of a spiritual being. If that happens, even if the skill ends, it will be difficult for Lin Yi to return to his original state. He would then become a spiritual creature left behind in the material world, little better than a fish on a chopping board. 198. Rune Concept. Wow, are you an idiot? You're already in the spirit world, and you're still using physical attacks. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Mia? Why are you here? I can't do psychic attacks. Lin Yi tried to communicate with Mia in his mind. You are borrowing the princess's spiritual power. Spiritual power can transmit information. I am so familiar with you. Of course I can communicate with you through spiritual information. As for spiritual attacks, don't you know runes? Now this is the spiritual world. Attack it directly with rune concepts, which is the simplest way of spiritual attack. Runes are a technique created by humans. Although Mia has never learned runes, she can understand the meaning of runes. Runes are tools used by humans to contact rules, so as long as Lin Yi can understand the essence of runes, he can directly use the rune concept to attack in the spiritual world. Concepts? I can only use my mental power to carve runes, and then control spiritual energy through the runes. I can't directly control concepts. Lin Yi tried to make a psychic blade to directly attack the high priest. It was indeed easier to control psychic energy in the spiritual world than in the real world, and the psychic blade he made was more powerful, but without the cooperation of the body, the high priest could easily swing a branch to smash the psychic blade. That's not the case. Oh, I don't know how to explain it. I was born in the spiritual world and was born to be a spiritual creature that influences the rules. I have never used runes at all. Wait a minute, I'll go ask the dean. That old guy knows a lot. Mia's voice faded away. So you can't keep using that move. I'm relieved now. Now, give me back my heart. The high priest breathed a sigh of relief. His original body had been severely injured, and he almost ran away. A large number of flesh and blood branches grew around the high priest. The high priest did not rush to kill Lin Yi, but decided to take root there first, absorb the citizens to recover, and then deal with Lin Yi bit by bit. As long as Lin Yi did not escape from the city, it would take care of Lin Yi in an instant after it finished taking root. Of course, the main reason for not attacking directly was that it was afraid that Lin Yi would fight to the death and give him another severe blow. Although the high priest did not attack Lin Yi intentionally, a large number of flesh and blood branches continued to grow towards Lin Yi. He was unable to move now and could only control the psychic blade to cut off the approaching flesh and blood branches. But this stalemate could not last long. The severed flesh and blood branches began to take root and grow around them. A large number of dark red flesh and blood tentacles surrounded Lin Yi and continued to compress his living space. Victoria, what's this technique? Spiritualizing the material world? If you have this technique, why don't you learn some spiritual skills? Lin Yi, I just got this skill, and it can only be used once. Do you know how to use the rune concept to attack? Victoria, I don't know how. That's a skill that can only be used in the spirit world. I don't go to the spirit world, so why should I learn that? But you should have one of my support cards in your hand. You can use it. It might be useful. Lin Yi, you mean the blue card that detects participants? What's the use of that? Victoria, that's a card that contains the scrying skills of a 10th level psychic. Scrying is a skill in using mental power. It's of course useless in the material world, but you're in the spiritual world now. Maybe you can learn how I use mental power. However, you can only sense, not touch, otherwise your spirit will be affected by my mental power. Lin Yi, thank you very much. Lin Yi used the blue card. A unique mental wave spread out from the card as the origin. There were 2 participants within a radius of 1,000 meters. They must have heard the noise and came over to check the situation. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Lin Yi clearly sensed the spiritual skills of exploration in the spiritual world. Victoria's use of mental power is not just about detection. It is concise and precise. In comparison, Lin Yi's use of mental power can only be described as rough. This support card allowed Lin Yi to see how to use mental power correctly. This is a standard, just like an elementary school textbook. If Victoria writes in print, then Lin Yi, who has no formal education, writes in cursive. It's not that cursive writing is bad. Many people write beautiful cursive writing, provided that you have seen standard printed writing. Lin Yi is the kind of person who writes casually without seeing any standards. He can indeed write normally now, but if he continues to write like this, one day he will stray completely away from the standard and never come back. Victoria, how was it? Was it helpful? Lin Yi, that's right, your mental power is amazing. Victoria, humph. Even though I'm doing pretty badly now, my family is a famous one with a long history. This is our heritage. Lin Yi, that's awesome. Just because you let me see your mental strength, I will definitely help you solve this problem today. Although the blue card was in Lin Yi's hand, he would definitely not use the detection card in this situation unless Victoria told him. Victoria, can you handle it? Lin Yi, no, but it helps me a lot. Victoria, so what? Lin Yi, it's okay, I have other plans. Old Lin, the dean said that as a physical being, it's difficult for you to directly manipulate rune concepts, but your friend can. You can indirectly manipulate rune concepts through the connection between you and her. Mia's voice just happened to ring in Lin Yi's mind. She's not here, how do I do this? More and more flesh and blood tentacles have completely submerged Lin Yi's body. He can only keep raising up lines of alienated psychic energy to resist the tentacles that want to penetrate his body. Fortunately, he is now a half-spiritual creature and can easily control psychic energy in the spiritual world to create psychic protection. This is the spiritual world. You just need to imagine her beside you. Just create an empty shell, and you can connect to the spiritual world through that shell, said the dean. Mia was actually not sure either. She didn't understand why Lin Yi couldn't directly use the rune concept. What's the point? Never mind, I'll give it a try. Lin Yi didn't understand either, but he didn't think the dean would pretend to know something when he didn't. The old man was very difficult to deal with. Xiaoya, Xiaoya, Xiaoya. Lin Yi closed his eyes and began to recall Xiaoya's image in his mind, then suddenly opened his eyes. Come out, Xiaoya. A gray-haired, burly old man appeared in front of Lin Yi. Uncle Zhao, why is it you? There were a few moments when Lin Yi began to question his own mental state. You have to face your heart. Zhao Yong gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. I'm normal, who are you? Lin Yi suspected that he was affected by some abnormal state. He would not create a spiritual body at will for no reason. It's really hard to lie to you. Have you ever trusted anyone? Uncle Zhao said with a smile. 199, flower of flesh and blood. Are you an illusion created by that mushroom man? You weren't swallowed by the abyss. Lin Yi asked with a frown. Although I am controlled by it, I am an illusion created by your spirit. You are not dead, so of course I will not disappear. Zhao Yong replied. I was thinking of Xiaoya. Why did you become him? This is what Lin Yi is most puzzled about. Now that the mushroom man is gone, I don't dare to turn into that person. Otherwise, I feel like I'll die miserably. As for the image, I think it'll be easier to communicate if I turn into a man. What image do you want to see? Zhao Yong instantly turned into Zhou Wen. Image doesn't matter. What do you mean now? Are you trying to wrest control of my body from me? Lin Yi tried to carve cutting runes on Zhou Wen's body. No, I just came out to get some fresh air. I can't control your body. After all, I'm just an illusion. If I'm not in the spiritual world, I can't get out at all. If you don't want to see me, I'll disappear now. Zhou Wen took a step to the side, avoiding the cutting rune. Forget it. Can you control the rune concept? Lin Yi decided to give him a chance. I can't, but I can help you control it. I'm a pure spirit, and you can use runes. We can work together. Zhou Wen bowed and extended his right hand towards Lin Yi. Holding hands with a man is a bit weird. Lin Yi naturally stretched out his left hand. That's not strange, big brother. Alice held Lin Yi's left hand. The moment he came into contact with Alice, Lin Yi truly felt the spiritual world. It was as if he was holding not Alice's hand, but an entire spiritual world. Before, he just stood outside the world and peeked inside, feeling out of tune with this bizarre world. It's completely different now. Mia, that idiot. I thought it was my lack of intelligence, but it turns out it's the hardware. The concept of runes is simply not something humans can control. Lin Yi pulled Alice away from the spot and appeared directly in front of the high priest. How did you get out? What is this? A spirit. At this time, the high priest had completely merged into the tree of flesh and blood, and the branches were hung with the shriveled corpses of nearby residents. It doesn't matter. I've already taken root. You can't escape now. I'll make you into a pure white life and offer you to the gods. Roots of flesh and blood sprouted from the ground, so fast that Lin Yi couldn't dodge them. But the roots didn't touch anything, because Lin Yi had already moved in front of the high priest. I don't believe you can keep up this pace. The high priest kept manipulating the flesh and blood roots to poke towards Lin Yi. As long as they touched Lin Yi, those flesh and blood plants would take root and grow in Lin Yi's body. But it just can't touch it. Lin Yi was like an illusion that would shatter at the slightest touch, constantly teleporting around. He did not attack the high priest, but just calmly dodged the opponent's attacks. You can't be that fast. I know. This is an illusion. The high priest stopped moving and began to use his mental power to carefully sense the surroundings, trying to find Lin Yi, who was using illusion on him. Wake up. I'm not hallucinating. Lin Yi took Alice to the front of the tree of flesh and blood. He could only control one rune concept at a time. Now was a good opportunity to deal with the high priest. He would have taken action at this time normally, but now he wanted to change his approach. Impossible. That's right. As long as we can get rid of this spiritual world, the illusion will be ineffective. The high priest began to hold a ceremony. As long as he could communicate with Sudu, it would be easy to destroy a small piece of the spiritual world. Collapse. Lin Yi spoke. So the ceremony collapsed. This is the power of rules. You have already become a god. No. Impossible. A second level. Even if you possess the status of a god, you can't do this. The high priest muttered to himself. Of course I can't do this in the material world, but this is the spiritual world. Material things are overturned, and the spirit is supreme. Here, I am the rule. You should come out and meet me. This is basic etiquette. Cutting. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, the thick tree of flesh and blood was cut in half, revealing the high priest hiding inside. This is an illusion. It's all an illusion. Don't believe it. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. The high priest closed his eyes and used only his mental power to sense his surroundings, but no matter how hard he sensed, he could not find anything wrong. You disappoint me so much. You buried your head in the sand like an ostrich. I could kill you right now, but you shouldn't die so easily. So go crazy. Please me before you die. Go crazy. The high priest suddenly opened his eyes, and his body began to twist and deform. The nearby flesh and blood roots pierced into his body, spreading and growing inside his body, and finally completely tore his body apart, and a bright flesh and blood flower bloomed on it. The mind goes mad first, but the body cannot escape either. Madness spread from the high priest's body to the tree of flesh and blood, and from the tree of flesh and blood to the end of the root system. Go, share your roots with every one of your friends, just like you share purification potions. Don't miss anyone. This is what your god wants. Lin Yi whispered in front of the flesh and blood flower. The gods want results. The flower of flesh and blood made a sound. Yes, the gods want results. Now you can communicate with your gods. Lin Yi smiled and disappeared from where he was, appearing in a sports car in the distance. Victoria's mental wave detection method was very useful. Teacher, are you okay? That tree just grew out from below, and those tentacles were grabbing people everywhere. We had no choice but to run away. Li Shiyan explained. Wow, are you teleporting? Victoria Song looked in surprise at Lin Yi, who suddenly appeared in the passenger seat. You should have run away earlier instead of waiting for that tree to grow. This isn't teleportation, it's a spatial concept. I learned it when I was driving a bus. That bus could move between different planes, but I can only achieve simple spatial displacement in the spiritual world. Lin Yi explained to the two students. Teacher, what should we do now? We can't fix that tree. Li Shiyan asked. No, I've already taken care of that tree, but there's still some trash in the city that needs to be dealt with. The seeds have been planted, and now we just have to wait for a time for the flowers to bloom. Lin Yi happily took the paper document handed over by the driver. It was the information in the laptop. The specific locations of the cult strongholds are marked on it. The strongholds are spread across every corner of the city, even outside the city. Just as Lin Yi was checking the information, the entire city began to shake. A large number of flesh and blood roots sprang out from the ground, stabbing at everyone who was related to the purified potion, and took root and bore fruit in their bodies, blooming into flowers of flesh and blood. Of course, some people will struggle and resist, but no one can defy the will of God. 200, Black Card. Lin Yi was in a good mood as he watched the flesh and blood flowers blooming in the city. He actually doesn't like killing people, and it would be better if someone else did it for him. And he didn't have time to deal with everyone involved in the purification of the potion one by one. But he was unwilling to let them go, so he could try out the Berserk rune he had just learned. You win now? Why didn't it resist just now? Mia asked confusedly. Perhaps it's due to a weak will? After all, he relied on purification potions to reach higher levels. This is what happens when you rely too much on external things. Lin Yi didn't expect to win so easily. After all, he could only use one rune concept at a time. If the high priest continued to attack him, he would not be able to hold on for long and would not have any chance to attack. And this state of spiritual supremacy will not last forever. Well, The blessing is coming to an end, and I should go back. See you at the mental hospital. Mia's voice disappeared, and with it the increasingly unstable spiritual world around her. See you at the mental hospital. Lin Yi moved his body slightly. The feeling of returning to the material world was not very good. The spiritual world would give people a sense of freedom, but it was also easier to lose control. The material world was very stable because the spirit was trapped in a body called flesh. The shaken city gradually returned to calm. A large number of flesh and blood flowers bloomed in the city, and the streets were filled with the pungent smell of blood. Where to now? The driver looked at Lin Yi and asked. It should be about time. Let's go to that massage parlor. With such a big commotion, Lin Yi didn't think those involved would come and take a look at what was going on. Victoria, be careful. You're very vulnerable now that you're no longer in that state. Lin Yi, I know, but the noise was so loud just now that those involved didn't dare to approach the tree of flesh and blood directly. Lin Yi felt a little regretful that the spiritual supremacy state ended too quickly. Otherwise, he could use the high priest and those flesh and blood flowers to use the sacrifice skills in the spiritual state, which should have allowed him to create a strange spiritual alienation organ. It's hard to say. Sacrificial offerings may not be usable in the spiritual world, and even if they were, I wouldn't be able to use them well. The sports car stopped on the side of the road. Lin Yi didn't think much about it. He didn't have any obsession with those corpses. He just thought about it based on the principle of not wasting. Following the hole torn by the flesh and blood tree back to the depths of the massage parlor, Lin Yi stood in front of the flesh and blood flower. The high priest was dead, and 3 cards appeared above its corpse. A pink card, a white card, and a black card. Lin Yi put the card away directly, and he heard light footsteps. Dude, you're pretty brave. Aren't you afraid that the ruthless person who caused this scene is still here? A man in a brown suit jumped into the hole and observed his surroundings cautiously. Not only that, outside the cave, a large number of participants were gathering towards the massage parlor. Why should I be afraid of myself? Lin Yi said calmly. You want to scare me? With a second-level psyker like you? I know you. Your supporters are very famous, so your head is quite valuable. The man licked the corner of his mouth and pulled out a white card. If all the participants are idiots like you, then it doesn't matter how many come. Have you ever wondered why I'm the only second-level psyker in this game? There's only one possibility. I'm too strong, so strong that the system ignores my level. I can only say that this relatively fair rule is a bit unfair to you. Lin Yi raised his head and used the blue detection card. His mental fluctuations spread, and all participants within 1,000 meters were marked in his mind. At the same time, those participants also received system prompts that they were being detected. What do you mean? The man took a step back. He had to admit, he was intimidated by a second-level psyker. Kill them all, Lin Yi said to the dark skeleton standing in the darkness. Unlike the hesitant man, Lin Yi crushed the green card that generated the corpse as soon as he approached the high priest's body. The high priest's body was connected to all the flowers of flesh and blood through the roots, so using it would not waste these corpses. Lin Yi didn't know what corpses were, but the corpses generated by the flesh and blood flowers of the entire city were not bad at all, and could be used to deal with these participants who could only use cards. The black skeleton walked out of the darkness and approached the man step by step. It looked like an ordinary black skeleton, but as it moved, some black powder scattered into the air. After all that talk, this is it? A skeleton? The man crushed the card to unlock the psychic power. Before the card completely disappeared, he disappeared from the spot. The man instantly appeared next to the corpse, and then punched the black skeleton into powder. Haha, I knew you were bluffing. The man turned to look at Lin Yi. He wanted to blow Lin Yi up like he was blowing up a dead body. However, before the man could be happy for long, black powder began to appear on his body, and his clothes and flesh began to powder, leaving only a black skeleton. So this is the corpse. Lin Yi didn't think that just using a card on any corpse would produce this kind of corpse. The fact that it was so powerful must be related to the corpse that produced it. The corpse looked up at the participants above his head, and a faint light flickered in his dark eye sockets. Various long-range attacks fell on the location of Shihai and Lin Yi. Lin Yi retreated to the depths of the underground space first, and Shihai was smashed to pieces by these attacks. The participants above began to turn into powder one by one. No matter what cards they used, they could not escape the fate of being shattered into skeletons. Lin Yi was hiding deep in the underground space. He had limited cards in his hand, so it would be better to leave those people outside to the dead bodies. Of course, he is not completely without fighting ability. Lin Yi took out the 3 cards that the high priest had revealed. The pink card is still a loot card. The white card can unlock mental power for 1 minute. And finally, there is the black card that has never appeared before. Black card, designated. You can get a designated card from a random deck, 1/1. Note: black cards have unique properties. Each black card is unique. This card is quite powerful, but what is the deck made of? Lin Yi was thinking about whether to use this card now. After all, only after choosing the key card can he decide on the battle plan. In a direction that Lin Yi couldn't see, a black shadow was gradually approaching Lin Yi along the wall. When he got close to a certain distance, the black shadow stopped, took out a pistol of exaggerated caliber, and pointed it at Lin Yi's head. Boom. Gunshots rang out, and the shadow's head exploded. Green skill card, Bullet Node.